Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Sharon abruptly sat up in bed, breathing heavily as cold sweat poured down his forehead. He had experienced an incredibly vivid nightmare. In the dream, a relentless hailstorm enveloped the globe. The hailstones, as large as ping-pong balls, shattered ordinary glass effortlessly, including car windows. Dense fog made it almost impossible for anyone to leave their homes, and temperatures plummeted to around -10 degrees Celsius even in June. By the fourth day, the power grid collapsed, and many people froze to death overnight. To make matters worse, the hail was highly toxic. Plants withered upon contact with the melted hail. Water sources were contaminated, and even small amounts of tainted water caused severe illness. Larger quantities were instantly fatal. Trapped and running out of food and clean water, the most horrific event unfolded: cannibalism. But what Sharon could never have imagined was that he would be betrayed by his own family, torn apart alive by his wife's family. No, this wasn't just a nightmare. There's only one explanation. I've been reborn. He grabbed his phone and saw the date, March 1st. The apocalypse began on June 1st, a day he remembered all too well because he had planned to take his son to the amusement park. Instead, they were caught in the hailstorm right after leaving home. That meant he now had 3 months before the apocalypse struck again. I need to accumulate wealth, stockpile enough food and supplies to last a lifetime, and build a secure shelter that can withstand the hail and protect against those who might try to seize it. How to get money? Simple. His hobby was analyzing market trends and following stocks. But where would the capital come from? The lottery. He vividly recalled the winning numbers for the next lottery draw. He had once bought a ticket on a whim and matched 5 numbers, so the jackpot was deeply etched in his memory. The prize pool had reached 2.5 billion yuan, and buying 100 tickets would secure him the highest possible winnings. With this initial capital and his knowledge of stock trends, making money would be straightforward. But the first thing I must do is divorce my wife. Ziorin's eyes turned cold. In his previous life, not only did his wife's family cannibalize him, but his wife also revealed a shocking secret just before he died. His son wasn't biologically his. He felt a deep sense of betrayal. Bitch! Gripping his fists tightly, Ziorin's eyes burned with madness. He vowed revenge. I won't let you die easily. Sharon was an orphan who worked hard to get into university and landed a good job. Through an introduction, he met his wife, Zhengwan, a sweet-looking nurse whose parents were recently retired and had modest pensions. She also had a younger brother still in college. As an orphan, Sharon longed for family warmth more than anything else. After marriage, although his wife became distant and her parents and brother treated him poorly, he ignored these signs because she soon became pregnant. When his son was born, Sharon immersed himself in fatherhood, happily taking care of every nighttime duty. At the Zheng household, he was more like a servant than a son-in-law. Ridiculously, his entire salary went to the family, leaving him with only 200 yuan for personal expenses each month. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law, Zhenggang, spent extravagantly during college and continued to live beyond his means post-graduation, often using Ziorin's money without hesitation. What enraged Sharon most was learning that the child he had raised for 3 years, pouring all his love into, was not his biological son. He had been a pitiful, laughable fool. My future wealth will be off limits to you. My stockpiled supplies will be out of your reach. Not even a crumb will I give you, and I will end your lives in the cruelest way possible. As Sharon got up from bed, he paused suddenly. He realized that his mind was connected to a vast, boundless space. Is this an alternate dimension? With a thought, his phone vanished from his hand, reappearing inside the alternate dimension. Another thought brought it back into his grasp. Ziorin's mouth dropped open in astonishment. How much can I store here? This discovery solved a significant problem for his safe house project. He wouldn't need a separate warehouse area, reducing design and construction complexity. Moreover, it eliminated the need for strict temperature and humidity controls required for food preservation. The appearance of this ability confirms that my nightmare wasn't just a dream. Ziorin's resolve hardened. After gathering what he needed, he walked to the door and swung it open. His father-in-law, Zheng Yujun, nearly threw his teacup at him, snarling, "It's this late, and you're just getting up? Get to washing dishes and cooking breakfast." Sharon stared at Zheng Yujun with a murderous glare, barely restraining himself from killing the old man immediately. However, he knew better than to act impulsively. Killing someone now would mean facing legal consequences, and such a quick death would be too merciful. Zheng Yujin's confidence faltered under Zaoran's intense gaze, feeling as if he might be killed at any moment. Enraged by his own fear, he slammed the table, shouting, "You little bastard, you've gone mad, daring to stare at me like that." Sharon approached and slapped the old man across the face with all his anger. The force sent Zheng Yujun sprawling onto the table. At that moment, his mother-in-law, Lin Mei, emerged from the bedroom holding the baby, screaming at the sight and startling the child into tears. Once, Shaoran adored his son, but now he felt only rage and disgust. Indeed, the boy didn't resemble him, but he had never doubted it until now. The realization that he had been wearing a metaphorical green hat filled him with bitterness and mockery. An honest man pushed to his limits could be extremely dangerous. Shaoran cut a lock of hair from the child with scissors, then left the house with a cold smile. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Answering, he heard Zheng Wan's furious voice demanding, "Shaoran, are you insane? How dare you hit my father?" "Divorce," Shaoran replied coldly, hanging up. Chapter 2. Divorce. Shaoran remained calm and said softly, "Immediately, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have already brought the household register, marriage certificate, and my ID card." Zheng Wan shouted again, but then surprisingly calmed down and said, "Don't act impulsively. A marriage cannot simply be dissolved at your whim. Are you truly unconcerned about Xiao Jie?" Xiao Jie is Shaoran's son, whose full name is Zheng Jie, but he is, of course, an illegitimate child. Shaoran scoffed. "How long do you intend to deceive me? Zheng Jie is not my son. He is your love child with Zhang Zihao. You were so eager to marry me back then because you were already carrying Zhang Zihao's child." "How do you know this?" Zheng Wan's voice trembled. "That's none of your concern. Right now, we are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau at once, or else I will create a scene at the hospital and expose your affair with Zhang Zihao." "Let us see how you handle that," Shaoran said coolly. He was confident that Zheng Wan would ultimately yield. Indeed, after a moment's hesitation, Zheng Wan conceded, "Fine, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." The hurried marriage to Shaoran was mainly to avoid the scandal of an out-of-wedlock pregnancy, to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation, and also because Shaoran was easily manageable, essentially providing the family with a free caretaker. Even this caretaker would turn over his entire salary. Now that their son was 3 years old, there was no longer any concern about reputation. It was a pity that Shaoran, this salary-contributing caretaker, had to go. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau by subway, Shaoran was surprised to find Zheng Wan had beaten him there, waiting at the entrance. This woman, 27 years old and 160 centimeters tall, had a sweet appearance with large eyes tied into a ponytail. She could score a 70 in looks, though her figure was lacking, with a rather flat chest, merely in a cup. She looked at Shaoran with a mixture of suspicion and astonishment, still reeling from how he had uncovered the truth. What she did not realize was that all of this had been revealed to Shaoran by her in a previous life. During a moment when he was close to death, and she had no fear of her secrets being exposed. "You are a slave to our family, now and forever," Shaoran said indifferently as he regarded her. "I will leave with nothing. The child is yours, and I will not pay a single cent in child support." Logically, he could demand a division of their marital assets, and after a paternity test, he could also seek compensation. However, he had no time to waste on such matters. He needed a divorce today. Otherwise, if he won the lottery before the divorce was finalized, it would create significant complications. How could Zheng Wan's family possibly forego such a lucrative opportunity? Thus, he was not interested in any marital assets. Zheng Wan was left speechless by his words and had no choice but to accompany him to the divorce office. They took a number and queued. There were not many people that day, and they soon reached the front. The mediator attempted to intervene, saying, "You two are still young, and you have a child. That child is not mine." Shaoran responded flatly, devoid of emotion. The mediator was taken aback and ceased to persuade them, asking instead, "How will the assets be divided?" "I will leave with nothing," Shaoran stated. Since the child was not biologically his, Shaoran had no obligation to provide support, and he chose to walk away without claiming any assets, so the divorce agreement was quickly drafted. Half an hour later, Shaoran exchanged his marriage certificate for a divorce certificate. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, he was free from the Zheng family's entrapment. Without even glancing at Zheng Wan, he strode away. Zheng Wan, on the other hand, wore a resentful expression. She had lost a free caretaker and a significant portion of financial support. Shaoran's salary was over 10,000. "You think you can just run away? Not a chance." She pulled out her phone and dialed the police. I want to report a case. Yes, my father was assaulted. The assailant is Xiao Ran, ID number 3205. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Ran had lunch and, around 2 in the afternoon, visited a nearby lottery shop. He selected a few numbers and spent 200 yuan to buy 100 tickets. The jackpot was 500 million, the maximum amount for this draw. The lottery ticket bore a timestamp, and there were surveillance cameras at the Civil Affairs Bureau to verify the timing of his divorce. So this would clearly be considered post-marital property. However, Xiao Ran had no money left. He had used all of his 200 yuan allowance, and no matter, I still have Huabei, he thought. He first booked a hotel on his phone and then took a taxi there. After registering with his ID card, he checked into a luxurious hotel that cost 1,500 yuan per night. In the past, he would never have spent that much. But now? What did money matter? In his room, Xiao Ran began to explore the specific uses and properties of his newfound space. First, whether an object could be stored depended entirely on its size. Due to the limitation of a space door measuring 5 by 5 meters, items stored could be infinitely long, but neither height nor width could exceed 5 meters. Weight was irrelevant, as he only needed to touch the item for it to be absorbed by thought alone. Secondly, living creatures could not be stored. He had attempted to take a fishbowl containing 5 goldfish from the lounge on that floor. Although he pressed his hand against it, he could not store it in the space. But when he opened the space door, he could place the bowl inside, only to find the fish dead upon retrieval. This meant that living beings could either be forcibly crammed in or must willingly fall prey to the trap. If used correctly, this could be a powerful tool for revenge. Thirdly, the space door could be opened in any position and direction, but could not exceed a distance of 2 meters from him and could not be opened within objects, such as within a wall. Moreover, if he moved, the space door would automatically close but could be immediately reopened. Fourthly, once an object was placed in the space, its state would be preserved. For instance, if he stored a cup of hot tea, it would still be scalding upon retrieval an hour later. If he stored a piece of ice, it would not have melted even a little after the same duration. This made it perfect for storing food. Most importantly, this state included an object's kinetic energy. This meant that if Xiao Ran threw a brick into space, when he released it, it would come out as if it had been thrown. What if he stored arrows, bullets, or even falling objects? It was a weapon of mass destruction. All he needed to do was stockpile ammunition and practice aiming. Now, I only need to claim my jackpot tomorrow, and I can buy a house, investing in the stock market while transforming the property into a safe haven. That evening, Xiao Ran deliberately chose a high-end restaurant, opting for the most expensive dishes. The feeling of spending money was exhilarating. Xiao Ran reflected on how he previously lived on just 200 yuan a month. Why? To save for his wife and son. What was the outcome? He was merely a pitiful pawn. Now he could spend freely. Starting tomorrow, he would be a wealthy man, and when disaster struck, he would become the richest person in the world. The currency then would not be cash, but food, clothing, energy, and so forth. Chapter 3. Claiming the prize. Having returned to life, Xiao Ran's mindset had completely transformed. Who wouldn't he undergo a change of heart after being bound and bled dry by their wife's family? Moreover, he had long harbored dissatisfaction towards his ex-wife's family, but had endured for the sake of his son. Now that he learned the child was not even his, it became the breaking point. A good-natured man, when pushed to his limits, could be far more reckless than others. After dining, he settled the bill using Huabei, spending over 30,000 yuan. His credit limit was over 80,000, so he would not face any payment issues. However, to be honest, while the restaurant was indeed expensive, the taste was merely average. Upon returning to the hotel, the lottery draw for the double chromosphere was about to be broadcast live in 10 minutes. 1. Correct. 2. Correct. 3. Correct. 7. All correct. Xiao Ran smiled. It seemed his rebirth had not altered his fate. 500 million in hand. Oh, taxes and donations would apply. So let us calculate it as 400 million. Xiao Ran lay down asleep, tossing and turning as waves of thoughts flooded his mind, preventing him from falling asleep. Meanwhile, the Zheng family was in an uproar. What? That bastard divorced you? Zheng Yujun could not believe it, even as his daughter placed the divorce certificate on the table. Wasn't Xiao Ran just a dog in their family? A dog that was obedient and hardworking. But now that dog had bitten back and run away, he could not accept this. Daddy, I want to ride a horse. Zheng Jie chimed in excitedly. Your father is dead. Zheng Wan yelled at her son. Zheng Jie, however, clapped his hands in delight. Daddy is dead, Daddy is dead. This was because Xiao Ran had spoiled him and never scolded him. And the child had grown accustomed to seeing his family treat Xiao Ran poorly, so he felt no fear towards this nominal father. Zheng Wan was utterly frustrated. Previously, whenever Xiao Ran was home, she could leave her son in his care without worry. Now, with a 3-year-old making a ruckus, it was enough to drive her to the brink of violence. Taking a deep breath, she could only let Lin Meiying look after her son before saying, I called the police, but they said this is a family matter, and as long as the injuries aren't severe, they generally won't take action. What? Zheng Yujun leaped up. That bastard has the audacity to hit me and nothing happens? Zheng Wan fell silent. Although Zheng Yujun had received a slap, the mark on his face had nearly faded. How could such a minor injury warrant a case? Sister, why did you agree to the divorce? Zheng Gang asked. That guy earns over 10,000 a month. Now that we're divorced, our family has lost that income. How am I supposed to marry a wife? Indeed, you are aware of the conditions put forth by your sister-in-law's family? With demands starting at a staggering 300,000 in bride price, accompanied by the expectation of a house. Without that scoundrel's income, the financial burden on your brother would become overwhelming. Zheng Yujun expressed his thoughts. His plan was to use the salary that Xiao Ran contributed to repay the mortgage for his son, but now that money has vanished, how could he not feel anxious? His urgency surpassed even the sting of a slap from Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan felt a wave of irritation, for her father and brother were solely focused on Xiao Ran's monthly salary exceeding 10,000, yet they showed no concern for her future. However, hasn't it always been this way since childhood? Suppressing her annoyance, she declared, I will not let him off so easily. Xiao Ran will definitely pay the price. Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang cursed, but now they had no idea where Xiao Ran had gone. No matter how furious or anxious they became, it changed nothing. We must remarry. It is imperative, Zheng Yujun insisted. That scoundrel not only provided over 10,000 a month, but he was also a diligent worker. They could not allow him to escape. Zheng Wan furrowed her brow and said, I need to step outside for some fresh air. How could Xiao Ran possibly consider remarriage now that he knew their son was not his biological child? She felt overwhelmed, and with Lin Meiying unable to care for her grandson, her son began to throw tantrums and break things. All she desired was to escape, to distance herself from it all. As the night passed, Xiao Ran awoke revitalized and headed to the dining hall for a hearty meal. What a comfort! In the half-month since the apocalypse began, he had not only received the least amount of food, but had also saved some to feed his faux son. Reflecting on it now, how ironic! How could he have been so foolish? Zheng Jie bore no resemblance to him whatsoever, and his unreasonable temperament was entirely unlike Zheng Wan's, if he weren't an illegitimate child. How could this possibly be? Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. His life was only just beginning today. After finishing his meal, he hailed a cab and made his way to the lottery center. Upon learning that Xiao Ran was there to claim a prize, the staff promptly ushered him inside. After verifying his identity with the ticket, the moment of claiming the prize arrived. An astounding 500 million. However, after taxes and a charitable donation of 2 million, his actual take-home amount dwindled to 398 million. This was still a colossal fortune. Representatives from several banks at the lottery center swiftly approached him, eager to conduct business. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He had no need for investment products. He casually chose a bank simply because it was near his residential area. After completing the deposit formalities, the enthusiastic branch manager invited him out for a stroll. Her intentions unmistakable. Assessing her, Xiao Ran noted she was above 70 on his scale, 60 being the threshold for beauty. Although he felt a flicker of interest, he ultimately declined her offer. Firstly, he had no time. Secondly, this proposition was unlikely to be without strings attached. She was there to solicit deposits, and if he engaged with her, he would inevitably be pressured to invest in her recommended financial products. Xiao Ran intended to allocate a substantial portion of his funds into the stock market, aiming to double his wealth within 2 months, and even more in the final month through aggressive buying. Thus, safeguarding his principal was paramount. He merely added the manager, Qian Yulian, on WeChat before departing the lottery center. His objective was to purchase a house. If he did not acquire property there, how could he humiliate Zheng Wan's family and reciprocate in kind when the end of days arrived? Hail continued to fall, capable of causing grievous harm upon impact, and its toxicity rendered any contact excruciating. Should it draw blood, death would be inevitable. Naturally, Xiao Ran had no desire to venture elsewhere, jeopardizing his revenge. Within the same community, he could navigate through the underground parking garage. How could I allow my ex-wife's family to suffer such a simple fate as starvation? They too must endure the pain and suffering I have experienced. Chapter 4. House Purchase. A sensation. Xiao Ran arrived at Wai Wajia, the real estate agency adjacent to his community. Sir, are you here to view properties? A male agent greeted him eagerly. Xiao Ran nodded. I wish to purchase a house. The agent's spirits soared as he enthusiastically began his pitch. Xiao Ran raised a hand to pause him, stating, I am interested in building 8 of Jufu community. Specifically that villa. Please contact the seller. I can agree to the listed price today, but I need the keys immediately to commence renovations. The agent appeared as though he were in a dream. This was akin to receiving a windfall. Was there a more fortuitous transaction? Absolutely. I'll call right away, he exclaimed eagerly. That villa was listed at 12 million. Even with a mere 0.5 commission, the agent stood to gain 60,000, an easy windfall. Thankfully, he was not a woman. Otherwise, he might have suspected Xiao Ran had ulterior motives. Half an hour later, the seller arrived, and both parties amicably concluded the deal. Xiao Ran promptly paid a deposit of 1 million. And once the agent finalized the contract, they could proceed to the housing authority for the transaction. The seller willingly handed over the keys, reassured by Xiao Ran's provision of identification and the hefty deposit. He had nothing to fear of theft, as the villa had already been stripped of valuable items. The agent was ecstatic, and his colleagues envied him. Within just over an hour, he had earned 60,000. Such ease? This became a point of intrigue, spreading rapidly not only within the real estate community, but also throughout Jufu community. And once the gossiping Andes got wind of it, the entire neighborhood was in the know. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Ran, being the rightful owner, accessed the community effortlessly with facial recognition. Once inside, he began searching online. What was he looking for? Home renovation services. After sifting through reviews and selecting a contractor, he initiated contact. Hello, a gruff male voice answered. I wish to renovate a villa. Xiao Ran stated. No problem, came the reply. Xiao Ran proceeded to outline his requirements. One condition, sturdiness. The structure must withstand even an iron hammer's assault without being breached, and windows must be fitted with retractable steel panels. The contractor hesitated. In all his experience, he had never encountered such a request. Nevertheless, the customer is always right and no problem. How long will it take? Xiao Ran inquired. A minimum of 6 months, depending on the size of your villa, the contractor responded. Xiao Ran chuckled. The time frame cannot exceed 2 months. The contractor was taken aback that you are renovating an entire villa, not constructing a pig pen or doghouse. 2 months is impossible. It will require additional funds, he insisted. Xiao Ran smiled. No problem. Wait, I haven't even stated how much more yet. The contractor exclaimed. Where are you? I'll come over immediately to assess the site and provide a response. All right, Xiao Ran nodded, relaying the address. In researching this company, he noted numerous reviews praising their capability to accomplish seemingly impossible tasks. Completing a comprehensive renovation of an entire villa within 2 months, transforming it into a fortress of steel, was not merely challenging. It was nearly an impossible feat were it not for the renowned construction prowess of Huaxia. Which other country could produce contractors capable of such work? He set down his phone. Awaiting the arrival of the contractor, Jia Yungue, while simultaneously opening a stock trading application to begin operations, he rummaged through a wealth of memories, commencing his trading activities. However, before he could meet Jia Yungue, an unexpected visitor arrived at his door. Zheng Yujun and his wife were at home caring for their grandson when suddenly, there came a series of urgent knocks, as if the sky were collapsing. Who is it? Zheng Yujun grumbled, approaching the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Lu Ai from Building 7, notorious for her gossip. Old Zheng, your family is certainly well hidden, Lu Ai exclaimed. Zheng Yujun was momentarily taken aback. Well hidden? Could it be that the news of my daughter's divorce has already spread? It seemed implausible. Who would disclose such a disreputable matter? It must have been that scoundrel Xiao Ran. The realization struck him, and he erupted in anger. That scoundrel Xiao Ran. He assaulted me yesterday and now spreads rumors about the divorce. Does he wish to drive us to madness? Ungrateful wretch. We took him in, provided for him, and this is how he repays us. Lu Ai was momentarily stunned. What? Your daughter and son-in-law have divorced? She said, her amusement growing. "How delightful," she chuckled. "So your daughter and son-in-law have indeed divorced? Oh, old Zheng, how very amusing." She gave a thumbs up. "I just heard from the agent that your son-in-law, oh no, Xiao Ran, has purchased that villa in the community for 12 million, without even haggling." Lu Yi's face gleamed with anticipation for the unfolding drama. "What did you say?" Zheng Yujun could hardly believe his ears. "Xiao Ran? Buying a house? A villa? How is that possible? That scoundrel earns just over 10,000 a month, and he turned in all of it. With his divorce, he left with nothing. How could he afford to buy a house, let alone a villa worth 12 million? It's true, it's true. Just go see for yourself." Lu Yi relished the unfolding spectacle. Zheng Yujun felt his resolve wavering. Though Lu Yi was known for her gossip, she was unlikely to fabricate such a tale. Yet, the notion of Xiao Ran purchasing a villa seemed utterly preposterous. "Old Zheng, your family has struck it rich, buying a villa no less," exclaimed Aunt Zhao from upstairs, rushing over with envy etched on her face, nearly bursting with excitement. Zheng Youjuan's body involuntarily swayed, feeling as though his blood pressure had surged, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance point. One person might be mistaken, but could two be wrong? Aunt Lu, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle and was known for her loquacity, immediately exclaimed, "Aunt Zhao, you won't believe it. Old Zheng's daughter and son-in-law have divorced." "Ah?" Aunt Zhao's face was a picture of shock. "Old Zheng, is that true? How can you just dismiss such a wealthy son-in-law?" She continued, "Well, I won't be modest then. My daughter Jia is of an age where she should start looking for a boyfriend and consider marriage." She was not jesting. With the means to afford a villa costing 12 million, such a son-in-law was a rare find. So what if he was divorced? Who cares about second or third marriages when there is wealth involved? Moreover, Xiao Ran is such a fine young man. Everyone in the community knows that. Chapter 5. In a frenzy, he storms over. Zheng Yujun was both astonished and anxious. "Nonsense," he shouted. "That bastard used our money to buy the house. I'm going to confront him right now." Although he was unaware of how Xiao Ran had acquired the funds, it was inconceivable to him that someone could secure 12 million in such a short span after divorcing his daughter just yesterday morning. Therefore, that money must surely be marital property, entitling them to half. Furthermore, as a son-in-law, Xiao Ran's very person belonged to the Zheng family, so that 12 million could be rounded up to entirely belong to them. With his son about to marry and in desperate need of funds, the old man suddenly burst forth with remarkable vigor and dashed out. The two elderly ladies exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. This was juicy gossip that they simply could not afford to miss. As for Zheng Yujun, he ran swiftly towards Building 8. It wasn't that he wished to run faster. It was just that he could only manage this pace. Fortunately, it wasn't far, and he soon arrived to find a crowd of elderly onlookers gathered around the villa. It had a yard. So everyone stood outside, peering through the railing. "Hey, old Zheng." Upon seeing Zheng Yujun approach, the crowd turned and cast envious glances in his direction. "Wow, old Zheng's family may not have much, yet they've struck gold with such an accomplished son-in-law. Congratulations. Just bought a villa, have you? Impressive. Who would have thought you were so low-key?" Despite the flurry of compliments, Zheng Yujun felt no joy him. That villa was worth at most 10 million, meaning Xiao Ran had overpaid by 2 million. That was 2 million of his family's money. Frowning deeply, he advanced, arriving at the gate where he knocked forcefully. There was a doorbell, but someone of his age was not accustomed to using it. Bang, bang, bang. His knocks were rapid and urgent, as though someone had died. Xiao Ran, thinking it was Jia Yunui, glanced at the monitor and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be Zheng Yujun. It seemed the news of his villa purchase had spread throughout the community, prompting Zheng Yujun to come over in a frenzy. He had no intention of evading confrontation. In fact, he wanted Zheng Youjuan's family to feel envy, jealousy, and regret. How could he let such an opportunity slip by without making a statement? He opened the door, walked through the yard, and opened the outer gate. "Bastard Zheng Yujun," he cursed, intending to step inside, unwilling to let family disgrace be aired publicly. However, Xiao Ran blocked the entrance, preventing him from entering. The elderly man grew increasingly irate, pointing a finger at Xiao Ran's nose and accusing, "You used our family's money to buy this house, yet you dare block my way?" Xiao Ran laughed lightly. "Old man, don't forget, I divorced your daughter just yesterday. The house was purchased today, so it has nothing to do with the Zheng family. This revelation caused the crowd to murmur among themselves, some elderly men and women eyeing Xiao Ran with keen interest. He divorced? That's fantastic. My daughter is still single. If she marries Xiao Ran, wouldn't our whole family move into that grand villa? Zhang Yujun was not to be intimidated by such remarks, coldly retorting. Xiao Ran, do you think I'm a fool? You just divorced Zheng Wan yesterday. How could you possibly have acquired enough money to buy a villa? Therefore, this is marital property, and half rightfully belongs to the Zheng family. This line of reasoning caused the expressions of those elderly onlookers to shift. Indeed, if it were marital property, then half would indeed belong to the Zheng family. The 12 million suddenly shrank to 6 million. Did Xiao Ran still hold any power? Yes, but it was minimal. Xiao Ran chuckled. The division of property relies on evidence, not your empty claims. Old man, if you have a problem, take me to court. Now, step aside or I will call the police for illegal trespass. That ought to earn you a half-month's detention. The last two statements were mere fabrications to intimidate Zhang Yujun, as he had no idea if such a thing could lead to detention. But Zhang Yujun, unaware, stepped back in fright. Yet, to leave in such a humiliating manner, he was unwilling. He had already decided that villa belonged to them and that it was not worth 12 million. Thus, he must seize ownership and renegotiate with the seller, as they had only paid a deposit and had yet to register with the housing authority. That wastrel Xiao Ran had lost them 2 million in a single day. He wished he could smack him. At that moment, Lin Meiying rushed over with her grandson. After grasping the situation, the old woman began to throw a tantrum, sitting on the ground and lamenting, "What a heartless little beast! Having come into money, he abandons his wife and child, truly despicable." Though she was casting aspersions on Xiao Ran, her words ironically held a grain of truth. Indeed, Xiao Ran had become wealthy and divorced, leaving even his son behind. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Xiao Ran was waiting for this moment. He aimed to tarnish the Zheng family's reputation, ensuring that everyone in the community would scorn them. He replied coolly, "Why did I divorce? Quite simply, Zheng Wan was already pregnant with another man's child before we wed, and marrying me was merely a means to conceal her condition, treating me like a placeholder." Zhang Yujun, Lin Meiying, you've truly instilled values in your daughter, raising such a shameless, cunning, and malicious individual. My 4 years in your home. How did I fare? Did you ever regard me as family? You constantly assign me all the household chores. Spare me the talk of conscience. You are unworthy. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted. Zheng Wan had committed such a moral transgression? Wasn't her son a mere pawn in this? Lin Meiying dared to create a scene in public. But it was her own foot she had shot. This would surely ruin Zheng Wan's reputation in the community, in this land of Huaxia. An unwed mother was a subject of scorn, especially when she deceived another into raising her child. After a brief silence, Lin Meiying finally reacted, shrieking, "Nonsense! My daughter is a good person. How could she possibly do such a thing? Xiao Ran, you scoundrel! Now that you are divorced, you think you can slander my daughter?" Zhang Yujun, too, had come to his senses and lunged at Xiao Ran. "I'll fight you. Don't be foolish. I'm looking forward to the calamities that will befall you. If you were to suffer a heart attack and die, that would be a great loss. Though not particularly robust, he could easily handle a 60-year-old man. Shall I reveal the name of the man she was with?" Xiao Ran said coldly. "Zheng Wan has maintained an improper relationship with that man. I have plenty of recordings." The last statement was a blatant lie, but how could Zhang Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare take the risk? If Xiao Ran were to produce evidence publicly, they would have to move to another community. How could they ever show their faces again? But Zheng Wan is still at work. Zhang Yujun muttered instinctively. Lin Meiying shot him a disdainful look. 12 million. With that money, who cares about work? Indeed. Zhang Yujun followed her eagerly. Chapter 6. Villains and Their Schemes. Mom, what's the rush? This is driving me crazy, Dad. I just took a day off yesterday. I can't take another today. Then don't go to work. Do you know Xiao Ran just spent 12 million on the villa in our community? Yes, that very villa. Just think about it. How could he possibly have earned that much money in such a short time from yesterday's divorce until this morning? It must have been hidden during the marriage, a shared asset. Thus, within half an hour, Zheng Wan and her brother simultaneously entered the house. Mom, you said there were millions. Where's the money? Zheng Geng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Turns out our family is quite wealthy. I'm an invisible rich second generation. Lin Meiying sneered. The money is with Xiao Ran. 12 million. What? Zhang Gang leaped up. How could that bastard have so much money? Zhang Yujun raised a hand to calm them. Everyone, don't get too excited. Let us sit down and discuss this. Discuss what? We need to hurry and confront that bastard for our money. Zhang Gang could barely contain himself. His girlfriend had been nagging him about buying a designer handbag to unlock new positions, and with 12 million, why would he settle for that? He wanted someone younger, prettier, and with a better figure. Sit down, Zhang Yujun barked at his son. After Zhang Gang reluctantly complied, he turned to Zheng Wan and recounted how he had heard that Xiao Ran had bought a house for 12 million and shared Xiao Ran's accusations against her. Zheng Wan, is that bastard speaking the truth? Zhang Yujun fixed his gaze on his daughter. Zheng Wan was nearly infuriated to death. You actually made a scene with Xiao Ran in public. At this juncture, Xiao Ran seized the opportunity to reveal her scandalous affairs, and undoubtedly, the entire community would be gossiping about her behind her back. How could she possibly navigate the neighborhood after this? What a bunch of incompetent allies. Yet, what good would anger do? Zheng Wan hesitated for a moment before conceding. It is indeed true. Xiao Jie is not his biological child. She feared that if she denied it, Xiao Ran might actually expose the so-called video. That would spell disaster for her. How could you be so careless? Zhang Yujun scolded, utterly dismayed that scoundrel had caught on, even obtaining evidence. He did not blame his daughter for her disgraceful actions. Rather, he resented Zheng Wan's lack of caution, which allowed Xiao Ran to see through her. Truly, it seems that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Lin Meiying displayed no shame whatsoever. After all, she held Xiao Ran in utter contempt as a son-in-law, as long as their misdeeds remained within the household. Everything was manageable, but once exposed, she was still wary of losing face. Zhang Gang was even less concerned, stating, "What does it matter whether Xiao Jie is that scoundrel's biological son? He married my sister, and that 12 million belongs to her, to our family. It cannot simply be seized by him post-divorce." Zheng Wan pressed her hands together, insisting, "Do not act impulsively and refrain from taking any action. I need to consult someone before I proceed. Until I complete this phone call, I expect all of you to stay put in your rooms. Otherwise, I will not pursue this sum." Although Zhang Yujun and the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. After all, Xiao Ran was her husband, or rather, her ex-husband, right? If Zheng Wan were to forfeit this money, how could they ever hope to stake a claim? But who would Zheng Wan call? That treacherous lover, perhaps? Zheng Wan entered the room and dialed a number. "I'm still at work. If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up." That a man's voice replied from the other end. He was indeed Zheng Wan's lover, Zhang Zihao, a doctor in her department, who, despite being only 33, was on the verge of being promoted to deputy director, promising a bright future ahead. "Let me explain." Zheng Wan bit her lip and divulged the entire situation regarding Xiao Ran. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zihao responded, "If Xiao Ran claims to have a video of us, he is likely trying to deceive you. We have always been exceptionally cautious, and there is no way Xiao Ran could have visited the hospital, so he certainly lacks any evidence. The only flaw lies in the fact that Xiao Jie is his son. A DNA test would reveal whose child he truly is. 12 million. Zhang Zihao felt a shiver run through him. With his salary and the bonuses he received, earning over 10 million in a lifetime was absolutely feasible. But to demand 12 million immediately? Absolutely impossible. For the next 20 years, it would be out of reach. Thus, greed began to stir within him. The fact that Xiao Ran could produce 12 million without hesitation indicated that he had far more wealth at his disposal. He analyzed coolly. "While I have no idea how he acquired his money, it must have been accumulated during your marriage. Otherwise, there is no way he could suddenly come into such a sum within a mere 24 hours. Ha! Did he win the lottery? Anyone with common sense knows that winning the lottery is a rarity. It's improbable for someone to hit the jackpot." Zheng Wan considered mentioning lottery winnings, but as Zhang Zihao elaborated, she too began to doubt its possibility. Indeed, how many people do you know who have won the lottery? None. Moreover, Xiao Ran evidently possessed more than just 12 million. Surely, who would invest all their funds in property without negotiating a price? He must have wealth far exceeding that amount to be so financially extravagant. Therefore, your first course of action should be to file a lawsuit against Xiao Ran for concealing marital assets and to declare the previous divorce agreement null and void, thus redistributing the property. Zhang Zihao assumed the role of a strategic advisor. Zheng Wan nodded in agreement. She had merely graduated from a nursing school, while Zhang Zihao was a master's graduate from a prestigious institution. With a wealth of knowledge, it was clear he had a plethora of ideas and held the moral high ground. If Zhang Yujun and Lin Meiying caused a scene, it would only bring embarrassment. What benefits could they possibly gain? Just look at how Zhang Zihao approached the situation. Zihao, you are truly clever, she praised sincerely. Zhang Zihao smiled. You should consult a lawyer immediately. Do not hesitate to spend money. Win this lawsuit, and you won't need to work again. You can simply enjoy life as a wealthy woman. Yes, yes, Zheng Wan nodded fervently. Have the lawyer draft the lawsuit. All you need to do is sign it. Zhang Zihao continued to strategize. Also, ensure your parents and brother refrain from causing any trouble. We don't want unnecessary complications. Remember, we live in a time governed by law. Crying, throwing tantrums, or resorting to extreme measures will only make you a laughingstock. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. After finishing her call, she stepped outside and relayed everything Zhang Zihao had advised. Naturally, she would not mention that all of it was his counsel. Instead, she portrayed it as a joint discussion. Upon hearing Zheng Wan assert that Xiao Ran's wealth exceeded 12 million, the insatiable greed was evident on Zheng Yujun and the others' faces. They were about to strike it rich. Zheng Wan urged them to keep their composure and immediately set off to find a lawyer. Xiao Ran's mistake lay in flaunting his wealth too early, exposing his financial resources. Chapter 7. The renovation plan. After a short wait, Jia Yungue finally arrived. The two exchanged pleasantries before Jia Yungue could no longer contain himself. Rising to inspect the property, he had not brought many tools, only a measuring pin for a rough estimate. Since the price had yet to be negotiated, it was evident he could not take it too seriously. The villa spanned 3 floors above ground and 1 basement, totaling 600 square meters, with an additional courtyard, though the courtyard would not require renovation. Completing the project within 2 months would be quite rushed, hence labor costs would be high. I would need to arrange for workers to toil day and night in shifts. Xiao Ran smiled. What figure do you propose? 80 million, Jia Yungue replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed after stating it. This villa was only worth a few million, yet the renovation cost was quoted at 80 million. Only a fool would agree to that. However, given the tight timeline, 80 million was indeed a reasonable estimate. He was not being unreasonable. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment, and sensing her contemplation, Jia Yungue quickly added, I assure you, I have not inflated the price. You want this done quickly, so I cannot significantly lower the price. I need to earn something too. If you think it's too high, we can extend the timeline. If it stretches to 6 months, I can reduce it by about 10 million yet. Even that remained far beyond the villa's worth. Xiao Ran pressed her hands together, stating, I am not disputing the price. I simply wish to know if 80 million will meet my requirements. Absolutely, Jia Yungue proclaimed confidently. I have been in the renovation business for many years. I know what I'm doing. This villa is just 600 square meters. With a renovation cost of 80 million, that averages out to 140,000 per square meter. Isn't that rather extravagant? Considering it that way. It does seem rather excessive, Xiao Ran acknowledged. Very well, let us sign the contract. Just like that? You won't even haggle? Jia Yungue was taken aback, having never encountered such a homeowner. First, she complained about the renovation fees being too low. Then she didn't even negotiate. The word that came to mind was affluent. Xiao Ran chuckled. What I require is for you to execute the work well. It must meet my standards. Rest assured, I will deliver on my promises. Jia Yungue assured with great confidence. All right, let us finalize the contract. However, let me make one thing clear. Should the work fail to meet standards upon inspection, I will not be easy to deal with. And I will pursue legal action for the entire 80 million. No problem, Jia Yungue replied. By the way, please show me the original property deed, along with a copy. Xiao Ran shook her head. I just purchased this house today, and the deed has not yet arrived. However, I can give you a 5 million deposit now. You can begin preparing the renovation plan. Once you run out of funds, I will transfer the remaining amount. If my actions delay your ability to complete the renovation on time, I will still pay the full 80 million. Jia Yungue stared at her as if she were a creature from another realm, taking a while to respond. You rich folks really are something. After Jia Yungue departed, he did so with a beaming smile. An 80 million contract. He would certainly pocket a few million from that. Though Xiao Ran spent money lavishly, he felt no remorse. The stocks he purchased might not guarantee a daily return of 10, but a return of over 5 was absolutely within reach. Thus, in 2 months, The 3.5 billion he invested would transform into 3 billion or even more. However, whether it was 3 billion or 5 billion, to Xiao Ran, it made little difference. Such material wealth was sufficient for him to last several lifetimes. In 3 months, all wealth would be rendered meaningless. He currently had 398 million, with 350 million in the stock market, having spent 1 million on the property and 5 million on renovations, leaving him with 43 million, of which 11 million would soon cover the remaining payment for the house. Although the renovation required another 75 million, the 2-month timeline afforded him ample opportunity to gradually extract funds from the stock market. There was no rush. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the expenditure. Rather, staying at a hotel was inconvenient for receiving deliveries. There was a multitude of items he intended to purchase online. Furthermore, Xiao Ran planned to rent a warehouse. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was from his company, specifically his direct superior, Lu Qing. He answered casually, and before he could utter a greeting, the voice on the other end bellowed, "Xiao Ran? Did you contract cancer or something? If you're not dead, get over here and work. Otherwise, you might as well resign." "Fine, then I quit," Xiao Ran replied calmly. He had a busy schedule ahead. There was no time for work. Pretending? The apocalypse was nearly upon them. What was the point of maintaining pretenses? At least until he completed his preparations, there would be no time for such frivolities. He decisively ended the call. "I need to rent an apartment," Xiao Ran stated. "Huh?" The mail agent stared blankly at Xiao Ran. "Didn't you just purchase a villa? You've already received the keys and can move in with just your luggage. Why are you still considering renting a place?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "I need to renovate that villa. Do you have any good listings available? It should be spacious, clean, and reasonably new in terms of decoration." "Ah, so you're planning to renovate as well? That makes sense. Someone willing to spend 12 million on a villa wouldn't want to live in someone else's old house. They would certainly want to renovate it themselves, and no problem." The mail agent quickly replied, "I have several options available. Let me take you to see them. It should also be in the Jufu community." Xiao Ran made a note, and no problem. 2 hours later, Xiao Ran finalized the contract with the landlord for a short-term rental of 2 months. With a monthly rent of 12,000. Although it was somewhat pricey, the house was indeed spacious. The decoration was fairly new and luxurious. It was also ready for immediate occupancy. Xiao Ran merely needed to purchase some bedding. Good, that was one more task accomplished. Xiao Ran had an overwhelming number of items on his shopping list. However, a significant amount of his funds was still tied up in the stock market, and he had yet to achieve his goal of a 10-fold return, so he could only engage in minor expenditures for now. He began to create a list of essentials to buy, as some items required a lengthy preparation time, necessitating advance orders. While compiling his list, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, which displayed the word Wi-Fi. "I forgot to change the contact name." Xiao Ran picked up the call. The repercussions for the Zheng family had already begun, so how could he not answer Zheng Wan's call? "Hello." Chapter 8. Hiring a lawyer. Xiao Ran. "I have already hired a lawyer to file a lawsuit with the court, demanding a reallocation of our marital assets." Zheng Wan's voice was cold and ruthless. "Give me an address so that the court summons can reach you." As expected, she has filed a lawsuit. Xiao Ran was not at all surprised. He smiled lightly. "Just hold on a moment. I need to find a lawyer as well. From now on, any matters should be directed to my attorney." With that, he hung up the phone. It was time to engage with the Zheng family. Xiao Ran had no time to waste in court. He quickly searched for the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City and made his way there. Coincidentally, the esteemed lawyer He Qian was available. "Mr. Xiao, are you aware of our fee structure?" The receptionist kindly reminded him. "Yes, it's 3,000 per hour." Xiao Ran nodded. "Quite expensive." The receptionist couldn't help but be taken aback. From Xiao Ran's attire, one could not discern that he was a wealthy individual. She hurriedly made a call, and after hanging up, she slightly bowed to Xiao Ran. "Mr. Xiao, please follow me." She led Xiao Ran into an office, knocked on the door, and then entered. "He Qian, Mr. Xiao has arrived," she announced. He Qian, in his 40s, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, looked up at Xiao Ran with sharp eyes, giving the impression that he could see through a person's soul. "Please take a seat." He gestured to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran sat down and the receptionist asked, "Mr. Xiao, would you like something to drink?" "No need," Xiao Ran smiled. "I should be leaving shortly. "Oh, very well." The receptionist exited. "You seem in a hurry." "So let us get started," He Qian said. Xiao Ran nodded. "I divorced my ex-wife yesterday, but after the divorce, I won a lottery." Now, my ex-wife is suing me for concealing marital assets and is demanding a reallocation of our shared property. He spoke with a hint of mockery. Xiao Ran shook his head. Initially, I intended to let it go, but given my ex-wife's aggressive stance, I decided I could not simply acquiesce. Oh? He Qian expressed mild interest. What are your plans, Mr. Xiao? My ex-wife was already involved with someone before we married and was pregnant, so the child isn't mine. I have hair samples from both the child and myself for a paternity test. Xiao Ran stated nonchalantly, as if recounting someone else's tale. When I signed the divorce agreement, I chose to leave with nothing. Now, I not only want an equal division of our marital assets, but also seek compensation for emotional distress. He Qian pondered for a moment and remarked, I must first caution you, Mr. Xiao, my fees are quite substantial, though the extent that the compensation you receive from your ex-wife may not even cover my fees. No problem. My lottery winnings are considerable, and I'm not worried about this sum, Xiao Ran replied with a smile. He Qian, intrigued, inquired, how much did you win? 500 million. He Qian, who had been sipping tea, immediately sputtered it all out. Is that what you consider considerable? Although he charged exorbitantly, he would never earn such a sum in his lifetime. Xiao Ran paid no mind and continued, the reason I sought you out is that I know you are the king of divorce litigation, and what I desire is for my ex-wife's family to pay the price. Ha! I am a son-in-law by marriage, and for 4 years, all my salary was turned over, leaving me with just 200 for pocket money each month. I endured everything for the sake of my son. Now that I've discovered he isn't mine, this honest man shall finally unleash his frustration. He Qian nodded, understanding his sentiment. Yet, if there was such righteous indignation, why opt for a clean break? It seemed almost too coincidental that Xiao Ran would win the lottery immediately after choosing to walk away with nothing, as if he had foreseen the windfall and rushed to secure it for himself. He couldn't help but chuckle. If Xiao Ran had someone at the lottery center, and if he could know the winning numbers in advance, what kind of terrifying power would that entail? How could he have been deceived by a woman for 4 years? He was overthinking it. Very well, Mr. Xiao. Do you have the original lottery ticket? I do, and I came prepared, Xiao Ran replied. I wouldn't have come to hire a lawyer unprepared. Thus, they commenced the necessary procedures. Xiao Ran, indifferent, simply stated his demands. First, I request that the duration of the litigation be as long as possible, but not exceeding 3 months. Second, I want them to pay as much as they can, and I intend to donate this sum to charity Project Hope. It's best to inform the judge so they don't think I'm attempting to extort. The longer the litigation lasted, the more distress the Zhang family would endure, but if it exceeded 3 months, they wouldn't have to pay at all. Thus, it was vital for them to experience the pain of financial loss. He Qian found Xiao Ran's request peculiar. He had never heard of anyone wishing to prolong litigation. In no matter, he hardly needed to prepare for the case, and the longer the litigation dragged on, the more his income would naturally increase. Why not? Xiao Ran provided He Qian with Zheng Wan's phone number, and from there, He Qian would negotiate with her. He also arranged for an intern lawyer to keep Xiao Ran updated on the progress of the case. This intern lawyer was a stunning beauty, standing at 170 centimeters with an almost perfect figure, adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of cool elegance. Mr. Xiao, my name is Lu Mei. If you wish to inquire about the case's progress, feel free to ask me, she said, escorting Xiao Ran to the door of the law firm. With her height, coupled with her ample bosom and curvaceous figure, it was no wonder she attracted the gaze of passers-by. All right, Xiao Ran nodded, having added Lu Mei on WeChat and saved her phone number. You can approach me for anything, really, Lu Mei added, but sensing the potential for misinterpretation, quickly clarified, I mean regarding legal matters. Her clarification was unnecessary. It only served to induce a sense of intrigue. Xiao Ran studied her, momentarily uncertain whether her slip was genuine or deliberate. Chapter 9. Confrontation. He Qian promptly called Zheng Wan. Ms. Zhang, I am Mr. Xiao's attorney. May I ask who your representative lawyer is? Oh, Han Tao. I see. I'll coordinate with lawyer Han. He will naturally keep you updated on any developments. After hanging up, He Qian dialed a new number. Hello, this is He Qian. Yes, I'm representing Xiao Ran. You're certain to lose this case. I'm not calling to gloat. Rather, I'm formally notifying you that we are filing a lawsuit for the reallocation of marital assets. What is our basis for the lawsuit? It's simple. Mr. Xiao has discovered that Zheng Jie is not his biological child and is therefore requesting a reallocation of assets along with compensation for emotional distress. The other party was clearly taken aback. Zhang Wan had never mentioned Zhang Jie, catching them off guard. What do lawyers dread most? When clients conceal secrets and inadvertently reveal them to the opposing counsel. It can be catastrophic. All right, you should look into this matter, He Qian chuckled, hanging up. For him, this case was a piece of cake, akin to an open book exam. Not only he, but even an intern lawyer would find it difficult to lose. He dialed another number. Xiao Zhang, draft a brief report. Orthopedic Dr. Zhang Zihao from the North District of the Municipal Hospital has been involved with Nurse Jing Wan from his department, and they have a child together. That's the main storyline. Feel free to elaborate. Ensure we have enough online buzz to make sure everyone in the North District's orthopedic department knows by tonight. After hanging up, he smiled slightly and ceased making calls. Xiao Ran's request was to ruin Zhang Wan's reputation. As a man, he naturally stood by Xiao Ran's side, and as the attorney for the case, he was even more inclined to support Xiao Ran. Adulterer, promiscuous woman, they deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Not long after Zhang Wan set down her phone, it rang again. She picked it up and saw it was her attorney, hurriedly answering, Zhang Wan, how many things have you concealed from me? The other party abruptly inquired, do you realize how passive your actions have rendered me? Zhang Wan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she responded, what do you mean? Zhang Jie is not Xiao Ran's son, is he? Han Tao asked. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wan had mentally prepared herself for this revelation and replied, Xiao Jie is indeed not Xiao Ran's son. However, this has no bearing on his concealment of marital assets. Zheng Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney. Do you know who he is? He Qian He, the finest divorce lawyer in Sioux City. In his presence, I am but an inconspicuous character. He has never lost a divorce case. Han Tao asserted. Zheng Wan scoffed coldly. Just because he has rarely lost does not imply he has never lost. Even if he has never lost before, this time he shall. All right, let's set that aside for now, Han Tao continued. Xiao Ran is also preparing to file a lawsuit, claiming that Zhang Jie is not his biological son, demanding a redistribution of marital assets and seeking compensation for emotional distress. Zheng Wan was almost amused with rage and contemplated, well, that's fortuitous. Everyone's demand is the redistribution of marital assets. Han Lu, have you discovered how much marital property Xiao Ran has concealed? Not yet. Don't rush me. I need to obtain court documents first to allow the bank to investigate Xiao Ran's personal assets. At the very least, it will be by tomorrow, Han Tao replied. All right, I await your good news. Zheng Wan ended the call. Regardless of her moral failings, Xiao Ran's wealth constituted marital property. Thus, no matter how many lawyers Xiao Ran might hire, he would still be obliged to relinquish the funds from his bank account. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He continued compiling his shopping list. After a busy day, he stretched and stepped out of the building, intending to dine. Upon entering the elevator, a middle-aged woman joined him after descending 2 floors. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she began to promote her daughter, extolling her beauty and gentleness, proclaiming her to be the ideal partner for a husband. Xiao Ran felt overwhelmed. Finally reaching the 1st floor, he quickly dashed out, while the woman called after him, Xiao Ran, you haven't noted down my daughter's phone number yet? Panting, he managed to escape far enough to finally relax. The woman was quite tenacious. But soon, in 3 months, the focus would shift from marrying off daughters to securing food and clean water. As fate would have it, when Xiao Ran reached the entrance of the community, he happened to spot Zhang Youjuan's family approaching. Upon noticing him, Zhang Jie clapped his hands and exclaimed, here comes the bastard. The bastard has arrived. In just a day, he had become a bastard in the eyes of Zhang Youjuan's family. Clearly, this was instilled by them. Zhang Yujun immediately approached, pointing a finger at Xiao Ran's nose, declaring, bastard, let me tell you, you shall not take a single cent of our family's property. Furthermore, hiding marital assets of substantial value is a criminal offense. Xiao Ran chuckled, are you under the impression that I am ignorant of the law? Oh, not at all, I am merely seeking clarification. With an air of calm, Xiao Ran addressed Jing Yujun, I just consulted with my attorney. Should you continue to intimidate me, I must remind you that such threats can indeed lead to criminal charges. You are far too arrogant. Zhang Yujun trembled with anger. Xiao Ran had always been submissive during his 4 years in their household. How could he now exhibit such bravado? Bastard, how dare you bully my father? Zhang Gang charged in, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Xiao Ran barely acknowledged him. Zheng Gang was nothing more than a spendthrift fool, unworthy of his attention. Zheng Wan, however, chose to remain composed and astute, approaching Xiao Ran. Do not become overly complacent. While you may flaunt your bravado now, once it is proven that your current funds are indeed marital property, which is evidently the case, you will be obliged to relinquish half, regardless of your reluctance. Xiao Ran chuckled, shaking his head. Are you particularly curious about how much I possess? This immediately piqued the interest of the Zheng family, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They too were eager to discover how much they could potentially claim. Well, why not take a guess? He teased, provoking them into a fit of rage. Chapter 10. Dining amidst tension. After a brief period of anger, Zhang Youjuan's family reluctantly departed to dine out. Feeling lazy, they saw no reason to exert themselves when Xiao Ran could be commanded to do so. With the absence of a cook at home and Lin Meiying refusing to enter the kitchen, coupled with their newfound financial ease, they decided to treat themselves at a restaurant. They chose Dualu, located near their community, where the average expenditure was around 150 per person, not a small sum. Xiao Ran, however, trailed behind them. Though he had dealt significant blows to the Zheng family in recent days, the pain of being metaphorically dismembered by them lingered, preventing him from feeling any satisfaction. He decided to add a little spice to the situation by making another call to Lu Mei. Lulu? Would you care to join me for a meal? Yes, right now. All right, I will send you the location. After hanging up, he forwarded the address of Dualu to Lu Mei. Upon entering, he quickly located Zhang Youjuan's family on the second floor. He opted for a table at the far side, scanning the menu to order 8 dishes, all of which exuded an air of extravagance. Then, he began his wait. Naturally, Zhang Youjuan's family noticed him, their discomfort palpable. We came here to eat, and so did he. If this is mere coincidence, who would believe it? They seethed with indignation. Suddenly, Zheng Wan's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her colleague, Xiao Lu, her closest work companion. Upon answering, Xiao Lu's voice rushed through. Zheng Wan, you must check the Sioux City Forum immediately. There is a post alleging that you have an improper relationship with Dr. Zhang, claiming that Xiao Jie is his child. The post is gaining quite a bit of traction. What? Zheng Wan's expression shifted dramatically. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Lu, she hastily hung up and opened the forum. Her body swayed, nearly fainting. Forcing herself to regain composure, she opened the post. The pressing question was who had disseminated this information. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Xiao Ran. Could anyone else be responsible? How unexpected it was, throughout their 4 years of marriage. He had always appeared compliant, doing as he was told. Yet it was all a fade. He was no mere sheep. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, concealing marital assets and then stabbing her in the back. What a despicable person. Was it not true that she merely had an affair and bore a son? Xiao Jie had called him dad for 3 years, yet referred to his biological father as uncle. Did he not understand how aggrieved Zaho felt? Zheng Wan's eyes radiated venom, but she had resolved to press on. If worst came to worst, she would resign. After all, Xiao Ran's side could yield at least 6 million, ensuring her future would be secure. With determination, she strode over to Xiao Ran's table, her voice sharp. Xiao Ran, I never imagined you to be such a vile person. Humph, do you think such underhanded tactics can bring me down? Let me tell you, no matter what, our 4 years of marriage are genuine, and marital property must be evenly divided. Xiao Ran nodded. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Marital property must be evenly divided. I completely agree. But I hope you remember this. Once we step into court, do not retract your words. I recorded what you just said. Moreover, you need not be concerned about your reputation. I wonder how much your doctor Zhang cares? I have heard he is on the verge of becoming an associate director. Such matters could indeed affect his standing, couldn't they? This information was not derived from what Zheng Wan had mentioned in the past. Rather, it was something Lu Mei had previously shared with him. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Indeed, she could resign. But what about Zhang Ziho? This was a critical juncture in his career. Anxiety took hold of her. She had opted to bear the child rather than terminate the pregnancy, indicating her genuine concern for Zhang Ziho. Thus, when Xiao Ran mentioned that this issue could jeopardize Zhang Ziho's future, she could not help but grow anxious. You despicable scoundrel! She seethed through clenched teeth. Once the court renders its judgment and you receive a hefty sum, I will certainly repay you for everything. Xiao Ran shook his head. Truly, the wicked never reflect. She had placed the green hat on herself. In fact, she had dug a pit for him from the very beginning, orchestrating a scheme that had tricked him into being a makeshift father for 3 years, all the while allowing the Zhang family to exploit him for 4 years, even seizing his entire income. Yet she neglected to mention any of this, believing that her disgrace would impact her reputation and Zhang Ziho's prospects. And what about him? He was the true victim. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran held no illusions that Zhang Wan or any member of the Zhang family would ever reflect on their actions. For the next 3 months, he would ensure that they faced no respite. Once calamity struck, he would repay all their suffering in kind. After a while, a strikingly beautiful woman ascended to the 2nd floor, illuminating the space with her presence. What a stunning lady! Zhang Gang's gaze fixated on her as she approached the staircase. Instantly captivated, he thought, once I have money, I must pursue this woman. Wait, what? He exclaimed, cursing under his breath as he realized that the enchanting beauty was indeed heading toward Xiao Ran. At that moment, jealousy surged within him, his eyes turning red with envy. Such a gorgeous woman, with an alluring figure, had chosen to sit across from Xiao Ran. Why? Why? This bastard, who had once been a docile dog in their household, now sat with such an exquisite goddess, while he himself, what sort of partner did he even have? Not only does she lack in appearance, but she also works in an unorthodox foot massage establishment. By this comparison, the disparity becomes evident. Upon hearing the remarks, Zhang Wan turned her head to glance, her expression immediately darkening. Just a day post-divorce, and you've already found someone new? Impossible. It was clear that Xiao Ran had been involved with someone else long before. Otherwise, how could the transition be so seamless? Oh, how dare you brazenly accuse me of infidelity when you are the one who has betrayed me? With that, she stood up abruptly and marched over to Xiao Ran's table. Chapter 11. Astonishing. 400 million in revenue. Zhang Wan looked down at Xiao Ran, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Ran, how dare you cast judgment upon me? And who is she? Your mistress, I presume. Ms. Zhang, is it? Lu Mei interjected, her expression composed. Just based on your words, I could sue you for defamation. However, I shan't stoop to your level, but should you utter such irresponsible statements again, I will not let it slide. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. This is Lu Mei, my attorney. Zhang Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran's lawyer shouldn't be He Qian, right? Indeed, He Qian was not the sort of delicate woman one would expect. Goodness, how could her bosom be so ample? Surely, it must be augmented, and that posterior is far too pert. It must also be enhanced, she thought maliciously. However, Lu Mei exuded an air of competence and authority, so she was undoubtedly a lawyer. Perhaps she was one of the other attorneys in the firm. After all, He Qian was the finest divorce lawyer in Sioux City, so it was quite normal to send a junior attorney to liaise with Xiao Ran. It was a grave oversight. She had never considered that Lu Mei could be an attorney. The embarrassment was palpable. She wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Yet, it was evident that Xiao Ran had come with them. Why not dine with Lu Mei elsewhere? It was all too obvious. This was meant to create misunderstandings and undermine her. Xiao Ran, you can only revel in this for now. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my lawyer to file a motion with the court to freeze your assets, lest you squander our marital property. Zhang Wan stated coldly, a strategy she had learned from her lawyer and Zhang Zihao. You think you're so formidable? Just wait until your assets are frozen and see how you fare. Xiao Ran chuckled, saying, Go ahead, try to freeze my assets. You think you can just declare it? The court eyes into your personal domain. I haven't even had dinner yet, and I'm nearly full from rage. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, her gaze still icy towards the Zhang family. Lu Mei observed this and couldn't help but think. It seems Xiao Ran has endured tremendous grievances from the Zhang family. Otherwise, why would she engage with them so confrontationally? She had no need for the Zhang family's compensation, which she would donate entirely, along with additional attorney fees. It was clear that her animosity towards the Zhang family ran deep. Enough to derive joy from their misfortune and financial losses. She smiled sweetly, subtly adjusting her chair to draw closer to Xiao Ran. This woman is clever. Xiao Ran understood the cue and leaned in a bit as well. The two appeared to be engaged in intimate conversation, yet in reality, they were merely exchanging trivialities, deliberately for Zhang Wan's benefit. Do you truly believe your relationship is simply that of client and attorney? Is it necessary to be so close? How utterly infuriating as Zhang Wan departed. Xiao Ran smiled, sitting up straight to express her gratitude to Lu Mei. Thank you. Thank for what? Lu Mei feigned ignorance. Come, let us eat. Xiao Ran replied. This woman is quite intriguing, beautiful, understanding, and with a commanding presence. Alas, I have no desire for romantic entanglements at present. Would someone of Lu Mei's caliber ever consider being my lover? Unlikely. However, when the apocalypse arrives, that may change. At that point, a mere meal could drive someone to madness. Well, that can wait. Xiao Ran hardly has the time to pursue women now. I still need to work out. The end of days is upon us, and the sky is perpetually overcast with hail. Although I'm uncertain if this will persist, I must prepare for an extended absence of sunlight. A strong physique will be essential to ward off illness. Additionally, weaponry is crucial. When the apocalypse begins, I will ensure the Zhang family deeply regrets their actions. They must be made aware of my vast food supplies. Yet once they realize they cannot obtain sustenance from me, they will undoubtedly leak this information, inciting the entire neighborhood to assault me. Such a scenario is inevitable. Past life memories have already proven this. Thus, I require an arsenal, preferably firearms. In Huaxia, acquiring guns is implausible. Perhaps abroad, but that environment is perilous, and places where firearms are readily available. Isn't it quite strange to encounter black market dealings? Establishing a safe house and stockpiling resources must be my priority. Emphasizing stability. So, should Xiao Ran venture abroad? Not a chance. Nevertheless, it matters not. I can visit a shooting range and open a spatial portal right before the guns, capturing bullets as they are fired. When the need arises, a mere thought will suffice to release the ammunition, allowing for precise shooting or sweeping fire without a sound. As long as I invest a substantial amount of money, I can amass a sufficient supply of bullets. And in a ready-to-fire state, lost in thought, he returned home. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Mei sent a message, simply wishing him good night. Why? Money truly is the root of all power, in the face of nearly 400 million in wealth. How could a goddess like Lu Mei not take the initiative to say good night? He vowed never to be a sycophant again. On the contrary, he intended to be the reaper of goddesses. A night passed. Zhang Wan scarcely slept, her mind consumed with thoughts of 12 million, Xiao Ran's audacious demeanor before her, and the intimate scenes of Lu Mei and Xiao Ran, finally enduring until 9 a.m. She promptly called Han Tao, urging him to investigate Xiao Ran's bank accounts. An hour later, Han Tao called back. Have you found anything? Zhang Wan asked eagerly. Yes, I have. How much? You'd best brace yourself. Just how much? Zhang Wan felt a mix of shock and anticipation. If Han Tao advised her to prepare mentally, the figure must be astonishing. 20 million, even 50 million. Your ex-husband's revenue over the past 6 months, to be precise, is nearly 400 million in just the past few days. Han Tao replied, gasping at the revelation. 400 million. 400 million, bang. Then he heard a crash on the other end of the line. He quickly asked, Ms. Zhang? Ms. Zhang? Chapter 12. From heaven to hell. Zhang Wan picked herself up from the floor, the pain of her fall overshadowed by exhilaration, as she exclaimed into the phone. Are you certain it's 400 million? Not 40 million. 10 makes all the difference. It's 400 million, I assure you. Han Tao confirmed, admitting he had counted 3 times to be certain. However, this sum was deposited into Xiao Ran's account only after your divorce, and the source is a designated account for lottery winnings from the National Lottery Center. What? Zhang Wan leaped in disbelief. Are you implying that he won the lottery after our divorce? Then this cannot be classified as marital property, right? Although she had no formal legal education, she understood that this surely didn't count. After a moment of thought, she declared decisively, it must have been before the divorce. Otherwise, how could he have so eagerly proposed a clean break? It was solely to claim the prize for himself that he rushed to divorce me. This seemed logical. However, she overlooked a fundamental piece of logic. How could Xiao Ran have known he would win before the draw? Her retrospective reasoning led her to mistakenly believe that Xiao Ran had prior knowledge of his winnings. Han Tao chuckled. Then allow me to congratulate Ms. Zhang in advance. You stand to receive nearly 200 million in winnings. Zheng Wan's face lit up, and she said to Han Tao, I will need your assistance in petitioning the court to freeze my ex-husband's bank account. No problem. Han Tao readily agreed. Should he win this monumental case involving 400 million, he would undoubtedly gain renown in the legal community of Sioux City. After hanging up, Zhang Wan immediately called Zhang Zaicheod. As soon as she spoke, he interrupted. Do you know how many people are spreading rumors about us right now? Are you insane for calling me? No, listen to me. Zheng Wan took a deep breath. Xiao Ran's newfound wealth comes from winning the lottery. On the other end, Zhang Zihao paused, as he had completely ruled out the possibility of a lottery win in his analysis. People with normal intelligence simply don't buy lottery tickets, yet Xiao Ran had indeed struck it rich. Can you guess how much he won? Zheng Wan, not one to draw out the suspense, inhaled deeply. 400 million. Bang. A crash echoed from the other side of the line, indicating that Zhang Zihao had also been taken aback by the news. 400 million. Who wouldn't be stunned by that? The critical point is, this 400 million is connected to us. Zhang Zihao, momentarily setting aside the reality of his own embarrassment, quickly inquired. When did he purchase the lottery ticket? That's the key question. Lawyer Han investigated. It was likely purchased either 2 days before or on the day of our divorce. Only within that 3-day window. That night, the winning numbers were drawn, totaling 100 grand prizes worth 500 million. Xiao Ran must have claimed them all. Zheng Wan lamented, feeling the sting of loss. They would owe a whopping 100 million in taxes. To owe her, that sum was undoubtedly part of their shared wealth, at least half of it. Zhang Zihao nodded. Thus, we need to prove that Xiao Ran purchased the lottery ticket prior to the divorce. Even if he redeemed it afterward, it would still be considered marital property. This assertion held water. After all, Xiao Ran clearly anticipated his win, and his eagerness to leave was a tactic to ensure the prize remained solely his. Zhang Zihao found himself ensnared by her words, nodding involuntarily. What was of utmost significance? The staggering prize of 500 million. The sheer impact was overwhelming, and he remained in a daze, hardly capable of coherent thought. Zihao, we are about to become wealthy, Zheng Wan exclaimed with excitement. You should quit your job, and we can emigrate and live abroad. It wasn't that he had a profound affection for this wife. Rather, it was her father's influential position within the medical system that made it imperative for him to cling tightly to his father-in-law's coattails for his own advancement. Yet now, he felt a surge of defiance. Even if he only received half of the money, that still amounted to 200 million. Which country would deny him entry? What mansion could he not purchase? All right, keep a close watch and secure the funds as swiftly as possible, he proclaimed, feigning composure, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. Zheng Wan readily agreed. After sitting quietly on the bed for a considerable while, she finally ventured out, announcing, Dad, Mom, I have something important to share with you. Shortly thereafter, the entire neighborhood was abuzz with the joyous cheers emanating from the Zheng household. Yet, merely half an hour later, news spread like wildfire through the community. Xiao Ran had won the grand prize, totaling 500 million. Even after taxes, that was still 400 million. However, this fortune was deemed marital property, meaning that even if Xiao Ran divorced and claimed the prize, he would still be obliged to hand over half. 500 million? No, 400 million in hand. But to the average citizen, whether it was 400 million or 500 million, it was an astronomical figure. The old Zheng family had struck it rich. It seemed that fate had turned a blind eye, allowing this family to prosper. However, many elderly neighbors had already approached Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan, seeking to play matchmaker. Why? Because of the 200 million. What did it matter if she had been divorced? She was still a hot commodity, and people flocked to her. Meanwhile, as Zheng Wan daydreamed about which country to emigrate to, her phone rang. Han Tao. Had Xiao Ran's funds been frozen? She hastily answered the call. Ms. Zhang, I suggest you reach an amicable settlement with your ex-husband, Han Tao began bluntly. Zheng Wan was momentarily taken aback before asking, why? Shouldn't you be freezing Xiao Ran's assets? Because your husband purchased the lottery ticket after your divorce, Han Tao replied wearily. Was there even a need for a lawsuit? The evidence was glaringly clear. That's impossible, Zheng Wan blurted out, incredulity washing over her. This is utterly unreasonable, and I cannot accept this outcome. You must be mistaken, I assure you. I am not, Han Tao said, fully aware of Zheng Wan's disappointment, though he himself felt similarly disheartened. This was a monumental lawsuit involving the division of 400 million. You finalized your divorce at 11:30 am, while Xiao Ran bought the ticket at 2:11 p.m. The surveillance footage and the timestamp on the ticket corroborate this fact, he continued. Now, your ex-husband is suing you for concealing Zhang Jia's true parentage, claiming it has caused him significant emotional distress and demanding compensation. I strongly advise you to reach a settlement with your ex-husband. Otherwise, your chances of winning this lawsuit are exceedingly slim, he was being quite diplomatic. The chances of losing were not merely high, they were inevitable. Zheng Wan stood frozen. Her mind blank. 200 million was gone, vanished. No, this was my money. My money, she screamed in despair, as if driven mad. Chapter 13. Playing the fool in recent days. Jiufu community had been abuzz with excitement. The Zheng family had just announced their potential share of 200 million from Xiao Ran, only to be swiftly followed by news that all 400 million belonged to Xiao Ran as postmarital property, and thus they were entitled to nothing. It must be true. Huh? Heaven truly had eyes. Indeed, they had prevented the Zheng family from acquiring this fortune. Now, they were utterly humiliated, first exposed for their daughter's infidelity and the scandal of her bearing a child with another man. And now they had foolishly believed they could claim a 200 million prize, only to find it was all in vain. If I were a member of the Zheng family, I would surely have nightmares for weeks. Heck, they might be haunted by this for a decade. Not just a decade. It was 200 million. If they had not divorced, it would have been 400 million. This shadow would undoubtedly follow them for a lifetime. They had it coming. They truly deserved it. As for the Zheng family, the four of them were now huddled together in a room, each appearing dejected, as if the sky had fallen. Nothing they did held any joy. The mere thought of losing 200 million was an unbearable agony. Grandma, I'm hungry. Zheng Jie suddenly cried out. Always thinking about food. Zheng Yujun scolded, his gaze towards his grandson now filled with disdain. Whoever is the father should take care of him. Don't expect it to fall on me, Dad. What kind of talk is that? Zheng Wan retorted, leaping to her feet. Zheng Youjuan's expression darkened. If you hadn't engaged in such disgraceful acts, Xiao Ran would still be our son-in-law, and we would have had that 400 million. And now, we ended up with nothing. Not only that, but Xiao Ran is also suing for a redivision of marital property and mental damages. The Zheng family may end up owing a considerable sum. However, Zheng Wan had not yet disclosed this matter. Otherwise, Zheng Yujun would surely go mad. Zheng Wan looked at her father and said, all of Xiao Ran's earnings are with me, and I have spent considerable amounts on my younger brother. Are you all completely oblivious to this? How could they now criticize their own son? It was utterly absurd. Sister, is Dad right? Zheng Gang chimed in. If you hadn't divorced, our family could have had 400 million. Teske, and now you call him brother-in-law? Zheng Wan was incensed. Before, you all treated Xiao Ran like a beast of burden, and now you dare to blame me? She was on the verge of a breakdown. Zheng Gang continued to suggest, Sister, could you reconcile with him? Although Xiao Jia isn't his biological son, he has called him Dad for 3 years. There must be some bond there. Right? Right. Zheng Yujun and his wife exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes gleaming. After 3 years of calling him Dad, how could there be no feelings? Besides, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. What about 1,000 days, sister? Please plead with him. 400 million. 400 million. Zheng Gang urged, sweet-talking her. Whether they could become wealthy depended entirely on Zheng Wan's capabilities. Zheng Wan had been driven out by her family, with her son being shoved outside by Zheng Gang, leaving her furious and longing to curse. What could she do? She had no choice but to seek out Xiao Ran. Yet, after knocking on the door of the villa for what felt like an eternity, there was no response from Xiao or and by nightfall, the villa remained dark, leaving her bewildered. Did Xiao Ran no longer reside here? Where could he have gone? Sioux City was vast, and with Xiao Ran being a billionaire with 400 million at his disposal, he had an abundance of entertainment options, even the possibility of traveling the globe. How was she to find him? In that moment, Zheng Wan felt a mix of hatred and regret. Of course, she did not regret having Xiao Ran take on her burdens. Rather, she regretted not having delayed the divorce. If only she had held off for a day. No, half a day. She could have secured at least 200 million. As for Xiao Ran, he was sweating profusely in the gym. He had hired a professional trainer, along with a nutritionist. In 3 months, he was determined to transform himself and attain a strong physique. Oh, Mr. Xiao, your physical condition is remarkable. The trainer, Lu Susu, was not only competent but also quite attractive. The reason for choosing a female trainer was simple. Physical contact was often necessary during training, and it could be awkward for men to work with men. With a woman, especially a beautiful one, there was no issue, and it was pleasant to behold. Oh? Xiao Ran turned to look. Lu Susu pointed to various data, explaining, overall, Mr. Xiao, your fitness level surpasses that of 99% of the population. Given that you claim to have undergone no prior training, I find it hard to imagine how high you could soar after proper training. She pondered for a moment. You could potentially become a professional athlete. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Was the equipment malfunctioning? Could rebirth truly enhance one's physical condition? That would be splendid. Xiao Ran chuckled. In that case, I quite look forward to it. Though you think I still have a chance to represent the country at my age? Perhaps not, Lu Susu replied with a smile, unless you can surpass national-level athletes. They both laughed heartily. The training session commenced, and indeed, there was some unavoidable physical contact. However, Xiao Ran made no deliberate advances. It was entirely unintentional. Lu Susu was quite beautiful, though she did not reach the enchanting level of Lu Mei. Nonetheless, her dedication to fitness gave her a healthy and appealing physique, especially her well-rounded posterior, which embodied a certain Western voluptuousness. Xiao Ran did not dislike it, but he was not particularly taken with it either. After a while of practice and resting, the session lasted 3 hours in total. Naturally, Lu Susu was exceptionally enthusiastic towards someone as affluent as Xiao Ran. At times, even when Xiao Ran did not touch her, she would deliberately brush against him and make a point of showcasing her curves. Her intentions were clear. Yet, with his mind occupied by thoughts of impending doom, Xiao Ran had no inclination for such frivolities, leaving Lu Susu somewhat perplexed. Was she truly lacking in charm? Chapter 14. Lawsuit and compensation. Nevertheless, he first checked his stocks, noting a 6% gain for the day. Roughly around 20 million, not bad. He stretched and climbed into bed, falling asleep. After a night passed, Xiao Ran woke up naturally, had breakfast, and made slight adjustments to several stocks, which would be his focus for the next 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called him, informing him that she had officially filed a lawsuit in court, seeking a re-evaluation of the marital property between Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan, while also claiming that Zheng Jia was not his biological child and demanding compensation for mental anguish. In just a couple of days, He Qian had already initiated an investigation into Zheng Wan's income, and coupled with the financial records provided by Xiao Ran, they arrived at a total income figure for both parties. After deducting necessary expenses, a compensation amount of 500,000 was determined. This sum, while trivial for Xiao Ran at present, represented a staggering figure for Zheng Wan and her family, one that would make them furious and even sleepless with anxiety. However, it was clear that they would inevitably lose the lawsuit. The only question was how much they would have to pay. Xiao Ran nodded, knowing that during the court proceedings, He Qian would personally handle matters. And as the party involved, he wouldn't even need to appear in court. Merely providing a power of attorney would suffice for He Qian to manage everything on his behalf. After concluding his conversation with Lu Mei, Xiao Ran received a notification from the real estate agent. The contract was ready, and it was time to proceed with the title transfer at the housing authority. Naturally, this required an in-person visit. After officially signing the contract, the process would commence, and despite paying the full amount, they would still need to wait for the housing authority's review, which would take several working days. There was no rush. Given that Jia Yungue would take several days to prepare the renovation plans and the procurement of materials would also take time, the absence of the property deed was not an issue for now. Moreover, as long as the citizens did not report it, the authorities would not interfere, allowing for discreet renovations. Of course, Xiao Ran was still very much inclined to abide by the law before calamity struck. For this was indeed the last period of peace and order. Xiao Ran busied himself once more, deciding to rent a warehouse to receive supplies, convenient and confidential. After searching online and sifting through options, he settled on a location and contacted the owner. Since Xiao Ran did not engage in haggling, they quickly reached an agreement. They signed a 6-month lease, with Xiao Ran paying for 3 months upfront, to be followed by another 3 months later. After 6 months, he would have the right of first refusal on the lease. Xiao Ran felt satisfied with the arrangement, as he only needed to rent for 3 months and indeed had only paid for that duration. Some supplies could be stockpiled immediately, such as food. Xiao Ran arranged for a restaurant to prepare 100 tables worth of dishes, each at the standard of 3,000 yuan, instructing them to move their kitchen equipment to the warehouse for on-site cooking. However, given the time constraints, the arrangement was set for the following day, for which he paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan, a trivial matter. The next day, he waited at the warehouse for the restaurant owner, who soon arrived with the staff. They worked diligently, and by noon, they had prepared 100 tables. Once they departed, Xiao Ran promptly stored the dishes and plates in his alternate space. Sighing, he realized he would need to purchase new bowls soon. Amused, Xiao Ran reflected that stockpiling supplies had its downsides, particularly the consumption of bowls, and no matter. He had the means. He had already ordered a substantial quantity of bowls and basins online, which would be delivered in batches daily, eliminating the need for supermarket trips in the future. In the days that followed, Xiao Ran collected 100 banquet tables daily, rotating between different restaurants to avoid drawing suspicion, while various supplies he purchased online were delivered to the warehouse. Even with such extravagant spending, he managed to keep it under 1 million yuan per day. Once funds were released from the stock market, Xiao Ran planned to have trucks deliver supplies in bulk. He envisioned a grand expenditure of 2 to 3 billion over 30 days. Meanwhile, Lu Mei and Lu Susu would send daily messages to Xiao Ran, with Lu Mei maintaining an air of reserve and pride, as if expecting Xiao Ran to pursue her actively. In contrast, Lu Susu, having learned of Xiao Ran's status as a 500 million yuan lottery winner, was exceedingly proactive. Yet, the truth was that he was overwhelmed with tasks and had little time to ponder romantic matters. Additionally, his appeal had been accepted by the court, and the first hearing was scheduled for the following day. As the day passed, the court session commenced, where He Qian presented a plethora of evidence detrimental to her case, including the paternity test results between Xiao Ran and Zheng Jia, along with Xiao Ran's income statements and annual living expenses. The lawyer advised her to settle with Xiao Ran for a compensation of 410,000 yuan, which included 260,000 yuan as the total joint income of the couple, amounting to 720,000 yuan. After necessary expenses were deducted, they estimated 520,000 yuan, half of which was 260,000 yuan, plus 150,000 yuan for emotional distress, summing up to 410,000 yuan. He Qian had initially demanded 300,000 yuan for emotional distress. Most crucially, He Qian asserted that Xiao Ran did not require this money, intending instead to donate it entirely to the Hope Project, which would likely sway the judge in their favor. 410,000 yuan. Zheng Wan felt a throbbing headache. Did she possess 410,000 yuan? No, for most of the money had been taken by Zheng Yujun and his wife to support Zheng Gang. But the law was the law. Could she defy it? Dad, Mom, we are highly likely to lose this lawsuit and must pay Xiao Ran 410,000 yuan. Zheng Wan announced to her parents and younger brother. What? 410,000 yuan? Zheng Yujun immediately jumped up. Why doesn't that bastard go rob a bank? Exactly, Lin Meiying chimed in. How dare he demand such an amount? Is he out of his mind? Zheng Wan explained. Xiao Ran's and my combined income is around 180,000 yuan a year, which totals 720,000 yuan over 4 years. After deducting 200,000 yuan for annual expenses of 50,000 yuan, we have 520,000 yuan left. Half of that is 260,000, plus 150,000 for emotional distress, totaling 410,000. Zheng Yujun paused before saying, Why are you telling us this? You and your husband's joint assets are your responsibility to repay him. Zheng Wan, enraged, retorted, Dad, my salary has basically been taken by you. I have less than 30,000 yuan on hand. How am I supposed to come up with 410,000? Zheng Yujun shook his head. That's not my concern. Your brother is getting married soon and needs the money. Besides, what can Xiao Ran do if you don't repay him? Does he dare come to our door? Humph, if he does, I'll chase him away with a broom. Chapter 15. The Viper. Zheng Wan was both furious and indignant. Brother, is Zheng Gang the only one that matters to you? Was I born to serve him? It's always been like this. All the good things are reserved for Jing Feng. Did she just appear out of nowhere? Right? Don't you have that lover? Lin Meiying said, showing no regard for her daughter's dignity. Why not ask him for money? We've raised his son for so many years. Shouldn't he compensate us? Zheng Gang immediately perked up. Yes, let him give us a few 100,000. That'll be enough for me to marry, Zheng Yujun added. His income as a doctor must be substantial, plus he receives red envelopes. At least ask him for 500,000. Otherwise, he can forget about seeing his son. Zheng Gang jumped up, energized by the mention of money. Zheng Yujun then offered a dubious suggestion to his daughter. You should go find that lover right now. Bring your son along, and tell him that if he doesn't give us 500,000 yuan, you'll leave your son with him. Why should I raise someone else's child? Dad, are you trying to kick me out again? Zheng Wan exclaimed incredulously. This was the second time. Dad, Mom. Zheng Wan pounded on the door, but those inside acted as if they couldn't hear. Meanwhile, neighbors, alerted by the commotion, came out to see what was happening. Zheng Wan, unwilling to lose face, took her son and left. Once outside the building, she sat down weakly, only for Zhang Jie to continue fussing, prompting her to scold her son in frustration. Exhausted, she called Zhang Zihao, her only ray of sunshine and support. However, when she recounted being thrown out and the demand for 410,000 yuan, asking if he could temporarily lend her some money, the line went dead. Zhang Wan wore a look of disbelief as she sat motionless on the ground. After a full half hour, a vicious glint sparked in her eyes. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being heartless. At worst, we'll both perish together. Another day passed. Lu Susu observed anxiously, feeling a sense of urgency. It had been 10 days, and why hadn't Xiao Ran taken the bait? She was on the verge of undressing to entice him, yet he seemed oblivious to her intentions, which left her feeling quite dejected. The phone rang. Xiao Ran paused his workout to glance at his phone, surprised to see it was a call from Lu Maid. He answered, "Hello, Lawyer Lu." Lu Mei's sultry voice came through. "A significant event has occurred." "I'm all ears," Xiao Ran replied. Zheng Wan's family is aware that she will undoubtedly lose, and they've actually driven her and Zheng Jie out of their home, leaving her to fend for herself to raise the funds. In desperation, this morning, she took her son to the hospital and handed him over to Zhang Zihao. Lu Mei began to narrate. As a result, Zhang Zihao's wife, upon discovering this, stormed into the hospital. Perhaps due to her own infertility, she became extremely agitated upon seeing Zhang Jie, and this unruly child had the audacity to point at Zhang Zihao's wife and insult her, prompting her to inadvertently push him down the stairs, resulting in the child's immediate death. Following the incident, Zhang Zihao's family sought forgiveness from the victim's family, and in an attempt to mitigate the situation, they offered a compensation of 1 million yuan, which Zheng Wan accepted. But poor Zhang Zihao, he hastily divorced his wife and was dismissed from the hospital, clearly incurring the wrath of his father-in-law. He won't have an easy time ahead. Xiao Ran was taken aback. The Zheng family, no, Zheng Wan had managed to acquire money in such a manner. Well, that works. I shall slowly settle the score with you all, he thought. Before hanging up, he did not dwell on the matter. Returning to his workout, after finishing, he walked away amidst Lu Susu's disappointed gaze. The Zheng household. Zheng Yujun remarked, "Yes, let Zheng Gang take care of the arrangements." He was fully supportive. Now that their daughter had received 1 million yuan in compensation, even after deducting the amount owed to Xiao Ran, they would still have nearly 600,000 yuan left. Zheng Gang was counting on that 600,000 for his wedding. Zheng Wan cast not a glance at the father and son, striding directly into her bedroom with the takeout in hand. Damn it! Zheng Gang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He had already humbled himself for 2 days, yet Zheng Wan had shown him not a shred of kindness. You must exercise more patience and gently coax your sister. Otherwise, you'll have to figure out your own wedding funds, he said, his head drooping as he nodded in reluctant agreement. Once inside her room, Zheng Wan silently consumed her takeout, her thoughts swirling, her gaze icy. Everyone believed Zhang Jie's death was a result of Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsiveness, but was that truly the case? Certainly not. After all, it was she who had summoned Zhang Zihao's wife with a phone call, and during that call, she unleashed the most venomous words, viciously attacking her inability to bear children, which drove Zhang Zihao's wife into a fit of madness, culminating in the tragedy at the hospital. Zhang Zihao, you were the one who wronged me first, she gritted her teeth, a few tears of anguish cascading down her cheeks. After all, Zhang Jie was her own flesh and blood. Yet, she quickly donned a smile. With Zhang Jie no longer in the picture, the barriers between her and Xiao Ran had vanished. All she needed to do was pursue him anew, promising to bear him children. And surely he would reconcile with her 400 million. She would never relinquish such a fortune. Absolutely not. Chapter 16. The stolen takeout. Just yesterday, Jia Yungue had presented the renovation plans to him, and he had secured the property deed, thus the transformation was underway. Xiao Ran had transferred an additional 20 million to expedite the purchase of materials. He stepped inside, and as the elevator doors were about to close, a woman rushed in, repeatedly pressing the up button, causing the doors to reopen. A stylishly dressed woman entered, her presence adorned with a luxurious fragrance, subtle yet captivating, while her beauty was striking, radiating an almost ethereal glow that brightened the elevator. She stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, not short, but Xiao Ran at 178 centimeters still towered over her by a slight margin. She pressed the button for the 17th floor. Neither spoke, the elevator filled only with the intoxicating scent. Xiao Ran stood at the back, admiring the mature beauty's voluptuous curves. In the past, he would have averted his gaze, but now his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, and he was merely appreciating her elegance. The woman scrutinized Xiao Ran through the almost mirror-like elevator walls, suddenly turning to him and asking, "Oh, you must be Xiao Wuyi, correct?" Xiao Wuyi. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Had he acquired a nickname so swiftly? A smile escaped him as he replied, "I am indeed Xiao Ran." The woman stifled a giggle, yet her stunning figure swayed alluringly, captivating his attention. She cleared her throat and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Han Yun." However, the ride from the 1st to the 15th floor was brief. Ding! The elevator reached the 15th floor. Xiao Ran nodded to Han Yun and exited the elevator. Checking the app, he confirmed that the delivery had indeed arrived. Yet upon reaching his door, he found no trace of the takeout. He contacted the delivery person, who assured him that it had been delivered and even provided photographic evidence. Where had the takeout vanished to? Stolen? It seemed plausible. Xiao Ran recalled tales of stolen deliveries circulating online, never anticipating that he would find himself embroiled in such a scenario. But how could he let the thief off the hook so easily? He promptly reordered the takeout and sought out the property management to explain the situation. They agreed to review the surveillance footage. Indeed, at 5:07 p.m., the delivery person had dropped off the food and snapped a photo before departing. Shortly thereafter, the door of Unit 1501 swung open, revealing a small boy who, after playing in the corridor for a moment, set his sights on the takeout. He glanced around and swiftly snatched the food. Retreating into his home, the case was cracked. "Who is it?" A voice grumbled from within. The property manager led the charge, acutely aware that Xiao Ran was not only the owner of the community's sole villa, but also a 500 million yuan lottery winner. An opportunity to curry favor. As footsteps approached, the door opened to reveal an elderly man, perplexed by the property manager's presence. "What's the matter?" The property manager smiled. "Your grandson. He must be your grandson. Has taken the neighbor's takeout from Unit 1502. "Nonsense!" A voice thundered as a furious woman stormed forward, berating the property manager. "Which of your eyes saw that? My Xiao Kong is such a good boy. How could he steal someone else's food? I warn you not to spread such lies. Otherwise, I will smash your property office to pieces." Unfazed, the property manager replied, "Madam Qin, we are not wrongfully accusing your grandson. We have video evidence." He produced his phone and displayed the footage, recorded from the surveillance room. "What are you showing me?" To his surprise, Madam Qin didn't even glance at the screen, instead shoving the property manager's phone aside. "Get out of here right now and don't disturb our dinner, or I will call the police for illegal entry." With a resounding slam, the door closed, and the muffled sounds of Madam Qin scolding her husband echoed from within, instructing him to swiftly dismiss any such intruders in the future. This left the property manager seething. "Your grandson stole the takeout, and the evidence is irrefutable, yet you remain so brazen." "Mr. Xiao, I apologized. We will continue to communicate with this family and ensure they compensate you," the property manager assured, recognizing that someone like Xiao Ran, the 500 million yuan winner, was a valuable asset to the community, enhancing its overall image, unlike Madam Qin's household. Xiao Ran pondered before responding, "All right, I leave it in your hands." What could the property management really do? It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. He searched online for solutions to the dilemma of mischievous children stealing takeout. "I can handle this," Xiao Ran mused, realizing that the money must be spent within 3 months, lest it become mere scraps of paper or a string of numbers in a bank. Time to devise a plan. The little rascal had pilfered the takeout without facing any consequences, even receiving encouragement instead. Thus, he would surely strike again. "I'll give you a chance." Before long, the new takeout arrived, and Xiao Ran began to eat. After finishing, he descended to purchase some fruit. With impending global plant extinction on the horizon, how could one hope to enjoy fresh fruit? As luck would have it, just as he exited, the door to the neighboring unit swung open, revealing Madam Qin and her mischievous grandson. The little boy appeared somewhat sheepish upon seeing Xiao Ran, but Madam Qin bore a fierce demeanor. "I must say, you are quite wealthy, yet you are so petty. What's the big deal about a meal? To you, it's but a drop in the bucket. How dare you seek out the property management?" Chapter 17. The Rising Wind. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Truly, the saying "when one is despicable, they become invincible" held merit. Your grandson stole my takeout, yet you dare to speak so boldly? Threatening me? Xiao Ran felt an urge to slap her but reconsidered. He couldn't allow a moment of anger to disrupt his larger plan. If he frightened the little boy, he might not dare to steal again, thus thwarting his carefully laid strategy. Consequently, he remained silent. Stepping into the elevator, Madame Qin reveled in her perceived victory, while the little boy's eyes darted as if concocting a scheme. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and Xiao Ran stepped out, with Madame Qin and her grandson trailing behind. He could still hear Madame Qin instructing the boy, next time, take his takeout again. After all, he has money, and taking a little from him is only fair. The little boy, bolstered by adult approval, felt emboldened. A faint smile graced Xiao Ran's face. This was precisely the encouragement he sought. He visited the fruit store and purchased an abundance of fruit, knowing that any excess could simply be stored in another dimension for eternal preservation. Upon returning home, he washed an apple and began to eat. In light of the global calamity, it was uncertain how long it would persist, perhaps for hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of years. Making fresh fruit a rarity, he needed to stockpile. Yes, enough to last several lifetimes. A night passed. With the dawn of a new day, Xiao Ran first visited an upscale restaurant, requesting a customized takeout order. The lunch he selected was exorbitantly priced, featuring numerous imported ingredients, with just the premium caviar costing 20,000 yuan, bringing the total to an astounding 80,000 yuan for this meal. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran felt it to be a bargain. All the finest ingredients had been utilized. It simply could not be made any more lavish. All right, 80,000 is still a considerable sum. The most intriguing aspect of this meal? Its aphrodisiac properties, designed to enhance pleasure. Thus, the restaurant manager couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Ran, wondering how many women he was entertaining today, cautioning him not to exhaust himself. Xiao Ran cheerfully paid the 80,000 yuan, noted the delivery address, retained the receipt, and departed. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, emboldened by the lack of reprimand for his previous theft, the little boy once again set his sights on the neighboring unit. When the delivery person arrived, he eagerly dashed out the moment the coast was clear, clutching a rather imposing food container as he scurried back into his home. Madame Qin, witnessing the boy's return with the large container, immediately broke into a smile. Yesterday, Xiao Ran audaciously approached the property management. "Pa, is it really such a big deal just because you took one of my takeout orders? Thus, today, I shall indulge in another portion as a lesson for you." However, Elder Qin remarked, "Isn't this someone else's takeout? Should we really consume it?" To which Qin Dama nonchalantly replied, "He has plenty of money. What's the harm in eating a little? Furthermore," she added, "and where do you think the lottery money comes from? Isn't it from us common folks donating 1 coin at a time? Therefore, this is ill-gotten wealth. How can we not partake?" Oh, the lobster. The mischievous child had already unwrapped the packaging and immediately cheered. The food box contained 8 compartments, each holding a different delicacy. Upon seeing the lobster and some unidentifiable meat, Qin Dama and her companion couldn't help but salivate. The dishes were exquisite, radiating an air of luxury. Surely, this must be quite costly. Elder Qin hesitated. If we eat this, could there be repercussions? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Dama became dismissive. What of it? At most, a few hundred yuan. Could he really call the police on us? The child mistakenly took it. What trouble could arise? With this thought, Elder Qin fell silent. The three began to feast. Delicious. Indeed, it was superb. This meat is extraordinarily tender. The child couldn't restrain himself. "Grandma, can I go get more tomorrow?" "No problem," Qin Dama assured him. They joyfully enjoyed their lavish meal, and after a considerable time without seeing Xiao Ran demanding his order, Qin Dama couldn't help but smirk. It seemed yesterday's fright had deterred him. Today's feast was indeed delightful. She hoped Xiao Ran would continue to order, for he certainly wouldn't dare to object. However, after a while, Qin Dama began to feel restless, a sentiment echoed by Elder Qin. They exchanged glances and sent their grandson to watch television while they retreated indoors. Moments later, sounds of commotion erupted, only to subside again, a cycle repeating itself. "Oh no!" Her face flushed as she quickly retreated. "What's wrong?" asked Qin's son. "Your parents," she faltered. "How utterly shameless to engage in such acts before nightfall, knowing Qin Kong is still in the living room. Son, quickly call 120, Your father has collapsed? Qin Dama's voice rang out from within, laden with terror. What happened to Dad? Qin's son inquired, utterly bewildered. After stammering for a moment, Qin Dama finally revealed, Your father has been direct since this afternoon and just fainted. Is it a stroke? Qin's son could hardly believe his ears. His father was of an age where such occurrences seemed improbable. No wonder his wife had emerged blushing. He hastily made the call. Moments later, an ambulance arrived. Shortly thereafter, Elder Qin and Qin Dama were wheeled out together. Covered with a sheet, yet it was evident they were unclothed. The implication was clear. Only a fool would fail to deduce the situation. The community was small. How could they conceal such an incident? Laughter erupted. It seemed the elderly couple had encountered quite the scandal during their escapades, leading to a stroke and a call for an ambulance. What? They must be over 60. How could they be embroiled in such a disgrace at their age? They'll have to walk with their heads down in the neighborhood from now on. They deserved it. The old couple from the Qin family were hardly virtuous. Indeed, they ought to perish in the hospital. The gossip spread like wildfire. Chapter 18. I report a case upon hearing the sirens. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and hailed a cab. Where to? The police station, he replied, intending to file a report. Upon learning that Xiao Ran's takeout had been stolen, the officers chuckled. Young man, you can report a stolen takeout, but I recommend checking with the property management for surveillance footage and confronting the thief directly. After all, they are neighbors, and some matters are better resolved privately. One officer suggested. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed, the first time my takeout was stolen, I sought out the property management and discovered the culprit was my neighbor's grandson. However, his family not only refused to compensate me but also insulted me. Today, I ordered another takeout, and it was stolen again by that same child. The officer's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Now that's excessive. Stealing is one thing, but refusing to make amends and then repeating the offense? No wonder you came to report it. You shouldn't bully honest people like this, he added. All right, I'll accompany you to address this matter. Xiao Ran chuckled. It might be more than just a simple theft. This takeout is rather expensive. How expensive can it be? The officer questioned dismissively. 80,000, Xiao Ran replied. The officer nearly spat his drink, turning just in time to avoid spraying it everywhere. How much? He exclaimed. Incredulous. Had he misheard, or had Xiao Ran misspoken? Xiao Ran produced the receipt and handed it over. Upon glancing at it, the officer's expression turned incredulous. 80,000. But who would order such an expensive takeout? For that price, one could dine in at the restaurant directly. Yet, it was indeed the individual's right to order takeout at any price. No law forbade ordering expensive meals, and this elevated the situation significantly. It was no longer merely about stolen food, but rather valuable property akin to gold or jewels. The officer looked at Xiao Ran. I need to verify this at Taifang Building. Xiao Ran agreed. No problem, I can accompany you. The officer stood up. Lu, come with me. Thus, the trio set off towards Taifang Building. On the way, Officer Lu expressed astonishment at the price of Xiao Ran's takeout. Wow, that single order is equivalent to my annual salary, he remarked. The other officer, nearly 50 and surnamed Zhua, glanced at Xiao Ran, pondering whether he had intentionally allowed the neighbor's child to steal such a costly order. Everything seemed too coincidental, yet regardless of intent, stealing remained wrong, especially when the cost exceeded 3,000. It was a criminal offense. Upon arriving, the restaurant manager emerged, instantly becoming warm and welcoming upon seeing Xiao Ran. He addressed him as Mr. Xiao, and upon learning about the stolen order, he eagerly began to explain the ingredients of the expensive meal to the two officers. The ingredients were either imported or top-tier delicacies from the country, such as Yangtze River knife fish. With an 8,000 yuan order, the cost exceeded 60,000, leaving them with minimal profit. Indeed, with less than 30% profit margin, it's not much. However, this does confirm that Xiao Ran's order is worth over 60,000. And he indeed paid 8,000 for it. This was escalating quickly. All right, we'll take it from here, officers were assured Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran provided thorough evidence, substantiating the value of the takeout and presenting the property management surveillance footage. Therefore, the police's next step was to confront the Qin family. The child had mistakenly taken it, and at merely 7 or 8 years old, he couldn't be criminally charged. Thus, if the Qin family was willing to compensate, the matter could be resolved. The question remained whether the Qin family, upon realizing they had consumed an 8,000 yuan meal, would willingly pay up. Xiao Ran smiled. Very well. He decided to dine at Taifeng Building before heading to a gym session with Lu Su Su. He aimed to enhance his physical fitness before the harsh winter set in. At the municipal hospital, in the northern district, why had Elder Qin suddenly transformed into a teddy bear? At that moment, the doctor approached with the blood test results. Elder Qin's blood contains a significant amount of stimulants, which explains his prolonged state. How could this be? Elder Qin typically refrained from supplements. Could it be from that takeout? Qin Dama suddenly recalled, her face contorting with fury. Xiao Ran, you scoundrel, I will not forgive you. Xiao Ran. Qin's son was taken aback. How could this involve him? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Dama divulged the incident of their grandson stealing the takeout. It must be him. Qin's son was enraged, not even slightly blaming his child for the theft. How vile! To poison the takeout. I shall sue him and ensure he loses everything. Upon mentioning the prospect of losing everything, the three adults exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed evident in their eyes. After all, he had won a 500 million yuan jackpot. Let him pay it all back. Qin's son seized the phone to report the incident. But after hanging up, merely 10 minutes passed before two officers arrived. Oh, such swift response. The Qin family quickly approached the officers, who were none other than Officer Zhua and Officer Liu. Are you the family of Qin Kong? Officer Zhua inquired. Yes, I'm Qin Kang's father. I just called to report. Report? Officer Zhua was surprised. Aren't you the guardians of the child who stole the takeout? Why are you reporting? Well, please share your side of the story. He urged. Qin Dama interjected, recounting the events, adamantly claiming that Xiao Ran had deliberately poisoned the meal. This left the two officers bewildered. Are you suggesting that Xiao Ran poisoned his own takeout to harm you? Officers was summarized. Indeed, that's exactly it. Aunt Qin nodded slightly. Officers was chuckled and remarked, such a claim will certainly not garner the approval of the prosecution, nor will the court entertain it. Of course, you are free to hire a lawyer and sue Xiao Ran. That is your right and liberty. We are here to investigate the matter of the stolen takeaway. Honestly, there's no need for an investigation, as you have already confessed. This simplifies things considerably. Since the thief is a child, a mere reimbursement for the cost of the takeaway will suffice. The three members of the Qin family were infuriated. It was patently evident that Xiao Ran had poisoned the food, a fact they had analyzed thoroughly. Are the police blind or foolish? The daughter-in-law of the Qin family exclaimed. Fine, we'll pay for the food, but Xiao Ran must also compensate us for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress. There was no alternative. To compel Xiao Ran to pay, they had to first acknowledge that they had stolen his takeaway, thereby obligating them to reimburse the cost of the meal. Yet, what value does a takeaway hold? They were determined to see Xiao Ran financially ruined. Officers laughed and said, well then, the total comes to 80,000 yuan. PFF. The three members of the Qin family erupted in disbelief. How is that possible? An 80,000 yuan takeaway? Why not just rob a bank instead? The son of the Qin family exclaimed. What takeaway could possibly be worth that? Officers thought to himself that he too was taken aback when he first heard the figure. He smiled and explained, it is indeed 80,000 yuan, with an invoice to prove it. We also conducted an investigation at the relevant restaurant, where the raw materials alone amount to over 60,000 yuan. The restaurant must pay taxes and make a profit, hence the total reaches 80,000 yuan. Despite his explanation, the Qin family remained skeptical. However, upon cross-checking the menu items, they found themselves speechless. It was clear that the police were not fabricating their claims. Aunt Qin finally regretted her decision. Had she known, she would not have allowed her grandson to steal the takeaway. What now? Xiao Ran reported the incident, the police accepted it, and crucially, they had admitted to the theft. No, if we insist that Xiao Ran was the one who poisoned the food, we can still make him pay dearly, especially since it is a fact that old man Qin is lying in the emergency room. We admit that we did steal the takeaway, but that only proves that Xiao Ran poisoned it, Aunt Qin shouted. Officers replied sternly, firstly, Xiao Ran never touched the takeaway. Thus, the possibility of poisoning is non-existent. Secondly, the so-called poison is actually a supplement. Xiao Ran is a young man. Consuming supplements is entirely normal. They were merely stolen by you. Although I am not a lawyer, I can assure you that as long as Xiao Ran insists that the takeaway was ordered for himself, you will not be able to compel him to pay a single penny towards medical expenses. Hearing his unwavering confidence, the Qin family was rendered speechless. How much has old man Qin already spent on medical care? Over 5,000 yuan. That is a mere trifle, but the crux of the matter is that they cannot make Xiao Ran compensate them, as they originally intended to extract a hefty sum from him. So, what price must they pay for their child's act of stealing the takeaway? 90,000 yuan, or even more. Aunt Qin slumped to the ground, resorting to a shameless display. The police are aiding the wicked in bullying our family. This attracted the attention of onlookers, but what good would it do? It was merely an act of self-humiliation. Xiao Ran did not confront them at the hospital. After all, Aunt Qin is not a reasonable person. She would certainly throw a tantrum, so what was the point of arguing with a shrew? Everything could be settled once the time came. When that day arrives, he would simply eliminate them. Perfectly, Xiao Ran, of course, was oblivious to all this. The following day, he followed his plans and visited a shooting range. Time to collect bullets. Handgun bullets cost 10 yuan each, while rifle bullets are 20 yuan each. Naturally, Xiao Ran opted for the rifle, and a fully automatic one at that. He preloaded 500,000 yuan and began shooting. The sound of gunfire echoed loudly as he aimed aimlessly, knowing that bullets would be collected by the spatial portal after flying just 2 meters. In automatic mode, depleting a magazine of bullets was astonishingly swift. Before long, the barrel was scorching hot. He switched guns and continued. Over the course of 5 hours, he spent nearly 400,000 yuan. This meant he collected 20,000 bullets, 20,000. If he could master the precise shooting of bullets in the alternate space, that would suffice to eliminate 20,000 targets. Absurd. Xiao Ran decided to stop, for even with earplugs, the continuous sound of gunfire for 5 hours left his head buzzing. And each shot had a recoil that left his shoulder aching. He would take a break tomorrow and seek another shooting range the day after. He could not focus solely on one. Although this was an outdoor shooting range, and it was not uncommon for bullets to end up in the mud, having 20,000 bullets all miss the target, best to avoid raising suspicion. There were still over 2 months until the apocalypse. Upon returning home, he discovered that someone had splattered feces on his door. There was no need to think. It was undoubtedly the Qin family. Xiao Ran reviewed the surveillance footage from the property management, but this time the Qin family had wised up. They first covered the camera with a bag from a blind spot, then proceeded with their mischief. As the surveillance did not capture the act of the Qin family obscuring the camera, it was even less likely to show them committing the act of vandalism. This was clearly an act of sheer insolence. Xiao Ran smirked. He promptly contacted the police, as finding the perpetrator was a job for professionals. He then approached the neighbors living below the Qin family, offering them a sum of money to assist with a particular task. They were to install a shaking device on the ceiling. Consequently, that family temporarily relocated to a hotel. What is a shaking device, you may ask? As the name suggests, it creates vibrations, bang, 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 in the middle of the night. No matter how deeply one sleeps, they will wake up. It can even be remotely controlled via Wi-Fi or smartphone. Xiao Ran chuckled. Starting tonight, the Qin family could forget about a good night's sleep. He did not allow the Qin family's antics to derail him from his responsibilities. He continued trading stocks, collecting banquet fees, and merely 3 days later, the Qin family could no longer endure the disturbance. They contacted Xiao Ran through the property management, expressing a willingness to compensate him and to clean his front door thoroughly. Xiao Ran's life was exceedingly monotonous. Trading stocks, exercising, collecting banquet fees, gathering bullets, and procuring supplies. All proceeded in an orderly fashion. Additionally, he dedicated a day to practice how to attack using the spatial portal, practicing accuracy. He aimed to ensure that the bullets emerging from within would strike their targets precisely. After expending about 1,000 bullets, he could achieve a 100 hit rate within 2 meters, 90 within 5 meters, and 60 within 10 meters. He did not continue, as bullets were precious, not due to their cost, but because they were difficult to obtain. There were only a few shooting ranges in Sioux City, and venturing elsewhere would mean traveling out of town. His compound bow had finally arrived, and during his free time, he would shoot arrows into the spatial portal, then practice his aim with the arrows retrieved from within. This method was not overly destructive. He could even practice in the community as long as no one was watching. With over 2 months until the apocalypse, he could afford to practice at a leisurely pace. Thus, a month swiftly passed. The villa renovations were progressing splendidly, adhering to the projected timeline, while Xiao Ran's stock account swelled from 350 million to 1.1 billion. He withdrew a portion to cover the renovation costs, allocated a small amount for purchasing supplies, and retained a significant sum in the stock market to continue generating wealth. was not yet time to withdraw everything.0, and Xiao Ran also bought a car. Chapter 20. Hatred of the wealthy. Xiao Ran purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was not overly expensive, costing over 2 million yuan, but he spent an additional 5 million on modifications. Going out in such a dangerous time? This was for energy. Gasoline and diesel are not commodities that can be procured in bulk simply because one has money. Thus, Xiao Ran could only wait until after the apocalypse to scavenge freely. Therefore, the strength and sealing capabilities of his vehicle were of utmost importance. The modifications would not be completed in a short time, and he would need to wait over a month to receive the car. In any case, it would certainly be ready before the onset of the apocalypse. A man was waiting for the elevator, appearing to be in his 30s. He was quite handsome, albeit somewhat disheveled, with unkempt facial hair and a shirt that was improperly buttoned. The smell of alcohol clung to him, and it was evident that he had not slept well, as dark circles marred his eyes. He cast a glance at Xiao Ran, first revealing a trace of envy, then raised his chin as if deliberately trying to make Xiao Ran notice him. "Dio, I know you." Xiao Ran thought it unworthy of his attention. Ding! The elevator arrived. The two entered sequentially and pressed their respective floors. Xiao Ran noted that the man had pressed for the 17th floor. That's the same floor as that stunning beauty, Han Yun. Although there were 4 households on that floor, unless the elevator had just ascended, one would rather wait than share the ride with someone from that floor. Could it be that he is Han Yun's husband? Tsk. Tisk. Lucky him. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand shot out, preventing them from shutting. The doors slid open once more, and 4 men stepped inside. Their skin was adorned with tattoos, and one sported an ear stud, as if eager to proclaim, "I am a rogue." Upon seeing them, the alcoholic man visibly paled, retreating instinctively, but the elevator was cramped, and he quickly found himself pressed against the wall. The man with the ear stud first canceled the 2 pressed floors and then stood at the elevator entrance, blocking the doors from closing. "Hey, when are you going to repay your debt?" A rotund man approached the alcoholic, his voice dripping with menace. He was clearly the leader of the 4, the alcoholic, who had been so arrogant when glaring at Xiao Ran just moments ago, now appeared like a chick confronted by an eagle, trembling and feared. "Who? Boss who? If you could just give me 2 more days, I swear I'll repay you." The alcoholic did not dare to evade. He merely begged for mercy. Xiao Ran sighed, "I don't care about your debts or collections, but what does blocking the elevator for others to use mean? If you have a problem, take it outside. Don't impede others here. Get the hell out of here." The portly man with a beer belly pressed his hand against the face of the intoxicated individual while turning to shout at Xiao Ran. Did Xiao Ran fear him? Not in the least. He would simply exit the elevator without uttering a word. If this were the apocalypse, a mere thought from him could annihilate these individuals multiple times over. However, this was not the end of days. Should he utilize bullets from the alternate dimension to eliminate these 4, he would inevitably find himself imprisoned, compelled to explain the origin of the bullets, a considerable hassle indeed. Nevertheless, even without the bullets, he felt no trepidation. After a month of rigorous training, the results were beginning to manifest. His physical prowess had always surpassed that of 99 of the populace, and now it had ascended to even greater heights. 1 against 4? He found it exceedingly manageable. Even if you were homeowners, you had no right to evict anyone, let alone when you were not. Xiao Ran shook his head. If anyone was to leave, it should be you. Hurry up, you've already squandered a significant amount of my time. Damn. The beer-bellied man spat, and the 3 lackeys, witnessing their leader's fury, glared at Xiao Ran with hostility. The thug with the ear studs boldly reached out, intending to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. Bang! Xiao Ran's fist struck, causing the ear stud man to double over and kneel, retching violently. Seeing Xiao Ran still willing to retaliate, the beer-bellied man and his companions were incensed. Launching their fists towards him in a chaotic melee, the 4 men were swiftly dispatched and ejected from the elevator. As for Xiao Ran, he had taken a few hits, yet his formidable physique rendered the blows inconsequential, merely a slight discomfort. He contemplated that had he more experience in brawls, he might have sustained fewer hits, if not none at all. The elevator was too cramped, leaving little room for evasion. "Don't think that just because you've aided me, I will express my gratitude," the drunken man suddenly exclaimed. "I never asked for your help. I asked this even human discourse?" Xiao Ran shot him a glance, pondering why this stranger harbored such animosity towards him. Unless he was envious of wealth, Xiaoran realized, observing the man reeking of alcohol and mired in debt, that he must be struggling in life. The news of Xiaoran winning a 500 million jackpot was already common knowledge throughout the community. Thus, the man naturally viewed Xiaoran with disdain. This also clarified why the man's first glance at him was one of envy, followed by contempt. He was likely berating himself for being a nouveau riche. Xiaoran chuckled slyly, poking at the wound. "How much do you owe?" The drunken man instantly seemed to be struck at his core, closing his mouth. "Or, shall I press the button for the first floor for you?" "Those four should still be there," Xiaoran continued. The drunken man shivered again, fear evident in his eyes. Xiaoran then languidly stated, "Although I did not act on your behalf, I indeed assisted you. It would be one thing if you failed to express gratitude, but to speak rudely towards me is entirely inappropriate. You owe me an apology." The drunken man, subdued, had no choice but to utter, "I'm sorry that I can't hear you." Xiaoran replied coolly that "I'm sorry." The drunken man raised his voice, feeling utterly humiliated, but having just witnessed Xiaoran's martial prowess, he dared not strike back. He could only clench his fists tightly, seething with resentment. Xiaoran sneered, "Fortunate it is now. If the apocalypse were to arrive, I could simply pull the trigger, and your demise would be in vain." Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the 15th floor, and Xiaoran stepped out, as the elevator door closed behind him. He immediately heard a muffled thud from within, likely the drunken man kicking the elevator in frustration. I can't be bothered with him. Just a small fry. Should he persist in his insolence? When the end times arrive, I'll entice your wife with food and toy with her right in front of you." Reflecting on Han Yun's alluring maturity, Xiaoran felt a flicker of interest. Surely, his wife must be Han Yun. Chapter 21. Zhang Wan seeks reconciliation. Bang bang bang. The door was knocked upon. Xiaoran initially thought it was the drunken man, wondering how he suddenly found the courage. Peering through the peephole, he was astonished to find Zhang Wan standing there. Surprising? Not at all, on the contrary. Xiaoran was somewhat perplexed that his ex-wife had chosen today to come knocking. "Xiaoran, I know you're inside," Zhang Wan said, attempting to adopt the gentlest tone possible. "Please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." What could there be to discuss? It would likely revolve around my past mistakes and a plea for your forgiveness. Promising to be wholly devoted to you henceforth. What is the motive? His jackpot. If Zhang Wan knew that this sum had ballooned to over 1 billion, her enthusiasm would likely surge tenfold. Severing ties with the Zhang family would be but a word. "Just a toy with you. The apocalypse has yet to arrive, and I cannot harm your kind. Thus, I shall amuse myself a little longer. Whatever you have to say can be addressed outside," Xiaoran replied coolly. Zhang Wan, however, felt a surge of joy. Being acknowledged was a step forward. "Xiaoran, I know I was wrong in the past," she said with utmost sincerity. "I also understand that no matter what I say, I cannot undo the pain I caused you. However, I must tell you that the one I have always loved is you. My pregnancy with Zhang Ziheo's child was due to I was assaulted by him. I am a victim too." Sob, sob, sob. Xiaoran was left astounded. Could she really utter such a blatant lie? How utterly shameless. "Do you think of me as a fool?" Xiaoran chuckled inwardly yet feigned disbelief. "Really? So Zhang Ziheo is truly so despicable?" Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Wan nodded vigorously, secretly thinking Xiaoran was quite naive, believing her words so easily. This man remains as gullible as ever, but Xiaoran responded. "Then you should report it to the authorities and accuse him of rape." "Ah?" Zhang Wan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Accuse Zhang Ziheo of rape? Did she dare confront him directly? If they were to confront each other, he would reveal all their past indiscretions, and could she ever hope to win Xiaoran back? In a moment of panic, she quickly replied, "Too much time has passed, and I have no evidence to pursue a case against him. You've been watching too many sensationalist videos." Zhang Wan silently criticized. But did she dare to reprimand Xiaoran? A man with 4 billion to his name was akin to a father figure. "Xiaoran, let us just let the past be the past," she said gently. "Now that Xiao Jie is gone, there are no more obstacles between us. Shall we reconcile? Xiaoran, I know you love children. I will bear a son for us." Xiaoran's expression was peculiar, nearly bursting into laughter. Not to mention that he now possessed over 1 billion. Even when he had only 4 billion, how many women would willingly flock to him? If he truly sought a wife, would Lu Mei not be enticing enough? However, To further toy with this malicious ex-wife, Xiaoran patiently played along. I already have a girlfriend, he stated. Who? Zhang Wan's heart skipped a beat, and a certain figure flashed in her mind. A woman who made her feel utterly inferior. Was it that lawyer? Yes, Xiaoran nodded. In truth, he and Lu Mei could only be described as having a somewhat ambiguous relationship. He had never pursued her, nor had she ever made her feelings known. Zhang Wan nearly choked on her breath. That wretched woman. Indeed, she had always found it odd why Lu Mei would come running at the slightest call. She must have had ulterior motives all along. She hastily exclaimed, Xiaoran, that lawyer is clearly a gold digger. Think about it. Why did you previously have no luck with women, yet suddenly such a beautiful woman is pursuing you? She is interested in your wealth. Not you, but I am different. When you had nothing, I still cherished you and chose to marry you. Xiaoran, when seeking a wife, one must seek virtue. Even the most beautiful woman will age one day. Only those who genuinely love you can accompany you throughout life, I swear. Xiaoran was utterly flabbergasted. Even with Liang Jingru backing her up, it was remarkable for anyone to utter such words. How thick-skinned could one possibly be? You married me because you loved me? Nonsense. It was to cover up your premarital pregnancy and protect Zhang Zihao's reputation and career. You sought me out, this honest man, to take the blame. And now you attempt to claim it was out of love? Bravo. Truly, when one descends to a certain level of shamelessness, they become invincible. Xiaoran feigned contemplation, appearing somewhat swayed. Zhang Wan sensed it and quickly added, Xiaoran, if you doubt me, you can immediately call that lawyer and tell her you've suffered investment losses and are now broke. See if she promptly breaks up with you. Ha, if I were broke? Would you still come looking for me? Xiaoran had no intention of following her suggestion, instead declaring, even if she is after my wealth, what of it? She is stunning with ample curves. I find her very appealing. Therefore, do not disturb me any further. The implication was clear enough. Beautiful, ample curves. Zhang Wan continued to speak. Yet after a while, she realized Xiaoran had shown no response. Only then did she realize he had already left. Had this been in the past, Xiaoran would have certainly spent 3 days on his knees at the keyboard. But now, she did not dare complain, she softly stated. Xiaoran, time will reveal a person's true intentions. You will eventually discover that only I truly love you. Fearing Xiaoran might not hear, she sent him a similar message via her phone before departing. However, how could she compete with Lu Mei? That woman was a lawyer, which inherently conferred an air of superiority, and moreover, she was indeed a captivating vixen, beautiful and with an enviable figure. Men are so superficial, drawn to such alluring and voluptuous women. But Xiaoran possesses 4 billion. How could she bear to give that up? The crux of the matter was that Xiaoran was still her ex-husband. That fortune rightfully belonged to her. What to do? She found herself contemplating cosmetic surgery and breast augmentation, feeling somewhat tempted yet hesitant. Firstly, it would require a significant sum of money, and secondly, the process was notoriously painful. Xiaoran coldly chuckled. Zhang Wan would likely get the hint and consider undergoing surgery and augmentation. Heh, that would indeed cost her a pretty penny. You have incurred both financial loss and suffering. However, it seems that Zhang Wan is still hesitating, unable to make a definitive decision. Perhaps a gentle push is in order. Should we merely wait until the apocalypse to rid ourselves of this wicked woman? That would be too lenient. Xiaoran thought of Lu Susu. Yes, it is time to arrange a meeting with this fitness instructor. Chapter 22. A further push. After dinner, Xiaoran headed to the gym to sweat it out. After a month of training, his movements had become quite standard, yet he decided to enroll for another month of personal training with Lu Susu. Thus, upon his arrival, Lu Susu came to guide his workout, although there was little left to teach. Shall we go out for a late-night snack later? Xiaoran asked with a smile. Absolutely. Lu Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a month of effort, she finally saw the light. After Xiaoran had exercised for 3 hours, the gym was nearing closing time, prompting Lu Susu to change clothes and leave with him. Seeing her figure so alluring, her shapely hips swaying with an enchanting grace, it was impossible for any man not to swallow hard. Xiaoran took Lu Susu to a nearby barbecue place, deliberately ordering a few lamb kidneys, which made her delicate face flush with a charming allure. Naturally, many onlookers took notice, but Xiaoran was utterly unconcerned. He wanted them to see. The two took the elevator to the 15th floor. and as they entered the apartment, Lu Susu eagerly embraced him. After a night filled with passion, Xiao Ran felt that the previous 20-odd years of his life had been in vain. Though he had shared an intimate life with Zhang Wan, it had been merely a chore for her. She insisted on turning off the lights, forbade him from affectionate gestures, and lay there unresponsive. Consequently, their encounters dwindled to almost none, averaging less than once a month. Xiao Ran had previously thought Zhang Wan was simply cold, but after his rebirth, he realized she had no feelings for him at all. Her heart belonged to another, and their relationship was merely a matter of routine. Thus, Xiao Ran had regarded such affairs as merely average, requiring release only after prolonged abstinence. However, after last night, he discovered the pleasure that could be derived from such encounters. Lu Susu was entirely different from Zhang Wan, fiery and enthusiastic. Not only cooperative but also proactive, with ample experience. Good heavens, Xiao Ran realized now that such experiences could be exhilarating, but of course, with Lu Susu's wealth of experience, she must have had many partners, but did he need to concern himself with that? Lu Susu, too, was only interested in financial gain. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. I thought you were an unromantic brute, but it seems you are quite impressive, Lu Susu praised, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and flirtation. Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile, I'll give you 100,000 a month and buy you a car. Thank you, boss, Lu Susu said playfully. As for becoming Xiao Ran's wife, she had no such grand ambitions. She was self-aware enough to easily share a bed with him, but what about other men? For Xiao Ran, it was merely a novelty. The terms he offered were highly satisfactory to her, 100,000 a month. Plus a car. What a deal! After a night of wild revelry, both were exhausted and opted for a shower together. Suddenly, there was a loud and urgent knock at the door, as if someone had died inside. It must be Zhang Wan. No one else would be so frantic. Xiao Ran threw on a bathrobe and went to the door, peering through the peephole to confirm it was indeed Zhang Wan. A smile crept across his face as he opened the door. Xiao Ran, I heard someone say you had a woman stay over last night. Is that true? Zhang Wan asked, her tone filled with urgency. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed. How could you do this? Zhang Wan's face turned a shade of iron, her expression one of rage at being cheated on. Xiao Ran chuckled. Why can't I? I'm single now. Can't a single man seek companionship? That made perfect sense. Zhang Wan stood there, mouth agape, momentarily speechless. Who is she? Lu Susu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, unperturbed by the presence of another woman. The two women's gazes locked in an instant. Not that lawyer. Zhang Wan nearly exploded with rage. Xiao Ran, you truly are something. Yesterday you claimed that lawyer was your girlfriend, and now you've taken another woman to bed. Yet, upon observing Lu Susu, Zhang Wan's heart tightened. The woman was not only more beautiful but also younger, with a superior physique, tall, fit, and notably endowed. Moreover, Lu Susu had just showered, so there was no possibility of makeup enhancing her appearance. Oh, she is my ex-wife, Xiao Ran replied casually. Zhang Wan was unwilling to concede defeat. Xiao Ran was a treasure worth 400 million, and she could not simply relinquish him. Aren't you worried that Lu Mei will find out? Before Xiao Ran could respond, Lu Susu interjected. Is it not common for wealthy men to take mistresses? What, do you think you can dictate terms to your ex-husband after divorce? How ludicrous! Zhang Wan was furious and raised her hand to strike Lu Susu. However, Lu Susu, being a fitness instructor, could easily handle two of Zhang Wan. She firmly grasped Zhang Wan's wrist, dismissing her with a sneer. Assaulting someone is illegal, dear. Zhang Wan's anger flared, feeling insulted as if her age were being called into question. With another push from Lu Susu, Zhang Wan stumbled back a few steps. What more could Zhang Wan say? She eyed Lu Susu, who possessed at least a D cup, and recalled that Lu Mei was similarly well endowed. And suddenly it dawned on her. Xiao Ran indeed favored women with ample bosoms. Of course, what man doesn't he? Zhang Wan had initially hesitated, but now she made up her mind. Xiao Ran, I will never give up. Wait for me with that, she hurried away. Lu Susu was taken aback and turned to Xiao Ran. Why did she leave? Is she not staying for a meal with us? Xiao Ran chuckled leisurely. I suspect she intends to visit a cosmetic surgeon to enhance her bust. Lu Susu looked down at her own chest, then considered Zhang Wan's proportions, a look of disdain crossing her face. With her base, she might achieve a C cup at most. I'm an A. Xiao Ran laughed heartily. Recalling that Zhang Wan had received 1 million in compensation from Zhang Ziheo's family, paying him $410,000, and with some savings, she surely had around $600,000 in hand. However, throwing that into the bottomless pit of cosmetic surgery, $60,000 would vanish in no time. He eagerly anticipated the moment Zhang Wan, penniless and realizing she had been deceived, would find herself in a predicament with foreign objects inside her body, making daily activities exceedingly inconvenient, and when it came time to remove them, she would be reluctant, regretting her choices. Chapter 23. Lending money. Xiao Ran and Lu Susu went out for breakfast. After eating, he took her to buy a car. Since he had previously purchased a luxury vehicle, he had no desire to visit other dealerships. He took Lu Susu directly to the same place, as a valued customer. He was welcomed like royalty, and ultimately he bought a car worth just over $500,000, registering it in Lu Susu's name. This thrilled Lu Susu, who showered Xiao Ran with kisses in gratitude. Conversely, the saleswoman looked on enviously. Tio, give away a car worth over $500,000 just like that? Daddy, why not support me too? Unfortunately, the saleswoman was neither as attractive as Lu Susu, nor did she possess a comparable figure. Regardless of how much she tried to flirt, Xiao Ran remained oblivious. After purchasing the car, Xiao Ran parted ways with Lu Susu. As he had important matters to attend to, he went to the warehouse, where he began stockpiling supplies once again, various items, everything one could imagine. For instance, firewood for the fireplace, the onset of the disaster. Although the temperature outside dropped to around -10 degrees, as long as the air conditioning and floor heating were operational, the indoor temperature could be raised above 20 degrees. The problem arose on the fourth day when the power was cut off. Without electricity, how could one operate the air conditioning or heating? Therefore, when renovating the villa, Xiao Ran insisted on installing a fireplace as it could burn firewood, which, unlike gasoline or diesel, was not restricted. Anyone with money could purchase as much as they wanted without fear of inspection. Freshwater was another precious resource, akin to food. After the disaster began, were there any unpolluted water sources left? None. While it was possible to obtain pure water through distillation, the efficiency was too low, and boiling water required energy. In a future with no electricity or gas, how could one heat water? Would one resort to burning furniture? Thus, drinking water was among the key supplies Xiao Ran stockpiled. Apart from collecting tap water, he also subscribed to a purified water company, arranging for deliveries by truck, which was quite affordable, allowing him to stock up. After dinner, he returned to the gym. The next morning, Lu Susu went to work at the gym. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Xiao Ran was jolted awake, his first thought being that Zhang Wan had returned. However, after the previous day's upheaval, she should be preoccupied with selecting a cosmetic surgery clinic. He slipped on a bathrobe and approached the door, peering through the peephole to see someone he never would have expected. Han Yunjin, the stunning young woman from the 17th floor. Xiao Ran opened the door. Just as Han Yunjin was about to speak, she caught sight of him in a bathrobe, her cheeks flushing crimson. She hurried inside, closing the door behind her as if afraid of being seen. Indeed, as a married woman seeking out a single man, the gossip from neighbors could make her life unbearable. Xiao Ran stepped back, smiling. What brings you here? Could you lend me some money? The stunningly beautiful young woman inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed after her own question, and instinctively lowered her head. How much do you need to borrow? Sharon asked. Han Yun began to play with her fingers, and after a while, she finally stated, 300,000. They had only encountered each other a few times while waiting for the elevator or inside it. They weren't even friends. Yet, here she was, directly asking to borrow such a substantial amount. Was she considering Xiao Ran a fool? Xiao Ran neither rejected nor accepted the request, instead asking, what happened? He had a vague suspicion brewing. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yun began to explain. How can you ask someone for money without offering any explanation and expect them to lend it to you? My husband has been gambling. Not only has he lost everything, but he has also borrowed money from the casino. Now they are demanding repayment, and they said that if the debt isn't settled within 3 days, they will take me as payment. As she spoke, Han Yun began to cry. Indeed, Xiao Ran nodded. The drunk man he had encountered in the elevator was indeed Han Yun's husband. How could you marry a gambler? He inquired. Han Yun sighed and replied, my husband wasn't always like this. He was once successful, handsome, but then he was deceived and suffered a catastrophic investment failure, losing everything he had worked for. Since then, he has fallen into despair and developed a gambling addiction. Previously, he would only lose tens of thousands, never like this time, losing 300,000 in one go. Shouldn't you ask your parents-in-law for help? Xiaoran suggested. Han Yun shook her head. They have already lost faith in my husband and will no longer lend us money. How remarkable that even his own parents had given up on him, yet she remained steadfast. Truly, this was love. However, both gambling and drugs are perilous paths that can lead to the disintegration of families. Xiaoran, please help me just this once, she pleaded, grasping his hand, her face filled with desperation. Xiaoran shook his head. We are not related. Why should I lend you money? Do you think I am some kind of fool who would casually lend out 300,000 just because you believe you have struck gold? Disappointment flickered across Han Yun's face as she released his hand. Xiaoran added, however, if you can provide collateral, I might consider lending you the money. Instantly, her eyes lit up. What do you want me to pledge? You, Xiaoran replied with a smile. Chapter 24. The return from surgery. Han Yun was taken aback for a moment, then realized his implication. Her cheeks flushing with anger. You have no shame, she exclaimed. With that, she turned and flung the door open, striding out. That moment, a young couple from room 1503 was waiting for the elevator, caught in the morning rush hour with a throng of people. As the elevator descended, they rushed over. Noticing their presence, Han Yun seemed concerned about being misunderstood and, perhaps to emphasize her own dignity, declared, Xiaoran, do not think that because you have a bit of money, you are impressive. I would never agree to such a shameless request. With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairs through the safety exit. The young couple cast strange glances at Xiaoran. Was it not obvious? Xiaoran, emboldened by his wealth, sought to take advantage of Han Yun, only to be firmly rejected. How disgraceful! Ding! The elevator arrived, and as the couple entered, they shot Xiaoran a contemptuous look before the doors closed. Xiaoran was infuriated. You came to borrow money, and I can't make a request in return. You think it's acceptable to ask for 300,000 without any justification? Do you believe everyone else is a fool? Moreover, she had the audacity to speak such words in front of others, clearly attempting to tarnish his reputation. Very well, he scoffed, making his way up the safety stairs. Room 1702, he knocked on the door. Who is it? A man's voice called from inside, laced with irritation. Property management, Xiaoran replied. With a click, the door swung open, revealing the drunken man from 2 days prior. He blinked in surprise upon seeing Xiaoran. How did you become part of the property management? At that moment, Han Yun peeked from inside, her expression shifting to one of unease upon seeing Xiaoran. He waved at her, saying, I haven't given you the money yet. Why did you run off so quickly? How do you want to receive the money? I have no cash. Just give me an account number, and I'll transfer it to you. The inebriated man. Lin Yue was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger, shouting at Xiaoran, What money? What have you two done? Xiaoran quickly waved his hands, laughing, Don't misunderstand. We haven't done anything. Yet, how could Lin Yue be convinced? Why would you give my wife money if there was nothing going on? And you're only wearing a bathrobe. He turned to Han Yun, bellowing, Why is he giving you money? What were you doing behind my back? Realizing Xiaoran's intent to provoke her, Han Yun had no choice but to explain to her husband, I just want to ask him for a loan, but he made an inappropriate request, which I declined. He is simply upset that I refused him, so he is trying to sow discord between us. Xiaoran chuckled. Would I really offer you money just to create misunderstandings? Just give me your account number, and I'll transfer it. Lin Yue wavered and turned to his wife. Give him your payment code. Husband, Han Yun stammered, feeling betrayed. But Lin Yue remained resolute, insisting, If you have nothing to hide, why are you afraid to give him your payment code? With no other option, Han Yun reluctantly retrieved her phone and displayed a payment code to Xiaoran. He scanned it, input a string of numbers, and confirmed the transaction. Lin Yue snatched the phone from his wife's hand, glancing at the screen, and his face darkened. 5,000? He transferred you 5,000. What exactly did you two do? Did you sleep together? Did you? Han Yun hurriedly explained, Husband, listen to me. Nothing happened between us. He is just trying to make you misunderstand. Meanwhile, Xiaoran winked at Han Yun. I find you quite satisfactory. Come to me again next time. With that, he exited through the safety door. Even after the door closed, he could still hear the sounds of Lin Yue and Han Yun arguing. Xiaoran smiled faintly. You deceived me once. I have merely returned the favor. We are even now. However, Han Yun still held onto her pride. It remained to be seen how she would cope when disaster struck. facing hunger and thirst, whether she could maintain her dignity or succumb to humiliation before a sumptuous feast. Time would tell. As days turned into weeks, the impending doom drew closer. Xiaoran's investments in the stock market had ballooned to an astounding 3 billion. Although 2 months had yet to pass, he had begun to liquidate his assets. Indulging in extravagant purchases, pork, he bought 5,000 tons, spending over 100 million in one go. Beef, another 5,000 tons, cost him another 200 million. Lamb, yet another 5,000 tons, which was even pricier, drained over 300 million. However, Xiaoran refrained from purchasing live seafood, as the alternate dimension could not accommodate living creatures, and dead fish and shrimp were unappetizing. Besides, he had already received nearly 10,000 banquet orders, so fish, shrimp, and crabs were not in short supply. Fruits of every variety were acquired by the 1,000 tons. As were vegetables. Rice, preferably from Wuchang, was taken in whatever quantity available. Various grains were similarly procured, each at 1,000 tons. Under Xiaoran's frenzied spending spree, his bank account barely kept up. Over 1 billion would be spent almost instantaneously. By May 17th, even counting the unrealized gains from the stock market, he found himself with only 200 million left. Spending was truly exhausting. The villa renovations had not been completed on schedule and were instead delayed until today when Jia Yungue formally handed over the property for inspection. Satisfied after testing all the requested modifications, Xiaoran paid the final installment of 10 million. 2 days later, the modifications to his vehicle were complete, and he was notified that he could collect it. Upon arriving at the community entrance, he heard someone call out to him. Zheng Wan. He turned, nearly failing to recognize her. She had transformed completely. She had undergone cosmetic surgery and was indeed much more attractive. Yet her face appeared excessively stiff, exuding an artificial aura. She had vanished for over a month, evidently for the sake of surgery. Xiaoran, take a look at me. Zheng Wan stood proudly before him, showcasing her technologically enhanced features. Xiaoran glanced briefly before turning away. Is this your reaction? Zheng Wan was taken aback. Xiaoran chuckled. You asked me to look? I did. Are you not supposed to say something in return? Zheng Wan grew anxious. What should I say? Xiaoran retorted. Am I supposed to compliment your looks? Please, with that zombie-like face, do not go out at night. You will frighten the children. Xiaoran, Zheng Wan shrieked, her expression a mixture of anger and despair. Chapter 25. The apocalypse unraveled. Zheng Wan trembled with rage. She had invested all her savings into the surgery, even taking out a loan and accruing nearly 100,000 in debt. What was the purpose of all this? To rekindle her relationship with Xiaoran and share in his fortune of 4 billion. And what was the result? Xiaoran had the audacity to respond like this. You were just toying with me? She finally grasped the reality. Xiaoran nodded, smiling. Exactly. Are you just now catching on? Zheng Wan nearly fainted from frustration. She had poured 700,000 into her transformation, enduring much hardship in the process, yet what did she gain? Not only did she fail to rekindle her romance with Xiaoran, but she had also been thoroughly humiliated. That was 700,000. Now, she was unemployed, her savings were depleted, and she was burdened with a mountain of debt. What was she to do? Xiaoran, I am ready to confront you. She was about to charge at Xiaoran with reckless abandon. However, her ample bosom swayed vigorously as she ran, causing her to be both slow and unstable. As Xiaoran merely sidestepped, Zheng Wan stumbled and lost her balance, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. I wonder if her implants sustained any damage from the fall. Noticing that the ride-hailing car he called had arrived, Xiaoran chose to disregard Zheng Wan, getting into the vehicle and driving away without a backward glance. The apocalypse was imminent, and during that time, he would continue to humiliate and wound Zheng Wan, ensuring that he would only send Zheng Yujun's family to the underworld on the 15th day. Zheng Wan sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, with all her money spent and debts mounting to tens of thousands. Coupled with the loss of her job, what was she to do? Wiping away her tears, a sudden idea struck her. She would return home. Yet, she could not reveal the truth. Instead, she would feign having ample funds, allowing her family to support her, as they were only interested in the compensation money she had received, and would go to great lengths to curry her favor. As for the future that could wait, Xiaoran, having acquired the vehicle, drove directly to the warehouse to continue stockpiling supplies. Until his funds were exhausted, he would remain there gathering resources. Time was running short. Only 11 days remained. Spending 200 million? That would be a piece of cake. Today, he completed his inventory clearance, and the balance in his bank account had swelled to 230 million. That was it. That was his total asset. He continued his extensive purchasing spree. Shaoran counted on his fingers. Clothing, batteries, inflatable boats. He bought everything useful and useless, even a plethora of women's lingerie. He stocked up on various types of mountaineering apparel and thermal boots, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. What to do now? No matter, he could always purchase some items again. With a flurry of transactions, he finally dwindled his bank account down to a mere 100,000. He would keep this for emergencies. If worst came to worst, he could always visit a nightclub for some company. Why not indulge in the nightlife? He feared the possibility of being caught by the police. A fine was trivial, but what if he faced 15 days of detention? The end of the world was upon them. After a moment's contemplation, Shaoran decisively dismissed the thought of indulging in one last escapade before the apocalypse. And why did he even consider the nightclub? Shaoran wouldn't stop himself. After over a month of acquaintance, he even asked Lu Susu for her address and sent her a generous package. When Lu Susu received it, she would undoubtedly thank her benefactor without a hint of suspicion. The fleeting pleasure he had experienced in the past was now overshadowed by the emptiness surrounding him, leaving him somewhat pensive. Patience was key. After the calamity began, not only would there be no police to apprehend him, but it was clear that it wasn't only nightclubs that had young ladies. Many beautiful women would become more open-minded. Survival was an instinct, a fundamental need that superseded all else. He would never impose. He would merely exchange. Having suffered a severe wound once, he no longer required emotional entanglements. As long as he found satisfaction, why concern himself with others? In this life, he resolved to be selfish. Days passed, and Shaoran collected all his deliveries. Unsettled, he meticulously recounted everything. Indeed, it should be, no, it was absolutely certain that nothing was amiss. But there was one thing, women. After being single for many days, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. Shaoran realized that it wasn't just the thrill of intimacy he craved. His physique had become robust. His rebirth had undoubtedly altered his constitution. He felt strong, exceedingly strong, as Lu Susu had remarked. His physique surpassed that of 99 of people. It was common knowledge that a strong body correlated with heightened levels of male hormones. Thus it was understandable that his thoughts drifted in that direction. Shaoran couldn't help but think of Lu Mei. Marriage was out of the question, but how could he allow such a beautiful and alluring creature to be taken by another? Just then, he received a notification. How fortuitous. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. It was a message from Lu Mei. Shaoran picked up his phone, glancing at it with a frown. At least half a month. Lu Mei was lamenting to him that Yaya was a severe doomsday enthusiast, having begun to construct a doomsday fortress 2 years ago, and it had finally been completed. She had invited her over, and there was no way to decline. Goodness, why would there be doomsday enthusiasts who would go so far as to purchase a plot of land in the mountains, spending nearly 100 million to build a fortress? Shaoran was at a loss for words. He was aware that some doomsday enthusiasts converted their basements into shelters, and there were even doomsday goods for sale online. However, he never imagined that there were people willing to spend 100 million to construct a doomsday fortress domestically. It could only be said a fortunate misstep. But wasn't this akin to competing for a lady's affection? Yet, could Shaoran intervene? His relationship with Lu Mei was still ambiguous, not yet lovers. So he had no grounds to object. Even if they were indeed in a romantic relationship, could Lu Mei not support her friends? Clearly, she had already busied herself with her own affairs. Shaoran chuckled and set his phone aside. Chapter 26. The Onset of Calamity, May 31 St. That night, Shaoran tossed and turned, unable to sleep, with a stray dog lying beside him. He had found this mutt wandering near the warehouse. Shaoran thought that after the calamity, animals might prove to be more reliable than humans, hence his decision to adopt a dog. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would arrive. He felt a thrill akin to a woman in labor, eagerly awaiting the moment of delivery. Perhaps, with his rebirth, the apocalypse might not come after all. He was torn with uncertainty, and he did not know how long he had been lost in thought before he finally drifted off to sleep. A night passed, and a new day dawned. As Shaoran had his breakfast, he found it tasteless. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the more anxious he became. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:50. The clock struck 9. Xiaoran sat by the window, gazing up at the sky. Yet, no hailstones fell. Xiaoran was taken aback. Could it be that after his rebirth, the calamity truly would not arrive? That would be quite amusing. Nevertheless, it mattered not. His preparations were ample enough to last him several lifetimes. And he possessed spatial abilities, allowing him to carve out a significant existence. Bang! Just then, a loud crash resounded, the sound of a heavy object striking the glass. Xiaoran jolted upright and looked out the window. There, on the ground, lay a hailstone the size of a fist. This was not some toy crafted by a mischievous child using their refrigerator. This hailstone was a deep green. Hail! Xiaoran's heart tightened, only to feel a wave of relief wash over him. The apocalypse had arrived, just as foretold. Bang! Another hailstone struck, this time hitting the roof with a sound akin to metal clashing, and the previously clear sky rapidly darkened, even shrouded in fog. Xiaoran chuckled. The entire villa had been fortified. Not to mention hailstones the size of a fist, even those the size of a human head posed no threat. Glass. That was no ordinary glass, but a special type that would withstand hundreds of blows without so much as a crack, let alone shattering. Moreover, he could reinforce it with steel plates, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. The hail fell at a slow pace, but being struck by such a thing was no laughing matter. A direct hit to the head could be fatal. The entire neighborhood was in an uproar. Some individuals walking outside were struck and immediately began to wail, while cars and e-bikes, subjected to the weighty hail, emitted piercing alarms. How could the community not be lively? Even though Xiaoran had closed his door, the temperature inside the room visibly plummeted. This year had been particularly warm. By late May, temperatures had already exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, and those sensitive to heat had to sleep with air conditioning at night. Yet now, the temperature fell sharply from 32 degrees to below 20 degrees. Within merely an hour, the indoor temperature had dropped to 15 degrees. People who had been dressed in short sleeves now scrambled to find their sweaters. By noon, the temperature had plummeted to 5 degrees. Xiaoran had already lit the fireplace, tossing in a pile of firewood. And the indoor temperature quickly rose to over 20 degrees, warm as spring, even bordering on hot. Consequently, he allowed some cool air to circulate. 1. Because it was too warm. 2. Because it was dry, and he needed some moisture in the air to alleviate the dryness. Comforting. Ding ding ding. His phone buzzed with several messages. Xiaoran glanced at them. They were from Lu Mei and Lu Susu, both expressing shock at the sudden hail. Fortunately, they were indoors when the hail began to fall. Xiaoran chatted with them for a while before they all returned to their respective tasks. Xiaoran switched on the television. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed such leisure. After the calamity began, he had been occupied with caring for his adopted son, cooking, and laundry, leaving him in a constant state of busyness. Many news stations were interrupting their regular programming to report on the unexpected hail. The hail is toxic. This fact had already been discovered, and experts on the news were urgently warning people not to touch or lick the hail out of curiosity, lest they suffer mild diarrhea or, in severe cases, death. It was no joking matter. Xiaoran tuned into CCTV, as it was undoubtedly the most authoritative source at that moment. CCTV was broadcasting live news, connecting with 3 experts specializing in climate, chemistry, and astronomy. The astronomical expert speculated that this wave of toxic hail might be related to mysterious rays from deep space that had arrived on Earth a few days prior, causing unknown effects. Meanwhile, the climate expert suggested that the Earth had prematurely entered a glacial period. Although temperatures would not plummet to extreme levels immediately, preparations should be made for a drop of at least 10 degrees below normal winter temperatures. The chemists conducted tests on the liquid formed from the hail, yet they were unable to identify the toxins within the water, only able to issue a warning. Under no circumstances should one drink water contaminated by the toxic hail. Subsequently, the 3 experts unanimously cautioned against venturing outside. The hail itself was perilous, and the toxicity only exacerbated the danger, thus it was imperative to remain indoors, at least until the storm abated. Xiaoran could only shake his head in response. While aspirations may be noble, the reality is often harsh. For a full 15 days following the natural disaster, the hail showed no signs of relenting, though it had indeed diminished in size and frequency. However, many households lacked the foresight to prepare adequately with ample provisions and clean water. He retrieved several dishes from his alternate space and laid them upon the table, featuring meat, shrimp, vegetables, and a soup. As he ate, He shared some of his meal with his dog, whom he affectionately named Leopard, ensuring that whatever he consumed, the dog partook of as well. After finishing his meal and taking a moment to rest, he commenced his workout routine. This habit was one he intended to maintain. Following his exercise, he enjoyed a refreshing shower. Presently, he utilized a water tank with a capacity of 5 cubic meters, ensuring that as long as the tank remained filled, the household water supply would remain uninterrupted, allowing for showers and normal toilet use without issue. That evening, he polished off the leftovers from lunch, despite possessing enough supplies to sustain him for several lifetimes. Xiao Ran was not one to indulge in wastefulness. Wastefulness was a shameful act. After dinner, he donned warm clothing, took Leopard with him, and descended to the basement, where an iron door awaited. First, he checked the surveillance before opening it and stepping out to walk his dog. The basement connected to the community garage, and after traversing a narrow passageway, he arrived to find quite the commotion. The elderly residents, seeking a place to wander, had taken to dancing in the square. Dog owners paraded their pets around the garage, and young people engaged in a lively game of soccer. However, the garage, though seemingly spacious at a glance, quickly became overcrowded with the influx of people, leading to a cacophony of noise. The chaos erupted when a dog inadvertently relieved itself on the foot of a dancing elderly woman, resulting in a heated exchange between the dog's owner and the woman. Each party accused the other of encroaching upon public space, one berating the dancer for her presence, and the other condemning the dog owner for not leashing their pet. Amidst the tumult, Xiao Ran noticed a group of 4 approaching him. It was none other than his ex-wife's family. Zheng Wan led the way, flanked by her husband Zheng Yujun and their son, who guarded her like a protective entourage, their faces betraying an eagerness to ingratiate themselves. Xiao Ran quickly surmised their intentions. They were after the compensation that Zheng Wan held. After 4 years of cohabitation, he was well aware of their avarice and mercenary nature. Little did they know, however, that Zheng Wan was now bankrupt. Allow me to enlighten you, for I cannot abide deceit. As Zheng Wan and her family drew nearer, Chapter 27. A blow to Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth in resentment. Perceiving her palpable hostility, Leopard bared his teeth and growled at her, ready to spring forth had Xiao Ran not restrained him. Excellent. This was precisely the outcome Xiao Ran desired, for he sought not a mere pet. A faint smile graced his lips. I previously orchestrated your financial ruin, and now I shall deliver a slap to your face. Yet in a few days, you will find yourself compelled to humble yourself before me. He feigned surprise, inquiring, where did you undergo your cosmetic and breast augmentation surgeries? I've heard these procedures come at a considerable cost, tens of thousands for the surgeries alone, not to mention maintenance, which could easily run into the hundreds of thousands, correct? Although Xiao Ran was unsure of the exact figures, he intentionally exaggerated. Zheng Yujun grew anxious upon hearing this, fully aware of how much money their daughter possessed. Should she truly spend such a fortune on her appearance, there would be little left to support their son, possibly even leading to a financial deficit. Wan, is what this scoundrel says true? The elder man questioned aggressively. Truly a foolish ally. Zheng Wan mentally lamented. Shouldn't we be united against a common foe? Yet, you choose to question me based on Xiao Ran's words. Is this not a case of infighting? However, the Zheng family's greed was all too apparent. They had previously cast out their daughter and grandson for money, so why should it be surprising that they now interrogated her? Zheng Wan was forced to clarify. Father, do not listen to his nonsense. He merely wishes to disrupt our peace. I did not spend much on cosmetic procedures, so rest assured. With this statement, Zheng Yujun became somewhat skeptical, yet he refrained from pressing further. Zheng Wan understood this, and her resentment towards Xiao Ran deepened as she spoke with a curse-laden tone. I hope this hail lasts a long while, for then your 400 million will remain stagnant in the bank. Merely a number, unable to purchase anything. Oh, how sharp your tongue is, as if it has been blessed. Indeed, this calamity was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined, not something that could simply be endured or weathered. Soon, power outages would ensue, and the frigid temperatures would be enough to send many into despair. Coupled with food shortages and insufficient clean water, within a matter of days, countless individuals would likely perish from thirst, hunger, or exposure. Money? Cash would be rendered worthless. Mere scraps of paper, and funds in banks or the stock market would become nothing more than digits on a screen, forever inaccessible. Xiao Ran merely chuckled, for he was now the wealthiest individual in the world, his fortune surpassing that of the second richest by untold multiples, perhaps even billions. You are truly selfish, wishing for this disaster to persist solely to render my wealth useless, Xiao Ran remarked loudly. Do you desire for our neighbors and fellow townsfolk to suffer misfortune? As Xiao Ran stood in confrontation with Zhang Wan's family, curious onlookers began to gather, their ears keenly attuned to his words. His remarks prompted nods of agreement and ire directed towards Zhang Wan, with some even voicing their disapproval openly. This woman, who strayed from her marital duties and engaged in deceit, displayed a character deeply flawed. To wish for the hail to continue was a heartless desire. Many individuals were simply trying to fulfill their daily obligations, now trapped in their workplaces due to the storm, while she wished for the hail to persist. Was she not seeking to bring ruin upon her own family? A vile woman? Zheng Wan recognized her misstep and, her face paling, quickly turned to flee toward her building. Witnessing her retreat, the crowd turned their ire upon Zheng Yujun and his wife, berating them for raising such a daughter. Although the Zheng couple was shameless and overbearing, they found themselves intimidated by the collective outcry and retreated in shame. Their priority was to ascertain the extent of their daughter's finances. How much money did she still possess? This was merely the first day. The true horrors of this calamity had yet to dawn upon the populace. As the hail continued unabated, without any sign of rescue, panic would soon set in. The nation had not neglected to deploy military aid, yet multiple transport vehicles had met with accidents, some even exploding, leading to the loss of numerous soldiers. The lives of these brave men were not to be squandered. Should the challenges be merely logistical, the soldiers would undoubtedly find a way to resolve them. Yet, faced with insurmountable obstacles, it was unreasonable to sacrifice lives needlessly. In the thick fog, visibility was reduced to a mere meter. Even under normal circumstances, one could rely on human labor for transportation, but with the addition of toxic hail, rescue efforts became impossible. With such thoughts weighing on him, he decided to engage in further exercise. As he worked out, Leopard mirrored him, stretching his limbs beside him. Upon finishing his routine, he glanced at his phone and noticed messages from Lu Mei and Lu Susu, first lamenting the weather, then urging him to exercise caution. As disasters often invited human calamities, the critical question remained: could law enforcement even respond under such conditions? If this weather persisted for several more days, it was unimaginable. Xiao Ran advised them to remain vigilant, especially to secure their doors and windows against potential intruders. Lu Susu readily agreed, while Lu Mei boasted of her fortress, claiming it was impenetrable to hail, equipped with a generator and ample supplies to last several months. With that, Xiao Ran set aside his phone, took another shower, and retired for the night. The relentless sound of hail pounding against the roof made sleep elusive, yet with earplugs in place and the knowledge of impending disaster. He soon drifted off. The night passed. Upon awakening, Xiao Ran gazed out at the white haze beyond his window and noted the time. It was already 7:30. Under normal circumstances, the day would be bright. Yet the current scene was anything but. Rising from bed, he opted not to prepare breakfast but rather selected a meal from his alternate space. The variety available was overwhelming, ranging from extravagant to simple fare. Today, he chose a modest bowl of shepherd's purse wontons, still steaming. For Leopard, he tossed a piece of pan-seared steak and a bowl of fresh milk. As he dined, he turned on the television to catch the news. Another day had passed, yet the hail showed no signs of abating, and the thick fog remained, showing no indication of dissipating. Meanwhile, alarming reports continued to emerge. Following the onset of the disaster, every aircraft in the sky had met with catastrophe. Chapter 28. A display of wealth. Airborne at 10,000 meters, there was neither hail nor fog at that altitude, but the question remained: how could they land? Some aircraft took the risk of descending, only to meet with disaster almost immediately, while others ran low on fuel, forced to either attempt a perilous landing or plummet due to loss of power. Should these planes fall into uninhabited wilderness or the sea, the consequences might be manageable. However, if they were to crash into the city, it would spell a calamity of epic proportions. People are confined to their homes, yet they can disseminate the videos they have captured through the internet, describing them with words, which swiftly spreads across the globe. This phenomenon has left humanity trembling in trepidation. Is it possible that the apocalypse is upon us? Xiao Ran picked up his phone and noticed that the property manager had sent him an invitation to join a disaster response group for the community. Every homeowner, including tenants, received this invitation. After some contemplation, Xiao Ran decided to join the chat. His phone immediately erupted with notifications. The sheer number of messages was overwhelming. To see the messages clearly, he had to scroll up to prevent the screen from automatically updating. Most individuals were inquiring whether anyone had insider information about the duration of this natural disaster or when government relief supplies would arrive. It was then that someone stood out. A certain Li Zhonglin claimed to have a cousin working in the municipal government. He asserted that the calamity would persist for a considerable time, and the state had activated an emergency shelter plan, selecting a group of individuals to take refuge in the pre-established underground cities. Emerging only after the disaster had passed to rebuild their homes, he claimed to possess 3 spots available for entry into the underground city, and being single, he was willing to sell 2 of them to interested parties via private messages. Such a situation had transpired in Xiao Ran's previous life as well. There were no underground cities. Li Zhonglin was nothing but a fraud, a tenant rather than a homeowner, deliberately spreading false information, managing to deceive over a dozen people, some losing money, while others were swindled out of supplies, and some lost both their resources and lives. He continued his deceit until the 11th day, when his scheme was exposed, resulting in him being beaten to death. On the 11th day of the disaster, the power had long been cut off, and each person had become an island unto themselves, with despair magnifying their emotions infinitely. In such dire circumstances, individuals could resort to any actions. Xiao Ran refrained from warning anyone. In fact, some individuals in the group had already cautioned others to be wary of scammers. However, during such times, people clung even more desperately to any potential lifeline. Those who wished to believe would do so, and they deserved to be deceived. Xiao Ran had no interest in playing the role of the Good Samaritan. With his formidable capabilities, merely abstaining from malevolence was already a significant act of kindness. It was time to provoke his ex-wife a little. Xiao Ran pondered. The Zhang family had always been frugal, never stockpiling supplies in large quantities. Instead, Lin Meiying would visit the supermarket every evening in search of discounted, less-than-fresh produce. Consequently, aside from rice, the Zhang household had almost no provisions. During those tens of days in his previous life, Xiao Ran and his companions primarily subsisted on rice paired with pickled vegetables. And how miserly was Zhang Yujun under normal circumstances? He would let water drip from the faucet into a bucket to avoid the water meter registering any usage, effectively taking advantage of the state. However, after the disaster struck, this habit saved their lives by providing them with drinking water at noon. Xiao Ran laid out a lavish spread of dishes, alongside a substantial amount of instant noodles and bread piled like a small mountain. He snapped a few photos, including one of a leopard devouring a steak, and posted it on his social media, but restricted visibility to just Zhanghua. He captioned it, "Fortunately, as a homebody, I prepared some supplies in advance." Haha, that he had tested it. His ex-wife had not blocked him, likely hoping to monitor him through social media, thus she would certainly see it. After lunch, he went to the garage to walk his dog. The outside temperature had already plummeted to -5 degrees. Every household had turned on their air conditioning, or else they would have to wrap themselves in several layers of blankets, shivering uncontrollably. However, by the day after tomorrow, when the electricity supply would be cut off, the temperature would drop to -15 degrees, and that would truly be despairing. The disaster group was no longer as lively as before, and people became more pragmatic, starting to engage in commerce, selling supplies, but prices had skyrocketed at least tenfold. They were criticized for profiting from the national calamity, even deceiving their neighbors. Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. Those who were willing to pay 10 or even 20 times the price for supplies would be deemed foolish, yet in a couple of days, these sellers would regret their decisions. What good was money? It was utterly useless. Thus, having money to buy supplies now was akin to picking up free resources. Xiao Ran scoured the group chat and found Han Yun's account, sending her a friend request. Unsurprisingly, he was rejected. He chose not to send another request but merely smiled. His initial intent was simply to send a reminder to Han Yun. Then, he posted a photo in the group showing 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of water. In no time, he was bombarded with mentions in the group and received numerous friend requests. Xiao Ran paid them no mind. He was merely showing off his wealth. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan had naturally discovered Xiao Ran's social media post, and upon seeing the mountain of food, she couldn't help but salivate. The sight of a mutt gnawing on a steak made her wish she could strangle Xiao Ran. Waste. A tremendous waste. What had she been eating for the past day? Plain rice and pickled vegetables. Now a dog was eating better than her. Seeing that Xiao Ran had also posted a photo flaunting his riches in the group, she was even more infuriated. That food should be hers. How dare he post it in the group to incite envy? No, she needed to adjust her strategy and win Xiao Ran back. Previously, it was for money. Now, she needed both money and food. Zheng Wan, get your ass out here, Zheng Yujun bellowed, pounding on the door. Zheng Wan's face darkened. They had already argued all night yesterday, and now he was not letting up. However, she now had a plan. Want food? They would have to rely on her. She composed herself and exited with the poise of a victor. In Building 9. Room 1702, Han Yun unhesitatingly rejected Xiao Ran's friend request, spitting in disdain. This villain had caused her husband to have a fierce argument with her, leaving lingering resentment, and he still dared to want to add her as a friend. However, when she noticed the multitude of mentions directed at Xiao Ran in the group, she couldn't help but scroll back through the chat records and quickly discovered the photo he had posted. Food, clean water. She couldn't help but lick her lips. While her hunger was bearable, the lack of water was intolerable. For a brief moment, she truly considered accepting Xiao Ran's friend request again. Nevertheless, she held back. How could she lower herself to this villain? Besides, she was well aware of his intentions. If she wanted his water, he would undoubtedly make demands. Was she so cheap as to sell herself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, have you seen someone post photos of food and clean water in the group? A beautiful young woman approached with an excited expression. Her name was Zhang Jingya, the cousin of Lin Yuhua, about to graduate from university and temporarily residing with them while searching for a job in Sioux City. Han Yun nodded and quickly added, he's not a good person. You mustn't engage with him. Zhang Jingya pondered for a moment, yet her eyes were already darting about. If worst came to worst, she could spend a bit more money to buy some. What else could she do? In the evening, after Xiao Ran finished dinner, he continued to walk his dog. The leopard, having grown accustomed to the wild, needed to expend its excess energy, or else it would become restless. Upon arriving at the underground garage, he noticed that many fewer people were present. Just yesterday, there had been quite a few engaging in square dancing, but today, not a single soul was around, primarily due to the lack of mood and the biting cold. Only a handful remained. However, upon spotting Xiao Ran, they immediately crowded around him. Xiao Ran, do you have any surplus food and clean water? Sell me some, I'll buy some too. Name your price. As long as it's not outrageous. I'll take as much as you have. Everyone needed food and water. How could they all be catered to? Before Xiao Ran could respond, they began to argue among themselves. Eventually, they turned their attention back to Xiao Ran. The owner of the supplies was Xiao Ran. Their commotion was meaningless. Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, but I only have a limited amount of supplies. I don't know how long this disaster will last. So I must keep some for myself. This, the crowd grew incensed. If you're not selling, then why post it in the group? Xiao Ran, we're all neighbors. You can't just stand by and watch us starve or thirst to death. How can someone be so heartless? Aren't you afraid of having a son with no anus? One particularly caustic individual turned the vitriol towards Xiao Ran's faux son. No wonder your wife gave birth to a bastard. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Business is inherently mutual, especially during such a disaster. If I choose to sell you food, that is my kindness and generosity, while declining to sell is merely my prerogative. What can you say against me? To accuse me so vehemently, even to insult me and dredge up my past grievances, that I cannot tolerate. Xiao Ran shot a glance at the man and then at the woman beside him, presumably his wife, who appeared to be in her 30s, with an appealing appearance and an enviable figure, her curves accentuated even under winter clothing. He flashed a smile at the young woman. Would you like something to eat or drink? Come to my home. Xiao Ran. The hot-tempered man erupted in anger. Are you trying to steal my wife right in front of me? You're too brazen. He reached out, intending to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. Xiao Ran executed a swift counter-grappling move, deftly locking the man's arm and yanking it with a sharp crack, dislocating his shoulder in an instant. The leopard, fierce and protective, immediately lunged at the assailant, sinking its teeth into his calf with a ferocious bite. Given Xiao Ran's current combat prowess, facing 3 or even 4 opponents posed little challenge. Should he resort to utilizing the alternate dimension? He could annihilate everyone in the vicinity, not just once, but dozens of times over. The insolent man let out a blood-curdling scream. In truth, the dislocated arm was not particularly painful, but the leopard's bite was excruciating, causing cold sweat to break out on his brow. "Get lost?" Xiao Ran said coldly. "You've asked for it. What time do you think it is? The law, order, and even morality are crumbling before our eyes. And you dare to provoke me?" Truly courting death, he released his grip, yet the leopard remained tenacious, refusing to let go. "Loyal dog," Xiao Ran remarked with a sense of satisfaction. In this apocalyptic world, dogs prove to be more faithful than humans. Provide it with a morsel to eat, and it would never betray you. Conversely, give a human a bite, and they might scheme to seize all your resources, plotting your demise to claim everything you possess. Upon receiving his command, the leopard finally relented. However, the others, upon hearing this exchange, nearly fainted from indignation. Listen to this. Feeding a dog steak? Everyone is grappling with severe food shortages, and you still dare to offer steak to a dog? Infuriating, the insolent man, drenched in cold sweat, declared, "I tell you, unless you compensate me handsomely, this matter will not be resolved." Xiao Ran laughed heartily. "Then go ahead and report me." "Xiao Ran, do you truly believe this disaster will never end?" Someone nearby interjected, unable to remain silent. "Once this calamity passes, people like you will certainly face reckoning for your misdeeds." Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered to engage. Was he the one who initiated violence? Incorrect. He was merely defending himself. Why dwell on it? He turned his gaze toward the young woman, smiling as he said, "You are welcome to visit my home any time, but that you understand what you must offer in return." With that, he strode away, continuing his leisurely stroll with the dog. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. The crowd trembled with rage, yet they failed to consider that Xiao Ran owed them nothing. They had approached him of their own volition, and now they dared to assign blame for their inability to procure supplies. Who had nurtured such entitlement? Thus, humanity's selfishness was laid bare, and the disaster had undeniably magnified this trait. 2 days had passed, and anxiety began to fester among the populace. But what truly dealt a crushing blow to everyone's spirits was the impending power outage set to commence in 2 days. First, residential power would be cut, followed by the communication towers. Even if mobile devices retained some charge, they would serve little purpose. In such circumstances, panic would undoubtedly reach a fever pitch, eroding trust among neighbors as each household shuttered its doors, viewing all others as potential threats. All of this could transpire in a mere 3 days. Chapter 30. Primitive Transactions Disaster, Day 3. Xiao Ran awoke naturally, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared breakfast, sharing 2 large meat buns with his leopard. One could not indulge in steak every day. A balanced diet was essential. Having previously been a stray, the leopard had developed the commendable habit of not being picky about food. For it, simply having enough to eat was a luxury. Whether it be steak or meat buns, it devoured with gusto. Watching it eat with such fervor made Xiao Ran's mouth water, and he quickly finished a bowl of shrimp noodles himself. He then drank a bit of milk, ensuring the young leopard, still not fully grown, received its fair share to aid its growth. Finally, he concluded his breakfast with a plate of fruit, feeling satisfied. As he glanced at the group chat, he was met with a flood of negativity. It was now the 3rd day, and yet the hail had not ceased. The dense fog showed no signs of lifting, and national aid had yet to materialize. Everyone was on the verge of depleting their resources, facing the dire threat of water and food shortages. However, for now, they merely vented their frustrations. In a couple of days, they would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures to secure food. The bonds of neighborly kindness would dissolve in the face of hunger. Ding! Xiao Ran received a message. Upon checking, it was from Zheng Wan. He was not surprised. Having flaunted her wealth on social media yesterday, it seemed she was now reaching out to him, though he felt it was rather late. Was she attempting to play coy? "Xiao Ran, can you give me another chance? With the disaster upon us, it may last a long time, so I assure you I am not after your money. Please believe my sincerity, all right?" After a moment, she sent another message. "Can I come to see you tonight?" Here it came. Xiao Ran smirked. He was all too aware of his malicious ex-wife's intentions. Zheng family? Zhang Yujun snorted heavily, declaring, "That little wretch dared to humiliate me publicly. Let's see how I deal with him this time." Zhang Gang was equally eager, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Zhang Wan nodded. "We will proceed as planned." I'll deceive him into opening the door, and then you and my younger brother will rush in and subdue Xiao Ran. Lin Meiying expressed her concerns. What if the disaster passes? And Xiao Ran goes to the authorities? Zhang Wan showed no signs of worry. Given the current situation, this disaster will not end anytime soon. Many will perish. Surely, others will resort to similar actions as I do. The law cannot hold us accountable as a group. It is impossible to single us out. Kill him? Zhang Yujun shuddered at the thought, surprised by his daughter's cold words. Little did he know that Zhang Wan was capable of orchestrating her own brother's demise. Now, with the disaster looming, she had no qualms about taking another's life, especially that of Xiao Ran, whom she loathed in any case. If you wish to avoid starving to death, we must act decisively tonight. Zhang Wan concluded. Zhang Yujun and his son nodded in agreement, contemplating their daily fare of plain rice and pickled vegetables, which drove them to the brink of madness. Yes, I'm on the verge of starvation. Do I fear committing a crime? Ding! Xiao Ran received a friend request. He initially considered ignoring it, but noticed the note attached. I am Han Yun's sister-in-law, Zhang Jingya. Ah? A flicker of interest sparked within Xiao Ran, and he accepted the request. Shouted Kaiju, do you have plenty of food and drink? Zhang Jingya sent an immediate message. Could you sell me some? She inquired further. Xiao Ran chuckled inwardly. Food and clean water were akin to life itself. Who would sell away their own survival? He intentionally elevated the significance of food and water, equating them to life itself. But was he exaggerating? Not in the slightest. With the impending power outage, everyone would soon awaken to the harsh reality. The disaster would not cease, and aid would not arrive. Thus, food and clean water were of utmost importance. Send me a photo without any filters or beautification. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Ding. Moments later, Xiao Ran received a photo that depicted a striking woman posing against a stone in a scenic area, giving a peace sign. Her looks rated an 80, and her figure matched. She was beautiful, though not yet a goddess. I'm on my way. The phone fell silent. Shortly after, a series of knocks echoed at the basement door. Xiao Ran checked the surveillance first. He had installed not one, but 3 cameras, ensuring the entire passageway was monitored without any blind spots. Only one woman stood at the door, clad in a thick winter coat. It was indeed Zhang Jingya, nearly indistinguishable from the woman in the photo. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Zhang Jingya stepped inside, and he promptly closed the door behind her. Wow, it's so warm in here, she exclaimed, shedding her outerwear. Her figure was indeed impressive, though still not quite matching Han Yun. Thinking of Han Yun, Xiao Ran felt a stir in his heart, wondering when he might indulge in such a delightful treat. Zhang Jingya, oblivious, was already captivated by the food laid out on the table. Though modest in quantity, there was meat, fish, vegetables, and a bowl of chicken soup. She gazed at Xiao Ran, her excitement palpable. Is this prepared for me? Xiao Ran smiled, indeed, but whether you can eat it depends on your performance. Zhang Jingya bit her lip, appearing to wrestle with a difficult decision. After a moment, she gave a slight nod. More than an hour later, Xiao Ran had given Zhang Jingya 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, then sent her on her way. He would not allow any woman to stay overnight in his safe haven. As Zhang Jingya exited, tears streamed down her cheeks. Once a campus beauty, she had been pursued by countless admirers, basking in adoration. Yet now, however, upon feeling the weight of the bottled water and instant noodles in her clothes, a look of satisfaction crossed her face. To survive was to earn the right to aspire for more. Chapter 31. A satisfying blow to the ex-wife and her family. Xiao Ran felt an unprecedented lightness. Indeed, one cannot bottle up emotions indefinitely. Eventually, it leads to trouble. He chuckled. I almost forgot how astute you are, my loyal dog. From now on, you shall be in charge of guarding the house. If you catch wind of any unusual activity or scent, you must alert me. Xiao Ran laughed, regardless of whether the leopard understood. Woof woof. To his surprise, the leopard barked twice, seemingly in agreement. Good dog. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and began browsing. Both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had messaged him, expressing their concerns over the extreme weather that had persisted for 2 days without improvement. Yet, one resided in a fortified shelter while the other had received ample supplies from Xiao Ran, ensuring their survival for at least 2 to 3 months without issue. Upon glancing at the chat groups, he noted that they had become increasingly lively. For instance, in the work group, many individuals find themselves trapped within the confines of the company. now naturally calling for help. Additionally, the long silent groups from elementary school, middle school, high school, and university have suddenly erupted. It is evident that panic has set in, with everyone grasping at any channel to send out a distress signal. Xiao Ran, however, is helpless. He yearns to venture out for gasoline and diesel, yet dares not act in such thick fog, as a moment's lapse could lead to a devastating accident. The daylight hours drag on in monotony. As night falls, the underground garage is desolate and empty, for the chilling temperatures deter anyone from enduring the frost. The fewer the people, the colder it becomes, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly, a group of 4 stealthily appears, tiptoeing in fear of making any sound. Ironically, the more they attempt to be silent, the louder the sound of their shoes echoes in the stillness of the garage, prompting glances among them, each convinced that the others are too heavy-footed. It is none other than the Zheng family. At last, they arrive at the vicinity of Xiao Ran's villa, where a passage leads to the basement, a private area protected by a door. Zhang Wan instructs Zhang Yujun and Zhang Gang to conceal themselves beside the wall, ready to rush in and subdue Xiao Ran the moment the door opens. She then knocks on the door. Prior to this, she had already called Xiao Ran. Inside the basement, Xiao Ran observes through the surveillance cameras, and the Zheng family's antics are utterly transparent. They would never anticipate that he has installed not 1, but 3 cameras, capturing the entirety of the passageway. As expected, the entire family has come. Their intention is to seize him, perhaps even eliminate him, to usurp his domain. Xiao Ran smirks and swings the door open. Zhang Yujun and Zhang Gang immediately rush in an instant. A cacophony ensues, and 2 individuals are sent tumbling out. Who else but Zhang Yujun and his son? Then, Xiao Ran emerges with arms crossed, casting a mocking gaze upon Zheng Wan. Such enthusiasm, the whole family has come. Zheng Wan stands in stunned silence. After 4 years of marriage, regardless of her indifference toward Xiao Ran, she cannot be oblivious to his capabilities. How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? From beside the door, Xiao Ran retrieves a baseball bat from an alternate space, revealing a cruel smile. So, you all have come, and took advantage of my opening the door to rush in and attempt to seize control of me. I wonder, do you wish to lay claim to my residence? What does our song say? When friends arrive, we offer fine wine. But when wolves come, we are armed with shotguns. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Xiao Ran swings the bat downwards. Crash, crack. Zheng Gang is the first to scream in agony as his arm is brutally shattered by the bat, pain draining the color from his face as cold sweat cascades down. Xiao Ran's smile is chilling, evoking dread. How much blood has this former brother-in-law drained from him? He continues. Another swing follows. Stop. Please, stop. Lin Meiying rushes forward, shielding her son with her own body. The daughter matters little, but my son is my lifeline. By all means, if you must, kill me, she cries out in desperation. Do you dare to strike? With unwavering resolve, Xiao Ran brings the bat down again. Does the Zheng family possess anything of value? No. Moreover, in his previous life, he was betrayed by the Zheng family. Did Lin Meiying not raise her hand against him? If Xiao Ran had the ability to resurrect, he would not hesitate to eliminate the Zheng family entirely, only to resurrect and repeat the cycle of death. He cannot allow them to die so easily. With a heavy blow, Lin Meiying lets out a wail and promptly faints. Xiao Ran does not relent, directing his attention to Zhang Yujun, delivering a similar strike. The old man screams in pain, his right arm crushed by Xiao Ran's merciless blow. But it does not end there. Xiao Ran sets his sights on Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan is initially taken aback, then screams and turns to flee without a second thought. Xiao Ran swiftly pursues, and with a powerful swing, he strikes her in the chest, the sound of shattering resounding. The implant has broken. Despite this, Zheng Wan's face pales, struggling to catch her breath. Xiao Ran tosses her 3 packets of instant noodles along with a bottle of water. Why such kindness? It is not kindness at all. First, he cannot bear for the Zheng family to perish too swiftly. Second, how will 4 individuals divide 3 packets of noodles and 1 bottle of water? If they wish for more food, they shall return for another beating. Xiao Ran states nonchalantly, casting a long shadow over Zheng Wan, who trembles in fear, chilled to the bone. Now, get lost. Regrettably, he cannot strike more blows. He has not the heart to let them die just yet. He must torment them a few more days. Alas! Thus, he must wait until they recover from their injuries before proceeding. For now, Let this family fight over food. He eagerly anticipates their internal strife. By the way, Xiao Ran, do you possess a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly inquires. Yeah, and I believe that if the natural disasters persist, the power supply will undoubtedly be affected, and we will be unable to communicate. Yaya has a satellite phone. Do you have one? Truly, she is a doomsday enthusiast. How could he not be prepared for a satellite phone? Xiaoran chuckles. I use a Huawei Mate 60. It is a satellite communication terminal, not merely a phone. Chapter 32. Power outage. A night has passed, marking the 4th day of the apocalypse, which is also the most despairing day. Today, there shall be a power outage. Outside, the temperature plummets to below -10 degrees. How can one survive without air conditioning? Had there been preparation, one could have set up a stove, but the disaster struck unexpectedly, rendering urban dwellers hopeless. From this day forward, civilization, order, and morality shall completely collapse. Thus, it would not be amiss to deem today the true prelude to the apocalypse. He recalls that in his previous life, the power was cut around noon. He wonders if this time will differ. It probably will not. He chooses not to dwell on it. Even if the power does not go out today, it will inevitably do so tomorrow or the day after. With no one maintaining the power plant, how could it possibly remain operational? It is merely a matter of when, whether sooner or later. He amuses himself by playing with the leopard, which reciprocates his enthusiasm. Bounding about energetically without wreaking havoc, endearing itself to Xiao Ran. Standing by the window, he gazes outside, where everything is shrouded in fog and dimness. The next 10 days will likely follow this dismal pattern. He wonders when the sun will finally shine again. Soon, midday arrives, and Xiao Ran prepares his meal. The leopard, too, feasts heartily. Suddenly, the lights flicker, and other electrical appliances collectively falter. Xiao Ran immediately comprehends the situation. The power is out. However, he has connected a backup power source, a generator powered by batteries, but it requires diesel to operate. Although Xiao Ran has prepared some diesel, it is insufficient to sustain the generator's continuous operation. Fortunately, he has amassed a considerable quantity of fully charged batteries, over 1,000 units, sufficient for an extended period. At this moment, his phone buzzes with notifications. Indeed, the power is out, yet many base stations have backup power, allowing them to function for another day or two. But what use is a working phone? Without air conditioning or electric blankets, people will freeze. The group chat is filled with lamentations and grievances. The power outage has become the final straw. It's over. We are truly finished. After 3 days without aid, the power outage signals impending doom. Soon, even mobile signals will vanish, leaving them to call out to the heavens in vain. Xiao Ran shakes his head. Despair will soon turn everyone into savages. For those with sinister inclinations, this calamity will unleash the malevolence ingrained in their genes. They will no longer harbor fear or concern. For who will know of their misdeeds or dare to punish them? The apocalypse is hell for the innocent, yet a paradise for the wicked. There is a knock at the door of the basement, and Xiao Ran receives a notification on his phone that the surveillance has detected someone. It is Zhang Jingya. Has she returned for food? Xiao Ran descends, confirming her solitary presence before inviting her inside. They move in sync. One prepares food while the other removes outer garments. However, today, Xiao Ran first takes a drop of her blood, placing it in a simple testing device. Beep. It registers green, indicating no sexually transmitted diseases. Excellent. He can proceed without reservations. Zhang Jingya initially contemplates refusal, but upon seeing a roast chicken before her, she quietly begins to eat. Having secured a multi-billion-dollar project, Xiao Ran provides her with an emergency contraceptive. He has no desire to father offspring in this desperate world, and should he ever conceive, it would not be with Zhang Jingya. She says nothing, merely consuming the medication. When she departs, Xiao Ran hands her 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, ensuring she will not go hungry. Additionally, he thoughtfully charges her phone. Why? Naturally, it serves a purpose. Zhang Jingya, dragging her weary body away, Xiao Ran glances at the time. Realizing over an hour has passed, no wonder he feels exhausted. Ascending the stairs, the leopard eagerly sniffs at him. Why does he carry another scent? And why is he confined to the first floor? Alas, dogs do not inquire. The leopard circles around Xiao Ran, wagging its tail furiously. Understanding, Xiao Ran chuckles. All right, I will take you down for a stroll. You are not the snowball trio, so why fear the chill of the garage? He leads the leopard to the underground garage. To his surprise, what was once desolate is now bustling with people, primarily elderly folks. The power has been cut off, the house is cold, and there is no television to watch. What can the elderly do? Therefore, it would be better for everyone to gather in the underground garage, which not only offers ample space, but also provides an opportunity for conversation and perhaps even brainstorming solutions. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge. Upon seeing Xiao Ran approach, an elderly gentleman immediately perked up and swiftly made his way over, blocking Xiao Ran's path. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Is there something you need? This gentleman, Mr. Ma, is over 60 years old and was a minor supervisor at a state-owned enterprise before retirement. Exuding a considerable air of authority, he tends to walk with a swagger in the community and does not hesitate to berate anyone when things do not go his way, resulting in a rather poor reputation among the residents. Ardadame cleared his throat and said, "Comrade Xiao Ran, is it?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Addressing him as Comrade Xiao certainly set a lofty tone. "I am Xiao Ran," he replied coolly to Ard. Emma huffed through his nostrils. He certainly recognized Xiao Ran, otherwise, he wouldn't have blocked his way. He gazed down at Xiao Ran with a sense of superiority and continued, "We were just discussing the future of our community. We unanimously believe that this natural disaster will not be of short duration. Thus it is imperative for us to unite and weather this storm together." Xiao Ran remained silent, merely observing Mr. Ma. Clearly, this was just an opening statement. Cough, cough. Mr. Ma cleared his throat again, a habit often seen in those with authority, before stating, "First and foremost, we must avoid wasting resources. Comrade Xiao, you must have a fair amount of food and bottled water. Correct? Kindly hand them over to us for safekeeping, and we will distribute them as needed. When the disaster strikes, we will certainly report to the party and the state on your behalf. Your contributions will not go unnoticed." Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh aloud, saying, "Mr. Ma, do you take me for a fool? Hand over my food for centralized distribution? Go ahead and try that. Who would willingly part with their supplies in these times? You might as well just rob me." Mr. Ma was left feeling both furious and embarrassed, nearly fainting from rage. After a long pause, he shakily pointed a finger at Xiao Ran, managing to utter a few words. Chapter 33. Han Yun bows down. Mr. Ma's retort stirred the other elderly folks to action. "Young man, don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you can disregard your elders." Another elder chimed in. "We've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Listen to the elder sister here. Apologize to Director Ma, and do as he says. Don't go against the party and the state, or you won't end up well." The elderly surrounded Xiao Ran, clamoring in protest. Xiao Ran turned to one elder lady, stating, "I am 27 this year, and you are at most 70, even if your age were 3 times mine. I eat 3 bowls of rice a day, so you must consume at least a bowl of salt daily." "I was merely using a metaphor," the elder lady retorted, left speechless by Xiao Ran's logic. Xiao Ran systematically countered their arguments, leaving the elderly infuriated and momentarily at a loss for words. "Nothing left to say, I presume," Xiao Ran smirked, striding away with his leopard companion. The leopard had grown impatient. Its owner had promised to take it out for a walk, but instead, they had been caught up in endless chatter with the elderly. Now that Xiao Ran was finally leaving, the leopard bounded ahead joyfully. After some time, Xiao Ran felt exhausted, but he regarded it as a form of exercise, a good practice for long-distance running. Habitually checking his phone, he was greeted by a slew of friend requests. Just as he was about to dismiss them, a familiar profile picture caught his eye. Han Yun. Ah, so she couldn't resist after all. He didn't tease her but simply accepted the request. As a man, one should be magnanimous. However, even with the request accepted, Xiao Ran refrained from sending a message. Shouldn't the one seeking assistance speak first? After half an hour, Han Yun finally sent a message. "Could you spare me some food and water?" "All right, if you ask for a fortune, I'll repay in kind." Xiao Ran chuckled, setting his phone aside. The leopard tilted its head, its eyes brimming with questions. "I'm improving our diet, treating us to some seafood," he explained. The leopard appeared even more confused, its canine countenance bewildered. For dinner, Xiao Ran opted for barbecue, specifically preparing 3 lamb kidneys, and the leopard naturally joined in, relishing the delicious fare. In this apocalyptic scenario, the leopard was undoubtedly faring better than 99% of the populace, while many were left to hunger. After a while, a message from Han Yun arrived. "I've arrived." Xiao Ran smiled at his leopard, saying, "You stay here and wait patiently. I will be right back. The leopard, panting and lying down, wagged its tail a couple of times. Its owner often took a long time when visiting the basement alone, so it might as well catch a quick nap. Upon arriving at the basement, Xiao Ran first checked the surveillance. Although his combat prowess was off the charts, caution had become a habit. He opened the door and stepped inside. This attire looks remarkably familiar. Isn't it what Zhang Jingyao wore previously? It dawned on him that this must belong to Han Yun. Since Zhang Jingyao had arrived at the end of May, it was unlikely she had packed winter clothing. Thus, she had to borrow from Han Yun. It was quite amusing to think that both had chosen the same winter garment for warmth. Xiao Ran shut the door behind him, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward. He was in no rush, after all. He was not the one starving or dying of thirst. Han Yun bit her lip and stated, I need 100 jin of rice and a box of water, and you must help me carry it to the 16th floor. She would handle the last floor herself. Clearly, she was attempting to negotiate exorbitantly. When she refused, stating, then I shall leave, Xiao Ran showed no intention of stopping her. Han Yun clenched her teeth, halted her steps, and turned back, saying, how about 50 jin of rice and half a box of water? He shook his head. Depending on your behavior, I might give you a few extra packs of instant noodles and water when you leave. If you don't agree, you can go, he spoke leisurely. Han Yun bit her lip tightly, her body frozen in place, as if under a spell. Just as Xiao Ran thought she had turned to stone, Han Yun finally managed to utter a single word, deal. Chuckling, Xiao Ran went behind the screen and retrieved several dishes from the alternate space, presenting a spread of meat, vegetables, and soup, accompanied by a bowl of rice. He gestured for Han Yun to come over, and when this enchanting woman caught sight of the feast laid out before her, she couldn't help but lick her lips in hunger. Go ahead and eat. Xiao Ran urged that he was in no hurry, sitting by and even scrolling through his phone. The internet was rife with anxiety. Not every place was experiencing a blackout, but the majority were, leading to concerns about what could be done. Was the end of the world truly upon them? After a considerable time, a loud belch echoed through the air. Xiao Ran looked up at Han Yun, who flushed crimson with embarrassment. Having overeaten, he chuckled, saying, shall we begin? Finally, a wish fulfilled. An hour later, Han Yun stepped out the door. This woman was truly devoted to her husband. Lin Yue was a notorious gambler, abandoned even by his parents, yet she remained utterly devoted to him. Xiao Ran found her to be foolishly single-minded. But what did that have to do with him? Chapter 34. The Qin family's Revenge the leopard, accustomed to the oddities of the world, approached curiously, wagging its tail and sniffing. Why does my owner smell like someone else today? The leopard regarded Xiao Ran with puzzled eyes. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, lightly tapping the leopard's head. Are you going to start managing me now? At the entrance of her home, Han Yun adjusted her attire, ensuring there were no visible flaws before using her fingerprint to unlock the door. The moment she stepped inside, she called out, Darling, dinner is ready. Lin Yue emerged, a look of skepticism on his face. There's still food at home? I asked the neighbors to buy some. Han Yun replied casually, her expression perfectly composed. One must admit, women are born actresses. Lin Yue was none the wiser. Dio, you still have money? Han Yun displayed her left hand, stating, I gave my gold ring to someone. Lin Yue expressed regret, saying that ring cost over 10,000, but in these times, money and precious metals will likely be worthless. It's good to have something to exchange for food. He soon brightened at the thought, relieved that he no longer needed to repay his gambling debts. Recently, he had been tormented, having paint splashed on his door daily, and even the police were of little help, as they could only act if his life was in danger. But since the disaster began, he slept soundly each night. He even laughed, saying that Xiao, the one with 5 billion, is in the worst situation. Just when he thought he could hold on to his wealth, disaster struck. Now, no amount of money will help him. Serves him right, the nouveau riche. He remained envious of Xiao Ran, still brooding over that incident in the elevator. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's name, Han Yun felt a pang of unease, initially thinking her husband was hinting at something. It soon dawned upon her that he had merely mentioned it in passing. She smiled, though her heart ached. It was the so-called nouveau riche who provided her with food and clean water, and who had also taken liberties with her. I'll go prepare the noodles, she said. Lin Yue waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. What a dominant man. Soon, the unmistakable aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Zhang Jingyao emerged from her room, exclaiming, Wow, That smells delicious. Lin Yue nodded. Your sister-in-law splurged, using her gold ring to buy 3 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water. Zhang Jingya remarked at this moment. The most vital necessities are food and water. Gold and silver are inedible, and banknotes are only good for wiping one's behind. The young lady should speak with a touch more refinement. Lin Yue furrowed his brow. Zhang Jingya stuck out her tongue. Understood, brother. Shortly thereafter, Han Yun brought out a bowl of noodles, but there were only 2 bowls. You two enjoy. I'm not hungry, Han Yun stated. This was indeed the truth, as she had already had her fill at Xiao Ran's place. To the point of discomfort. Zhang Jingya, however, was unreserved, taking a bowl and digging in, though her curiosity was piqued. These noodles, how did they compare to the brand Xiao Ran had given her? Of course, they were from a well-known brand. By Xiang Instant Noodles, so she had no further doubts. At the Qin residence. Darling, are we really going to do this? The daughter-in-law of the Qin family inquired. Qin Dongfang nodded. Our food supply is dwindling, and with 5 mouths to feed at home, if we don't take a risk, shall we simply starve to death or die of thirst? Moreover, we are targeting that scoundrel. His eyes were ablaze with fury. Your son merely took a takeout order by chance. Did you really need to set a trap that sent my father to the hospital and made us pay 80,000 yuan? My mother was so infuriated that she splashed some dung on your door. And you actually knocked on the wall in the middle of the night, denying us any rest. Now that the opportunity has arisen, should I not deal with you? Aunt Qin slammed the table and declared. That bastard is indeed despicable, flaunting his wealth in the group chat. And when Lao Ma and the others asked him about food, he completely ignored them, showing blatant disregard for everyone's well-being. Qin Dongfang nodded. Our plan to rob him can be framed as a case of redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor, ridding society of its scourge. Having found a justifiable rationale, the 4 adults of the Qin family were filled with fighting spirit. Even the child brandished a pair of scissors, exuding an air of menace. Following the takeout incident, his bottom had nearly been beaten to a pulp by his parents. Thus he harbored deep-seated hatred for Xiao Ran. Yet, none of the 5 family members reflected on whether all of this was truly Xiao Ran's fault. Who had stolen the takeout first? Who had pilfered the food and not only failed to apologize but had also acted with indignation? As the night deepened, they quietly set out, each armed with improvised weapons. Kitchen knives, hammers, and scissors. They climbed the stairs to the underground garage, where the chill of midnight at 11 o'clock was palpable. With not a soul in sight, the 5 of them trembled as they walked. Even in Sioux City, which could be cold, winter temperatures hovered around -5 degrees, with a low of -8 degrees. Yet tonight it was a biting -15 degrees. Normal winter attire offered little protection, and despite layering, they still shivered uncontrollably. The darkness enveloped them, obscuring their vision, but fortunately, their phones still had battery, prompting Qin Dongfang to switch on his flashlight and lead the way. Before long, they arrived beneath Xiao Ran's villa. However, upon seeing the iron gate before them, the 5 exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. They had only considered how to confront Xiao Ran, never contemplating how to breach his door. Did they truly believe they could smash through this iron gate with mere hammers? It was not a matter of underestimating themselves. They knew that hammering at it until dawn would likely yield no success. What to do? The 5 stood there, bewildered. Just as they were about to turn away, an unexpected sound echoed, and the door creaked open, startling them all. The timid Qin grandfather nearly stumbled to the ground. Yet, as the door swung open, no one emerged from within. Qin Dafeng, summoning his courage, peered into the darkness, but saw nothing. What should they do? The 5 exchanged glances, and Qin Dongfang gritted his teeth, declaring, the door is open. We must enter. We cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. This must be an electronic door, perhaps malfunctioning due to the power outage. It was not unusual for such things to happen. Xiao Ran was surely asleep. So if they charged in now, he might not even realize it until he awoke to find himself bound and at their mercy. The 5 crept inside, moving stealthily. However, none noticed that the iron gate had closed behind them with a resounding click. As the sound reverberated, the 5 suddenly snapped to attention. What was happening? At that moment, a light flickered on, illuminating the room. The Qin family was taken aback. What was going on? Was this place haunted? The door opened and closed on its own. And now the lights were on? In the dead of night, what were they doing here? Xiao Ran's voice rang out, accompanied by a yawn. He had been ready to sleep when the alarm from his phone had stirred him, and the infrared camera had promptly detected the 5 intruders. Thus, as they attempted to flee, Xiao Ran had kindly used the remote to open the door. Now that they had entered, the door would shut behind them, trapping them like dogs. Initially startled, the Qin family soon realized that the door operations and lighting were all controlled by Xiao Ran. However, they quickly regained their composure. Xiao Ran was alone. How could they not be able to overpower him? 5 against 1? Moreover, he was unarmed. There was power here. Although Aunt Qin was slow to catch on, she was the first to react, while Qin Dongfang and the others began to wake from their stupor. Joy washing over them. This house with electricity was now theirs, and it was warm. They were filled with a sense of discovery. At that moment, they felt on the verge of tears. Wonderful. Incredible. Xiao Ran smiled and explained. I have a battery backup here, so the power hasn't gone out. Plus, there's a fireplace keeping the place warm. Oh, I see. The Qin family nodded in understanding, but soon their embarrassment turned to rage. Were they here to be educated? Excellent. This villa would belong to them from now on. Qin Dongfang gestured with the kitchen knife in his hand. Xiao Ran, I am not unreasonable. I am giving you 2 options. Either you walk out of here willingly, or we will kill you and throw you out. Laughter erupted from the Qin family, including young Qin Kong. Was this a choice? Certainly not. It was merely a mockery of Xiao Ran. Wasn't it you who relied on your wealth to frame us? Now, how bold you are. What of your riches? Can you use them to crush me? Even young Qin Kong was arrogant, pointing his scissors at Xiao Ran. Kneel. Xiao Ran chuckled. Your family is truly something else. It's late. I need to sleep, so I won't waste any more time with you. He raised his hand, forming it into a gun shape, aiming it at Qin Dongfang. Haha, you think a handgun will intimidate me? Qin Dongfang laughed, nearly doubling over with amusement. Had this person lost his wits? Xiao Ran grinned. Bang! Qin Dongfang collapsed, a spray of blood erupting from his left leg, pain shooting through him. The other 4 from the Qin family were stunned. How had Qin Dongfang been injured? They rushed to assist him, but their efforts only caused him to scream louder. It hurts? Aunt Qin glared at Xiao Ran, shouting, What have you done to my son? You bastard! If anything happens to him, I will not spare you. Xiao Ran laughed softly. You barged into my home, demanding I come out to be poisoned, crushed, or frozen. Oh, when I finally fight back, you throw a fit and threaten me? Sigh, do you really expect a logical response from someone unreasonable? Had the Qin family been willing to negotiate before? No, it was because Xiao Ran had subdued them with his formidable power. Xiao Ran aimed his weapon at Aunt Qin, who faltered. Although she realized it was only a hand, her son was indeed injured, which unnerved her. You wouldn't dare, she shouted, her voice trembling. Bang! Xiao Ran uttered a single word. Aunt Qin barely had time to scream before a blood hole appeared in her forehead, and she fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining 4 from the Qin family were now utterly shocked, drenched in cold sweat. They looked at Qin Dongfang, who had forgotten to cry out in pain. Trembling uncontrollably, bang, 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 young Qin Kong, being just a child, quickly raised his weapon and fired at Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran remained unharmed and grinned at him. You're cheating. The young boy, emboldened, charged at Xiao Ran with scissors drawn, shouting, I'll stab you, old bastard. This child was beyond redemption. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and a bullet shot forth, striking the child squarely in the forehead. Young Qin Kong fell backward, lifeless. Dare to brandish a weapon against me? No matter who you are, I will not hesitate to kill, little Bao, cried the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, her voice filled with despair as she raised her kitchen knife and charged at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, uninterested in wasting bullets, simply opened a portal, and in an instant, the Qin daughter-in-law vanished. What? The sight left Qin grandfather momentarily speechless, forgetting his anger and fear as he stared blankly at the spot where his daughter-in-law had disappeared. Where did she go? Where is she? Xiao Ran stepped forward, and the 2 corpses suddenly vanished, drawing the attention of Qin grandfather and his son entirely to Xiao Ran. They were now certain that the disappearances were his doing. What have you done with them? Qin grandfather asked, his voice trembling. Are you even human or a demon? Xiao Ran chuckled. A demon? Isn't that what you are? I certainly wouldn't sneak into someone else's home with a kitchen knife or hammer to inflict harm. The Qin father and son found themselves at a loss for words. I'll send you on your way, Xiao Ran declared coldly. He intended to escape. As for his son, that was of no concern. Yet, as he took a few steps, he suddenly vanished from sight. Naturally, he had been drawn into Xiao Ran's alternate dimension. Xiao Ran possesses the remarkable ability to open a portal to another dimension within a radius of 2 meters around him. Consequently, although Grandfather Qin appears to be distancing himself from Xiao Ran, he is, in fact, walking directly into a trap. Only Qin Dongfang remains to at this moment. He regains his composure. Xiao Ran, who exactly are you? He inquires despairingly, yearning to uncover the truth before his demise. Xiao Ran approaches, leaning close to his ear as if to whisper something, but in the next instant, with a swift motion, he effortlessly tosses him into the spatial portal. Qin Dongfang vanishes in an instant. It truly amusing to flaunt one's strength before a dying man. Xiao Ran gazes at the blood-stained floor of the basement and cannot help but sigh. Moving forward, he resolves to refrain from committing murder at home in the future. If it must be done, he will find a way to dispose of the body directly into the portal to spare himself the hassle of cleanup. However, there is no remedy for the current situation. He retrieves a cloth and begins to wipe the area. Thankfully, he possesses the ability to easily summon a bucket of water. Had it been someone else? Water, now a precious source of life, holds the same significance as food. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Ran finally manages to clean the bloodstains, only to find himself compelled to take another shower before retiring to bed. He reiterates to himself that he must avoid killing at home in the future. Chapter 36. An unexpected encounter in the garage. A night has passed, ushering in the 5th day of the apocalypse. At 8 a.m., the outside world remains shrouded in a thick fog, dismally dim. Hail continues to fall, albeit in smaller and less dense pellets, coating the ground with a thick layer of ice, making it treacherously slippery and laced with potent toxins, rendering it impossible to venture outdoors. There is no sign of rescue. This marks the 5th day, and people's patience has been thoroughly exhausted, with an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping every heart. A pressing issue looms. This natural disaster is unlikely to conclude anytime soon, and rescue efforts seem futile. How then shall everyone fend for themselves? Anxiety escalates among the populace. Xiao Ran arrives at the garage with his leopard, only to find the atmosphere palpably tense. Every individual casts peculiar glances at one another, as if they are not long-time neighbors but sworn enemies. It appears that he will need to take his dog for walks at night from now on in terms of direct confrontation. With the ammunition reserves from Xiao Ran's alternate dimension, he could easily slaughter the entire neighborhood multiple times over. However, the real question is, if a life-and-death struggle ensues, who would dare confront him head-on? Xiao Ran lacks eyes in the back of his head. What if a hidden arrow were to strike? As the saying goes, it is easy to evade an open attack, but nearly impossible to guard against a concealed one. Xiao Ran believes that it is always prudent to approach matters with caution. After all, the purpose of having a dog is merely to alleviate boredom. Taking unnecessary risks would defeat that purpose. Moreover, Xiao Ran notices many gazes fixated upon him with palpable hostility. Evidently, after showcasing his wealth to the group, he has attracted the attention of numerous individuals. However, Xiao Ran remains unfazed. Let them attempt to breach his sanctuary. The presence of guests ensures that life remains engaging. He chuckles to himself, contemplating the grand spectacle he could orchestrate. Xiao Ran has already formulated a plan involving Lin Yue, Han Yun, and Zhang Jingya. The situation becomes intriguing when Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, upon encountering Xiao Ran, both visibly blush, hastily averting their gazes, fearful of revealing their embarrassment to the 2 men beside them. Yet, when Lin Yue sees Xiao Ran, his eyes light up and he strides forward. "Xiao, 500 million, he exclaims loudly, ensuring that everyone nearby can hear. Upon hearing this, many individuals display expressions of schadenfreude. Indeed, while they are currently suffering misfortune, isn't Xiao Ran in an even worse predicament? Having won a jackpot of 500 million, he is now left with a mere few tens of millions to spend while the remaining fortune lies stagnant in the bank. Lin Yue's remarks are undeniably malicious. As he chooses to evoke a sore subject, Lin Yue approaches Xiao Ran with a grin. "Are you particularly anxious lately? With all that money and nowhere to spend it, given the current situation, it seems this disaster will not be resolved anytime soon. So you take pleasure in my misfortune?" Xiao Ran shakes his head. Is this the inherent flaw of human nature? Even while enduring hardship, as long as others suffer more, one finds joy in their plight. Xiao Ran is left speechless, as if his financial loss grants others the right to feast. The crux of the matter is, his resources rival those of a nation. Does he truly seek to provoke him? Very well, he shall not hesitate to humiliate him openly. However, before Xiao Ran can retort, Han Yun quickly interjects, urging her husband. Enough, dear, that we are all enduring this calamity together as neighbors. We should support one another, not resort to this. Zhang Jingya chimes in, yes, indeed. Both women fear that angering Xiao Ran may jeopardize their future transactions with him. Lin Yue, oblivious, continues to prattle. You still managed to have half a pack of instant noodles for breakfast this morning, and who do you think provided that? The two women attempt to dissuade Lin Yue while signaling Xiao Ran with frantic glances, conveying their hope that he does not take offense and that they can resolve the matter later without exposing their relationship. At that moment, the leopard begins sniffing at Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, wagging its tail enthusiastically, indicating a warm familiarity. The dog's keen sense of smell has detected the lingering scent from Xiao Ran that is associated with both women. In that instant, they wish they could dig a hole and hide. How will they address one another now? Best friends? Xiao Ran cannot help but chuckle at the unexpected revelation of their identities due to the leopard's reaction. He, however, pays it no mind and strides over to Han Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yue instinctively blocks his path, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing?" Jealous of his stunningly beautiful wife, who possesses an alluring charm, he has always harbored insecurities, fearing that countless men have their eyes set on her. Xiao Ran effortlessly brushes him aside, as Lin Yue, weakened by alcohol, stands no chance against his strength. He leans in close to Han Yun's ear and whispers, "Come with me, or else I will reveal our relationship." Han Yun's face pales at his words. Xiao Ran turns to leave. "Don't think you can have it both ways. What did you say to my wife?" Lin Yue fumes, "You bastard. Stop right there. Stand still." Lin Yue is furious, cursing under his breath as he walks away. He dares not confront Xiao Ran directly, having been frightened during their previous encounter in the elevator. Lin Yue casts a suspicious glance at his wife. Pondering, just now, Xiao Ran whispered something to you, and now you intend to leave alone. There's something amiss? He is a gambler, but not a fool. Seeing this, Zhang Jingya quickly adds, "I'll accompany my sister-in-law." Lin Yue contemplates for a moment before nodding. "Let Jingya go with you." With a cousin accompanying her, Han Yun is unlikely to seek out Xiao Ran again. Reluctantly, Han Yun agrees. What might transpire at Xiao Ran's place? Both women are acutely aware. While going alone would be one thing, going together, especially given their sister-in-law relationship, is simply intolerable for her. Naturally, she has her own motives. Visiting Xiao Ran means she can indulge in a hearty meal, whereas waiting at home means settling for instant noodles. She has no desire to eat instant noodles. After all, having already shared a bed with Xiao Ran, what difference does it make whether it was once or 10 times? Chapter 37. Sister-in-law Han Yun is tempted. Unlike Zhang Jingya, who is yet to marry and views such matters lightly, Han Yun, despite her enchanting beauty, holds conservative views and possesses a strong sense of morality. Feeling deeply averse to the idea of selling her body, it can be said that had it not been for her husband, she would never have sought Xiao Ran out yesterday. However, Xiao Ran explicitly requested her presence. "I'll wait outside for a moment," she states. "All right," Zhang Jingya replies, relieved, as this is not a glorious situation. Consequently, Zhang Jingya proceeds alone into the passage leading to Xiao Ran's villa basement. Even though it is still daytime, the garage remains exceedingly dim, compelling her to retrieve her phone for illumination. Previously, Xiao Ran had charged her phone, and now it proves useful. She sends Xiao Ran a message, then gently knocks on the iron door. With a creak, the iron door swings open automatically. Upon entering, she is greeted by a bright interior, but Xiao Ran's voice soon calls out, "Where's Han Yun? Wasn't I expecting her? My sister-in-law is feeling a bit shy." Zhang Jingya quickly explains, "I'll come first today, and she can come tomorrow, all right?" Not acceptable, Xiao Ran coldly refuses. With no other choice, Zhang Jingya exits to find Han Yun. Upon learning that Xiao Ran insists on both of them coming together, Han Yun's face turns pale, nearly causing her to faint. However, thinking of her husband, she forces herself to endure. For her husband, she will bear it. "Let's go." She summons her courage, grasping Zhang Jingya's hand as they proceed into the passage. Xiao Ran, observing through infrared surveillance, sees the two women enter. The iron door locks automatically behind them. Upon entering the basement, a wave of warmth envelopes them, and the bright lights imbue the two women with a sense of renewed vitality. Han Yun cannot help but lament, why couldn't the owner of this villa be Lin Yue instead of Xiao Ran? Let's eat, Xiao Ran's voice beckons. The two women take their seats at the table and begin to eat. Initially, they maintain a sense of decorum, but after having only one proper meal since yesterday, supplemented by countless instant noodles, their restraint crumbles. Despite their efforts to maintain their figures, hunger prevails, and they find themselves ravenously devouring the food before them. After half an hour, both women are fully satisfied. Xiao Ran even offers each of them half an apple, leaving them ecstatic. Fruits are still available, and so fresh. In that moment, Han Yun feels her resolve wavering. Should she disregard her husband and shamelessly cling to Xiao Ran? However, as soon as that thought crosses her mind, she scolds herself internally, reminding herself that it is merely food. How could she be so base? Go wash up first, Xiao Ran instructs. The two women had not bathed for several days, and now they exuded a foul odor. Fortunately, the weather was cold. Otherwise, everyone would be overwhelmed by the stench. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Yun and the other woman were momentarily taken aback. Surely, you must be dreaming? First of all, the water pipes are frozen, so no water can flow. Secondly, even if there were water, it would be toxic. Who would dare to touch it? Xiao Ran walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Hot water cascaded down. He cupped his hands beneath it, feeling no burn whatsoever. This is purified water? Han Yun exclaimed with excitement. Heaven knows how much she cherished cleanliness, as she typically bathed twice daily. Go ahead. Xiao Ran waved his hand. The two women exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, stepped into the shower. Alas, this was merely a shower. How much better it would have been to soak in a bathtub. The bedrooms on the second and third floors were equipped with bathtubs, but Xiao Ran would never allow them upstairs. This basement had also been renovated, featuring a glass shower room, a bed, and a dining table, albeit slightly smaller in size. Halfway through washing, Xiao Ran entered. Once they finished their showers, they used a hairdryer to dry their hair. Otherwise, with the frigid air outside, their damp hair would freeze quickly. Then, Xiao Ran provided them with ample instant noodles, bread, and even a few sausages. Naturally, purified water was indispensable. The two women concealed the food and bottled water beneath their loose winter clothing. Otherwise, parading around with food would surely attract thieves. One must never underestimate human morality. Chapter 38. Trouble approaches. To be honest, before the natural disaster, even if they had $1 million in cash, they would not have felt this anxious. During that time, societal order was so good that who would dare to commit robbery in broad daylight? But now, for a morsel to eat or a sip to drink, everyone would pounce like ravenous wolves. Once home, the two women revealed the food, feeling a weight lift off their shoulders. However, Lin Yue frowned and inquired, "Why did you take so long?" Han Yun, with an awkward expression, replied, "Food is scarce now, and they initially refused to sell. We had to plead before they finally agreed." This represented life itself. Han Yun quickly signaled Zhang Jingya to help corroborate the lie. Yet before Zhang Jingya could speak, Lin Yue abruptly pulled Han Yun over. Sniffing her hair, his face changing dramatically. "You washed your hair? Where did you wash it?" He seemed to realize something, dragging Han Yun into the bedroom. Amid her shrieks, he inspected her and instantly erupted in fury. "You wretched woman, how dare you sneak around behind my back with another man?" He unbuckled his belt and swung it at Han Yun. Zhang Jingya hurriedly intervened. "Brother, she did it for you. Otherwise, you would have starved to death long ago." This remark sent Lin Yue into a complete rage. He fixed his bloodshot eyes on Zhang Jingya and, with a crack, lashed out at her as well. Zhang Jingya cried out in pain, clutching her face. Lin Yue continued to lash out, feeling that hitting his wife and sister was insufficient to vent his frustration. He growled, "Who is that scoundrel? Is it Xiao Ran? Is it Xiao Ran?" After all, he had been with his wife. No wonder Xiao Ran had whispered something in Han Yun's ear. No wonder Han Yun was reluctant to go upstairs. She must have been selling herself. That instant noodles and water from yesterday must have come from this arrangement. No, there was even earlier. Why had Xiao Ran transferred 5,000 yuan to Han Yun? What for? Of course, to confront Xiao Ran. What man could tolerate being cuckolded? Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, upon realizing this, forgot their pain and hurried out. However, they could not catch up with the enraged Lin Yue, who soon vanished from sight. Lin Yue stormed into the underground garage, brandishing a kitchen knife with an intimidating demeanor, causing passers-by to hurriedly step aside. What was happening? Who had robbed his food supply? Now, what could be more significant than stealing food and water? Filled with rage, Lin Yue hastened toward Xiao Ran's villa. Was he seeking out Xiao Ran? What grudge could he possibly have against Xiao Ran? As if his wife had been unfaithful, the onlookers exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the situation. Han Yun had indeed been unfaithful, and her lover was Xiao Ran. As this revelation sank in, envy and jealousy surged within them. Han Yun was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the community, and her alluring figure was undeniably captivating, a true embodiment of feminine allure. What man would not wish to be with her? Yet, how could such an opportunity arise? Now, Han Yun was engaging in an affair with Xiao Ran. Good heavens, what a fortunate scoundrel! If not for the disaster, everyone's money would have become a mere string of useless numbers. Why then would Han Yun still choose to be with Xiao Ran? Curiosity piqued, the crowd followed but kept their distance, fearing Lin Yue's wrath, which might lead him to indiscriminately lash out. Lin Yue entered a long corridor. His phone long dead and thus devoid of light. His fury only escalated as he stumbled in the darkness, colliding with a wall, which further fueled his agitation, his curses echoing. Finally, he reached the iron door. Striking it with the knife, Xiao Ran, how dare you toy with my wife? Come out, I will kill you. The crowd, initially speculating, was now presented with undeniable evidence as Lin Yue's words revealed the truth. Envy swelled among them. Alas, it was Xiao Ran who had taken advantage of her. If only it had been one of them. Every man involuntarily swallowed hard, even elderly men in their 50s and 60s. After all, men remain youthful at heart until death. Lin Yue continued to pound on the door, sparks flying from the contact. At that moment, Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao rushed onto the scene. Seeing the crowd gathered, Han Yun stumbled, nearly fainting. This was it. Her reputation was utterly ruined. More critically, with Lin Yue causing such a commotion, would Xiao Ran still be willing to engage in future dealings with her? She would starve and thirst to death. What was to be done now? With a click, the iron door swung open, light spilling forth along with a wave of warmth. Lin Yue instinctively shielded his eyes, having grown accustomed to the darkness. The sudden brightness caused him sharp discomfort. Xiao Ran turned on the light, using a powerful flashlight that severely impaired Lin Yue's vision. Already furious, Lin Yue's rage intensified. Gripping the knife tightly, he shouted, Xiao Ran, you have violated my wife. How will you compensate me? Han Yun nearly fainted again. You actually said that out loud. I can't bear to face anyone. Xiao Ran's voice rang out. How would you like me to compensate you? In truth, his relationship with Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao was transactional, entirely consensual, devoid of any need for compensation. However, since Lin Yue had come seeking confrontation, Xiao Ran decided to play along. Lin Yue, unable to hide his greed, demanded, give me this villa, and I'll consider that wretched woman a gift to you. After all, I've grown tired of her. Naturally, he was stubbornly defiant, yet with his wife sullied, how could he still cherish her? No longer. He wished for them both to perish from the cold and starvation. Han Yun's face turned pale, as if struck by a heavy blow. Shame, anger, and heartbreak overwhelmed her, a profound disappointment in her misplaced affections. She had been utterly devoted to Lin Yue. Even when he lost everything due to gambling, she remained steadfast, even selling her body for food. And what had that brought her? Han Yun sat down despondently, utterly defeated. Chapter 39. Dark transformation. With a flick, the flashlight shone directly into Lin Yue's eyes. Despite his attempts to shield himself, it was futile. He was forced to retreat until he collided with the wall of the corridor with a thud. The intense light flickered as Xiao Ran emerged. You have quite the appetite, he said coldly. Xiao Ran, I'll fight you. Lin Yue bellowed, swinging the knife toward Xiao Ran. In truth, he could not see Xiao Ran clearly. He was merely hacking at the light die in that moment. His mind was completely clouded by rage. Xiao Ran smirked, delivering a powerful kick. Lin Yue, unable to see him, felt a solid blow to his abdomen, sending him staggering backward until he collapsed onto the ground, the knife clattering away. Xiao Ran stepped forward, casually picking up the fallen knife, and as he approached Lin Yue, he pointed the blade at him. Lin Yue nearly lost control of his bladder in fear. The courage born from anger evaporated, replaced by sheer terror that gripped his heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. Don't do anything reckless," he stammered. In that instant, he reverted to the cowardly gambler he had been months ago in the elevator. Xiao Ran glanced at Han Yun, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "I intend to buy your wife. Name your price. How many packets of instant noodles and bottles of water will it take?" Lin Yue hesitated. He could forego his wife, as Han Yun had betrayed him, but selling her to Xiao Ran changed everything. Was he still a man? In ancient times, only a gambling fool would sell his wife. If he named a price, he would be branded with shame. "Hurry up. My patience is limited." Xiao Ran pressed the knife's edge against Lin Yue's throat, the cold steel causing Lin Yue to shudder, rush of warmth escaping him. Fortunately, given the cold weather, he was dressed heavily enough that a little accident would go unnoticed. 10 packs? 10 packs? Lin Yue exclaimed, seemingly eager to rid himself of some trouble. Xiao Ran gave a derisive smile and glanced over at Han Yun. Han Yun appeared drained of all strength, sitting numbly, her eyes devoid of luster, resembling a marionette. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yue quietly got to his feet. However, Xiao Ran suddenly fixed him with a fierce gaze, swinging a knife. The blade plunged in, and blood gushed forth. The kitchen knife was lodged in Lin Yue's neck, and a copious amount of blood spilled out. Xiao Ran attempted to withdraw the blade, only to find it firmly stuck, unable to be pulled free. He dismissed it. Such a weapon was hardly to his liking, and there were plenty of cold weapons available. He took a few steps back to avoid being splattered with blood. After all, one does not leave a knife in the back of someone who intends to kill. What time was it now? Did he still fear taking a life? He was unperturbed by the prospect of murder in front of others. A profound silence enveloped the scene. A murder! A murder! Xiao Ran has killed. In an instant, panic ensued as everyone scattered in terror. While they all knew the world had descended into chaos, the audacity of open murder sent shockwaves through them. Yet at that moment, Han Yun abruptly stood up and walked towards Lin Yue. She reached out, grasping the knife embedded in his throat. With all her might, she yanked it out, only to collapse onto the ground. Lin Yue pressed a hand against his wound while pointing at Xiao Ran. Signaling to his wife, "Go, strike," Han Yun raised the knife, bringing it down. However, instead of targeting Xiao Ran, it struck Lin Yue's face. The blade met flesh but could not sever bone. Nonetheless, one of Lin Yue's eyes was rendered blind, while the other widened in disbelief at the sight of his once compliant wife turning the blade against him. He stared incredulously at Han Yun, finding this betrayal harder to fathom than the wound inflicted by Xiao Ran. Han Yun wrenched the knife free, striking again and again until exhaustion overtook her, collapsing to the ground in tears. She felt wronged, consumed by indignation. After all she had sacrificed for her husband, he not only failed to understand her but had ultimately traded her away for 10 packs of instant noodles. A woman consumed by love, when driven to darkness, becomes a formidable force. Xiao Ran couldn't help but grimace. Such a woman was not one to sleep beside, lest she turn on him in the dead of night. The rawness of her words would have been unimaginable before, yet now she spoke with utter disregard. Clearly, the deep betrayal had left her profoundly shaken. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Go ahead." Han Yun went to take a shower, while Xiao Ran leisurely sipped tea nearby, with Zhang Jingya shivering in the corner. Both Xiao Ran and Han Yun were ruthless, while she appeared frail and helpless. After a full half hour, Han Yun finally emerged. How much water had she used? Xiao Ran hadn't bothered to count. If others discovered it, they would surely scold her, but Xiao Ran remained unconcerned. He had amassed tons of running water, enough to wash for a lifetime without ever exhausting it. Such was his extravagance. Chapter 40. The villains meeting Han Yun and Zhang Jingya departed. Xiao Ran provided them with some advice, such as keeping the door tightly shut and ensuring no one was lurking outside before venturing out. Of course, the latter was a low possibility, given the freezing temperatures. Sioux City had never experienced such frigid conditions, dropping below -10 degrees. The winter clothing was woefully inadequate. Going out for a short stroll was bearable, but staying outside for long, no one could withstand that. This was merely a chill of -10. If it reached -40 or 50, the frigid air could damage the lungs, and within 20 minutes, one could sustain serious injury. Death would not be surprising. Thus, a little caution before stepping outside sufficed. Xiao Ran's nagging stemmed from his reluctance to part with Han Yun, who was attractive and had a fine figure. He didn't want to lose such a companion. If she were to be taken by someone else, he would certainly not want her back. Pondering, he realized that publicly killing Lin Yue would elevate his status to that of a formidable figure in the community. The downside was that everyone would steer clear of him, fearing they might end up as his next victim. The upside was that most would think twice before provoking him. It seemed a fair trade-off. Xiao Ran chuckled. After today's events, people would likely assume he possessed substantial resources, drawing many eyes upon him. He was not afraid of open confrontation, even threatening to expose the secret of his spatial abilities to eliminate anyone who dared to challenge him. However, if possible, he preferred to enjoy the company of his charming neighbors for a few more days. Being trapped in the community alone would be unbearably dull. While physical intimacy was indeed enjoyable, it could not occupy his every waking hour. Thus, he viewed all the residents as mere toys. After having faced death once, was it reasonable to expect him to harbor any sense of morality or compassion? Xiao Ran's refusal to act maliciously was, in fact, the greatest virtue he could offer. The news of Lin Yue's death quickly spread throughout the community, causing a considerable uproar. Several individuals convened to discuss the matter, with the focus naturally on Xiao Ran. The organizer was Mo Pong, a man who had mingled with gangs in his youth and was known as Mo IV due to his rank. He was someone of a certain notoriety within the community, and thus, he led the meeting to devise a plan against Xiao Ran. The gathering took place at Mo Peng's residence, where it was surprising to note that despite being in his 40s, he had a woman in her 20s by his side. Someone recognized her as Wang Meiqi, the wife of Li Juanhao. Upon hearing her identity revealed, Wang Meiqi trembled and opened her mouth to speak. Slap! Mo Peng quickly clarified to the others. This woman abandoned her husband for a morsel of food, shamelessly seeking refuge with me. I took pity on her, offering her something to eat and a bit of warmth. The others exchanged knowing smiles, but the next moment, they glanced at Mo Peng, silently acknowledging his ruthlessness. It was clear that rather than her seeking sustenance, Mo Peng had effectively ruined the couple's lives, killing the husband, seizing his provisions, and abducting the wife. Such a narrative was far more believable. Anyone could knock on the door next door to see if Li Juanhao would answer. They could be sure no one would respond. And if they were to break down the door, they might very well find Li Juanhao's corpse. However, given the frigid temperatures, it was unlikely there would be any smell of decay. Otherwise, they would have been able to detect it through several doors and walls. But why should they concern themselves with such matters? They were indeed gathered to discuss how to deal with Xiao Ran, but was it truly out of a sense of justice? Never. Where were the altruistic souls in this world? They were here because they suspected Xiao Ran possessed considerable resources, which compelled them to act. After all, if Xiao Ran could kill Lin Yue without a second thought, who wouldn't he fear someone so ruthless? Strength in numbers was their only assurance of overpowering him and seizing all his supplies. One man even grinned and asked Mo Peng, "How is the little wife treating you?" "Tight." Mo Peng laughed heartily. Noticing the glimmer of desire in the man's eyes, he added, "I'll let you have a turn for only 2 packs of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. If it's meat, just a couple of ounces will suffice." The man pondered for a moment, then declined. "Too expensive. This Wang Meiqi isn't beauty. She's just decent looking with a good figure. She's not worth 2 packs of noodles. If it were Han Yun, that might be a different story. Gentlemen, if we pull this off, we'll surely become rich men. Then, we can have our pick of any woman in the community. All we need to do is bring out food and clean water." And they'll gladly comply. Mo Peng rallied the others. "Let us do it." The remaining 5 echoed in unison. Mo Peng had deliberately kept the group small. The more people involved, the less each would gain. 6 individuals were more than sufficient to subdue Xiao Ran. "Oldly, you were a locksmith, right? Do you still have the tools and skills?" Mo Peng turned to an elderly man, the oldest among them, nearing 70, with a head of white hair and beard. Oldly grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowing teeth, half of which were missing. "No problem." "That's good," Mo Peng replied, addressing the others. "Oldly will handle the door. We'll take down Xiao Ran. Everyone, be ruthless. Hit him hard, understood?" They all nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll act at midnight," Mo Peng declared decisively. Thus, no one was permitted to leave until the appointed time, which was only a few hours away. Chapter 41. The water supply. Minutes later, Mo Peng and Oldly stepped out, while through the half-open door, one could see Wang Meiqi lying on the bed, her expression vacant, resembling a corpse. Yet neither Mo Pong nor Old Li paid her any heed. The 6 men rested for a while, having skipped dinner. Enduring the discomfort of hunger, Mo Pong was unwilling to part with his own supplies, and the others couldn't possibly bring food, so they decided to endure until they could enjoy a hearty meal after capturing Xiao Ran. They waited, and finally, midnight arrived. Action! The 6 men set out, with Mo Pong leaving the door unlocked, having no fear of Wang Meiqi escaping. He had resolved to claim Xiao Ran's villa for himself. They made their way to the garage, using flashlights for illumination, and soon arrived beneath the villa. Gazing at the sealed iron door, Mo Pong smirked. "Old Li, it's your turn." "No problem," Old Li replied, stepping forward to fiddle with the lock. However, 10 minutes later, he was still struggling. "Old Li, what's taking so long?" The 5 men were freezing. Old Li was nearly in tears. "This is a high-tech electronic lock, damn it. How terrified is this guy of death to have installed such an advanced electronic lock on the basement? I need some time. Damn it, it's so cold that my hands are freezing and trembling. I can barely muster half my usual strength." Mo Pong, growing impatient, asked, "How long do you need?" 10, maybe 30 minutes, Old Li replied. This nearly drove the other 5 to despair. It was too cold. They couldn't believe they had to remain in this godforsaken place for half an hour. "Damn it, Old Li, did you expend all your strength on women?" Someone cursed. With an operation looming tonight, how could he still be thinking about women? They all grumbled. They were, after all, a ragtag group. If everything went smoothly, they would be fine, but the moment they encountered setbacks, infighting would erupt and disbanding was not out of the question. Just then, the iron door creaked open. "Old Li, you did it," they exclaimed. "How could you say it would take at least 10 minutes, and yet it opened right away?" Everyone was elated, but Old Li was bewildered, stating, "I didn't open the door." "Huh." The 6 quickly turned to the entrance. Suddenly, a blinding light shot through. "Damn, it's like I'm going blind." The 6 hurriedly retreated, shining their flashlights towards the source. Xiao Ran then came into view, but unlike them, wielding knives, hammers, and screwdrivers, he held a water gun in his other hand. "The water gun?" The 6 laughed. "Are you planning to spray us with that?" In the next moment, Xiao Ran fired. Zing, zing, zing. The water bullets came flying, swift and painfully striking. Xiao Ran chuckled. This was an electrically powered water gun, with force comparable to a high-pressure water gun, but concentrated into a single water bullet. The impact was unimaginable. Yet, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The water bullets struck their faces, hands, and necks, causing them to scream in agony, their cries piercing the air. "This is toxic water. Toxic hail," the 6 finally realized. But it was too late. The intense burning sensation had already brought them to the ground, writhing in pain. Xiao Ran ceased firing and simply waited. It took nearly half an hour for the moans of the 6 to subside somewhat. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had brought over a portable heater, mainly to warm his hands, but it also prevented Mo Pong and the others from freezing to death. "Now listen," Xiao Ran said coolly, "I need you to do something for me. If you succeed, these instant noodles and water will be yours. If you fail or attempt to seize them..." He welcomed them to TRY. Mo Pong neither outright refused nor agreed. Instead, he inquired, "What do you want us to do?" Asking posed no risk, and given their current predicament, they needed time to recover. Xiao Ran smiled. "Go to room 302 in building 11. There are 4 people inside, an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. I want each of you to take turns with all 4 of them, that's 4 turns each. Once completed, you can claim your reward with the tokens." "Damn, isn't that your ex-wife's family?" Mo Pong and the others gasped, realizing just how ruthless Xiao Ran was. But did they find this task difficult? Old Li could pick locks, and their weapons were readily available. Subduing 2 elderly and 2 young individuals, a household consisting of only 2 men, shouldn't be too challenging. However, could they really bring themselves to harm the men? What if they simply overpowered Xiao Ran? Glancing at the plastic basket beside Xiao Ran, filled with instant noodles, jerky, and clean water, made their eyes glint with greed. Ultimately, all gazes turned to Mo Pong. He had a reputation for being tough, having once been involved in gangs. Mo Pong pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, we'll take on this task." The other 5 were puzzled, but Mo Pong winked at them, signaling them to remain calm. Thus, they fell silent. Xiao Ran tossed 3 boxes of tokens, grinning, "If anyone manages to get a few extra rounds, There's an additional reward, but make sure you don't seriously injure or kill this family. I want to savor this slowly. You have 1 day. How ruthless to have all four, regardless of gender, subjected to such treatment. And it was merely an appetizer? How much hatred could he possibly harbor for them? Nevertheless, they had heard rumors that Zhang Wan had cheated before marriage, leaving Xiao Ran to bear the burden. And upon reflection, they found it somewhat understandable. After all, if this were to happen to them, they might be even more vengeful than Xiao Ran. The 6 of them grabbed the tokens, picked up their scattered weapons and tools, and advanced, with Xiao Ran following closely behind, water gun in hand. Openg quietly remarked, "That guy has a water gun. If we get hit by a water bullet, we'll lose our ability to resist. So, let us follow his instructions, complete the task, and then we can approach him and take him down together." Truly, Mo Laosi was quite the strategist. Yet do we really have to target the men? Someone hesitated. Damn it, close your eyes and deal with it, whether it's a man or a woman. And Mo Peng snarled. The other 5 could only nod in agreement, but managing 4 rounds in 24 hours seemed quite a challenge. Given they weren't exactly young bucks anymore, before long, they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiao Ran thoughtfully tossed a box of pills and said, "Ingu, you know what to do. If needed, just pop one. Damn, you really are considerate," Mo Peng muttered as he picked up the pill box. Chapter 42. The calamity of the Zhang family. Oldly began to pick the lock. He was indeed a professional, managing to open it in just half a minute. If Oldly couldn't open Xiao Ran's lock, it was because Xiao Ran had spent 80 million on renovations, ensuring it was sturdy and impervious to tampering. If a regular locksmith could pick it open in a few tries, even a hailstorm wouldn't prevent Xiao Ran from hunting down Jia Yungue. Suddenly, the 6 burst inside. "Who are you? What do you want?" "You're Mo Laosi, the locksmith, Oldly, and you, Zhang Guowei." The 4 members of the Zhang family exclaimed in shock, which quickly morphed into terrified screams. Xiao Ran chuckled and turned to leave. My ex-wife's family, take your time to appease my hatred." This was by no means the end, unless one of the Zhang family members opted for suicide. But given their nature, was there even the slightest chance of that? Thus, he would likely have the opportunity to torment his ex-wife's family several more times. The leopard still wanted to share a bed with him but was kicked away by Xiao Ran, who jokingly scolded, "Don't think just because you're a male, you can sleep in my bed. Wait until tomorrow when the fog clears. I might just find you a female." The leopard growled a couple of times. Uncertain whether it was protesting or urging Xiao Ran to act swiftly to help it escape the ranks of singlehood, a night passed. The community buzzed with rumors of the calamity that befell the Zhang family. Just last night, Mo Laosi led a group to break into the Zhang family home, where they reportedly assaulted all 4 members. Why 4? Because all 4 of them were screaming, pausing only to continue their cries. A spectacle that left onlookers aghast. It was one thing if they had targeted Zhang Wan. After all, she was a young wife of decent looks. But Lin Mei-ying, being of a more mature age, how could they even bring themselves to do that? Perverse. Yet the most perverse aspect was that Mo Laosi and his group did not spare Zhang Yujun and his son either. How twisted must one be? This was what Aunt Zhao from 402 reported. Although she didn't witness the events firsthand, she had heard everything clearly and was quick to share the news in the group chat the next morning. Isn't that frightening? Indeed. However, were there any righteous souls stepping forward to eradicate the evil of the Zhang family? None. Each swept their own doorstep clean, indifferent to the frost on others' roofs. Yet everyone grew increasingly cautious. The leaders of each building began visiting every household, preparing to unite all residents in case they encountered a situation similar to the Zhang families. They couldn't allow themselves to be picked off one by one. Could they? This was feasible in the short term, but as days passed and hunger intensified, many would soon turn their attention to their own neighbors. After all, living in the same building meant familiarity. Otherwise, how could one know how many occupants a family had? You break in, only to find 5 burly men charging at you, ready to retaliate. Thus, they would surely target the weaker ones first. Unfortunately, the Zhang family had become the sacrificial lambs. But did anyone sympathize with them? How could that be possible? Were there any good people in the Zhang family? Everyone knew the character of Zhang Yujun and Lin Mei-ying all too well. Zhang Gang was the epitome of a rogue, excelling in drinking, gambling, and other vices. As for Zhang Wan, she previously had no notorious reputation, but in the past 3 months, her image had completely collapsed, first being exposed for being pregnant before marriage. And, worse yet, the child was fathered by her lover, leaving an honest man to bear the shame. The bombshell news? There were whispers that she had orchestrated her own son's death to claim compensation. How wicked must one be to harm their own child? Therefore, the Zheng family's fate could only be described as a case of karmic retribution. Wickedness begets wickedness, and how could one feel sympathy for them? By 10 in the morning, Xiao Ran awoke, stretching luxuriously. Waking up naturally felt incredible. After freshening up, he prepared breakfast, one for himself and one for the leopard, a feast so sumptuous it would make anyone drool. It is no exaggeration to say that even Han Yun's culinary skills pale in comparison to those of a leopard. Can a mere plaything of a woman ever rival a devoted dog? Having just finished breakfast, Xiao Ran's phone suddenly buzzed with an alarm notification. Someone had arrived. She was alone, and there seemed to be a hint of hesitation about her, though her hand was raised. She lingered, biting her lip, appearing indecisive. After a full 5 minutes, the woman finally knocked on the door with a click. The iron door swung open. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the light within and feeling the warmth spilling out, she could not help but step inside. With a click, the iron door closed automatically behind her, causing her to shudder slightly, as if startled by the sound. "Speak plainly. Do not meander, I do not have the luxury of time," Xiao Ran stated, while scrutinizing the woman before him. In truth, what everyone lacked the least at this moment was time. Was she perhaps late for class or a meeting? Nevertheless, that was a different matter altogether. The woman bit her lip, summoning courage to meet Xiao Ran's gaze, and said, "Could you spare me something to eat?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "How did you know I had food here?" "I heard it from others." The woman replied, "I am simply too hungry and thirsty." Thus, she had come to seek his help, yet she likely understood the price she would have to pay, which explained her hesitation at the threshold. Xiao Ran regarded her with appreciation. She was quite attractive, though not reaching a score of 90, which would be exceptional. An 80 would suffice, far surpassing the likes of Zheng Wan. She appeared to be around 20 years old, in the prime of youth, though her figure was obscured by heavy winter clothing. Xiao Ran smiled and asked, "What is your name?" "Zhong Lei." The woman replied promptly that I reside in Building 16, Unit 2201. However, I am not the owner, but a tenant, studying at Tsu University, and I am in my final year. Xiao Ran inquired further, "Why do you not live on campus?" "The school has dormitories, and renting off-campus costs money." Implicitly, he was questioning if she was being kept by someone. Zhonglei explained, "I find the dormitory conditions unsatisfactory, and my family is not lacking in funds, so I sought a place near the school to rent. I was supposed to graduate by the end of this month. But unexpectedly, I encountered a natural disaster. Not only she, but who in the world could have anticipated such a calamity?" This girl was indeed decent-looking, and Xiao Ran saw no reason to turn away a delectable opportunity that had presented itself. "Nevertheless," he cautioned, "I do have some food and clean water, but you must understand the significance of food at this moment and the price you will have to pay for it." I understand," Zhonglei nodded, her earlier hesitation now replaced by determination. Chapter 43, Delivery at your doorstep. Very well. Xiao Ran moved behind a screen, retrieving several dishes along with a bowl of rice and preparing a bottle of purified water. Beckoning Zhonglei to join him, upon seeing the spread, she could not help but swallow hard. She was famished and parched. She approached and sat down. First, she drank water, and as the cool liquid soothed her parched throat, she felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Then, she began to eat voraciously. However, as she continued, she shed her outer coat. "It's hot. This place is far too warm," she exclaimed, astonished. "You have electricity and heating here?" She looked at Xiao Ran with pleading eyes. "Could you allow me to stay here indefinitely? I would do anything you desire." Once inside, she truly wished to remain. Xiao Ran naturally declined. Even Han Yun, with her superior looks and figure, did not qualify to reside here. How could she, of all people? Casual encounters were one thing, but to truly become his woman, she would need to be perfect. The lesson learned from Zhang Wan had been painfully severe. "Are you a virgin?" Xiao Ran asked nonchalantly. Zhonglei's face flushed, and she shook her head. She had had a boyfriend since her sophomore year, and they had lived together. How could she still be a virgin? "But I have only had one boyfriend," she quickly added, attempting to bolster her image. "Does that make a difference?" Xiao Ran was disinclined to waste time on such trivial matters. "Eat?" Zhonglei felt a pang of disappointment but dared not disobey. Burying herself in her meal, Xiaoran was quite satisfied and rewarded Zhonglei with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water as a tip. Typically, it was a one-to-one exchange. Just as he was about to let Zhonglei leave, the surveillance system emitted a warning. Someone else had arrived. Another woman. Xiaoran grinned, realizing that news of his food supply had spread, prompting a stream of women to seek him out for sustenance. Very well, he would take in those of quality, while dismissing the inferior ones. He was not greedy. He sought only the finest. Outside, as the woman prepared to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly, causing her to pause, only to see a young beauty exiting. The 2 women exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping each other's intentions, leading to an awkward silence. Zhonglei hurriedly departed, while the new woman entered, only to find Xiaoran emerging in a bathrobe. She glanced at him, her cheeks flushing, and quickly lowered her gaze. Xiaoran, unfazed, remarked, "Are you here for a transaction as well? Let us be direct." The woman's face paled slightly, yet she nodded. Xiaoran smiled. "Look up. Let me see you." Naturally, one must verify the goods before making a purchase. The woman lifted her gaze, revealing a face that scored around 70 points. Xiaoran felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, a score of 60 was already the threshold for beauty, and 70 was above average. However, Xiaoran's standards had recently become rather discerning, and anything below 80 failed to captivate his interest. Just like Zhang Jingya. If she were not paired with Han Yun at present, he would not even consider her. After all, he now had choices. Since his rebirth, his physical prowess had significantly increased, surpassing 99 of individuals. Yet what good was such strength if he spent more than half his time toiling in the fields? It was all about establishing a reputation. The beautiful women in the neighborhood, those confident in their allure, were welcome to approach him. Even if business did not materialize, at least they would receive transportation fare. Initially, the woman's face blanched, but upon seeing the food and water, her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she quickly accepted. "Thank you, thank you." Xiaoran escorted the woman out, believing that word of this encounter would spread swiftly. "Ladies, if you find yourselves in dire straits, do not hesitate to seek me out." However, he mused that Han Yun was undoubtedly the most beautiful and alluring woman in the vicinity. Finding a second contender would prove exceedingly challenging, especially one who was still a virgin, worthy of being kept and cherished. Xiaoran felt that for a considerable time, he would be left alone with his leopard. Better to remain exclusive than to settle for mediocrity. To his surprise, Han Yun and her sister-in-law had not sought him out today. It seemed the shock had been considerable for Han Yun. Her husband's betrayal followed by his demise, and she was one of the executioners. Even if she rationalized that without her subsequent blows, Lin Yue would not have survived, it was evident that she could not possibly view it that way. Before yesterday, she had been willing to sacrifice her body for her husband, only to swiftly transform into the vengeful woman who wielded the knife against him. It would be surprising if she experienced no inner turmoil. Xiaoran smiled calmly. Whether Han Yun could overcome her inner shadows was of no concern to him. If she remained troubled, it would indeed be a pity. As night descended, around 7 o'clock, Mo Peng and his group arrived. Knock, 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 they rapped on the door. The garage. Xiaoran's voice echoed from the concealed speaker. Thus, Mo Peng and his 6 companions retreated to the garage. Lin Yue's body had not been disposed of. If Xiaoran did not do it, no one else would, for the severe cold had preserved his corpse. Consequently, although the sight was somewhat gruesome, no foul odor emanated from it. Upon witnessing this, Mo Peng and his companions frowned. Who would feel comfortable in the presence of a corpse? They had been too preoccupied to notice yesterday. But now, standing in this position, they all silently deemed it an ill omen. "O Lao Si. We are all waiting for your signal," Zhang Guowei whispered. Mo Peng cursed inwardly, thinking they were attempting to push him to the front lines. Nevertheless, as he had initiated this venture, he would naturally receive a larger share of the spoils, including this villa. All right, he nodded to At that moment. A flashlight beam flickered over, and Xiaoran strode forth. "Let us inspect the goods." Mo Peng produced a plastic bag and tossed it towards Xiaoran, containing 4 used condoms. Once Xiaoran opened it for inspection, he would charge in immediately, and Zhang Guowei and the others would follow suit. 6 strong men surely could overpower one. Without that water gun, he was nothing. Chapter 44. Rubbing salt in the wound, Xiaoran smiled. the door to the alternate space already ajar. He feigned lowering his head, the flashlight illuminating the ground. Now was the moment. Instantly, Imo Peng was the first to charge forward. Die! He bellowed, signaling the others to attack together. Zhang Guowei and the other 5, witnessing Imo Peng's advance, naturally followed suit with a shout. Rushing towards Xiao Ran. One by one, they vanished without a trace. Silently and without a sound. Xiao Ran scanned with his mind, discovering that the alternate space now housed 6 vividly lifelike corpses, their expressions fierce yet tinged with a hint of fear. This indicated that entering the alternate space did not result in immediate death, but rather a process, albeit a fleeting one. Although Imo Peng and his crew had plotted against him, did he intend to spare these 6? Their purpose was merely to bring pain and humiliation to the Zheng family, and with that objective fulfilled, why keep them alive? Xiao Ran chuckled to himself. With a flick of his thought, he cast all the corpses from the alternate space. This space was filled with resources, and placing corpses alongside them, even knowing they would not contaminate one another, still made him uneasy. He sent the message to his ex-wife, though he wondered if Zheng Wan's phone still had battery. Hopefully it did. Xiao Ran let out a sigh, realizing that her phone had run out of battery. Oh well, it was only a minor inconvenience. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Did you really kill those 6 beasts? Her agitation was evident, underscored by the multiple exclamation marks. Xiao Ran, thank you. I knew you still had feelings for me. Zheng Wan was on the verge of tears. Despite having been victimized by the 6 ruffians, if it meant awakening Xiao Ran's sympathy and protective instincts, she considered it a significant gain. She could reside in a grand villa, indulge in delectable delicacies, and live without a care in the world. Without hesitation, she dialed Xiao Ran's number. Xiao Ran, I'm coming to find you right now. Okay. Wait, have you misunderstood something? Xiao Ran chuckled. Imo Peng and the others were indeed killed by me, but they were on their way to your house under my threat. If they hadn't complied, I would have had them dispatched, hence their desperate actions against your father and brother. Otherwise, do you think they would engage in such depravity? How could I commit such misdeeds without leaving a mark? I must make you loathe me and regret it immensely. Zheng Wan could hardly believe her ears. The phone slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. Zheng Wan, you wretched star. Zheng Youjuan's furious voice erupted, clearly indicating that Zheng Wan had made a grave error by leaving the call on speaker. Zheng Wan, in her excitement, had assumed Xiao Ran still harbored affection for her, and had swiftly wanted to flaunt her perceived victory before her parents and brother, boasting that she would soon be the mistress of the villa. Little did she know, this was the beginning of her misfortune. Those 6 men were, in fact, sent by Xiao Ran. Zheng Yujun, a man in his 60s, had been caught off guard by the betrayal, especially after being ambushed by 6 individuals. One could only imagine the rage and humiliation festering within him, and all of this chaos stemmed from Xiao Ran. But why did Xiao Ran seek revenge against the Zheng family? Was it not because Zheng Wan had been unfaithful? No, it was even worse. She had been pregnant and had sought out a hapless fool to take her place. How could Xiao Ran not be enraged? Thus, it all circled back to Zheng Wan. If it weren't for her, would their family have suffered so much? Previously, they had coddled and pampered Zheng Wan for her compensation. But now, it had been 6 days of calamity. What good was money? At least 99% of people had realized that their former wealth had turned to vapor, mere scraps of paper and meaningless numbers. While possessing food and clean water had become the true riches, given this, would they still care for Zheng Wan? Especially since it was her treachery that had led them to such a dire state? Zhang Yujun could no longer contain himself. He removed his slipper and aimed it at Zheng Wan. She attempted to dodge, but Zhang Gang and Lin Meiying soon joined in, quickly subduing her for a relentless beating. Zheng Wan's face was left bloodied and swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. Only then did Zhang Yujun pick up the phone, adopting a sycophantic tone. Xiao Ran, we will deliver Zheng Wan to you. In exchange, could you provide us with a box of instant noodles and a case of water? What do you say? Zheng Wan lay on the ground, groaning in pain, utterly speechless. Her father had sold her out. Yet, she felt little surprise. After being cast out twice, she should have seen this coming. Xiao Ran would never agree. What he desired was the family's despair, to turn them against each other until none remained. He laughed heartily and hung up. Zheng Wan, how delightful does it feel to be betrayed by your kin? Zheng Yujun glanced at his daughter, his ire growing. "Dad, I'm starving," Zhang Gang exclaimed. Mo Peng and his crew had not only robbed them but had also devoured the last remnants of food and water in the house, leaving them starving for over a day. Zhang Youjuan's gaze hardened. "Find that wretched girl." Zhang Gang hesitated for a moment. "Dad, you don't mean to eat her, do you?" Zhang Wan trembled, incredulous at Zhang Youjuan's intentions. Surely, he wouldn't. Zhang Yujun waved his hand dismissively. "Why ask so many questions? Just bind her. Stop with the nonsense." "Oh," Zhang Gang replied, fetching some rope. The father and son duo worked together to tie up Zheng Wan. Two grown men, despite their hunger, possessed strength far beyond Zheng Wan's, especially since she too had gone a day without food. "Let us go door to door and ask if anyone wants to have a go at your sister. For a single encounter, we can barter for a pack of instant noodles, or 2 ounces of rice, or a bottle of water." Zhang Yujun finally revealed his intentions. "Old man, have you lost your mind?" Lin Meiying could hardly believe Zhang Yujun would sell his own daughter. Zhang Yujun shot her a glare. "Then you better go find us some food and water." Lin Meiying opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately fell silent. Zheng Gang, famished, didn't care whether Zheng Wan was his sister. He immediately agreed. "Dad, you take the odd-numbered floors, and I'll take the even ones." "Fine," Zhang Yujun acquiesced. Zheng Wan had stopped crying, her expression one of utter numbness. What does it mean when the heart is dead? This is what it means. Chapter 45. Li Zhonglin's plan. Li Zhonglin was under immense pressure, and it was only growing. He held 3 coveted spots for entry into the shelter. Thus, a few individuals had placed their trust in him, not only obeying his commands but also showering him with flattery and offering all their worldly possessions. There were only 9 fools in total, 2 of whom were women. Of course, he had slept with them, though their looks were rather mediocre. Still, he was no big shot, and with women willing to entertain him freely, he couldn't help but feel gratified. However, as days passed, food and water dwindled. Yet the grand tales he spun had yet to materialize. The 9 began to grow anxious, inquiring daily when the government would send vehicles to rescue them. He was running out of lies to concoct, and once the truth of his deceit was revealed, he would undoubtedly be torn apart by their collective rage and despair. In such chaotic times, is murder not a common occurrence? Therefore, he needed a plan, lest he lose his very life. He gathered the 9 individuals. "I just received word from my cousin. He said the fog outside is too dense for the military to mobilize. So the convoy to take us away will not arrive for several more days," Li Zhonglin stated, having used this excuse several times before. The 9 expressed their impatience. Li Zhonglin quickly added, "Food is running low. We must find a way to survive. My cousin mentioned that during these extraordinary times, we need to adopt extraordinary measures. Everyone, I shared the recent happenings in the community with him, and he suggested we take down Xiao Ran. This individual exhibits severe antisocial tendencies. During such turbulent times, he poses a significant threat to society and must be stopped. My cousin asserted that after we subdue Xiao Ran, we can take control of his supplies." Instantly, several individuals showed signs of interest. Why did they trust Li Zhonglin? Was it not because they wished to survive? And why were they anxious now? Fearful of starving, dying of thirst, or freezing to death? In essence, it all boiled down to one reason: the desire to live. If they could take down Xiao Ran and seize his supplies, they would be able to prolong their survival until the government's rescue arrived. They weren't necessarily fools. Rather, in despair, people tend to cling to even the faintest glimmer of hope, no matter how illusory. Furthermore, Li Zhonglin was adept at understanding human nature, using his cousin's name to issue commands. And who was his cousin? A government official. Thus, taking down Xiao Ran and seizing his supplies became an act of righteousness. As the saying goes, one must have a name for their actions. With a name established, they became the righteous force. Yes, Xiao Ran was truly malevolent, flaunting his wealth in the group while refusing to share with anyone. He even brazenly killed Lin Yue, a criminal that needed to be dealt with. By subduing him, we are doing the community a service. The 9 echoed, their self-righteous indignation evident as they brainwashed themselves. Seizing the moment, Li Zhonglin continued, "Everyone, arm yourselves," shouting, "Ruifan, you too will knock on the door. Xiao Ran is quite the lecher. Rumors abound that anyone who sleeps with him can obtain food and water, so act a bit provocatively. As soon as he opens the door, we will seize him." Understood. The 2 women in the group, the only ones present, confidently patted their chests. "Let's go." Li Zhonglin waved his hand. brimming with enthusiasm. In truth, he was merely a salesman with decent eloquence. Who would have thought he could convince 9 people to follow his lead into murder and robbery? They arrived at the garage, using flashlights to illuminate their path. After the power outage, even during the day, the garage remained shrouded in darkness. Without a flashlight, one could hardly see, and nighttime was even worse. With the entrance cloaked in complete blackness, the tin had only one flashlight, so those behind had to hold onto the ones in front to navigate safely. Finally, they reached the base of the villa. Shouting, "Ruefin, it's up to you now," Li Zhonglin instructed the 2 women in the group. He then told the others, "Let's find a place to hide first." He shook the flashlight, searching for a suitable spot. In truth, in such darkness, was there even a need to find a hiding place? This was merely a result of inexperience. After all, it had only been 6 days since the apocalypse began, and not everyone could adapt immediately. Suddenly, Li Zhonglin froze. What the hell? He had spotted something. Between 2 cars, a group of people was crouched or standing. There appeared to be at least 10 of them. Were they also lying in wait for Xiao Ran? First, it is essential to allocate the benefits properly to prevent any ensuing conflict. He chuckled. Are you here to rid the people of their troubles as well? Ha ha, shall we decide on the distribution after we accomplish our task? He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to follow him. It is crucial to agree on the distribution beforehand. Otherwise, a fierce battle will undoubtedly erupt between the 2 factions. Our numbers are roughly equal. So how about we split the supplies evenly? Li Zhonglin suggested. However, the opposing side remained silent. This was somewhat excessive. Not only did Li Zhonglin feel a surge of anger, but his 9 subordinates were equally displeased. Even if you are dissatisfied with the proposed distribution, must you really remain mute? Li Zhonglin frowned. Everyone, my proposal is made in good faith. Even if you are not content, can we not communicate openly? Why the silence? He had approached quite close, directing his flashlight toward them. My goodness. In that instant, all 10 of them were so shocked that they felt as if their heads might explode. Instead of being merely concealed figures, they were clearly corpses. Some bore evident fatal wounds, with blood holes in their foreheads and chests, while one had its throat slit, its face rendered unrecognizable. The 10 of them were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, while the 2 women were so terrified that they wet themselves, warmth spreading over their backsides. No wonder they possessed such resilience, lying in wait in this frigid environment without uttering a word. They were merely lifeless bodies. Corpses fear the cold. But why are there corpses here? Wait, this is beneath the Xiao family's residence. Could it be? A collective suspicion surged among the 10, causing them to shiver and break into a cold sweat. Perhaps we should just forget it, someone stammered. Chapter 46, A Net to Catch All. What were they here for? To kill Xiao Ran and seize supplies. Of course, murder was secondary. If Xiao Ran complied willingly, they need not resort to killing. After all, who, aside from the inherently deranged, would relish in the act of killing? Yet, the risk of killing Xiao Ran now seemed insurmountable. Their own lives were at stake. Under such circumstances, who would not hesitate? They were merely ordinary individuals, not professional assassins. To deflect the conflict, they needed to subdue Xiao Ran. What was a few lives lost? As long as he remained alive. Mustering courage, he proclaimed, Xiao Ran is but a single person. Should we truly fear him? You would do well to fear me. Yet, a voice came from not far away, followed by a blinding beam of light that rendered their flashlight insignificant. Akin to stars compared to a full moon, the glaring light forced all 10 to shut their eyes. Then, they suddenly realized. It was Xiao Ran. Hiss, why are you not sleeping at this hour but sneaking around the garage? Wong, the leopard growled, baring its teeth in a fierce display. The dog was highly attuned to malice and possessed a strong territorial instinct, having claimed the area beneath the villa as its own. In the stillness of night, this group quietly approached, clearly with ill intentions. A dog that bites does not bark. The leopard merely growled once before stealthily advancing towards the 10, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Xiao Ran did not intervene. In such darkness, a dog was far more agile than a human. He had no concerns for the leopard's safety. How intriguing! In his past life, Li Zhonglin had been killed by deceived residents of a community around this time. Yet this life was different. The target was now him. Xiao Ran smiled at the thought, seeing it as an opportunity to pass the time and add a bit of excitement. Suddenly, someone let out a blood-curdling scream. The leopard had initiated its ambush, clamping down on one person's calf. The others were oblivious to what had transpired and were taken aback. The key was that Xiao Ran was blinding them with a strong light, preventing them from discerning the situation, leaving them only to hear their companions' agonizing cries, which instilled a deep sense of fear within them. Run. Faced with the unknown terror, they were paralyzed with fright and turned to flee. Ha! You think you can escape after coming this far? Xiao Ran pursued. For what he needed to do was exceedingly simple. He merely had to open the spatial gate, and they would vanish one by one. Li Zhonglin's hair stood on end, engulfed in boundless fear. He heard the calls of his subordinates dwindling, some abruptly stopping just as they were shouting, disappearing in the next moment. They were all living beings. How could they vanish without a trace? This thought sent Li Zhonglin into a panic, his heart racing as if it might burst. Overwhelming terror stripped him of all strength, and he collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Please, don't kill me. I will do anything. Spare my life, I beg you." Xiao Ran, however, was somewhat displeased, for this fellow had managed to inadvertently avoid entering the spatial gate he had opened ahead of him. "Leopard, go!" He shone the flashlight at Li Zhonglin. The leopard lunged forward like a shadowy panther, sinking its teeth into Li Zhonglin's throat. Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but the leopard held firm. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. The leopard, obedient as ever, released its grip and dashed toward Xiao Ran. Naturally, Xiao Ran would not let Li Zhonglin off so easily. He stepped forward and fired a bullet into him. "Consider yourself fortunate." With a soft thud, the bullet pierced Li Zhonglin's forehead, blossoming into a spray of crimson. Xiao Ran then dealt with the corpse, piling it aside to avoid disturbing his nighttime stroll with the dog. This too served as a form of intimidation. He was curious to see if, with these 10 additional corpses, anyone would still dare to entertain thoughts of crossing him. As the night passed, the apocalypse entered its 6th day. Rumors circulated throughout the community. First, there was the Zheng family. The father and son duo were quite the peculiar pair, having tied up Jingwan, allowing anyone to do as they pleased with her for just one packet of instant noodles. However, given the current scarcity of food and water, Zheng Wan's business was not thriving, though there were still customers. At least the Zheng family could survive for a little longer. In truth, the number of women resorting to selling their bodies had increased. But the Zheng family's case, with the father and brother directly involved in coercing her, was unprecedented. It was no surprise that the Zheng family had once again set a new low. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran paused briefly before bursting into laughter. This was indeed something the Zheng family would do. Zheng Yujun was exceedingly patriarchal. Back when he was part of the Zheng family, Zheng Yujun had relentlessly exploited him to support his son. Why did all 6 members of the family live together? Zheng Yujun would rather squeeze into tighter quarters than allow his daughter and son-in-law to live outside. For if they were out there, how could he maintain control over their assets? Now that Zheng Yujun was selling his daughter, it was hardly unexpected for Xiao Ran. Indeed, had it not been for him, Zheng Wan might have been the first to be slaughtered and consumed. Now, Zheng Wan still held some value, but when the day came that her business dwindled, she would likely meet her end. Xiao Ran smirked. No matter how dire her plight, it could not invoke sympathy from him. And once Zheng Wan was devoured, who would be next? Lin Meiying, Zheng Yujun, or Zheng Gang? Xiao Ran was tempted to place a wagered eye in the morning. While brushing his teeth and washing his face to the tune of music, he pondered, are there still others in the entire community who can brush their teeth and wash their faces? After finishing, he planned to have breakfast. He had a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks, while the leopard enjoyed 2 meat buns. Before he could contemplate his next move, someone entered from the basement. Upon checking the surveillance, he saw, TSK, Han Yun and Zhang Jingya have arrived. Chapter 47, Building 2. Su Feng. Xiao Ran opened the door to let the two in. Zhang Jingya appeared somewhat timid, but Han Yun was quite at ease, her pretty face adorned with a smile as she asked, "As usual, shall we eat our fill first?" Xiao Ran gestured for them to proceed, having prepared the meal. Once the 2 women began to eat, he casually inquired, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun hesitated before replying. "I contemplated a great deal yesterday, even considering suicide, but upon reflection, it seemed not worth it for a filthy man." She shook her head, adopting a seductive demeanor. "With my looks, shouldn't I enjoy the affection of men? From now on, I will never let any filthy man cause me sorrow again. Indeed, Extremes often lead to reversals. Fortunately, this was the apocalypse. She could only sell her body to Xiao Ran for benefits. Had this been another time, Teske, her superiors at work would have surely fallen prey. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He had no desire for Han Yun's affections. An hour later, the two women departed quietly. Food was now incredibly precious and could bring immense trouble, so they must not be discovered. Stretching, Xiao Ran thought, well, since I'm idle, I might as well work out in Building 2. Su Feng was the head of this block, actively mediating conflicts among neighbors since the disaster struck. Earning considerable respect on this day, he invited 19 homeowners to his residence. Friends, the current situation is perilous. I believe I need not elaborate, Su Feng declared. A man in his 40s with a square face and hawk-like eyes that seemed to penetrate the hearts of men. His voice resonated with a compelling authority, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd with each statement he made. Thus, we must take it upon ourselves to save ourselves. Although the situation is dire, it also presents an opportunity. This left everyone bewildered, glancing at him in confusion. Su Feng smiled. Have you not realized that this world has already plunged into anarchy? You have now taken a life. Even if others possess a fully charged phone with signal, can they summon the authorities? What does this signify? The law has ceased to exist. Therefore, if we unite, could we not carve out our own destiny? Su Feng surveyed the crowd, observing the glimmer of determination in their eyes and the quickening of their breaths, and he continued. Our first step is to dominate the entire community, establishing ourselves as the de facto rulers. Once we amass sufficient manpower, we can strategize our expansion. I firmly believe this hailstorm cannot persist indefinitely, and as soon as it ceases, even if a dense fog remains, our familiarity with the surrounding environment will enable us to venture to nearby supermarkets and convenience stores in search of supplies. And moreover, invade other neighborhoods. Do you not yearn for multiple partners, for a multitude of servants at your beck and call? Such a reality was previously unfathomable, yet now, as long as you dare to dream, to act and to strive, it shall certainly come to fruition. The 19 individuals, each robust and stirred by emotion, raised their arms and cheered in unison. Sensing the moment was ripe, Su Feng declared, "Who among you wishes to join me in this endeavor?" I. All 19 stood up, responding with fervor. Su Feng nodded, refraining from further incitement, and spoke slowly. Our initial target must be Xiao Ran. First and foremost, Xiao Ran has brazenly taken lives within the community, having killed more than one. Many now regard him as a demon king, thus if we can subdue him, our prestige will rise instantaneously. Secondly, he likely possesses substantial resources, and once we capture him, we should be free from the worry of hunger for a considerable time. Hence, we can patiently await the cessation of the hailstorm. Yet, these words sowed seeds of hesitation among the crowd. One person spoke up. Su Feng, many have sought to take down Xiao Ran, yet all have met their demise. I have heard that at the entrance of his villa, there are already 20 corpses piled up. Indeed, this man is exceedingly ruthless. It would be prudent not to provoke him. Others nodded in agreement. Voicing their concurrence, Su Feng smiled and said, "No matter how formidable Xiao Ran may be, he is but one man. Can we not, united, subdue him? Moreover, we can employ cunning strategies." The crowd's eyes brightened. What strategies? Su Feng grinned, lowering his voice as he began to elaborate. Upon concluding, the crowd's eyes sparkled with renewed resolve, casting aside their previous doubts and fears. Could they not indeed bring Xiao Ran to heel? With no objections raised, preparations for action commenced. Su Feng's declaration was resolute. Excellent. At noon, as Xiao Ran prepared to dine, his phone began to sound an alarm. He glanced at the screen and noted that someone had approached the basement. Initially presuming it was merely a young woman, he was surprised to find a man, approximately 50 years of age, with an unassuming demeanor. Knock, knock, knock. The man began to rap on the door. Xiao Ran did not open it. Instead, he transmitted his voice through the intercom. "Is there something you require?" The man halted his knocking, turning to the source of the voice, and hurriedly responded, "I have information to sell you." "What information and how much do you seek?" Xiao Ran inquired. The man replied, "There are individuals plotting against you. If you provide me with 1 box of instant noodles and 1 case of water, I will divulge their specific plans." Observing him through the surveillance camera, Xiao Ran pondered for a moment before a smile graced his lips. I can offer you 3 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water daily, provided you prove useful." The man considered for a moment and nodded. "Very well, we can establish a long-term partnership." "Speak then," Xiao Ran continued. "My name is Guahaoran, the owner of room 1902 in Building 2. Today, our building leader, Su Feng, summoned us for a meeting specifically to discuss how to eliminate you." "What are the particulars of their plan?" Xiao Ran queried. Chapter 48. The traitor stepped back a bit. Xiao Ran instructed. Guahaoran complied, retreating from the door, internally acknowledging Xiao Ran's caution and vigilance. With a click, the iron door swung open, revealing 2 bottles of water and 3 packets of instant noodles on the ground. But in the next instant, the iron door closed once more. How excessively cautious! Guahaoran could not help but scoff, then addressed the door. "Su Feng and his group plan to launch a night raid tonight. Among them is a welder. Do you truly believe this iron door can withstand a welding assault? Furthermore, there are 9 of them, armed with knives. Can you fend them off?" After a lengthy silence, as Guahaoran wondered if Xiao Ran had heard him, the latter finally responded. "You should join them and report back to me at all times." However, Guahaoran declined, stating, "The items you provided are merely sufficient for me to relay information. If you want me to act as a double agent, the price must increase." "Very well." The iron door swung open again, and 2 more packets of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water appeared on the ground. Xiao Ran's voice rang out once more. "Keep a close watch on them and report back to me constantly. I will ensure you receive the same quantity of food and water every day." Agreed. Guahaoran did not haggle further, gathering the instant noodles and purified water and concealing them beneath his thick winter coat. He turned and departed, illuminating his path with the flashlight on his phone. Nevertheless, Guahaoran felt no fear. Instead, a smile crept across his face. "So, did that fellow take the bait?" Su Feng inquired. Guahaoran produced the instant noodles and water, 4 packets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water. "What do you think? Do you believe that fellow has been convinced?" "Ha ha ha." Su Feng and the others erupted into laughter. "That fellow would never suspect that we have not merely a traitor among us but have deliberately gifted him a spy. Now that the power is out, can welding even function? Enough with the chatter. What is the situation in the villa?" Guahaoran shook his head. "That fellow is exceedingly cautious. Didn't he allow me inside? However, I did observe the thickness of that iron door. At least 20 centimeters. It is electronically controlled. Otherwise, merely pushing it open would require significant effort. Even if there were power, cutting through it with a welder would be unrealistic." "Gasp!" The crowd gasped in astonishment. A 20-centimeter thick iron door is no trifling matter. A typical bomb shelter door might be that thick. "Have you turned your home into a fortress?" "Thankfully, we had no intention of attacking from the basement. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. However, we have yet to ascertain the internal layout of the villa. No matter, that fellow's focus is entirely on the basement. Tonight, we will execute our plan. Team 2 will feign an attack from the basement to divert Xiao Ran's attention, while Team 1 will strike from the ground, catching Xiao Ran off guard. Once we breach the villa, how could that fellow, being alone, possibly withstand our onslaught?" Su Feng rallied the crowd, igniting their spirits, and they raised their arms in fervent agreement. Within the villa, Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Would he believe Guahaoran? Of course not. He trusted not a single word. His faith lay solely in himself. He merely pretended to acquiesce, indulging Guahaoran in this charade. After all, a monotonous existence was far too tedious. To claim an attack from the basement was but a ruse. The real assault would originate from elsewhere, a classic diversion to mislead his attention. However, did they truly have the audacity to strike from the ground? Xiao Ran pondered, and indeed, it was plausible. For instance, they could drive a vehicle out. Although the hail would shatter the windows, they could cover the glass with blankets in advance. After all, it was within the community, and even at a snail's pace, could they not reach the villa's entrance? Then, the occupants could emerge from the vehicle, their heads shielded by bedding, and for a brief period, they should not suffer injuries from the hail. To that point, a hefty blow would surely send the courtyard gate flying open, and a similar strike on the front door of the villa would grant them entry. Such a feat would only be achievable if Xiao Ran's villa had not been fortified. Yet the problem was, Xiao Ran had invested 80 million in renovations, even if they brought in a bulldozer. He had absolute confidence that the villa would withstand it, rather than be toppled. Could mere mortals hope to breach the villa? What a jest. He eagerly anticipated the expressions of those who failed to infiltrate. Perhaps a nap was in order. Tonight would likely be another late one. He lay down to rest, but before long, the sound of an alarm roused him. Grabbing his phone, he saw yet another visitor approaching, a woman. Ah, she seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly he recalled, the wife of that loquacious man. When the calamity first began, as Xiao Ran was walking his leopard, he had encountered a group seeking supplies but had refused to accommodate them. One particularly insufferable man had even mocked him about Zheng Jia being a love child, resulting in a sound beating. That time, he had mockingly invited the loquacious man's wife to come find him if she was hungry. And now, she truly had come? Xiao Ran shook his head. When hunger strikes, one can abandon all dignity. But wait. Xiao Ran noticed another figure in the corridor. The loquacious man. He was not only lurking by the door but also wielding a club. Was he planning to ambush him as soon as the door opened? Xiao Ran had misjudged. It appeared the adversary was not merely forsaking dignity to barter for survival, but rather scheming to eliminate him through seduction. Quite ruthless. Yet had this loquacious man forgotten that he had previously left him battered and bruised? With such meager combat prowess, did he truly believe he could bring about Xiao Ran's demise? Oh, an ambush die in that case. The outcome was less dependent on combat ability. With one unguarded blow, even a champion of martial arts could easily fall. As the night unfolded, the grand performance had yet to commence. And a tantalizing appetizer was served. Xiao Ran ventured into the basement, inquiring through the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Lin," replied the woman outside. "Did you not say that whenever I was hungry, I could ask you for food?" I know, Lin Lin responded. "All right," Xiao Ran replied, and with a click, the door swung open. A wave of light and warmth poured forth. Lin Lin glanced at her husband, who subtly nodded, implying, "You go in first. I will follow closely behind," ready to strike at Xiao Ran. Summoning her courage, Lin Lin stepped into the room, irresistibly drawn by the inviting glow and the intoxicating warmth. Her husband, bending low, intended to follow. But unexpectedly, the iron door closed automatically. He was taken aback and hastily reached for the handle, attempting to halt its progress. However, the force of the closing door was beyond his capacity to resist. And with a resounding clang, it sealed shut. He stood there, dumbfounded. "I'm still outside." Chapter 49. The wall between Lin Lin entered the basement, only to be met with a startling realization. "Where is my husband? Where is he?" Just then, Xiao Ran approached, casually tossing several packages of instant noodles, a few marinated eggs, and several bottles of mineral water, commanding, "Lean against the door." Lin Lin instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the bountiful spread on the floor, her initial rejection transformed into silent acquiescence. She had been famished for several days. Otherwise, she would not have risked coming here with her husband. Xiao Ran smiled and offered her a roasted chicken leg. "Eat." Without hesitation, she accepted it. The aroma of the roasted chicken was utterly irresistible, and she took a hearty bite. Xiao Ran thoughtfully handed her a bottle of water, which she gratefully consumed, instantly soothing her parched throat. Moments later, she devoured every last morsel of food. "Are you full?" Xiao Ran inquired with a smile. Yes, for Xiao Ran, this was merely a fleeting interlude. He was acutely aware of her husband's desire to eliminate him. Yet he refrained from taking lethal action. Was it out of mercy? No, this was a matter of psychological warfare. One could always kill, but what meaning does direct murder hold? It was far more fitting to keep them perpetually ensnared in regret and humiliation. Xiao Ran possessed the strength to act as he did. Had he been an ordinary man, he would have eradicated any threats before they could manifest. The thought of eliminating her husband was always within his reach. Would he escape this neighborhood? He need not even lift a finger. A mere offering of food as a bounty would entice countless eager hands to carry out the deed. Human life had become so undervalued. Killing had become exceedingly simple. Utilizing the resources at his disposal, he could orchestrate a veritable bloodbath within the community with just a few morsels. In the past, it was the power of wealth. Presently, it was the power of sustenance. He refrained from such actions simply because he found the prospect of death too swift and mundane. Endure just a little longer. At the very least, we must wait for the hail to cease or the fog to lift. When that moment arrives, my focus will shift to gathering energy, and once I can venture outside, there will be far more intriguing individuals to occupy my time, rather than fixating on these neighbors. He awaited the arrival of nightfall. That evening, Su Feng and his companions commenced their operation. They split into two groups. One led by Su Feng would stage a feigned assault to mislead Xiao Ran, ensuring that he would see and hear them, leaving no room for suspicion. The other group faced a more perilous task. They carried a bed to the base of the building, draping it with blankets to shield most of their bodies, with a plastic layer in the middle to guard against the potentially toxic water that might drip from melting hail. Despite the visibility being a mere meter outside, the community was small, and they were thoroughly familiar with the area. Ensuring they would not lose their way, 10 men stood beneath the bed, carrying it with ease over a distance of several hundred meters. Su Feng rallied his comrades. Brothers, whether we can strike it rich, enjoy sumptuous feasts, or have beautiful women obediently calling us daddy depends on this very moment. A resounding roar of agreement erupted from the group, their spirits soaring. Chapter 50. Both routes fail. Su Feng and his cohorts embarked on their separate paths, one in the open and the other shrouded in secrecy, both heading towards the villa where Xiao Ran resided. It was certain that the group descending into the basement would arrive first. Armed with flashlights, they began to assess the iron door. A knock resonated, producing a dull thud. Wow, this guy really spared no expense. He fortified the basement entrance remarkably, someone exclaimed, realizing from the sound that the door must be extraordinarily thick. Could it be that this fellow had a premonition of an apocalypse? Su Feng scoffed. He must have watched too many zombie movies. The thick iron door is clearly a defense against the undead. Presently, we are merely facing toxic hail. What use is a thick door in such weather? However, if this fellow had indeed been brainwashed by apocalyptic films, the supplies he had stockpiled should far exceed their expectations. Indeed, the eyes of the group lit up at this realization. Thus, they anticipated that their haul would surpass their projections. Quick, stage the distraction. They took up iron tools and began to scrape against the iron door, creating a cacophony that simulated the sound of welding. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and pressed a button on his phone. Suddenly, the entire fire suppression system in the corridor activated, showering the area with water. In truth, Jia Yungue would never have agreed to modify the community's fire facilities. Should it come to light, he would face criminal charges. Therefore, Xiao Ran had instructed him to construct an additional fire system, which surely posed no issue. And what source had Xiao Ran tapped for this fire sprinkling system? It was, of course, water derived from the melted toxic hail, albeit diluted. A chorus of screams erupted throughout the corridor. This is toxic water, damn. That guy is ruthless, run. Su Feng and his companions scrambled towards the exit, barely managing to escape the deluge of toxic water. Once outside, they collapsed in a heap, shock and fear etched on their faces. Xiao Ran has even tampered with the fire suppression system. Curse the property management. Curse the construction bureau. Curse the fire department. How can such blatant violations go unchecked? They failed to notice that Xiao Ran had not altered the fire facilities. He had merely added a supplementary system. But did this distinction matter? What now? They exchanged glances. Their task of distracting Xiao Ran to allow the ground team to infiltrate the villa had devolved into a farce, leaving them as unwitting allies. Had they managed to draw even a modicum of Xiao Ran's attention? Almost none. Su Feng stood there, bewildered. The entire situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Xiao Ran had toyed with them mercilessly without even making an appearance, and the outcome was far more catastrophic than he had anticipated. How was he to respond? His head swam with confusion. Thank goodness the water sprayed upon us was merely diluted toxic hail. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a mere sting but at least half an hour lying prone on the ground. Indeed, or else we would have frozen to death. Break down the door. The heavy iron hammer struck with a resounding clang, easily smashing open the villa's gate, invigorating the group to press onward. They arrived at a window, raising the iron hammer to strike. With a resounding crash, the man wielding the hammer found his arms numbed from the impact, causing the heavy hammer to fall and land painfully on his foot, eliciting tears of agony. What is happening? The group shone their flashlights toward the window, only to be met with disbelief. Where is the window? This is clearly a steel plate. Some among them, undeterred, even reached out to touch what should have been the window, only to find thick steel had replaced it. Thus, the blow from the hammer resulted in their arms going numb. Can we even break through this? How is that possible? What can we do? Retreat. Should we not try the front door? Are you out of your mind? If the windows are sealed with steel plates, do you think the front door is unprotected? Hurry, retreat. I can barely hold this heavy bed any longer. Me too. Plus, it's wet and cold outside. I feel the toxic water seeping in. We need to formulate a new plan. As the group prepared to withdraw, a window on the second floor suddenly swung open, and they heard Xiao Ran's voice echoing, "If you've come, there's no need to leave." "Xiao Ran," they exclaimed in unison, eager to look up but blocked by the bed. Yet, whether they could see him or not, they needed to escape. They could not hold on much longer. Suddenly, the bed shook violently, nearly causing them to topple over. "What is going on?" A dull thud rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy colliding, reminiscent of stones striking. "How could this be happening?" The bed creaked ominously under the weight in an instant. Without a moment's warning, the bed collapsed, trapping everyone beneath it and unleashing a chorus of terrified screams. As they attempted to crawl out, they were horrified to discover the bed's weight was insurmountable, rendering them utterly unable to escape. At that moment, they finally realized that a massive stone, resembling a small mountain, was crushing the bed. No wonder it had collapsed under the weight, and no wonder 10 robust men were utterly incapable of lifting it. The hail continued to pelt down relentlessly. Although the hailstones were considerably smaller than they had been a few days prior, each one striking their bodies still inflicted considerable pain. The crucial aspect was that the hail was toxic, and upon contact with their skin, it would introduce poison into their systems, causing agony akin to being set ablaze. The 10 men cried out in utter despair, as if they had descended into hell itself. Chapter 51. The bounty on the elusive prey. Xiao Ran closed the window. The cacophony of their cries was jarring and unpleasant. Naturally, he had used stones to crush the makeshift bed shields that these men had raised. Stones, iron blocks, and steel reinforcements. He had not skimped on his preparations. Woof! The leopard growled softly, baring its teeth, ferocious and fierce. If Xiao Ran were to open the door at that moment, it would undoubtedly charge out without a moment's hesitation. However, Xiao Ran had no intention of opening the door. Outside, those 10 men were merely awaiting their demise, to be crushed slowly by hail or heavy objects, or perhaps to succumb to poison first. There was no certainty in their manner of death. But death was inevitable. Thus, what was there to deliberate over with those whose fates were already sealed? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and stepped outside with the leopard. In the underground garage, the leopard's keen nose detected the scent of humans from a distance, allowing it to excel in the dark subterranean space. Of course, if the intruders used flashlights, they would unwittingly reveal their positions. Xiao Ran made some arrangements, securing several flashlights in various locations. Despite their lack of technological sophistication, these flashlights were equipped with infrared remote control. With a mere press of a button, they would illuminate and extinguish simultaneously. He turned off the lights and waited quietly with the leopard. Before long, Su Feng and his group returned. There was no other option. Climbing the stairs took time, and they had to change clothes, practically undergoing a complete transformation from the inside out. How could this be done swiftly? The beams of the flashlights flickered as Su Feng and his companions drew nearer. Almost there. Xiao Ran pressed the button, causing 7 high-powered flashlights to illuminate simultaneously, casting their light upon Su Feng and his group. Although they too possessed flashlights, they would not shine them upon themselves, and thus, when suddenly confronted by the 7 intense beams, their eyes were overwhelmed, instinctively raising their hands to shield themselves. In that moment, panic engulfed them. Xiao Ran emerged calmly, leading the leopard, exuding an air of unfazed composure. A beam of light illuminated his back, casting a long shadow that rendered him both imposing and authoritative. This was, of course, a meticulously designed entrance. Xiao Ran, Su Feng and the others, peering through their fingers, gasped in astonishment. This man had appeared. They were thoroughly alarmed. After all, far too many had sought to deal with Xiao Ran up to this point. And what had been the outcome? Just look at the pile of corpses at the entrance of Xiao Ran's villa. It was almost a small mountain. Let there be no doubt that these individuals had not willingly walked to their deaths. Thus, despite Xiao Ran being merely an ordinary person, how could he possess such formidable combat prowess? This was a conundrum that left everyone perplexed, breeding an intense fear born of the unknown. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Retrieving a gun from his pocket, an airsoft gun, complete with a silencer, he aimed it at Su Feng. "Kneel," he stated coolly. The sight of the gun instilled fear in the hearts of the onlookers, and a sudden realization dawned upon them. It was no wonder so many had fallen to Xiao Ran. He wielded a gun. Damn, why was I so composed? That is a gun. Once they grasped the situation, they began to tremble once more. Just as Su Feng was about to kneel, he paused, declaring, "I almost fell for your trick. You aren't a police officer, and firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. I don't believe you could acquire one. The others who were taken down were simply foolish enough to die." His analysis was quite reasonable. However, Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly, tilting the gun slightly before pulling the trigger. Click! Without a sound, one man fell backward, his body hitting the ground with a substantial thud. Thump! He was dead, a gaping hole in his forehead, his eyes wide open, as if questioning, "I never said I didn't believe. Why did you have to shoot me?" Instantly, the remaining men quaked in terror. It was a real gun, a genuine firearm. With a crack, Su Feng promptly knelt down. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. As long as he could preserve his life, there would always be a chance for revenge. Xiao Ran chuckled, brandishing the airsoft gun alongside real bullets from another dimension. TSK, who could remain unafraid. "Do you wish to live?" he inquired. "Yes," Su Feng responded quickly. "However, I am afraid I do not wish to grant you that opportunity," Xiao Ran replied, squeezing the trigger as the bullets from the alternate dimension shot forth. Su Feng, sensing the imminent danger, scrambled away. But could a mere human outrun a bullet? Moreover, Xiao Ran had specifically set up 7 flashlights for illumination, leaving Su Feng no chance to hide in the darkness. After the gunfire, the others fled in terror. Xiao Ran had never intended to let them escape. As long as they dashed into the shadows, they could save themselves. Yet, bullets flew from the alternate dimension, pursuing those fleeing. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they fell. However, some managed to slip into the darkness. It was Guahaoran. Nevertheless, the leopard had already given chase. Guahaoran's scream echoed, accompanied by the leopard's low growl of pain. Dio the leopard. Its own life was far more precious than Guahaoran's. It bit down harder on him. As for Guahaoran, there was no need to pursue him. But could Xiao Ran simply let him go? Absolutely not. With a handsome reward comes brave men. Once the bounty was announced, Guahaoran would inevitably become paranoid. Wary of everyone, he would surely be hunted down and killed within days. As for how many lives would be lost in the process of eliminating Guahaoran, Xiao Ran would naturally not concern himself with such matters. Why should it trouble him? Did he think he would suffer for a mere instant noodle and a bottle of water? Xiao Ran took a shower and then lay down to sleep. Before long, he drifted off peacefully, completely at ease. Having invested 80 million in renovating the villa, it should certainly provide him with a sense of security. Anything less would be a waste. However, while he slept soundly, the entire community buzzed with excitement over the bounty he had issued. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Not 2 packets and 1 bottle, but boxes. Boxes, with such a reward. How many days could one survive? Natural disasters could not persist indefinitely, so the longer one could endure, the greater the chances of surviving and emerging as a victor in this calamity. Indeed, many had fallen asleep, while others had their phones run out of battery, missing Xiao Ran's announcement. Nevertheless, a significant number were fully armed, emerging from their homes to commence the hunt and slaughter. What did 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water signify? They were worth more than the previous bounty of 10 million. The crux was, even if one were to kill, who would intervene? Social order had long since collapsed. Chapter 52. The charlatan Xiao Ran awoke from his slumber. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse. He leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face before starting on breakfast. Only then did he pick up his phone to check that Guahaoran had been found and had his throat slit. Someone had tagged him in a group chat and posted a photo. How swift! He presumed Guahaoran might have managed to hide for several days. Shortly after, he received a friend request, which he accepted. The sender stated, "I will come by at 3 this afternoon. Please leave the items at the door." He glanced at the person's information. It was Sun Jihao from Building 2. Considering Guahaoran also resided in Building 2, it was likely that Sun Jihao knew Guahaoran well enough to deceive him into opening the door, facilitating an easy kill. He was indifferent to the details of the process. What mattered was that Guahaoran was dead. Instant noodles and water? If Sun Jihao wished, he could stockpile instant noodles throughout the entire community or flood it with clean water. Such extravagance. Building 3 was unlike the disorganized chaos of the other buildings. It had achieved unity, completely adhering to the commands of one individual. Yet, he was not the building leader but a man named Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan, aged 51, was a full-time missionary. His business had not been particularly thriving. People worshipped whichever deity they pleased without restricting themselves to any specific one. However, when the disaster struck, his business flourished. Such an inexplicable calamity easily invoked thoughts of divine intervention, allowing Zhang Kuan to claim it was a test from the gods, intended to cleanse humanity of its sins. Only those who believed in the Almighty could hope to survive the ordeal, blah blah blah. He had effectively brainwashed all the residents of Building 3. Surely, not everyone had been brainwashed. The Almighty declared that those who did not believe in him were heretics and should be subjected to the flames of punishment, while burning at the stake was no longer an option. Zhang Kuan took it upon himself to eliminate all these heretics. Thus, within Building 3, only one voice prevailed, the voice of the divine, which was to say, Zhang Kuan's voice. Although he held absolute power, ruling over 112 households and 407 fervent followers, Zhang Kuan still faced significant challenges. People believed in him not for redemption but because they hoped to survive. The pressing issue at hand? Food and water. He had to resolve the dilemma of survival. Otherwise, today, these followers would kneel before him, but tomorrow, they would dare to dismantle him for soup. What to do? His first instinct was to seize the supplies held by Xiaoran. However, Su Feng and his companions had proven with their lives that attempting to snatch food from a tiger would lead to certain death. Success was utterly impossible. Thus, only two paths lay before him. The first was deception. If he could convince Xiaoran to believe in the Almighty, he could effortlessly acquire all of Xiaoran's resources. You should offer everything to the Lord. Is that not only right? Second, negotiations. First, provide what Xiaoran needs, and then acquire resources. After contemplating for a long time, Zhang Kuan finally dialed Xiaoran's number. The power had already been cut off. So, even if the base station was still operational, how long could it hold out? In a couple of days, he would probably have to go to someone's doorstep to communicate. Hello, Xiaoran, this is Zhang Kuan, the representative of Building 3, he said, adding, I am also a representative of the Lord among men. Anyone who believes in the Lord can find salvation through me. What a charlatan! Indeed, there was such a person. Exploiting the apocalypse to fervently promote deities and divine retribution, claiming that this disaster was a consequence of the divine's dissatisfaction with humanity, asserting that only the devout would survive, while the non-believers would face obliteration. However, Xiaoran was aware that this individual had died 2 days prior, so he had little knowledge about him or this church in his past life. He and Zhang Kuan could not possibly have intersected. But this life was different. There's something you need? Xiaoran inquired nonchalantly. Zhang Kuan replied, Sinner, you are merely a lost lamb. Stop, 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 Xiaoran interrupted, get to the point, or I'll hang up. You not realize how precious electricity is right now. Zhang Kuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Of course, he understood the value of electricity. Only a few people's phones were still functioning, thanks to power banks. But how long could those last? If it weren't for the resources in Xiaoran's possession, he wouldn't have sought him out. Taking a deep breath, he calmly stated, I wish to purchase some supplies. The residents of the building are in dire need, and I hope you can comply. Xiaoran chuckled. Shouldn't you pray to your deity for provisions instead? Damn. Even as a clergyman, Zhang Kuan felt a strong urge to curse. If the Lord could bestow food, who would need to toil? It is merely a matter of faith. Do you understand faith? Bah, you faithless dog. Zhang Kuan derided Xiaoran internally, while outwardly he said, I know you have a preference for women. Our church has 2 female congregants willing to offer themselves daily to fulfill your desires. In exchange, you provide us with 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food, plus 2 boxes of water. How does that sound? Xiaoran burst into laughter. After a prolonged bout of amusement, Zhang Kuan could not refrain from asking, Are you done laughing? Only then did Xiaoran cease, stating, First, are you a church or a brothel? Second, if you're offering services, you should be well versed in the market rates. Currently, a single night costs just 1 pack of instant noodles, with water billed separately. Are your 2 female supplicants adorned with diamonds, or are they as beautiful as celestial beings, demanding a box of water and noodles each? In the community, Han Yun was undoubtedly the best quality, yet Xiaoran only ever treated her to a hearty meal and provided her with 3 to 4 packs of noodles and water. Zhang Kuan's demands were outrageous. Zhang Kuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He genuinely did not know the market rates, which led to Xiaoran's mockery. Suppressing his frustration, he replied, "There are too many people in our building. We need at least 2 boxes of noodles and water daily. How about this? How many more women do you need? I'll see if anyone is willing to volunteer. Stop with the talk of sacrifice. It makes you sound pretentious. You're merely peddling flesh, acting as if you're some kind of savior." Xiaoran replied leisurely, "I don't need women, so there's no need for your concern. However, since you keep mentioning sacrifice, how about this? Find 3 men to take your rear, film it, and send it to me, and I'll give you 1 box of instant noodles. Fair deal." Haha, it's easy to demand sacrifices from others. But what about you? Zhang Kuren was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "You dare to insult a messenger of the Lord?" Xiaoran laughed. "Aren't you all followers of the divine? Is there a hierarchy? Can others sacrifice but you cannot? My offer stands. If you want food, find 3 willing participants, and don't forget to record it." With that, he hung up the phone. There are always those who, upon gaining a little power, believe themselves to be superior and unique. In reality, it's quite laughable. If Zhang Kuan is dissatisfied, so be it. Let him stew in his discontent, a mere rabble. Did he truly think that joining the church meant a lifetime of unwavering loyalty? Not a chance. There's a saying in Huaxia. Only when in need do people cling to faith. When in trouble, they might turn to you temporarily, but if you can't provide aid, then it's farewell. Let us see if his followers truly worship the divine or merely the resources that ensure their survival. Xiaoran posted in the group. Anyone who can make Zhang Kuren of Building 3 suffer will be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent of any supplies. Haha, 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent in food and water. Would that not be enough incentive for a brave soul to step forward and deal with Zhang Kuan? Absolutely. Dare to threaten me? I don't even need to lift a finger. A bounty is enough to send you scrambling. Xiaoran chuckled softly, dismissing thoughts of Kun in the afternoon. He placed the promised food and water at the entrance. Then watched through the surveillance cameras. Around 3 o'clock, a man approached. He appeared to be around 30 years old, well-built and somewhat rugged, with tattoos on his neck and a scar on his face. Someone who could easily frighten children in broad daylight. He shone a flashlight and, upon seeing the supplies laid out, smiled as he lifted them effortlessly. Xiaoran observed him leave the corridor and enter the underground parking garage, but once he was out of sight, the cameras could no longer capture him. I wonder if anyone will rob this Sun Jihao? Xiaoran pondered, though he was merely curious and not particularly concerned, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. At Building 7, the door to room 902 was knocked upon. The owner, Song Fei, peered through the peephole and saw a strikingly beautiful and youthful woman standing there, her face betraying fear, arms crossed as if to ward off the cold. Indeed, she was clad in nothing but a thin sweater. How could she not be freezing in such low temperatures? Yet, this also revealed her alluring figure, the curves of her bosom forming an enticing silhouette that made him swallow hard. Is anyone there? The woman trembled. Please, I am thirsty, hungry, and cold. Will you take me in? I will do anything you ask. Unable to resist, Song Fei unlocked the door, saying, Beautiful lady. Suddenly, the seemingly fragile woman's expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. With a swift motion, she revealed a sharp dagger, slashing across Song Fei's throat, blood gushing forth immediately. Gasping, Song Fei was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at this merciless beauty. He reached out, as if to grasp her and demand an explanation for her brutal act, but she disdainfully swatted his hand away. With a thud, Song Fei collapsed to the floor, blood pooling rapidly around him. Hearing the commotion, Song Fei's wife emerged, exclaiming, Honey, what happened? But her words were cut short as she spotted her husband lying in a pool of blood, releasing a piercing scream. However, before her cry could fully escape, the woman lunged forward, swiftly choking her. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately but was powerless to escape, flailing helplessly until her limbs went limp, dead. The killer finally released her grip, her expression unchanged despite having taken 2 lives. For she was a professional assassin. Chapter 54. Targeting Xiaoran, the assassin chose to kill Song Fei with a knife because he was male, and as a woman, she was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. To ensure a swift kill, she opted for the blade. In contrast, She eliminated the woman by choking her to death, confident in her ability to succeed without the bloodshed that would accompany a knife attack, which might splatter on her. With no water available for cleaning, she resorted to this method. Damn this calamity! The assassin cursed as she rummaged through the house. She sought both food and any remaining survivors. After donning winter clothing to conceal her voluptuous figure, she discovered the last of Song Fei's provisions and began to eat slowly. Her name was Akai Saka Riri. Indeed, she was not from this country, and her profession was that of an assassin, fluent in 5 languages, adept at disguise, and skilled in combat. She had come to Sioux City for a killing contract, always targeting men, as her beauty made it easy to eliminate them, thus leveraging her natural advantages. However, just as she had settled into her rented accommodation, the disaster struck, leaving her at a loss. With no other options available, she reluctantly returned to her old profession, killing. By eliminating others, their belongings became hers. As she scrolled through Song Fei's phone, she noted that only 1 bar of battery remained. This Shaoran seems to have a wealth of supplies. Akai Saka Riri's eyes lit up. While killing 2 people here would only yield enough food for 1 more day, a casual bounty from Shaoran promised provisions by the box. She licked her lips, her gaze intense. This person was lecherous. Prowling for prey throughout the entire community? The woman could not help but sneer. Killing you would require no effort at all, however. She also noticed the palpable fear that everyone in the neighborhood held toward Shaoran. This man was suspected to be armed, but what if he was within 7 paces? The gun would be both precise and swift. Unless the one wielding it was a mere novice, a firearm complicates matters. Akai Saka Riri hesitated slightly, but then her smile blossomed like a flower. Nonetheless, this man was indeed lascivious. I could merely trade on my looks, causing him to lower his guard, and then I could strike him down with a single stab. She began to prepare, slipping a dagger into her boot. She shed her outer coat, gazed into the mirror, and beneath her sweater, those curves, that contour. Indeed, even a man would be moved. Off she went to tempt that lecherous man. She donned her winter attire once more. Arriving at the underground garage, she illuminated her path with her phone, and after a short walk, she found herself beneath Shaoran's villa. The light from her phone revealed bodies caught between the cars, and she could not help but gasp. Gunshot wounds! A chill ran down her spine, and her expression changed drastically. As a professional assassin, she was no stranger to the wounds inflicted by bullets, and these were evidently made by rifle ammunition. It must be noted that firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. Even she dared not carry a gun into the country, instead acquiring a dagger after her arrival. Oh, where did Shaoran procure the gun and bullets? And a rifle at that. Was this man perhaps a former soldier? Akai Saka Riri felt a bit dazed and was increasingly hesitant. It would be wise not to provoke this mysterious individual. After all, so many bodies lay outside. Yet, upon further reflection, what was her advantage? Beauty. And what was Shaoran's weakness? Lust. I am certain I can succeed. She resolved to take the plunge, and no longer hesitating. Akai Saka Riri entered the passageway, first shedding her coat, enduring the cold that made her shiver, all the while holding her phone to her face, fearful that Shaoran might not recognize her as a stunning beauty. Thump, 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 she pounded on the iron door with force. It truly was heavy. She could not help but be astonished. With her expertise, she could ascertain that this iron door could not be breached even with a significant amount of C4. Its security was higher than that of an ordinary bank vault. She awaited Shaoran's appearance. At that moment, Shaoran had also noticed Akai Saka Riri. Which building does this owner belong to? While he could not possibly recognize all the residents in the community, a beauty such as her would surely have made an impression, even if he had never seen her before. Shaoran clicked his tongue slightly, asking, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "My name is Zhongli, and I am just looking for something to eat," she replied in the most delicate tone possible. Shaoran glanced at the surveillance footage, confirming that she was alone, and then opened the iron door. Once Akai Saka Riri stepped inside, he closed it behind her. This iron door was controlled by remote and fingerprint recognition, so even if others entered, they would be left helpless in front of it. With the door shut, Akai Saka Riri felt a tightening in her chest. She had already labeled Shaoran as a suspected veteran, a sniper, and a master of combat, and now she had to face such a person alone, leaving her rather tense. Yet, it was so warm here. To showcase her figure and enhance her allure, She purposefully removed her winter attire. Despite the initial shivers from the cold, she now felt no chill at all. There was heating. How wonderful! She yearned to claim this place for herself. Moreover, there was lighting. Her heart raced, yet her face feigned a bashful expression as she asked, "Where are you?" "Here." Xiao Ran's voice emanated from behind a screen. "Take off your clothes." What? Akai Sakuriri could hardly believe it. Was he not being too hasty? Xiao Ran chuckled. He was certainly not eager for her, but rather found the woman to be somewhat peculiar. He needed to ascertain whether she was carrying any weapons. Anyone else had deliberately shed their coat at the entrance. She was the first and only one after all. How cold was it now? Below freezing. Although shedding her coat for a short time would not lead to frostbite, this display of willpower was enough for Xiao Ran to remain vigilant. How many people could strip off their coat in such frigid weather? The moment the cold air hit, they would be jumping around, yet she had done so. While Xiao Ran might consider this an attempt to accentuate her figure, was it really necessary? When a person possesses an endurance that is rare among the masses, they naturally warrant attention and caution. If Akai Sakuriri had known that her cleverness would lead to her downfall, she surely would have refrained from removing her coat. Chapter 55. The female assassin and Lu Bingqing. Akai Sakuriri hesitated momentarily, but having already entered, could she still back out? She gritted her teeth and began to remove her clothing. The pace was slow, fitting the demeanor of a modest woman. Thankfully, the dagger remained concealed in her boot. She thought to herself, and no matter how slow she was, she eventually found herself clad only in her undergarments. Is this sufficient? Xiao Ran merely chuckled. Do you still wear underwear while taking a shower? You have a shower here? Akai Sakuriri was taken aback. Yes. Xiao Ran simply snorted in response. Faced with the temptation of bathing, Akai Sakuriri ultimately acquiesced. She stepped into the bathroom, and the shower unleashed a cascade of warm water. Initially, she cautiously touched it with her fingertips, and upon discovering that it was indeed safe, her excitement surged. Yet she was also shocked. Others were struggling for mere sips of water, even fighting for it. And here he was, indulging in the luxury of a warm shower. How outrageous! How did you manage this? But she set aside her thoughts for the moment and reveled in the delightful cascade of hot water. 8 days without a shower. Even though the current temperature was extremely low, making it nearly impossible to sweat, her profession meant that no matter how careful she was, there would be traces of blood, and she had long been disgusted by the smell emanating from her body. Now, at last, she could enjoy a thorough cleansing. In that moment, her resolve to seize this place solidified. But what about Xiao Ran? She suddenly jolted, realizing that she had been so absorbed in her astonishment that she had neglected to monitor Xiao Ran's movements. What was he doing? Akai Sakuriri dared not underestimate Xiao Ran. Just then, a man stepped into the bathroom as well. How dare you come in here? She exclaimed, a mix of shame and anger flooding her. Xiao Ran chuckled. Did you not come here willingly? And now you're being coy? However, he was taken aback to discover that she was of mixed heritage. As the water cascaded over her, the woman's originally dark hair transformed into a golden hue. Akai Sakuriri knew she could not hide the truth any longer. So she removed her colored contact lenses, revealing her striking blue eyes. Indeed, my father is an American, she declared proudly. Is that really something to be proud of? Xiao Ran retorted, irritation evident, as he moved closer. Akai Sakuriri, now furious, no longer wished to endure but aimed to kill this Huaxia man. Though unarmed, as a professional assassin, her hand-to-hand combat skills were formidable. The issue was that her opponent was no ordinary individual. After his rebirth, it seemed Xiao Ran's body had undergone some form of enhancement, rendering him remarkably powerful, truly at the pinnacle of global standards. While Akai Sakuriri was not weak, she was still far from the top tier. Hence, the outcome of their unarmed combat was her utter defeat. Akai Sakuriri, recovering from her labored breaths, seethed. Aren't you going to get lost? Xiao Ran replied coolly. Your muscles are quite firm, and your combat techniques were impressive. Beautiful. Who exactly are you? Akai Sakuriri felt a tremor of uncertainty within her as she replied. I am a combat enthusiast. Is that not acceptable? Of course, it is. Xiao Ran smiled, his hands encircling her neck, seemingly unable to resist the allure of her long, graceful neck, causing Akai Sakuriri to shudder with goosebumps. However, I found a dagger in your boot. Xiao Ran's voice pierced the air. Realization struck Akai Sakuriri. and as she attempted to move, the grip around her neck tightened suddenly. She gasped for breath, struggling desperately, attempting to kick at Xiao Ran, yet she could not reach him. Her vision began to blur as the lack of oxygen overwhelmed her. Just when she thought she might perish, Xiao Ran abruptly released his hold. "What is your true identity?" he inquired, his tone cold and devoid of mercy. Naturally, he would not be courteous to someone intent on taking his life. Akai Sakuriri's will crumbled at the brink of death, and she hastily admitted, "My real name is Akai Sakuriri. I hail from Japan. My father is an American, and I am a professional assassin. I came to Huaxia to kill someone named Lu Bingsheng. Not you." Fear of death gripped her in that moment. So she was from Japan. No wonder she boasted about her American heritage, for America was indeed the fatherland of Japan. In a manner of speaking, Lu Bingsheng, that name seemed familiar. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, "Oh, Lu Bingsheng was a well-known entrepreneur in Sioux City, rumored to be a son-in-law who seemingly had the script of a protagonist in A. Shuangwen, effortlessly transforming his wife's company from a small factory into a 100 billion-level conglomerate, Hongyuan Real Estate, one of the top 10 private enterprises in Sioux City. However, who would hire an assassin to murder a celebrity entrepreneur? Whatever, it's none of my business. The scent of this Japanese woman is quite pleasant. Should I have the opportunity to visit Tokyo, I will seek out a few more to play with," Xiao Ran declared, his eyes flashing with murderous intent once more. He merely wished to ascertain whether Akai Sakuriri had come specifically to kill him and whether she had any accomplices, now that he had clarified these points. Why delay in sending her on her way? Keeping an assassin close by? Let alone one from Japan, a treacherous wolf, even if she were a compatriot. Xiao Ran would not take that risk. Akai Sakuriko, witnessing the situation, urgently pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I am still a virgin, truly. That was my first time. Is being a virgin enough to spare my life? If you come to kill me, I might let you go because you are still a virgin." Xiao Ran, with a heart as hard as iron, could not possibly harbor an ounce of compassion for his enemies. What does beauty matter? If one poses a threat to his life, he would not hesitate to eliminate them without mercy. Xiao Ran seized Akai Sakuriko and forcefully pushed her away. She stumbled backward, but after just 2 steps, she suddenly vanished into thin air, falling into another dimension. This was undoubtedly a death sentence. Who would employ a lowly assassin to kill in the country? Xiao Ran felt a pang of curiosity, but this would inevitably remain an unsolved mystery. He disposed of the belongings left behind by Akai Sakuriko. After all, there was no need to feel sympathy for an assassin. Once everything was settled, he ascended to the upper floor. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xiao Ran glanced at the unfamiliar number. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to answer, "Hello, Mr. Xiao, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Bingsheng." Chapter 56. The CEO who sells his wife Xiao Ran was taken aback. He now harbored serious doubts that Akai Sakuriko and Lu Bingsheng were accomplices. Otherwise, how could one arrive just as the other made a call? Xiao Ran chuckled. "I am here. Please proceed. I wonder if Mr. Xiao is aware of my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. Mr. Xiao, have you heard of Hongyuan Real Estate?" "I am aware. You are the CEO of Hongyuan Real Estate," Xiao Ran replied, hoping to prevent Lu Bingsheng from delivering a lengthy monologue. Lu Bingsheng smiled. "It is good that Mr. Xiao knows. I have a proposal. If Mr. Xiao is willing to relinquish the villa or allow us to reside in it, then once the natural disaster concludes, I, Lu, would gladly offer half of my shares to you." "Oh, such audacity. That is undoubtedly wealth worth billions." However, Xiao Ran shook his head. "There is no need for Mr. Lu to paint me a rosy pictured as for this natural disaster. Haha, let us not discuss when it will conclude. Even if it does end soon, how many lives will be lost? In the wake of such upheaval, how much do you think the stocks in your hands would be worth, even if the disaster were to end promptly? The real estate sector, among the industries most severely affected, would certainly bear the brunt, perhaps even collapsing entirely. Therefore, the stocks Lu Bingsheng holds are not far from being worthless, akin to scrap paper. Money? What good is that?" Lu Bingsheng appeared momentarily speechless, and after a while, he said, "Very well, we shall not discuss money. I have heard that you have a fondness for beautiful women. Coincidentally, I have one here. Allow me to show you if she meets your standards." Shortly after, Xiao Ran received a multimedia message containing several candid photos. The subject was a stunning beauty in her early 20s, not only breathtakingly lovely but also exuding a refreshing purity. with long hair cascading over her shoulders and eyes resembling clear pools of water. Her height was indiscernible from the photos, but her figure was remarkably well-proportioned, with a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand, complemented by ample curves. "I shall give you this woman. What can you offer me in exchange for food and water?" Lu Bingqing asked in a low voice. Xiaoran chuckled. "Mr. Lu, are you not in the real estate business? When did you become a human trafficker?" His tone had turned somewhat unfriendly. Even if he were to engage in business, it would be directly with the individual, without middlemen profiting off the deal. Lu Bingqing paused momentarily, then stated, "Let me tell you a story." Shout "Do you have time to listen?" Xiaoran replied with a smile. "It is not often that I have the chance to hear a story from someone as esteemed as Mr. Lu. Please, go ahead." Lu Bingqing began. "I come from humble beginnings, but I studied diligently and gained admission to a prestigious university. I am not lacking in appearance, so shortly after graduating, I married my wife. However, my wife comes from a well-off family, making me a son-in-law to Mr. Xiao. As a son-in-law yourself, you should understand our plight." Xiaoran chuckled. "As a son-in-law, your circumstances are 100 times better than mine." Lu Bingqing continued, "However, my wife's health has been somewhat frail, and despite our marriage, we have yet to conceive. I, unwilling to relinquish the hard-earned fruits of my labor to the parasites of my wife's family, sought out another woman to bear me a son. My wife's family wields considerable influence, so I placed the child in a nearby community, only managing to visit once a month. Coincidentally, the disaster struck on June 1 st, and I had come early to take my son out for a day of fun, only to find myself trapped here." Xiaoran's heart stirred as he suddenly understood why an assassin would target Lu Bingqing. "You have fathered an illegitimate child and would undoubtedly seek to transfer ownership of Hongyuan real estate to him. But would your wife's family willingly comply? When it involves assets worth billions, what is the life of an assassin compared to that?" Lu Bingqing's demise would naturally result in the estate falling into the hands of his wife's family. And the illegitimate child? The child could just as easily be disposed of. "Wait." Xiaoran paused. "The woman you showed me earlier, she wouldn't happen to be your mistress, would she?" Lu Bingqing directly acknowledged, "Indeed, she is my mistress. However, I am old enough to be her father. I chose her not only for her beauty, but also because she is a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university capable of providing my son with the best genes. I am entirely transparent with you. I wish to convey that everything I do is solely to ensure the survival of my son. For his sake, I am willing to sacrifice everything, and equally, for him, I cannot risk it all." The last statement was unmistakably a threat. Xiaoran smiled faintly. "Mr. Lu, are you declaring war on me? By the way, you should thank me. I have just dealt with an assassin. However, given the natural disaster, I suspect Akai Sakuriko has lost interest in continuing this task, right? Regardless, I did not kill for your sake." Lu Bingqing pondered for a moment and replied, "I certainly do not wish to engage in conflict with Mr. Xiao, particularly considering the impressive feats Mr. Xiao has accomplished in recent days. I still hope that Mr. Xiao will accept my proposal. I can offer you my woman, and in exchange, you would merely need to provide sufficient food and water for my son." Xiaoran was open to trading a woman, yet Lu Bingqing, perched in his lofty position, appeared as if he were a benevolent father, but in reality, he was no different from those who sought to seize his resources. "What if I refuse?" he inquired coolly. "It would be best if you agreed," Lu Bingqing replied casually. "I have brought 2 bodyguards, both of whom have served as mercenaries. In terms of capability, one can easily kill 4 to 5 adult men with bare hands, and with weapons, taking down 10 would be a trivial task. Therefore, Mr. Xiao would do well to consider my proposal. It would be mutually beneficial." Xiaoran smiled slightly. "A commendable proposal, but please refrain from bringing it up again. Farewell." He hung up the phone. The thought of trading a woman as if she were mere merchandise filled Xiaoran with a visceral aversion towards Lu Bingqing. He might be a formidable figure, but he certainly did not appeal to Xiaoran. "This will not do." Xiaoran picked up his phone and began posting a bounty, this time targeting Lu Bingqing. This man posed a far greater danger than Zhang Kuan. Being the CEO and possessing the ability to persuade many with the very tactics he had just employed, far more potent than Zhang Kuan's charlatanism. The bounty for a life. Name, Lu Bingqing, CEO of Hongyuan Real Estate, currently located in our community, accompanied by at least 2 bodyguards. Regardless of how many people are involved, anyone who can kill Lu Bingqing shall be rewarded with 20 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of supplies. He posted several photos of Lu Bingqing online, sharing them within the group. Chapter 57. Lu Mei's reminder. Lu Bingqing slowly ended the call. Mr. Lu. The 4 bodyguards simultaneously looked at him. Lu Bingqing had lied. He did not have merely 2 bodyguards but 4. Placing his phone on the table, he furrowed his brow and glanced at a beautiful woman nearby, who appeared to be in her mid-20s. Cradling a 3- or 4-year-old boy soundly asleep in her arms. I refuse, Lu Bingqing stated coolly. The beautiful woman, still holding the child, cooed softly. Did you not say he is a lecher? How could you resist such an enticing offer? Lu Bingqing chuckled. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. He rubbed his temples, feigning a look of distress. What shall we do then, Mr. Lu? One bodyguard inquired. Should we launch an assault? An assault? Lu Bingqing laughed lightly. Did several groups not attempt that already? Your combat prowess is indeed superior to that of ordinary individuals, yet, in terms of raw strength, you are at most twice as strong as a normal person. Thus, with just 4 of you, you think you could forcibly break down the door? It is impossible, the beautiful woman interjected. Then I shall entice him to open the door. Lu Bingqing shook his head again. That young man's villa must have been modified. If it were my property, having invested so much into renovations, would I not install surveillance? Even though the power is out now, I can easily set up a generator, using diesel or gasoline. I could sustain it for at least 10 days or half a month without issue. Therefore, if we simply stand at the door, even if we remain silent, we cannot escape his notice. Moreover, Lu Bingqing sighed, did not that Guahaoran mention it? Xiao Ran can still manipulate the fire sprinkler system, dousing those people with poison water. Tell me, if you were to lie in wait at his doorstep and he drenched you in poison water, how would you counter that? The 4 bodyguards were left speechless. When it came to fighting or even killing, they were professionals, but when it came to strategizing in a situation like this, they were utterly inept. What shall we do then? Lu Bingqing shook his head and remarked. Why do you all keep fixating on Xiao Ran? Although he likely possesses a substantial amount of resources, the current situation is not easy to navigate. Let us redirect our attention to others. For instance, let us dominate the entire community beneath our feet. When the time comes, we can have someone dig through the walls. I refuse to believe we cannot unearth that fellow. The crowd's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, with so many households in the community, why must they confront Xiao Ran directly? Are the provisions from other families not food? Is the clean water not water? In terms of intellect, they have Lu Bingqing. And in terms of force, each of the 4 bodyguards is capable of taking on 10 adversaries. Therefore, with such a combination, is it not feasible for them to rule over a mere community? The beautiful woman merely cradled her child in silence. Xiao Ran stretched lazily, contemplating that 2 groups had already issued threats against him within the community. One was a charlatan, and the other was a businessman, neither to be underestimated. Xiao Ran murmured to himself that in his previous life, he was an inconspicuous nobody, thus he could never have intersected with such prominent figures. Consequently, although they inhabit the same community, it felt as though they resided in 2 entirely different realms. Yet now, both groups had their sights firmly set on him, drawn by his villa and the ample resources he possessed, a natural source of envy. Indeed, many were driven by greed, such as the Qin family and Su Feng. What was the outcome? All ended up frozen corpses in the garage. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing would meet a similar fate. The fog had yet to lift, thus, he would continue to play their game. Xiao Ran mused. Ultimately, he had no intention of abandoning his villa, which placed him in a position of invulnerability. What was there to fear? In a head-on confrontation, regardless of how many followers Zhang Kuan had or how formidable Lu Bingqing's bodyguards were. What did it matter if one had once been a mercenary? Under the cover of firepower, all lives are equal. The only aspect he needed to be cautious of was not to be outmaneuvered. This could be managed simply by keeping an eye on the women who came knocking. As for unfamiliar women, they could very well be agents of these 2 factions. Even Han Yun and her companions could potentially betray him. It was all a matter of self-interest. Should a woman be foolish enough to trust the conditions laid out by others, such as being promised half of his resources upon capturing him, she might very well fall into a trap. After all, there was no emotional bond between him and them. It was purely transactional. To believe in any semblance of trust between them would render him the greatest fool in the world. Xiao Ran was curious about whether anyone would successfully claim the bounties that had been issued and how long it would take. That he awaited the outcome eagerly, as he monitored the messages in the group. Nightfall descended, and the network suddenly went dark. The base station had collapsed. Now, even if the phone had battery power, it had become a mere ornament. Besides playing offline games, he could only peruse locally stored photos and videos, with nothing else to be done. However, the device in his hand was different. It could make satellite calls. He ascended to the third floor and attempted to contact Lu Mei. The signal was completely severed. From now on, communication would have to rely on satellite phones. Thinking of something positive, he mused that surely no one would charge us for satellite calls. Lu Mei couldn't help but chuckle. You truly are optimistic. You still have the time to joke. Of course I'm optimistic. I have stockpiled enough food to last several lifetimes and transformed the villa into a fortress of safety. So what is there for me to worry about? The two exchanged banter, and the calamity had rendered Lu Mei highly reliant on Xiaoran, as he was now one of the few she could converse with. Xiaoran, are you eating enough? Lu Mei expressed her concern. If you find yourself short on food, you must come to us. The provisions Ye prepared are ample. Is this what one might call a savior complex? Xiaoran chuckled. It shouldn't qualify as such for anyone showing kindness towards me. However, if Lu Mei treats everyone in this manner, then perhaps it does. I have food. I stocked up right before the apocalypse, Xiaoran replied. If you finish your supplies, you may come to me. I have enough provisions to last 2 to 3 years without issue. Lu Mei was taken aback. Her companions had prepared enough food to last several months, which she found extravagant. Yet Xiaoran had stockpiled enough to last 2 to 3 years. My goodness, this man is truly overprepared for the apocalypse. Yet, none could have anticipated that such a day would genuinely arrive. Thus Xiaoran had become the greatest beneficiary. You must be cautious. Do not let anyone discover the extent of your resources. Lu Mei's tone grew serious. Now and in the future, the world will only descend further into chaos. People will commit unspeakable acts for a morsel of food. Therefore, you must remain low-key. Chapter 58. A new source of information. Upon hearing Lu Mei's admonition, Xiaoran realized she possessed a clear understanding of the apocalypse. She could not be a savior. After chatting with Lu Mei for a while longer, he ended the call. Time for sleep. Xiaoran awoke, sluggishly brushing his teeth and washing his face before calling for Leopard to join him for breakfast. By habit, he took out his phone to scroll, but the signal icon appeared before him, reminding him that connectivity had been completely severed. Now, everyone had truly become isolated islands. He tossed the phone aside. It could now only make satellite calls. Well, I suppose I shall watch television. He had prepared numerous external hard drives filled with movies, television shows, and variety programs, coupled with thousands of fully charged batteries, sufficient to last him half a year or even longer. After all, lighting consumed hardly any electricity. The primary power drain had been the air conditioning, but now Xiaoran utilized a fireplace. Even the hot water for bathing was heated by it. So, the villa truly consumed very little electricity in a day. By noon, Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and Zhong Lei arrived punctually. After an hour, Xiaoran unceremoniously shooed the 3 women away. Staying overnight in the villa? Not a chance. However, he did instruct them to gather any news from the community, to report back to him daily. With the internet entirely down, obtaining information would rely solely on word of mouth. Xiaoran reflected, yet aside from the communication breakdown, he seemed to have been relatively unaffected. He could still binge-watch shows, enjoy movies, and play games. Well then, let us play some games. He selected a newly released game and quickly got engrossed. The game's quality was impressive, and Xiaoran lost track of time, playing until the late hours of the night. The following day, he continued his quest, only interrupted by the arrival of Han Yun and her companions. In the afternoon, he resumed gaming, playing until 3 a.m., finally completing the game. What a thrill! He climbed into bed and slept until 10 the next morning, waking with a slight headache. Gaming can be addictive. I mustn't indulge like this again, Xiaoran reflected while preparing breakfast for himself and Leopard. After breakfast, he went to the 3rd floor, leaning against the window to observe the outside world, but the thick fog obscured visibility to barely over a meter. What scenery could be appreciated? Yet, he could faintly hear a cacophony of sounds outside. By noon, Han Yun and her companions arrived at the usual time. However, after today, Xiaoran did not rush to dismiss them. Instead, he inquired whether anything significant had occurred in the community over the past couple of days. Unfortunately, the 3 women were too fearful to venture outside and thus had no useful information to relay. Sighing, Xiaoran felt a headache coming on. He was truly unaccustomed to the internet outage. However, The lack of individuals seeking the bounty only confirmed his suspicions. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingxing were still alive and well. Humph, they are rather formidable, he mused, yet he paid it little mind. After all, these individuals could not breach the villa in a direct confrontation. Even if the entire community multiplied in number tenfold, they would still meet their demise at his hands. If I possessed a self-defensive supernatural ability, I could truly run rampant, Xiao Ran lamented. Just then, someone approached. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the mouthy man's wife, Lin Lin. Oh? He noted the absence of her husband's presence in the corridor. What could this mean? Xiao Ran descended the stairs and opened the door to let Lin Lin in. What brings you here? Xiao Ran inquired. Lin Lin bit her lip, hesitating for quite some time before replying, I came for food. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. In the face of hunger, everyone must bow their heads. Come in. He set several dishes on the table, and Lin Lin immediately sat down, devouring the food voraciously. Xiao Ran asked, Does your husband know you are here? Yes, Lin Lin stammered after a moment. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. He knows, and yet allows you to come here? That seems rather unlikely. Shaking his head, he recalled something and asked, Has your husband mentioned the current situation in the community? While it was true that neither Zhang Kuan nor Lu Bingxing had been eliminated, their circumstances were in stark contrast to one another. There were indeed individuals attempting to claim the bounty, launching attacks against Zhang and Lu, but these efforts had been thwarted. However, Zhang Kuan's faction was becoming increasingly fragmented. It was easy to have faith in a deity, but when would that deity come to their rescue? Day after day, patience wore thin, and the collapse of faith could occur any moment. Perhaps in a few days, some follower might even betray Zhang Kuan and come seeking the bounty from Xiao Ran. Conversely, Lu Bingxing's situation was entirely different. His 4 bodyguards remained fiercely loyal, and their combat prowess was formidable, defeating all intruders. Furthermore, Lu Bingxing leveraged his pre-apocalyptic status and eloquence to persuade others, resulting in a growing following. Presently, Lu Bingxing's group had expanded to over 20 members. But what was the key to this success? These individuals are robust men, unlike the followers of Zhang Kuan, whose qualities are mixed and whose combat effectiveness may be utterly negligible. Chapter 59. Divergent Paths. That night, Xiao Ran was vigorously exercising, drenched in perspiration, when suddenly, his phone emitted an alarm. Huh? He paused, picked up the device, but could barely discern the content, only making out some inappropriate imagery. He made his way to the basement and remotely unlocked the door with a click. The iron door swung open. The man at the entrance was momentarily taken aback before approaching, his expression quickly morphing into one of astonishment. The presence of light was not particularly surprising, yet the warmth was quite unexpected. He glanced at Xiao Ran, his gaze flickering, perhaps contemplating whether to make a move to seize control of the place. Ultimately, he restrained himself, as Xiao Ran's fearsome reputation preceded him. This is the video you requested, the man said, raising his phone. Place it on the table, Xiao Ran instructed. The man complied, setting it down, but soon noticed that Xiao Ran remained unmoving, prompting him to inquire, Aren't you going to watch it? Will you not step aside? Xiao Ran retorted, You are indeed cautious. The man nodded and retreated to a distance. Xiao Ran smiled, In truth, I am safeguarding your life. Otherwise, I might have shot you on sight. I prefer to avoid killing within my own home, as dealing with bloodstains can be quite troublesome. He approached and examined the phone. One image was of Zhang Kuan, while the other was of the man before him. Ah, you truly are a brave soul, Xiao Ran remarked, nodding as he tossed the phone back to the man. Wait outside while I retrieve the items. Very well. The man stepped outside, and Xiao Ran shut the iron door. Before long, the door swung open once more. The man re-entered to find several boxes of instant noodles and water laid out on the floor. He crouched down to carefully transport the supplies out, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Xiao Ran, seemingly wary of any sudden aggression. Finally, after moving all the provisions, the door was closed with a resounding thud. Xiao Ran was indifferent to this meager supply, as it was hardly worth compromising his credibility. However, the fact that Zhang Kuan had been humiliated indicated that his small congregation had fractured, in times of disaster. Faith tends to consolidate, yet it is also during such moments that beliefs can easily crumble in the face of mortality. Zhang Kuan had gathered a significant following through faith, but lacked the means to extricate them from peril. Thus, when sufficiently enticed, they did not hesitate to betray him, even to the point of his disgrace. Xiao Ran shook his head, contrasting this with Lu Bingsheng, who had not only survived the bounty but had grown increasingly powerful. Therefore, mere deception would not suffice. One must possess strength and personal charisma to become a focal point, drawing others in like moths to a flame, ultimately emerging as a leader in such apocalyptic circumstances. Personal charm becomes increasingly pivotal, uniting individuals firmly. People are more inclined to seek leadership in times of helplessness, yearning for someone to guide them through adversity. Undoubtedly, Lu Bingsheng provided these individuals with hope. This means my offered terms are no longer sufficient to incite rebellion among them. He mused with a smile. In reality, he could significantly raise the bounty, even offering 100 or 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, which would still amount to a mere trifle for him. However, there was no need for such measures. He eagerly anticipated the moment Lu Bingsheng would confront him, eager to showcase his true strength. If he were to unleash his full power, it would undoubtedly result in casualties, ensuring that his secret of possessing spatial abilities remained concealed. Even if communication was currently severed, making it difficult for information to spread. Xiao Ran was still reluctant to take risks in such chaotic times. One could never be too cautious. Zheng family. Zheng Wan was making her final pleas. If you release me, I shall be yours, and my loyalty to you will be unwavering. You need not sacrifice anything further. King Gu, I know you truly care for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out for 4 consecutive days. Trust me, as long as you assist me, I will never betray you. The man referred to as King Gu was a man in his 40s, rather diminutive in stature and possessing an unattractive visage. With dark skin, yet to Zheng Wan, he represented her sole lifeline to escape her predicament. His full name was Lu Kansas, however. Lucan hesitated. No one could possibly like me. I am so ugly, and I am not wealthy. King Gu, do you need me to swear an oath? Zheng Wan urged. Help me escape, and I promise I will keep my word. Everyone else has betrayed me. You are the only one who has shown me kindness. Who else would I follow if not you? Lu Kan, already swayed, could no longer hesitate and untied Zheng Wan. She quickly donned her clothing, having previously hidden under the covers. Yet, since she was to leave the warmth of her refuge, remaining unclothed would lead to her freezing, not from modesty but from practicality. King Gu, once we step outside, we shall eliminate everyone out there, Zheng Wan declared ominously. Lu Kan was taken aback. Those outside were her family. Yet upon reflection, he realized Zheng Wan was also related to them, and it was not uncommon for family to betray one another for profit. Thus, it was understandable that Zheng Wan harbored such hatred. After contemplating, he gritted his teeth. For you, I am willing. King Gu, you are truly wonderful, Zheng Wan responded, offering him a kiss that caused Lu Kan's dark visage to brighten with delight. First, you go out and hide behind them. I will draw their attention, and when they see me, they will be utterly shocked. That will be your chance to strike. Prioritizing the 2 men, Zheng Wan instructed. She displayed considerable cunning, recognizing that men were the primary combatants. Once Zhang Yujun and Zheng Gang were dealt with, Lin Meiying would pose little threat. Lu Kan nodded repeatedly, then exited. Zhang Yujun glanced at him and remarked, You took too long. Had it not been for your daily visits, I would have charged you for an additional half hour. Lu Kan remained silent, merely nodding. Zhang Yujun was accustomed to his taciturnity and paid it no mind. Just then, the door unexpectedly swung open again. He was startled to see Zheng Wan emerging. His expression changed dramatically, and just as he was about to speak, he was caught off guard by Lu Kan swinging a heavy ashtray toward him. With a loud crash, Zhang Yujun collapsed. Unconscious, it was then that Zheng Gang realized what was happening, but instead of acting immediately, he shouted, Mom! Mom! Zheng Wan had long grown weary of her brother and charged at him, with Lu Kan swiftly following suit. The 3 of them soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. When Lin Meiying heard the commotion and rushed out, she caught sight of her daughter wielding a high-heeled shoe, striking her son with tremendous force. Chapter 60. The downfall of the Xiao alliance. Zheng Wan paused to glance at her mother, revealing a cruel smile before delivering a powerful blow. The heel of the high-heeled shoe sank into Zheng Gang's temple, triggering an intense wave of pain that caused him to thrash violently, unleashing an extraordinary strength that allowed him to break free. However, he staggered, as if intoxicated. Mom, why can't I stand straight? Zheng Gang stammered. But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed, dead. Zheng Gang, Lin Meiying screamed, frantically pointing at Zheng Wan. You wicked woman, you have killed your own brother. Zheng Wan laughed coldly, picking up another high-heeled shoe and swinging it at Zheng Yujun, who was still in a daze. The blow struck him with fatal precision, and he succumbed without even a struggle. Old man, Lin Meiying shrieked, her gaze filled with fear and hatred as she glared at Zheng Wan, wishing she could consume her whole. Zheng Wan then stated languidly, throughout my life, you have always favored your son, hoarding all the good things for him. Have you ever considered my feelings? Ha ha ha, I have even orchestrated the death of my own son. So what is killing my brother and father? You? Lin Meiying was utterly horrified, unable to articulate a response. Seize her, Zheng Wan commanded coldly. Lu Kan complied without hesitation, swiftly restraining Lin Meiying. In that moment, Lin Meiying realized her daughter intended to eliminate her as well. Her instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, and she quickly pleaded, Wan, I am your mother. I have never harmed you. Everything before was your father's idea. It had nothing to do with me. Zheng Wan burst into maniacal laughter, retrieving a kitchen knife and brandishing it above Lin Meiying's head. But did you stop it? No. What mother would stand by and watch her daughter be degraded? Used by different men? You are unworthy. With that, she swung the knife downwards. The blade embedded itself into Lin Meiying's forehead. However, being a woman, Zheng Wan's strength was limited. While the knife penetrated, it did not bury itself deep, and the pain ignited Lin Meiying's will to survive, enabling her to break free from Lu Kan's grip and flee. Lu Kan attempted to pursue, but Zheng Wan blocked him, and no need to chase. She won't survive long in that state, Zheng Wan stated coldly. Oh, Lu Kan, lacking any initiative, simply nodded. Zheng Wan shot him a disdainful look, finding his combat capability woefully inadequate. Yet, he was the only resource she had available. Despite her reservations, there was little she could do. I need more allies, she contemplated internally. How could she acquire assistance? With money rendered useless and her own resources depleted, how could she entice others to serve her? The answer lay solely in her own body. She can at least be considered a beauty scoring 70 points. While other women merely exchange their bodies for resources, I am different. I refuse to be anyone's plaything any longer. I aspire to become the queen who manipulates the fates of others. With a wave of her hand, she began with Lu Kan, intent on assembling an army in the community that would heed her commands. What is the situation outside? She inquired of Lu Kan as he quickly relayed significant events that had transpired, leaving Zheng Wan in a state of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the information. Could it be true that Xiao Ran had killed 20 or 30 people? Was that even possible? Did she not know what kind of person her ex-husband was? No, it seemed she truly did not. After their divorce, he appeared to have transformed entirely into another individual. What could have caused such a change? Zheng Wan pondered in confusion. However, it seemed Xiao Ran remained a solitary figure, having not established any influence. How selfish, she thought, unwilling to allow anyone to share in his possessions. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. Dealing with one person was preferable to confronting a multitude. Currently, many harbored grievances against Xiao Ran. She would first gather these individuals together. Without hesitation, she sought out the man with a sharp tongue, who had been humiliated by Xiao Ran in public, and whose wife had been teased by him. Surely, he would harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Xiao Ran. Unbeknownst to her, the man had already sought revenge, but failed, and his wife had fallen victim to Xiao Ran. She knocked on the door of the sharp-tongued man. "Who is it?" he asked, his tone unfriendly. He was wary of being robbed, as his home was well stocked with food and water. "It's Zheng Wan." "Zheng Wan?" The man paused, recognizing her name, yet puzzled as to why she would seek him out. "I know you have a grudge against Xiao Ran. Do you not wish to take revenge?" Zheng Wan said casually. With that, the door swung open. "Come in and speak." Another day had passed. The apocalypse had entered its 12th day. Xiao Ran glanced at his phone and noted the date. June 12 in his previous life. This had marked the countdown to his death, but in this life, he was indulging in an extravagant existence. Consuming whatever he desired, drinking whatever he craved, enjoying warmth and hot water, and even having beautiful women presented to him at his leisure. Life now was incomparable to his past. The day continued as usual until just before noon when someone unexpectedly arrived. It was Lin Lin. "Why are you here so early?" Xiao Ran asked as he opened the iron gate, allowing her entry upon realizing she was alone. "Xiao Ran, I have news for you." To his surprise, Lin Lin did not request food but instead delivered this statement. Oh, what news? Xiaoran inquired casually. Lin Lin replied, your ex-wife has found my husband and drawn him into some alliance aimed at dealing with you. Xiaoran was taken aback. Zheng Wan had managed to escape. Previously, he had received word that she was bound to a bed by her family, forced to entertain clients, and it seemed only a few days had passed since then. How had she managed to extricate herself? Lin Lin nodded. She charmed a client, not only freeing herself but also murdering her parents and brother. Someone witnessed Lin Mei Ying's corpse in the stairwell, a knife embedded in her forehead. At the mention of the client, Lin Lin's face flushed, for she and Zheng Wan were not so different, both engaging in the sale of their bodies. Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle, impressed by Zheng Wan's resilience in such dire circumstances. As for this alliance, he was not concerned. A ragtag group would be no match for him. Should they dare to confront him, he could easily eliminate them with a single burst or confine them to another dimension, saving considerable ammunition in the process. What is your husband's stance? Xiaoran was curious, as if the sharp-tongued man had allied with Zheng Wan. Lin Lin's warning would take on new significance. Chapter 61. Breaking Walls. Lin Lin bit her lip and replied, it was my husband who sent me to warn you. Oh? Really? Xiaoran was somewhat astonished. Your husband proactively sent you to me? Yes, Lin Lin nodded, her cheeks flushed. Initially, her husband had been furious, wishing to obliterate Xiaoran, but after several days of hunger, his resolve had softened. Faced with death, what was there left to care about? Thus, the sharp-tongued man had even encouraged her to visit Xiaoran. But could she admit this? It felt too shameful. My husband believes that Zheng Wan stands no chance against you, so he instructed me to alert you, as a means of appeasing you, Lin Lin explained. Yet, just as they were about to enter the passage, Xiaoran paused. Stepping back, he shone his flashlight ahead. 2 corpses were missing. Xiaoran was certain he had personally slain those individuals. He knew exactly how many corpses were present. Their absence could only mean one thing. Someone had moved them. But why? For food. In his past life, he had been betrayed by Zheng Wan's family and was literally dismembered to serve as sustenance. Making him acutely sensitive to this notion, it was now the 12th day of the apocalypse. It was only natural that many households had exhausted their food supplies and turned to corpses for sustenance. After all, when a person is desperate with hunger, what will they not dare to consume? Xiaoran sighed, realizing that the grim reality of cannibalism had once more come to pass. That evening, in Lu Bingcheng's residence, over 20 individuals had gathered. Lu Bingcheng sat in a chair, smoking his last cigarette, reluctant to discard the stub despite its diminutive size. Prepare for action. He finally flicked the cigarette butt away. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Lu Bingcheng was intelligent and held a position of authority. Most importantly, he had 4 capable bodyguards who inspired confidence in everyone, creating a formidable sense of cohesion that previous leaders like Su Feng and Li Zhonglin lacked. They equipped themselves with tools and even brought Lu Bingcheng's mistress along, cradling a child, for their objective was to seize Xiaoran's villa. If they acquired the villa, what need would they have for this place? The group swiftly arrived at the villa, but they did not enter through the passage. Smash it! Lu Bingcheng commanded coldly. Instantly, 2 men stepped forward, wielding large hammers. In the days leading up to this, Lu Bingcheng had not only gathered manpower but also procured 2 heavy hammers from a neighbor who happened to be renovating their home. Aware that Xiaoran had control over the fire sprinkler system in the passage, which could release toxic water, Lu Bingcheng was too shrewd to make such a basic error as attacking through the passage. Without a door, why not simply break through the wall? Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men began to smash the wall. 80, 80, others cheered them on, causing many to erupt in laughter. However, the wall smashers soon grew tired and put down their hammers, declaring, switch, they were indeed fatigued. Thus, the next pair took over. The heavy hammers were ideal for the task, and they quickly created a hole in the wall, gradually enlarging it to the size sufficient for a person to pass through. With 5 groups taking their turns, a bodyguard named Lu Bo laughed. Xiaoran must have heard the commotion, but we're not following the usual playbook. Since we're not entering through the passage, he can only watch helplessly. Another bodyguard, named Qin Shang, chimed in with a laugh. It's all thanks to our boss Lu. Why must we enter through the door? Can't we just break the wall? Haha, a change in perspective opens up a world of possibilities. Lu Bingcheng maintained a reserved smile, yet inwardly he felt quite pleased. already calculating the potential gains from this operation. Crash! Just as the wall smashers were about to deliver the final blow to fully breach the wall, a powerful strike sent shockwaves through their hands, causing their palms to split. Every bone in their hands trembled as if they might burst their insides. What was happening? Why did that sound resemble metal clashing? Could there be a refrigerator or something similar behind the wall? The crowd quickly shone their flashlights, revealing that the object behind the wall gleamed with a metallic sheen. Was it a steel plate? Someone tapped against it, producing a muffled sound. It was undoubtedly metal, but its exact nature remained uncertain. The group was left dumbfounded. How unfortunate! Change positions, they decided, moving to another spot to continue their assault. After another half hour of pounding, they finally created another hole large enough for a person to pass through. Yet, upon fully demolishing the wall, they were met with disappointment once more. Another metal wall. Was the entire wall lined with steel? They refused to give up and began to tear down the entire wall. After all, they had already created 2 large holes, so dismantling the whole wall wouldn't require much more effort. Chapter 62. Intrigue and Deception. What a disheartening discovery. After laboriously demolishing a wall, they encountered another barrier, this one made of solid steel. With only heavy hammers at their disposal, how long would it take to cut through such a steel wall? Even if they had hydraulic cutters, and even if they possessed such tools, would they have the electricity to operate them? No, therefore, under the current circumstances, this wall was impregnable. The initial excitement they had felt was now replaced by a deep sense of despair. What should they do now? Everyone turned to Lu Bingcheng, who furrowed his brow in thought. He had never anticipated such an outcome, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. This fellow had managed to transform the villa into an impregnable fortress, Lu Bingcheng remarked with a sigh. While many were aware that Xiao Ran had purchased the villa and immediately set about renovations, most assumed he was merely redecorating. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? Is this merely a remodel? It is evidently the construction of an unassailable bastion. The crowd echoed his sentiments. Yet mere lamentation was not their goal. They sought a method to breach this formidable stronghold. At that moment, a hole unexpectedly appeared in the wall, and then Xiao Ran's voice resonated through. Why are you hammering away at this hour? Are you not concerned about disturbing the neighbors? The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. The noise they were making was so loud that not only Xiao Ran inside the villa, but even those in neighboring buildings would surely be alerted. Xiao Ran, if you have any objections, feel free to voice them, Lu Bingcheng replied coolly. Aren't you the one who placed a bounty on my life? Here I am, come and claim it if you dare. His words seemed to carry a sense of righteousness, yet Xiao Ran stood alone. How many supporters did Lu Bingcheng have? Was this truly fair? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Lu Bingcheng, you certainly possess the air of a leader. Why bounty has not only failed to claim your life but has instead bolstered your numbers. However, your followers are merely a rabble, and I am simply too disinterested to raise the bounty. Otherwise, I assure you, your motley crew would collapse in an instant. Lu Bingcheng laughed heartily. Very well, feel free to name your price. The higher your offer, the more resources you must possess. Thus, once we drag you out and eliminate you, our spoils will be all the greater. Why must we rely on your charity? Why not seize it directly? The rewards would undoubtedly be far greater. Instantly, the uncertainty that had lingered in the crowd's eyes transformed into unwavering resolve. Xiao Ran merely smiled. If he were to present a lavish banquet, would Lu Bingcheng still remain so composed and articulate? However, he couldn't be bothered with such theatrics. Lu Bingcheng, I am right here. What must you do to acquire my resources? He inquired. Do you truly believe that you can sustain your followers merely through grandiloquent words, leaving them to starve on empty promises? Lu Bingcheng responded coolly. So, you intend to hide away like a timid turtle? His only recourse was to provoke Xiao Ran into revealing himself. Otherwise, he was utterly at a loss. Breaching such a steel fortress? How could that even be possible? Xiao Ran smiled and proposed. How about this, Lu Bingcheng? I suggest we strike a deal. What sort of deal? Lu Bingcheng furrowed his brow, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Xiao Ran remained unperturbed, exuding a calm that suggested this deal would not bode well for Lu Bingcheng. Since you are so vocal about righteousness and the welfare of your so-called brothers, here is my proposition. Allow your woman to come in for a bit of fun, and in return, I shall provide each of you with a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of clean water. How does that sound? The conundrum was now thrust upon Lu Bingsheng. Previously, when he had claimed to offer his mistress to Xiao Ran, had he been sincere? Clearly not. He had 4 bodyguards, undoubtedly planning to seize Xiao Ran at the moment he opened the door, thus claiming the villa for himself. What need was there for a deal? Now, with Xiao Ran publicly demanding his lover as part of the transaction, Lu Bingsheng's expression darkened. But how had he previously united that group? What persona had he constructed? He had professed loyalty. He had assured them that following him would lead to liberation and prosperity. Now, an opportunity presented itself. If his woman would merely spend a night with someone, his men would receive food and water. Would he not be willing to make a sacrifice for his brothers? In normal circumstances, who would dare to demand such a sacrifice from a billionaire? Yet now, a billionaire was merely an ordinary man. Lu Bingsheng had merely swayed the crowd through his words. If he now refused to make a sacrifice for his brothers, would not his facade crumble? If I can weave such eloquent words, why can you not do the same? Lu Bingsheng's face turned ashen. This maneuver had indeed ensnared him. He glanced at his mistress, a beautiful young woman who tightened her hold on her child, shaking her head vigorously. She was no plaything, but looking at the others, who among them did not gaze at him with expectant eyes. Lu Bingsheng took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Fine, I agree." "No, I do not agree," the lovely young woman interjected hastily. Lu Bingsheng lowered his voice. "Do not make a scene. I am merely deceiving that fool into opening the door. Once he emerges, I will have him subdued. You will not incur any loss. Do you take me for someone who would allow my woman to entertain another man?" At last, the beautiful young woman nodded in understanding. Lu Bingsheng then called out, "How shall we conduct this transaction?" Xiao Ran smiled. "Have your woman move closer to the wall so I can have a good look. If she isn't attractive enough, I have no interest. The hole you made not only transmits sound but also allows for visual contact." Lu Bingsheng looked at his woman, who handed their child to him, and approached the metallic wall, stopping at the opening to ensure Xiao Ran could clearly see her face and figure. "Xiao Ran," Lu Bingsheng began, only to be interrupted as a door silently swung open in the metallic wall, and before he knew it, Xiao Ran had seized the beautiful young woman, firmly holding her in his grasp. Damn! This fellow had no intention of negotiating. His aim was to ensnare the woman for himself. Lu Bingsheng was furious, but his 4 bodyguards reacted swiftly, rushing forward to attack Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran merely smiled. Brandishing a water gun. Chapter 63. The water gun strikes. No one witnessed how Xiao Ran produced the water gun, but that was of little consequence, for he had already fired it. The water bullets shot forth like a hailstorm. No matter how professional the 4 bodyguards were, how could they evade the water projectiles? These water bullets, crafted from pure hail, were imbued with a potent toxin. Thus, upon striking their skin, even the most seasoned bodyguards could not withstand the agonizing pain, rolling on the ground and emitting cries of utter torment. "Who's next?" Xiao Ran, holding the water gun in one hand and the beautiful young woman's arm in the other, found her struggles futile, as the disparity in strength was simply too great. Lu Bingsheng was in shock. His 4 bodyguards were professionals, yet Xiao Ran had dispatched them with nothing more than a water gun. How could he possibly believe this? What now? If even the elite bodyguards were reduced to this state, how could he rely on a rabble to turn the tide? Impossible. Such a rabble could only thrive in favorable conditions. In a dire situation, they would only hinder progress. Lu Bingsheng gritted his teeth, maintaining a facade of calm. Now that you have the woman, where are the provisions? This way, he could still pretend that he was not ensnared in Xiao Ran's trap, merely engaging in a transaction to save face. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, looking down at the woman and asking, "What is your name?" The woman bit her lip before finally responding with 3 words, "Wang Lulu." Xiao Ran feigned surprise. "Lu Bingsheng has abandoned you. How do you feel about that?" This was a direct blow to the heart. Ignoring her reaction, Xiao Ran retreated with Wang Lulu into the villa. With a swish, the door closed automatically, sealing without a trace. Even the hole from earlier vanished, as if it had never existed. Thus, any thoughts of using fire, water, or smoke to force Xiao Ran out of the villa were utterly delusional. Lu Bingsheng clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could confront Xiao Ran directly, but that was a mere fantasy. However, it served as a reminder. Weapons were everywhere outside. The toxic hail did not need to melt. Merely brushing against the skin would cause excruciating pain. What would happen if the liquid derived from the toxic hail came into contact with them? The agony would be unbearable. Today, Xiao Ran had attacked him with such a weapon. Next time, he would surely retaliate with toxic hail. It was too simple and effective, as his 4 professional bodyguards had been incapacitated in an instant, without a chance to fight back. Yet, what baffled Lu Bingsheng was how, in such cold weather, Xiao Ran had managed to melt the hail. Did he encase it in plastic bags, using body heat to thaw it? Perhaps, but he was already on the brink of freezing. Why would he go through the effort of melting ice? Was he eager to meet his demise sooner? Thus, what method had Xiao Ran employed? If he could not melt the toxic hail, then its inherent power was limited. Serving only as projectiles, he couldn't help but think of Wang Lulu. Even with his deep cunning, he felt his composure falter. Having been the head of a large corporation, he was accustomed to commanding respect with a mere word. He had never been dominated in such a manner. Xiao Ran, you must die. His face turned a deep shade of gray, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 64. The Temptation of Hot Pot. An hour later. With a click, the iron door swung open. Wang Lulu emerged first, followed by Xiao Ran, who was inexplicably carrying a stove. Xiao Ran, Lu Bingsheng seethed, his teeth clenched, his anger boiling to the surface. Xiao Ran, unimpressed, set down the stove and proceeded to place the burning coals atop it. He then emerged from the room, carrying a pot, which he placed on the stove. With a sudden pop, the electric light flickered on, revealing a pot filled with bubbling, crimson hot oil, where ingredients could be faintly discerned. Oh heavens, it was hot pot! The sight elicited an involuntary swallowing motion from the onlookers, their mouths watering uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an indescribable craving. In a moment of hunger and chill, could there be anything more delightful than savoring a steaming pot of hot pot? How utterly despicable of Xiao Ran to tempt them so. However, Lu Bingsheng merely glanced at the hot pot and called out to Wang Lulu, "Come here." Trembling, Wang Lulu approached. Xiao Ran then brought forth plates of sliced meat and vegetables. Wearing a subtle smile as he surveyed the crowd, noting the unmistakable hunger etched on each face. "Do you wish to partake?" he inquired nonchalantly. Who wouldn't he want to? Yet, who dared to approach? Setting aside the water gun in Xiao Ran's possession, the very corridor they stood in posed a threat, with the potential for toxic water to spray down at any moment. Xiao Ran was nearby, but he was too close to the iron door. A sudden dash could lead him straight into the villa, leaving the others in peril. Yet, the aroma of the hot pot was simply too enticing, causing them to salivate uncontrollably, unable to restrain their desire. Xiao Ran had already begun cooking the meat, dipping it into the sauce before taking a bite. "How hot!" he exclaimed, nearly spitting it out, but after several moments of swirling it in his mouth, he began to chew. "Delicious, truly exquisite," he declared, swallowing and addressing the crowd. "If you wish to eat, it's quite simple. Each of you must bow to me and then shout idiot at Lu Bingsheng." The crowd hesitated. Bowing wasn't a grave matter. In these times, what value did dignity hold? A little embarrassment could be endured. However, insulting Lu Bingsheng was another matter entirely. Who would dare to berate their leader? Would they still be able to band together afterward? Lu Bingsheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that Xiao Ran was undermining his authority. If he were to endure such humiliation, how could he continue to lead others? This would become a stain on his life's history. He glared at Xiao Ran, intent on issuing a command to attack, but with 4 bodyguards still sprawled unconscious on the ground, it was uncertain if they would regain consciousness. Could he really send others into the corridor? What if Xiao Ran activated the water spraying system? Nobody was foolish enough to make a move at this moment. Why did Xiao Ran choose to eat hot pot in this particular spot? He was fully aware that no one would dare to act against him there. This young man, despite his age, was proving to be quite the formidable opponent. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bingsheng managed to squeeze out some words. "You re merely a nouveau riche. What is there to be proud of? Winning 500 million in the lottery, then paying taxes, leaves you with only 400 million. What right do you have to compare yourself to me? The head of a billion-dollar corporation?" Xiao Ran chuckled. "It seems you too come from humble beginnings, Mr. Lu. You've merely clung to the coattails of your wealthy family to rise to prominence, since neither of us is a self-made success. What right do you have to mock me? Furthermore, if we are to compare financial strength..." He paused, smirking. "Mr. Lu, You appear no different from a pauper. Oh, you all wish for hot pot. He continued, why earlier proposal has a time limit. Only 28 seconds left. Hearing his countdown, the crowd grew anxious. 30 seconds was far too brief to consider. I'm starving. There's meat? Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, kneeling before Xiao Ran to bow. Then whispering an apology to Lu Bingxing before loudly declaring, idiot. With that, they boldly approached Xiao Ran. As Xiao Ran was within the corridor. As long as he remained seated, no toxic water would fall upon him. Even if it meant death, they would rather die with a full stomach. May I eat now? The individual asked. Xiao Ran gestured graciously. No chairs, so make do and squat. The person, undeterred by the lack of seating, eagerly grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to eat. They dipped a slice of lamb into the broth, pulled it out, and after sampling it with sauce, their eyebrows relaxed in sheer delight. Nearly brought to tears, they had thought they would never again taste such hot pot. Witnessing the ravenous consumption, the others could no longer remain still. With one person taking the lead, what were the others hesitating for? Apologies, Mr. Lu. So sorry, Mr. Lu. One by one, they greeted Lu Bingxing, then collectively shouted idiot before bowing to Xiao Ran and rushing to join him around the stove. What sheer bliss it was, on such a frigid day, to huddle around the stove, savoring steaming hot pot, with each bite warming them from within. It was nothing short of euphoric. If Xiao Ran were to extend an invitation to them now, it was not an exaggeration to say that all would eagerly agree. At least 9 out of 10 would comply, and the remaining one would only hesitate for 3 minutes before acquiescing. What was of utmost importance in this moment? Certainly, it was food, and hot pot. Steaming and filled with both meat and vegetables? Who could resist? Regrettably, Xiao Ran had no intention of extending such an invitation. Truth be told, Lu Bingxing too was consumed by desire, yet he understood that even if he pleaded for mercy, Xiao Ran would never acquiesce. Thus, he clung to the last vestige of his dignity, remaining silent. Daddy, I'm hungry. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out. The cold outside had awakened the child. No, I want meat. I want hot pot. The child pointed at the stove, clearly visible to Lu Bingxing as he held him, where a steaming pot was surrounded by people eagerly cooking meat. What do you want to eat? Lu Bingxing barked, angered that his own son would betray him as those others had not known. I want to eat. I want to eat. The child burst into tears, clearly spoiled. Lu Bingxing, overwhelmed with irritation, could not help but swat his son's backside a few times, causing the child to scream in pain. Have you lost your mind? The child is so young. After so many days without proper food, is it natural for him to crave? Wang Lulu swiftly snatched the child away, shooting Lu Bingxing a furious glare. In truth, Lu Bingxing regretted his actions after striking the child. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Lulu to keep their son at a distance. Just as he was about to speak, the first person to approach Xiao Ran suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their throat, their face turning an alarming shade of blue. What is happening? The entire group gasped, their eyes drawn to the fallen individual. The person, grasping their throat, began to vomit violently, expelling everything they had just consumed. Ugh! Another individual collapsed, succumbing to the same fate. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and all those gathered began to drop to the ground, retching uncontrollably. The answer was clear. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingxing was both furious and shocked, thinking, you scoundrels, you wanted to indulge, and now look what has happened. This is undoubtedly food poisoning. The items Xiao Ran had provided were not to be trifled with, and now they were reaping the consequences of their greed. Yet, he was perplexed. Xiao Ran had eaten alongside them and was the first to do so. How was he unharmed? Did you poison them? He demanded loudly. At that moment, others had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Well, it's not exactly poisoning. I merely added some apple seeds to their seasoning. Lu Bingxing was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, he exclaimed, cyanide poisoning. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, then laughed. Your reaction is quite swift. Have you thought about poisoning your own wife? How could you possibly acquire so many apples? Lu Bingxing pondered. Apple seeds contain cyanide, but to reach a lethal dose for a person, how much would be required? Dozens of pounds? Hundreds? What time is it? How could you possibly gather over 100 pounds of apples? Xiao Ran smiled slightly. I bought them in the past. I'm a law-abiding citizen who never resorts to theft. Was that a veiled jab at his own encroachment on the villa? Lu Bingqing certainly did not blush at the implication. Instead inquiring, "But why are you unharmed?" Xiao Ran glanced at the unconscious forms on the ground. The toxicity of cyanide was exceptionally potent, and those individuals were gradually losing their vitality. He smiled and replied, "Because I only sprinkled the powdered apple seeds into their seasoning. To ensure they would use the seasoning, I didn't add a single grain of salt to the hot pot." Thus, after tasting the bland food, they instinctively reached for the seasoning. Lu Bingqing's eyes widened in realization. "You truly are cunning. However, your patience is remarkable. You peeled each apple and ground the seeds. Why not just use toxic hail instead?" Xiao Ran shook his head. Even with the seasoning's strong flavor, it could not mask the scent of the poison water. In contrast, the apple seed's aroma is easily concealed, and of course, the primary reason for this elaborate scheme was simply that he had too much time on his hands. What else was there for him to do? Aside from binge-watching shows, playing cards, and working out, he needed to find something to occupy his time. Thus, concocting a poison using apple seeds was an endeavor he had devised out of boredom. Lu Bingqing stared blankly at Xiao Ran, unable to fathom the mindset that had led him to undertake such meticulous preparation. "You must be exceedingly idle. No, you must possess an abundance of resources. Over 100 pounds of apples, and you peeled them without hesitation. Do you know that nowadays, even a single fresh apple can earn a woman's favor for an entire evening?" Little did he know, Xiao Ran would never allow a single scrap to go to waste. The peeled apples could be stored in a separate space without spoiling, and could still be consumed later. That moment, all those who had eaten the hot pot had succumbed entirely. The potency of the cyanide was too overwhelming. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and approached Lu Bingqing, who felt a chill run down his spine. In truth, had Xiao Ran demonstrated any extraordinary martial prowess? Not in the slightest. At the outset, he wielded a water gun, swiftly dispatching his 4 exceptionally formidable bodyguards. Then, he employed a hot pot as bait, compelling his subordinates to poison themselves, accomplishing the remarkable feat of one against many. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Ran merely took action while seizing Wang Lulu. At all other times, he relied on cunning strategy. Remarkably, the weapons he utilized were the most ordinary of items, easily found on the ground: poisonous ice hail, apples, such commonplace objects. Lu Bingqing, priding himself on his intelligence, suffered a crushing defeat in this confrontation. As Xiao Ran relentlessly advanced, Lu Bingqing lost all resolve. If so many had been unable to contend with Xiao Ran, how could he alone stand a chance? There were also Wang Lulu and her son, but could he truly rely on them not to hinder him? His most trusted 4 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain, but in such a frigid environment, it was essentially a death sentence. How could he possibly confront the fearsome Xiao Ran? Casting a glance at his son, he abruptly turned and fled, moving with astonishing speed. Furthermore, he extinguished his flashlight, making it nearly impossible to locate him in the pitch-black garage. Yet nearly does not equate to impossible. Xiao Ran smiled, and as the portal of space opened, a barrage of bullets erupted forth. The air was filled with urgent cries of anguish, followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. And then, silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Ran essentially unleashed a hail of gunfire, requiring no precision. Some bullets were bound to find their mark, and even a single hit in such extreme cold spelled death. Lu Bingqing was finished. Words of bravado held no threat. Thus Xiao Ran could afford to spare him, for he could extinguish his life at any moment. However, Lu Bingqing remained a potential threat. Even with his 4 bodyguards gone, he could still stir up trouble. Those who posed a danger must be dealt with. Regrettably, should Lu Bingqing perish, the thrill of pursuing Wang Lulu would diminish. Damn, have I become somewhat perverse? Xiao Ran reflected. Then he chuckled softly. In such a world, who could remain untainted? In comparison, he was merely a bit of a rogue, his depravity limited. Turning to Wang Lulu, he said, "Come to me whenever you feel hungry." Wang Lulu was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Her pillar of support was Lu Bingqing, yet he had abandoned them. She was unaware that Lu Bingqing was already dead. Could he still serve as her foundation? Glancing around, she discerned the faint glow of a flashlight. Evidently, neighbors, intrigued by the commotion, were now watching the spectacle. What were they thinking? This confrontation would undoubtedly solidify Xiao Ran's reputation as a fearsome figure. Surely, no one would dare challenge him henceforth. Wang Lulu had no choice but to submit, inquiring, "Can I bring my son along?" What? Allow the child to witness their transaction? That would indeed be quite perverse. Wang Lulu merely wished for her son to enjoy a warm meal, and having not thought it through, felt it inappropriate after being refused. She nodded to Xiao Ran and hurried away, cradling her son. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and declared loudly, "I hereby announce a few rules. First, whoever dares to lay a hand on a woman I desire, I shall ensure their demise. Second, confident beauties are welcome to trade with me. I can provide food and water." He was aware that many lurked in the shadows, and these words were directed at them. With his current fearsome reputation, who would dare dismiss his words? Chapter 66. Crossed the threshold. Xiao Ran was certainly not concerned about Han Yun, Wang Lulu, or others. Without ensuring their safety, how could they approach him for his amusement? He was disinclined to venture outside, primarily due to the cold and the inherent danger. Even if he was invincible in a direct confrontation, a sneak attack from behind could spell disaster. Caution is paramount. In matters of safety, prudence is never excessive. What time is it? Is there still law and morality? Thus, one must proceed with utmost caution. Indeed, this confrontation would solidify Xiao Ran's legendary status. The number of lives lost at his hands after the calamity? Dozens. Who could deny that he was a harbinger of death, a demon? Yet how many would ponder that these individuals were not slain without reason? Incorrect. They were all malefactors who sought to infringe upon Xiao Ran's domain. Is it wrong to protect oneself and one's home? Others would not see it this way. They would only focus on Xiao Ran's brutality. Nevertheless, this was precisely the outcome Xiao Ran desired. He did not seek sympathy, admiration, or affection from others. Fear? That was most welcome. In a certain room, Zheng Wan's expression darkened. If even a man of Lu Bingqing's caliber could not withstand Xiao Ran, how could she possibly seek revenge? Now, even if she possessed vast resources, could she rally others to aid her in confronting Xiao Ran? Who would dare? Moreover, would it not be easier to eliminate her instead? At present, Xiao Ran stood as a formidable overlord. Of course, this was predicated on all parties wielding cold weapons. Should someone procure a firearm, even the most timid would dare challenge Xiao Ran. But how to acquire a gun? This was not a nation where firearms were ubiquitous. Unless one ventured outside. Certainly, the police station would be deserted, or those inside would have frozen to death, making it a simple task to obtain a weapon. She pondered seriously. It was not entirely impossible to venture out. Donning heavy clothing and a raincoat could greatly reduce the risk of exposure to toxins, and shielding herself with a table or similar object might allow for a brief foray. Yet, with the outside's extreme cold, such a defense could not be sustained for long. The inevitable conclusion would either be injury from hail or death by freezing. Zheng Wan briefly entertained this enticing notion before discarding it. No one would willingly accompany her on such a mad venture. Wait, could she collaborate with Lu Bingqing? Anyone in the neighborhood might yield to Xiao Ran, but Lu Bingqing certainly would not. For him to submit would signify his demise. Thus, he and Xiao Ran were bitter enemies. It was worth a try. But there remained one issue. She had no idea where Lu Bingqing was, nor did she know that he was already dead. Zheng Wan's gaze turned venomous. She attributed the shattering of her family and the deaths of her loved ones entirely to Xiao Ran. "I must kill you." Zheng Wan seethed, her expression filled with resentment. Lu Bingqing was dead, and Zhang Kuan had suffered multiple humiliations. After Xiao Ran fulfilled his promise of rewards, he announced the end of the bounty on Zhang Kuan. He was merely an old fool, incapable of stirring any significant trouble. Xiao Ran could not be bothered with him. The following day, Xiao Ran noted that the number of corpses in the garage diminished by 1 or 2 each day. Who was stealing the bodies? Curious, he set up a surveillance camera directed at the corpses. This way, he could also monitor the situation in the garage. In fact, during the renovation, he had intended for Jia Yungue to install one. But Jia Yungue insisted that public areas were off limits. However, after much persuasion from Xiao Ran, a wire was finally run. Thus, installing the camera was a straightforward task. Completed, he paid little further attention and returned to his workout. Today marked the 13th day of the apocalypse. In 2 days, it would be the anniversary of his death in his previous life, and as that date approached, a sense of unease settled within him. Fearing that all of this might merely be a figment of his imagination as he faced his end. Yet, What was the reality? Therefore, he chose to cast aside all thoughts and indulge in pleasure. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, this day, he chose not to summon Han Yun and the others, instead opting to remain alone in the house, with only the leopard for company. As the hours slipped by, when night fell, he lay in bed, wide awake, unable to find sleep. A night passed, and on the 16th day of the apocalypse, Xiao Ran awoke to find the outside world still shrouded in darkness. He glanced at the time on his phone, June 16th, 4:12 a.m. In his previous life, his life had ended on June 15th. Thus, everything happening now was not a mere fantasy during his final moments, but a genuine occurrence. He had been reborn, armed with memories and an abundance of resources. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ran made a point to call Lu Mei. Hello. Lu Mei's voice came through, sounding somewhat languid, clearly having been roused from sleep by Xiao Ran's call. It was only just past 4. Xiao Ran, you better have a compelling reason for this. Otherwise, I will definitely beat you to a pulp, she exclaimed. Xiao Ran chuckled. I'm not dreaming, am I? You call me at this ungodly hour just to ask if I'm dreaming? Lu Mei's voice rose in pitch, her anger likely reaching a boiling point. Mimi, who is that? A woman's voice chimed in from the background, sweet and sultry, stirring Xiao Ran's curiosity. Chapter 67. Accidental Murder. Xiao Ran felt a flutter in his heart. Was this Lu Mei's friend, the girl named Yeya? They were actually sharing a bed. Could it be that there was a romantic connection between them? Xiao Ran felt increasingly intrigued, yearning to leap through the phone to witness the scene and perhaps even join in. Lu Mei truly was exceptional. He couldn't help but wonder about her status. After suffering one betrayal in marriage, Xiao Ran had become particularly sensitive to such matters. All right, as long as it's not a dream. You two carry on with your slumber, Xiao Ran said, decisively hanging up the phone. This left Lu Mei on the other end, nearly losing her mind. You wake me from my dreams with a phone call and hang up after a single sentence? How dare you toy with me like this? She fumed. But Xiao Ran had already turned off his phone. You bastard! Lu Mei cried out in frustration. T long last, the day had dawned. Xiao Ran rose from his slumber, stretching languidly, brimming with vitality. Transitioning from the 15th to the 16th, he seemed to have transformed entirely and no longer plagued by anxieties or uncertainties. He had indeed been reborn. In this lifetime, he vowed to live it to the fullest. Unshackled by any constraints, I shall do as I please. Who dares to stop me? A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's lips. What shall I do today? His thoughts drifted to his ex-wife. Since the 15th had passed, it was time to release the burdens of his previous life. Well then, perhaps it was time to eliminate her. Xiao Ran had no intention of confronting her directly. Instead, he seized a microphone, connected it to a speaker, and flung open the window, cranking the volume to its maximum. Dear neighbors, I am placing a bounty on one individual, named Zheng Wan. Whoever brings her to me alive shall receive 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. With that, he hastily shut the window, as the frigid air rushed in, chilling him to the bone. While he remained unfazed, the entire neighborhood was thrown into chaos. It was well known that as the apocalypse dragged on, the scarcity of food and clean water intensified. The value of those 2 boxes of instant noodles had skyrocketed compared to the first and second days of the apocalypse. These provisions were enough to drive people to madness. In a certain room within the neighborhood, Zhang Wan had just realized that Lu Bingsheng was dead, leaving her with one less potential ally. This revelation filled her with both bitterness and despair. However, the announcement that had just echoed throughout the community sent a chill down her spine, filling her with anxiety. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave souls. She was not Lu Bingsheng. Who would fear her? Consequently, anyone could easily turn against her. Who could she trust now? It was Lu Kansas. Zhang Wan caught a glimpse of him, and her heart tightened as she saw him gripping a kitchen knife. His face radiating murderous intent, his mouth opening as if to speak. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought crossed her mind. Strike first. Without hesitation, she lunged forward with the fruit knife in her hand. Thud! Lu Kan offered no resistance, seemingly caught off guard, and was instantly slashed across the throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He stared blankly at Zhang Wan, his face a mask of confusion, as if he could not comprehend why she would attack him. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Wan's eyes. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being ruthless. You wish to capture me and claim the bounty from Xiao Ran? Die. Just then, two men burst into the room. Momentarily stunned by the scene before them, Zheng Wan quickly explained, Liu Kan was trying to capture me to collect the reward from Xiao Ran. You mustn't misunderstand. These two were her allies from the past few days, and if they misconstrued her actions as harming a companion, their fragile alliance would shatter instantly. Thud. Ha ha ha. The two men suddenly erupted into laughter, doubling over as if they had encountered an extraordinary jest. Zheng Wan was bewildered by their mirth and inquired, What are you laughing at? Laughing at how foolish you are. Luo Hu scoffed. We were just quietly discussing how to deliver you to Xiao Ran. But Liu Kan overheard us, and we chased after him, intending to eliminate him. Who would have thought that you would end up killing the only ally who supported you? It was both ironic and absurd. Originally, with Liu Kan's assistance, Zheng Wan might have had a fighting chance. Even in a 2-on-2 scenario, she could have posed a formidable challenge, especially in a moment of desperation. Furthermore, Luo Hu and his companion had to consider the possibility of a Pyrrhic victory and the exorbitant costs that might entail. But now, ha ha ha, Zheng Wan trembled. She had effectively destroyed her own defenses. How could a lone woman contend against two strong men? Why had she acted so impulsively? Why hadn't she allowed Liu Kan to speak? He had clearly intended to communicate. Yet she was too anxious, too frightened, too eager to strike first. No, she should not bear the blame. It was Liu Kan's fault. He could have spoken the moment he entered. So why let her fall into misunderstanding? In such a situation, anyone would have acted defensively, right? Naturally, she did not hold herself accountable. Instead, she cast the blame onto Liu Kan, dismissing the matter from her mind. Waving the fruit knife, she shouted, Stay back. Do not come any closer. Luo Hu and his companion merely scoffed. If Liu Kan were still present, they might have exercised caution, but against Zheng Wan alone? Ha! The two men flanked her, closing in from either side. Xiao Ran opened the door to bid farewell to Han Yun and the others. Moments later, the doorbell to the basement rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the surveillance feed, he noted 3 individuals, 2 of whom he recognized. Lin Lin's husband, the loquacious man, and his ex-wife, Zheng Wan. However, her current state was far from favorable. Her hands were bound, her face marred with injuries, and her expression radiated malice. Chapter 68. Past Lives and Present Grudges. Remarkable efficiency, indeed. A smirk graced Xiao Ran's lips as he opened the door with ease. If this were a trap, and the loquacious man sought to exploit this opportunity to deceive him and seize him, the outcome would be nothing short of being mercilessly devoured by the portal. Yet, the loquacious man wore a sycophantic grin, bowing and scraping as he approached. Xiao Ran sighed. This man's spine had clearly been broken. Having dallied with his wife, he could still greet him with such a facade of friendliness, indicating his utter subjugation. How tiresome! He gestured toward the 2 boxes of instant noodles within the room. Take them. The loquacious man and his companion rejoiced, swiftly pushing Zheng Wan inside before each grabbing a box of noodles and fleeing. Xiao Ran pressed a button on the remote, sealing the iron door, and turned his attention to his ex-wife. Zheng Wan forcibly masked her resentment, forcing a smile. Xiao Ran, there are so many misunderstandings between us. Xiao Ran raised a hand, silencing her. What do you think of this place? He inquired. Zheng Wan, momentarily taken aback, responded after a few seconds, It's wonderful. This place is fantastic. Realization dawned upon her. Xiao Ran had transformed the villa over the course of 2 months into something remarkable. Xiao Ran chuckled, guiding her upstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Zheng Wan's gaze fell upon the roaring fireplace, which clearly provided warmth, causing her to break a sweat despite wearing heavy winter clothing. However, with her hands bound, she was unable to remove any of her layers. Xiao Ran had no intention of assisting her. The leopard approached, eyeing Zheng Wan with a predatory gaze, emitting a low growl. If not for Xiao Ran's command, it would have surely pounced. Zheng Wan trembled. A dog that does not bark is often the most dangerous. The leopard was clearly a vicious beast. Xiao Ran, however, retrieved a plate holding a perfectly cooked steak and set it before the leopard. Eat. Yet the leopard did not touch the food, fixating its gaze on Zheng Wan. In its simplistic understanding, she was the enemy. Thus, how could it indulge in a meal with an adversary present? It was bound to protect its master and defend its territory. You are giving a dog steak? Zheng Wan exclaimed in shock, struggling to comprehend. What do people consume nowadays? Instant noodles, biscuits, bread. Only those with ample reserves might have rice. Meat? Apologies, which household would stockpile fresh meat? Even salted meat is not something every home would preserve. Thus, you are so extravagant as to feed a dog steak. Aren't you afraid of being condemned? Xiao Ran smiled faintly, taking a seat at the dining table, which was lavishly adorned with an array of food. King crabs, river shrimp, lamb soup, braised beef. The spread was nothing short of opulent. You intend to consume all of this? Are you not afraid of overindulging? Such waste, such extravagance. Are you envious? Xiao Ran asked. Zheng Wan instinctively nodded, her gaze toward him shifting from hatred to intense desire. Husband, let us start anew, shall we? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran's laughter was laced with mockery. Look at what you're saying. He switched on the television, adjusting the channel, and immediately images appeared. Han Yun and Wang Lulu were stunning. Their figures. Even as a woman, she considered herself attractive, yet she could not help but feel inferior in the presence of these two beauties. Yet, even such exquisite women were now reduced to serving Xiao Ran in abject submission. Her complexion paled. Xiao Ran had taken to such extraordinary companions. Would he still regard her? Xiao Ran, what grudges do we hold? Why do you treat me this way? She suddenly cried out in a fit of hysteria, no longer attempting to placate him, but glaring at Xiao Ran with venomous intensity as her last flicker of hope extinguished. Xiao Ran chuckled. You still have the audacity to question me? Truly, a viper is a viper, never reflecting on its own actions. However, I have no intention of debating with you. I show you this merely to illustrate how well I am faring now. To make you regret, to incite jealousy, to foster resentment, though you think I aim to awaken you, to elicit tears of remorse. Ha! That is a task suited for the underworld, while my purpose is simply to send you there. With a grin, Xiao Ran propelled Zheng Wan toward the entrance. Alarmed, she realized Xiao Ran's intentions, and panic surged through her as she screamed, Xiao Ran, what are you planning? What do you want? No, no, no. Unmoved, Xiao Ran opened the door. A smile gracing his features, and with a swift kick, he sent Zheng Wan tumbling out. Whether in this life or the next, farewell bang. He unhesitatingly closed the door behind her. Though the hailstones had lessened in size, they still fell like marbles, and being struck was still quite painful, especially as the hail carried a sting that burned upon contact. She let out a blood-curdling scream, desperately seeking refuge, yet an onslaught of hail continued to mercilessly pummel her. Forcing forth a cacophony of cries that she could no longer endure, she collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, utterly tormented. Xiao Ran, save me, she cried out to the only person who might come to her aid. But her voice grew fainter, ultimately fading into silence. She lay still, not succumbing to poison, which would have taken longer to act, but rather to the biting chill. Xiao Ran stood by the window, his face devoid of any expression. Just as he had proclaimed, Zheng Wan was dead, the grievances of past lives now erased in one stroke. He could finally let go. Turning away, Xiao Ran felt an unusual lightness in his heart. First, the 15-day deadline had passed, affirming that he had truly been reborn. Second, the last member of the Zheng family was gone, untangling the knots in his heart completely. From here on, he could indulge in life as he pleased. Whistling a tune, he began his workout, refusing to neglect his physical fitness. After exercising, he took a shower and started reviewing the surveillance footage from the newly installed cameras in the garage. He watched with a keen eye and quickly noticed that yet another body had vanished. A group of burly men had hoisted a corpse and swiftly disappeared into the shadows. Liu Yang from Building 4. Xiao Ran recognized one of the culprits, so, had the entire Building 4 begun to indulge in cannibalism? A chill ran down his spine, for Liu Yang and his comrades had a high frequency of corpse theft. They would come to move a body approximately every 2 days. Given that an adult weighed at least 100 pounds, how could a few men possibly consume it all in such a short span? It suggested that the entire building must be involved. The thought sent a shiver through Xiao Ran. Such was the state of the world. Chapter 69. Stepping out another night had passed. Day 17 of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran awoke, his spirits instantly lifted. Each day now felt like a fresh beginning. Huh? He gazed outside in astonishment, for the previously dark and oppressive view had transformed into a striking brightness. The fog had lifted, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he rushed to the window. Indeed, Visibility had improved to about 20 meters. Although the fog had not completely dissipated, navigating through such weather no longer posed a risk of getting lost. He could finally venture outside. Xiao Ran's heart soared, having been confined within the community for over half a month. Even though there were women to entertain him daily, such activities could not replace the mundane routine of eating and sleeping, leaving him rather bored. After all, being forced to be a recluse felt vastly different from choosing to be one. It was high time to explore the outside world. More importantly, he needed to procure energy resources such as gasoline and diesel, which had been nearly impossible to acquire before the apocalypse. His friend Lu Mei was a different story. She likely had substantial connections, as it was improbable she could have secured several acres of land and constructed a doomsday fortress without considerable influence. With wealth and power, obtaining additional diesel and gasoline would be a trivial matter. Regardless, it was of little consequence now. A zero-cost acquisition was still an option. Xiao Ran smiled, having purchased his luxury G-Class for just over 2 million, with an additional 500,000 spent on modifications. The windows were bulletproof, the tires were slip-resistant, and the vehicle boasted exceptional insulation, complete with specialized heating equipment. After waiting for so many days, he finally had a purpose for it. He could only hope that the roads outside would not be obstructed. This was a significant concern, as the hailstorm had struck during rush hour, leaving numerous vehicles on the streets. Many would have been unable to find shelter in time and would have suffered shattered windows. Coupled with the thick fog, how many people might have abandoned their cars on the road? At that moment, Xiao Ran wished he had prepared a tank. The only silver lining was that the nearest gas station was merely about 2 kilometers away. It should not pose much of a challenge. After preparing himself, he set off. Leopard, I can't take you this time. Stay home and watch over things. Leopard barked, uncertain if it understood. Xiao Ran arrived at the ground-level garage. The villa's garage was above ground, although the basement could also be converted into a garage, depending on the owner's preference. In Xiao Ran's case, he had transformed the basement into a living area and surveillance room. He entered the vehicle, closed the door, and with a roar, the engine ignited as the G-Class slowly rolled out of the garage. The hail immediately thudded against the roof, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, unperturbed. Ordinary cars would not have to worry about the roof being crushed unless they were of such poor quality that they were filled with foam. Thus, his modified and reinforced luxury vehicle was certainly safe. Of course, hail striking the windows would present a true test, but the G-Class's glass was bulletproof, and it could even deploy a steel mesh to keep the hail at bay. Stability was assured. The ground was already coated in ice, exceedingly slippery, yet with the use of anti-slip tires, the G-Class maintained a steady course. Xiao Ran remained cautious, keeping the speed at around 20 miles per hour. Was there any need to rush now? The vehicle navigated through the community, soon arriving at the entrance. However, the sensor had long ceased to function, and the barrier would not rise, and no matter, I'll crash through. With a firm press of the accelerator, the vehicle barreled forward. Equipped with a collision bar of the highest quality and a modified engine, Xiao Ran felt confident that he could demolish not just a barrier, but even a wall. However, he did not conceal his presence. With visibility restored to about 20 meters, many people noticed him. Who was that? Xiao Ran. I saw that car coming from the villa. How dare this guy venture out? Isn't he afraid the hail will shatter his windows? Indeed, although the fog has lifted, the hail has not ceased. Let us take a chance and go out too. We can wrap the car windows with blankets, leaving only a small hole to see through, and drive slowly and cautiously. It shouldn't be too difficult. Absolutely, we must take the risk, or we might starve or die of thirst. Many gathered their courage and rushed to the underground garage. But many others, especially the elderly, remained hesitant or without vehicles. They also headed to the garage but began discussing alternative plans. Rather than risking the outdoors, why not reap the rewards without effort? Xiao Ran paid no mind to the others. He drove onward, maintaining a slow pace but genuinely leaving the community behind. He felt a sense of exhilaration, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. How liberating, moreover, fortune smiled upon Xiao Ran. For while the streets were indeed cluttered with abandoned vehicles, he could still maneuver through them. Only one location posed a problem. 3 cars had collided, completely blocking the road, and no matter, he rolled down the window, shielding himself with an umbrella, and reached out to press on one of the cars, causing it to vanish from sight. It had entered the alternate space. Just one vehicle removed was sufficient. Xiao Ran retracted the umbrella, closed the window, and pressed onward. With only about 2 kilometers to go, he soon arrived at the gas station. After parking, he exited, locked the car, and headed straight for the storage area for the fuel tanks. He intended to take them all. Gathering the fuel canisters into his alternate space, he acquired 3 tanks. One for 92-octane gasoline, one for 98-octane, and one for diesel. The absence of 95-octane gasoline left him somewhat displeased, as he had made the same trip but ended up with one less tank of fuel. Fortunately, each tank was nearly full, indicating they had just been filled before the apocalypse. Phew, not too shabby. At that moment, several individuals leaped from their vehicles, evidently there to refuel. They rushed to grab the fuel pumps, only to find that the power outage rendered the pumps inoperable, and with Xiao Ran having taken the fuel tanks, it was impossible for any fuel to emerge. The gas station's roof provided shelter from the rain, thus also shielding against the hail, yet it did little to block the cold. The people shivered, clutching their arms, wearing hats, and wrapping their faces in cloth, rendering their features unrecognizable. They immediately spotted Xiao Ran and fixated on his attire. His custom-made jacket, suitable for climbing Mount Everest, naturally boasted excellent insulation. Even if they lacked knowledge of high-end goods, it was evident to them that this was an expensive item. "Hey, if you don't want to get beaten to death, take off that jacket." One person brandished a club, loudly demanding. Chapter 70. "I must silence you." Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and replied, "It's freezing. What if I freeze to death after taking off my jacket? Haha, whether you freeze or not is none of our concern." The speaker, clearly the leader of the group, continued, with the others sneering, brandishing their clubs and kitchen knives, exuding a threatening demeanor that suggested they would strike if he did not comply. Xiao Ran shook his head. Recognizing that he was not a bloodthirsty person, yet he was being compelled, he smiled, reaching into his pocket and retrieving a realistic-looking gun from his alternate space. "What?" Instantly, the group tensed, their pupils dilating in fear as they instinctively retreated. "A gun? Who wouldn't he be frightened upon seeing one? Keep being arrogant. Let us see how it plays out," Xiao Ran said coolly. "Now, all of you, run out onto the street. The last one remaining, I will shoot." The group collectively gasped. "We'll be smashed by the hail," they exclaimed in unison. The hail was indeed treacherous, causing excruciating pain, and the agony induced by the toxins was unbearable, leaving one writhing on the ground. In such weather, rolling on the ground, they were undoubtedly doomed. Xiao Ran scoffed, "Not my problem." He echoed their words back to them. The group exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with malice. "In that case, let us fight to the death. You may be one person with a gun, but we are 11. How many can you kill?" they roared, charging at Xiao Ran. After the onset of the apocalypse, many individuals became increasingly ruthless, and the prevailing sentiment shifted to a stark survival of the fittest, where it was now a matter of either your demise or mine, compelling everyone to fight desperately for their lives. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, relishing the thought of his adversaries charging forth. Such recklessness would allow him to conserve some ammunition. He opened the portal to another dimension, and those at the forefront instantly vanished. Meanwhile, those slightly behind, even upon realizing the danger, were unable to halt their momentum and plunged headlong into the portal. Only one unfortunate soul was spared, as his speed had been insufficient. Trembling with fear, he cried out, "Please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life." He had completely lost the will to resist. Xiao Ran shook his head. "You have uncovered my secret. I must eliminate you to silence you." The man, feeling utterly wronged, wept, "But I know nothing. I only saw people disappear. How could I possibly know your secret? Is it not excessive to silence me for such a triviality?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly, and a bullet from the alternate space flew silently, striking the man's forehead and bursting forth a spray of crimson. He looked at Xiao Ran with defiance before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Xiao Ran then reached out, clearing away the vehicles that obstructed his path before entering his car. Where a wave of warmth enveloped him immediately, he left the engine running. Why bother saving a little fuel? Safety was paramount. This was his principle. However, he soon noticed that while he had crashed through the entrance barriers of the community, several stone blocks had suddenly appeared, blocking his way. Lowering his window slightly, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Xiao Ran, we are on the brink of starvation and dehydration. You must provide us with food and water. Otherwise, we will not allow you entry," one elder proclaimed, opening his window. Although the security booth offered some protection from hail, it did nothing against the wind or cold. As the window opened, a frigid gust swept in, causing the elderly men to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I'll take action?" "Heh, we are not fools." The elders brandished toy water guns at him. These were the most basic type, capable of shooting only 3 to 5 meters. But if Xiao Ran were to exit the vehicle to remove the stone blocks or enter the community, they could spray him with their water guns. It was clear that the guns were not filled with ordinary water, but rather a concoction of toxic ice hail. Xiao Ran smiled, thinking that in such cold weather, if he merely delayed, the toxic water in the guns would freeze, rendering them useless. However, he had no desire to waste time with these old men. He pressed the accelerator, and his car surged forward, the bumper colliding with the stone blocks, easily pushing them aside. After maneuvering around them, he did not drive away but tossed 2 packets of instant noodles towards the security booth. The elders, initially despondent due to Xiao Ran's forceful entry, were suddenly invigorated by the sight of the noodles, rushing out like a tide to claim the prize. Despite their frail appearance and habitual demands for seats on public transport, the allure of the instant noodles unleashed a ferocity akin to starving wolves. Fists and feet flew, and some of the more cunning elders even resorted to underhanded tactics. Xiao Ran watched the chaos unfold through his car window. A faint smile graced his lips. "See? The alliance formed moments ago has crumbled," he mused. Such is human nature. Unable to withstand the test of greed and survival, it reveals its true colors. The elders fought fiercely, and it seemed likely that their altercation would end in grave injury. Xiao Ran, losing interest, started the engine and drove away. Upon parking, he removed his jacket, and the leopard approached, tail held high. After giving the creature a gentle pat, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He shared a meal with his leopard before enjoying some fruit, followed by a cup of goji berry tea. Sustenance was vital. One must learn to maintain their health amidst constant depletion. Soon, Han Yun and her companions would arrive punctually. Chapter 71. Building 4. Xiao Ran felt satisfied and treated the 4 women to watermelon slices. Each received 2 pieces, not too many, yet sufficient. The 4 women relished the treat. To Xiao Ran, resources were abundant, with a surplus of watermelons, several thousand tons. In fact, even if he consumed 1 a day, it would last an eternity. But for the women, any fruit was a luxury, especially in the frigid weather. As they enjoyed hot pot until they broke a sweat and then savored the refreshing watermelon. What a blissful experience it was! No divine being could offer such delight. How could they possibly want to leave Xiao Ran's side? Even if he commanded them as slaves, they would comply without hesitation. In these times, whoever controlled resources held the power. Yet, it was equally essential to possess the means to protect those resources. Otherwise, one would merely become a benefactor. Remarkably, Xiao Ran excelled in both aspects. If he so desired, he could easily become the ruler of the entire community. But what would be the purpose? To gather a host of subordinates merely to engage in conflict? Would a large-scale war erupt in this era? No, it would be more accurate to say that in a few days, most would succumb to starvation, leading to a drastic decline in the global population. Large-scale warfare was an impossibility. Therefore, in instances of small-scale skirmishes, Xiao Ran's portal was an unparalleled weapon. A volley of bullets unleashed would leave no one capable of resisting. The women devoured the watermelon, leaving little trace of red. Appearing ever so unsatisfied, it was not that Xiao Ran was stingy. Offering too much at once would diminish its perceived value. Presently, they had food, but only in limited quantities, enhancing their appreciation and desire to please Xiao Ran. The principle of a grain of rice breeds gratitude. A grain of rice breeds resentment was evident here. After their watermelon feast, Xiao Ran reluctantly bid farewell to the 4 women. In the afternoon, numerous households erupted in outrage. The elders' desperate scramble for instant noodles had led to several fatalities due to fighting and exposure. Upon learning this, Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly, as long as they did not provoke him. He had no intention of intervening. If they chose to oppose him, well, they could perish. His life was paramount. However, Xiao Ran glanced toward Building 4, noting that its inhabitants had started resorting to cannibalism. Once the threshold of morality was breached, anything became possible, and he needed to remain vigilant. He feared not open confrontation, but rather covert schemes. As evening descended, a thick fog inexplicably rolled in, enveloping the entire city and reducing visibility from 20 meters to 10. Then 5, until it dwindled to a mere meter, reminiscent of the previous days. Those who had ventured out to gather supplies were now at grave risk. In such frigid temperatures, failing to find shelter in time could lead to death by freezing. Xiao Ran could not help but click his tongue. Though his car had been modified for optimal warmth, and he possessed the finest tactical jacket, sleeping in the vehicle was uncomfortable and unsafe. One could never predict what might occur in the dead of night. In the apocalypse, one must always exercise caution. Safety was paramount. In a room within Building 4, 7 men were consuming soup voraciously, each with a large bowl and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. They were the organizers and administrators of Building 4, which had now become tightly knit, even sharing living quarters to maximize warmth. Sun Wentao was the first to finish. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, "We no longer need to worry about food, but our clean water supply is running low, and we won't have enough for the next meal." Lu Yang, finishing second, wiped his mouth with a tissue and added, "That's simple. Many have likely gone out to scavenge supplies today. We can choose a building to raid, which will not only provide us with ample clean water, but also some extra provisions." "That's a splendid idea. Eating meat daily is becoming tedious," Lu Wei chimed in. "All right, let us wait a little longer before we mobilize. Whether our families can enjoy a good meal depends on our haul tonight." Lu Yang said, "Which building shall we target? We are on the 4th floor, so the closest options are the 3rd and 5th floors. Which do you prefer? 3rd, 5th. All right, the majority has chosen the 3rd floor. Tonight we will raid Building 3. In truth, that villa would be the best target," Ma Junkai suddenly interjected. The others pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. But Xiao Ran is not to be trifled with. Let's leave him be for now, whether he possesses true skill or merely luck. Yes, he is quite formidable in the dead of night. Lu Yang and a total of 30 men were fully equipped and set out. First arriving at the underground garage before entering Building 3, with a resounding crash, the door was violently smashed open, and a horde of men surged inside. Who could possibly stand in their way? Immediately, piercing screams echoed through the air. Before long, Lu Yang and his companions emerged, making their way towards the second household. With a loud crash, they forcefully broke open the door, and a throng of individuals surged inside. However, this time, they lingered for an extended period, during which the chilling screams of women echoed from within, intermittently ceasing only to resume. It was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that they began to exit one by one. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Jai's wife was quite beautiful. Yes, let us be patient, brothers. There are bound to be other beauties in Building 3. There's no need to rush. They continued their relentless assault on the doors. Chapter 72. Relax a little. The apocalypse had entered its 18th day. Early in the morning, news spread rapidly, denouncing the atrocities committed in Building 4 the previous day. Among the residents targeted by their rampage, some had desperately fled into the underground garage, utilizing the darkness and cold to evade their pursuers, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Nevertheless, by the following morning, over half of these survivors had perished. This alarming information was relayed by their own mouths. Upon hearing this news, the entire community was engulfed in shock, with countless individuals expressing their outrage. Under the coordination of the building leaders, most homeowners convened in the garage for a meeting. Naturally, no one from Building 4 participated, as the meeting's primary focus was strategizing on how to deal with them. This is outrageous. Previously, Xiao Ran had also taken lives, but it was evident to anyone with sense that it was others who provoked him first, prompting him to retaliate. Conversely, if one refrains from provoking Xiao Ran, who is the victim? Who has met their demise? No one. Hence, it is only natural for people to fear Xiao Ran. After all, he has killed numerous individuals. Yet, they do not feel terror, for as long as they avoid provoking him, they are assured of their safety. But Building 4 is different. Even if you do not provoke them, they will still come after you, devouring your flesh, drinking your blood, and violating your wives and daughters. They are nothing short of a cult, who could remain unafraid. Therefore, we must deliberate on a strategy. Xiao Ran naturally did not partake in the discussions. Upon waking, the first thing he did was glance out the window, noticing that the thick fog had dispersed considerably. While visibility was not as high as the previous day, he could still see approximately 15 meters. This was sufficient for venturing out in search of supplies. Having recently acquired 3 large cans of gasoline and diesel, He was in no hurry to venture out again today. By midday, Han Yun and the other 3 women arrived, informing Xiao Ran of the deeds committed by Building 4, each bearing a worried expression. For who knows whether the denizens of Building 4 would come crashing through their doors at night? Wreaking havoc among them, even the less striking Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei were at least 70 points on the beauty scale, while Han Yun and Wang Lulu surpassed 90, being exceptional, if they fell into the hands of those from Building 4. The outcome would be nothing short of tragic. Although they were currently involved in selling themselves, Xiao Ran was quite reasonable. He did not take advantage of them. On the contrary, they enjoyed abundant food and warmth, with hot showers available, akin to being kept by wealthy patrons. While the arrangement may sound unseemly, in reality, they were living a life of privilege. What awaited them in Building 4? They would be ravaged, abused, and ultimately become fodder. Under such anxieties, could they not furrow their brows and be consumed by their worries? Xiao Ran listened as they recounted the atrocities of Building 4, and while the community had organized a meeting, the lack of unity among the people meant no concrete plans emerged, rendering the gathering futile. Indeed, they were left to suffer the cold in the garage for naught. It was evident that these individuals had completely abandoned any sense of morality. No longer bound by societal order, their perception of right and wrong utterly extinguished. Only survival remained. In truth, such a mindset might indeed facilitate better survival in the apocalypse. However, with a pack of beasts who had tasted blood living nearby, even Xiao Ran felt an unsettling chill. While he had no reason to fear these thugs, if Han Yun and the others were targeted by Building 4, none would escape unscathed. Xiao Ran, still not weary of the game, certainly did not wish for Han Yun and her companions to be captured by those from Building 4 and turned into mere playthings. Furthermore, once Building 4 had systematically eliminated the residents of the community, the flames of conflict would inevitably reach him. Since they were destined to be adversaries, why not take the initiative and eradicate them early? Xiao Ran contemplated, his primary strategy being one of caution. Thus, even if he engaged, he needed to ensure his own safety was guaranteed, for a 99 chance of survival was tantamount to negligence. An idea struck him. He nodded inwardly. While this plan might not ensure the complete annihilation of Building 4's inhabitants, it would at least incapacitate them from committing further atrocities for a time, likely resulting in the demise of at least half their number. The 4 women were naturally overjoyed, but Wang Lulu quickly inquired, "Can I bring my son along?" Xiao Ran shook his head. Such a notion was simply impossible. Wang Lulu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, caught in a dilemma between coming alone or staying with her son. Ultimately, she resolved to come herself, entrusting her son to the care of a kindly, elderly couple living next door, believing that as long as she provided them with some food, they would look after him well. This was a reluctant decision, for she did not harbor deep affection for her son. He was merely a tool for her ascent. Compared to her own interests, the choice was rather straightforward. As evening approached, a thick fog descended once more. Visibility dropped to around 1 meter, leading Xiao Ran to speculate whether this pattern of fog dispersing during the day and reforming at night would continue. Checking the time, he resolved to take action. Chapter 73. Sealing the building first, he reviewed the surveillance footage, then stepped outside. Han Yun and the other 3 were sound asleep, none awake. Xiao Ran had discreetly added a touch of sedative to their dinner, ensuring they slept soundly and remained unaware of his midnight escapade. A biting cold enveloped him, jolting him into alertness. It was indeed frigid. Despite being fully equipped, he still felt the penetrating chill. The temperature at night had likely plummeted to around -30 degrees or lower. With a flashlight in hand, he swiftly made his way to Building 4. Ascending the stairs, he reached the second floor in this community. The first floor of each building was essentially an open space, devoid of residents, serving only as a storage area for electric bikes, hives, and food supplies. Xiao Ran positioned himself behind the fire door, and with a flick of his mind, he released large, square blocks of ice. Why had he prepared ice? Given that the world was currently in an ice age, it seemed counterintuitive. However, Xiao Ran was concerned about potential weather anomalies. If this year was exceedingly cold, what if next year turned unbearably hot? The alternative space was vast, and ice was inexpensive. Besides, melted ice could serve as drinking water or for bathing. Before long, he had laid down a thick layer approximately 1 meter high. He then took out steel bars and inserted them between the blocks of ice, propping them up close to the ceiling. Next, he poured water to fill the gaps between the ice blocks and the bars. How cold was it now? In temperatures hovering around -30 or 40 degrees. The water froze almost instantly upon contact. Thus, the ice blocks, along with the bars, fused completely. He continued layering the ice until he reached the ceiling. This presented a slight complication. He fetched a ladder and climbed up to continue pouring water, solidifying the ice wall reinforced with steel bars. The safety door opened towards the ice wall, but could it still be open now? One would have to push against an entire wall, even if one were to hack at the fire door with an axe. How much effort and time would it take to breach such a thick ice barrier, especially with steel bars within? Perhaps 10 days to half a month. Starving them for that long would likely lead to the demise of most. Xiao Ran then proceeded to another building, employing the same method to block the safety door there as well. He even placed several cars in the stairwell, further sealing off the exit for the occupants of the building. Oh, and the elevator shaft. He went to the first floor, pried open the elevator doors, and dumped in ice blocks, followed by water, rendering the elevator shaft completely inoperable. Now, the only way for the inhabitants of Building 4 to escape was to jump. It wasn't high. They could simply leap from the second floor, and the odds of serious injury or death were low, especially if they used bedsheets to lower themselves down, which would further reduce the risk of harm. However, what was the weather like now? In such extreme cold, coupled with the threat of toxic hail, how many could safely make their escape? Certainly, some would manage, but the probability would be exceedingly slim. That was sufficient. If Building 4 were weakened in this manner, the other residents of the community would still struggle against them. You are not worthy of survival. Xiao Ran was quite pleased with his handiwork. The key was that he had not needed to take any risks. He retreated, returning to the first floor, where the leopard greeted him, wagging its tail. Xiao Ran smiled. When it came to loyalty, only the leopard truly stood by him. As for Han Yun and her companions, they merely followed him due to the favorable conditions he provided. If he were destitute, their attitudes would surely change. Yet, Xiao Ran believed that the leopard would remain steadfast. Those who could share in your poverty are truly worthy of cherishing. A night passed, and the apocalypse entered its 19th day. Before dawn, chaos erupted in Building 4. The safety door leading to the first floor had become inoperable. Initially, no one paid it any mind, assuming the cold had caused water to freeze on the door, sealing it shut. They figured a forceful shove would suffice to open it, however, as one by one attempted to open the door without success. The commotion escalated, eventually awakening the entire building's occupants. Several burly men took turns crashing against the security door. Their efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. "Step aside," Liu Yang shouted, brandishing a fire axe as he approached the door, striking it with fervor. With splinters flew in all directions. After a time, exhaustion overtook Liu Yang, and he passed the axe to another individual to continue the assault. Approximately an hour later, their relentless efforts bore fruit as they finally breached the security door. However, their victory was short-lived upon discovering the thick ice wall beyond it, leaving them collectively dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Why was there an ice wall in the corridor of the second floor? Furthermore, they could vaguely discern several pillars within. Were those rebar? This was absurd. Had everything been just fine yesterday? Who had sealed off the corridor in the dead of night? Had the entire community conspired together? It seemed implausible for just one or even a handful of individuals to accomplish such a feat. They had yet to witness the cars trapped behind the ice wall, which would have sent chills down their spines, as if caught in a surreal nightmare. How had those vehicles even been brought inside? Surely, no matter how skilled a female driver might be, such a maneuver was beyond reason. "Let's use the elevator shaft," someone suddenly proposed. Thus, they ventured to the elevator shaft, prying open the elevator doors, only to be met with a shocking sight. A thick layer of ice had sealed off the first floor as well. What were they to do? They were effectively trapped within the building. "We can climb out through the windows," another ingenious soul suggested. Eyes brightened at the prospect. The drop from the second to the first floor was merely around 3 meters. Even a direct jump would likely result in no fatalities. Moreover, they could use ropes to descend, even tossing out bedding or other items to cushion their landing. However, the predicament was compounded by the fact that deadly hail continued to fall outside. Was this a jest? And what of the elderly and children? Who could be so heartless? The residents of Building 4 erupted in curses. They could contemplate the risk of jumping, but they were not yet at their wits' end and were unwilling to take such chances. For the time being, they would have to settle for this. Dawn broke. News of their plight spread rapidly throughout the community, many in disbelief rushing to Building 4 to witness the phenomenon for themselves, each expressing their astonishment. Indeed, it was true. Who were these enigmatic figures that performed such a deed without seeking recognition? The crowd was rife with curiosity. Accomplishing such a monumental task in a single night could hardly be the work of one person, especially with the cars lodged in the staircase, which defied comprehension. Yet this question was destined to remain unanswered. Chapter 74. The disappearance incident. The community convened once more, this time to discuss strategies for ensuring the inhabitants of Building 4 could not escape, effectively sealing them within. The previous day's meeting had failed to reach a consensus, as no one wished to confront a group of ruthless individuals, preferring instead to let others take the lead while they sat back and observed. Today, however, the dynamics had shifted. What threat did the residents of Building 4 pose now? None. Their only means of exit was to crawl or leap from the second floor, thus limiting their numbers significantly. The question then became how to block this route as well. Suggestions poured in. Some proposed digging a trench around the windows of Building 4 to artificially elevate the second floor to the third, thereby complicating any descent and increasing the likelihood of injury. However, this would require considerable effort. Yet, considering the stakes involved, the community was willing to contribute. Work would be divided by building number, with residents assigned to labor each day. Additionally, a watch would be maintained around the clock to monitor Building 4's activities. Should anyone dare to climb out, alarms would sound, and the community would unite to eliminate them. Now, it was a matter of survival. Either they perished, or the residents of Building 4 did. After all, these individuals had slaughtered nearly half the residents of Building 3 just 2 nights prior, who could still harbor sympathy for them, regardless of age or gender. All would be considered enemies. Xiao Ran naturally refused to partake in such ventures, drawing scorn from some who accused him of living off the collective efforts of others while contributing nothing himself, deeming him shameless. They insisted that those with wealth should contribute financially, while those without should offer their labor. If he was unwilling to work, he could at least part with some supplies. Yet Xiao Ran was as miserly as a Scrooge, refusing to part with anything. They derided him, some even resorting to shouting through a megaphone in the underground parking garage. Xiao Ran heard them all too well. Under the cover of night, he had locked Building 4, even administering sleeping pills to Han Yun and her companions to conceal his involvement, anticipating their reactions. Had they truly forgotten his identity? He stepped outside, unleashing a flurry of arrows from his compound bow, sending the group into a panic as they fled in terror. A few, however, fell victim to his shots, either killed or injured. The deceased lay silent, while the wounded groaned on the ground, but soon succumbed to the cold. Xiao Ran scoffed at, of course, the residents of Building 4 could very well retaliate, just as those from other buildings might. He trusted no one. Around 10 o'clock, Han Yun and her companions began to awaken. Surprised to find the hour so late, yet failing to suspect the influence of the sleeping pills, they attributed their deep slumber to the warmth of their surroundings, which was indeed plausible. Xiao Ran did not rush them to leave. Despite the situation in Building 4 being largely resolved, breakfast consisted of warm soy milk, fried dough sticks, and dumplings, all available for their choosing, which thrilled the 4 women and piqued their curiosity. Had Xiao Ran prepared a feast? After a morning workout, it was already noon. The 5 took turns showering before dining. After the meal, Wang Lulu prepared to depart, needing to deliver food to her son and share some with an elderly couple next door as a gesture of gratitude for their help in caring for her child. "Xiao Ran, my son is missing," she exclaimed. The situation unfolded as follows. The elderly couple had been found lifeless in a pool of blood, having perished some time ago, while her son had vanished. What could she do but seek Xiao Ran's assistance? Would he help her find her son? Firstly, he would not. Another person's child was of no concern to him. He had only engaged in a transaction with Wang Lulu, her body for food. Nothing more. Secondly, even if he were willing to help, how would they find him? Would they knock on every door? Who knew if they would be met with a knife or a club upon opening their doors? In matters of personal safety, Xiao Ran would never take such risks. Chapter 75. An unexpected visitor. Thus, Xiao Ran merely offered Wang Lulu some words of comfort, explaining the challenges of her search. But beyond that, he could do nothing. Han Yun and the other 3 women naturally agreed with his stance. After all, Wang Lulu's son was no concern of theirs. At most, they might express a few words of sympathy based on humanitarian grounds. However, If Xiao Ran were to agree to search for Wang Lulu's son, they would undoubtedly dissuade him. What if something happened to Xiao Ran? It wasn't that they held any deep affection for him. Rather, the villa's doors were secured with codes and fingerprints, operable only with a remote control that Xiao Ran had not granted them access to. Thus, should anything occur to him, they would be trapped in the basement. They shuddered at the thought. What would they do when the firewood for the stove ran out and they were left to fend for themselves against the cold? Better a dead friend than a dead priest. In comparison, their own lives were, of course, paramount. They had no lofty ideals to risk their survival to assist others. What could Wang Lulu do? She had no idea where her son was, and in this frigid weather. Even if she were willing to search door to door, how long would it take before she succumbed to the cold? She was resigned to her fate. This highlights her selfish nature. Clearly, her own safety took precedence. Xiao Ran merely smiled. He had no need for Wang Lulu to follow him for a lifetime. Her character held no significance for him. Should she betray him, a single bullet would suffice. It was akin to visiting a club for a massage. Would one truly assess the technician's character or moral standing? Of course, Wang Lulu was genuinely concerned for her son, remaining in a daze throughout the afternoon. Just as Xiao Ran believed the day would pass uneventfully, a loud crash echoed, followed by the blaring of sirens. It was indeed the sound of police sirens, not the alarm of a car. Could it be a police car? Xiao Ran mused as he ascended to the third floor. Peering outside, however, by now, it was past 5 in the afternoon, and a thick fog had rolled in, reducing visibility to around 2 meters. What could he possibly see? Nothing at all. He felt a twinge of curiosity. But would he truly venture out for such a trivial matter? Absolutely not. Given the current conditions, the likelihood of breaching his secure refuge was zero, unless an army or military-grade weaponry were deployed. Xiao Ran descended to prepare dinner for the leopard before heading to the basement to summon Han Yun and the others for their evening meal. After dining, they indulged in some fruit. And Xiao Ran connected a portable hard drive to the television, allowing the 4 women to watch shows and pass the time in stark contrast to the warm atmosphere within the villa. Another family was enduring a misfortune. A vehicle veered into the community, careening erratically as though operated by a drunken driver. In reality, the slick ground rendered the driver unable to maintain control, with a resounding crash. The vehicle smashed into the entrance of Building 5. The impact triggered a malfunction in the vehicle's equipment, causing the siren atop to flash and wail. This was no ordinary car. It was a police vehicle, specifically a transport van used for escorting prisoners. Moments later, one of the doors swung open, revealing a woman stumbling out, followed by a second, a third. After the 9th individual exited, no one else emerged. The 9 individuals are all women, varying in age and physique. The youngest among them is merely in her 20s, while the eldest is in her 30s. Notably, this 30-something woman possesses a notably ample figure and clad in thick clothing. She resembles a spherical shape. Although they have disembarked from a prison transport vehicle, their attire is rather ordinary, making it difficult to discern whether they are guards or inmates. The vehicular mishap, while not severe, has left all 9 with minor abrasions. After a brief respite, the plump woman declares, "The vehicle is damaged, and with such dense fog, further travel is impossible. We shall have to spend the night here. Let's find a place to stay. It is freezing outside, and we need to procure some food." A woman adorned with tattoos interjects, "Let us go." They ascend to the 2nd floor and rap upon the door of room 201. But after a few moments of silence with no response, they proceed to knock on the door of room 202. "Who is it?" Comes an immediate reply. Inside, a bald man peers through the peephole, gripping a kitchen knife in his hand. The tattooed woman steps forward and smiles. "Brother, please open the door. We are just a few sisters seeking refuge from the cold. If you grant us shelter, we shall entertain you however you desire." Inside, the bald man scans the scene, confirming that only 9 women stand before him, and a sinister smile creeps across his face. Concealing the knife behind him, he unlocks the door. The 9 women hastily file inside, relieved to escape the biting cold. Once everyone is inside, the bald man slams the door shut and brandishes the kitchen knife with a fierce expression, barking, "Get inside, all of you. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll kill her." He has ropes ready, intending to force the women to bind each other's hands. The ugly ones would be swiftly executed, while the beautiful ones would serve his depraved desires. However, to his astonishment, None of the 9 women display any sign of fear. This unexpected reaction leaves him momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, in the next instant, he brandishes the knife again. So, you all want me to kill a few to establish authority before you comply. Don Tio? He steps forward, the blade gleaming ominously. To his surprise, 3 women among them do not retreat but advance. Their gazes fierce and unwavering. One is the stout woman, another the tattooed woman, and the last a beauty with half her face obscured by hair, though her striking beauty is evident, her eyes resolute as if she were a wounded lone wolf. The bald man is taken aback for a moment, then grins broadly. 3 women want to challenge me? Ha! I'll take care of this fat one first, and then we'll see if you dare to be bold. He raises the knife, only to witness the 3 women simultaneously lifting their hands, revealing firearms aimed directly at him. Shit! The bald man drops the knife with a clatter, raising his hands in surrender. Don't be impulsive. I was just joking. Ha ha. His laughter is forced and nervous. Little green, tie him up, commands the stout woman. Sure thing. One of the women steps forward, pulling her bra from her clothing and using it as a makeshift rope to bind the man's hands. Initially dismissive, believing he could easily break free, the bald man soon discovers he is utterly trapped. The tattooed woman holsters her gun and retrieves the fallen knife, drawing it menacingly across the bald man's throat. Panic floods his expression as he pleads. Let us talk this over, please. Answer my questions honestly. Who are you, and what is the situation here? The tattooed woman demands. The bald man, sensing the cold steel against his skin, begins to divulge everything he knows. He speaks of the brutality in Building 4, how a rival gang has been trapped inside, and mentions the wealthy Xiao Ran, notorious for issuing bounties and responsible for at least 30 deaths. As the bald man's tale unfolds, the 9 women exchange glances, astonished. It has been less than 20 days since the disaster began. Yet the world outside has devolved into such chaos. They ponder their own identities as convicts. The stout woman, Mei Ting, known as Sister Mei, is a human trafficker sentenced to 20 years. The tattooed woman, Zhou Yilin, referred to as Sister Zhou, is a drug dealer with blood on her hands. Originally sentenced to death but granted a 2-year reprieve due to her pregnancy. The beauty with the obscured face is Su Qingmei, convicted of excessive self-defense resulting in death, sentenced to 9 years. These 3 are the leaders among the 9. Following the disaster, a riot erupted in the prison, and they seized firearms, resisting the guards for several days until they escaped in the transport vehicle amidst the fog. The chaos outside mirrors their own plight. It is entirely logical. The prison has been in turmoil for nearly 10 days with no external support, indicating a complete breakdown of social order. So we are now free. The 9 women express their exhilaration. Escaping from prison is a grave offense, and while they fled, who among them is not afraid? Before the might of the state, they are as insignificant as ants. But now, where are the armies, the police? They no longer exist. Who would pursue them? In this power outage, unless someone already knows their identities, who would recognize them? That fellow named Xiao Ran appears to possess substantial resources. Should we seize his villa? The women excitedly propose. Despite their past crimes, given the current state of chaos, what do they have left to fear? Mei Ting muses, Xiao Ran's only advantage is a high-end toy gun that can spray poison. But we possess real firearms, which has a longer range, a gun or a water gun. The other women nod in agreement. Mei Ting's analysis is astute. With the villa's fortifications and his toy weapon, Xiao Ran may seem secure, yet they hold true firearms. Since we have arrived, Xiao Ran's position as a local tyrant is untenable. His greatest flaw is his lust. Being women, we can easily lure him to open the door. Leaving him at our mercy, Zhou Yilin asserts, swiftly slicing the knife through the air. With a swift motion, blood sprays from the bald man's throat as he struggles in vain, bound and helpless. Flopping like a fish out of water, within moments, he lies still, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief, unable to accept that he has met his end at the hands of women. Let us head to the villa, Zhou Yilin states, discarding the knife. Mei Ting nods. Though the room is warmer than outside, the night has fallen and temperatures are plummeting. Even indoors, it is below freezing and continuing to drop. The allure of warmth in the villa is irresistible. I shall not go. I will part ways with you here, Su Qingmei suddenly declares. Mei Ting and Zhou Yilin exchange glances, their eyes glinting with menace. Su Qingmei, toying with her gun. Continues, this world is already in disarray. Even if we separate, none need fear betrayal. Killing has become trivial. Who cares about our identities as criminals? Previously, the 9 women acted as a cohesive unit, for one capture could easily lead to the betrayal of others. But now, the circumstances have shifted. Who would hold their past crimes against them? The specter of murder looms large, with building for having witnessed a massacre overnight. In the past, military intervention would have quelled such chaos. But now, who would intervene? In comparison, their past misdeeds seem inconsequential. Mei Ting and Zhou Yilin exchange knowing glances, each slightly nodding. Very well, let us part ways, Su Qingmei, since you choose to separate from us. Beware when we meet again, Zhou Yilin warns as she and Mei Ting exit the room, leaving the remaining 6 women to exchange glances before hastily following, leaving Su Qingmei alone. She approaches the door, shutting it behind her before opening the bedroom door to find another woman standing there. Startled by the sudden appearance, the woman stumbles back, exclaiming, I am also a victim. I was taken by men from the neighboring house. They killed my husband. Su Qingmei closes the door, settling down with a relieved expression. She retrieves a photograph depicting 2 young women, likely sisters. The older one resembles her, though she appears no older than 20, while the other is about 16, both smiling sweetly. She places the photograph against her chest, whispering, Little sister, hold on. I will find you. Meanwhile, Zhou Yilin and Mei Ting lead the remaining 6 women to the underground garage, illuminating their surroundings with flashlights as they make their way toward Building 8. It's freezing out here. Some individuals voiced their grievances. Mei Ting chuckled and remarked, Once we enter the villa, there is no need to fear the cold. A chorus of enthusiastic nods came from the women, brimming with anticipation. The garage was rather small. Even though they were not well acquainted and the area was dimly lit, within a few minutes, they found themselves at the corridor leading to the villa. They had come prepared, unfurling their umbrellas. It is wise to remain vigilant, especially since their original intent was to cause harm, which naturally made them more cautious. They knocked on the door with a series of firm raps. The woman at the forefront, named Ing Zi, was the most beautiful among the 8. Gil Luo Xiao ran into opening the door. They had naturally sent forth their most attractive member. Unfortunately, Su Qingmei had withdrawn from the group. Had she been present, one could only imagine how irresistible she would have been to any man. What do you want? A man's voice echoed from the intercom. Ing Zi swayed her hips, forcing a smile as she cooed. Big brother, did you not say that as long as we are willing to sleep with you, you would provide us food? Hee, all of us sisters are eager to keep you company. Xiao Ran observed the scene through the surveillance cameras, clearly noting that there were 8 individuals in total. Though they were all women, some were less than appealing, particularly the overweight one. Was she serious? If she were to work the streets, would anyone even pay her? Moreover, what was this? Xiao Ran spotted a gun concealed behind the stout woman. They believed Xiao Ran had merely installed a single camera, unaware that there were actually 3, strategically placed and equipped with infrared imaging. Thus, they had come to rob him of his villa. But what had caused such a sudden emergence of this band of women in the neighborhood? A thought flickered in his mind, recalling the earlier sounds of a collision and police sirens. Could it be these 8 women? Very well. Since they had presented themselves so graciously, he would take the opportunity to deal with them all at once. Otherwise, if the 8 women dispersed throughout the neighborhood, locating them would pose a challenge. Come in, Xiao Ran commanded, first disabling the surveillance before summoning Han Yun and the other 3. He did not wish for them to witness the use of his spatial abilities. Han Yun felt somewhat slighted, saying, What is this? Now that there are newcomers, are we the old ones to be cast aside? Xiao Ran smiled. These newcomers are not to be trifled with. They are armed. Armed? The 4 women gasped in horror. Zhang Jingya was the first to speak. In that case, let us not bother with them. They can't possibly get in anyway. Yes, yes, the other 3 chimed in unison. The villa was well equipped and exceedingly secure. Why engage in a confrontation with a group wielding firearms? Xiao Ran disregarded their chatter, instructing them to hide behind the screen. Then, he extinguished the lights. With the press of a remote, the iron gate creaked open slowly towards the corridor. Outside, the 8 women gazed into the pitch-black interior, suddenly hesitating. Why was it so dark? Had Xiao Ran already anticipated their arrival? However, as soon as the door opened, warm air rushed out, enveloping them in a comforting embrace that words could scarcely describe. They could not help but step inside one by one, they vanished without a sound. The darkness was so profound that those at the back failed to notice their companions had seemingly disappeared until 5 had gone missing. Zhou Yalan shone her flashlight, coming to an abrupt halt in shock. "Where is everyone? Where are the others?" she called out, her voice trembling. "Ingzi, Xiao Lu," she cried, but did not realize her voice quivered with fear. Her exclamation caused Mei Ting and another woman to pause as well, both directing their flashlights into the room, searching for the whereabouts of their 5 missing companions. Yet, nothing was found. Panic seized the three as darkness and the unknown combined to create an overwhelming terror. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by their flashlight. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting raised their guns and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang! In the darkness, each bullet fired burst forth with a flash of light. However, to their astonishment, the figure remained standing despite their barrage. "Your aim is atrocious," Xiao Ran chuckled. Were Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan truly so inept? Of course not. It was because he had opened the spatial door on the iron gate, causing all incoming bullets to be absorbed into the alternate dimension. Therefore, it was indeed miraculous if even a single bullet struck Xiao Ran. None of the bullets even reached the interior. Otherwise, upon hitting the walls or furniture, they would have made a sound. Yet, in the throes of fear, the 3 women were incapable of processing this reality. They trembled uncontrollably, finding it difficult to breathe. Xiao Ran was not one to take risks. Noticing that the 3 women were neither advancing nor were they aware of the ammunition in their guns, he decided against moving forward. Instead, he activated a powerful flashlight, directing it towards them. With a swift motion, bullets silently shot forth from the alternate space. The distance between the spatial portal and the 3 women was less than a meter, ensuring Xiao Ran's accuracy was unquestionable. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 women fell, struck in the forehead, collapsing backward. Thus, the 8 were eliminated. Xiao Ran approached, collecting both the bodies and their weapons, then ventured outside the corridor, discarding the 8 women's corpses. Only then did Han Yun and the others cautiously peek out from behind the screen, their faces filled with fear. Guns. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Even the fiercest individual would feel like a vulnerable infant in the presence of firearms. "What about those people?" Han Yun asked, her voice trembling. "They've been dealt with. Their bodies are outside," Xiao Ran replied casually, though his brow furrowed. He had observed that 4 of the 8 women bore tattoos, indicating they could not possibly be police officers. Coupled with the sound of sirens, he speculated that these women had procured their guns and police vehicle from the precinct. Had he seen the vehicle, he would have realized his assumption was incorrect. The weapons had not been acquired from the police station but rather stolen from a prison. This implied that ordinary individuals could now easily obtain firearms. This could lead to significant trouble. While Xiao Ran possessed spatial abilities and the ammunition therein, making him invincible in a direct confrontation, the threat of being ambushed from behind loomed large. He would need to exercise extreme caution in the future. Fortunately, his vehicle was bulletproof. Next time, he ought to procure a bulletproof vest and riot helmet from the police station. Xiao Ran mentally admonished himself, vowing not to be complacent. After all, he merely possessed a spatial advantage, not superhuman abilities. Dismissing further thoughts, he noted the late hour. Time to sleep. Chapter 78. Venturing out again. Additional update. Another night passed, marking the 20th day of the apocalypse. 20 days. Xiao Ran gazed outside as the world gradually turned white and could not help but marvel at humanity's resilience. 20 days had elapsed, yet it seemed that half, if not more, of the residents in the entire community were still alive. Moreover, had it not been for the internecine conflicts among humans, the number of survivors would likely be even greater. Leaving Xiao Ran in awe, after lingering in bed for a while, he finally rose and made his way to the first floor, where the leopard greeted him with a wagging tail. Smiling, Xiao Ran tossed it 2 meat buns before opening the basement door and descending with his breakfast. Of course, he had confirmed the area was safe via surveillance. At any moment, his sole trust lay in himself. Han Yun and the other 3 women were sleeping soundly. Compared to the frigid conditions at his own home, this place was far more comforting. Nestled in the blankets, it was warm beyond measure. The only downside was the cramped conditions. With 4 individuals sharing a single bed, it was undeniably tight. However, this minor inconvenience was easily overlooked in light of the warmth. As the 4 women awoke, they prepared to freshen up and enjoy breakfast. After their meal, Xiao Ran encouraged them to watch dramas or read novels, while he retreated to the second floor due to remain with the women all the time. With nothing pressing to do, what could men and women possibly engage in together? The temperature seemed to have dropped again. Xiao Ran glanced at the thermometer, noting the room's temperature had fallen to 15 degrees. Whereas it had previously been around 23 or 24 degrees, he added more firewood and opened the window to check the outside temperature. Goodness, it was a staggering minus 41 degrees. If the daytime temperatures were this low, what could one expect at night? Xiao Ran surveyed the residential buildings outside. Those who had survived thus far were truly remarkable. However, continuing to survive would become increasingly challenging. Without air conditioning, underfloor heating, or a fireplace, warmth could only come from human proximity, which was but a drop in the bucket. Thus, it was likely that in the days to come, many would succumb to the cold. Xiao Ran felt a deep sense of lament. But he was not a savior, nor did he aspire to be one. He merely wished to look after himself. Most, he might, chuckling to himself, take in some beautiful women, for solitude was indeed a dreary state. After a year and a half, he would surely go mad. They would undoubtedly struggle to last even 2 days. Though they did not meet his ideal standards, he had no other options at present. When faced with a lack of choices, one's standards inevitably lowered. However, the 4 women could only remain in the basement. Xiao Ran would never allow them upstairs. During the day, the dense fog had dissipated considerably, with visibility reaching around 20 meters. Perhaps it was time to venture out in search of resources, Xiao Ran contemplated. With such frigid conditions, fewer individuals would venture outside, as exposure to such extreme cold for even 20 minutes could severely damage the lungs or even lead to organ failure. Of course, remaining in the vehicle would pose no issues. Xiao Ran calculated that, having modified his vehicle, it would maintain warmth effectively. Therefore, he resolved to limit his time outdoors to no more than 20 minutes, perhaps. For safety, even to under 15 minutes. Moreover, he needed to retrieve bulletproof vests and helmets from the police station. Xiao Ran decided to venture outside for another reason. Remaining in the villa often led his thoughts to the 4 enchanting beings below, who were available for his amusement. Xiao Ran feared he might meet an untimely demise. Why were many ancient emperors short-lived? A significant part of it was due to indulgence leading to their downfall. A cautionary tale. Since he was going out, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Xiao Ran donned the warmest winter attire and equipped himself with warming patches, as today's temperature was a chilling 20 degrees colder than his previous outing, which was no trivial matter. With 4 women temporarily sheltered at home, Xiao Ran certainly did not wish for them to perish from hunger or thirst. However, he still secured the door. Thus, if he were to truly succumb outside, Han Yun and the others would have to accompany him in death. I provide for you all. My demise warrants your companionship in the afterlife, does it not? This sentiment extended to Han Yun and the others. And naturally, he did not neglect the leopard either. Xiao Ran prepared ample dog food and fresh water, cautioning the leopard to consume only 1 portion each day. After several days of training, the leopard understood this simple command, tugging at Xiao Ran's pants while wagging its tail vigorously, as if imploring him not to leave. Xiao Ran chuckled, patting the leopard's head, yet he broke free from its grasp and stepped outside. Upon entering the car and opening the door, he noticed that the hail outside had nearly ceased, with not a single piece falling for quite a while. As he started the engine and drove off, he immediately felt the vehicle skimming over the slick surface. The road was perilously slippery. The ground was coated with a thick layer of ice formed from the hail, rendering it exceptionally smooth. Both humans and vehicles glided across it as if skating. Fortunately, due to modifications, the G-Class had powerful anti-slip tires, and its weight ensured sufficient stability. Otherwise, the car might have skidded uncontrollably, likely crashing multiple times. The entire city had transformed into a vast ice rink. Yet, this rink was unbearably cold. Even fully bundled up, one could only endure the outdoors for 15 to 20 minutes, lest their lungs suffer irreparable harm. Xiao Ran navigated the vehicle out of the neighborhood. This spectacle naturally caught the eyes of many, who were both astonished and envious. The good news was that the fog had lifted and the toxic hail had nearly stopped. However, the bad news was that the temperature had plummeted again. Su City had never experienced such extreme temperatures below minus 10 degrees Celsius, so who could withstand it? Adding layers? Setting aside whether one could even fit into them? How cumbersome would a person become? The ground was treacherously slick, and with the ice being toxic, a slip could lead to skin abrasions. with the temperature dropping further and the roads becoming even slicker. How many dared to venture outdoors? Chapter 79. The unknown beast Xiao Ran had previously checked the map and knew the nearest police station was not a mere precinct, as those were often too small to provide what he needed. The closest police station was approximately 5 kilometers away. Maintaining a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, he thought it unnecessary to rush, considering it was only 5 kilometers. Visibility was reduced to 15 to 20 meters. Yet, he could still discern the road. Turn left at the next intersection. Continue straight at the following intersection. Xiao Ran muttered to himself, glancing at the temperature display inside the car, which read a mere 0 degrees. He raised thermal barriers on all windows except the front windshield, feeling the temperature noticeably rise. The front windshield had to remain unobstructed for visibility while driving. Checking the temperature again, it had climbed to 10 degrees. Let us turn on the electric blanket. That should keep the chill at bay, however. He realized this would consume a lot of fuel. Xiao Ran chuckled. Did he really need to worry about fuel? He planned to visit a few gas stations today. While draining a single gas station could sustain him for a considerable time, who would complain about having too much, given his prudent nature? He felt compelled to stockpile enough supplies to last for several lifetimes. The same applied to food and water. He could not afford to fall short in energy resources. Nevertheless, he made his way to the police station first. Exiting the vehicle, he shivered involuntarily, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern in the middle of summer. The wind howled fiercely outside, cutting through him like a knife. Xiao Ran hurried towards the police station. The path was slick, and he nearly lost his footing. Fortunately, he steadied himself. Clad in thick gloves, he could brace himself against the icy surface without fear of toxic burns. The front door was ajar. Xiao Ran pushed it, but to his surprise, it wouldn't budge, having been completely frozen shut. Summoning all his strength, he pushed again, and at last, the door gave way. However, Xiao Ran was not aiming to open it fully but rather to close it behind him. With the door shut, the howling winds could no longer invade, and he immediately felt a slight warmth. Yet, it was but a slight reprieve. Without heating or underfloor heating, the indoor temperature was still a frigid -30 degrees. Fortunately, Xiao Ran was well prepared for the cold, and he could likely endure for 20 to 30 minutes at this temperature. He began his search, moving from room to room. An empty office, another empty office, an unoccupied reception area, and then, Xiao Ran froze in shock, for this room was not empty. A corpse lay within. To be precise, it was a human body that had been partially devoured. Its face was unrecognizable, having been gnawed away, and the chest cavity was hollowed out, making it impossible to determine the gender. However, the waist and hip curves, along with a floral dress, suggested it was a woman. Cannibalism? This was Xiao Ran's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Would a person gnaw at another's face? Moreover, the chest appeared to have been excavated by claws. Given the frigid weather, the flesh remained intact, indicating it was not sliced with a blade but rather the work of a beast, a ferocious beast. Xiao Ran envisioned the scene. A gigantic predator pouncing on a woman, tearing at her face, then ripping open her chest and consuming her entrails. Why the entrails? First, they are rich in moisture. Second, they possess a higher temperature. These two factors align with current eating habits, in such cold weather. With no clean water available, the beast devoured the corpse's innards and discarded the rest. In this city, humans made for easy prey. With tools in hand, humanity reigns supreme. Yet, unarmed, one could easily fall victim to the many predators lurking about. Could it be that a Siberian tiger had escaped from the zoo? Xiao Ran pondered. Or perhaps a Siberian wolf? Why such speculation? Because other predators, like lions and leopards, could similarly kill and consume humans, but they reside in warmer climates and would likely perish in such extreme cold. The snow leopard might be a possibility. But did the zoo house any? No. Thus, the most likely culprits were either a Siberian tiger or a polar bear. Yet, how had this beast traversed the treacherous distance of over 10 kilometers from the zoo? Xiao Ran found it inconceivable. However, the notion that someone nearby might be harboring a beast seemed even more implausible. This was not the Middle East, where one could keep lions or tigers in their homes. Therefore, it was perplexing. Alternatively, perhaps he was mistaken. What if it was not a single beast, but rather a pack? In that case, the individual sizes of the predators could be considerably smaller. Yet, this theory faltered as well. For aside from the face, only the innards were missing. If a group of beasts had been feasting, how could they have refrained from gnawing on the limbs? Were they lining up, taking turns? With confusion, Xiao Ran exited the room, his vigilance heightening to its utmost. He moved step by step, cautiously. Perhaps that beast, or that pack of beasts, had not yet departed and was lurking within the police station. He could not afford to be careless. He had come to retrieve bulletproof vests, riot helmets, and the like, to enhance his safety, not to place himself in perilous situations. In this state, Xiao Ran felt his adrenaline surging, as if something within him was on the verge of awakening. He continued his search. After traversing 2 more rooms, Xiao Ran once again stumbled upon a corpse lying horizontally. This time, it was 2 men, both police officers, yet, much like the previous female victim, their innards had been hollowed out, although their faces remained intact, allowing for clear identification. Their necks had been brutally twisted point. One could imagine how they had encountered the beast, struck in the face with such force that their cervical vertebrae snapped, resulting in instantaneous death. Both male corpses bore the same fatality. This confirmed to Xiao Ran that it was likely not a pack of beasts, but rather a single entity, one of immense strength capable of snapping a human neck with a single blow. His heartbeat quickened, thumping loudly in his chest. If this beast were to attack him head-on, Xiao Ran felt no fear. Whether through the spatial door or by firing bullets from another dimension, he believed he could handle even an elephant with ease. However, the true threat lay in the unknown, lurking possibly just behind him, which naturally instilled tension and fear. Fear, at times, is not entirely detrimental. It can foster caution and unleash untold potential driven by the will to survive. Xiao Ran did not wish to die. Therefore, if this beast sought to attack him, to consume him, he would unleash every ounce of strength to retaliate. His heartbeat quickened, as if he had suddenly entered a wondrous realm. Chapter 80. The Siberian Husky? Upon entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged rapidly, feeling as though something within him was on the brink of emergence. Now, his tension and unease intensified, that sentiment growing ever stronger. Before he could savor the moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged from behind him. In that instant, Xiao Ran was abruptly thrust into an extraordinarily profound state. He found himself perceiving what lay behind him. No, it was not merely that. It was as though he had transcended to a divine perspective akin to that of a god in a game. Able to behold everything surrounding him, front, back, left, right, above, below. Behind him, a colossal creature, a striking blend of black and white, was lunging towards him with astonishing speed. Xiao Ran realized he would not have time to evade this onslaught. Yet his neural reflexes outpaced his physical form. The moment he spotted the monstrous beast approaching, he swiftly opened a portal of space behind him. Measuring 5 by 5 meters, it was ample enough to secure his safety. However, the divine perspective in his mind vanished almost as swiftly as it had appeared. Xiao Ran turned around in a startled glance and beheld that the beast was of lion-like proportions. Its body cloaked in thick fur, predominantly black with only a hint of white. Yet, despite its lion-like stature, Xiao Ran was certain this was an enormous Siberian husky. How could a husky grow to such a size? A lion indeed, the size of a male lion. The husky did not crash through the portal but seemed to sense its existence, halting abruptly and even taking a few steps back. It bared its teeth and emitted a low growl toward Xiao Ran. Yet its steps retreated. In that moment, Xiao Ran had no time to ponder how a husky could have grown to such an imposing size. He believed that the 3 individuals before him had all fallen victim to this very beast. Devoured by it, a creature of such magnitude would naturally possess immense strength, capable of snapping a human's neck with ease. Faced with such a ferocious creature, how could Xiao Ran hesitate? With a swift motion, bullets poured forth from the portal. The husky, clearly unprepared for such a maneuver, attempted to dodge but was met with an overwhelming barrage of several hundred bullets. How could it possibly evade such a dense rain of fire? The husky was struck, astonishingly, only once. Such incredible speed. The bullet struck its hindquarters, but to Xiao Ran's astonishment, it penetrated merely a couple of centimeters, still visible beneath the fur. Goodness, was its hide fashioned from bulletproof material? The husky, in pain from the shot, roared in fury, baring its teeth, its fangs extending approximately 7 centimeters. One bite could easily pierce a human throat. Yet, it merely cast a deep, lingering gaze at Xiao Ran before turning and fleeing, vanishing into the shadows with astonishing speed. Even during the day, many rooms in the police station were dimly lit, particularly those without windows, providing excellent concealment. Xiao Ran backed against the wall, opening the portal in front of him, nearly brushing against his body as he took deep, labored breaths, sweat pouring from him. The mystery was solved. The three individuals had indeed been slaughtered and devoured by this husky. Huskies are one of the three foolish ones of the snow. Originally bred in Siberia for sledding, well adapted to cold climates. Thus, it was not surprising that it could survive in such low temperatures. Yet, how could a husky grow to such an enormous size? Had it mutated? A mutation? Could this natural disaster have caused an animal mutation? Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Based on the information available, the husky's size had multiplied several times over, its weight increasing from dozens of pounds to at least several hundred, accompanied by a proportional increase in strength. Moreover, it could dodge bullets. This indicated an astonishing speed and agility. Furthermore, its skin was remarkably tough, comparable to bulletproof vests. Such a creature, could it truly be a product of mutation? Having suffered, it would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Coincidentally, Xiao Ran was quite the vengeful character and had no intention of leaving any future threats. Thus, having established an enmity, he resolved to eradicate it. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran strode out of the room. Come, let us settle this once and for all. Though typically cautious, when the moment demanded it, he would not shy away. It was a contest of survival. Xiao Ran advanced cautiously, his mind reflecting on the peculiar state he had entered when the husky had ambushed him, as if he had been granted a divine perspective, perceiving all around him. Indeed, it should be called a mental state. If he could maintain such a state, would the husky dare to ambush him again? Not a chance. But how could he summon that state once more? Xiao Ran was at a loss. He seemed to have forgotten about the husky, continuing his search through the rooms, discovering more bodies, all of them having been gnawed upon, their innards devoured. The husky was responsible for this. Yet, Xiao Ran felt little anger. In these times, murder, death, and cannibalism had become all too commonplace. Additionally, when humanity was powerful, it hunted various beasts. So now that humankind was weakened, it seemed only natural for certain animals to rise and view humans as prey. After all, the essence of this world is survival of the fittest. It applies to humanity, and indeed to the entire biological chain. However, the husky viewing humans as mere sustenance posed no exception for Xiao Ran. Especially since he had injured it, this enmity was bound to deepen. Xiao Ran was convinced that the husky had not departed. It was surely lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike at any moment. In this tense atmosphere, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged once more, and that extraordinary sensation returned, albeit slightly diminished. He remained unable to enter the divine perspective. Whoosh! At that moment, the fierce wind returned. The husky attacked. In that instant, Xiao Ran shattered the barrier and regained the divine perspective. He beheld the husky springing forth from a side door, its paw lunging towards his face. Should it strike, Xiao Ran would not merely suffer a broken neck. His face would undoubtedly be brutally maimed, even torn asunder. With a grunt, Xiao Ran opened the portal, inviting the beast into a trap, simultaneously unleashing thousands of bullets from within. Thousands. To eliminate this husky, Xiao Ran spared no expense. Such a terrifying entity must be dealt with immediately. The husky seemed to possess an uncanny sixth sense. Although the portal was invisible to the naked eye, it executed a sudden stop, reversing direction in an instant and fleeing. Yet, despite the husky's incredible speed, it still had to undergo the steps of halting, turning, and then accelerating again, while the bullets traveled at a velocity akin to that of sound. This time, Xiao Ran deliberately controlled the trajectory, unleashing the bullets like a net. No, not just one net, but 7. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to fire thousands of rounds at once. Strictly speaking, he had fired 7 times, the intervals so brief they could be considered simultaneous, resulting in the appearance of thousands of bullets being discharged at once. Was this a jest? The husky was struck. Woof, woof, woof. This mutated creature howled in agony, filled with rage. It was hit multiple times, its frantic momentum faltering. Crashing heavily against the wall in a tremendous display of force, it broke through the wall, its massive body sliding out, blood splattering everywhere. Just as Xiao Ran prepared to give chase, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he felt as though his body had been drained of energy, nausea overwhelming him. He had utilized the portal numerous times without ever experiencing such a sensation. Could it be? Was it the divine perspective? No, this was not merely divine perspective. I had harnessed spatial abilities, even capable of opening a portal to enclose anything within its dimensions. What did this signify? I had grasped the essence of spatial manipulation. Just moments ago, I could see all around me, including behind, above, and below. Was this not a manifestation of spatial abilities? Was it spatial detection? Spatial perception? The name mattered little. However, under immense pressure and a fierce desire to survive, I had unlocked a second facet of my spatial abilities. Let us call it spatial perception. I do not adhere to any religion, so why invoke the term divine perspective? Nevertheless, first, I am still not adept at wielding spatial perception. And second, employing this ability would likely consume a substantial amount of energy. Powers. This drained sensation was not one of physical exhaustion. Yet, why had I not felt burdened by the portal? After resting for a while, he gradually began to recuperate. He wished to employ spatial perception again, but found himself unable to activate it consciously. Must I encounter a crisis? Or was it merely that I had utilized it too few times? Lacking familiarity? If I practiced more, might I not be able to summon it at will in the future? Goodness, had it already stopped bleeding? Xiao Ran could not help but grimace. This recovery rate was astonishing. Is there any creature on Earth capable of such feats? If it had not mutated, I would never need a sword again. After some time, Xiao Ran located an armory. It was a secure door. He retrieved a welding torch and directed the flame at the lock, employing the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. After a brief moment, a sharp sound echoed. The secure door had sustained critical damage from within. There was no alternative. Sioux City had never experienced such frigid temperatures. Who would impose temperature control requirements on a secure door? Besides, this was China. Who would dare invade a police station to steal weapons? With a push, the secure door swung open, but for safety's sake, he opened the portal ahead of him. Caution is never excessive. Do not open the door. A voice called from within. What? Xiao Ran paused, his intentions merely precautionary. Yet he never expected to find someone behind the secure door. Who was in there? He shone his flashlight into the darkness. 5 individuals approached, each bearing a countenance of palpable fear. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 women and 2 men among them, all clad in thick military coats, which likely aided their survival in such frigid conditions. However, each held a weapon, guns, to be precise. This was an armory, and their possession of firearms was scarcely surprising. You've doomed us, exclaimed one armed man. There's a dog out there, a veritable beast, nearly the size of a lion, that has slaughtered everyone at the precinct. We barely escaped here, barricading ourselves against that monstrous hound, and you had the audacity to break down the door, sealing our fate. As he spoke, he fixed a bitter, vengeful glare on Xiao Ran. Damn it. I'll take you down first. He raised his weapon, aiming it at Xiao Ran, but was thwarted by another, who pushed the gun aside. Fortunately, this intervention spared Xiao Ran from retaliating, as any attack on his part would have likely resulted in indiscriminate violence. Who knew whether the others would seize the opportunity to strike? Thus, extermination was the only option. Yet, Xiao Ran took note of this man. He had to die. Those who harbored ill intentions towards him were best dealt with swiftly. The one who had intervened was a woman with cascading shoulder-length hair. Despite her high collar obscuring her chin and partly concealing her mouth, her beauty was undeniable. A solid 8.5 at the very least. After all, the obstruction left her full visage hidden, making it difficult to ascertain whether she was a true beauty or merely passable. That could not possibly be a mutated dog. It's definitely a demon, a hellhound. The man who previously brandished his firearm exclaimed, once more animated. Xiao Ran smiled gently. I am unarmed and pose no threat. Might we consider lowering our weapons? The others exchanged glances before reluctantly stowing their guns. Xiao Ran ventured further inside, aware that with his reflexes, he could open a portal at the slightest hint of aggression, ensuring his own safety while eliminating any threats. Thus, he moved along the wall, avoiding vulnerability from behind. I am Xiao Ran. And you are? He inquired casually. The woman who had pushed the gun aside replied. I am Jiang Yuning, a police officer. Now, I ask you, what is the situation outside? Her question sparked curiosity and anticipation among the remaining fort. Indeed, what was happening outside? They had been trapped here for days, with no sign of rescue. This is a police station? Someone lamented. My phone is dead. I can't call home or request leave from work. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to the precinct that day. Who among us wouldn't feel the same? They chimed in, lamenting their predicament. Jiang Yuning raised her hand, signaling for silence. Let Xiao Ran speak. Chapter 82. Setting conditions. Additional update. These individuals remained ignorant of the external circumstances? Surely, they were aware of the initial chaos, but once they were forced into hiding here, their phones ran out of battery, severing their connection to the outside world. Xiao Ran contemplated before speaking. The social order has entirely collapsed. In this extreme cold, the majority cannot venture outside, left to languish in despair. What? Many gasped, incredulity etched across their faces. How could such devastation befall a nation in the wake of disaster? Xiao Ran refrained from elaborating, merely watching them with a calm demeanor. Such a harsh reality was difficult for many to accept, and facing it suddenly could drive anyone to madness. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. The man who had aimed at Xiao Ran earlier became agitated, veins bulging on his forehead as he paced the room, on the brink of losing control. His name was Gu Bing. If it's true, we can just go outside and see for ourselves, another man suggested. Named Chang Shuli. But there's that demon dog out there, Gu Bing shouted. Chang Shuli, however, glanced at Xiao Ran and remarked, the fact that he has made it here suggests that the mutated dog must have left. It is a hellhound, Gu Bing reiterated emphatically. His frantic insistence over such a label revealed his frayed nerves, teetering on the edge of hysteria. Chang Shuli turned to Xiao Ran with a smirk. You claim that nearly no one can venture outside, resulting in the collapse of social order, yet how did you arrive here? Don't tell me you've been holed up in the precinct all this time. Upon hearing this, the five turned their gazes toward Xiao Ran once more. He smiled slightly. I possess a modified vehicle capable of traversing through such extreme conditions. Xiao Ran chuckled. Even if I offered you $1 billion, could you procure a T-egg right now? The prophecies of the Taiwanese have come true. Indeed, T-eggs are beyond our reach. Chang Shuli paused, then a grin spread across his face. Forgive me for not introducing myself properly. I am Chang Shuli, of the Chang family. The Chang family? Xiao Ran realized immediately. In Sioux City, the mere mention of the Chang family was known to all. They controlled the Baolong Group, the largest enterprise in Sioux City, contributing over $1 billion in taxes annually. However, the family's rise to prominence was rumored to be less than savory, with connections to the underworld, yet they managed to straddle both sides of the law. Xiao Ran nodded. And so? Does being a member of the Chang family make you special? Ha! Who still caters to you now? Chang Shuli was momentarily taken aback. He had never been so openly challenged. Typically, anyone daring to speak thus would find themselves on the receiving end of a swift reprimand from his bodyguards. Yet now, all three of his protectors had perished at the hands of the mutated dog. It was a humbling experience, being confronted by such a lesser individual. Chang Shuli did not react with anger. His upbringing had taught him to maintain a facade of geniality. What was the point of anger? It was far simpler to eliminate anyone who posed a threat. Thus, he merely took note of Xiao Ran in his mind, considering him a potential future target. Indeed, in this collapsed social order, taking a life would bear little consequence. Even a celebrity could be involved. This was no idle boast. The Chang family frequently hosted gatherings with lesser-known stars, and those in the know understood the implications. Would Xiao Ran be swayed by such temptations? Absolutely not. With the vast resources he currently commanded, he had no need for others to provide him with women. Han Yun and Wang Lulu were both exquisite in their own right. Their only shortcoming was their lack of virginity. But given the Chang family's reputation, would they even have clean women available? Xiao Ran regarded Chang Shuli coolly. My apologies, but my vehicle only accommodates beautiful women. He glanced at the other two women, but regrettably, none could compare to Jiang Yuning. At best, they were merely unremarkable. Thus, the only one worthy of a seat in his vehicle was Jiang Yuning. Upon hearing this, Gu Bing and Chang Shuli exchanged looks, their expressions darkening, even betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. They tightened their grips on their weapons. If you refuse to acquiesce, we shall simply kill you and seize your vehicle. They were preparing to act when suddenly, a massive shadow loomed at the entrance. That hellhound, Gu Bing gasped, nearly losing his wits. Was it not the terrifying beast they feared? In an instant, He had no other thoughts, raising his gun and pulling the trigger toward the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. Yet such sporadic firepower posed no threat to the mutated dog. It merely swatted away the bullets with its paws, sending them clattering to the ground. A chill coursed through Gu Bing's veins. If it could deflect bullets, what else could it possibly be but a hellhound? While he stood frozen in shock, Chang Shuli raised his weapon, shouting, "Shoot! What are you waiting for? Do you want to die?" At his command, the three women snapped from their stupor, raising their guns to fire. But even Jiang Yuning, a police officer, was merely a novice. Her aim faltered, and with each recoil, her gun barrel climbed higher. Sending bullets flying haphazardly, the hulking beast lunged, slamming Gu Bing to the ground, its claws raking across his chest, tearing through fabric and flesh alike, blood erupting forth. Ji Bing trembled violently, but after a few spasms, he lay still. He was dead. The beast regarded Xiao Ran with a challenging glance before seizing Gu Bing's body in its jaws and swiftly retreating, vanishing into the shadows. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered looks, astonished that the ferocious creature had not unleashed a massacre but instead contented itself with a single victim. In their understanding, the beast would never cease its rampage until every living thing was eradicated. Unbeknownst to them, the hellhound was wary of Xiao Ran, a human capable of inflicting harm, even death. After its mutation, the creature had gained a measure of intelligence. "Xiao Ran, take me with you, name your price," Chang Shuli implored, genuine fear evident in his voice. Chapter 83. Increasing firepower before the apocalypse, a police station would have been considered one of the safest havens. But now, the officers were gone, replaced by a ravenous mutated beast. Who wouldn't be terrified? Xiao Ran, unfazed, did not even glance at him, his demeanor grave. The hellhound was far from finished with him. However, how could one deal with a creature of immense strength, blinding speed, and formidable regenerative abilities? During their last encounter, the beast had sustained over a dozen bullets yet seemed utterly unfazed. Its regenerative capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Xiao Ran's gaze shifted toward the armory. Were there weapons here of greater potency? He began to search. Xiao Ran. As Chang Shuli noticed that Xiao Ran was ignoring him, the flames of fury within him could no longer be suppressed beneath a veil of fear. He lunged forward, intending to seize Xiao Ran by the shoulder. Smack! Xiao Ran swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending Chang Shuli tumbling to the ground. Although Xiao Ran could not match the brute strength of that hulking dog, among humans, he was undoubtedly one of the foremost figures. Surely, a single slap could not fail to send Chang Shuli flying. Chang Shuli found himself sitting on the ground, dazed, his eyes spinning as if he had just been struck senseless. How can you hit someone?" Jiang Yuning exclaimed, unable to contain her sense of justice. Yet, Xiao Ran paid her no heed. The pressing concern at hand was that monstrous dog. What did a woman matter? Whether it was Jiang Yuning or even Lu Mei, should they prattle on in such a manner, Xiao Ran would remain unmoved, and if provoked, he might even respond with a bullet. When it comes to matters of life and death, would he still be pondering the nuances of his precious sword's return to its sheath? Such individuals, regardless of the abilities bestowed upon them, would meet a grim fate. Xiao Ran began his search, soon revealing a smile upon discovering a sniper rifle. The ammunition for a sniper differs from that of a rifle, possessing greater velocity and penetrating power. In truth, Xiao Ran yearned to find an RPG or a machine gun. If all else failed, even a submachine gun would suffice. Nevertheless, a sniper rifle would do, as its lethality far surpassed that of a standard rifle. He raised the sniper rifle, inspected it briefly, and began to fire. Bang, 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 ding, ding, ding. With each shot, a powerful recoil resonated. Yet Xiao Ran's formidable physique allowed him to withstand the force without being pushed back, showcasing his extraordinary physical prowess. The spent cartridges clattered to the ground. Producing a crisp sound, he continued to shoot, reload, shoot, until he had exhausted an entire box of sniper ammunition. Alas, it was but a meager supply. What madness has overtaken you? Jiang Yuning and the others clasped their ears in fear. For the kinetic energy of the sniper's bullets was immense. Even if they were not aimed directly at them, the ricochet still bore formidable penetrating capability. Consequently, they remained oblivious to any anomalies, such as the absence of stray bullets flying about. Xiao Ran discarded the rifle. There were too many people around, rendering it inconvenient to display his spatial abilities. Why not eliminate these four? Xiaoran was not one to show mercy, nor was he motivated by lust. Rather, he contemplated using them as bait, as living targets. That monstrous dog bore a strong desire for revenge, having just witnessed its violent actions, eye in its eyes. These humans were undoubtedly comrades. Thus, even if it could not kill Xiaoran, slaying others would still serve as retribution against him. Therefore, given the chance, the dog would continue its rampage. Xiaoran had no qualms about morality. His sole objective was to eradicate that beast, to entertain the notion that if the dog were to escape, how many humans could it kill with its capabilities? If sacrificing these four could lead to the demise of that creature, then, well, they would be contributing to the greater good of humanity. He was not one to eschew the moral high ground. This police station was rather small, thus limited in its equipment. There was only one sniper rifle and a single box of ammunition. It was a gamble he had to take. Let us go. Outside, Xiaoran commanded. Zhang Yuning and the other three women exhibited expressions of anticipation. Haha, we shall venture forth together. As for what happens thereafter, we shall leave our fates to chance. How could Xiaoran acquiesce? He could hardly be bothered to deceive them. So you intend to remain here? Impossible. What could a mere Gu Bing provide that would satisfy that monstrous dog for long? The door to their current location had been destroyed, leaving them unable to deter the creature. Thus, staying put was akin to awaiting death. Chang Shuli and the others felt disheartened, yet they dared not voice their concerns, especially Chang Shuli, whose eyes darted with cunning. He had already devised a plan. Once he identified which vehicle belonged to Xiaoran, he would seize it at once. Unable to best Xiaoran in hand-to-hand combat. While he might not win in a brawl, he possessed a firearm. Why engage in close quarters? Conversely, the three women, Zhang Yuning included, lacked a clear course of action, opting to take things one step at a time. Although venturing out offered no guarantees, it was preferable to languishing in wait for death. Thus, the five emerged from the arms depot, making their way outside. Xiaoran knew that the monstrous dog was certainly lurking nearby, observing them. Now that they were exhibiting intentions to flee, he doubted that the creature could restrain itself from attacking. After all, it was still a dog, and despite its mutations, it was not particularly intelligent. As they walked, suddenly, a shadow leapt forth, targeting Chang Shuli at the front. In a moment of life and death, Chang Shuli exhibited a reaction and speed far beyond the ordinary, pushing the nearest woman aside to shield himself. Chang Shao! The woman screamed, her face a mask of shock, unable to believe that Chang Shuli would so readily betray her. Such cold-heartedness. Yet her cry was abruptly silenced as her throat was bitten through. A distinct crack echoed, clear to all eye in that instant. Zhang Yuning and the other women were gripped by an icy terror, their hearts seized by an overwhelming fear, rendering them unable to reproach Chang Shuli for his cruelty and heartlessness. Only one remained unaffected. Xiaoran swiftly reopened a portal to his spatial realm. Whoosh, 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 thousands of ordinary bullets were unleashed. Spatial perception, reveal yourself. Xiaoran bellowed within his mind. Whoosh, 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 the monstrous dog dodged the onslaught, sustaining only a few grazes, yet it grew increasingly ferocious, for it could not allow Xiaoran to escape. Having sustained injuries, it would stop at nothing to eliminate this human. With its remarkable speed, it was impossible for Xiaoran to capture its form. Die? Chapter 84. Shooting the mutant dog in that split second, Xiaoran once more entered a heightened state of spatial perception. He saw it. This was the moment. Xiaoran fired again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 20 sniper rounds flew in a straight line. If he were to spread the shots like a scattershot, even if they all struck the beast, the wounds would be dispersed, diminishing their lethality and insufficient to kill the vile creature. Thus, to ensure the demise of this mutant beast, the bullets must penetrate from the same entry point, allowing them to delve deep into its body. Moreover, they must strike a vital area, for instance, the eyes. The first bullet sped directly towards the beast's eye. Within the realm of spatial perception, the bullets appeared to possess a precision guidance system, and the dog, in an attempt to evade Xiaoran's targeting, had undergone 7 transformations, reaching its limit, unable to change further. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Even this foolish dog displayed an expression of shock, as if struggling to comprehend how Xiaoran could still aim at it under such circumstances. How did you capture my movements? Yet, it was too late. In the dog's pupils, the bullet loomed larger, consuming its entire gaze. Then thud, the bullet pierced through. Alone, this single shot could not extinguish the creature's life. At most, it would merely inflict significant damage. Yet the subsequent bullets continued to penetrate. Clang, clang, clang. The following rounds collided against the preceding bullets, driving the foremost bullet deeper into the beast's brain. As the 20-plus bullets were expended, the dog plummeted from the air, howling in agony. Chang Shuli was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. I hit it! I hit it! Earlier, he had indeed been firing at the mutant dog, leading him to believe he was the one responsible for the victory. Observing the creature still thrashing about, he stepped forward, firing several more rounds to empty his magazine. Chang Xiao, you are incredible, another woman quickly praised, momentarily forgetting the one who had been sacrificed as a shield. Did it matter? Not in the slightest, however. Jiang Yuning remained perplexed. Although she was an office worker, she was still a police officer, possessing a certain level of observational skill. How many shots had struck the wall? Countless. That could not have been the work of a mere handgun. It must have been a submachine gun, or even dozens firing simultaneously. Furthermore, this was not a case of auditory misperception. The evidence was evident in the spent shells on the ground and the bullet holes in the wall, confirming that at least hundreds of rounds had been fired. Yet Chang Shuli's weapon contained only 9 rounds in total. How could 9 bullets account for hundreds of bullet holes? Could it be? She glanced at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. Even though the mutant beast possessed formidable vitality and extraordinary recovery capabilities, could it truly survive being struck by over 20 sniper bullets to the brain? The creature's struggles grew weaker, and finally, it ceased convulsing. Was it dead? Or did it still cling to life, feigning death? Xiao Ran reopened the spatial portal, firing several more rounds, thud, 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 all penetrating the creature's other eye. There was no response. Only the force of the bullets caused the beast's body to sway slightly. It should be dead. Xiao Ran approached, needing to confirm the demise of this mutant beast personally. The ability to contain it within his spatial realm would indicate its total annihilation. As for whether such a large corpse vanishing would raise suspicions? No matter, he could silence any witnesses. Xiao Ran crouched before the body of the dog, while the spatial portal opened behind him, always maintaining a level of caution. Naturally, he could instantaneously reopen the portal ahead. A thought away, swift as light, Xiao Ran knelt and reached out to touch the mutant dog. Just then, a warm surge emanated from its body. What was happening? In any case, it seemed to be a positive transformation. Xiao Ran felt invigorated, brimming with energy, as if he were capable of anything. Xiao Ran. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind him. Xiao Ran turned around, only to see Chang Shuli snatch the gun from another woman's hand, aiming it directly at him. He felt no fear whatsoever and merely stated, "Those who aim guns at me do not meet with favorable fates." Chang Shuli scoffed, "Stop your nonsense. Hand over the car keys immediately, or I will shoot you dead and search your body at my leisure." The car keys were hardly a secret code. Did he truly believe he could not find them without her cooperation? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "What has given you the audacity to make demands of me?" Naturally, it was the death of that mutt. With the demise of the dog, their team could disband. What was the point? Did they intend to form a group for Hot Pot? Chang Shuli, emboldened by malice, suddenly swung the gun towards another woman and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot, fired at such close range, found its mark precisely, exploding the woman's head. It was something she could never have anticipated, and as her body crumpled to the ground, a smile remained on her face, creating an eerie tableau. Jiang Yuning instinctively raised her weapon, only to be preempted by Chang Shuli, who pointed his gun at her. "Jiang officer, lower your weapon." Chang Shuli laughed. "You're far too beautiful for me to want you to become an unsightly corpse. So, put your gun down and back away slowly. I'll take you to the Chang family, where you'll be treated to fine dining and luxury, far better than enduring hunger and cold here." Forced by the threat of the gun, Jiang Yuning reluctantly lowered her weapon and stepped back until she was nearly level with Xiao Ran. The two separated by a mere 2 meters. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Chang, do you truly not realize how foolish you are?" Jiang Yuning's eyes suddenly brightened. She recalled the countless bullet holes in the wall and the spent cartridges on the floor. After being trapped in the arms depot for so long, who among them lacked the skills to discern their situation? Thus, the only one capable of bringing about a change was Xiao Ran. Chapter 85. Now you know my secret, however. Chang Shuli lacked Jiang Yuning's perceptiveness. With a gun in hand and Xiao Ran unarmed, the disparity was stark. Surely, Xiao Ran couldn't be so daft. Otherwise, any rational person would be paralyzed with fear when confronted with a gun. He certainly did not wish to search a corpse for car keys. That would be quite the hassle, but with Xiao Ran's non-compliance, he felt he had no choice. He was not inclined to linger here. Who knew if that mutated beast had companions lurking about? Die. Chang Shuli revealed a cruel smile and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle, and a wisp of smoke rose. Yet, after the gunfire, Xiao Ran stood unharmed, showing no signs of injury. What the hell? Chang Shuli was struck with horror, a profound fear gripping his heart as he became increasingly frantic. Repeatedly pulling the trigger, bang, 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 he emptied the magazine. Despair washed over him as Xiao Ran remained perfectly fine, as if Chang Shuli's aim were abysmal, every bullet missing its target. But how could that be? One of Chang Shuli's passions was hunting. He traveled abroad annually for live shooting, targeting not stationary gun ranges, but large, ferocious beasts. Over the years, he had taken down countless elephants, lions, and leopards. His marksmanship, while perhaps not on par with professional soldiers, was certainly not lacking. The critical factor was that Xiao Ran stood no more than 5 meters away. At such a close range, he should have been able to hit his mark every time. How could this be? How was it possible? He gazed at Xiao Ran as though he were a monster. Meanwhile, even though Jiang Yuning had begun to suspect something, her eyes widened in utter shock. Xiao Ran smiled and placed his hand on the corpse of the mutt. Under the watchful eyes of Chang Shuli and Jiang Yuning, the body of the mutt bizarrely vanished. Now do you understand? Xiao Ran inquired. Understand what? Chang Shuli asked, still dazed. Xiao Ran kindly elucidated. The bullets you fired have been confiscated. Just like that corpse. Is that even possible? This isn't a sci-fi film or a fantasy drama. How could you? Chang Shuli began to vehemently deny it, but was suddenly reminded of the mutated dog. If a dog could mutate, growing to the size of a lion and possessing immense strength and agility, why could humans not similarly evolve or mutate? Enough. You've grasped the concept well, and your next life. Choose a better birth. Xiao Ran remarked. No. Please, spare me. I can offer you. Before he could finish his plea, a bloody hole appeared in Chang Shuli's forehead, and he collapsed backward, eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Jiang Yuning trembled uncontrollably. What had she just witnessed? A person with superhuman abilities. Xiao Ran regarded Jiang Yuning coolly, yet remained silent. How should he deal with this individual? Knowing his secret, it might be better to eliminate her. A murderous glint emerged in his gaze. Jiang Yuning shivered in fear, dropping to her knees. I'll be your woman. Please don't kill me. I swear I won't reveal your secret. Xiao Ran's lips curled into a smile. You said that yourself. I'll spare your life for now. But should you harbor any rebellious thoughts, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Yes, yes. Jiang Yuning nodded fervently, her intent to resist nearly non-existent. She was merely a clerk, having entered this system through civil service exams, and had never engaged in a fight her entire life. A quintessential damsel in distress, how could she possibly resist a being capable of slaying a mutant dog? Xiao Ran recognized that she was merely following him out of coercion. Her heart elsewhere, but that was of little consequence. For one, he had never sought any woman's affection, and for another, after enduring hardships outside, who wouldn't be enamored by the comforts of his villa? Who among the women, like Han Yun and her companions, would refuse to stay if he asked them to leave? Xiao Ran rubbed his nose, feeling a bit hasty. He should have purchased a larger villa initially. However, there was only one villa in the neighborhood. Where could he find a bigger one? To obtain a larger villa, he would need to venture elsewhere, complicating his plans for revenge against his ex-wife. Never mind, it was too late for regrets. Could he possibly be reborn again? Moreover, he was not without the means to venture out. In the future, should he find a suitable villa or other property, moving would be a simple matter. Xiao Ran recalled Miss Lu Mei's Doomsday Fortress. That could serve as an alternative. Yet, given his connection to Lu Mei, it felt somewhat awkward to impose. For now, the villa was not cramped at all. Accommodating 10 more women would pose no issue. As he waved his hand, items vanished into thin air, leaving Jiang Yuning Agape utterly astonished. With all the items collected, Xiao Ran and Jiang Yuning got into the car, glancing at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. There was still time to gather some energy. So warm, Jiang Yuning exclaimed, marveling at the warmth inside the vehicle. A satisfied expression spread across her face. He drove towards the nearest gas station, having already checked the map and set his own navigation. Turn left ahead. Proceed straight at the next intersection. We've arrived. Since Jiang Yuning was already aware of his abilities, albeit only partially, she watched in astonishment as he drove past abandoned cars blocking the road, effortlessly absorbing them into his alternate space. Each time she witnessed this, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Upon reaching the gas station, Xiao Ran employed the same method, easily acquiring 4 canisters of fuel, 92, 95, and 98-octane gasoline, along with diesel. Done, let us go. However, just as Xiao Ran intended to leave, a thick fog seemed to materialize out of nowhere, enveloping the entire world. Visibility quickly dwindled to 10 meters, then 5, and ultimately to a mere 1 meter. There was no leaving now. Xiao Ran shook his head and told Jiang Yuning, "We'll have to spend the night in the car." Jiang Yuning nodded and remarked, "I should have stayed at the police station. There were plenty of military rations and clean water in the warehouse." "Oh? You really have a narrow perspective." Chapter 86. The first exceptional goddess. Xiao Ran still decided to visit the gas station store, clearing it out completely. Since he was already there, why not take what he could? It was freezing outside. Inside the car, he could remove his tactical jacket, but outside, if he dared to wear just a sweater, he would surely freeze like a popsicle. His goal was not bulletproofing but rather an additional layer of warmth. After all, military coats were too bulky. Could she even wear 2 layers, with the bulletproof vest on? Xiao Ran could not discern her figure well, but once the military coat was removed, he could fully appreciate Jiang Yuning's beauty. She was indeed a stunning woman, easily scoring at least a 90. Whether she could achieve a 91 or 92 depended on her physique. Was she a small A or a large G? Her chin was not the trendy pointed face of an influencer, but rather the oval visage of a classical beauty. With a rounded chin and delicate skin, her lips fiery red. However, her lips were quite dry and cracked, which slightly marred her allure. Xiao Ran smiled and handed her a cup of tea to soothe your throat. Jiang Yuning accepted it, her eyes widening in shock. "It's hot." "Of course," Xiao Ran chuckled. "As long as you're with me, you won't lack for material comforts." Jiang Yuning pondered for a moment before responding. "It's more than just comfort. The power is out now, meaning there's no heating, and the hail is toxic, polluting the natural water sources. With the environment so harsh, obtaining food and clean water will be exceedingly difficult. Thus, this seemingly simple cup of water symbolizes the hope of life, especially when it is hot." This woman is astute and possesses a high level of awareness. With a smile, Xiao Ran allows her to grasp her secret within limits, which is indeed a good thing, for she understands that all resources lie within her grasp. If she were to perish, these resources would vanish forever. Naturally, she dares not harbor any thoughts of harming herself. Unless, of course, she intends for mutual destruction. After she clears her throat, Xiao Ran reclines the front row seat, temporarily transforming it into a large table, upon which he first lays down a plastic sheet before presenting a variety of dishes. Jiang Yuning, witnessing him conjure steaming dishes as if by magic, cannot help but widen her eyes and drop her jaw. Xiao Ran chuckles, shoving a chicken leg into her mouth, prompting her to protest vehemently. As they dine, Jiang Yuning initially maintains her composure, but soon she devours her food ravenously. Although she has not lacked sustenance in the armory, it has solely been cold-canned food laden with preservatives, enough to stave off starvation, but not to provide a satisfying meal. In stark contrast, these freshly prepared dishes are like heaven and earth. "I am stuffed," Jiang Yuning exclaims, patting her slightly protruding belly with an embarrassed expression. She has always been a lady. When has she ever lost her composure like this? Xiao Ran produces a plate of freshly cut fruit, and despite her stomach's protests, Jiang Yuning manages to consume half of it, ultimately declaring she cannot eat anymore. Xiao Ran also enjoys the fruit, then collects the plastic sheet along with the trash, planning to dispose of it later. As dawn breaks, Xiao Ran stretches lazily. A thought crosses his mind, and a buzzing sensation envelopes him, allowing him to perceive everything within a 3-meter radius, even above him, below him, and behind him with clarity. Spatial awareness. He can now wield it actively. Moreover, he distinctly feels a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Strength, speed, and resilience have all markedly increased since yesterday. Why is this? That warm current. Xiao Ran recalls the moment he touched the mutated husky's body. A wave of warmth surged through him, leading to an indescribable transformation in his own body. However, it is after a night has passed that this transformation truly manifests, allowing Xiao Ran to feel it vividly. Most notably, the maximum size of the spatial portal has expanded from 5 by 5 meters to 10 by 10 meters. A tremendous improvement. Chapter 87. Speculations and Decisions. The source of these changes is that warm current, which originates from the mutated husky. Xiao Ran feels compelled to delve deeper into this thought. Could this natural disaster lead to the evolution of humans or other organisms? Or perhaps to mutation? Thus, I have acquired spatial abilities. Meanwhile, that husky has embarked on a different path, growing larger, faster, and far stronger. Though it may not be invulnerable, its defensive capabilities are indeed formidable. This can be considered a physical enhancement. Therefore, might there be others in this world, like myself or the mutated husky? Surely there must be. Although the husky is powerful, my abilities could still prevail. After all, it is merely a foolish dog, incapable of rivaling human intellect. Yet, what if yesterday I had faced not a dog, but a person? The outcome would be uncertain. More importantly, abilities, whether they be supernatural powers or otherwise, can also grow stronger through the absorption of other ability users or mutated beasts. This presents a dilemma. Xiao Ran rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If he can grow stronger by absorbing abilities, then so can others. Initially, he thought he could hide away in the villa, occasionally venturing out only to gather energy. Content to live out his days in isolation, safe due to the villa's robust defenses and his ample supplies. However, there may very well be other ability users, and the likelihood of that is quite high. Indeed, these users could continually grow stronger, which is alarming. At present, Xiao Ran believes that even if the mutated husky were to resurrect, it would stand no chance against the villa's defenses. Not to mention the villa. Even the security door at the police station would pose no challenge for it. However, what if that husky could absorb abilities and continue to grow stronger? That becomes a different story. Thus, if he remains holed up in the villa while other ability users grow in strength, there will inevitably come a day when a powerful ability user could breach the villa's defenses, drag him out, and eliminate him to extract his powers. At that point, it would not matter whether he had offended someone. Merely possessing abilities would be the original sin, the very reason others would target him. The crux of the matter is, can Xiao Ran abandon his powers? Firstly, he is unwilling. Secondly, even if he wished to, he would not know how to do so. Therefore, if he wishes to survive in this apocalyptic world, to live freely and unrestrained, he must not become complacent or stagnant, but rather strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough to crush all adversaries will he deter anyone from provoking him. Xiao Ran inhaled deeply. Having faced death once, he has no desire to encounter it again. Thus, I shall live. While you perish, who are you? Others who also possess abilities. Therefore, moving forward, I must remain discreet, ensuring no one becomes aware of my powers, lest I attract unwanted attention. Secondly, I must take the initiative to seek out other ability users, allowing myself to grow even stronger. Having absorbed powers just once has already doubled the limit of my spatial portal and enhanced my physical attributes. What if I were to absorb powers several more times? Xiao Ran could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Thus, he solidified his resolve. If even a recluse like him yearns for strength, then what of other ability users? Competition and conflict are inevitable. In light of this, Xiao Ran can only confront it head-on. Jiang Yuning, with her long eyelashes fluttering, awakens. As she attempts to rise, she involuntarily gasps in pain. Ouch, it hurts. Yesterday was her first time. Xiao Ran chuckles. Take your time. First have breakfast. He does not wish to spoil this truly exquisite goddess, but he still holds a fondness for her. Jiang Yuning, accustomed to her circumstances, having been trapped in the armory without even the possibility of brushing her teeth or washing her face. After the two finish breakfast, Xiao Ran drives towards the next gas station. Since they are still outside, they must continue to gather energy. Furthermore, Xiao Ran hopes to encounter other ability users. Any hint of hostility directed at him will lead to an unhesitating response of lethal force. He is certain of victory. Along the way, Xiao Ran continuously utilizes his spatial awareness. This technique, when combined with the bullets in the alternate space, yields astonishing results. Thus, he must thoroughly master this ability. However, as long as Xiao Ran does not interrupt the use of his powers, his spatial awareness will transition from a static image to a video, resembling a holographic projection, allowing him to observe from various angles. This is the essence of spatial abilities. As for energy consumption, Xiao Ran has tested it. If used repeatedly, he can activate it approximately 100 times, while maintaining a dynamic image uninterrupted for 1 minute. 1 minute is quite brief. Yet, he soon chuckles. 1 minute is sufficient for him to exhaust all the bullets in the alternate space. And if he cannot resolve the enemy within that time, what meaning does it hold to continue maintaining spatial awareness? Xiao Ran empties a gas station before proceeding to the next. Along the way, Jiang Yuning shares her story. Coming from an intellectual family, both her parents are university professors, which is why she received a traditional education from a young age. This is also the reason she remains a maiden despite her stunning beauty and admirable figure. Family upbringing is of paramount importance. After graduating from university, she rebelled slightly, moving to another city to become a civil servant. However, she encountered the natural disaster before she could even complete a year at her job. She wears a slight frown of melancholy. Having left her parents' protection, she had hoped to engage in a romantic relationship, yet here she is, having lost her innocence, knowing only Xiao Ran's name. Xiao Ran simply smiles. Saying nothing more, she will adapt on her own. Thankfully, the Big G has been modified. Otherwise, he could have very well frozen to death outside. When the Big G appears, it immediately draws the attention of many. This fellow actually survived the cold outside. How unfortunate. I was hoping he had perished, so I could move into his villa. The crowd expresses their disappointment, yet one person's gaze burns with intensity. Su Qingmei. Chapter 88. Borrowing a Vehicle. Xiao Ran parks the car and closes the garage door. He and Jiang Yuning then enter the first floor of the villa. The leopard rushes up to him, circling around Xiao Ran and wagging its tail vigorously. Xiao Ran pats its head, laughing. Leopard, you're not pulling your weight. Another dog I encountered yesterday has evolved superpowers. Quite impressive. The leopard, unable to comprehend, continues to wag its tail, but it soon catches a whiff of Jiang Yuning, approaching her to sniff, recognizing Xiao Ran's scent, and then circles around her, nudging her leg with its head. You naughty dog, out of my way. She is mine. Xiao Ran mockingly scolds. The warmth inside the house is sufficient, so Xiao Ran instructs Jiang Yuning to remove all her clothing and discard it. After wearing it for over 20 days, it would surely stink if not for the cold weather and her natural fragrance. Jiang Yuning, feeling bashful, covers her upper body but neglects her lower half, appearing quite flustered. Xiao Ran bursts into laughter. Carrying her upstairs, the leopard, obediently, remains on the first floor as Xiao Ran forbids it from following him upstairs. In the bathroom, Xiao Ran fills the tub with water. Jiang Yuning, incredulous, asks, is this water safe? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Pure water, naturally devoid of toxins. It's truly challenging to find an apt descriptor for Jiang Yuning. Setting aside everything else, the mere fact that Xiao Ran indulged in a bath with pristine water elevates him to a contender for the title of the world's richest individual. With the water prepared, she reclined into the warm embrace of the liquid, involuntarily letting out a contented sigh. One must ask, who else can enjoy a hot bath these days? Xiao Ran smiled again. Shedding her clothes before stepping into the bathtub, an hour later, she donned a bathrobe and descended to the basement. Xiao Ran. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Yun and the other 3 women became animated, rushing toward her as they exclaimed, we missed you so much. Xiao Ran grinned. How much did you miss me? Very, very much, they replied in unison. Naturally, Han Yun and the others inquired about Xiao Ran's whereabouts during her entire day of absence. Xiao Ran merely stated that she had gone out to collect energy, for the villa's power supply relied on generators, which were rendered useless without energy. She had no intention of revealing her secrets or disclosing Jiang Yuning's existence. The 4 women were not yet entitled to truly reside in the villa, hence, there was no need for them to know too much. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the basement door. In fact, Xiao Ran had already received a notification. Glancing at the surveillance, he noticed a woman standing at the entrance. She clearly intended to express her sincerity, as she had not brought an umbrella. What is it? Xiao Ran inquired. The woman lifted her gaze toward the camera. Xiao Ran's eyes widened in surprise. What a stunning woman! A solid 9 out of 10, at the very least. Could there truly be such a breathtaking beauty in the neighborhood? With Han Yuan and Wang Lulu present, it seemed this community was indeed a paradise. My name is Su Qingmei, she said. I heard you have a card. I would like to know what it would take for you to lend it to me. I can accompany you. I need to go somewhere, the beautiful woman proposed. Xiao Ran was taken aback. He certainly would not be giving away his G-Class vehicle. As for lending it, he could consider it if the conditions were favorable. After pondering for a moment, he used the remote to unlock the door. Click, the iron door opened automatically. Su Qingmei inhaled deeply and strode inside. So warm, she remarked, confirming the rumors that this villa was equipped with heating. Then, her gaze fell upon Xiao Ran and the four women, particularly Han Yun and Wang Lulu, who caught her attention. In terms of looks and figure, these two were not inferior to her. Initially brimming with confidence, Su Qingmei felt a twinge of hesitation upon seeing them. However, she quickly reaffirmed her resolve. As she scrutinized the four women, they too assessed her, their expressions reflecting astonishment. From where did such a gem emerge? A sense of crisis began to brew within them. Xiao Ran smiled and asked, "Which building do you own?" Su Qingmei hesitated slightly before responding, "I am not a resident here. I only arrived 2 days ago." Xiao Ran was taken aback. "Are you one of the 8 women who came here 2 days ago?" Su Qingmei shook her head, then nodded. "We are all escapees from prison, but we cannot be considered a group. We merely collaborated temporarily to survive." Xiao Ran found it hard to believe that such a breathtaking woman was a convict. "How did you end up in prison?" he inquired with curiosity. Su Qingmei hesitated before replying. "I have a younger sister who was nearly victimized by a bad person during her high school years. In my attempt to protect her, I accidentally killed that man." Chapter 89. Preparation, additional update. Xiao Ran glanced at Su Qingmei. If she was telling the truth, she was indeed a sisterly hero. Moreover, the fact that she sought to find her sister and approached Xiao Ran for help demonstrated a profound bond. "Is your sister in Sioux City?" he asked. If it were in a distant location, it would be futile, especially given the current harsh weather conditions, making it exceedingly difficult to reach even the nearest city. Thus, such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. Su Qingmei nodded. "My sister studies at Sioux University." "Which campus?" Xiao Ran probed further. "Xiangmen," she replied. Xiao Ran pondered. The distance from here to Sioux University's Xiangmen campus was not great, only about 9 kilometers according to the navigation. However, the complexity of the campus environment and the number of people present posed a significant challenge to locating an individual. In summary, the question remained, how high was the risk? If it had been yesterday, even if Su Qingmei had voluntarily approached him, he would have merely traded food for assistance. There was no way he would venture so far. Moreover, with so many people on campus, and his unfamiliarity with the area, who knew what dangers lurked? In life, caution was the paramount principle. However, his thoughts had begun to shift slightly. While safety remained a priority, he also needed to seek opportunities for growth. Otherwise, no matter how he tried to stay hidden, he would eventually be hunted down by other ability users. Instead of being the hunted, it would be better to become the hunter. The spatial abilities he possessed were undoubtedly top tier among extraordinary powers. The previous encounter with the agile, powerful, and highly defensive mutated dog had ultimately ended with it falling victim to him. The strength of his spatial abilities was evident. However, with other ability users continually growing stronger through conflict, if he remained stagnant, his advantages would diminish, relegating him to the ranks of weaker ability users. At that point, even if he wished to fight back, would there still be an opportunity? Thus, following Su Qingmei's request to borrow the car, Xiao Ran began to contemplate this matter seriously. "What are you willing to offer in exchange?" he casually inquired. Su Qingmei bit her lip, revealing a hint of hesitation, but ultimately replied, "Aren't you fond of beautiful women? I should qualify as one. If you lend me the car, I will spend the night with you." This proposal was hardly surprising. After all, who else could present a compelling bargaining chip? A beautiful woman was, after all, immensely valuable in her own right. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment before stating, "I will need a few days to prepare. Come back in 3 days." Su Qingmei grew anxious, given the current weather conditions. "Every day my sister remains in danger. Can't we leave today or tomorrow?" Xiao Ran shook his head. "No. I said I need a few days to prepare. If you are unwilling to wait, you are free to seek help elsewhere. I have no objections. Who could still drive under such slippery conditions? Moreover, with temperatures this low, most vehicles might not even have functioning heating. Thus, Venturing out in such a manner would be tantamount to seeking death. It was already over 40 degrees below zero, and nighttime temperatures would plummet another 20 degrees. Anyone trapped outside overnight would surely freeze to death. Su Qingmei was agitated, yet she had no choice but to comply, saying, "We will set off 3 days later. I will be ready to go. Otherwise, we will have to delay further." Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly, 3 days from now, I will set off once prepared. Otherwise, it will be postponed." No matter how beautiful Su Qingmei was, her life was far more important. Were it not for his growing sense of crisis and urgency, he would not have even considered her proposal. "Nevertheless," he added, "you can stay here for these few days. There will be food and drink, and hot baths available. As for the conditions, well, you understand." Su Qingmei initially felt tempted, but then resolutely shook her head. If Xiao Ran obtained her now, would he still lend her the car? Going out would signify danger. Thus, if Xiao Ran had already secured her, why would he still take risks? She pleaded repeatedly, urging him to prepare quickly before departing. Once she left, Han Yun and the other 3 women began to chatter excitedly. She clearly came to sell herself, yet she still holds herself with such airs. They endeavored to belittle Su Qingmei. Unaware of the extent of Xiao Ran's resources, they naturally felt that the more individuals residing in the villa, the faster the consumption of supplies would become, instilling a sense of urgency within them. Xiao Ran paid no heed to their incessant prattle. After all, having released some of his pent-up energy, he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he discovered that Jiang Yuning had already awakened. However, she had shifted from the bathtub to the bed and was still asleep, her hair half dry, sprawled across the crisp white sheets and pillow, creating a striking contrast. He refrained from disturbing Jiang Yuning, instead retrieving his phone and opening the map to begin his search. He had told Su Qingmei that he needed a few days to prepare, but what exactly did he need to prepare? Heavy weaponry. Even a sniper rifle posed challenges against that mutated dog. How could he possibly contend with ability users, especially those who had undergone secondary evolution? Given his current firepower, could he truly eliminate his opponents? Thus, Xiao Ran required more formidable firepower. Ideally, a machine gun, and if not, a missile would suffice. He could simply launch one and level everything. Acquiring weapons from the police station was out of the question. At best, they had sniper rifles and submachine guns were non-existent. He would need to procure them from the armed police. However, he recalled that there was a military garrison in Sioux City, which he had visited during middle school. Not only did they possess heavy weaponry, but they also had tanks. If he could locate that place, he would no longer need to worry about firepower. However, it had been too long, and he had completely forgotten the location. Perhaps he could inquire with others. Many students might have visited there for experiences. Chapter 90. The camp. By noon, Jiang Yuning finally awoke. Seeing Xiao Ran sitting beside her, engrossed in his phone, her cheeks flushed as she asked, "How long have I been asleep?" "It's already the next day," Xiao Ran replied with a smile. "Since you've slept so long, shouldn't you treat me to something nice?" Jiang Yuning's face turned pale as she hurriedly retorted, "I'm still in pain." Xiao Ran laughed heartily, pinching her cheek. "You've only been asleep for a little over 3 hours. Get up and eat." Jiang Yuning rose from her slumber, her movements somewhat hesitant and fragmented, as they tugged at her wound. Xiao Ran, growing impatient, swiftly scooped her up and placed her on the sofa beside the coffee table. Inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" The notion of ordering food astonished Jiang Yuning. This woman already knew of her spatial abilities, thus Xiao Ran saw no harm in revealing her vast reserves of supplies, ensuring that Jiang Yuning would be even more steadfast in her allegiance. Abundant resources naturally instill a sense of security in individuals, and once one becomes accustomed to comfort, they tend to accept the status quo and merely get by. Xiao Ran nodded. "As long as it is not too outrageous, your request can be accommodated. I would like a plate of mapo tofu." Jiang Yuning clasped her hands over her chest, as if making a wish. Xiao Ran chuckled softly and retrieved a plate of mapo tofu from her spatial realm. "It truly exists." Jiang Yuning's eyes sparkled with delight. "I also want roasted duck." With a flick of her wrist, Xiao Ran conjured a beautifully sliced roasted duck onto the coffee table. "Lastly, I would like a soup. Something light will suffice," she added, articulating her final request. Xiao Ran readily complied and inquired, "Is that enough?" Yes, it's plenty." Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly, aware that excess would go to waste, and even with an abundance of resources, one must still be prudent, for the duration of this calamity remained uncertain. This girl indeed knew how to enjoy life. Xiao Ran nodded, contemplating that Jiang Yuning would never fathom the extent of her stockpiled supplies. He could sustain himself for several lifetimes, meaning there was enough for hundreds to live for a lifetime. And this was merely a calculation of his current stock, with the potential to acquire even more, leading to a final bounty sufficient to sustain thousands for a lifetime. Thousands. That could form a small community. After their meal, Xiao Ran allowed Jiang Yuning to engage in her own pursuits, watching shows, resting, or exercising at her leisure, while he took the leopard for a stroll around the garage. Upon returning, he asked the four women, "Did you ever experience spring or autumn outings with the military during your school days?" Apart from Zhang Jingya, Wang Lulu and Zhong Lei were not natives of Sioux City, with Han Yun being the sole exception. The two compared positions on the map, ultimately narrowing it down to the vicinity of Guangfu, where there was a military airport. With this information, Xiao Ran produced a loudspeaker and addressed the entire neighborhood. "Dear neighbors, I need to know the location of the station troops in Sioux. Those with detailed information may come to me for an exchange. 1 box of instant noodles and 1 box of water." He repeated his call thrice and promptly closed the window. It was freezing. Half an hour later, a knock resonated at the basement door. Glancing at the surveillance, Xiao Ran saw an elderly man. Perhaps his surname was Qian? Xiao Ran was not well acquainted and directly queried, "Are you Grandpa Qian?" Yes, the old man nodded eagerly. Xiao Ran continued, "Grandpa Qian, do you know the location? Indeed, before my retirement, I worked as a cook at the Nanjing Military Command Center. I often heard people mention that troop unit, and over time, I memorized it," Grandpa Qian replied. Xiao Ran opened the garage door, instructing Zhang Jingya to carry out a box of instant noodles and a box of water before closing the door again. He then asked, "What is the specific address?" Grandpa Qian began to explain. However, the military camp was situated in the mountains, making it impossible to provide a precise address. He could only indicate which mountain to enter and how to proceed from there. In truth, once one entered the correct mountain, there would naturally be sentries on either side, and one could simply follow the path. Xiao Ran consulted the map, realizing it was over 30 kilometers away. It was midday. If they departed immediately, they should arrive before nightfall. Then let's go. Xiao Ran felt an intense yearning to replenish his firepower. He prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for the 5 women above and then set off. The G-class maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, not fast, but safety was paramount. Why rush? If they were to have an accident en route, even with countless supplies in Xiao Ran's spatial realm, the risk of freezing to death outdoors remained significant. Along the way, there were numerous obstacles, all of which Xiao Ran cleared away. After 2 hours, he finally arrived at the mountainous area Grandpa Qian had described. He spotted a sentry, but there was no one present. This was understandable. Given the temperature in Sioux City, military winter attire would not be thick enough to withstand such bitter cold. Moreover, with the previous toxic hailstorm, who could endure it? Xiao Ran drove deeper into the mountains, the ice layer disrupted, leaving clear traces behind. This must have been caused by tank tracks. Comparing the path taken by the G-class, Xiao Ran deduced that, although heavy, it could not have broken the ice layer. Thus, the considerable weight required to shatter such thick ice suggested the presence of tanks. Xiao Ran's expression brightened. This indicated that the troops had vacated their camp. Salvation. Although the conditions outside were not much better, at least there would be resources to find. Though he had never served in the military, his respect for soldiers was unyielding. Thus, knowing they might have been rescued brought him considerable joy. However, he pondered, would the troops have taken all their weapons with them? That seemed unlikely, as evacuating personnel would be challenging enough without accounting for weaponry. He would discover the truth upon entering, with the sentry no longer a concern. He simply followed the traces on the ground. After another 20 minutes, Xiao Ran finally entered the camp. It was eerily silent. Not a soul was present, not even a bird. Xiao Ran checked his gear and exited the vehicle. Instantly, a biting chill assaulted him. It was freezing. He began his search within the camp and soon his eyes lit up. He had found the armory. Now this is what I call an armory, he thought, in stark contrast to the farcical armory at the police station yesterday. Handguns, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even RPGs. Jackpot. Who dares to challenge my firepower now? Without further ado, Xiao Ran began collecting weapons. Deciding to transfer bullets and rockets into his spatial realm later, he needed to find a warmer, less frigid place for that. He continued to explore and discovered a tank with a damaged track, but otherwise fully operational. Incredible. While others might merely transport a few weapons, even those with abilities, Xiao Ran alone could clear out the entire camp. A tank. He climbed inside, pulled out his laptop, connected a portable hard drive, and found a video on tank operation, which explained how to load shells and fire, as well as how to adjust the cannon and AIM. No need for complex maneuvers. It was primarily a matter of physical labor to load the shells. Once loaded, pressing a button would suffice to fire. Tanks are weapons, and the essence of a weapon lies in its ease of use and simplicity of operation. To Xiao Ran's delight, the tank contained 8 shells. Shells? He loaded one and fired. Boom. His ears rang, but fortunately, the portal remained aligned with the barrel, absorbing the shock. After assimilating the abilities of the two-horned dog, the portal's maximum size had doubled, as had its effective range. Now reaching 4 meters, he successfully collected one fired shell. Xiao Ran stuffed cotton balls into his ears and continued. Boom, boom, boom. He fired off all 8 shells before stowing the entire tank into his spatial realm. Perhaps it would find future utility. Checking the time, it was past 3 in the afternoon. Time to head back. Xiao Ran retraced his steps at the same speed of 20 kilometers per hour, but luck was not on his side. Shortly after entering the city, thick fog rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring the roads completely. Could he still proceed? Technically, yes, as long as he maintained his spatial perception, he could ensure he wouldn't veer off course or collide with anything. However, sustaining spatial awareness was only manageable for a minute at a time, requiring about half an hour to fully recover. Thus, by the time he regained his senses and finally reached the neighborhood, it was already dark. Sighing, he realized he would have to spend the night outside once again. Fortunately, he was not concerned about food or the risk of freezing to death. In the past, he would have opted to sleep in the vehicle for safety. But now he felt a surge of eagerness. Venturing to Sioux University would mean stepping into an entirely new and unfamiliar environment. How would he confront this challenge? He decided to simulate the experience. Exiting the vehicle and locking the door, he walked a mere 20 meters before entering a nearby neighborhood. Although it was only 5 in the afternoon, the darkness, exacerbated by the fog, rendered it indistinguishable from night. He proceeded cautiously, soon locating the entrance to an apartment building. To his surprise, it was locked. Rather than resorting to force, Xiao Ran accessed the underground garage through the electric bike path, only to find the main security door shut tight. Undoubtedly to fend off the cold. Upon entering, he heard voices emanating from the garage. What could this mean? Xiao Ran slipped into the stairwell via the safety passage, reaching the basement. However, he did not recklessly swing the door open. Instead, he cracked it just enough to utilize his spatial perception. The door was blocked, but not by heavy objects. Rather, it was cushioned with blankets for warmth. Xiao Ran quickly deduced the situation. The noise from within indicated that many people were present in the underground garage. Quietly, he pushed the door open, extending his hand to press forward, and the obstructing blankets vanished without a sound. Xiao Ran gazed ahead and noticed, approximately 10 meters away, a bonfire flickering, fueled by a variety of furniture and an abundance of books stacked nearby like small hills. To Xiao Ran's astonishment, a group of people surrounded the bonfire, singing and dancing as if the outside world was not plagued by disaster but rather resembled a holiday camp. Additionally, there were several grills beside the bonfire, where meat was being roasted, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Xiao Ran scanned the scene and estimated that around 100 people were gathered around the fire, perhaps a few more. But the number was still limited. Moreover, illuminated by the firelight, he could clearly see that the oldest among them was no more than 40 years of age, with most being young adults in their 20s and 30s, comprising both men and women. There were no elderly and no children. Surrounding the bonfire were also sleeping mats, forming a circle, so they slept on the mats at night. It was indeed a practical solution. By lodging together, they could concentrate warmth and reduce consumption. However, where had the elderly and children gone? In a community, there should naturally be individuals from all age groups. Unless, Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and cast another glance at the roasting meat. His expression turning cold, he stealthily crept along the wall, moving silently in the darkness where the firelight barely illuminated, and the revelers, lost in their merriment, failed to notice him. Xiao Ran arrived at the eastern section of the garage. Unlike the western area, this part was shrouded in darkness and bitterly cold. The civil defense door was closed, and upon entering, he shut the door behind him and turned on his flashlight. Goodness! Despite having killed dozens of people, Xiao Ran felt a chill run down his spine. This place was filled with corpses. They were either elderly or children, though there were some young adults as well, each bound hand and foot. Their faces etched with despair and terror, the frigid temperature preserving their final expressions in life. Images began to flood Xiao Ran's mind. Within this community, those 100 robust youths had united to systematically control the others, herding them here to perish from the cold, and these individuals? They had survived by exploiting the resources of every household in the community. Judging by the map, this neighborhood was quite large, potentially housing over 5,000 residents. Thus, it equated to 5,000 people sustaining 100, allowing them to endure for an extended period. For instance, the corpses here served as their reserves, to be cooked and consumed when hunger struck. A murderous glint flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, killing was commonplace. To survive, everyone became exceedingly selfish. However, cannibalism, that was crossing the line. Once the baseline of humanity was eliminated, individuals could commit any atrocity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran had already sentenced those people to death. They were worse than beasts. At that moment, the revelers ceased their dancing and began to nestle into their bedding, indulging in hedonistic abandon. The air filled with lascivious melodies. Chapter 92. I Am the Devil. The scene was utterly chaotic. Xiao Ran widened his eyes, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Yet upon reflection, if they were resorting to cannibalism, could they still be regarded as human? Animals, naturally, possess no sense of shame. Shaking his head, Xiao Ran strode outwards. The closer he approached the bonfire, the larger his shadow loomed, until finally, someone noticed the disturbance. Who are you? The shout startled the revelers, who turned their attention toward Xiao Ran. Indeed, he was a stranger, clad in a thick parka. However, a middle-aged man quickly emerged, donning a coat and gesturing to the crowd. No need to be alarmed. This is a new brother sent by the divine. He continued, let us welcome this newcomer. Instantly, a multitude began to applaud. What was peculiar was that many of them were completely naked. A group of bare-bottomed individuals clapping it all felt profoundly unsettling. The middle-aged man then looked at Xiao Ran and asked, brother, please tell me your name. Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile, I am Xiao Ran, but I cannot be a brother to you. With all of you sleeping together like this, no thanks. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. The middle-aged man exchanged glances, and several men and women quickly donned their clothes, circling around Xiao Ran. He pretended not to notice, brother. This world is in utter chaos, and only the divine can save the souls. The middle-aged man spoke with a zealot's fervor. Now the divine has opened its arms to you. Why do you refuse? Rejecting the divine will only plunge you into darkness, and you shall never find redemption. Xiao Ran shook his head, recognizing that every time calamity struck, cults would flourish, for their extreme ideologies found fertile ground. After all, was this extreme weather normal? It was not. Surely, it indicated divine wrath. It was a concept that had a wide appeal. At that moment, those encircling him drew closer, brandishing fruit knives and kitchen knives. Weapons typically used for dismembering corpses and cutting meat, naturally kept close at hand. Die. The group charged from the shadows toward Xiao Ran. He let out a cold smile, opening a spatial gate to the left. And with a series of gunfire, bullets were unleashed. The spatial gate then opened to the right, and with his spatial perception, he was fully aware of the 8 individuals charging at him, their appearance and direction clear in his mind. 8 bullets flew like precision-guided missiles, striking the foreheads of the 8 attackers, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The others were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. They merely saw 8 individuals rush toward Xiao Ran, only to fall simultaneously. Gasps filled the air as they beheld the 8 with gaping wounds on their foreheads, blood gushing forth, their eyes wide open in eternal shock. A chill swept over everyone. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief for a moment before exclaiming, You are the messenger of the devil. Brothers and sisters, this man comes as a representative of the devil. We must unite and kill this messenger, or the devil will discover our location and eliminate us all. He had likely used a set of demonic rhetoric to manipulate the masses, so upon hearing his words, the crowd shuddered, their eyes now filled with murderous intent directed at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, wrong that I am not the messenger of the devil. I am the devil. He casually pointed at one person and said, Die. A bullet silently shot forth, and with a splatter of blood. A scream erupted and a frown crossed Xiao Ran's face as the bullet failed to deliver a fatal shot, but instead struck the individual's ear. The distance had affected his accuracy. It was somewhat embarrassing, especially after declaring death. Nevertheless, those before him were left in shock. At a distance of several meters, Xiao Ran had effortlessly blown off a person's ear. This is terrifying. Just as Xiao Ran claimed, he was not the devil's messenger but the devil himself. Immediately, some individuals knelt before him, bowing repeatedly, "Great demon, I wish to submit to you. Please spare my life." These people were clearly fickle, lacking any real faith. Xiao Ran replied coolly, "Those who submit to me, step forward. I shall lead you into my kingdom." What did that mean? The kneeling individuals were momentarily taken aback, hesitating before slowly standing and moving toward Xiao Ran. After taking a few steps, suddenly, one person vanished without a trace, disappearing without a hint of anomaly. What? Instantly, the others halted. Xiao Ran smiled lightly. "What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to follow me?" Only then did the others realize that the vanished individual had indeed entered Xiao Ran's realm. No matter how dire it was there, it had to be better than here, right? Some thought this way and took a step forward, disappearing in an instant. This emboldened many others, and one by one, they began to vanish. Yet, there were always those with differing thoughts, who not only refrained from advancing but began to retreat. Minutes later, no one else moved forward. Xiao Ran glanced around and noted that over 30 individuals remained, hesitating or backing away. "Devil, devil!" The earlier middle-aged man cried out, even brandishing a cross at Xiao Ran, as if attempting to intimidate him. "I command you to withdraw at once." Xiao Ran scoffed, forming his right hand into a gun shape, aiming it at the middle-aged man. Bang! He declared. The bullet silently shot out, followed by a scream as the middle-aged man clutched his neck, stumbling backward, blood seeping through his fingers like a leaky pipe. Xiao Ran's lips twitched slightly. He still aimed for a headshot, yet missed again. His cursed accuracy, beyond the range of spatial perception, his precision plummeted. Yet, the sight of the middle-aged man's plight terrified the crowd to their core. He can truly shoot bullets with his hand like a gun. A demon, absolutely a demon. "Great one, please spare me. Take me to paradise. I am willing to offer you my soul," they cried out in hysteria. While the women became even more frenzied, tearing off their clothes and lying on the mats, shouting, "Devil, come to me. I am willing to bear your spawn and rule this world." The earlier middle-aged man had already slumped down, his eyes dimming, and with a thud, he collapsed. Yet no one paid him any mind. All eyes were fervently fixed on Xiao Ran. What did it matter if he was a devil, as long as he allowed them to live? Who cared where their souls would go after death? Chapter 93. Returning to the community, inviting covetous eyes, Xiao Ran raised his hands once more, proclaiming, "Submit to me, and swiftly enter my realm." They had already deemed Xiao Ran a devil. So who would dare to disobey? Disobedience meant certain death. Yet, if they complied, even though individuals mysteriously vanished, perhaps, as Xiao Ran asserted, they truly entered his world. If they displayed submission and obedience, perhaps the devil would appreciate and regard them favorably? This was certainly preferable to awaiting death, was it not? With such thoughts in mind, they stepped into the portal, only to instantaneously become lifeless corpses. Nevertheless, at least it was painless. Xiao Ran smiled. He had saved a considerable number of bullets. Indeed, the youth was teachable. However, 4 women had yet to take the initiative to enter the trap. They were attempting to seduce Xiao Ran into wild revelry with them. What use was it for you to submit to the devil? We could directly become the devil's women, even bear his progeny. Our status would not be much lower than yours. A bunch of fools. Women ought to judiciously utilize their beauty and physique. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Wasn't this tantamount to compelling him to expend 4 more bullets? Humph. Yet, Xiao Ran was not stingy. He took a few steps forward, just as the 4 women believed they had stirred his desires. For bullets were swiftly discharged. PFF, 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 PFF. Due to the close distance, all 4 women were struck in the forehead, instantly creating gaping wounds, rendering them lifeless on the spot. How could Xiao Ran possibly find these women appealing? Not to mention that his taste had grown discerning. Even in the absence of such refinement, he would still dismiss them. He retrieved a bed, mattress, and bedding from the alternate space. The bedding had been used by those individuals, making it unfit for his repose. For him, resources were in abundance. Nestling into the thick bedding, which was of the highest quality and provided exceptional warmth, combined with a large fire pit nearby continuously radiating heat. Xiao Ran found himself sweating profusely even in such frigid weather, awakening in the middle of the night from the heat. He had even experienced a troubling nightmare, surrounded by imposing men, startling him awake. Upon waking, he realized it was merely the weight of the blankets pressing down on him. Very well, he removed 2 blankets and resumed his slumber. This time, he slept soundly until after 6 o'clock. He chose not to continue sleeping. Instead, he retrieved the weapons he had recently acquired and began to fire. 2 hours later, the alternate space was filled with a substantial quantity of bullets, primarily those fired from heavy machine guns. Time was limited, so Xiao Ran naturally selected the most powerful options. Of course, he also had RPGs, handheld rocket launchers. Stepping out of the garage, the biting cold wind invigorated him, while the dense fog once again dispersed. As he walked, he pondered. Yesterday, the community had approximately 5,000 inhabitants, yet there was not a single superhuman among them. What did this signify? The probability of mutation was pitifully low. The fact that he encountered a mutated dog on his second outing was indeed a coincidence. Was it bad luck or fortunate? Xiao Ran believed it was indeed good fortune. It allowed him to realize early on that there might be other superhumans in the world. Most importantly, he had absorbed the dog's powers, not only learning that the abilities of other superhumans could be plundered, but he had also enhanced his own. Had he remained cooped up in the villa for a year and a half, he might have faced a formidable superhuman forcefully breaching the villa. At that time, he would have had no opportunity to resist, and the beautiful women he had collected would have been given away without a fight. Xiao Ran shook his head. In this life, he would never allow anyone to kill him. As the large vehicle steadily rolled through the community gates, it naturally caught the attention of many, inciting jealousy that turned their eyes crimson. They were on the brink of starvation. Yet Xiao Ran, he could still venture out in search of food, seeking provisions from Xiao Ran and drink. Since he possessed the ability to go out, he should share the food he procured with them. Indeed, how could he hoard it all? Such selfishness was intolerable. Moreover, building number 4 was under their watch. What had he contributed? Without their efforts, he might have already been devoured by those in building number 4. Where in the world could such an advantageous situation exist, where one benefits entirely without any contribution? Go find him. The various buildings exchanged words, and a group of famished and parched individuals quickly reached a consensus. Find Xiao Ran. Their demeanor resembled that of a husband undertaking a perilous mission, leaving his wife at home in anxious anticipation, filled with concern. Xiao Ran smiled, observing Jiang Yuning's expression of palpable relief. Yet did a profound connection truly exist between the two? Certainly not. Thus, Jiang Yuning's worry was merely a blend of various emotions. For instance, should Xiao Ran perish outside, she would be trapped within the villa. She had undoubtedly attempted to open all the doors in the villa, all of which required either fingerprints or passwords for access, whether from the outside or the inside. Although Xiao Ran had not restricted her movements to the first 3 floors, she was unable to open the main door or access the basement. Therefore, like Han Yun and the other 4 women, she too was a caged bird, albeit in a slightly larger cage. Furthermore, this was the apocalypse, and no one knew how many humans remained outside. Thus, loneliness was inevitable, especially for those whose inner strength was lacking. Naturally, they feared becoming the last human on Earth. Additionally, Xiao Ran was her first and only man. A woman could never forget who her first was. For this was the singular occasion of enduring initial hardship followed by sweetness, pain followed by pleasure. Xiao Ran indulged in the company of a leopard for a time before approaching Jiang Yuning. Inquiring, "Have you had breakfast?" "No." Jiang Yuning shook her head, worry evident, though her stomach was not empty. Xiao Ran chuckled, regardless of whether this was sincere or merely to appease him. It was pleasant to hear. "Just so happens, I haven't eaten either. Let us go eat together." Xiao Ran laid out a lavish breakfast spread, akin to a hotel buffet, allowing Jiang Yuning to select whatever her heart desired, until her flat stomach began to bulge. Chapter 94. Director Wu's threat, but could he be blamed? It had to be the result of absorbing superhuman abilities, which not only enhanced his body and powers, but also left him brimming with energy. Yes, it must be so. How could I possibly be a hedonist? Just as Xiao Ran was reflecting on this, the surveillance system emitted an alert to in the basement. Xiao Ran proceeded directly to investigate. What the? So many people! Xiao Ran observed the passageway filled with individuals, and beyond that, even more gathered outside. Had the entire community's survivors converged here, save for building number 4? Xiao Ran, we know you're inside. Come out and talk to us. Don't hide like a turtle, they shouted, emboldened by the umbrellas they held above their heads or the raincoats they donned. Some claimed Xiao Ran possessed a firearm, yet this had never been substantiated. Most remained skeptical. This was China. Where would he acquire a gun? Were it not for the fact that this villa was impenetrable by sheer human force, they would not be here wasting their breath, but would instead break into the villa for a free meal. Xiao Ran activated the microphone and spoke nonchalantly. What do you wish to discuss with me? Seeing Xiao Ran's reluctance to emerge. The crowd, though furious, found themselves at an impasse. If they could invade the villa, would they still be shouting here? Therefore, even if Xiao Ran refused to emerge, they could only vent their frustrations ineffectually. An elderly man stepped forward. Addressing the surveillance camera at the entrance, Xiao, I am Director Wu from the street office. You must believe that disasters will eventually pass. Thus, your current inaction in the face of suffering will inevitably lead to reckoning after the calamity. TSK, 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 starting off with grand accusations and sensationalism. Xiao Ran naturally paid no heed. The disaster will pass? Yes, it will, but not in a year or a half. It will take decades, if not centuries, or even longer. One only has to consider the time required for nature to purify contaminated water. Moreover, there is this abnormally low temperature. Once an ice age descends, it will not be over in a short time. Thus, even if humanity can weather this crisis, it will ultimately be on a community basis, or even a family unit, akin to tribes in primitive society. So, hundreds or thousands of years later, when spring arrives. You speak of post-disaster reckoning? Is that not laughable? Xiao Ran remained unperturbed. Engaging with these individuals was merely a pastime. What did Director Wu want him to do? Upon hearing this, Director Wu's face brightened with smugness. Look, see, the common people are so easily frightened before someone in my position. They are already cowed after just a few words. He cleared his throat, stating, after our research and discussion, we have proposed the following 2 options. First, considering your struggles alone, you may share that vehicle, allowing everyone to take turns seeking resources in doing so. While your contributions may be slightly diminished, you will still be recognized as the foremost contributor. How do you choose? Xiao Ran chuckled. How thick-skinned you all are, he replied coolly. I choose the third option. Huh? Director Wu was momentarily dumbfounded. He had only provided 2 choices. You can call your own shots. I will play by my own rules. Xiao Ran's voice floated out leisurely, followed by the light laughter of women. More than one. The crowd could not help but think of Han Yun, the community's renowned beauty. Whenever she entered or exited the community, countless men had fantasized about her, and she was the goddess of many men's dreams, a figure they could only hope to embrace in slumber. Yet such an exquisite woman was currently at Xiao Ran's villa, allowing him to have his way with her. Imagining this scene, the crowd felt a surge of respect. Adulterer, harlots. They could only silently curse, green with envy, wondering why such fortune had not befallen themselves. Director Wu's face darkened, and he exclaimed loudly, Comrade Xiao Xiao, do not presume that we are incapable of dealing with you. We simply do not wish to push matters to their extreme. Let me inform you, if you refuse to accept our terms today, we will release the individuals from Building 4 and inform them that it was you who confined them. Heh, a pack of beasts willing to feast on flesh has set their sights on you. Do you truly believe you will continue to lead a peaceful existence? Unless you plan to never step outside again. Chapter 95. Release the tiger back to the mountain. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Release the people from Building 4? You truly are insane. It was well known that Xiao Ran's villa could not be breached by ordinary individuals. Thus, even if the occupants of Building 4 believed the lockdown was orchestrated by Xiao Ran, and indeed it was, they would not simply sit idly by when they could not invade the villa. It seemed misfortune awaited these fools. How short-sighted. Was Xiao Ran afraid? Not in the slightest. In a direct confrontation, the entire community combined would not stand a chance against him. Even an attack from behind would not faze him, as he had developed a certain level of defensive capability. Spatial awareness. He could not possibly be intimidated by Director Wu's mere words. With a scoff, he said, If you are not afraid of being devoured by the occupants of Building 4 first, then by all means, release them. I, for one, am protected by my villa, and they cannot breach it. If you are foolish enough to release the tiger back to the mountain, feel free with that. He switched off the microphone, blocking external sounds. The 4 women, Han Yun among them, looked at him with a hint of concern. After all, the previous actions of Building 4 had been truly terrifying. They had killed and abducted many, behaving like wild beasts. In contrast, Xiao Ran, while ruthless, had always maintained a stance of if you don't provoke me, I shan't bother with you, unlike Building 4, which would pursue you regardless of your actions. How had the world descended into such chaos? It had only been 22 days since the apocalypse began. They all felt a deep sense of lamentation. Xiao Ran, however, was unrelenting and set out again in the afternoon, driving towards the campus of Su University. Along the way, he cleared roadblocks. While traveling with Su Qingmei, he did not wish to reveal his secret of possessing spatial abilities, so he made a quick trip. Yet, this trip was not in vain. He stopped at gas stations and supermarkets along the way, indulging in a little zero-cost shopping. The thrill of not spending a dime was invigorating. However, the food was somewhat dismal, having been retrieved from sub-zero temperatures, requiring a considerable amount of time to thaw, and the quality after freezing was surely compromised. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to stave off hunger. In times where even eating had become a challenge, could one still afford to be picky? These provisions could serve as rewards. Preventing waste of his precious reserves, Xiao Ran meticulously categorized the frozen food within his alternate space, ensuring that such items were kept separate from what he himself would consume. Just as his vehicle was about to turn a corner and vanish from sight, a young man suddenly appeared. Despite the frigid temperatures, he was clad in autumn attire, appearing surprisingly unencumbered. He gazed ahead in confusion, murmuring, "Is that a car? But how can it maintain balance on such a slippery surface? It should crash at any moment." The young man shook his head and turned into the campus of Su University, a large bag slung over his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. Someone began beating a drum. Instantly, a throng surged forth from the entrances of the nearby buildings, swiftly converging at the main gate. They brandished sticks, some wielding hammers, their demeanor aggressive. "Are they planning to smash my car?" Xiao Ran's expression hardened, and he slammed the accelerator down. Roar! The modified G-Class, with its powerful engine, thundered forward. Seeing the steel monster barreling towards them, the group in front dared not stand their ground and hurriedly scattered. Too late. Bang, bang, bang. Several individuals were sent flying as if scattered by divine intervention, the sound of breaking bones echoing. When they hit the ground, some fell unconscious, others coughed up blood. But regardless, in such dire circumstances, being struck by a vehicle had but one outcome: death. Were there any doctors to treat you now? Ha! The G-Class sped off but soon came to a halt, reversing and accelerating once more towards the crowd. The onlookers cried out in despair. Bang, bang, bang. More individuals were knocked aside, but others seized the opportunity to strike with their sticks and hammers. Xiao Ran, with a cold laugh, unleashed a volley of bullets without a sound, and once again, a large portion of the crowd collapsed. Even with the vehicle's enhanced defenses, Xiao Ran was reluctant to see it harmed. What if? The G-Class barreled through the crowd, complemented by bullets from his alternate space, causing bodies to fall in droves. Yet, most were unaware that many had been shot. They assumed it was solely the vehicle's doing. In the midst of such chaos, who would notice how others met their demise? They cried out, hastily retreating into the building, cursing their own lack of speed. The more they rushed, the higher the likelihood of slipping on the icy ground. And should they fall, exposed skin would surely be painfully scraped, eliciting cries of agony. Minutes later, the survivors had all retreated indoors, leaving behind what could be over 100 corpses. The survivors trembled in their eyes. Xiao Ran was far more ruthless than the occupants of Building 4. While Building 4 comprised a group, Xiao Ran was but one. A single individual wielding such destructive power. What if he had a group behind him? What could they do? They were at a loss, threatened. Xiao Ran did not heed them, blocking their path. He had ruthlessly crashed into people. They were utterly helpless. Release the occupants of Building 4, let them fight Xiao Ran to the death. Director Wu gritted his teeth, for just moments ago, his son-in-law had been brutally killed by Xiao Ran. Could he not harbor hatred? Yet, The occupants of Building 4 were no saints either, someone voiced in concern. Then do you wish to starve to death? Director Wu retorted coldly. Let the occupants of Building 4 contend with Xiao Ran. We still have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, we can only await our demise. Move. Thus, the group wrapped themselves in thick blankets and approached Building 4. We can release you, but you must agree to several conditions. Director Wu shouted through a loudspeaker. The window opened, and Liu Yang's face emerged, wearing a sinister grin. Oh, do share. After much back-and-forth negotiation, a consensus was finally reached. The individuals outside began to fill in the pits they had previously dug to prevent the occupants of Building 4 from escaping through the windows. They had excavated deep holes beneath each corresponding window, filled with sharp objects. Once the pits were filled, they placed furniture at the bottom, followed by blankets and other materials, allowing for easy escape from the second-floor windows. Liu Yang was the first to leap out, and when over 20 individuals from Building 4 emerged, Liu Yang slapped Director Wu's face, grinning. I recall Director Wu has a daughter, quite beautiful. How about letting us have some fun with her? Chapter 96. The backlash. The occupants of Building 4 had been freed. They had nearly starved and thirsted to death within their confines, and having resorted to cannibalism, after such an ordeal, did they retain any compassion? None. As a result, the other residents of the community were doomed. That night, anguish screams echoed incessantly, though Director Wu and his group attempted to shift the blame for the lockdown onto Xiao Ran. Liu Yang and his companions were not fools. Such a grand operation could not be accomplished by one person in a single night. Therefore, Director Wu's involvement was inevitable. What need was there for courtesy towards enemies? The occupants of Building 4 emerged like ferocious tigers, brimming with murderous intent. In stark contrast, the residents of other buildings were disunited. As long as the occupants of Building 4 did not approach them, they dared not show themselves, instead barricading stairways with furniture and assigning guards to poke at them with bamboo poles should they attack. Thus, as long as one person was stationed to guard, basic safety was assured. However, that day, the entire 12th building suffered misfortune under Director Wu's leadership. The occupants of Building 4 invaded, and the residents of Building 12 were utterly defenseless, quickly subdued. What followed was a one-sided assault by Building 4. All the men were systematically killed and frozen for future sustenance, while the women became mere tools for gratification, especially Director Wu's daughter, who, possessing a certain beauty, was subjected to the brutal whims of over 20 men. Succumbing before dawn, Director Wu was forced to watch the entire ordeal, his fury causing him to spit blood, consumed by regret. Had he known better than to unleash these beasts, though Xiao Ran was merciless. He adhered to a principle. If you did not provoke him, he would not bother you, unlike the savage occupants of Building 4, who exhibited no humanity whatsoever. The old man wept bitterly, eventually shedding blood tears that blinded him. His remorse was profound, but what good was regret? The tiger had already been released back to the mountain, even inviting wolves into the fold. The die had been cast. Liu Yang, smoking a retrieved cigarette, gazed at the distant villa, flicking off the ash with a glint of coldness in his eyes. I've heard Xiao Ran possesses a vehicle capable of traversing icy surfaces, even if we do not wish to oppose him. Circumstances compel us to subdue this individual, but he is not easy to deal with. The villa itself is invulnerable. Breaching those thick walls is beyond human capability. Can we even employ construction vehicles or explosives to breach it? What then? Only wait until that fellow steps out, then set up roadblocks to force him to a halt. The roadblocks must be sufficiently large and hefty. Otherwise, they won't be able to stop the vehicle. Let's just wait for his next outing. While the community is engulfed in turmoil, Xiao Ran here luxuriates in comfort. Although he has prepared a formidable arsenal and scouted the area, he could have set out today. However, why rush? After all, it has already been over 20 days since the apocalypse began. Those who cannot endure have likely perished by now, so what does one more day matter? Wang Lulu occasionally thinks of her son. For he is a piece of flesh from her own body, yet in such dire circumstances, what can she possibly do? She is utterly powerless. At noon, Xiao Ran unexpectedly spotted someone on the surveillance feed. Building 4, Liu Yang. He stood at the iron gate, donning a raincoat, and waved at the camera. Looking for me? Xiao Ran inquired. Liu Yang chuckled. I wish to borrow your vehicle. Name your price in this community. I can deliver any woman you desire. Xiao Ran laughed as well. If I wanted a woman, I could simply throw food to attract her. There's no need for force. Besides, I have no interest in coercion. It is utterly meaningless. He relished the idea of women who are willing to engage, eagerly complying. Whether their affection is genuine or feigned matters not. But coercion, it either meets fierce resistance or results in a lifeless, unresponsive partner. Is that enjoyable? Lu Yang shook his head. Xiaoran, I genuinely wish to borrow your car. You would do well to agree. Are you planning to threaten me? Xiaoran asked. No. Only those lacking strength resort to threats. Lu Yang smiled. Xiaoran, we shall meet again, and it will be a genuine meeting. Teach, you're getting cheeky. Fine, when we meet, I hope you can maintain such bravado. Xiaoran replied with a grin. I possess supernatural abilities. Allow me to teach you how to write the character for submission in capital letters. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Yang laughed heartily before turning to leave. The negotiation had collapsed. His gaze turned icy. If Xiaoran were to lend him the vehicle, that would be ideal. He truly did not wish to fall out with Xiaoran, as far too many had perished at his hands. Although various coincidences suggested that none had died due to his overwhelming might, it did not lessen his wariness of Xiaoran. Unfortunately, he must acquire Xiaoran's vehicle. Otherwise, they would be trapped in this community. Xiaoran paid no heed to Lu Yang. In the afternoon, he dedicated 3 hours to exercise. And in the evening, he watched a series with Jiang Yuning. Technically, it was Jiang Yuning who was engrossed in the show while he measured her physique. You're so beautiful. You must have many colleagues pursuing you. Right? Xiaoran asked. Jiang Yuning pouted her red lips. Who do you look down upon? I am the police flower of the city. When I attended a meeting in the neighboring city, many colleagues specifically requested transfers to our bureau. Moreover, several sons of prominent leaders in the city are pursuing me. Xiaoran chuckled. That's excellent. No supervisor would dare to make unwelcome advances towards you now. Indeed, Jiang Yuning nodded. To pursue me would mean offending more than half of Su Qing's second-generation officials, essentially antagonizing their parents. It's no trivial matter. Xiaoran laughed heartily. Yet in the end, it benefits me. Chapter 97. Preparing to depart, Jiang Yuning playfully scolded. You're truly taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. She was so beautiful that she could easily marry into a prestigious family, both parents being university professors, which is a significant advantage, but instead, she had compromised herself for some food. Sigh. She gazed at the man beside her with a complex expression. The more desperate the reality became, the more she found herself relying on him. As her dependence deepened, so too did her complex feelings for Xiaoran. One day, her heart would be completely ensnared. This realization frightened her, yet she felt utterly powerless. Could she ever part from Xiaoran? Not to mention, she already knew of the deeds committed by the formidable individuals in Building 4. If she stepped outside this villa, she might be seized by a group of vile men. Subjected to their whims and abuses, at that moment, death would seem preferable. No, even if she died, she might be consumed as food. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down her spine, her fair face paling. Not just in this community. Cannibalism could be occurring in every corner of the earth. She instinctively clutched Xiaoran, whispering, You must not come to harm. If Xiaoran were to face misfortune, her own fate would be tragically dire. Xiaoran smiled. Rest assured, I am quite selfish. I won't allow any other man to touch you. On this day, Xiaoran seemingly did nothing, yet it felt as if he was constantly occupied. Moving from upstairs to downstairs, his body felt somewhat overwhelmed. No wonder many emperors throughout history have met untimely ends. However, it appeared that I have not been affected in the slightest. Xiaoran gazed into the mirror, showing no signs of debauchery-induced decline. Comparing it with photographs taken days prior, he discovered he actually looked even more vibrant and energetic now. How peculiar! Has acquiring supernatural abilities also enhanced my physical constitution, thereby increasing my resources? If this hypothesis holds true, then by absorbing dozens or even hundreds of powers, can I truly transform into an unyielding machine, while my body remains completely unaffected, perhaps even growing stronger? Wow, this sounds fantastic, Xiaoran nodded. He now had yet another reason to hunt down those with supernatural abilities. The day of indulgence finally came to an end. Xiaoran eagerly anticipated Su Qing's arrival. Are we ready to depart? She asked anxiously. Consider yourself fortunate. I have prepared everything necessary. Xiaoran nodded at Su Qing bit her lip, taking a few seconds before saying, Could I first find my sister and then complete the transaction? Noticing Xiaoran's expression darken, she quickly clarified. I don't intend to renege, but I am still a virgin. If I give it to you now, I fear I won't be able to move and find my sister. Xiaoran was slightly taken aback. Such an exquisite beauty was still a virgin? Previously, none of Han Yun's 4 companions were, and now 2 had unexpectedly emerged. How curious! Xiaoran remained noncommittal, countering. First, I only agreed to lend you the car and accompany you to Su University. I never promised to find your sister, he continued. Second, what if you go back on your word? I swear. Xiaoran waved his hand, cutting her off. I don't believe in oaths. Here's the deal. If you attempt to renege, I'll just shoot you. He brandished a handgun in front of Su Qingmei. She nodded, trembling. All right. She also had a gun, but it had been confiscated by Xiaoran upon her first visit. Faced with a strong man wielding a firearm, Su Qingmei felt an overwhelming sense of submission, both psychologically and physically. Very well, let us set off, Xiaoran declared. The 4 women surrounding Han Yun quickly urged Xiaoran to be cautious. Simultaneously, they shot Su Qingmei warning glances. Su Qingmei sighed inwardly, thinking that once she found her sister and fulfilled her promise, she would take her sister far away. She had no desire to compete for affection with these 4 women. Xiaoran reassured Han Yun and her companions, preparing ample food and fresh water for their journey to Su University, which could last several days. Upstairs, Jiang Yuning continually added firewood to the fireplace. There was no chance of getting cold. Even if the fireplace became unusable, the generator he had prepared was already connected. The air conditioning could still function, albeit less effectively than the fireplace. At least they wouldn't freeze to death. He led Su Qingmei to the first floor, while Han Yun and her companions could only watch enviously. Although they had been living in the villa for several days, they had not gained Xiaoran's approval and had never left the basement. Now, they found themselves somewhat envious of Su Qingmei. Xiaoran closed the door to the basement, and Su Qingmei waited for him, only to hear thundering footsteps. A stunning beauty descended the stairs, equal to her in allure, accompanied by a mutt that ran over from the kitchen, stopping beside her and panting as it sized her up. There's another one? Su Qingmei regarded Jiang Yuning, who was also scrutinizing her, their gazes sparking with intensity, each sensing a palpable sense of danger. Xiaoran had already informed Jiang Yuning of their outing today to help someone find her sister. Initially, Jiang Yuning thought Xiaoran was acting out of compassion, but upon seeing Su Qingmei, she realized he had been mistaken. What compassion? It was clearly lust. She had misjudged Xiaoran. Had he not felt an urgent need to enhance himself, he would not have agreed to help Su Qingmei find her sister, no matter how much more beautiful she was than Su Qingmei. He absolutely avoided dangerous endeavors. However, now Xiaoran was filled with a heightened sense of urgency. For him, this journey was primarily about honing his skills and seeking out those with supernatural abilities, while Su Qingmei was merely an added incentive. Chapter 98. Entering Su University, Xiaoran and Su Qingmei set off. As the large vehicle exited the garage, many residents in the community stood by their windows watching, including Lu Yong. He turned to the others inside and proclaimed, "Brothers, it's time to get to work." Roar! A chorus of men responded, each with 1 or 2 women in their arms, showering them with kisses before rising to their feet. What were they planning? To construct an impenetrable roadblock at the entrance. Forcing Xiaoran to come to a halt at that moment, they would seize the opportunity to lock the tires of the large vehicle, leaving Xiaoran as a fish in a barrel, ready for slaughter. You find yourself within a villa, thus you are akin to an iron tortoise, an entity we cannot contend with. Yet, you have chosen to emerge. After all, you are merely a person. Xiaoran, why not simply borrow the vehicle? Must you force us to take action? Lu Yong scoffed, extinguishing the last remnants of his cigarette. Indeed, this was the final cigarette. Thus, he was fervently eager to seize that large G-class, so he too could venture out to the supermarket in search of supplies. Particularly cigarettes. He could forego food for a day, but not a single day without the comfort of a cigarette, else he would feel utterly unsettled. As the G-class rolled out of the community gate, Su Qingmei turned her head to glance back, inquiring, "Are you aware that numerous individuals within the community are fixated on you, wishing to see you utterly diminished?" "Indeed," Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. "Knowing this, you still dare to venture out?" Su Qingmei expressed her disbelief. "You may possess a firearm, but with just 1 gun, and considering matings and the others' weapons, that totals merely 3. Can 3 handguns truly intimidate an entire community? The individuals from Building 4 are ravenous. How deranged they are. A submachine gun would be more effective. That is not my intention. Su Qingmei quickly retorted, genuinely fearful that Xiaoran might reconsider and leave her behind, leaving her with no choice but to fight him. Then silence yourself. Do not distract me while I drive. Xiaoran remarked, are you not aware that conversing with the driver can lead to accidents? Su Qingmei fell silent, bemused, at this speed of merely 20 miles per hour. Even if we were to crash, what harm could truly ensue? Moreover, this vehicle is evidently modified. The robust front bumper, what a sensation! She crossed her arms, choosing not to speak further. However, witnessing Xiaoran's fearlessness in the face of danger, his determination to uphold his promise stirred a flicker of emotion within her. Had she known that Xiaoran was actively seeking to venture out for exercise, to locate other ability users and mutated beasts, merely regarding her as an afterthought, she wondered if her feelings of gratitude would transform into a fierce anger instead. What? Am I not beautiful enough? Is my figure lacking allure, rendering me merely an addendum? Under Xiaoran's cautious driving, after a 30-minute journey, they arrived at the Su University Xiamen campus. In truth, it was known as the Su University East Campus. However, a moat separated the East Campus into 2 distinct areas, the so-called Xiamen campus being located to the east of the moat. Since Xiaoran had already cleared the roads the previous day, they enjoyed an unhindered passage. Su Qingmei found it peculiar. Although many abandoned vehicles littered the road, some wrecked, others simply left haphazardly, there remained a clear passage for their vehicle. It seemed as though someone had preemptively cleared the way. She was no fool and couldn't help but glance at Xiaoran. You mentioned needing 3 days. Did you perhaps clear the roads in the preceding 2 days? No, that is implausible. How could one person clear a path? She pondered. Even if you used the G-Class to push the obstructing vehicles aside, how long would it take to clear a 10-kilometer stretch? It cannot be accomplished in merely a day or 2. Could it be that someone else has driven here before us, a precursor who cleared the way? She mused, perplexed. Upon reaching the school gate, Xiaoran parked and gestured invitingly. Su Qingmei paused. Aren't you driving into the campus? Xiaoran chuckled. Our agreement was merely to bring you here. We never stipulated that I must drive into the campus. Indeed, no such stipulation had been made. Su Qingmei found herself unable to counter his logic, yet she understood this was Xiaoran's ploy to extort her further. Reluctantly, she asked, what do you desire? Accompany me for 3 additional days. Xiaoran raised his hand, displaying 3 fingers. Su Qingmei gritted her teeth. 1 day deal. Xiaoran readily agreed. Regardless of Su Qingmei's acceptance, he would enter the school. Thus, he had effectively gained a day without effort. Su Qingmei felt a surge of anger, realizing she had fallen into Xiaoran's trap. Nonetheless, having already agreed to share a bed with him, what difference did it make if it were 1 day more or less? The G-Class slowly entered the campus. Upon entry, they were met with the library ahead, the gymnasium and swimming pool to the right, and the teaching buildings to the left. After some discussion, they concluded that if Su Qingmei's sister were in any of these locations, she would likely not have survived until now. Thus, she must either be in her dormitory or the cafeteria. Otherwise, she would easily succumb to the cold or starvation. They decided to head to the cafeteria. Why the cafeteria instead of the dormitory? Because Su Qingmei had no knowledge of which building or room her sister occupied, making the cafeteria a more prudent destination. Before long, they arrived outside the cafeteria. To Xiaoran's surprise, numerous individuals were peering out from the windows, seemingly waiting for something. Counting, he estimated around 30 people, a mix of men and women. Let us investigate, he suggested. As they exited the vehicle, Su Qingmei immediately shivered. Despite having donned warmer clothing, the frigid air was still a shock to her system. The weather was utterly unforgiving. The initial days had not been too harsh, merely hovering around -10 degrees. Manageable with winter attire, yet those days had seen a barrage of icy hail. Who would dare venture outside under such conditions? Now, while the hail had ceased, the temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees or even lower. With the preparations of Sioux City residents, what winter clothing could possibly provide adequate warmth? Su Qingmei glanced at Xiaoran, noting that the outfit she wore was provided by him. This man, an absurd thought crept into her mind, was following him the best choice in this apocalyptic world? She quickly shook her head. Given Xiaoran's lecherous nature, would he spare her sister? She could sacrifice herself, but she would never allow her sister to fall prey to this man. Once her sister was found and the promise fulfilled, she was determined to leave with her. Chapter 99. Ability User, Yang Wenqi. Xiaoran and Su Qingmei approached the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, the doors swung open, and a group of young people regarded them with eager anticipation. "Are you the rescue team sent by the government?" one of the university students inquired. Xiaoran shook his head. "I'm sorry, we are merely here to find someone." Su Qingmei quickly interjected. "Do you know Su Xinran?" The group of students, though disappointed, nodded in unison. "Su Xinran is the campus belle." "How could we not know her?" Xiaoran silently acknowledged. With such beauty, it was no surprise that the sister was equally striking, making her title as the campus belle entirely plausible. "You resemble the campus belle. You must be her sister, right?" a female student asked. Su Qingmei nodded. "Yes. Do you know where Xinran might be now?" The girl pondered for a moment before responding. "If she isn't in the West cafeteria, then she must have perished from hunger." "Oh, there are two cafeterias?" Su Qingmei confirmed. "Thank you," she said, preparing to pull Xiaoran away. However, as they turned, their path was obstructed. "May we borrow your vehicle?" a male student smiled, addressing them. Su Qingmei's expression darkened. Borrow? That vehicle was crucial for her to locate her sister, and she needed it to escape with her as well. There was no way she could agree, especially since the vehicle was not even hers. "That is not permissible," Xiaoran replied coolly, shaking his head. The male student's expression soured. "My friend, do take a moment to consider the current situation. People are on the brink of starvation, and you would refuse to lend a hand?" Xiaoran chuckled. "We are not related. Why should I feel obligated to concern myself with your fate?" His words ignited the ire of the students, prompting them to step forward. Su Qingmei, once a meek girl, had transformed into a fierce warrior after her years in confinement. She clenched her fists, glaring intently. Xiaoran merely smiled, drawing his handgun. "Who among you wishes to test the waters?" "A gun!" The students instinctively recoiled, retreating in haste. Suddenly, a strong sense of alarm surged within Xiaoran. His instinctive reaction outpaced his conscious thought, and he swiftly opened a spatial gateway to absorb a rapidly approaching object. Scanning with his mind, he identified it as a basketball. With a mere thought, he released the basketball, altering its trajectory slightly so that it soared just above his head. He wished to keep his secret hidden, as revealing his abilities would thwart his plans. That moment, the sound of air being displaced reached them. Wow, that basketball must have broken the sound barrier. Boom! The basketball crashed against the wall, exploding in a cacophony, leaving a sizable dent. Su Qingmei, realizing the source of the noise, turned to see a male student seated at a distant table, casually toying with a basketball, surrounded by several others. Xiaoran's gaze sharpened. To possess the ability to launch a basketball at supersonic speed, this individual must surely be an ability user. His suspicion confirmed, he had absorbed the basketball through the spatial gateway and released it, ensuring only a miscalculated aim would arouse no suspicion of his own powers. Feigning weakness while simultaneously preparing for a potent strike, eliminating foes while safeguarding oneself. What could be more advantageous? "Ha, that was a warning from our brother Yang," one male student boasted. "Our brother Yang is an ability user capable of launching objects at supersonic speeds. Imagine the destructive power of a bullet. Now consider how much more devastating heavier objects would be, Brother Yang?" Xiaoran inquired, casting his gaze toward the student sitting at the table. "What is his name?" The distance was too great, severely affecting his accuracy. If he were to use artillery shells, not only would he obliterate the opponent into mere fragments, but he would also be unable to harness the extraordinary abilities. Moreover, an explosion indoors would inevitably cause the entire cafeteria to collapse, potentially burying him alive. He required more advantageous conditions to strike. "Yang Wenqi." It was that male student again. He exclaimed loudly, "You are now aware of the prowess of our brother Yang, I ask you. Will you lend me your vehicle?" Bang! Without even casting a glance in his direction, Xiaoran raised his gun and fired. The gunshot echoed, and a wisp of smoke rose as the boy crumpled to the ground. Xiaoran blew on the barrel of his gun and surveyed the horrified university students retreating around him, chuckling, "I absolutely detest being threatened." Whoosh! Just then, from afar, Yang Wenqi abruptly hurled another basketball towards him. The ball approached silently, having surpassed the speed of sound. Unfortunately for Yang, Xiaoran was already prepared. The portal to his spatial realm was open and adhered to his body, and as the basketball came hurtling towards him, it was seized into the alternate dimension, then angled downwards, crashing onto the face of another male student. Thud. The student's visage was immediately reduced to a bloody pulp, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The impact crushed the bones in the boy's face, rendering his brain a mere mush that spewed forth from the gaping wound. He then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Hiss! Yang Wenqi's move was truly terrifying. Each attack was akin to the strike of a heavy artillery shell. Yet, how had he failed to hit his mark on both occasions? The first could be attributed to Yang Wenqi's intention to intimidate. But what about the second? Xiao Ran had already dispatched their comrades. Yang Wenqi was surely compelled to act with sincerity, yet his second attempt not only missed but also inadvertently harmed his own side. What was going on? In the distance, Yang Wenqi furrowed his brow. Strange. Ever since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, his strength had surged, and his accuracy had become exceptional. Within 100 meters, he could strike precisely without error. Yet, both of his previous attempts had veered off course, albeit slightly, which was far from normal. He remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ran was also an extraordinary being. He simply felt something was amiss, fostering a sense of bewilderment. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and began to approach Yang Wenqi. In response, Yang Wenqi launched another attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Basketballs sliced through the air, their whistling only audible after they had passed. Yet each one merely grazed Xiao Ran's body before colliding with a student, coincidentally, all male. After multiple attempts, everyone sensed something was off. How had Yang Wenqi become a master of near misses? Moreover, he only seemed to miss Xiao Ran while hitting his own comrades with deadly precision. Targeting exclusively the males it was exceedingly bizarre. Xiao Ran walked, then paused, stopping to collect the basketballs. Although it was difficult to track their trajectories, he only needed to observe Yang Wenqi's movements. A flick of the wrist signaled an impending attack, at which point he would halt and open the portal. So simple it was. At that moment, he was merely 8 meters away from Yang Wenqi. Chapter 100. The second extraordinary ability. Yang Wenqi began to perspire coldly. Xiao Ran was undoubtedly problematic, very problematic, an extraordinary being. He thought to himself, it must be. But what kind of ability was this? One that caused attacks to deviate. If so, was this fellow not inherently invincible? How to combat him? Freeze him alive? Yang Wenqi bellowed, hurling basketballs one after another. However, what good was it? No, there was some effect, for with each ball thrown, another male student fell to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Ran ceased to feign innocence. He was too lazy to calculate the trajectories, thus observed that the basketballs, which appeared to travel in a straight line, would deviate from their course as they reached Xiao Ran. Veering off, thud, thud, thud. With more boys collapsing, the remaining students were struck with fear and scattered. Yet, in their flight, they would also be struck from behind, meeting their demise on the spot. Yang Wenqi was drenched in cold sweat. Could Xiao Ran's extraordinary power truly cause attacks to deviate? Such a capability guaranteed his immortality, and he possessed a gun. How could one dodge bullets? In an instant, Yang Wenqi was beset with anxiety. After the disaster, although conditions were harsh, he had risen to the status of an unquestioned leader among this group due to his extraordinary abilities. Everyone sought to flatter him, curry his favor, and he was the first to select food. Being the only one allowed to eat his fill, thus, he did not particularly resent the calamity. Moreover, they were still students, residing in a campus environment where the erosion of moral integrity occurred at a slower pace. Therefore, they had yet to cross serious lines of transgression, as they believed this disaster would eventually pass, and that the state would send aid. If one committed heinous acts now, would they not be eradicated? However, as food supplies dwindled, some females had begun to approach him, subtly hinting at their intentions. What did this mean? Naturally, they sought to exchange their bodies for his permission, hoping to secure a larger share of food and avoid starvation. Yang Wenqi had contemplated eliminating other male students, leaving only the females, but thus far, it had remained just a thought, not yet acted upon. But now, his position was at risk, even his life hanging in the balance. At this moment, he deeply regretted not having cast aside his reservations sooner, indulging in pleasures while he could. Even if he were to die now, at least he would have savored life. I concede. Yang Wenqi raised his hands. In comparison to his life, what was there to hold on to? To put it another way, he was an extraordinary being. Even if he became Xiao Ran's lackey, would he not still enjoy himself? Kneel, Xiao Ran said flatly. Yang Wenqi's face contorted in struggle, but he slowly knelt down. Very well, from now on, you shall be my dog. When I command you to go east, you will not dare to venture west. Xiao Ran declared, holstering his gun and taking a few steps closer, reaching out to press his hand upon Yang Wenqi's head. Had Xiao Ran been holding a gun, Yang Wenqi would never have dared to allow such proximity, nor would he have permitted Xiao Ran to touch his head. Yet now, he felt a wave of relief, believing Xiao Ran truly intended to take him in as a subordinate, thus meekly allowing Xiao Ran to press down on him. Although it was humiliating, at least his life was spared. However, in the next moment, his expression morphed into one of sheer rage, yet he could not utter a single sound, for his throat had been pierced by at least dozens of bullets. Yang Wenqi was finished. Xiao Ran had never intended to spare him, nor did he have any desire to recruit him as a subordinate. The act of holstering his gun was merely to facilitate a lethal close-range strike. At the same time, he conducted an experiment. What kind of experiment? To ascertain whether he could directly seize the abilities of an extraordinary being while they still breathed. The outcome proved it was not possible. The instant Yang Wenqi was shot, a warm surge coursed into Xiao Ran's palm, instantly flooding his entire body. It felt as though something transformative was brewing, yet it also seemed to dissipate. However, Xiao Ran immediately sensed a fiery sensation erupting in his lower abdomen, rendering his eyes slightly bloodshot as he glanced at the females, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Damn it, the extraordinary ability was undoubtedly toxic, seductive poison. Otherwise, why would he feel such exhilarating fervor after absorbing extraordinary powers twice? Moreover, this time it was even more intense, overwhelming his control. All of you, come here, he commanded in a low voice. The crowd trembled, too frightened to move. Although only Yang Wenqi had truly been slain by Xiao Ran. Anyone with sense could deduce that the basketballs Yang Wenqi had thrown had clearly been manipulated by Xiao Ran, resulting in their near misses on him while mercilessly striking others. Who could remain unafraid in the presence of such a formidable being? Xiao Ran smiled faintly, raised his hand, and fired again. Bang! Instantly, those hiding in various corners trembled and emerged. The cafeteria was small, offering no escape routes. Where else could they hide? Furthermore, since all the basketballs Yang Wenqi had launched had targeted males, to suggest that Xiao Ran had not acted with intent, only a fool would believe that. Thus, the remaining females naturally felt a modicum of assurance. A moment ago, there had been over 30 of them. Now only 11 remained. All were female and remarkably attractive, meeting the standards of beauty, with 2 even hovering around 80 points. Xiao Ran reached into his clothing and retrieved a plastic bag filled with oranges. Would you like some? He inquired. The girls nodded eagerly. Xiao Ran revealed a devious grin. I can give them to you, but those wishing to trade their bodies for a little more food should go to that room. Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei could no longer contain herself, her forehead pulsating with veins. What on earth are you here for? Xiao Ran cast a glance at her and replied coolly, do not forget, you have yet to fulfill your promise. Otherwise, would you prefer to accompany me in her stead? Su Qingmei shook her head vigorously. If she lost her virginity here, how would she continue searching for her sister while in a compromised state? Moreover, Xiao Ran's demeanor was unsettling. His eyes were frighteningly red, as if he had consumed something amiss. She dared not provoke Xiao Ran in this moment. Xiao Ran entered the designated room first, making a few arrangements, while the 11 girls exchanged glances, ultimately walking toward the room. After what felt like an eternity, the door swung open, and Xiao Ran emerged, looking refreshed. What are you all lingering for? Go, he said nonchalantly as he passed by Su Qingmei. Chapter 101. People can leave, but cars must stay. Xiao Ran sensed the changes within himself. After absorbing Yang Wenqi's extraordinary abilities, he experienced a comprehensive enhancement. His physique had undergone a thorough strengthening. He could distinctly feel his power increasing, his neural responses sharpening, and he believed his speed had similarly improved. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Having absorbed the abilities of a mutated dog previously, it had taken him 2 days to complete that enhancement. If this instance followed suit, his improvement would last approximately 2 days. The most immediate change was in his extraordinary abilities, which had progressed in a single leap. The spatial gateway can expand to a maximum size of 15 by 15 meters, yet the maximum casting distance remains unchanged at 4 meters. Furthermore, the limit of spatial perception has increased to over 7 meters. Although I have yet to test how many times it can be used or how long it can be maintained, it is undoubtedly more and longer than before. An inevitable conclusion. A smile graced Xiao Ran's face. With such gains, this trip to Tsu University had already proven immensely rewarding. However, there was one downside. After absorbing the extraordinary abilities, he would be filled with exuberance, particularly after the second time. If he didn't release them immediately, he would likely feel as if he might explode. It was not merely impatience. He had no choice at that moment. Therefore, in the future, should he always carry a woman with him? What if there were no women around? Would he resort to a blow-up doll? He shuddered at the thought and dismissed it. Observing Xiao Ran's fluctuating expressions, Su Qingmei dared not utter a word, lest she draw unwanted attention. What if this fellow was not yet fully sated and suddenly felt the urge to act in the car? Could she resist? Setting aside the question of whether she could overpower him, given that she still needed Xiao Ran's assistance in finding her sister and helping her leave, she refrained from making any demands. The vehicle continued westward, making 2 turns before arriving at the western cafeteria. However, unlike the eastern cafeteria, this one bore the scars of battle. Half of the windows were shattered, and the walls were pockmarked and uneven. What on earth had happened? Xiao Ran halted the car, and Su Qingmei could no longer contain herself, jumping out and dashing towards the cafeteria. Shinran, Su Shinran, she called out loudly. The cafeteria door opened at that moment, and she rushed inside, with Xiao Ran casually following, though his nerves were taut. He was unsure whether another superpowered individual might be present. Even if there wasn't, one should not underestimate ordinary people. A well-aimed blow from a stick could incapacitate anyone, regardless of their abilities. After all, Xiao Ran was not like the mutated hound, specially enhanced for physical prowess. His defensive capabilities and recovery speed were far inferior. Sister? As Xiao Ran entered the cafeteria, he heard a voice of surprise and saw Su Qingmei tightly embracing a female student. Coincidentally, this girl was facing him, allowing him to clearly see her features. Beautiful. Su Qingmei was already strikingly pretty, scoring a solid 90, but Su Shinran surpassed her by 2 or 3 points. Being a university student, she radiated youthful vigor, entirely different from Su Qingmei, who seemed to have endured a grueling 3 or 4 years. He couldn't help but wonder about her figure yet, if his sister had such a fine physique. Her sister should not lag behind, he mused. This charming girl was certainly within his grasp. Upon further observation, he noted that the number of students in the cafeteria had dwindled significantly, with only about 20 remaining. A mix of boys and girls, roughly evenly split. The girls regarded him with curious glances, some tinged with an unusual light, while the boys' gazes were unified in disdain. Xiao Ran understood. He had come with Su Qingmei, who was Su Shinran's sister, making it likely that he would take both sisters with him. How could they not feel jealous? Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Amidst such dire circumstances, they were still concerned with rivalry and jealousy. It seemed that university students were still a bit naive and immature, harboring some hope for the future rather than being completely resigned to despair. Otherwise, their thoughts would revolve around survival, not romance, let alone jealousy. After a brief exchange between Su Qingmei and Su Shinran, the 2 girls approached Xiao Ran. Let us go, Su Qingmei said. Su Shinran looked at Xiao Ran with gratitude and said, Thank you. Su Qingmei reminded her that Xiao Ran was merely offering his assistance. Otherwise, how could she expect her sister to sacrifice herself for her? Xiao Ran chose not to expose the truth, simply smiling and saying, It may not be so easy to leave. Sure enough, a large group of boys closed in. You can't leave, at least she can't. They pointed at Su Shinran. Why not? Su Shinran retorted. Confusion etched on her face. You're the one that Song Gu has set his sights on. If you leave, he'll be furious. One of the boys replied. Su Shinran's anger flared. I am not an appendage of Song Hui. I won't be controlled by him. No way, you all can't leave. Several men blocked their path, preventing the 3 from departing. Not only could Su Shinran not escape, but if they were to leave, they had to leave the car keys behind. What did a functioning vehicle in such harsh conditions signify? Life, freedom, and wealth. Of course, this wealth referred to resources, and with resources, one could indulge in anything they desired. Thus, while Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei could leave. The car must remain. Ideally, they would keep Su Qingmei as well, for she was stunning, only slightly less so than Su Xinran. The sisters were naturally furious, while Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly. You should think carefully. Obstructing my path is tantamount to opposing me and making me your enemy, Xiao Ran said coolly, and I do not show mercy to my enemies. The group of university students burst into laughter. You dare to threaten us? On what grounds? Just your two lips? They jeered, refusing to back down, even stepping forward, and of course, not everyone was so bold. Xiao Ran shook his head and, without hesitation, unleashed bullets from the spatial realm. Although the spatial gate was merely a plane, Xiao Ran could instantly retrieve and release, allowing him to surround them in a seamless manner, making the bullet discharge smooth as silk, as if his entire being could spray bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 11 individuals, 9 men and 2 women, fell simultaneously without a single cry of despair. All were shot in the head. There was no opportunity for screams. The remaining 7, 1 man and 6 women, had not advanced. And upon witnessing the scene, they shrieked in terror. One girl collapsed, her hands feeling wet and sticky. She realized they were drenched in blood and fainted. A couple of girls were so frightened they wet themselves. However, among them was one girl whose eyes sparkled, her face alight with excitement. After the battle with Yang Wenqi, Xiao Ran knew that it was impossible to keep his identity as an extraordinary being a secret from Su Qingmei. Nevertheless, as long as he did not disclose it, who could truly ascertain the specifics of his abilities? Could he summon bullets out of thin air? Or was it a skewed attack ability? The spatial gate and the extraordinary realm were so wondrous that, when used adeptly, they could yield unpredictable results. Hypothetically, even if one were aware of his spatial abilities and knew he could launch objects from the spatial realm in their original state, how could they know what he would hurl at them? It could be a common brick, or potentially hundreds, thousands of bullets, or even a cannonball. Tell me, how does one defend against that? It is impossible to anticipate. What exactly are my abilities? Guess away. With that in mind, he found no reason to conceal himself further. Surveying the remaining individuals, he said coolly, who else wishes to block my path? I do? Oh? Is there someone seeking death? Xiao Ran's eyes brightened in response to the voice. Before him stood another exquisite beauty, only slightly less stunning than Su Xinran, yet exuding an entirely different allure with her sultry demeanor. She raised her hand and approached Xiao Ran, swaying her hips enticingly with each step, showcasing her captivating figure even in the bulky winter attire worn by everyone else. It was remarkable how she could maintain her curves beneath such thick clothing. You? Xiao Ran chuckled, recognizing that this girl radiated a green tea vibe and could not possibly be a naive fool. Thus, she must have ulterior motives, brother. That car outside is so big. Can I come with you? She flicked her hair, a deliberate gesture designed to reveal her features while exuding undeniable sensuality. By the way, my name is Zhou Junsu. This alluring girl continued, casting a glance at Su Qingmei before hastily adding, I apologize, sister. I only wish to ask my brother to take me away. Please do not misunderstand. The tea flavor was unmistakable. Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Junsu was undoubtedly a green tea girl, and a rather skilled one at that. Look at her. Right off the bat, she subtly jabbed at Su Qingmei, both provoking and mocking her for being older. How amusing. Su Xinran, witnessing this, couldn't help but step in for her sister, saying, Zhou Junsu, save your seductive tricks. This is my sister's friend. Do not cause trouble, in her view. If Xiao Ran had risked coming out at her sister's request, he must certainly be her sister's boyfriend. So, did this Zhou Green Tea think she could steal her sister's partner? Zhou Junsu immediately widened her eyes with feigned innocence, looking at Xiao Ran with glistening tears and saying, Brother, I am truly sorry. I merely wished to leave this place. I never intended to cause such a misunderstanding. I am so sorry. She covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly, her earlier tears clearly indicating she had been crying. Su Qingmei snorted, saying, There is no need to put on a show in front of me. Xiao Ran and I are not in a romantic relationship. If you wish to pursue him, feel free to use all your wiles, but let me inform you, he is quite the charmer. His very body has already been claimed by me. Su Xinran stomped her feet repeatedly. Believing her sister was merely sulking, why sister possesses many admirable qualities, yet her pride often proves to be her downfall. Even when she suffers grievances, she chooses to remain silent, enduring the pain alone. This behavior ultimately works to her detriment. At that moment, Xiao Ran made his way towards Zhou Junsu, and upon witnessing this, Su Xian Ran grew anxious, swiftly positioning herself to block his path. Who is Zhou Junsu, after all? She is infamous for her beguiling charm and has a contentious relationship with my sister. Both are considered campus beauties, yet there exists a hierarchy. I undoubtedly reign supreme while Zhou Junsu must begrudgingly accept the second position. This fuels her resentment, leading her to sabotage any quality suitors who express interest in me. However, Su Xian Ran remains indifferent to such antics because her singular focus lies in her studies. Aspiring to pursue further education and earn a doctorate. Acknowledging that my sister endured imprisonment for her sake, she is determined to amass wealth to provide her sister with the finest living conditions, even if it cannot compensate for the freedom lost. And now, you dare to encroach upon my sister's territory? While I might overlook other matters, I shall not yield when it concerns her. In her fervor, Su Xian Ran rushed forward too hastily, causing Xiao Ran to inadvertently collide with her. Given her slight stature, she was sent reeling backward, her surroundings spinning until she found herself gazing at the ceiling. Flailing her arms and unable to suppress a scream in that instant, she felt a firm grip encircle her waist. Xiao Ran had caught her. Yet, it was clear he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He merely steadied her before releasing his hold and continuing towards Zhou Junsu, whispering, "Classmate Zhou, you may accompany me, but once inside my abode, you will be regarded as my woman. Think carefully about your decision." Zhou Junsu slightly parted her fingers, her alluring eyes glistening without a trace of tears. She bit her lips, as crimson as flames, and declared, "I shall not disappoint you, brother." Chapter 103. Where has everyone gone? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and waved his hand vigorously. "Let us go." This outing had proven to be quite fruitful. Meanwhile, Su Xian Ran seethed with indignation, yet felt powerless to persuade Xiao Ran otherwise. She could only advise her sister, "You must change your disposition, or you will always be the one to suffer." Su Qingmei had grievances of her own, but felt unable to voice them. Should she explain to her sister that Xiao Ran was neither her boyfriend nor even a friend, but merely her employer? If the truth were revealed, her sister would surely erupt in outrage. Insisting that she remain, however, was Xiao Ran the type to be easily swayed? He had fulfilled his promises, and should she dare to renege, she was certain he would ruthlessly eliminate them both. Grasping her sister's hand, she insisted, "Xiao Ran and I are not in a romantic relationship. Whom he chooses to pursue is his own affair, and I have no right to interfere. Moreover, he is the one I sought for assistance. So please, do not provoke him." Su Xian Ran regarded her sister with skepticism, then turned to glance at Zhou Junsu, her large eyes blinking as if deep in thought. "Could I accompany you?" Another girl suddenly interjected. Xiao Ran glanced at her, assessing her 70-point beauty, which could be deemed attractive, yet his standards had risen considerably. A mere 70 points did not qualify her for a trip to his villa. Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei, had they not departed early, would have fallen short as well. He shook his head. "There isn't enough room for so many in the vehicle. But there are only 4 of us. Even an ordinary car has 5 seats, and with a long G-class, it accommodates 7. Xiao Ran's refusal was merely polite. The girl's face paled, yet she dared not protest, especially after the recent bizarre deaths of 11 classmates. The other girls were even more reticent. They were all of similar beauty to this girl, some even less appealing, naturally reluctant to humiliate themselves. Xiao Ran smiled, urging, "Hurry up. If we delay any longer, the fog will return." Understood. The 3 girls nodded in unison, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Thus, they all entered the car. Upon stepping inside, Su Xian Ran and Zhou Junsu were utterly astonished. "Wow, this is incredibly warm," Zhou Junsu exclaimed. Casting an admiring glance at Xiao Ran, "Brother, you are truly impressive. I admire you so much." Although Su Xian Ran was equally taken aback, she found Zhou Junsu's overt display of adoration nauseating and could not help but huff. Turning her face away, Xiao Ran merely chuckled and drove forward. The smooth pavement made it challenging to turn around, but it mattered little. The campus roads were interconnected, and after a brief detour, he exited through the school gates. As Su Xian Ran and Zhou Junsu gazed at the diminishing school entrance, they were both filled with a myriad of emotions. When the car vanished around a corner, a man clad in autumn attire appeared. Expressing surprise, Is that the same car from yesterday? Shaking his head, he ventured into the campus. As he passed the East Canteen, his steps slowed, revealing a hint of wariness. Yet, as he continued, he encountered no anticipated threats, leaving him bewildered. Is Yang Wenqi truly napping, failing to attack me? Before he could finish his thought, the sight of lifeless bodies littering the ground caught his attention. At least 10, sprawled in disarray. His brows furrowed, his gaze sharpened. Just then, a man and 5 women emerged from a small room, trembling. Brother Song, they called, their voices laced with fear. This man was Song Hui, a senior from the Financial Academy and an ability user. Otherwise, he could not have traversed such a frigid environment clad in autumn attire. The group began to chatter, recounting their tale, and as they spoke, Song Hui's expression darkened. Su Xian Ran had left, and so had Zhou Junsu. Damn it! He clenched his fists, and suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted, ice forming around him. Brother Song. The group shrieked in terror. Yet, Song Hui remained unfazed, the biting cold swiftly encasing the 6 in ice sculptures before he coldly declared. Useless. He harbored feelings for Su Xian Ran, yet harbored nefarious intentions towards Zhou Junsu, viewing her as a prize. However, the moral decay within the university progressed slowly, far removed from the harsh realities outside. Thus, he regarded Su Xian Ran as a forbidden fruit while contemplating Zhou Junsu as a meal. He had not resorted to force. He desired both women to willingly submit to him. As supplies dwindled, only he could venture out to procure food, gradually solidifying his position and unassailable authority. Recently, during his foraging excursions, he had discerned the chaotic state of the outside world. He deemed it time for a change. Am I obligated to provide for you all without recompense? Absolutely not. Yet, before he could implement this plan, Su Xian Ran and Zhou Junsu had followed someone away. Damn it. Suddenly, he realized, the vehicle had to pass the East Canteen. Thus, the individual named Xiao Ran must have encountered Yang Wenqi. Yang Wenqi was known for his volatile temper and brutishness. He could not venture out to seek food due to his abilities, and was therefore desperate for a car. Yet, Xiao Ran had driven in, indicating. He inhaled sharply. Yang Wenqi is dead. Should he investigate? However, what if it was a trap set by Yang Wenqi and Xiao Ran to lure him in? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to refrain from immediate action. He could navigate the cold with ease, allowing him to wait until tomorrow or the day after to act. There was no rush. Yet, what if Yang Wenqi was indeed dead? Song Hui's eyes brightened. If so, this campus would belong to him. He would no longer concern himself with morality or legalities, demanding absolute submission. Men would serve him, while attractive women would become his concubines, and the less appealing would be offered to his subordinates. I recall the new female teacher from the literature department. She's stunning, not only beautiful but with a figure that is simply captivating. Hee, teacher you are mine. Chapter 104, A Rocket Launch. Xiao Ran drove slowly. Both Su Qingmei and Su Xian Ran were somewhat impatient, yet hesitant to urge him on, resulting in rather amusing expressions. Zhou Junsu, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned. She boldly claimed the front passenger seat under the pretext of allowing the sisters to reunite and chat. Her skill in manipulation was truly remarkable. Although she intended to create opportunities to get closer to Xiao Ran, she feigned consideration for others. Su Xian Ran rolled her eyes in the back seat. What a schemer! The warmth inside the car was palpable. Zhou Junsu deliberately removed her outer jacket, revealing a pristine white sweater beneath. It seemed she wore more than one, yet even so, her chest was accentuated in an exaggerated curve. But her waist? Still remarkably slender. Such a figure was astounding. No wonder, even in winter attire, she exuded a captivating allure. Xiao Ran's gaze flickered with desire, and Zhou Junsu astutely sensed it, lightly brushing her hand against him. He could not afford distractions while driving. After all, safety was paramount. He had no intention of meeting an untimely demise while transporting valuable supplies. Yet, an unexpected obstacle appeared at the entrance. The wall appears to have been constructed with a lackadaisical approach, seemingly composed of an array of miscellaneous items including furniture, appliances, and concrete blocks, yet it boasts a formidable depth of nearly 3 meters. Thus, even with the immense power of the G-Class, it seems improbable that it could breach such a barrier. At that moment, 7 individuals abruptly burst forth from the guardhouse, brandishing lock devices, evidently intent on immobilizing the G-class. In light of this, where could Xiaoran possibly escape to? Not to mention, the hunger alone could gradually lead to his demise. Xiaoran did not need to contemplate. It was undoubtedly the group from Building 4. After their previous failed attempt to borrow a vehicle, their true intentions had finally been laid bare. Shaking his head, Xiaoran remarked, "You truly have not learned your lesson." Resolved, he decided to cease concealing himself. Suddenly, a rocket propelled itself into existence, aimed directly at the entrance. The deafening explosion resonated, and the wall at the entrance vanished. As the shock wave surged forth, sending the individuals who had rushed out from the guardhouse sprawling. Thud, thud, thud. Some collided with the wall. Others fell onto the fence, their clothing pierced by sharp objects, while some were simply knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. This moment was akin to a cataclysm, leaving Su Qingmei and the other two women with their mouths agape, as if they had witnessed a ghost. How could they not? The rocket's launch velocity was not as swift as a bullet, and its size was considerable. They had clearly seen it materialize abruptly before the vehicle, and then obliterate everything in its path. Su Jun-su was the first to regain her composure, leaping from the passenger seat to embrace Xiaoran, exclaiming, "Brother, you are incredible. I was terrified just now, thinking I would be captured by the bad guys and never see you again." With that, she peppered his face with kisses. Could one blame her? Certainly not. Surviving such a close call and being exhilarated was a perfectly normal reaction. However, the expressions on Su Qingmei's and her sister's faces darkened. Tio Su Qingmei, Xiaoran was her charge, and she had paid a price for that. Yet here he was, basking in the glow of his own triumph while seemingly vying for attention with her. What of Su Xinran? This was intolerable. The two sisters glared furiously at Su Jun-su. Hiss, this little enchantress certainly knew how to leverage her assets. Xiaoran patted Su Jun-su and smiled. "Take a seat." He drove into the community, his gaze scanning for any sign of the others from Building 4. However, it seemed that the earlier explosion had terrified them, as he did not catch sight of a single soul. Spatial perception. The distance was considerable, and there was a door in between. This ability was in X-ray vision capable of penetrating walls. I wonder if absorbing more abilities would allow for an upgrade that could transcend barriers. One could hope. Xiaoran smiled faintly. With his current firepower, should anyone from Building 4 emerge, he would eliminate them one by one. Come now, let us play this out slowly. I have ample provisions and sufficient fresh water. What about you? Xiaoran drove into the villa, remotely unlocking the car door before entering and securing it behind him. The garage doors were constructed of a special alloy, an imposing 20 centimeters thick, requiring approximately 2 minutes to open or close. Let us head inside, Xiaoran said, stepping out of the vehicle. Su Xinran and Su Jun-su hesitated to leave the warmth of the car, well aware of the frigid conditions awaiting them indoors. Yet Su Qingmei tugged at her sister, compelling her to disembark. Reluctantly, Su Jun-su followed suit. To her astonishment, the interior of the house was even warmer than the car. Goodness, what kind of divine place was this? It was not merely warm. It was so hot she felt the urge to shed her clothes. Under Xiaoran's guidance, they entered the villa's grand hall, where Jiang Yuning awaited their arrival, accompanied by the dog, Leopard. The dog wagged its tail in greeting, sniffing the three women, lamenting inwardly about the added pressure of memorizing so many scents. Instantly, a profound sense of competition arose within. New contenders for affection had arrived. It scrutinized Su Xinran and Su Jun-su, who, in turn, marveled at its beauty. What stunning women! Go wash up first. Xiaoran waved his hand. Both Su Xinran and Su Jun-su had not bathed in several days. Their outer garments might mask it somewhat, but once removed, even the most fragrant of beauties would carry a hint of sweat. Both women blushed and exclaimed simultaneously, "We can still take a shower?" "Indeed, go ahead." Xiaoran directed them to separate bathing rooms. Each floor contained one, drawing from a water source equipped with a pressure booster, alleviating concerns about diminished water flow from multiple users. Yes, Xiaoran no longer concealed the truth. It was no longer feasible. However, he would only divulge a limited amount of his secrets, refraining from discussing the numerous spatial abilities he had developed or the precise capabilities of his abnormal space. What he revealed was merely enough to ensure the women's unwavering loyalty. Thus, he swept his hand across the table, and a meal box appeared, followed by a carton of milk, and then some fruit. Even though Su Qingmei had her suspicions, She remained speechless, astonished beyond measure. Xiaoran approached her, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "I possess an abundance of resources, sufficient for everyone here to sustain themselves for several lifetimes. Additionally, I have energy sources that ensure continuous heating and power supply. Now, consider whether you still wish to leave with your sister. Ask yourself, after departing, where will you go? How will you procure food and clean water? Is there an environment as warm as this? Can you still take showers? Do you wish to revert to primitive existence?" Su Qingmei trembled, her long eyelashes fluttering as she turned to Xiaoran, weakly stating, "So, while I was pleading for your assistance in finding my sister, you had already made up your mind? Impossible." Xiaoran chuckled softly. "It has been over 20 days since the apocalypse. The likelihood of your sister's survival is far slimmer. Why would I entertain the notion of pursuing a deceased person?" Su Qingmei leaned against Xiaoran, realizing that he had long regarded her as a prize. But could she refuse? The reality was far too harsh. Even if she felt formidable now, capable of subduing an adult male in a one-on-one confrontation, who engaged in such duels in these times. Look at the individuals from Building 4. Every operation was a collective endeavor. This community was no exception. Could any other location be different? What if there were other superpowered beings? If they set their sights on you, they would simply snatch you away. Only Xiaoran would engage in negotiation. Others would not bother with such complexities. If one must rely on someone who could offer a better option than Xiaoran. First, he could provide the best living conditions, and second, he at least appeared to respect her. Not coercing her but enticing her, giving the semblance of choice, "You've won." She closed her eyes. Jiang Yuning observed from the side, finding the outcome unsurprising. Which woman could resist Xiaoran? None. Unless they were also endowed with abilities and possessed the strength to be self-sufficient. However, such individuals were likely rare. Xiaoran smiled, retrieving a pile of clothing for her, saying, "Take these to your sister." Her previous attire was discarded. "All right." Su Qingmei accepted the garments and headed to the shower room on the first floor. Xiaoran leaned down to plant a kiss on Jiang Yuning's cheek before ascending to the second floor. The sound of running water filled the air. Xiaoran disrobed and entered the shower. "Hey, bad brother, how could you come in at this moment? You scared me to death." Su Junsu exclaimed, hastily covering herself with a towel. Xiaoran smiled faintly. "Your charms can be employed on other women. I don't mind your attempts at rivalry, but with me, it's unnecessary. I have a particular aversion to green tea." Su Junsu immediately flashed a seductive smile, showing no trace of bashfulness. "Truthfully, don't play tricks in front of me." Su Junsu quickly responded, "First, you drove a vehicle here. Given the current situation, most cars would skid and crash into walls, yet you managed to navigate here with ease. Just this vehicle alone ensures your access to ample resources." Xiaoran nodded in agreement, for it was indeed true. "Secondly, I detected the fragrance of shampoo in Su Qingmei's hair. I initially guessed she had washed her hair, but I was astonished to discover that one could even take a hot shower. However, even if it was merely washing her hair, the ability to waste water like this is remarkable. Your observational skills are astute. Anyone who dares to label you as merely a decorative vase, I shall be the first to object. Is there a third point?" he inquired. "Yes," Su Junsu continued. "You came from the East Canteen, where a Yang Wenqi has seemingly mutated after the apocalypse, possessing abilities akin to Song Hui. Previously, he had a confrontation with Song Hui over the ownership of a small shop, which sowed enmity between them. Did you notice the pockmarked areas in the canteen? They were created by Yang Wenqi hurling stones from a distance. Upon entering through the main gate, you must have first inquired at the East Canteen, only to emerge with both person and vehicle. Considering Yang Wenqi's character, how could he possibly allow you to leave with the vehicle? Therefore, there is only one possibility. You eliminated Yang Wenqi. What a clever girl." Xiaoran found himself even more impressed. She was no mere vase but an intelligent woman who could think critically while also displaying charm. "She's mine." Xiaoran chuckled softly. "No, I don't believe you are flirtatious. Rather, your tea skills are remarkable. I suspect that the people around you are not enough to stir your heart. You must have higher aspirations, am I right? As expected of a good brother, your guess is spot on." Zhou Junsu exclaimed, "I'm not just a pretty face. I gained admission to Su University through my own merit. If my parents weren't so averse to me studying too far from home, gaining entry to Nan University would have been a piece of cake with my grades." Xiaoran gave a thumbs up, impressive. Though his grades were commendable, they were only sufficient for Su University. A talented woman. My diligent studies are all aimed at cultivating the persona of an accomplished lady, which is essential for marrying into a true aristocratic family. Zhou Junsu giggled. So, my current efforts in study R&T aimed at becoming a strong woman who earns her own living. Regrettably, disaster struck, and all plans turned to dust. She sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Truth be told, I quite dislike studying. I prefer going out to play. Xiao Ran smiled. This woman was intent on marrying into a wealthy family. Thus, she maintained a pristine reputation. How amusing it was to him. Allowing a green tea girl into the house, along with Su Qingmei and Jiang Yuning, would surely make for an entertaining spectacle. Are there any entertainment activities now? Watching the green tea girl confront the three ladies should be quite amusing, he thought as he assisted Zhou Junsu downstairs. Observing their closeness, anyone with a modicum of sense would deduce what had transpired upstairs. No wonder Xiao Ran had insisted on delivering the clothes himself. Yet, although the three ladies each harbored their own thoughts, who among them had the standing to cast blame? Including Su Xian Ran, who had already discussed the situation with Su Qingmei. She had been presented with two choices. The first was to remain in the villa, which would necessitate becoming Xiao Ran's woman. The second was to leave this place. Should Su Xian Ran choose to depart, she would accompany her sister, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead. Whether freezing to death or starving, the sisters would bear it together. Su Xian Ran's primary choice was, of course, to leave. Good heavens, what era is this? Why are there still a multitude of women vying for a single man's affection, even to the extent of sharing him? Yet, Su Qingmei had shared some disturbing information with her, such as the atrocities committed in Building 4, murder, cannibalism, and the unspeakable suffering endured by women before their demise. The school maintained a semblance of order and morality, a naive illusion belonging solely to the students. Outside, it was a brutal world governed by the law of the jungle. Su Xian Ran found herself in a stupor, needing time to contemplate. However, witnessing Zhou Junsu's intimacy with Xiao Ran ignited her ire. Moreover, upon seeing the bounteous spread laid out by Xiao Ran, her resolve wavered further. In the 20 days following the calamity, what had she subsisted on? Leftovers and cold dishes. Even so, they had to ration their food. When the poisonous hail subsided, Song Hui could venture out to scavenge, but all he brought back were cold bread and instant noodles. How long had it been since she had savored a hot meal? Let alone such an extravagant feast. Xiao Ran leaned into Su Qingmei's ear and remarked, "My provisions are reserved for my woman. If your sister is unwilling to trade with me, you will have to take her place. Thus, after this meal, you owe me 4 days." What could Su Qingmei do but nod in agreement? After all, too many debts were nothing to worry about. She had resigned herself to her fate. Let us dine. The 5 of them sat down at a table designed for 6, expandable to accommodate 10, so seating was never a concern. Xiao Ran, accustomed to lavish feasts, ate with casual ease, while the sisters, including Zhou Junsu, were experiencing such culinary delights for the first time, overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. Especially Zhou Junsu, who felt immensely relieved by her decision. She had chosen wisely, and her gamble had paid off. Even though Jiang Yuning had not fared much better in terms of meals, her demeanor did not surpass that of Su Qingmei and the others. Consequently, the table fell into a near silence, punctuated only by the crisp clinking of chopsticks against bowls. After the meal, Xiao Ran presented them with fruit. The room was stifling, exceeding 20 degrees, and the ladies devoured the food quickly, sweating slightly from the heat. Complemented by the piping hot chicken soup they consumed, the arrival of a platter of refreshing fruit felt perfectly timed, moving them to tears. Once they finished eating, Xiao Ran assigned them their sleeping quarters. All 4 women would stay on the 2nd floor, each in her own room. Xiao Ran's room was on the 3rd floor, and he could choose to spend the night in any room at his discretion. The dishes were whisked away into another realm without the need for washing, allowing Xiao Ran to let the ladies watch television. After an hour, he sent them off to bed. Having already engaged in several escapades that day, he had no intention of further activities that night. With the door securely locked, only he had the key. Chapter 107. A bounty is issued. Building 4 falls into despair. Additional update that night. The residents of Building 4 trembled in fear. Was that a rocket launcher? It had to be a rocket launcher. Someone screamed hysterically, incredulous that the individual could possibly acquire such a weapon. Lu Yong, however, remained far calmer. Though he was equally terrified, As the leader of the group, he could not afford to show panic. Otherwise, their team would disband, he reasoned. That person can go outside, and you must understand, we have a stationed military force in the Sioux City mountainous region. Are you suggesting that Xiao Ran obtained the rocket launcher from the military? Sun Wintao interjected, nodding before Lu Yong could respond. This indeed explained how he had acquired it, but did he really keep a rocket launcher in his vehicle? Such a coincidence seemed implausible. They had barely blocked the door when Xiao Ran produced a rocket launcher. Handguns, rifles, machine guns, each weapon he named made everyone shudder. What shall we do? Are we to avoid Xiao Ran from now on? They lamented. Xiao Ran, who possessed a villa with lights, heating, and the most beautiful women in the community, stirred envy and jealousy. Yet, the firepower he commanded instilled profound despair in them. The more they considered it, the more they felt restless. Han Yun had long dreamed of being with that woman, but now, only Xiao Ran could have her, and he could play with her at will, dictating her every pose. Just the thought of it drove them to madness. Damn it! Someone cursed under their breath. What now? They all looked towards Lu Yong. He reached for a cigarette, only to find an empty pack. He had finished the last one that morning. He rubbed his chin and said, "Tonight, let us attack another building. As for Xiao Ran, we can leave him for now and think of a way later." Facing an opponent likely armed with a submachine gun while they were unarmed, how could they fight back? Ma Junkai remarked, "The other buildings are not easy to deal with either. They have already barricaded the hallways and station guards, leaving us no opportunity to clear a path." Lu Yong smiled. Two options. First, we can attack from the outside. We just need to stack furniture to climb up to the second-floor window. It's not difficult. But the cold at night poses a risk of frostbite. Everyone nodded slowly. Lu Yong's plan was sound, though the cold could prove fatal if they took too long. Second, we enter through the elevator shaft. Lu Yong continued. First, we block the elevator at the ground floor, then set up a retractable ladder. Once we pry open the elevator door on the second floor, we can advance without hindrance. Brilliant, they all agreed, recognizing why Lu Yong held the top position. His intellect was sharp. All right, let us prepare and move out in half an hour. Hey, those women have grown bored. It's time to switch things up. Half an hour later, the residents of Building 4 set out, stealthily infiltrating Building 5. However, following the two massacres in Building 4, every occupant had become wary, arming themselves with knives, clubs, or whatever they could find. When the people of Building 5 heard the commotion, they quickly organized a semblance of resistance. Everyone knew that falling into the hands of Building 4's residents would mean either death or a fate worse than death. So each person was prepared to fight desperately. In contrast, the residents of Building 4 felt no such urgency. Their fear made them hesitant, leading to an expected outcome. The ambush ended with the retreat of Building 4. Though both sides suffered casualties, however, the losses in Building 5 were greater, as they had been taken by surprise before they could mount a defense. When Xiao Ran awoke, he was greeted by the raucous sounds of the community. Everyone buzzing with excitement. They were discussing the shocking news that Building 4 had annihilated both Building 3 and Building 12, leaving an impression of terror that seemed insurmountable. But now, the myth of their invincibility had been shattered. The residents of Building 4 were merely human. They did not possess extra limbs or eyes. Thus, the defense of Building 5 had become a source of exhilaration for the community. Upon learning the details, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, "Let me stoke the flames further." As his words echoed, the entire community erupted into cheers. It was worth noting that the residents of Building 4 had become the common enemy, and everyone wished to see them eradicated. Yet, without a tangible incentive, who would dare engage them? Xiao Ran's bounty provided just that. For every resident of Building 4 killed, one would receive 2 pounds of food and a bottle of clean water, a lifeline for those suffering from food and water shortages. What greater temptation could there be? Suddenly, the residents began to discuss strategies and units of their respective buildings, preparing to unite with those from other staircases to eliminate the inhabitants of Building 4. As for whether Xiao Ran would resort to deceit, it seemed unlikely. Thus far, every bounty he had issued had been honored, never leaving them with empty promises. Therefore, they resolved to take action against Building 4. Every individual trembled with trepidation. Following yesterday's skirmish with Building 5, despite their ambush advantage, they had ultimately been repelled. If even one building had been so formidable, could the entire community stand a chance against them? What could they do? Anxiety gripped everyone as they turned their gaze toward Lu Yong. Lu Yong inwardly cursed Xiao Ran, pondering how his shout had led them into such dire straits, with Building 4 now sealed off. They had relocated to Building 12 to avoid the hassle of climbing through windows each time. The blockade of Building 4 left only the windows as an entry point, easily defensible yet difficult to breach. Thus, if they merely held firm at the windows, even if the entire community of Sioux City converged upon them, they would remain unafraid. After Liu Yang's analysis, the residents of Building 4 nodded in agreement. However, a voice suddenly broke in. "Boss, the others are already attacking." A pale-faced individual rushed in to report the situation. Chapter 108. The Meeting of 8 Women. An awkward scene. Xiao Ran closed the door, shutting out the chilling air and concealing his own merits and fame. Let the chaos ensue. Let the bloodshed commence. The fire had been stoked. It was time to let the bullets fly and see how it would all conclude. After contemplating, he made a decision. He opened the basement door and summoned Han Yun and the 4 women to the first floor. They had not seen sunlight for many days, and prolonged deprivation of natural light could lead to health issues. Though the 4 women may not have been paragons of beauty or perfection, after spending so much time together, a bond had undeniably formed, and Xiao Ran had not yet tired of their company. At least Han Yun and Wang Lulu were of exquisite beauty and physique. Therefore, it would be unkind to keep them confined to the basement indefinitely. With the villa spacious enough, he allowed them to move upstairs. However, should anyone defy Xiao Ran's rules, he would not hesitate to cast them out. Regardless of their allure, upon learning they could ascend to the upper floors, Han Yun and the others were naturally elated. Yet, as they stepped out of the basement and faced Su Qingmei and her companions, astonishment and awkwardness washed over them. Tio reside here. What was their relationship with Xiao Ran? Was it even necessary to articulate? Clearly, they were all in the same circle. 8 women serving 1 man. How delightfully awkward. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Come, let us have breakfast together." He no longer concealed anything, arranging a buffet at the bar. "Take whatever you fancy. There's bread, noodles, and wontons." He also provided milk, yogurt, and coffee, creating a spread comparable to a hotel breakfast. While Su Qingmei's group had witnessed this the night before, it was a novel experience for Han Yun and her companions, who gazed at Xiao Ran with wide eyes, utterly incredulous. "Eat up," Xiao Ran urged with a smile. It was essential for the 8 women to maintain cordial relations, at least in public. Privately, however, they could indulge in jealousy and rivalry as they pleased. Once everyone had finished their meal, Xiao Ran whispered something to Su Qingmei, causing her cheeks to flush as she rose to accompany him upstairs. "Sister," Su Qingran exclaimed, fully aware of what was about to unfold. But could she intervene? What right did they have to stay here? Not only Su Qingmei, but she too had to fulfill her promise. Otherwise, what reason would Xiao Ran have to support someone so unrelated? Rice was a precious commodity, let alone meat and seafood like emperor crabs. Even fellow ability users had no entitlement to such luxuries. This world was fair. One reaped only what one sowed. No, the 6 women shook their heads in unison. Yet, merely opening a window revealed the sounds of fierce combat and cries. There were undoubtedly casualties, and surely lives had been lost in Building 4. It was likely that residents were already negotiating the spoils of war, explaining the temporary absence of anyone seeking bounties. "I have no time to wait for you," Xiao Ran declared. Intent on returning to Sioux University. If possible, he sought to acquire another ability. Chapter 109. The Hunt for Song Hui. Xiao Ran resolved to revisit the eastern campus of Sioux University. He had come to the realization that to thrive in this apocalyptic world, he must continually strengthen himself. Thus, every ability user represented a potential source of power. Knowing Song Hui was present, how could he resist the urge to investigate? If given the opportunity, he would eliminate this individual and absorb his abilities. Casting a glance at the women, he initially contemplated bringing one along, for should he absorb Song Hui's powers and find himself overwhelmed with desire? Would he truly resort to relying on the 5th girl? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Surely a vast institution like Sioux University would have no shortage of women. It would be essential to select someone exceptional. The villa, while not small, could become cramped with additional residents. Accommodating more women would necessitate reassigning the basement, and perhaps even lead to 2 women sharing a bed. Xiao Ran chuckled to himself. The villa would suffice for the time being, but in the long run, it might become inadequate. He would either need to cease accumulating companions or find a more spacious residence. Yet, was there truly a better option than the villa at present? The women all nodded in agreement. Xiao Ran made his way to the garage, climbed into the G-Class, opened the garage door, and slowly drove out, closing the door behind him. Once the door was fully shut, he pressed the accelerator. Safety was paramount. He could not allow anyone to invade his home, especially with 6 exceptional women inside. Losing any of them would certainly cause him distress. The G-Class maintained a steady speed of 20 miles per hour as it exited the gate. The soundproofing of the car windows was remarkable. He could barely hear the tumultuous battle within the community. However, the sight was unmistakable. A fierce conflict raged within Building 12, where the occupants of Building 4 had retreated to the 10th floor. While the coalition of the neighborhood showed no signs of relenting, determined to annihilate them. After an hour's drive, he arrived once more at the eastern campus of Sioux University. Navigating with ease, he pulled in near the eastern cafeteria. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to park and head inside. To his surprise, the girls who had been present there yesterday were nowhere to be found. Strange. Yet, after only a few dozen meters, he stumbled upon a fallen body. This was definitely not here yesterday. Although there were many corpses scattered along the roadway, Xiao Ran's spatial awareness was acute. He could vividly recall the scene from the previous day, and the stark contrast was evident before his eyes. He halted the vehicle and turned the body over. This was one of the girls who had survived in the cafeteria. How had she ended up here? It was evident she had succumbed to the cold. Did they believe that remaining in the cafeteria would lead to certain death, prompting them to venture out in a desperate gamble? Or had they been forced out? Xiao Ran returned to the car and continued forward. A few dozen meters later, he discovered a second body, then a third, a fourth. Each step forward revealed an increasing frequency of corpses, and ultimately, he found that all the girls had perished from exposure along the way. Xiao Ran's brow furrowed. He then arrived at the western cafeteria and cautiously disembarked. Song Hui was an ability user who could manipulate ice and snow. In such an environment, his powers would undoubtedly be amplified. Caution was essential. He was there to acquire abilities, not to offer them. Arriving at the cafeteria entrance, he kicked the door open with force. His physical prowess had always been among the pinnacle of humanity. And after absorbing 2 abilities, he had surpassed even that. Though he could not rival a mutated powerhouse focused on physical enhancement, his strength had at least doubled compared to elite weightlifters, his speed outpacing that of 100-meter sprint champions, and his endurance far exceeding that of marathon runners. As the door burst open, Xiao Ran activated his spatial perception while simultaneously creating a spatial portal beside the door. There was no immediate danger. He stepped inside, where only a few frozen corpses awaited him, 5 girls and 1 boy from yesterday, all lifeless. Had they frozen to death indoors? This must be the work of Song Hui. Were the girls from the eastern cafeteria also coerced into leaving by him? This individual was certainly ruthless. Xiao Ran would only strike against those who posed a threat to him. Yet Song Hui appeared to have lost all sense of right and wrong, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. Indifferent to innocence, however, in this apocalypse, who still cared about morality? Xiao Ran mused. The world now operated by the law of the jungle. Did right and wrong still hold any significance? But with this in mind, where would he locate Song Hui? Had he left the school? Or was he hiding within a dormitory or lecture hall? Thus, he donned his hat and made his way toward the adjacent lecture building. As he passed by the G-Class, he pressed a button, causing the entire vehicle to vanish from sight. With so many people around, he feared leaving it unattended might invite trouble. Someone might smash the windows to steal it. Even though the windows were bulletproof, Xiao Ran preferred to avoid any risk of damage, especially since he intended to keep it for a long time. Wearing a hat and goggles, he was virtually unrecognizable. Who could identify him? Thus, even if someone caught a glimpse of him, he had no reason to fear. Xiao Ran entered the lecture building and quickly shut the door behind him. Although there was no heating inside, the temperature was still at least 10 degrees warmer than outside. A noticeable difference, he began searching through the classrooms. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he suddenly spotted a flickering flame. He opened the classroom door and found 5 students huddled around a fire for warmth. Ah, no wonder so many desks and chairs are missing from the classrooms. They've been repurposed as firewood. The 5 individuals comprised 3 men and 2 women. Upon his entrance, all 5 rose simultaneously, their faces betraying signs of anxiety. Xiao Ran offered a reassuring smile and said, "No need to be nervous. Classmates, I would like to inquire if you know of Song Hui." "We do." They all nodded in unison. Yet one questioned, "Who are you?" Instantly, 5 pairs of eyes fixated on him. and they swallowed nervously. Chapter 110. Teacher Yu, does anyone know where Song Hui is gone? Xiao Ran inquired. I do. I know. The 5 students eagerly raised their hands. Their gazes filled with longing as they looked at Xiao Ran. He pointed casually. You, go ahead. Point. One of the girls, though not particularly attractive, cleared her throat and replied. Song Hui visited us not long ago, asking about someone's whereabouts. Who? Xiao Ran pressed. Teacher Yu from the College of Arts, she answered. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Why would he be inquiring about a teacher? The girl hesitated, uncertain, prompting a nearby boy to raise his hand hastily. Xiao Ran nodded at him. You speak. I suspect Song Hui has taken a liking to Teacher Yu, the boy stated. Teacher Yu is exceptionally beautiful, the dream of every student and faculty member in the College of Arts. Not just the College of Arts. Our class isn't part of it, yet we have a Marxism course taught by Teacher Yu. Which boy isn't enchanted by her, dreaming of her name at night? Another boy interjected. Xiao Ran clicked his tongue in curiosity. Is this Teacher Yu truly that stunning? Indeed. The 3 boys chimed in unison, their eyes glowing with admiration. They seemed to be lost in their fantasies. Xiao Ran was astonished. Even at such a moment, they still had the capacity for daydreaming. If one was an exception, the fact that 3 were enthralled could only signify the immense allure of Teacher Yu. What is her full name? He inquired. Yu Nuantong, the 3 boys replied in unison, likely having called out her name in their dreams countless times. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment and said, Please provide more details about Teacher Yu. She is just 27 this year, having completed her undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees all at this university. After obtaining her PhD, she remained here as a faculty member, one boy interjected eagerly. Teacher Yu recently got engaged to the vice president's son, who is also a teacher here, but he teaches physics. Recently engaged, so she might still be available, Xiao Ran mused. Why am I concerned about her availability? He chuckled to himself, realizing he had been unwittingly drawn into the 3 boys' enthusiastic descriptions. Naturally assuming that Yu Nuantong was an extraordinary beauty, he had developed a penchant for collecting exquisite women, hence his subconscious concern about her being unattached. Xiao Ran nodded. So, Song Hui is indeed seeking out Teacher Yu? Yes, the boys affirmed, with one adding, Teacher Yu is either in Wincy Building or the faculty dormitory. Right? You must hurry and stop Song Hui. He must not harm Teacher Yu. The 3 boys appeared exceedingly anxious, seemingly prioritizing Teacher Yu's safety over the food Xiao Ran held. Without expressing his own stance, Xiao Ran produced 4 packs of instant noodles and 4 bottles of water, distributing them, saying, 1 for each. With that, he took his leave. As for whether any of the 5 might be tempted by greed to take more, that was beyond his concern. Xiao Ran did not inquire about the specific locations of Wincy Building and the faculty dormitory, as he had graduated from Tsu University just 5 years prior and was unlikely to forget so quickly. Yu Nuantong, that name sounds somewhat familiar, Xiao Ran murmured, suddenly struck by a realization. Isn't she the campus belle from our cohort? Upon reflection, they were indeed the same age, and since Yu Nuantong had also studied at Tsu University, they were from the same graduating class. However, after graduation, he had sought employment while she pursued her master's and doctoral degrees. How impressive! He vaguely recalled that during the graduation ceremony, Yu Nuantong had been the student representative delivering a speech. Song Hui has truly gone astray. How could a mere student dare to pursue a teacher? Such audacity deserved punishment, he chuckled, leaving the classroom and heading towards Wincy Building. The distance was not far, but the path outside was treacherous, so Xiao Ran prioritized safety, arriving at Wincy Building after approximately 10 minutes. To his surprise, a delivery truck was parked at the entrance. Utilizing his spatial awareness, he discerned that there was no one inside the truck, and the cargo area was empty, save for some disheveled snack wrappers. Upon entering, he spotted a vending machine, and it dawned on him that the truck was likely there to restock the machine, but unfortunate circumstances had left both the vehicle and its cargo trapped due to a sudden hailstorm. Clearly, the food and water within the vending machine had been removed. Xiao Ran nodded, concluding that the occupants of the building need not worry about starvation in the short term. He made his way inside. Intending to ascend the stairs, he heard a tumultuous clamor as a group rushed down from above, their faces etched with terror. Clear the way, move aside. The leader shouted at Xiao Ran. Sighing, Xiao Ran drew his handgun, aiming it forward. Instantly, the group came to a halt. He scanned the crowd, noting a total of 14 individuals, men, women, young, and old. indicating a mix of faculty and students. He smiled and asked, "Do you know where Song Hui is?" At his inquiry, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. "Song Hui has taken teacher Huang hostage, forcing teacher Yu to open the door. He's gone mad, committing murder on campus. It seems he has developed superhuman abilities, capable of freezing people solid." Xiao Ran nodded, reassured that Song Hui had yet to succeed. "Where are they?" "Third floor, room 305, one of the students replied. Xiao Ran gestured with his gun, indicating the crowd to part. "Are you a police officer?" a brave girl asked. "No," he replied coolly, shattering her illusion. He maneuvered through the parted crowd, ascending to the second floor, then to the third. Room 305 was nearby, and he could already hear commotion emanating from within. Approaching, he found the door ajar, revealing a young man holding a frail man in his 30s hostage. The identity of the young man was evident, Song Hui, while the captive was undoubtedly Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang was slender, wearing glasses, and exuded an air of scholarly refinement, in stark contrast. Song Hui was tall and muscular, his autumn attire failing to conceal his exaggerated physique, either a fitness enthusiast or an athlete. "Teacher Yu, if you don't open the door, I shall sever Teacher Huang's hand," Song Hui threatened, gripping Teacher Huang tightly with one hand while the other conjured a blade of ice. "Nuantong, come out now. You Nuantong, can you hear me?" To his surprise, Teacher Huang began to scream in terror. Chapter 111. Coward. Additional update. Xiao Ran frowned, noting that Song Hui referred to Yu Nuantong as Nuantong, raising suspicions that this individual might be her fiancé. Yet, this fiancé appeared utterly incapable. He must have inferred Song Hui's intentions, yet still screamed for Yu Nuantong to emerge, a self-serving act indeed. "What a misfortune you have encountered, Yu Nuantong. Hurry out," Teacher Huang shrieked. "It hurts, it hurts," as Song Hui pressed the icy blade against his palm. "Stop!" A commanding shout rang out as the door swung open, revealing a tall, elegant woman wrapped in thick fabric. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was not clad in winter wear but rather in a makeshift outfit fashioned from curtains, pieced together haphazardly, reminiscent of a beggar's garb. Nevertheless, her beauty and allure remained undeniable. "Truly stunning," Xiao Ran mused, as the blurred image of the woman in his memory gradually crystallized. Indeed, this was Yu Nuantong, the campus belle from his graduating class. In his recollections, she had delivered a speech during their graduation ceremony, captivating the audience's attention, with girls gazing at her enviously and boys adoring her. 5 years had passed, and Yu Nuantong had shed her youthful innocence, blossoming into a mature and enchanting woman, exuding the grace of femininity. Though her figure was obscured, he vaguely recalled her once being quite alluring. "Teacher Yu is truly a beauty." Song Hui's eyes fixated on Yu Nuantong, his gaze drinking in her exquisite features, the delicate curve of her neck igniting his desire. "Teacher Huang, have you had a relationship with Teacher Yu?" he suddenly questioned. Teacher Huang, known as Huang Lingqing and Yu Nuantong's fiancé, shivered and stammered, "And no, she's too conservative, insisting on saving it for the wedding night. So we've never been intimate, though." Song Hui smirked wickedly, turning his gaze back to Yu Nuantong. "So, Teacher Yu is still a maiden. How rare to encounter a virgin in this day and age, especially one as beautiful as you. Teacher Yu, you are indeed a treasure." Yu Nuantong disregarded his lewd remarks, simply stating, "Let him go." Song Hui laughed heartily. "Not so fast, Teacher Huang. I intend to bed Teacher Yu. Do you consent?" Was he truly placing them in such a perilous predicament? Song Hui began sharpening the icy blade, causing Teacher Huang's wrist to bleed profusely, eliciting tears of agony. "Consent? Consent?" Huang Lingqing shouted loudly. Yu Nuantong, as if struck by a heavy blow, instantly turned pale. She emerged from the locked room, resolute in her determination to sacrifice herself to save her fiancé. However, Huang Lingqing unhesitatingly sold her out, leaving her feeling that such a sacrifice was utterly pointless. She yearned to retreat into the inner room. Yet, whoosh, an icy blade streaked past, embedding itself in the door, nearly grazing her face, causing her to halt in terror. "Don't run around, or next time. It will pierce your delicate neck," Song Hui warned. Yu Nuantong stopped, slowly turning around. Before her stood a person with superhuman abilities, while she was merely an ordinary woman. How could she possibly resist? Song Hui revealed a sinister smile, Teacher Huang hasn't shared a bed with Teacher Yu yet. Has he? How about this? I'll show Teacher Huang how I enjoy Teacher Yu. At least that way, he should find some satisfaction, even if only mentally. The words made both Yu Nuantong and Huang Lingqing tremble simultaneously. This man was no human. Oh, isn't Teacher Huang unhappy? Song Hui feigned surprise, addressing Huang Lingqing. Huang Lingqing quivered, nodding, happy, very happy, if you're happy. Why aren't you smiling, clapping, or thanking me? Song Hui's expression darkened. Since Huang Lingqing had already cowered, he naturally had no principles left, quickly forcing a smile and applauding. Thank you, Song classmate. Thank you, Song classmate. Thank me for what? Song Hui asked deliberately. Huang Lingqing gritted his teeth. Thank you for playing with my wife and letting me watch from the sidelines. Ha ha ha. Song Hui laughed heartily, continuously patting Huang Lingqing's shoulder. What kind of cowardice do you possess that qualifies you to be a teacher? Yes, I'm unworthy. Huang Lingqing had completely lost his principles, only knowing to flatter and appease. Xiao Ran could not help but shake his head. Would Song Hui spare Huang Lingqing? Clearly not. Thus, no matter how Huang Lingqing sought to curry favor with Song Hui, it would not earn him a path to survival. It merely satisfied Song Hui's perverse psychology. Oh, it seems I rather enjoy this scenario as well. Could it be that I am also perverse? Yu Nuantong, on the other hand, was utterly disillusioned in terms of knowledge. Huang Lingqing was undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, even if he were the vice principal's son, she would never have agreed to date him, let alone become engaged. Yet now, she realized that possessing knowledge did not equate to having integrity. In times of national crisis, Huang Lingqing was no better than those traitorous figures. All right, then Teacher Huang can watch as I play with your wife. Song Hui said, patting Huang Lingqing on the shoulder. If I satisfy your wife, don't forget to applaud. Yes. Huang Lingqing nodded submissively. Song Hui laughed uproariously and approached Yu Nuantong. Xiao Ran quietly concealed himself, drawing nearer from behind. Despite his immense power and the absorption of two abilities, if he could ambush an enemy, why not take the opportunity? It would be best if every foe walked directly into his spatial door. That would save him considerable effort. However, Huang Lingqing suddenly cried out, be careful, someone is about to ambush you. What the hell? Xiao Ran was astonished. With your wife about to be violated, you still have the audacity to warn the assailant? Is this the epitome of a coward? Xiao Ran had no time to lament. Whoosh, dozens of bullets had already poured from the spatial door. Ding, ding, ding. An ice wall materialized behind Song Hui, blocking all the incoming bullets. At that moment, Song Hui quickly turned to face Xiao Ran. He was both angry and shocked, saying, you were the one who took Su Xinran and Zhou Yunsu yesterday, right? Xiao Ran, isn't it? Xiao Ran inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Those with abilities possessed an instinctual warning against danger, and despite his ambush, he had failed to achieve his goal. Of course, had it not been for Huang Lingqing's warning, his chances of success would have increased by at least 50%. He smiled faintly. Indeed, I am Xiao Ran. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Nuantong hastily retreated into the inner room, but when she attempted to close the door, she found it utterly impossible. A thick layer of ice had formed around the doorframe. Effectively jamming it shut was the doing of Song Hui. Only then did she cast an angry glare at Huang Lingqing. In that moment, she completely severed ties with her fiancé. You can go die. Chapter 112. Song Hui's demise. Song Hui fixed his gaze on Xiao Ran. Very well, I was just wondering where to find you, and you've come right to my door. Xiao Ran possessed a vehicle that could drive normally and had taken away two exquisite beauties. Thus, if he killed Xiao Ran, all of this would belong to him. Naturally, he needed to first extract the whereabouts of the two beauties that Xiao Ran had taken. The car. It must be parked outside. You can shoot bullets out of thin air. Is that your superpower? Song Hui appeared somewhat curious. I asked that how Yang Wenqi was shot dead by you. That fool could only smash things, so it's only natural he was killed by you. But I am different. I can control ice and snow, advancing to attack or retreating for defense. Hence, it is solely I who shall kill you. Xiao Ran chuckled. You may try. Rat-tat-tat. Hundreds of bullets immediately poured forth. Song Hui stood behind the ice wall, a look of arrogance on his face. I told you, my defenses are formidable. With a loud crash, the ice wall shattered under the onslaught of bullets. Song Hui quickly rebuilt an ice wall, but under the relentless fire, it barely lasted 3 seconds before collapsing. He had no choice but to take a step back and construct another ice wall. After erecting 3 ice walls, a trace of exertion appeared on his face. His limits were certainly not merely 3 ice walls, yet the speed at which they were being destroyed was astonishing. How can you have so many bullets, even if your ability is to shoot bullets? You exhaust your power quickly with such a deluge, but Xiao Ran appeared completely unperturbed, as if he were exerting no effort at all. He dared not take risks. If Xiao Ran truly shattered dozens of ice walls, he would be riddled with bullets. He had to take the initiative. He could not simply endure the blows. With a thought, an ice blade formed out of thin air beyond the ice wall and shot towards Xiao Ran. With such strong offensive power, your defensive capabilities must surely be lacking. That is the law of nature. What the hell? Song Hui stared in disbelief, for the ice blade had only traveled half a meter before vanishing. Vanished? Can you believe it? Have I encountered some supernatural event? Song Hui mistakenly thought he had discerned the nature of Xiao Ran's powers, yet the sudden disappearance of the ice blade made him realize he was wrong. Are you dual-powered? He exclaimed. Guess. Xiao Ran replied with a smile. As he spoke, Song Hui rebuilt 2 ice walls. However, Xiao Ran's bullets continued to rain down relentlessly. Ding, ding, ding. Yet another ice wall was shattered. Xiao Ran felt no remorse. Breaking an ice wall required only around 200 rounds of rifle ammunition, and how many bullets did he have in his spatial realm? Countless, in the millions. Therefore, he was resolute that he would break through Song Hui's defenses. Song Hui attempted a few more counterattacks, but they all ended in the ice blades being confiscated, finally instilling fear and even despair in him. At this rate, he would die. Stop, I concede, he shouted. Xiao Ran shook his head. No, I want you dead. If you don't die, how can I obtain your powers? Besides, we've come this far. How could I let you live to seek revenge in the future? I am neither a fool nor a saint. Song Hui fell into despair. Despite being so powerful, wielding the ice attribute ability that allowed him to venture fearlessly into the harshest cold, which meant he could go anywhere in the world and acquire anything. A bright future, limitless potential. How had he fallen into such dire straits? I'll be your subordinate, never to betray you. He pleaded once more, having no other options. Fine, you remove the ice walls and kneel to me. Begging for mercy, Xiao Ran said coolly, yet the barrage of bullets showed no sign of abating. Song Hui was naturally furious. Can I possibly remove the ice walls at this moment? If I do? It's a one-way ticket to death. You speak of fine, but you actually intend to kill me, right? I'll fight you. Song Hui mentally swore, wishing to confront Xiao Ran, yet what could he use to fight back? All he could do was endure the beating, just as he had been so arrogant before Huang Lingwen and Yu Nuantong. Now he was plunged into utter despair. He did not want to die. Did not want to die. Yet what could he do? As dozens of ice walls fell one after another, and he could no longer construct new ones, he was directly shot to pieces by hundreds of bullets. What the hell? You used over 10,000 rounds of my ammunition. Fortunately, his ability was unique. He could prepare in advance, and using it did not consume any power. Therefore, theoretically, if he had enough ammunition, he could exhaust any ability user to death. Xiao Ran approached, pressed his hand down, and instantly, a warm current surged through him. Delightful. Yet a powerful desire began to emerge, and his eyes quickly turned red. This student, you have killed this heinous criminal, making a tremendous contribution to the school and society. Huang Lingwen, as if transformed into another person, immediately addressed Xiao Ran, adopting an air of righteousness. Xiao Ran paid him no mind, turning to Yu Nuantong. Shall I kill him, or will you do it yourself? Yu Nuantong trembled slightly, her mouth opening but ultimately failing to produce a sound. As a teacher, she was dedicated to educating and nurturing, adhering strictly to the law. To ask her to kill, or even to agree to such an act, at least at that moment, she could not accept it. This student, please don't speak such nonsense. Huang Lingwen hurriedly attempted to argue, but a bullet had already shot forth, piercing his forehead. He fell with a crash. His eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. Xiao Ran treated it as if nothing had happened. After killing so many, it became increasingly difficult to feel any ripple of emotion. Yu Nuantong let out a piercing scream, for 2 lives had already been extinguished before her eyes. Song Hui, though a brute, was somewhat bearable. but Huang Lingwen could only be described as a pitiful creature, now lifeless before her. This left her profoundly shaken. Xiaoran approached, towering over this exquisite female teacher. Standing at 178 centimeters, he could easily look down upon Yu Nuantong, who was around 169 centimeters. "I saved you. How will you repay me?" he inquired with a smile, a flicker of desire stirring within him. Yu Nuantong responded with a hint of scorn in her smile. "What distinguishes you from Song Hui? He sought to exploit me, and you are no exception." She had seen through him. Men, she thought, merely act on base instincts, driven by lust. "There is a distinction," Xiaoran asserted earnestly. "Song Hui employed force. I, however, engage in trade." With a flick of his wrist, a hot pot appeared on the table, bubbling fervently, and with another wave, platters of fresh ingredients materialized. Yu Nuantong stared in astonishment. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 113. On the playground, you now understand that there are those with extraordinary abilities in this world, Xiaoran remarked casually. Song Hui had his powers, and so do I. You can probably guess what mine entails. And I assure you, I possess an abundance of resources, more than enough for you to feast on lavish meals for several lifetimes. Moreover, I have a villa equipped with electricity, heating, and the luxury of hot showers. If you choose to accompany me, you may indulge in all of this. The choice is yours. Upon finishing his statement, Xiaoran retracted the hot pot and ingredients into his spatial realm. His desires burned ever more intensely. He could no longer afford to wait for Yu Nuantong to finish her meal. Should she agree, they would begin immediately. If she refused, well, he would have to silence her. "I saved your life. It would only be reasonable for me to take it back." He reasoned. Desire? He could find others to satisfy that need, easily managed with a few packs of instant noodles. Yu Nuantong hesitated, casting a glance at Huang Lingwen's corpse, before finally nodding in acquiescence. Xiaoran was not willing to let her off so easily. Yu Nuantong shot him an indignant glare. "I agreed." A smile finally broke across Xiaoran's face. "Let us go." He led Yu Nuantong downstairs, and fortunately, they encountered no one along the way, thus sparing him the need to eliminate witnesses, a waste of bullets. And he was not a mindless killer. Killing should bring pleasure, and he had no desire to take lives unless absolutely necessary. With a thought, a luxury vehicle materialized before them. Despite having already known of Xiaoran's abilities, Yu Nuantong was still taken aback by the appearance of such a monstrous sea art. "Is this real?" she gasped. "Please," Xiaoran urged, opening the door. As she entered, a wave of warmth enveloped her, causing her to emit a soft, delighted sound. How delightful! Xiaoran felt a stirring in his heart as he started the engine and drove toward the playground. It was deserted. Anyone approaching would see them from afar, ensuring their safety. An hour later, Xiaoran regained his composure. The absorption of extraordinary powers came with its drawbacks, igniting a fervent desire within him. Yet, compared to the benefits of enhancement, these side effects were trivial. The maximum size of the spatial door had expanded to 20 by 20 meters. What did that signify? Theoretically, he could fit an entire villa inside, provided he excavated the foundation, for his spatial realm could only accommodate independent objects, and as long as they did not exceed the dimensions of the portal, anything could be instantly retracted. As for the maximum distance of deployment, it remained at 4 meters, seemingly unable to increase any further. Spatial perception had extended to 8 meters. New abilities? Xiaoran pondered. Was the emergence of new powers only possible in moments of dire peril? During his previous battle with the mutated husky, he had felt a profound sense of impending death, which had awakened his spatial perception. Did he require such pressure to evolve further? Or perhaps the quantity of absorbed powers was insufficient? Or was his limit merely 2 abilities? After contemplating these questions, his gaze fell upon Yu Nuantong, and a smile crept across his face. With such a beauty beside him, how could he still be preoccupied with thoughts of powers? That was simply unthinkable. Xiaoran chuckled with satisfaction. I never expected you to be so pure. Yu Nuantong sighed. My parents are very traditional, and I am no exception. Such matters must wait until after marriage. Yet, despite my efforts, I have failed to uphold that vow. The truth is, I only know your name. I am in the dark about everything else. Morality and dignity pale in comparison to the instinct to survive. As a teacher, I feel utterly ashamed. Shortly after he left, a man with a flat-top hairstyle, carrying a backpack, entered the school, A black short knife hung from his waist. He was not tall, standing at approximately 170 centimeters. Yet his gaze was piercing, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. He paused, casually popping a piece of ice into his mouth, crunching it loudly before swallowing. Chapter 114. The teacher and student meet. The flat-top man strode confidently into the campus. The ground was slick, yet he maintained an unusual steadiness, skillfully balancing his steps to counter the slippery surface, a feat both remarkable and somewhat unbelievable. Following a similar path to Shaoran, he first entered the Eastern cafeteria, where he discovered the bodies of Yang Wenqi and several others. Frowning, he retreated. However, instead of heading to the Western cafeteria, he made his way to the teaching building. After a thorough search, he exited and continued on. Soon, he stumbled upon a classroom containing 5 students, the very same one Shaoran had inquired about, still huddled around a fire for warmth. Upon seeing the flat-top man approach, the 5 were momentarily taken aback. It was clear he was not a school faculty member. How had he braved the cold and treacherous path to reach them? Peering into his bag, they saw it was filled with bread, instant noodles, and several bottles of water, which invigorated them. "You ask?" they urged eagerly. After several minutes, the flat-top man nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, he drew his knife and lunged at the 5 students. Swift as lightning, in an instant, their throats were slit, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Song Hui," he exclaimed, eyes gleaming. "Your ability is now mine," he murmured. Unfortunately, Shaoran had yet to reach the community when a thick fog began to roll in, forcing him to halt the vehicle. "Time to eat," he told Yu Nuantong. Yu Laosher, at this moment, must have thought him a charlatan, having toyed with her without fulfilling his promise. However, as she observed Shaoran reclining the seats, arranging 3 makeshift laptop tables to form a large dining surface, and then presenting a plethora of delicious dishes, she realized her misunderstanding. He had no intention of deceiving her. He was merely overly eager. They began to eat. Shaoran had experienced the same quality of meals before and after the calamity, never truly knowing what it was like to go hungry. In contrast, Yu Nuantong had endured over 20 days in a teaching building, subsisting solely on snacks, not to mention her nutritional deficiencies that left her mouth parched. She had once fantasized about the taste of braised pork, willing to give anything for it. Now, her desires were not only fulfilled but exceeded her wildest expectations: braised pork, chicken soup, stir-fried vegetables, and even a steamed lobster. Shaoran merely took a few bites to satiate his hunger, while Yu Nuantong devoured her meal with no regard for propriety. Once she finished, Shaoran insisted she drink another bowl of chicken soup. "You've just become a woman. You need this soup to nourish yourself," he said with a grin. "It's infused with ginseng, great for replenishing energy and blood." Yu Nuantong's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. After she finished her soup, Shaoran intended to offer her some milk as well, knowing she was indeed malnourished after 20 days of mere survival. Yet, her stomach felt as if it would burst. Leaving no room for more, they successfully reached their destination half an hour later. Upon parking the car in the garage, Shaoran instructed Yu Nuantong to exit. Yu Nuantong was astonished. "You expect me to go out dressed like this?" This attire was merely autumn wear. In the biting cold, even regular winter clothing would hardly suffice, let alone autumn garments. Shaoran laughed heartily, pulling her close and kissing her lightly on the cheek. "Dear teacher Yu, how could I bear to let you freeze? Trust me." With his words of assurance, Yu Nuantong tentatively opened the car door. To her surprise, a wave of warmth, rather than cold, rushed in. "Goodness!" she exclaimed, swinging the door wide open and stepping out. It was warm, remarkably warm. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted as 8 uniquely beautiful women appeared in the garage, accompanied by a dog that she chose to disregard. Yu Nuantong was taken aback. Among the 8, only 2 were slightly less attractive, while the other 6 matched her beauty, one of whom was even younger and possibly more stunning than her. Wait, 2 of them looked familiar. "Teacher Yu," chimed Zhonglei, Su Xinran, and Zhou Yunsu in unison. Yu Nuantong suddenly recalled Su Xinran, Zhou Yunsu. She did not recognize Zhonglei. Upon realization, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was well aware that these 2 campus beauties, not only stunning but also academically outstanding, received scholarships every year. They had transcended the ordinary, much like she once had as the celebrated campus flower. But their presence here implied one thing. They too were Xiaoran's women. This left Yu Nuantong feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 115. Unwilling to settle down. Additional update. Zhou Junsu approached with an alluring sway of her hips, a playful smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Xiao Ran truly has discerning taste. Teacher Yu is renowned as the beauty of our school. During her student days, she was the campus belle, and now, as a teacher, she has become the object of desire for countless students, who dream of spending their nights with her in the ethereal realm of Wushan." This green tea, so brazenly provocative, seemed to offer compliments while enviously eyeing Yu Nuantong. Yu Nuantong felt her complexion pale. How could she, as a teacher, compete for men with her students? How could one stoop so low? Yet, to refuse Xiao Ran's patronage and venture out alone, wouldn't that be akin to courting death? Xiao Ran made no effort to stop Zhou Junsu. He didn't require a harmonious home life devoid of excitement. With Zhou Junsu's presence, who would jab at this and that, the atmosphere could be enlivened. Moreover, the rivalry among women would only serve to make them more eager to please him. Little green tea. You truly capture my heart. Xiao Ran cast a glance at Zhou Junsu, subtly conveying his approval, to which she responded with a flirtatious wink. He waved his hand, instructing the 9 women to retreat to the living room. The fireplace blazed warmly, the heat evenly permeating every corner of the villa, ensuring that no single room was the warmest simply because the fireplace resided in the living room. Yu Nuantong gazed at the illuminated lamps and the television broadcasting. With heat wafting through the air, the conditions here were beyond anything she could have previously imagined. Relax, just be natural. We are all family, Xiao Ran reassured her. Yet, those words did little to ease Yu Nuantong's tension, for they served as a reminder that she was surrounded by Xiao Ran's women. From now on, she would have to contend with these rivals for his affections. How humiliating. Stop teasing her, you two. Han Yun interjected, pulling Yu Nuantong aside. Xiao Ran surveyed the 9 women, contemplating that in a couple of days, he would have them don uniforms corresponding to their professions. There were female teachers, police officers, and students. Wait, what about Han Yun? A regular office worker? And Su Qingmei? Would he have her wear prison garb? Well, perhaps that wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Was it all resolved in just one day? Xiao Ran nodded. The downfall of building number 4 had not surprised him. After all, this group only occupied a single building, while the entire community comprised 25 buildings. Thus, in terms of numbers, building number 4 was at a significant disadvantage. What is the essence of primitive warfare? It is, of course, the sheer number of combatants. Yet, Lu Yang and a few others had managed to escape. Xiao Ran chuckled. These individuals were already notorious for their ruthlessness. And now, fragmented and hidden, they could act more freely. If they were not swiftly located and eliminated, no resident of any building would find peace. But why should that concern him? Last night, the community representative came by, stating that a total of 144 individuals were eliminated from building number 4 and they wish to exchange food and water with you. Su Qingmei continued. Xiao Ran nodded. You are quite capable. From now on, you shall serve as my secretary. Su Qingmei shot him a glare. So, when there's work, I'm the secretary, and when there's none, I'm still the secretary? That joke has grown stale. He descended into the basement, opened the iron door, and retrieved a portion of frozen food, far exceeding his previous promises. Consider it a bonus reward. ITS freezing. Before long, over 30 individuals arrived, hesitating as they spotted the supplies in the passage, seemingly fearful that Xiao Ran might suddenly unleash poison upon them. However, after a moment's hesitation, they ventured in and began to gather the goods. Once they had cleared out all the supplies, no poison was released. They sighed in relief, acknowledging that Xiao Ran was indeed a man of his word. The rewards he offered had never been unfulfilled. It had become a golden reputation. Although the provisions were merely frozen food, the crowd was overjoyed. Finally, there was something to eat. This was undoubtedly the result of Xiao Ran's scavenging efforts. Because he has a vehicle. If only we could seize that car, we can't rely on him for our survival, they lamented. It was not solely a matter of humiliation. It was akin to having a sword poised over their necks. If Xiao Ran demanded the life of one among them, who would hesitate to push that individual forward? They must resolve this issue swiftly, for once they became accustomed to being under Xiao Ran's thumb, they would be at his mercy. The key was that vehicle. How could they acquire it? After much deliberation, they found themselves unable to bypass Xiao Ran or the villa's defenses. Tio obtained the car. They would have to breach the villa and eliminate Xiao Ran. Suddenly, someone proposed, "I have a distant relative working with a construction team." Just before the catastrophe, they were preparing to demolish a bridge for reconstruction. He could surely procure explosives. Eyes brightening, the crowd considered. Blow up the villa? A pity, though, since we know it has heating and even electricity. Wouldn't that damage the car? Not at all. We only need to blow up one corner to create an entrance. Xiao Ran has been able to act with impunity either by spraying poison with a toy gun or by using that modified vehicle to ram people. He is just an ordinary person like us. He doesn't possess any extraordinary powers, so why fear him? Everyone nodded in agreement. Actually, could we not employ a simpler method first? Someone laughed. We can lure him out under the pretense of a meeting. With over 1,000 people in the community, we could easily overwhelm him. But what if he refuses? The previous speaker chuckled. If he refuses, we lose nothing. Yes, let us first lure him out under the guise of a meeting. If he declines, we can then think of a way to acquire the explosives. Chapter 116. The new and the old Xiao Ran remained blissfully unaware that the residents were conspiring against him. Even if he were informed, he would not take it to heart. Was the villa merely a fade? To say it was indestructible would not be an exaggeration, unless struck directly by a missile. Ordinary weapons would find it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses. In the pre-catastrophe era, there were alternative methods, such as fire. Wouldn't the villa become an oven, cooking everything within? However, in such frigid temperatures, how many could endure the outdoors for a sufficient duration? Moreover, starting a fire required wood or copious amounts of gasoline. Setting aside whether such materials were available, one would still need to prepare them. In this extreme cold, one would have to ensure the fire was sufficiently large. Otherwise, its warmth would dissipate faster than it could heat. Even if the villa did become an oven, Xiao Ran had ample ice in his otherworldly space to counteract the heat. As for drainage, it could easily be directed outside from the basement or absorbed into his alternate dimension. Having invested heavily in the villa's renovation, how could Xiao Ran not consider these factors? Of course, if someone were audacious enough to bring in a missile strike, the villa would likely falter. However, if Xiao Ran knew roughly when the missile would arrive, he could simply stand atop the villa and open a portal to absorb it. After all, the portal was 20 by 20 meters wide. Which missile could exceed that diameter? Xiao Ran had assimilated 3 abilities and had been venturing outdoors daily. He intended to spend the next few days at home, savoring the gentleness and allure of the women around him. This wealth was something he had fought hard to acquire. He made his way to Han Yun's room on the first floor. The proportions of her figure were exquisite, and among the women, only Zhou Junsu could rival her, though he hadn't yet seen Su Xinran's physique. What about Lu Mei? This stunning beauty was aptly named. Both beautiful and enchanting, with a figure that was undeniably fiery. Though he had not personally measured her, he was certain her body was of the highest caliber. Then there was Lu Susu. While her looks might not be top tier, her figure was commendable. Xiao Ran reflected. The number of beauties in the villa had increased so much that he had nearly forgotten about Lu Mei and Lu Susu. Indeed, the arrival of new faces often leads to the neglect of the old. No, I delight in the new but do not disdain the old. I desire them all. At that moment, his phone chimed with an alert. Upon checking, he saw someone had arrived at the basement door. Knocking. Indifferent, he connected to the speaker via his phone and inquired, "What is it?" A man, appearing to be around 50, spoke to the camera. "The community has decided to hold a collective meeting to elect a leader who can guide us on our future course. Xiao Ran, you are one of the candidates, and we hope you can participate." Xiao Ran pondered for a moment, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he replied, "All right, what time?" "Probably after lunch," the man stated. With most electronic devices drained, how many possess traditional watches? Thus, time would have to be estimated. "I understand," Xiao Ran replied, tossing his phone aside. "Are you really going?" Han Yun asked, her expression turning serious. "What, do you think I shouldn't go?" Xiao Ran feigned innocence, already having made up his mind. Han Yun nodded. "You must not be swayed by their talk of leadership. This is likely a trap designed to lure you out and then kill you." Xiao Ran burst into laughter, pulling her into an embrace. "Fear not. I shall only be intoxicated by you." Han Yun instantly understood. "You rogue." She playfully punched his chest, her face burning like fire, alluringly radiant. "Rest assured. With you enchanting creatures at home, how could I ever consider death?" They seek to harm me for gain, and I shall ensure they pay a bloody price. Besides, I've grown somewhat weary of their antics. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. That was the glimmer of murderous intent. His principles are exceedingly straightforward. Do not provoke me, and I shall mind my own affairs. However, should you choose to disturb me, then I must regretfully bid you farewell. Han Yun rested gently upon his chest, nodding softly. You must exercise caution. I am aware of your formidable abilities, yet you are merely flesh and blood. It is said that while one can easily evade a direct assault, a hidden strike is far more treacherous. Arrogance may sow the seeds of failure, and in our current circumstances, failure could very well mean death. All right, I understand. By the way, what did you do before? Xiaoran inquired. Intrigued. You are not also a teacher, are you? With your eloquent manner of speaking? Indeed, I am a teacher, Han Yun replied. How surprising, he exclaimed, feeling rather remiss for not having asked earlier. Otherwise, he could have indulged in the forbidden game of student and teacher long ago. As the clock approached 11, Xiaoran suggested they watch a bit more television before gathering everyone for lunch. The meal was extraordinarily lavish. Unfazed by waste, Xiaoran presented over 20 dishes, along with an assortment of beers, spirits, and champagne, allowing everyone to choose their preferred food and drinks. After they had finished dining, he glanced at the time. It was 11:30, early still. Engaging in conversation with the women, they played a few games. And by around 12:30, he declared, it's time to set off. Chapter 117. Turning hostile, Xiaoran first checked the surveillance to ensure safety before stepping outside. Although it was highly unlikely anyone would ambush him in such frigid weather, exercising caution was never a mistake. Vigilance is the first secret to survival. As the cold air enveloped him, Xiaoran felt invigorated, casting aside thoughts of distractions. To contemplate such matters now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Exiting the corridor, he spotted a distant glow, firelight. How generous of them to kindle a bonfire. It was only natural. In this biting cold, who could endure prolonged exposure? Xiaoran did not use a flashlight. Instead, he relied on his spatial awareness, discerning any potential blind spots within an 8-meter radius, clearer than sunlight. Thus, an ambush was out of the question. He approached silently, not making a sound. Why hasn't Xiaoran arrived yet? It's already 12:30. Oldly, is Xiaoran playing you for a fool? Oldly, the man who had come to deliver the message earlier, furrowed his brow and shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. He assured me he would come. Indeed, what reason would he have not to come? We have already agreed to elect him as our leader. Shoo! Someone immediately hushed them, and all fell silent, though not speak carelessly. A voice intoned gravely, Today, the outcome of our deliberations will determine the fate of the entire community. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, and the atmosphere grew tense as they awaited Xiaoran's appearance. A cold smile crept across his lips. Having discerned the situation, it was time to commence the game. He no longer tiptoed but strode boldly forward. Hey, Xiaoran! He's here. Those nearby, aided by the faint light of the fire, recognized him and gasped in astonishment. As he approached, those standing in his way hastily parted, allowing him to step forward into the circle of people. Xiaoran, you have finally arrived, one beaming individual exclaimed. Xiaoran recognized him as Liang Mingfang from the 15th floor, a man in his 30s with a somewhat portly appearance. It seemed he was the representative chosen by the others. Xiaoran smiled slightly. I am here. Let us commence the meeting. Xiaoran, we can nominate you as our leader. Whatever you say, we shall follow, Liang Mingfang declared, then turned to the crowd. Let us cheer together. From this moment onward, we shall have a protector, Leader Xiao. Long live Leader Xiao, the crowd echoed, their voices resounding regardless of sincerity. Xiaoran merely observed Liang Mingfang with a sardonic smile. So you want me to be your leader, and I am to sustain you? Is the world truly filled with such convenient arrangements? If someone were to address me as father, would I then be obliged to bequeath my fortune to them? Liang Mingfang's expression froze, and the others glared at Xiaoran with displeasure. Your words are akin to slapping their faces, someone remarked. Old Liang, why continue this charade now that he's here? Eliminate him. Once he is dead, everything will be ours. Onward, the crowd shouted, believing Xiaoran had already fallen into their trap and there was no need for further pretense. Liang Mingfang nodded. Xiaoran was unarmed and encircled. leaving him with no chance of turning the tables. None, not a single opportunity remained. Xiao Ran, why must you be so obstinate? Liang Mingfang shook his head. From the outset, you should have heeded our counsel. It would have been beneficial for us all, and you would not have lost your life. Thus, one must possess a grand vision. Liang Mingfang's voice deepened. Now, attack. As the plot thickened, weapons emerged from concealed locations, all eyes fixed on Xiao Ran with fierce intent. Kill this man. Once Xiao Ran is gone, everything he possesses shall belong to us. The villa, the supplies, and Han Yun, that enchantress. Once the villa was secured, each of them would have their turn with her. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Very well. It seems this community requires a thorough cleansing. At that moment, the crowd surged toward him from all directions. Even if Xiao Ran possessed extraordinary strength, what could it matter? Each person could deliver a blow, a strike sufficient to end his life. Xiao Ran concentrated, and 3 vehicles appeared silently around him, forming a perimeter with one side left open. Yet that opening proved more lethal, as he had opened the gateway to another realm there. Whoa, what the hell? As the throng charged forward, who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of a car? The front line collided with the vehicle, and those behind, unable to halt, crashed into them, creating a chaotic pileup where bones surely splintered. After days of catastrophe, how many had basked in the sun? Who could replenish their calcium? Even if no one had developed osteoporosis yet, the resilience of their bones had undoubtedly begun to decline, making them more prone to fracture. Thus, under immense pressure, bones naturally snapped. What is happening? Why is there a car here? This is madness. Although they were in a garage filled with vehicles, how could one suddenly teleport? Was this not the very definition of insanity? Fear gripped them as the unknown loomed large, causing them to tremble. But what was even more terrifying? The soul side without a vehicle became a bizarre void where people inexplicably vanished. Only when over 100 had disappeared did the remaining crowd finally come to a halt. Xiao Ran! Xiao Ran! Liang Mingfang trembled, pointing a shaking finger at him. You did this, didn't you? Naturally, Xiao Ran replied with a smile. Now you all know my secret, so I kindly ask you to move along. Oh, by the way, he suddenly recalled, thank you all for keeping me entertained during these days. After the calamity, entertainment has been scarce, and you have provided me with much amusement. I truly appreciate it. However, now that the hail has ceased and the fog has lifted, I can finally step outside, so your services are no longer required. I bid you all farewell. Chapter 118. Special weapons. Xiao Ran unleashed a massacre, and the residents of the community fell in droves. Bullets flew wildly. In such a densely packed crowd, there was no need for precision, just avoid firing upward or downward, and every shot would find its mark. Xiao Ran pursued relentlessly, and with his superhuman speed and endurance, once he brought someone within an 8-meter range, he could open a portal before them. Ordinary individuals possessed no crisis awareness, and thus they unwittingly barreled into the void. The screams were continuous, an unbroken cacophony. Many were struck by bullets but not fatally injured, resulting in their agonized cries. The scene resembled a slaughterhouse. Survivors lost all will to resist. Was escape possible? Absolutely not. They knelt, wailing, pleading for Xiao Ran's mercy. Brother Xiao, Lord Xiao, spare me. If you let me live, I will do anything you ask. I am willing to be at your service. You can have your way with me. In the face of death, few dared to exhibit bravery. There were some, but they were all dead. Xiao Ran ceased his assault, surveying the crowd with a faint smile. You wish for me to spare you? Very well, I shall assign you a task. Within 3 days, locate and eliminate Lu Yong, Sun Wentao, and the remaining stragglers from Building 4, if I do not see their corpses in 3 days. Heh, then I shall have no choice but to execute you. All the ability to conjure a car out of thin air, to make a person vanish in an instant, and to fire bullets without a firearm. These feats are beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. Yet, they dare to gamble with such a monstrous entity, even attempting to wrest something from Xiao Ran's grasp? Truly, life has become unbearable for them. The crowd nodded vigorously, their sole desire now being survival. Indifferent to all else, Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively. Go. Although these individuals had caught a glimpse of his minuscule secret, it mattered little. None of them could escape this community, and now Lu Yong and his group were like rats fleeing a collapsing building. Cornered beasts bound to clash violently with these people. By the time Liu Yong and his cohorts were eliminated, it was likely that only 100 or so would remain in the entire community. Sometimes, employing a knife to kill another is a wise choice, and it allows one to enjoy the spectacle. What's not to relish in that? As the survivors departed, a multitude of wounded lay on the ground, wailing in despair. "Please, save me." One person grasped Xiao Ran's pant leg, a rather attractive young woman. "If you save me, I shall serve you like a beast, as a slave." She gazed up at Xiao Ran with a hopeful expression. Xiao Ran, however, coldly turned away. These people wished to kill him and seize everything he possessed. If he were to still harbor compassion, he might as well find a rope to hang himself and surrender his villa along with all the women inside. Isn't that foolish? They brought this upon themselves. He entered the passage, opened the door, and closed it behind him, severing all the cries and moans. Their fates were now irrevocably intertwined with Xiao Ran's. Should he encounter any misfortune, they would either starve, die of thirst, or freeze within the villa, or worse, become the playthings of every man in the community. The latter fate would be far more tragic than death itself. In truth, they had their suspicions. Xiao Ran should be able to prevail, for he was no ordinary man, but one endowed with supernatural abilities. Yet, when it came to their own fates, they remained deeply anxious. Now, those worries had finally dissipated. Xiao Ran smiled and reassured, "It's all right now. Everyone, return to your tasks in the afternoon." They watched a play and played cards. After dinner, Xiao Ran, accompanied by the 9 women and the leopard, exited the villa. "Where are we going? For a stroll? Not a chance." They arrived at Building 22 of the community. The complex boasted villas, low-rise apartments, and high-rises, with the latter consisting of buildings 22, 23, 24, and 25, each 34 stories tall. Xiao Ran led the women to the rooftop. With his robust physique, ascending 34 flights posed no challenge for him, but the women, being ordinary folk, paused to rest after reaching the 20th floor before continuing. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found the door locked, but Xiao Ran kicked it open effortlessly. On the rooftop, he began his preparations, setting up a generator and a conveyor belt. Once everything was ready, he released a multitude of steel bars onto the conveyor belt from another dimension. Now, as long as the conveyor belt was activated, the steel bars would plummet from the sky, and Xiao Ran merely needed to open a spatial gate below to catch them. Just imagine the devastating force of steel bars descending 34 stories. After all, even a falling egg from such heights could be lethal. So, what of the steel bars? Bullets were somewhat ineffective against mutated beings like the aberrant hound, as even if they struck, their lethality was insufficient. However, using steel bars for lethal strikes, not only would the destructive power be significantly enhanced, but they could also create effective diversions, ensnaring the target. In addition to steel bars, Xiao Ran also planned to gather some stones. Steel bars were sharp and deadly, while stones were blunt and heavy, ideal for breaching defenses, such as repeatedly slamming against the vault door. He would not rest until he found a door that could withstand his onslaught. This differed from explosives, as he could effectively control the damage radius. The best part was that these materials were abundantly available and reusable, simply perfect. As his adversary, how could anyone anticipate whether Xiao Ran would unleash bullets, steel bars, or even a tank at any given moment? Of course, Xiao Ran had yet to figure out how to drop a tank from the rooftop, as only he could do so. But who would catch it below? If he were to catch it himself, could the conveyor belt withstand the tank's weight? Chapter 119. The Story of the Su Sisters, additional update. Once Xiao Ran was prepared, he descended to the lower floor. He had made ample arrangements. Both upstairs and downstairs were equipped with fire pits and a makeshift windbreak station akin to a nucleic acid testing booth, making the women's task quite simple. Upon receiving Xiao Ran's signal, they merely needed to activate the conveyor belt. All right, Xiao Ran communicated via the intercom. Point 3, 2, 1, commence. Han Yun instructed. Moments later, hundreds of steel bars cascaded from the sky. However, Xiao Ran failed to catch a single one. As he had chosen the wrong position, no matter, the landing point had been determined. Xiao Ran adjusted the booth's location and returned to the rooftop. After arranging the steel bars, he went downstairs and took his position, notifying the others through the intercom. Mere seconds later, another 100 steel bars plummeted. This time, all the bars were successfully collected into Xiao Ran's spatial dimension. Continue. After accumulating a substantial amount of steel bars, Xiao Ran switched to gathering stones, some the size of human heads, others heavier, depending on whether the conveyor belt could bear the load. As long as the belt held up, Xiao Ran was eager to drop a tank as well. Just imagine the sheer kinetic energy unleashed by a tank falling from 34 stories. Oh, how I wish I could teleport, Xiao Ran lamented wistfully. If he could teleport, he could easily throw himself and catch himself. After working tirelessly throughout the night, Xiao Ran had gathered several thousand steel bars imbued with immense kinetic energy, along with a comparable quantity of stones. That's enough for today, Xiao Ran declared. Halting further collection, these weapons would suffice for the time being. If he were to confront the mutated hound now, he was confident he could eliminate it within 10 seconds, provided they were indoors, where the hound could not exploit its speed advantage. Otherwise, should a battle unfold on open plains, the aberrant hound could simply flee backwards. Aside from bullets, neither steel bars nor stones could keep pace with it. If dropped from a mountain thousands of feet high, however, the terminal velocity would be sufficient, he mused with a smile, abandoning this impractical thought. It would be wiser to devise a plan to procure missiles instead. Only through comparison does one come to appreciate value. Thus, the 9 women grew increasingly resigned to their fate. Even if they were to share a single man, the warmth they experienced was enough to make them reluctant to leave. Moreover, this place offered not just warmth, but hot water for bathing and an abundance of delectable food. They were utterly unable to detach themselves, as the night wore on. Everyone washed up and retired to bed. Lacking any energy, when Xiao Ran awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. He rose to find that only Su Qingmei among the 9 women had gotten out of bed. Those who had endured hardship were truly different. Xiao Ran tossed some tangyuan for her to cook and then went to rouse the others. Unable to wake them? A few gentle slaps on their behinds should suffice. By the time the tangyuan was ready, all the women had risen, washed up, and awaited breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Ran retrieved fresh meat and vegetables from his space, instructing them to prepare lunch and dinner. They couldn't eat ready-made meals every day. Did he intend to treat them like princesses? They should do some tasks within their capabilities. In this household, he was the only one permitted to do as he pleased. 18 noon. The 9 women collaborated to prepare 10 dishes and a soup, perfectly filling a round table. After sampling the food, Xiao Ran expressed his approval, saying, "I must say, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be quite impressive." The women turned their gazes towards Wang Lulu, exclaiming, "We merely assisted. The true chef is Lulu." Xiao Ran was somewhat taken aback, realizing that this mistress possessed such culinary talent. Was she aiming to win a man's heart by first mastering his palate? He nodded in agreement, saying, "From now on, when in the kitchen, Lulu shall take the lead and be responsible for your tasks." The others had no objections, for Wang Lulu's skills were indeed commendable. Thus, she became the head chef, while the rest would assist her. Xiao Ran decided to take a 3-day break. Having been active for several consecutive days, he needed rest, and he also wanted to see if the people in the community could flush Lu Yang and his group out. However, by the afternoon, the bodies of Sun Wentao and several other key figures from Building 4 were brought in, and upon taking stock, it appeared that Lu Yang was the only one still hiding within the community. One person, not even an ability user. What kind of storm could he stir? Although Xiao Ran never underestimated anyone, there was no need to excessively elevate an ordinary opponent to an exaggerated status. Unfortunately, despite absorbing 3 abilities, he had yet to awaken any new powers. Did he truly require the pressure of a life-or-death crisis? The day passed. Rested and rejuvenated, Xiao Ran entered Su Xinran's room, only to find Su Qingmei there as well. Xiao Ran was quite pleased. Although the sisters bore a striking resemblance, their demeanors were entirely different. One was fiery, the other icy. Yet they were indeed siblings. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the incident that had befallen the two. Su Xinran hesitated to speak, but Su Qingmei took the lead, explaining, "At that time, my sister was in her 2nd year of high school. A tutor had sinister intentions and lured her to a hotel under the pretense of extra tutoring. This naive girl actually went. As a result, she was drugged by that beast and fell unconscious. Thankfully, she had the foresight to send me a message beforehand, and I rushed over immediately, posing as a waiter to knock on the door. Just as I entered, I caught sight of someone attempting to violate Xinran, and a struggle ensued, during which I killed him in self-defense." Xiao Ran was taken aback and asked, "Is it not that teacher?" "No," Su Qingmei shook her head. That teacher is merely a lackey, serving the vice president of the Qinghong group, using the tutoring center to select beautiful female students for him to bully. She added, that scoundrel is named Yuwenjia. His father is the chairman of the Qinghong group. Relying on his wealth, he resorts to using money to settle matters after bullying others. If the victims refuse to comply, he threatens to release recordings of the assaults. Thus, previous victims have opted for private settlements. I acted in self-defense. At most, I would face a sentence of 3 to 5 years. However, the other party fabricated numerous pieces of evidence against me, claiming that Yuwenjia was intoxicated, rendering him both unclear in judgment and incapable of inflicting harm. Consequently, I was sentenced to the maximum penalty under the law. While I was imprisoned, Yuwenjia's father, Yu Jiaqing, visited me personally, stating his intent to target Shinran, intending to have her bear the offspring of that old beast. I then ensured that Shinran remained within the school and never ventured outside, denying that old beast any opportunity. Hence, Shinran only leaves the school when she visits me, maintaining a video call with her classmates the entire time to prevent any untoward advances from that old beast. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth and asked, what about the tutor from the tutoring center? Him? Su Shinran interjected. He is also one of the perjurers, slandering me as a prostitute to exonerate Yuwenjia. Later, I heard he was expelled from his former tutoring institution, but Yu Jiaqing funded the establishment of a new one for him. Xiao Ran was taken aback again. Could it be that Yu Jiaqing is also involved in the bullying of female students? Otherwise, why would he keep someone like that around after his son has died? Moreover, they are engaged in the same line of work. Thus, to assert that Yu Jiaqing had no involvement, who would believe that? Perhaps in the past, the father and son took turns or even collaborated. It just happened that during that incident, only Yuwenjia was involved. Although Xiao Ran held both of these scoundrels in contempt, the idea of making a special trip to track them down and eliminate them from some corner of Sioux City was, of course, out of the question. His feelings for the Sioux sisters had not reached that depth, and it was unlikely they ever would. In this lifetime, he had closed himself off emotionally, viewing women merely as sources of pleasure, at most extending them favor. Love? What a joke. After being betrayed by his ex-wife's family and realizing that the child he believed to be his own was not. His heart had shut down, never to reopen for any woman again, no matter how beautiful. Lu Mei was indeed exceptional. Yet Xiao Ran had never contemplated pursuing her, preferring instead to hoard resources for survival after the apocalypse. Alas, fate had other plans, and she was unexpectedly taken away by a friend. However, opportunities still lingered. Perhaps he could acquire both. Lu Mei was astute. After enduring a few months in the apocalypse, she would naturally shed her naivety, abandoning any dreams of becoming his girlfriend or even wife, and would instead seek to drive all other women away from Xiao Ran. When the 3-day deadline expired, Lu Yang was finally captured. He was taken alive, but not without sustaining severe injuries. His right arm was broken, hanging limply, his left eye was blinded, and his nose and mouth were stained with blood, evidently having endured a beating. Xiao Ran honored his promise, providing him with some food, then allowed the others to leave. Lu Yang, however, remained unyielding, saying, Xiao Ran, you don't have to kill me. You possess great strength, and I have a clever mind. I can help you manage those people. This is a chaotic world, and heroes arise in chaos. With my assistance, you might even become an emperor. He spoke as if he believed his own words. His one eye glimmering with excitement. In this extreme weather, the country no longer exists, so we, the marginalized, can vie for the throne. Have you been watching too many dramas? How can you even use terms like marginalized? Xiao Ran smiled faintly. First, I have no such grand ambitions. Dreaming of becoming an emperor is beyond me. I can't even be bothered to manage this small community. Second, who knows when this extreme weather will end? What are your plans for unifying the country or even the world? He chuckled. You can't even step out of the community, so stop rambling. Lu Yang, let me ask you a single question. Do you regret opposing me? Lu Yang had no choice but to nod. Regret. My greatest mistake was crossing paths with you. Xiao Ran smiled. Then you ought to sincerely repent. With that, he shot a stone from his otherworldly space, striking Lu Yang's left knee with a loud thud. Lu Yang let out a blood-curdling scream, and upon inspection, his leg was nearly severed, blood and flesh mangled. Xiao Ran continued to fire stones. After several strikes, Lu Yang's screams subsided. He was dead. Xiao Ran did not kill him out of cruelty, but was merely testing the power of the kinetic stone. The results were quite impressive in terms of sheer damage. Bullets were far inferior, of course. Bullets excelled in speed, which kinetic stones could not match. Moving forward, he would no longer concern himself with the residents of the community, for there was no longer any need for interaction. Hence, these neighbors would inevitably have to venture outside the community due to thirst, deprived of the resources he had provided, only food, but no water. And it is known that a person can survive for at least a week without food. But without water, 3 to 4 days. He was, of course, intentional about this. Knowing my secret and lacking any value for leverage, there was no reason for you to continue living. Selfish? Cruel? Apologies. But this is the apocalypse. And Xiao Ran harbored no excess sympathy. As expected, the following day, someone approached Xiao Ran, pleading for water. Seeing that Xiao Ran ignored him, he even offered to exchange food for clean water, only to be disregarded once more. The man, in a fit of hysteria, vented his frustrations before reluctantly leaving. By noon, 19 individuals had approached Xiao Ran asking for water. Why should Xiao Ran provide them with water? Am I your father or mother? This is the apocalypse. Merely refraining from harming others is already the greatest kindness one can show. Helping others enthusiastically? Please, that would be foolishness, long since extinguished. Do you think I am cruel? Xiao Ran inquired of the 9 women. Su Qingmei was the first to voice her opinion, coldly smiling. In my view, we should take the initiative and eliminate them all. He. Having witnessed brutality in prison, she was the most iron-hearted and indifferent. Wang Lulu echoed her sentiment, who feels pity for my son. She had come to realize that her son was likely taken as food, thus, she naturally harbored no affection for anyone in the community. Han Yun nodded in agreement. We are under no obligation to assist them, and if we help once, what of the next time? A grain of rice today may lead to a grudge tomorrow. Xiao Ran would have to continue supporting them, and if one day he chose to stop, they would not only lack gratitude but would also bear resentment. This is human nature, Zhou Yunsu sneered. As a top-tier green tea, she naturally lacked compassion and goodwill. Yu Nuantong and Jiang Yuning both opened their mouths but ultimately sighed instead. Indeed, are there still good people left? Su Xinran unconsciously nodded. Prioritizing her sister's thoughts, Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei would certainly have no objections. Xiao Ran nodded discreetly. At this moment, anyone who dared to espouse a saintly discourse would be unwelcome, regardless of who they were. Fortunately, even the most morally inclined, Yu Nuantong and Jiang Yuning, merely sighed without further comment, indicating they had deeply comprehended the cruelty of the apocalypse and relinquished any illusions about human nature. By the afternoon, Xiao Ran noticed someone rushing out of the community, wrapped in thick blankets. Xiao Ran denied them water. They had no choice but to take risks. However, nearby convenience stores and supermarkets had already been raided by Xiao Ran, and even toilet paper had been cleared out. They were fated to find nothing. Farewell, my neighbors. Carry my secret and forever remain silent. Xiao Ran stood by the window, his expression calm. Chapter 121. The Oil Theft Team. After spending 3 days in the community, Xiao Ran felt compelled to take action. He could not afford to stagnate, for others would only grow stronger and surpass him. Moreover, in the early days of the apocalypse, it was the easiest time to enhance one's abilities. Xiao Ran could imagine that as supernatural beings gradually emerged, powerful individuals would eventually overcome the harsh cold, allowing them to roam freely outside. Even if they did not achieve complete freedom, their enhanced physiques would significantly increase their resistance to cold, allowing for extended outdoor activity. At this moment, supernatural beings were not particularly formidable. One could still take them down with a gun, making it the ideal time for supernatural beings to plunder each other's abilities. What about the future? As more powerful supernatural beings emerged, they would inevitably band together, forming factions. At that point, hunting supernatural beings to seize their powers would become a daunting challenge. Furthermore, if one failed to grow stronger now, attempting to hunt them later would easily attract the attention of one or more factions. How could one fend off an assault from such a faction? Therefore, while Xiao Ran could enjoy a life of ease, filled with endless food and beautiful women, he wondered what would happen a year from now. Even 6 months later, when a powerful supernatural being could come along, dismantle his villa with bare hands, abduct Su Qingmei and the others, and trample him underfoot, laughing maniacally. How much remorse would Xiao Ran feel then? Just envisioning that scene filled him with urgency. He needed to grow stronger. It was imperative. Now, immediately. A person who had faced death once possesses an unparalleled obsession with survival. After breakfast, Xiao set off alone. The car gradually exited the community, and behind the windows of the buildings, few people remained to watch it leave. In this vast residential area, following the chaos at Building 4 and the massacre orchestrated by Xiao, hardly anyone remained. Xiao drove out of the community, not aimlessly, but with a meticulously crafted plan, to seek out sources of energy. Although he had amassed a considerable amount of fuel, such reserves were woefully inadequate when considering the decades ahead. Thus, his sights were firmly set on gas stations. The primary goal was to gather energy. And if he happened upon any extraordinary individuals along the way, that would be an added bonus. Half an hour later, he arrived at the first gas station. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. The fuel tank was only about 1/3 full. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Xiao did not mind. After all, his spatial storage was ample enough to accommodate it. He proceeded to the next gas station. In every city, the most numerous establishments were banks and gas stations, so it wasn't long before he reached the second one, where his haul was significantly better. The tank was at least half full. Since he was already there, he naturally took the opportunity to plunder the convenience store at the gas station. Although he didn't place much value on those items, they could be used to win hearts. In these times, any food was precious. Having studied the map, he had selected the optimal route. By the time it was 3 in the afternoon, he had visited 9 gas stations, which was a testament to his efficiency. Given that Xiao drove at a mere 20 miles per hour, upon arriving at the last gas station of the day, he was taken aback to find a group of people busily working in the fuel storage area, evidently prying open the fuel tanks. Counting them, there were 7 individuals, with 2 more seated in a large truck. However, what darkened Xiaoran's expression was the sight of these individuals, huddled together for warmth, brazenly kindling a fire with a basin right beside the fuel tank. Had they lost their minds? The fuel tank was right there, and they were starting a fire in such close proximity. Xiao dared not approach. It wasn't fear of the people themselves, but rather concern that one of them might accidentally send the fire tumbling towards the tank, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. This was no trivial matter. Xiaoran's reflexes and crisis instincts would usually allow him to activate his spatial door in time, but the door was merely a plane. It could only absorb frontal flames and shockwaves. In the event of a massive explosion, flames and shockwaves would be chaotic and erratic. Moreover, while the spatial door could indeed absorb all attacks, the frame could not. Xiao had previously experimented with throwing stones, which resulted in a backlash against him. The greater the impact, the more severe the backlash. Thus, if he were to be struck by the force of an explosion, he could not guarantee his survival against the ensuing backlash. Damn it. Truly, fools were the most worrisome. Xiao shook his head. He dared not initiate a confrontation here, fearful that a stray bullet or a high-velocity steel beam might inadvertently strike the fuel tank, triggering an explosion. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. Ah, that must be a G-Class. The off-road vehicle was indeed suited for harsh environments, and this one appeared to be modified. The 7 individuals, busy with their task, glanced at one another and rushed over. Armed with various tools, hammers and wrenches, ready to use them as weapons, their demeanor aggressive. Xiao had ample time to drive away, yet why should he fear these 7? His only concern was a stray bullet hitting the fuel tank or the fire basin being knocked over, igniting the tank. But now that the 7 were approaching him, away from the tank, what was there to fear? In fact, Xiao opened his car door and stepped out. Suddenly, a wrench was hurled at him with remarkable speed and accuracy. Aimed squarely at his head, it was a lethal throw. Xiao remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he caught the wrench with astonishing precision. What? The 7 were left dumbfounded, their expressions filled with shock. It was worth noting that the wrench had been spinning as it flew, akin to a fan in motion, making it an extraordinary feat to catch it mid-air. For an ordinary person, such a task would be nearly impossible, but Xiaoran's physical prowess surpassed that of normal humans, allowing him to accomplish it effortlessly, even without relying on extraordinary abilities. Xiao turned to the individual who had thrown the wrench, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the wrench hurtling back like a shooting star towards the assailant. Thud! The man had no time to react. Just as a shadow loomed large before him, the wrench struck, and he lost consciousness. His head shattered. Xiao brushed off his hands, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Oldly, the others exclaimed in shock, witnessing Oldly slowly topple backwards, a wrench embedded deep into his forehead, protruding at least 6 or 7 centimeters. My heavens! Chapter 122. News from the Chang family. The crowd was left in stunned silence. While a wrench could indeed kill, for it to penetrate the skull from 6 or 7 meters away was nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. The sheer force was overwhelming. With Oldly's collapse, the 2 individuals in the truck could no longer remain seated. They hastily opened the doors and shivered from the cold. Damn it, who dares harm my people? Both drew their guns simultaneously, fierce and domineering. You've killed my man. I care not for the circumstances or the rights and wrongs. I demand your life in return. As soon as they raised their guns, Shaoran had already opened the spatial door. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 bullets were fired and struck. Therefore, in the instant they pulled the trigger, they were already corpses. Shaoran was always decisive and ruthless when it came to dealing with foes. Once he made his move, it was never just 2 lives at stake. With a thought, more stones flew from the spatial door, hurtling towards 5 of the remaining 6 individuals. How fast was the speed of the stones? Over 20 meters per second. How fast could humans run? Even the world champion in the 100 meters only reaches around 10 meters per second. Moreover, this speed must account for neural reaction time and the necessary acceleration. Thus, the 5 had almost no chance to defend themselves. With a series of thuds, their skulls were shattered. This was the peril of high-altitude projectile attacks. Shaoran clicked his tongue. Originally, there had been 9 of them. But in an instant, only 1 remained alive. It wasn't due to any extraordinary skill on his part. He simply wished to keep one for questioning. The surviving man wore a cruel, mocking smile that quickly morphed into sheer terror. His expression a splendid spectacle. What just happened? 8 individuals who were lively moments ago. Now all dead. A demon. This person is a demon. He stared at Shaoran, trembling uncontrollably. Shaoran looked back at him, a smile gracing his lips. What is your name? Zhu Hongming, the man stammered. Shaoran nodded. Where do you all come from? We are from the Baolong group, Zhu Hongming hurriedly replied. Baolong group? The Chang family. The Chang family of Chang Shuli. They have not collapsed yet? Shaoran's interest was piqued, and he inquired, who is your boss? Of course, it's Old Master Chang, Zhu Hongming blurted out. Shaoran rolled his eyes. And who is Old Master Chang? He only knew that the Baolong group was a major enterprise in Suching, involved in both legitimate and illegitimate businesses, but he had no knowledge of the individuals within the Chang family. Old Master Chang is Chang Baolong. He founded the Baolong group, Zhu Hongming explained. Shaoran pondered for a moment and asked, what is the relationship between Chang Baolong and Chang Shuli? Do you know our eldest young master? Zhu Hongming asked, surprised. Is it possible that he doesn't recognize his own kin? Slap. Zhu Hongming received a slap to the face, the sting jolting him back to reality as he quickly added, the eldest young master is the old master's eldest grandson. Oh, he is already in the grandson generation. Shaoran pursed his lips. You quite capable, arriving here in a car. Having been slapped, Zhu Hongming dared not beat around the bush any longer and quickly said, our old master has a transport team that regularly travels to Mo. So our trucks are always equipped with snow chains and sufficient heating measures. Shaoran's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It truly was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What a coincidence. Earlier, due to the hail, even trucks with adequate cold and slip-resistant capabilities dared not venture out. But now that the hail had ceased, once the fog cleared, the trucks could indeed make their way out. It seemed the Chang family was rather formidable in a society where order had collapsed. The wealth that the Chang family had previously used to consolidate loyalty had all but evaporated. So, what could the Chang family rely on to ensure these individuals complied and dared not betray them? Money was rendered useless, and as for supplies, they had clearly sent people out to gather energy and food, so the Chang family likely lacked sufficient resources to unite their followers. Perplexed? Then ask away. You clearly have 2 heavy trucks at your disposal. Why not flee? Shaoran inquired. Zhu Hongming shook his head. It's freezing outside, while the group is heating. Furthermore, he hesitated, noticing Shaoran's displeasure, before continuing. Moreover, the old master's second son, Deputy General Chang Yingxiang, seems to possess abilities similar to yours. Oh? Shaoran's eyes brightened. What had begun as mild curiosity now surged. Do you tell? Zhu Hongming replied, actually, I've only heard rumors. Deputy General Chang can breathe fire. Much like the Red Boy, Fire abilities? Xiaoran couldn't help but ask, how did Chang Yingxiong acquire these superpowers? I am uncertain about this matter as well, Zhu Hongming replied, shaking his head. My position is too low to possess such knowledge. If we were to detain those two armed individuals from earlier for questioning, might we uncover more information? Alas, there are no ifs in this situation. He proceeded to inquire about the Chang family's residence, the number of inhabitants, and similar queries. Zhu Hongming dared not conceal anything, promptly providing every detail. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran casually hurled a stone, striking Zhu Hongming's head, thus silencing him permanently. He then collected the bodies, intending to dispose of them in the oil tank once it was removed, effectively erasing any trace of Zhu Hongming and his companion's presence. Unless someone were to search the location of the oil tank, they would remain undiscovered. The Chang family, including key members of the group and security personnel, now resided entirely within the Chang family's villa. The security detail comprised over 50 individuals, while the core members consisted of around 15 loyal brothers who had fought alongside Chang Baolong in his rise to power. Essentially a group of reformed thugs. They had previously raided a police station, thus possessing firearms, with only the team leaders among the security personnel allowed to bear arms. The villa itself was remarkably spacious. Spanning approximately 10 acres, it was less a villa and more akin to a sprawling estate, situated in the Dongshan area near Taihu. Xiao Ran rubbed his nose, realizing the distance was still considerable. Especially given his current speed of only 20 kilometers per hour, it would take him half a day to arrive. However, the Chang family boasted an ability user, and the villa appeared to be constructed to high specifications. Otherwise, how could it withstand the current frigid temperatures despite the heating? If it were sufficiently large, perhaps he could contemplate relocating there after acquiring it. The thought stirred a yearning within him. His own villa, while comfortable, felt somewhat cramped, especially with 10 individuals currently residing there. It would become even more congested should additional people join. Furthermore, there was no suitable place to walk his leopard, forcing him to utilize the cold, unwelcoming underground garage. Yes, this estate shall be mine. Chapter 123. The Hope Camp. Additional update. After some contemplation, Xiao Ran ultimately decided against setting out immediately. The distance was too great. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When would he arrive? Moreover, even if he successfully seized the Chang family's estate, venturing out for tasks such as energy collection would be excessively inconvenient, as he would have to travel over 30 kilometers just to reach the city. Thus, Xiao Ran resolved to gather more energy, for that was his sole remaining shortcoming. And firepower. Upon learning of the Chang family's ability user, Xiao Ran was struck by a sudden fear of inadequate firepower. Should he prepare a few more thousand steel rods for his engines? Absolutely. After all, the Chang family comprised about 100 individuals, and with firearms at their disposal, he needed to exercise utmost caution. As he traveled, he encountered numerous bodies strewn across the road. The daytime temperature had plummeted to around -40 degrees Celsius, with nighttime lows reaching -60. The citizens of Sioux City were woefully unprepared for such harsh conditions, resulting in many succumbing to hunger, thirst, and the cold. Thus, some ventured forth in desperate attempts to survive, yet most became mere frozen corpses upon the streets. Xiao Ran's mindset remained as calm and unperturbed as a tranquil ancient well. Death was not foreign to him. Upon entering a community, he observed a security room occupied by a lifeless individual, armed with a kitchen knife and other weapons, yet devoid of any signs of life. Frozen to death in the face of hunger, the human body grows weak, and its ability to withstand the cold diminishes drastically. Xiao Ran merely scanned the area with his spatial awareness before continuing to drive. The entire community lay in eerie silence, akin to a ghostly realm. Were he and his family the last 10 living souls? Xiao Ran dismissed the thought. Under the dual onslaught of extreme cold and scarce resources, the world would likely lose 90% of its population. 10 homes, 9 empty. This would become the new norm for the world, and it would persist for a long time. That night, the community was exceptionally quiet. So much so that Xiao Ran found himself somewhat bored. Fortunately, his family had increased in number, allowing for many games to be played. A night passed. The apocalypse had entered its 30th day. Unbeknownst to him, a whole month had slipped away. Tomorrow would mark July 1st. Yet, did this season bear even a hint of summer? Would he ever again bask in the warm embrace of sunlight? Xiao Ran murmured to himself. Today, he resolved to venture out once more in search of energy. He planned to empty every gas station in Sioux City. The fuel he amassed would last him not just a lifetime, but certainly several years. With ample energy, he could begin considering the acquisition of the Chong family's estate. Driving out of the community, Xiao Ran followed the previously laid-out route to begin collecting energy. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. Upon arriving at the third gas station, he spotted a group of individuals busily gathering fuel, clearly members of the Chong family. If they were indeed from the Chong family, he would not mind eliminating another wave, for there were only about 100 of them in total. By systematically wiping them out, he would face significantly less resistance in future assaults on the Chong family, thereby reducing the associated risks. With this thought in mind, he halted his vehicle and stepped out. Appearing nonchalant, he opened a spatial portal in front of him. As a vehicle approached, those collecting fuel immediately took notice, turning their heads in unison. Each was bundled in heavy clothing, their faces obscured by thick fabric, not out of a desire to conceal their identities, but rather to shield themselves from the biting cold. Each breath felt as though it sliced through them like a knife. Observing their frostbitten eyebrows, he could not help but chuckle at the notion of an official organization. How could any official body still exist in these times? Even if one did, it was unlikely to be found in Sioux City. Nevertheless, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. "What was this Hope Camp?" he inquired. The man replied, "Did you not witness the current calamity? The extreme cold and toxic hail have led to severe shortages, with countless individuals freezing, starving, or dying of thirst. Our government in Sioux City established an underground city several years ago, though not vast. It is capable of housing thousands. This underground city we refer to as the Hope Camp." "Hope, young man, do you understand its significance? As the Hope Camp is situated underground, several meters deep, its temperature is considerably higher than that outside. Moreover, the government has prepared ample supplies and numerous advanced devices, along with some top-tier scientists. With their efforts, we believe the issue of contaminated water sources can be resolved, and we shall surely overcome these difficulties. Young man, there are still a few slots available for residency in the Hope Camp. Would you be interested?" Xiao Ran smiled and asked, "What price must one pay to gain entry into this Hope Camp?" "Ah, young man, listen closely," the man nodded. "First, all resources within the camp are allocated based on need. Private ownership is not permitted. Thus, your vehicle would be requisitioned and of course, the organization would not seize your possessions without compensation. You would receive preferential treatment in terms of daily meals and be assigned a comfortable room. Additionally, residents must engage in labor, as food does not simply appear out of thin air." Xiao Ran shrugged. "In that case, I prefer the freedom of my own life." "Young man." As Xiao Ran turned to leave, the man's eyes flashed with intensity, and he swiftly blocked his path. "The Hope Camp represents the organization. It stands for the nation. We are in a critical period. The organization requires your possessions, and you dare not cooperate." "So?" Xiao Ran replied with a smile. "You're getting anxious, aren't you?" Chapter 124. The Underground Research Center. Oh ho ho. Xiao Ran observed the group with an amused smile, refraining from uttering any grandiloquent remarks. There was no need. Those who dared to threaten him would soon become mere corpses, since they were already a group of doomed individuals. Why waste words? Oh, he still needed to spare one for questioning. "Make your move." The man who had spoken earlier gestured, and the others immediately sprang into action. However, they were unarmed, wielding only wrenches and hammers as their weapons. Xiao Ran chuckled, unleashing a flurry of bullets. With a series of thuds, blood burst forth from each individual's forehead, ensuring their demise. Only one individual remained unscathed, the man who had threatened Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran spared his life not out of a desire for revenge, but because the man appeared to be a leader, potentially possessing valuable information. You, the man stammered, his words incoherent. Xiao Ran patted his shoulder and said, "Come, let us discuss in the car. It's too cold outside." The man dared not disobey and complied, climbing into the vehicle. "What should I call you?" Xiao Ran inquired. The man, initially shocked by the warmth of the vehicle, while they had arrived frozen and shivering, was astounded by the car's comfort. "My surname is Hua, and my name is Hua Mingli," he replied in a sycophantic tone. "Brother, I was blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy and let me go." Xiao Ran ignored him and asked, "Let us talk about the Hope Camp." Yes, of course," Hua Mingli quickly agreed, eager to appear reasonable. Through a series of questions and answers, Xiao Ran rapidly gleaned a clear understanding of the basic situation regarding the Hope Camp that in truth, the Hope Camp had never belonged to the government. It was the property of a pharmaceutical group and a foreign entity at that. Previously, it had served as a clandestine research center, though Hua Mingli was unaware of the specifics of their research. After the catastrophe, it appeared that the research center had made a breakthrough in a certain experiment and was in dire need of living subjects for clinical trials. Initially, the presence of toxic hail and thick fog deterred anyone from venturing outside. In fact, it rendered escape impossible. Under the pretense of the Hope Camp and the guise of government construction, they sought to instill belief in the populace. However, regarding the strength and capabilities of this Hope Camp, Hua Mingli was at a loss. As a mere minor leader, he lacked the qualifications to be privy to deeper secrets, let alone core confidential information. This research center was situated on Xishan Island. Xiao Ran could not help but rub his nose. The Chang family's estate lay on Dongshan, while the Hope Camp was on Xishan. Was this arrangement mutually agreed upon? Though both Dongshan and Xishan were located within the Taihu region, Xishan was an island, whereas Dongshan was not. The linear distance between the two was remarkably close, and given the current frigid temperatures, the lake surface was solidly frozen, allowing for a hovercraft to traverse the distance effortlessly. Why a hovercraft instead of a snowmobile? Because the hovercraft had a cabin to shield against the wind and accommodate heating devices, whereas a snowmobile did not. Please. Xiao Ran opened the car door, allowing Hua Mingli to exit. Hua Mingli was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Xiao Ran would so readily let him go. He quickly nodded and exited the vehicle, saying, "Thank you, thank you. Your magnanimity shall not be forgotten." Before he could finish his sentence, a blood hole erupted from his forehead. He stared blankly at Xiao Ran, his gaze transforming into one of resentment before swiftly losing its luster. He was dead. Surely, in that fleeting moment before death, this fellow had cursed Xiao Ran in madness. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. How could he possibly let this man off the hook? The Chang family estate, the Hope Camp. He reflected, realizing that as his sphere of activity expanded, so too did his exposure. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to these places, unaware that extraordinary beings existed in the world. Perhaps being ordinary was a blessing. He murmured, only to shake his head immediately. No, being ordinary merely leads to becoming prey, to be slaughtered at will. What time is it now? The law of the jungle prevails, without sufficient means for self-preservation. When others come to kill you, they will show no mercy and will not negotiate. In these times, is there a need for justification to take a life? Xiao Ran tidied the scene, collected the oil drum, and then drove away. He could not help but admire his own wisdom. Now, Xiao Ran's fate was entirely intertwined with theirs. Should he meet an unfortunate end outside, they would be trapped here, ultimately unable to escape death. They might wonder why, possessing countless resources, Xiao Ran still felt compelled to venture out daily amidst such hardship. He could simply relax and play games with them. That way, everyone would benefit. Yet, perhaps Xiao Ran's kidneys would protest otherwise. The meals at the Xiao family estate were extraordinarily sumptuous, even when compared to pre-apocalypse standards, as Xiao Ran had stockpiled around 3 billion worth of supplies, including many precious ingredients, allowing the ladies to showcase their culinary skills. In truth, the women had little to occupy their time, and cooking could help pass the hours. What humanity lacked most was time, yet paradoxically, time was also abundant. Why the scarcity of time? Because of the lack of water and food. Constantly worrying if tomorrow would bring starvation or thirst, making time immensely precious. For someone like Xiao Ran, however, time was in surplus, necessitating creative methods to occupy it. This was, in part, why Xiao Ran desired to venture out after the fog lifted. In the same community, two shadowy figures appeared at a window, from which they could see Xiao Ran's villa, though the dense fog obscured their view. Let us go inform the boss. Chapter 125. Seeking the boss. Qianzhong, a resident of the community, had ventured out a few days prior to seek his cousin from the engineering team. What for? To blow up Xiao Ran's villa, eliminate him, and take his place. The so-called dual preparations involved luring Xiao Ran out of the villa to kill him or directly demolishing the villa. All were dead. Some had clearly been murdered, while others had perished from starvation, thirst, or exposure to the cold, leaving him both perplexed and terrified. Upon discovering that Xiao Ran had emerged from the villa that morning, a suspicion arose within him. All had been killed by Xiao Ran. He did not comprehend the events that transpired, but the bloody reality of so many deaths instilled profound fear within him. "Old Qian, are you certain there are many supplies in the villa?" Zhao Guoqiang inquired. Qianzhong nodded vigorously. "There's no doubt about it. But as you can see, the entire community, which once had so many residents, now seems to have only me left alive. Although I am unaware of what truly happened, it is nearly certain that Xiao Ran is behind it. Cousin, I suggest we reconsider. Let us not risk our lives." Qianzhong replied, reluctant. If Zhao Guoqiang's boss were to join in, then both he and Zhao Guoqiang would be at a disadvantage. So even if they succeeded in taking the villa, how much benefit could he truly expect? Recognizing Qianzhang's hesitance, Zhao Guoqiang scoffed. "You just mentioned that Xiao Ran is suspected of having killed everyone in the community. You were hesitating moments ago. Since you lack the strength to take it on alone, why not collaborate? Even if we cannot feast on meat, we could at least share a bowl of soup." Qianzhong remained somewhat unwilling, for the engineering team consisted of rough men, likely long deprived of female company. If they were allowed into the villa, wouldn't he, the beautiful Han Yun, and the others be at their mercy? He dreamt of the enchanting woman whose every smile and frown captivated him. Not wishing to end up with a plaything that had been ruined, as his cousin had pointed out, without enlisting more help, they would be unable to breach the villa. It would be akin to fishing for the moon in the water. Utterly meaningless. Thus, he eventually nodded. Fine. Feeling utterly powerless and devoid of negotiating power, he sighed. "Let us go find the boss," Zhao Guoqiang immediately suggested, only to be halted by Qianzhong. "Have you lost your mind? The fog is so thick outside. Do you not fear getting lost or freezing to death?" Qianzhong implored. Zhao Guoqiang slapped his forehead. "It's been 30 days since the disaster, yet I still haven't adapted." Qianzhong nodded, but a gust of cold wind burst through the window, causing both to shiver and hurry to close it. "Oh, before I forget to warn you, our boss is not easy to deal with." Zhao Guoqiang suddenly remembered, "As our old brothers, we might be fine, but you're an outsider. When you meet our boss, you must kneel and present your lowest posture. Understand? Is it necessary to kneel before everyone? The Qing dynasty has long fallen." Qianzhong found it hard to believe. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled darkly. "Our boss is no ordinary person. He is an extraordinary being." Qianzhong stared at his cousin as if he had seen a ghost, regretting his decision to collaborate. "Look, you've fallen victim to apocalyptic delusions. Even extraordinary beings are now a thing. Do you not believe me?" Zhao Guoqiang said. "Actually, I was skeptical at first too, until I witnessed our boss lead us into the contractor's community. Creating a bloodbath. It was then that I realized this world truly has superhumans. Superhumans, extraordinary beings." Qianzhong's jaw dropped, uncertain whether to believe Zhao Guoqiang's ramblings or to think him mad from prolonged exposure to the apocalypse. "Hey, let me tell you," Zhao Guoqiang began recounting his tale. In stark contrast to the hunger and cold afflicting Qianzhong and Zhao Guoqiang, the villa was filled with the warmth of spring. Xiao Ran indulged in role-playing. After all, Han Yun and Yu Nuantong were indeed teachers, while Zhang Yuning, despite being a clerk, was a genuine policewoman, and Zhou Yunsu and the others were real university students. Nothing was fabricated. Thus, Xiao Ran oscillated between being an innocent student sneaking forbidden fruit with his desk mate and a rebellious disciple challenging his master, while Han Yun, the stunning enchantress, added her own line. "Where's my husband?" The thrill was boundless in the face of a reality akin to the end of the world. Even the most morally upright, like Yu Nuantong and Jiang Yuning, cast aside their shame and surrendered to pleasure. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had absorbed several abilities, further enhancing his physique. Otherwise, he might not have been able to endure. Yet the world remained unchanged, still shrouded in gloom, still engulfed in extreme cold, while Xiao Ran and the others slept. Qianzhong and Zhao Guoqiang seized the opportunity as the fog lifted, hastily departing the community. They fashioned a makeshift sled, binding boards to their feet and using poles for support, gliding over the ice. After about 10 minutes, they sought refuge in a sheltered spot to rest before continuing their journey. The good news was that their destination was not far. After another half hour, they arrived at a villa district. Entering one of the houses, they knocked on the door, and warmth rushed to greet them. Qianzhong and Zhao Guoqiang felt as if they had been reborn, quickly shedding their bulky outerwear, though they still donned sweaters to avoid freezing. They noticed a fireplace roaring in the living room, which, upon closer inspection, was burning the legs of a table and pieces of a broken piano. No wonder it was so warm here. but it paled in comparison to Xiao Ran's villa. This was to be expected, as Xiao Ran's villa had undergone an 80 million renovation, emphasizing not only reinforcement but also insulation against the cold. How could ordinary people even conceive that Sioux City's temperatures could plummet to minus 40 degrees or lower? Old son, look, just look. Your daughter has developed so well. Haven't you thought about sneaking a peek while she bathes? What a grotesque statement. Qianzhong turned his gaze over, startled by what he saw. Chapter 126. A hellish scene in the living room. There were 4 individuals, comprising 2 men and 2 women. One of the men knelt on the ground, his hands and feet bound, clad only in a pair of square-cut shorts. His body marred with injuries, and his expression was one of complete numbness, his eyes devoid of any spark. The other man stood with a cruel, twisted smile, his foot pressing down on the first man's head. Among the 2 women, one appeared to be in her 40s, still possessing a certain allure, while the other was likely not yet 20, radiating youth and vitality. They bore a striking resemblance to one another. Unmistakably mother and daughter. However, both women were scantily clad in only their undergarments, their expressions equally vacant, as if their souls had been stripped away. Zhao Guoqiang immediately exclaimed, "Boss." The only standing man glanced at Zhao Guoqiang, responding with an impatient tone, "What is it?" His name was Deng Hua. Zhao Guoqiang nudged Qianzhong, frantically signaling with his eyes. Though reluctant, upon witnessing the dire situation of what seemed to be a family of 3, Qianzhong felt a surge of fear and quickly knelt down, saying, "Boss, my name is Qianzhong. I am an owner in Jufu community. There is someone named Xiao Ran in our area," he babbled on. After he finished, Deng Hua didn't even spare him a glance, stating, "Xiao Zhao, summon the bandits to take a trip, and ensure you have enough explosives. Do they really need to disturb my pleasure for such trivial matters?" "Yes, yes," Zhao Guoqiang hurriedly replied. "I'll go find Brother Fei right away." With that, he pulled Qianzhong along, gesturing for him to hurry. Upon exiting the villa, Zhao Guoqiang led Qianzhong toward another villa. Despite the biting cold wind, Qianzhong could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Cousin, what was that all about?" "Our boss once went to collect construction funds, and that bastard actually claimed our boss was peeping at his wife while she bathed, and he withheld 20 of our payment. Our boss was furious and beat him up, and ended up being locked up for several months. Not just the boss, who among us does not harbor a grudge against that family? Now the opportunity has presented itself, heh, that family is bound to reap what they have sown." For a moment, Qianzhong was at a loss for how to judge the situation. Did he have the right to criticize Deng Hua? No. After all, was he not also scheming for others' properties, coveting others' women? What was the difference? Moreover, Deng Hua could at least claim to be seeking revenge, whereas his motives were purely driven by greed. Thus, he could only smile awkwardly. The 2 had already entered another villa, and the scene there was indescribable. Upon entering, they were immediately met with the harrowing screams and moans of women, piercing as if from the depths of hell. Without needing Zhao Guoqiang to say a word, Qianzhong understood instantly. This group of construction workers had barged into this affluent community, seizing everything within, and the women had been reduced to mere instruments for their gratification. In a sense, this construction team was no different from the beasts in Building 4. After the latter were eradicated, the former had taken their place, and there was little distinction between the 2. Thus, despite a twinge of discomfort, the primal instincts deep within him stirred with anticipation. Zhao Guoqiang had already located a disheveled man in one of the rooms, appearing to be in his 40s. With a cigar hanging from his mouth, holding onto a rope, as the 2 emerged, a woman crawled out behind him. Qianzhong cast a glance. She was a woman in her 30s, quite beautiful, and exceptionally well-maintained. Looking no more than 30. Notably, she had ample curves, igniting a fire of desire within him. "Old Qian, this is our vice-captain, Wang Dayu, nicknamed Bandit. We all call him Fei Gu," Zhao Guoqiang introduced. Noticing Qianzhang's gaze on the woman, Wang Dayu chuckled. "Care to have some fun?" Qianzhong, jolted back to reality, quickly shook his head. "This is Fei Ji's woman. How could I dare?" "Ha." Wang Dayu laughed heartily. No worries, no worries. Didn't you say there are plenty of exquisite beauties hidden in Xiao Ran's villa?" "Just right, I'm a bit tired of this one. I don't mind passing her along to you. But if there aren't any beauties in the villa, and you waste our trip, I'll make your tailbone into a whip." Qianzhong was taken aback, hastily assuring, I promise. There are at least 2 exquisite ones in Xiao Ran's villa." One is Han Yun, and the other is naturally Wang Lulu. But alas, I probably won't get to enjoy either. Wang Dayu burst into laughter again. Since the boss has spoken, let us hurry up and set off. We must take the villa before dark and transport all the women and supplies back. Qian Zhang glanced at the kneeling woman, unable to suppress a gulp. Fei Gu, you just said, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Let us get to work first. After the job is done, you can have your way with this woman. Wang Dayu replied with displeasure. What could Qian Zhang do but nod in agreement? He was but one man, stepping into a den of wolves. How could he dare express any dissent? He cast one last lingering look at the voluptuous woman, reluctantly averting his gaze, and strode out of the room. Xiao Ran, you must perish. If you do not die, you will obstruct my path and may even take my life. Shortly thereafter, a party of 15 emerged from the affluent community. Heading toward Jifu community, burdened with explosives and tools, their pace was considerably slowed, taking over an hour to arrive. They began their observations, but the frigid weather hampered any precise measurements. They could only make rough estimates. Then, they proceeded to the underground garage, affixing explosives to the villa's walls. Old Qian, why are you still dawdling? Move. After the explosives were set, seeing Qian Zhang still in a daze, Zhao Guoqiang pulled him along. Huh. Qian Zhang was somewhat bewildered. Are you stupid? Once we detonate, the garage could collapse. Do you want to be buried alive? Only then did Qian Zhang grasp the danger, hastily quickening his pace. Once everyone was upstairs, Wang Dayu began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Detonation. Boom. Chapter 127. The explosion. Thanks to the presence of the traitor Qian Zhang, the construction team deliberately avoided the surveillance at the passage while placing the explosives. Thus, everything transpired unnoticed by Xiao Ran. Boom. The fuse ignited. The explosives detonated with a thunderous roar, and the shockwave instantly severed two nearby load-bearing columns, causing the underground garage to crack open, transforming it into an open-air space. A deluge of bricks and rubble cascaded down, completely blocking the passage leading from the villa to the garage. The deafening explosion was earth-shattering. Yet to those inside the villa, it merely felt like a slight tremor. And the sound was not particularly loud. Akin to a firecracker point, one could only say that the defenses were exceptionally robust, with excellent soundproofing. What happened? An earthquake? The women were all somewhat anxious, given the dire circumstances. If another earthquake struck, even Xiao Ran's boundless resources would not suffice to withstand it. Xiao Ran picked up his phone, attempting to access the surveillance of the underground passage, but all 3 camera feeds were black screens. This is bad. This was infrared. It should have captured some images even in darkness, yet it was entirely pitch black. Thus, it was clear that the system was completely malfunctioning. Xiao Ran rushed to the window and peered outside. What the hell? The ground had cracked open, revealing the garage below. Was this an earthquake? Absolutely not. For it was only around the villa that such destruction had occurred. The distant icy layers remained unscathed. Therefore, this was an explosion. Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. Who did this? Fortunately, he had reinforced the villa, significantly increasing its defensive level. Otherwise, would a mere addition of insulation suffice to withstand such a blow? It would undoubtedly have been destroyed. This was an attempt to kill and plunder. Xiao Ran surveyed his surroundings. Since the explosion had occurred, the assailants would undoubtedly follow closely behind, attempting to breach the villa through the newly created opening. Ready to strike should he still be alive, seizing all the resources and women. Xiao Ran's murderous intent surged. This development had truly caught him off guard. Indeed, he soon spotted a group of individuals rushing out from the nearest building. Heading toward the villa, hey, he recognized Qian Zhang. Although he could not recall his name, he looked familiar, undeniably a resident of the community. So, they had summoned reinforcements. Xiao Ran chuckled coldly and made his way to the first floor. After the detonation, Wang Dayu and his group merely waited a few seconds before charging out. They were concerned the villa might explode, and the cold wind could freeze the beauties inside. Charge. Deng Hua was an oddity, deriving pleasure from tormenting the contractor's family, showing no interest in the other women, fixated solely on his heinous desires. Thus, the exquisite Han Yun and Wang Lulu naturally became theirs to enjoy, for their own sakes. Everyone was determined. However, when they reached the villa, they were all left dumbfounded. The villa appeared to be completely intact. Damn it, it had merely shed its facade and a few tiles. They stared at the metallic layer beneath the outer wall, sinking into deep self-doubt. Are the wealthy truly this deranged nowadays? What kind of construction standards are these? I'm going mad. The group stood there, bewildered by the nearly unscathed villa, their minds filled with frustration. What now? Head back and prepare more explosives? Just then, they heard a creaking sound, and the villa's front door swung open. It opened? Indeed. After such a cataclysmic explosion, one would expect that those inside, unless sedated to the point of unconsciousness, would at least venture outside to investigate. What distinguishes blasting an entrance with explosives from a host choosing to open the door? Go. Wang Daiyu commanded with a swift motion, prompting over 10 individuals to surge forth. However, Qian Zhang remained an exception. He harbored an inexplicable dread of Xiao Ran, which ultimately spared his life. At least for the time being. Xiao Ran, exuding an aura of lethal intent, opened a portal, and with a swift whoosh, energy-laden steel rods shot forth, piercing the faces of each individual before continuing to penetrate the ice, embedding themselves firmly. Consequently, the entrance of the villa became adorned with 13 corpses, each grotesquely contorted, evoking a sense of the bizarre and macabre. Wang Daiyu was instantly paralyzed with fear, realizing this individual was akin to their leader, an ability wielder. He could not afford to summon Qianzhong. In a panic, he turned to flee, only to slip and fall, nearly bursting into tears from the pain. Fortunately, his attire was sufficiently insulated, preventing any bare skin from contacting the icy ground. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to toxins, likely freezing to death. Yet, as he regained his footing, he found a figure standing before him, daring to explode my abode and think you can simply escape. Xiao Ran's voice was calm, yet it concealed a profound malevolence. Wang Daiyu felt tears welling in his eyes. Qianzhong, you scoundrel! You failed to mention that Xiao Ran is also an ability wielder. Otherwise, I would never have dared to approach. At the very least, he would have sought the guidance of Deng Hua. How could one contend with an ability wielder using only cold weapons? That would be tantamount to courting death. Conflicts between ability wielders often resulted in mutual destruction, a fate he wished to avoid. Xiao Ran's thoughts shifted, and he addressed Wang Daiyu and Qianzhong, enter the house. With no other option, they complied, stepping inside the villa. The moment they crossed the threshold, an overwhelming sensation akin to descending into hell enveloped them. However, disobedience was not an option. Yet, upon entry, they were utterly astonished. How warm it was, and astonishingly, there were so many exquisite beauties. My heavens, aside from 2 who were somewhat less impressive, the other 7 were absolute stunners, not only possessing breathtaking looks but also enviable figures. Be it student attire or office uniforms, it was a spectacle that seemed reserved for emperors themselves. How could Xiao Ran possibly remain unexploited amidst such radiant women? Even in this surreal scenario, their greedy gazes roamed over the women's forms, wishing for more pairs of eyes to take in every detail: faces, chests, waists, legs, and rears. There was simply too much to behold. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ran stated, "Now, let us discuss your leader." Wang Daiyu took the initiative to speak, followed by Qianzhong, relaying the unfolding events to Xiao Ran, who quickly grasped the situation. He instructed Qianzhong, "Move forward." "What do you mean?" Although Qianzhong was puzzled, he dared not disobey and stepped ahead, only to vanish without a trace. Wang Daiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this still an ability? More like magic. Xiao Ran smiled faintly now, described Deng Hua's abilities in detail, and when did he acquire them and how? Xiao Ran seemed to have caught on to something significant, urging, "Please elaborate." Wang Daiyu explained that on the 5th day post-catastrophe, driven by insatiable hunger, Deng Hua ventured out in search of supplies, despite the ongoing toxic hail. Though he had prepared, he was still struck by the hail. Thus, their tale took a turn. Xiao Ran pondered deeply. Since discovering the mutated dog, he recognized he was not the sole ability wielder, prompting reflections on the origins of these powers. Why did some possess them while others did not? Through the lens of his own experience and Deng Hua's acquisition of powers, he formulated 2 hypotheses. First, one might need to be struck by toxic hail. True, he had experienced fever, albeit not a high one, but a persistent low-grade fever that lingered until the day he was devoured by the Zheng family. Second, a brush with death might be necessary, accompanied by an overwhelming desire to survive, thus awakening latent abilities, Was it the first, the second, or a combination of both? The limited sample size made it impossible to ascertain. Yet Xiao Ran felt he was nearing the truth, understanding that he would need to investigate further when encountering other ability wielders. Regrettably, he had previously encountered Yang Wenqi and Song Hui, yet never had the opportunity to interrogate them. As his sole focus had been on eliminating threats, ability wielders were perilous. If the chance arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, as granting them an opportunity was tantamount to gambling with his life. Thus, he preferred to remain ignorant of the secrets surrounding human abilities, or to learn them later, rather than risk such dangers. Delaying knowledge posed no threat to his life, but providing opportunities to other ability wielders could very well lead to his demise. Xiao Ran continued his inquiries, primarily regarding the extent of Deng Hua's powers. However, since Deng Hua had seldom used his abilities, Wang Deyu was not well informed. One certainty remained. Deng Hua had never absorbed another's powers. They had ruled their affluent enclave, occasionally venturing forth for supplies, thus lacking encounters with other ability wielders. But Xiao Ran was the very second ability wielder, and thus, the current predicament was birthed. Once Xiao Ran concluded his questioning, he pushed Wang Dayu, who was unwittingly propelled into the portal, vanishing in an instant. The women, including Han Yun, gazed on in shock and fear. One living person had simply disappeared. Their gratitude towards Xiao Ran was palpable, for without him, their current comfortable lives would not exist. Yet, trepidation loomed larger. He was their man, their master who dictated their fates. Yet, Xiao Ran was no tyrant. He had not forced them into lives of servitude. But that did not alter the fundamental nature of their relationship. They were, in essence, his gilded canaries. Xiao Ran had never concealed this. He had no intention of manipulating them. You offer your bodies, and I provide a lavish existence. This is merely a transaction. Unfazed by the women's reactions, Xiao Ran fell into contemplation. Was it time to mount a counterattack? Others had come knocking at his door, and despite not incurring losses himself, one could not expect him to swallow this slight without retaliation. For with Wang Dayu and his cohorts falling here, enmity had been forged. Rather than waiting for an assault, it would be prudent to strike first and seize the initiative, today, at this very moment. Resolute, Xiao Ran examined the map. It was indeed quite close. Hungren Garden, a renowned affluent enclave, lay a mere 4 kilometers away. Even at a cautious speed of 20 miles per hour, he would reach it in a scant 12 minutes. Let us move, he instructed the women to wait while he proceeded to the underground garage. Upon exiting the enclave, he set his sights on Hungren Garden. 15 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. He chose not to park at the main gate but rather a short distance away, avoiding the entrance altogether. Instead, he retrieved a ladder from the spatial realm and stealthily scaled the wall. Aiming for an element of surprise, Deng Hua resided in Villa No. 3. Xiao Ran had already cross-referenced the map and quietly approached. Now, would Deng Hua and his group still be vigilant enough to assign sentries? It seemed unlikely. Who would they be guarding against in this weather? Yet, Xiao Ran remained cautious, moving silently along the walls until he finally reached the entrance of Villa No. 3. He knocked. "Who is it?" came a voice from within. Xiao Ran had ascertained that there were 2 guards in Villa No. 3, alongside Deng Hua and the original owner. 6 individuals in total. Is my voice indiscernible? Xiao Ran feigned anger. The bandit sent me with a message for the boss. Let me in quickly, it's freezing out here. His urgency raised no suspicions within. After all, who would venture outside in such frigid conditions? The next moment, with a click, the doors swung open. Xiao Ran nodded slightly. Had they hesitated any longer, he would have resorted to smashing the door down, which would have made a far greater commotion. Alerting Deng Hua, confronting them head-on did not intimidate him. With the portal at his disposal, he had little to fear. In truth, he had already positioned the portal at the door, prepared for any eventuality. Even against a minor threat, he would not lower his guard, for a single bullet could spell his demise in a moment of inattention. The door creaked open. Behind it stood a stranger, who instantly recognized Xiao Ran. Despite half his face being obscured, before he could utter a warning, a bullet plunged into his right eye, penetrating his brain but lacking the force to exit through the skull. Blood gushed forth from the socket as he stared vacantly at Xiao Ran. His body collapsing backward, Xiao Ran had opened the portal beneath him, causing the man to vanish mid-fall. "Old Zhang, who is it?" another voice inquired. The newcomer, upon spotting Xiao Ran, shifted from nonchalance to grave concern. Yet he had no time to sound the alarm before a similar bullet silenced him. As he crumpled to the ground, he too disappeared. The sounds? Almost imperceptible. Xiao Ran traversed the foyer and entered the living room, where he sensed activity, what seemed like whipping. A quick glance revealed the absence of anyone in the living room. The source of the commotion was upstairs. Ah, so you have ventured upstairs? Xiao Ran quietly ascended the staircase. And as he reached the second floor, the sounds grew increasingly louder, accompanied by anguished screams. A door stood ajar. Employing his spatial perception, Xiao Ran noted that if the door were closed, he would be unable to discern what lay beyond. However, with a crack left open, it was a different matter entirely. Clear as day, within the room, a man lay bound on the floor, his limbs restrained. This was undoubtedly the true owner, Sun Junjie. It's he that moment. His chin was propped up by 3 books, forcing his gaze forward. And what lay before him? Another man, clearly Deng Hua, was mercilessly striking 2 women. One was Sun Junjie's wife, and the other his daughter. Both covered in wounds, a harrowing sight. The mother and daughter were of a fuller figure, their waists not particularly slender, yet their curves were evident. Their appearances were decent, with the mother perhaps scoring a modest 75. While the daughter might only reach 70, yet both could undoubtedly be considered beautiful. Deng Hua appeared to grow weary, pausing to address Sun Junjie. If you wish for your wife and daughter to suffer less, you know what you must say, right? Sun Junjie, his face etched with agony, still managed to utter, I beg you, directed at me. Ha ha ha. Deng Hua laughed heartily as he approached, then seized Sun Junjie's neck, stating, Did you ever consider the consequences when you tormented me? I vowed that one day, I would make you pay dearly. Ah, Sun Junjie emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, overwhelmed by indescribable humiliation. Xiao Ran shuddered, his spatial perception abruptly severed. However, the sound of Sun Junjie's cries continued unabated. Damn it, what an eye-watering scene. How could he have anticipated witnessing such a debasing display? Now, Xiao Ran believed Wang Deyu's words. Sun Junjie had indeed wronged Deng Hua by accusing him of spying on his wife while bathing. Had it been Sun Junjie himself in that position, Deng Hua might very well have taken the opportunity to peep, even tossing a bar of soap. And no wonder the others in the construction team engaged in wrongdoing within the neighborhood. While Deng Hua fixated solely on the Sun family, it turned out he had no interest in women. Deng Hua surely wished to keep his preferences hidden from his subordinates, and coupled with his hatred for Sun Junjie, he relished tormenting this family daily, particularly Sun Junjie, as a means of venting his perverse desires. The apocalypse had indeed arrived, revealing all manner of bizarre specimens. If Xiao Ran had his way, he would prefer not to encounter such a lascivious individual. Yet what could he do? Deng Hua possessed extraordinary abilities. For the sake of power, he would endure this once. Xiao Ran reignited his spatial perception, confirming Deng Hua's location before he kicked the door open. Whoosh, 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 dozens of kinetic steel bars shot forth, accompanied by bullets that flew even faster. Damn. While the bullets traveled at high speed, those with abilities generally possessed a heightened sense of danger. Deng Hua's instinctive reaction surpassed his conscious awareness. In an instant, his body shimmered with golden light, transforming into a metallic form. The issue, however, was that he did not remain stationary. Thus, Sun Junjie met a tragic fate. This was a true explosion. He let out an agonizing scream. But it was abruptly cut short, for Xiao Ran's attack was a saturation-style assault, with a wide area of effect that inadvertently included him. Consequently, a stray bullet pierced his skull, which was fortunate, as 2 steel bars subsequently impaled his body, sparing him the pain. Who are you? Deng Hua exclaimed, utterly astonished. If it were merely bullets, he would not have found it strange. However, the combination of bullets and steel bars was perplexing, leaving him in shock. How could Xiao Ran pause to respond? This was a fight for survival, not a heated comic book narrative laden with unnecessary dialogue. Whoosh, 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 he continued launching steel bars. Why steel bars and not bullets? Because he realized Deng Hua's speed was insufficient to evade the steel projectiles. Furthermore, steel bars possessed greater kinetic energy than bullets. Additionally, they were readily available and could be reused, and they also served to obstruct. With all these factors in play, Xiao Ran naturally opted for steel projectiles. Ding, ding, ding. The steel bars struck Deng Hua's body, sparking countless embers. Yet, despite the impact, his body merely sustained depressions without breaking skin or gushing blood. As if he were a robot, incredible, he could withstand bullets and kinetic steel bars with his body, something Xiao Ran could not achieve. However, Deng Hua found himself in a dire predicament. His abilities were finite. Typically, he could only metallize parts of his body to kill, break down doors, or torment Sun Junjie, who had indeed experienced this firsthand. Yet even so, he could only sustain this for a mere 10 minutes. Now, fully metallizing his body significantly reduced that time. How many seconds remained? Just over 10 seconds. How could an ordinary person withstand such an onslaught? He might have wished to plead for mercy, even calling out for his father or grandfather. But did Xiao Ran afford him that chance? Damn it, he didn't even know who Xiao Ran was. The assault commenced with unrelenting ferocity, aimed squarely at his life. Simply absurd. In a mere 10 seconds, Deng Hua's metallic form was finally breached, a steel bar piercing his chest. Realizing he could not escape, he begrudgingly inquired, "Who are you, and why?" Before he could finish, several steel bars struck him in succession, transforming him into a porcupine. What was the point of posturing for a dying man? A corpse that dies thoroughly is the best kind of corpse. Xiao Ran hurriedly approached to absorb the abilities. Fearing that time would allow the powers to dissipate, he could not afford to take chances. A warm current surged through him. Delightful. As Xiao Ran absorbed the abilities, his body trembled slightly. He could distinctly feel his spatial capabilities rapidly strengthening. The spatial portal expanded to an astonishing 25 by 25 meters, truly remarkable. What does 25 meters signify? Assuming a floor height of 3 meters, this equates to a height exceeding that of 8 floors. Both horizontally and vertically, it was simply terrifying. However, the spatial portal could still only open 4 meters away, which disappointed Xiao Ran. He had hoped for at least 10 meters. Nonetheless, the range of his spatial perception steadily increased by 2 meters, reaching a limit of 10 meters. Given his current total of abilities, he mused, he could maintain continuous use for half an hour. Impressive. Wait a moment. Xiao Ran sensed that something within his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation, akin to a seed poised to sprout yet hindered by an outer shell. This left him feeling anxious and somewhat frantic. Was this a new ability? Was his current state a result of lacking life-or-death pressure? Or was it that the absorbed powers were insufficient? Xiao Ran pondered, lamenting the absence of another ability wielder. Otherwise, absorbing another set of abilities would clarify whether it was a lack of power or of existential pressure that impeded him. A woman's voice suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Ran glanced up to see the mother from the mother-daughter duo, her beautiful face etched with fear as she cautiously regarded him. "Speak," he commanded in a low voice. The woman, summoning her courage, replied, "Thank you for saving us. We are eternally grateful." This woman is quite astute, Xiao Ran thought, as she refrained from mentioning her husband's death. Although Xiao Ran's intention was not to kill Sun Junjie, it had indeed resulted in an accidental death. In truth, had he been more careful, he could have avoided involving Sun Junjie. However, that was not his concern at the time. His focus was solely on eliminating Deng Hua. Accidental death. So be it, he was no saint. Yet, Sun Junjie's wife intentionally sidestepped this matter, instead expressing gratitude, as if to say, who would save someone while deliberately seeking to kill? This woman is cunning. What wealthy person lacks a bit of cunning? Except for the nouveau riche. Oh wait, am I not one of those? Am I scolding myself? Xiao Ran's lips twitched slightly as he addressed the beautiful woman. No need. I had no intention of saving you. May I ask who you are? The beautiful woman inquired. Xiao Ran, experiencing the fortification of his body, noted that compared to his previous transformation, this one was less intense. This was understandable. The first change was the most violent, moving from 1 to 2, a 100 increase, while the second transition from 2 to 3, although an increase of 1, only represented a 50 rise. The third from 3 to 4 yielded a mere 33 increase. And this time it had diminished to 25. This indicated that his body was growing increasingly robust, and similar increments in strength were becoming less remarkable. Lost in thought, Xiao Ran casually responded, "A police officer." "A police officer?" The mother and daughter exchanged glances, a hint of skepticism in their expressions. Given Xiao Ran's ruthless and decisive actions, particularly in disregarding the lives of hostages to eliminate Deng Hua. They found it difficult to reconcile his claim. Nevertheless, the two women were still somewhat convinced, for given the dire circumstances, it was not entirely unreasonable for a police officer to adopt a more aggressive approach. The daughter, lacking discernment, immediately exclaimed, "If you are a police officer, why didn't you save my dad? Also, we are so hungry. Hurry and get us something to eat." Xiao Ran shot her a glance, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It was no wonder Deng Hua had retaliated so brutally against this family. The daughter's attitude made it clear that once she believed he was a police officer, her demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Imbued with a sense of superiority, if she acted this way now, it stood to reason that Sun Junjie's family had treated Deng Hua with even greater disdain in the past. The mother, displaying wisdom, promptly admonished her daughter while offering a nervous smile to Xiao Ran, saying, "Sir, my daughter is young and thoughtless. Please do not hold it against her." "Excuse me, officer, my daughter and I are truly famished. Could you possibly provide us with some food?" Xiao Ran patted his pocket and retorted, "Do you truly believe I resemble someone who carries food? If not, wouldn't you go out to find some?" The daughter blurted out. Having grown accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy lady, her entitled demeanor would not be easily shed, even after a few days of being a prisoner. However, Xiao Ran merely smiled. Shaking his head, suddenly, with a sickening crunch, both mother and daughter collapsed, blood blossoming from their foreheads, lifeless in an instant, their expressions eerily preserved. They had uncovered his secret, and naturally, they had to be silenced. He had no intention of allowing these two women entry into his home. He found them distasteful, yet, he mused, why had he let them prattle on for so long instead of dealing with them immediately? His heart was not ruthless enough. In this apocalyptic world, he needed to cultivate a colder, more brutal disposition. What of innocence? If the innocent exposed his secret and ultimately led to his demise, did that not render him innocent as well? Ah, Xiao Ran, you must embrace a greater selfishness. The innocent must perish upon learning his secret, for it could threaten his very life. Hence, what harm is there in being selfish? In truth, with his formidable abilities, his choice to refrain from malevolence was already a significant act of goodness. Thus, if he occasionally took the lives of a few innocents, what of it? With this thought, a smile graced his lips. In this desolate world, he would indulge in his selfishness. Now, he must eradicate all threats without leaving any remnants. Xiao Ran stepped out of the villa. Heading towards the nearest one, upon reaching the door, he gently knocked. "Who is it?" came a voice from within after a moment. "Delivery?" "Huh?" Bam! In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as the door was violently thrust open. Not merely opened, but completely demolished. A hefty stone had collided with the door, obliterating the latch, and a chilling scream arose from beneath the door. The person who had opened it found themselves trapped beneath the fallen structure, suffering grievously, blood oozing from the edges of the door. The weight of the stone rendered them incapable of pushing the door aside, and with each breath, their chest was constricted further, each exhalation bringing them closer to suffocation. Akin to being ensnared by a constrictor snake, that moment, a throng burst from the villa. Chapter 131. The lingering hatred. A group of individuals rushed forth, glancing at the fallen door, where a hand could be faintly seen beneath it. Initially stunned, they soon erupted in fury. "Who dares to act so recklessly in our domain? Let us deal with him." In an instant, they charged forward, unarmed, as there was no time to fetch weapons. Xiao Ran felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps he ought to practice close combat techniques? After all, one never knows when such skills might come in handy. While it was possible to proceed without them, lacking them could pose difficulties when the time arose. Primarily, he had used his spatial perception to ascertain that these individuals were indeed unarmed. So with his current physical prowess, was there any reason to fear them? Xiao Ran cracked his knuckles. Let the confrontation commence. Bam! 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 The two sides engaged in close-quarters combat. Although he faced 7 opponents, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. Rather, he handled them with remarkable ease. His punches were swift, accurate, and powerful. No one could evade them. Those struck were sent reeling backward, landing hard on the ground, their expressions a mix of shock and pain. Xiao Ran had absorbed 4 unique abilities, combined with his own, granting his physique 5 enhancements. Though he had not tested his limits, he could estimate his explosive strength to exceed 1,000 pounds. He could effortlessly hold 2 women in his arms while easily lifting 4 men. Who could withstand such a blow? In less than half a minute, 7 individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Xiao Ran rubbed his waist. Though he had swiftly dispatched his foes, he had still been struck twice. However, his physical constitution was so robust that the punches merely caused a fleeting sting, incapable of inflicting real harm. Indeed, they were not professional fighters. Their skills were woefully inadequate. Disappointed with his performance, Xiao Ran shook his head. The ease with which he had dispatched these individuals was not due to superior combat skills, but rather a sheer display of overwhelming strength. If they struck him, he would remain unscathed, but a single blow from him could leave them half dead. It was a one-sided massacre. Should he encounter a skilled fighter in the future, perhaps he could seek their guidance. Xiao Ran searched the villa, finding only 3 women lying in bed, their faces and hair the only visible parts. Appearing utterly dazed, it was clear they had been used by the construction crew for their desires. Xiao Ran refrained from harming them. He had not utilized his abilities, nor had he revealed his face. For fear of the cold, he had concealed it thoroughly. He was not a mindless killer, one who sought to slay without cause. Yet, even if he abstained from violence, the state of these 3 women suggested they would not survive much longer. His gaze began to redden, flames igniting within him. The repercussions of absorbing abilities were surfacing. Xiao Ran glanced at the 3 women and shuddered. No, these 3 were definitely not an option, even if they were innocent and coerced. He found himself unable to act against them. He truly felt disdain. Had he known better, he would not have killed the Sun family mother and daughter. At least they had not been violated. But, having committed the act, why linger on the details? Xiao Ran pushed the door open, thinking there must be other women around. Perhaps he could chance upon a different fate, and he felt he could control himself. He proceeded to the 3rd villa. Kill, kill, kill. He breached 8 villas in total, taking the lives of 31 individuals. Though each villa contained women, each had been so thoroughly abused that he found no interest in them. He then approached the 9th villa. Knocking. Get lost. Came a furious shout from within a man's voice. I warn you. I have a weapon. Don't force my hand. Surprised, Xiao Ran thought the tone did not belong to a villain but rather a homeowner, mistaking him for one of the construction crew's thugs. However, the voice struck a familiar chord. Xiao Ran would not underestimate the situation. Since he was already engaged, he could not leave any loose ends. It was better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one slip away. Moreover, this voice stirred a long-buried resentment within him. Bam! He kicked the door, only to find himself embarrassed. Despite his immense strength, he could not force it open, and instead, his foot ached from the impact. Damn it! However, this only reinforced his belief that this household was not composed of thugs, but rather the original homeowners, as the door was too sturdy to have been breached by those ruffians. Yet, even if there was the slightest chance, he needed confirmation. He focused his mind, and a large stone flew forth from his spatial realm, crashing heavily against the door. Yet, the door remained intact again. Xiao Ran retracted the first stone and summoned a second. He repeated the process, and after just a few attempts, he managed to shatter the door. This door was undoubtedly custom-made. Otherwise, with the force of the kinetic stone, one strike would have sufficed to obliterate a typical door. His prior experiences had proven this point, but this particular door required numerous strikes to yield. It could only be custom-crafted. With a crash, the door fell, but Xiao Ran was quick to retract the stone. About 3 meters inside, a man brandished a kitchen knife, his expression menacing, yet his trembling hands betrayed his fear. Ah, the interior is rather warm, Xiao Ran noted, somewhat surprised. It was not uncommon for affluent families to install fireplaces, but considering a month had passed, what household still had wood unburned? The key detail was that this family clearly could not venture outside, making the source of their supplies intriguing. The warmth allowed the man to be clad in winter sleepwear, thick and substantial. Although the interior was significantly warmer than outside, it barely hovered above freezing. Unlike Xiao Ran's villa, where one could comfortably roam without a shirt. Yet, Xiao Ran could finally discern the man's features. Cheng Hua, the man across from him paused, slightly taken aback. Who are you? It was evident that the ruffians had not recognized him. Ah, he must have extracted information from other homeowners. Xiao Ran methodically lifted the door panel, repositioning it at the entrance, propping it up with a table to prevent it from falling, all the while keeping the door to his spatial realm open behind him. If Cheng Hua dared to charge at him with a blade from behind, he would simply vanish into the spatial void. Unfortunately, Cheng Hua lacked the courage to do so. With the door now closed, the biting cold dissipated significantly. Xiao Ran turned and noticed a woman beside Cheng Hua, an attractive young matron, her figure undeniably appealing. Although she was also dressed in winter sleepwear, her chest was prominently accentuated. She too gripped a kitchen knife, but unlike Cheng Hua, her hands remained steady, her gaze resolute. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, removing his hat. Xiao Ran, Chapter 132. Settling old scores. Who was Cheng Hua? He had been the class monitor during Xiao Ran's high school days. Though his academic performance had been lackluster, he had only secured the position due to his family's wealth. After graduating high school, he had gone to study in Australia. Some years later, Cheng Hua sent an invitation in the class group, inviting his old classmates to his wedding. Xiao Ran did not attend. He could not go empty-handed. Yet his entire salary was turned over, leaving him with a mere 200 yuan in pocket money each month. How could he possibly gather enough for a gift? Thus, he chose to abstain. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered an old classmate here. Xiao Ran, is that you? Cheng Hua exclaimed, equally astonished to see a high school peer walk through the door. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, just wandering around and happened to end up here." Just wandering around? Given the current weather conditions, how could he claim such a thing? Cheng Hua, skeptical, suddenly recalled something, and his heart raced. He swiftly brandished the kitchen knife in his hand, exclaiming, "You are an accomplice of those thugs, attempting to exploit our high school connection to lower my guard and seize my family fortune." "Ah, your imagination is indeed vivid, but regrettably misplaced." Xiao Ran feigned surprise. "As I wandered past those villas, I found them filled with corpses. The so-called thugs you mentioned have likely all perished." "What?" Both Cheng Hua and the young woman at his side displayed expressions of shock. But the next moment, Cheng Hua pointed the knife at Xiao Ran, asking, "Are you deceiving me?" His belief wavered. Had that gang truly met their demise? How could that be possible? The young woman interjected, "You're my husband's classmate?" Xiao Ran nodded. Xiao Ran, Cheng Hua's high school classmate. The young woman smiled, exuding a captivating charm, and gestured invitingly, "I am Sun Jie.Its chilly outside. Please come in." Cheng Hua felt a surge of anxiety and whispered to his wife, "What if he is one of those thugs?" Sun Jie shot him a disapproving glance and replied softly, "The door has already been smashed open. If he were truly an accomplice, could we possibly stop him?" Cheng Hua, resigned, conceded, "Very well, please come in. As Xiao Ran began to step inside, he hastily added, "Change your shoes. They are filthy." Truly, a typical rich second generation. So particular. Xiao Ran thought for a moment, since he would need to remove them anyway. He complied, taking off his boots and slipping into slippers before following the couple into the living room. Indeed, a fireplace was ablaze, though the wood inside appeared woefully scarce. Cheng Hua cast a glance at Xiao Ran, revealing a hint of smugness, surprised. "You never expected us to have a fireplace, did you? I bet I could wager that the number of houses in Sioux City with fireplaces does not exceed this." He extended a hand, indicating it would not surpass 5 households. Clearly, he was flaunting his wealth, believing Xiao Ran to be impoverished. Xiao Ran was left speechless. Was this the time to boast about wealth? Did he not fear for his life or the possibility of an affair with his wife? While he had no interest in robbing or harming, he certainly found the prospect of pursuing the latter quite enticing. The flames of desire within Xiao Ran were igniting. "Xiao Ran, how did you arrive here? And what is your purpose for coming?" Cheng Hua could not contain his curiosity. It was all too peculiar. Xiao Ran smiled softly. "I drove over. As for my reason for being here, well, I intend to settle a score with the class leader." "You have a car?" Cheng Hua and his wife exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with excitement, conveniently ignoring the latter part of Xiao Ran's statement. "This is wonderful. With a vehicle, we can search for supplies and avoid depleting our resources. It's been a month. We've been living on instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and various canned goods. It's nearly unbearable." "Xiao Ran, will you lend me your car? Or sell it to me? Name your price, and I will pay you right now." Cheng Hua boasted, displaying a demeanor of arrogance typical of the wealthy. Xiao Ran regarded him coolly. "First, what use is money now? Second, Even if it were useful, how would you transfer it? Third, it seems you have not grasped my earlier statement. I am here to settle a score. What score? Cheng Hua inquired, utterly perplexed. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. Class leader, you seem to have forgotten your past misdeeds. During our school days, you were the bully, always bringing your entourage to harass me, as an orphan. Xiao Ran had grown accustomed to silence, while Cheng Hua, relying on his family's wealth, often bullied others. Who was the easiest target in class? Clearly, it was the orphan Xiao Ran. Thus, he frequently brought his lackeys to confront Xiao Ran. After enduring this harassment a few times, Xiao Ran finally snapped, enduring the punches and kicks from Cheng Hua's minions, fixating solely on Cheng Hua. He nearly sent Cheng Hua to the hospital. Although Xiao Ran had acted in self-defense, he still received a severe reprimand from the school and faced expulsion, thanks to Cheng Hua's parents' influence. However, Cheng Hua was also intimidated by Xiao Ran and refrained from tormenting him thereafter. Nearly a decade had passed, and Cheng Hua had long forgotten his youthful transgressions, but Xiao Ran would never forget. Previously, he had no means or desire to seek out Cheng Hua, not even knowing where he resided. This encounter was purely coincidental. Yet, now that they had met, Xiao Ran felt it was time to settle the score. Xiao Ran paused momentarily. The past events were not even worth mentioning, though. You only remember your grievances, yet conveniently forget how you bullied others? He shook his head. Cheng Hua, you were the school bully, leading your lackeys to torment me daily. Have you forgotten how many times you cornered me? The last time, you brought a group to confront me, and I could not endure it any longer. I fought back, even at the risk of being beaten by many, just to take you down. You indeed nearly ended up in the hospital, while I truly did end up hospitalized. Not only that, but I was also labeled as a troublemaker and received a severe reprimand. Class leader, have you forgotten all of this? Cheng Hua strained to remember, but ultimately shook his head. He truly had forgotten. Did bullying others count as a grievance? Only his own suffering mattered. Sun Jia, ever perceptive, quickly interjected, Xiao Ran, that was a long time ago. My husband was young and foolish. Let bygones be bygones. Cheng Hua, still reluctant, muttered, clearly, he was the one who hit me. He should be the one apologizing. Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly, realizing Cheng Hua was irredeemable. Thus, he needed to deliver a harsh lesson. Today, I intend to humiliate you thoroughly. You all, wait for me a moment. As Chapter 133 began, Xiao Ran pushed aside the table blocking the door, opened it, donned his hat, and stepped outside. Cheng Hua and Sun Jia exchanged bewildered glances. Was Xiao Ran truly leaving? What did he mean by waiting? Let us block the door and prevent him from coming back, Cheng Hua suggested. Sun Jia rolled her eyes at him. Are you foolish? Our door is specially made. It couldn't stop him. What do you plan to use to block it? Cheng Hua was left speechless, scratching his head. Then what do we do? This is our home. How can we allow him to come and go as he pleases? As if it were his own. Let's wait and see what he intends to do, Sun Jia replied, her own frustration mounting. Just how many foolish things had her husband done in his youth? Moments later, they heard the roar of an engine, and a formidable off-road vehicle appeared at their doorstep. Xiao Ran emerged from the car, hauling items from within. Is that a stove? A hot pot stove. Cheng Hua and Sun Jia were initially taken aback, but then elation washed over them as they hurried to open the door for Xiao Ran. Following the stove, Xiao Ran entered with an enormous plastic bag. A glance inside revealed an array of ingredients. Hot pot. They could finally enjoy hot pot again. Cheng Hua and Sun Jia were on the verge of tears from excitement. After a month of consuming bland rations and canned goods, they were beyond grateful. As Xiao Ran began to prepare the fire in the living room, the pot soon bubbled with rich, aromatic broth, filling the air with an enticing fragrance that made their mouths water. Without needing to be invited, the couple gravitated towards him, chopsticks in hand, eager to dip ingredients into the pot. Xiao Ran, however, raised a hand to stop them. What do you think you are doing? Are you not inviting us to enjoy the hot pot? Cheng Hua was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ran chuckled. When did I ever say such a thing? Cheng Hua quickly reflected, realizing that indeed, Xiao Ran had never made such a claim. You brought the hot pot to our home. If you are not inviting us, then what is the purpose? I simply felt like it. Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly. Is that a problem? Cheng Hua was left red-faced by that remark. If you refuse to let us eat, then hurry and take your stove away. You are not welcome here. Though his words sounded resolute, his stomach betrayed him, growling audibly, and he felt saliva pooling in his mouth, starving and craving the food. He realized even the dry rations they had previously scorned were now all gone. Xiao Ran shook his head. I will be eating here. Xiao Ran, are you not being reasonable? Cheng Hua retorted angrily. Xiao Ran laughed lightly. Now you wish to reason with me. When I pleaded with you to leave me alone during school, did you heed my request? I spent over half a month in the hospital, received a severe reprimand, and nearly faced expulsion. This debt is not so easily erased. Cheng Hua, filled with rage, advanced to see Xiao Ran, shouting, Get out! Yet, with a mere flick of his arm, Cheng Hua stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. How could he contend with Xiao Ran's strength? Unless his abilities were enhanced or he had absorbed 4 powers, he was no match. Sun Jie quickly steadied her husband, preventing him from falling flat. Cheng Hua, infuriated and humiliated, pushed his wife's support away, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Ran. You have gone too far. This is my home, my home. How dare you invade another's house to eat hot pot? And to top it off, you refuse to let me eat. What is the matter? Do you still wish to bite me? Xiao Ran picked up a piece of meat and began to cook it. In just 3 seconds, this exquisite snowflake beef was cooked to perfection. He dipped it in the sauce and sent it to his mouth. It was utterly delicious. Upon witnessing him swallow it down, Cheng Hua and his wife couldn't help but swallow hard, their cravings unbearable. Cheng Hua was furious. Was it not just youthful ignorance that led to a brief moment of bullying? Hadn't he sought revenge? He vividly remembered the day he was mercilessly beaten, and it was precisely that experience that taught him a lesson, prompting him to avoid trouble in the future. How could Xiao Ran still harbor resentment? Such pettiness, truly petty. Not wanting to see any more, he stormed off to another room. However, the smell of the hot pot was too enticing, seeping through the door crack, and it was impossible for him to resist. His mouth watering profusely. No, he couldn't hold back any longer. His stomach was too hungry. Xiao Ran, however, casually remarked, Class monitor, if you wish to enjoy hot pot, it is not out of the question, but you must exchange something I desire. In an instant, Cheng Hua dashed out, his face brimming with anticipation. What do you want? At that moment, he was willing to offer anything for a hearty meal. Xiao Ran revealed a mischievous smile and glanced at Sun Jie. I wish to borrow your wife for a while. Borrowing a wife? Cheng Hua instantly grasped the implication, infuriated to the point of hopping. You bastard, do you intend to sleep with my wife? Indeed. Xiao Ran nodded unabashedly. After absorbing the supernatural powers, his desires had surged. And coupled with the past grievances with Cheng Hua, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip. It was precisely for this reason that he was taking such a roundabout approach. Otherwise, he would have traded food directly and taken her to bed. For now, he aimed to humiliate Cheng Hua thoroughly. Yes, perhaps I am a bit perverse, Xiao Ran mused. Yet, he felt no remorse in this apocalyptic world. Who wasn't he burdened by oppressive emotions? Thus, if he didn't find a way to release them, he would undoubtedly encounter significant problems. Cheng Hua felt the urge to strike him, but recalling his earlier attempt to kick Xiao Ran out, which had failed, he resolved not to further humiliate himself. The key point was that this fellow was feasting on hot pot right in his own home. How delicious did it look? And the aroma. How many days had it been since he tasted decent meat? Starving and craving, Xiao Ran turned his gaze back to Sun Jie. Will you accompany me to bed? Your body is your own. You can make your own decisions. I have no intention of letting a middleman profit from this. Before Sun Jie could respond, Cheng Hua swiftly intervened, glaring at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, I would rather starve than consume your food. Very well, I respect your decision, Wang Jingzi. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. As you wish. One of my virtues is that I dislike coercing others. Indeed, those unwilling to comply have already been dealt with. Thus, this statement holds no flaw. Xiao Ran ceased speaking and continued to eat. In fact, he even retrieved a bottle of beer. Is there a better combination than hot pot and beer? Cheng Hua and Sun Jie were once again on the brink of collapse. They were not only hungry but also parched. In fact, thirst was even more unbearable. They had run out of food yesterday, and water had been depleted the day before. Watching Xiao Ran gulp down a glass of beer, they couldn't help but lick their lips, but their tongues were too dry to leave any trace of moisture. It was impossible to resist, truly impossible. Xiao Ran, change your conditions. Cheng Hua exclaimed with a desperate expression. The room held many valuable items, such as luxury cars and antiques. He urged, "Take whatever you desire. We only ask for a meal and some water." How humble was that? Xiao Ran remained unmoved. He glanced at Cheng Hua and said, "I am solely interested in women. Furthermore, your wife can only sit down to eat if she agrees to sell herself. First, your wife must consent to the sale. Second, you must kneel and beg for my forgiveness for your misdeeds in high school." Damn it! Cheng Hua nearly cursed aloud, but upon meeting Xiao Ran's piercing gaze, he instinctively shut his mouth. Sun Jie bit her lip tightly. She was certainly not an indiscriminate woman, yet the current situation was overpowering. Should she starve in dignity or forsake her pride to survive? What a dilemma! Time is of the essence, Xiao Ran said leisurely. Once I finish eating, I will be leaving. Latecomers will not be entertained. He took a few more bites, rubbed his belly, feigning fullness. In truth, he was not hungry, or rather, his hunger was not for food, but for something else. He began to clean up. Wait! Cheng Hua quickly interjected, and as soon as the words left his mouth, veins throbbed on his forehead. Sun Jie turned to him, her expression changing. Hubby, you. Even though Cheng Hua merely uttered a word of caution, it indicated he was contemplating Xiao Ran's conditions. You, how can you do this? Trust me, Cheng Hua whispered, his eyes glinting with cunning. We must first ensure we eat and drink our fill then. When he takes you to bed, you must entice him to remove his clothes at that moment. You can snatch his clothes and run outside. Can he chase you down in his birthday suit in this weather? We can then seize his car. Dear, with a car, we can go anywhere. We can survive and feast. In Cheng Hua's view, Xiao Ran's carefree lifestyle was solely due to his possession of a vehicle capable of traversing extreme weather. Thus, if they could acquire the car, they could take his place. Sun Jie, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and nodded repeatedly. Who would willingly sell their body? Cheng Hua had already devised a plan and gritted his teeth. Xiao Ran, we agree. Xiao Ran pointed at Sun Jie. You may eat first. As for you, come, kneel, and apologize. Cheng Hua felt a vein pulse on his forehead. He had to kneel first? Yet, could he refuse? In terms of physical strength, Xiao Ran had already demonstrated that they were not on the same level. It was utterly humiliating to kneel before someone who was not an elder. Fine, just wait. Once I seize your car, I will show you how to humiliate you. HM? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Cheng Hua gritted his teeth and finally knelt down. I am sorry, Xiao Ran, that I was young and ignorant back then and bullied you. Please forgive me. Xiao Ran certainly would not let him off so easily, responding coolly, Don't be so insipid. Kneeling requires bowing your head. Do you not understand this principle? Having already knelt, Cheng Hua had no choice but to proceed. Thus, he began to bow his head. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Ran did not call for him to stop, and he dared not pause. After bowing his head over 20 times, he felt a bit dizzy before Xiao Ran finally said, All right, you may join in eating now. Cheng Hua finally exhaled in relief, hurriedly sitting down to devour the food. Xiao Ran observed with a detached gaze. Although the couple had whispered during their discussion, his enhanced physique allowed him to hear much better than before. Their conversation could hardly escape his ears. However, even if he hadn't heard, Xiao Ran could likely guess their intentions, and with his level of caution, would he allow these two to succeed? Did they think they could take advantage of him? Ha! Soon enough, they would be crying for mercy. Both sides calculated their strategies, each believing they held the upper hand. Yet one side possessed genuine strength while the other merely fancied themselves capable. After a lengthy meal, Sun Jie finally felt sated, letting out a satisfied burp. Having consumed beer, her face was flushed, adding to her allure. One couldn't deny that Cheng Hua was fortunate. Though Sun Jie might not reach the standards of Han Yun or Su Qingmei, she certainly scored an 80 or even 82 or 83, and her figure was stunning, her curves accentuated. Given that Xiao Ran had been stirred by the absorption of supernatural powers, he found himself even more aroused by Sun Jie's captivating presence. He lifted the kettle that had been heating on the stove. The hot pot had been brought to the table and was no longer cooking. Turning to Sun Jie, he said, It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Sun Jie felt a pang of guilt and glanced at her husband. Cheng Hua gave her an encouraging look. You can do it. He had full confidence in his wife's charm. As long as she performed normally, Xiao Ran would undoubtedly be entranced, and then they could easily concoct an excuse, perhaps something like close your eyes, I have a surprise for you," and take the opportunity to escape with his clothes? Would Xiao Ran be able to chase them? Running around naked in this cold would not merely be a chilly experience. It could lead to severe consequences. He vowed that once he was behind the wheel of the off-road vehicle, he would unleash the most venomous insults upon Xiao Ran. But would he even allow Xiao Ran to get into the car? Of course not. Dream on. With her husband's encouraging gaze and her desperate desire to survive, Sun Jia mustered her courage, steadied her resolve, and stood up, leading Xiao Ran upstairs. She originally intended to take him to the guest room, but Xiao Ran refused, instead entering the master bedroom. Above the headboard hung a wedding photo of Cheng Hua and Sun Jia. In the picture, Sun Jia wore a radiant smile, exuding an irresistible charm, her low-cut dress failing to conceal her impressive curves, the depth of her cleavage unfathomable. Noticing Xiao Ran gazing at their wedding photo, Sun Jia felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, a strange sense of shame engulfing her. "How did you and Cheng Hua meet?" Xiao Ran inquired. "Oh, what is your profession?" he casually asked. "I work at the city dance troupe." "Oh?" Xiao Ran assessed Sun Jia, noting that indeed, her legs were remarkably long, and her body was exquisitely proportioned. "Let me see." Xiao Ran had no intention of merely looking, but since he had yet to undress, Sun Jia dared not show defiance. They still needed to acquire Xiao Ran's car keys. "You should undress and wait on the bed while I freshen up in the bathroom. Just be sure not to make a mess here," she instructed, a tactic of delay. She certainly couldn't wash herself in the bathroom. She merely sought an excuse to hasten Xiao Ran into shedding her clothes, allowing her to carry them away in one swoop. Xiao Ran chuckled, leaning closer to her ear and remarked, "You and your husband seem to be calculating quite shrewdly. You want me to undress, so you can seize the opportunity to snatch my clothes and abscond with the car keys. Haha, do you truly think I'm a fool?" Sun Jia involuntarily shuddered, her eyes betraying a flicker of terror. "No, I no longer wish to barter." She hastily shook her head. Xiao Ran laughed softly. "You've already consumed my food and drunk my beer. And now you claim you don't want to trade. Perhaps you should return what you owe me first. Please, consider it a debt I owe you, and I shall repay it later," Sun Jia pleaded earnestly. "Not a chance." Xiao Ran shook his head. "I run a small business. There are no credit arrangements here. Who would be so fortunate as to indulge in a feast and then simply declare it over?" He was a man of firm principles, engaging in commerce without coercion. However, once a transaction was made, one could not simply take what was mine and depart without consequence. Xiao Ran opened the door to the room, and with a thud, Cheng Hua fell to the ground. The fellow had been lost in his fantasies until that fall jolted him back to reality. Initially bewildered, his eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Xiao Ran's neck, demanding, "Hand over the car keys, or I'll kill you." A mere gentle kick from Xiao Ran sent Cheng Hua tumbling like a rolling gourd, clutching his abdomen and curling up like a drunken shrimp. "It hurts." Yet, this was Xiao Ran's mercy. Had he not held back, it would have been a far worse fate. Why not eliminate this individual altogether? At times, Xiao Ran harbored a certain pettiness. Why had he gone to the trouble of bringing the car here, only to relocate the hot pot stove? Was it not to conceal his secrets? Thus, Cheng Hua and his wife only perceived him as possessing immense strength, never linking him to spatial abilities. Why was that? Just in case, if an ability user happened upon this place and fortuitously inquired about Xiao Ran, they would likely only conclude that he was a power-based ability user. Would such a misjudgment lead to fatalities during a confrontation with him? Certainly. When his portal opened, an avalanche of steel bars, stones, bullets, and even rockets would pour forth. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Given the current capabilities of ability users, it seemed unlikely anyone could evade it. Therefore, Xiao Ran deliberately retained Cheng Hua, both to humiliate him and to serve as bait. Of course, the likelihood of someone taking the bait was minimal, yet Xiao Ran had little to lose. However, should there be any ill intentions towards him, he chuckled, it would become a self-inflicted trap. Alas, he had once been a rather simple individual, but now, the apocalypse compelled him to strategize, not only to outsmart others, but also to guard against being outsmarted himself. Such mental exertion was rather taxing. "You bastard! You absolute bastard!" Cheng Hua wailed in pain while cursing Xiao Ran. With one punch, Xiao Ran smashed the vanity to smithereens, causing Cheng Hua to startle and fall silent, no longer daring to utter a word. If that punch had landed on him, it would have been fatal. In this day and age, What were the consequences of murder? Did the law still hold sway? There were hardly any living souls left to enforce it. Cheng Hua quickly cowered. Who would dare continue pointing fingers at Xiao Ran? One must understand, the wealthier one was, the more they cherished their life. For they possessed much and thus had much to lose. Although this was an apocalyptic world, the remnants of their past riches were still a fresh wound, and who had truly accepted such a fate? At the very least, Cheng Hua still harbored a sliver of hope for the future. What if the natural disasters soon passed? What if everything returned to how it was before? Class monitor, we were having a perfectly civil conversation earlier. I provided you with food, and you were to kneel and apologize. Did I force you? Xiao Ran pressed, savoring the torment he inflicted. Then why are you so frantic? He added with a chuckle. Xiao Ran glanced at Sun Jie, who remained hidden beneath the covers, refusing to emerge, and tossed a few bags of bread, jerky, and bottled water her way. This is a reward for you, he declared, like a benefactor bestowing a gift. Cheng Hua, despite his desire to strangle Xiao Ran, felt an inexplicable joy at the sight of the provisions. At least they could eat for a day. Xiao Ran laughed heartily and departed, relishing this unexpected bounty. How many layers of gain did this represent? How could one not feel elated? Upon Xiao Ran's departure, Sun Jie finally broke down in tears. Crying, what good does it do? Cheng Hua snapped back, you're a woman. If you refuse to cooperate, how can Xiao Ran succeed? Do you think that guy had an abundance of food, and that's why you were swayed? Otherwise, how could he have deemed you worthy of his generosity? Sun Jie, how could you be so shameless? Sun Jie stared incredulously at her husband, astonished that he could utter such words. Get out. Just get out. Xiao Ran paid no heed to whether this couple would argue or even come to blows. In truth, even if they fought to the death, he would remain indifferent. It would merely strip away a modicum of amusement. He continued to search other villas, as there might still be stragglers left. If he was to make a move, he intended to eradicate every last one. After a thorough search, he discovered that the entire villa area held few survivors. Most had perished from hunger, thirst, or the cold. Cheng Hua and his wife were exceptions, having fortuitously stocked up on ample supplies of dry food and bottled water a few months prior after watching a zombie film, reinforcing their door. All enabled by their ample financial resources that allowed for such extravagances. Little did they know, this would save their lives after the calamity. Xiao Ran chuckled and checked the time. It was already afternoon. Time to head home. The next morning, Xiao Ran awoke leisurely. Upon glancing at the clock, he noted it was a little past 7. Still early. He set his phone down and drifted back to sleep. Why rise so early? To clock in. When he finally stirred again, it was well past 9. Get up. Breakfast is ready. Lazybones. The 10 members of the household gathered on the first floor, commencing their breakfast. Afterward, Xiao Ran intended to work out, only to discover that his strength had surged dramatically, rendering the existing gym equipment ineffective for him. Dumbbells? Please, just a few dozen kilograms. With his strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, it felt akin to a child wielding a chopstick, utterly pointless. I require a specially designed gym, and it must be spacious. Clearly, the villa could not accommodate his needs. In fact, the garage had previously sufficed for jogging and letting the leopard stretch its legs. But now, with a gaping hole, it not only let in the wind but also blocked half the space. How could he run or walk the dog? Xiao Ran found himself contemplating the Chang family estate. If he were to seize that, it would naturally resolve his dilemmas. Humans are inherently greedy. Initially, one thinks only of survival, but once that concern is addressed, the desire shifts to enjoying better sustenance. Once that issue is settled, the yearning for more arises. Satisfaction is ever elusive. Xiao Ran began to ponder seriously. The mere presence of an ability user in the Chang family provided him ample motivation to pay a visit. If I remain weak now, I will inevitably become reliant on others in the future. Absolutely not. I have just absorbed an ability, and my body is still in the process of strengthening. It must continue for at least 2 more days. Thus, I shall plan meticulously during this time and take action on the 3rd day. At the very least, I shall scout the situation over at Dongshan. Xiao Ran made his decision and began studying the map. Astonishingly, the Chang family estate was marked. Upon assessing its size, he gasped. It was indeed vast. Roughly estimated, it was not smaller than a gymnasium. It even had a name, not merely a numbered building in some complex. but referred to as the Chang family mansion. In no wonder it was singled out on the map. However, such information was only visible on paper. The rest would require Xiao Ran to investigate personally. That day, Xiao Ran remained indoors, not venturing anywhere. The following day, having vanquished his laziness, he set out to gather fuel. If he were to relocate to the Chang family mansion, traveling to the city would become a hassle due to the distance. Thus, he needed to gather energy while he could. One must consider that such a large estate would consume a significant amount of fuel for daily power generation. Xiao Ran had prepared many supplies. Yet his fuel stock was insufficient. Naturally, before the calamity, he had adhered to the law. Initially, he had never contemplated seizing the Chang family mansion, believing a single villa would suffice for his extravagant lifestyle. Yet the reality proved that human greed knows no bounds. Greed is not inherently negative, as it can drive one to continually strive for improvement and progress. Busy until the afternoon, Xiao Ran made his way to the affluent neighborhood where Chenghua resided. His desire for revenge was quite strong. Upon entering Chenghua's home, he found the couple desperately hungry. Although Xiao Ran had left some food, they had finished it the previous day and were now famished. Their eyes lit up at the sight of him. After more than an hour, Xiao Ran inquired of Sun Jie, "How did Chenghua pursue you back in the day?" "That's excessive," Sun Jie exclaimed. But Xiao Ran, struck by inspiration, asked, "What about Wang Ning, Zhao Peng, and Zhang Yong? Have you heard of them?" These three were Chenghua's lackeys from back in the day, each having bullied him at some point. "Those three are all employees at my husband's company and have a decent relationship with him. They often come over to hang out," Sun Jie replied promptly. "Oh?" Xiao Ran chuckled. Wang Ning and his companions had clung to Chenghua's side during high school, and it seemed they continued to do so even after college and into their careers, planning to remain his sycophants for life. Truly adept at ingratiating themselves, "Do you know where the three of them live?" he inquired. Sun Jie pondered for a moment before finally providing an address. "Actually, Chenghua and I have visited the homes of these three individuals, but I've only been to the others' houses once. I frequently go to Zhao Peng's place, so that's the only one I remember." "You go there often? But why only Zhao Peng's?" A thought crossed his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Opening the map, he glanced at it and found it serendipitous that Zhao Peng's residence was not far from the gas station, which, interestingly, Xiao Ran had never visited. If Xiao Ran had to make a special trip, he certainly wouldn't bother. He wasn't that idle, however. If Xiao Peng's home was adjacent to the gas station, he wouldn't mind taking a brief detour. Of course, it was too late today, and it would be impossible to make the trip now. He decided to return home and go tomorrow. Xiao Ran woke up quite early today, as in addition to his routine oil collection duties, he had resolved to pay a visit to Zhao Peng's house. He was uncertain whether Zhao Peng was still alive. Regardless, it was on his way. After having breakfast, he deliberately made a stop at Chenghua's residence to pick up the couple. However, once they got into the car, he rendered them unconscious, allowing them to sleep in the back seat while he commenced his work. Rising early proved beneficial, for by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had completed his tasks for the day. "Remarkable. Zhao Peng can actually afford this," he mused with a chuckle. As he drove into the community, the atmosphere was not as lifeless as he had anticipated. He vaguely noticed figures standing behind some windows, gazing down with astonished expressions. Naturally, he could not discern their facial features, but he made a guess. The resilience of human life is indeed remarkable. The vehicle came to a halt in front of Building 7. Xiao Ran splashed half a cup of water on each of Chenghua and his wife to rouse them. "Huh, how did I fall asleep?" They both wondered, perplexed, speculating that perhaps the warmth of the car had lulled them into slumber. "This is Zhao Peng's neighborhood," Chenghua suddenly exclaimed. "You're quite familiar with it," Xiao Ran responded with a smile. Chenghua's face flushed with a hint of awkwardness, and he quickly added, "I've been here a few times." "So naturally I'm familiar. Oh, just a few times?" Xiao Ran replied languidly. "Of course, only a few times," Chenghua insisted, casting a glance at Sun Jie. "Get out of the car," Xiao Ran said nonchalantly. The couple, reluctant to leave such a warm environment, dared not defy Xiao Ran's command. They exited the vehicle, thankful for their thick winter clothing, which prevented them from freezing immediately, though they still began to shiver in the bitter cold. Xiao Ran pushed open the entrance to the building. Naturally, the elevator was out of service, so they began to ascend the stairs. After climbing 6 floors, Chenghua was already gasping for breath, sweat covering his brow. "Class leader, you really ought to exercise more," Xiao Ran chuckled. Chenghua could only roll his eyes. With barely enough to eat, How could he muster the energy to work out? Thankfully, Zhao Peng's home was on the 9th floor. After ascending 3 more flights, they finally arrived. Xiao Ran proceeded to knock on the door, knowing that otherwise his efforts would be in vain. After a brief moment, a voice emerged from within. Who is it? The caution in the voice was tinged with a hint of hostility. Xiao Ran's eyes brightened. A distant memory stirred within him. This had to be Zhao Peng's voice. He gestured to Cheng Hua to approach. Reluctantly, Cheng Hua stepped up to the door and called out, "It's me, Cheng Hua, boss." The voice from inside sounded somewhat agitated, followed by the sound of the door opening. Indeed, there stood Zhao Peng. After years of separation, Zhao Peng had not changed significantly. He had merely matured considerably. The tall boy had transformed into an imposing man, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, indeed quite robust. Zhao Peng was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Cheng Hua, however, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He could barely safeguard his own well-being, let alone rescue this subordinate. Besides, even if that car were truly his, he had never contemplated saving this lackey. His own safety was paramount. Oh, come in. Hurry. Zhao Peng seemed to come to his senses and quickly ushered Xiao Ran and the others inside, although he did not recognize Xiao Ran, mistaking him for Cheng Hua's driver. Xiao Ran made no effort to clarify. Once inside, Zhao Peng promptly closed the door. The chill outside, which had been over 40 degrees below zero, felt significantly less severe now, perhaps around 10 degrees below zero. In the living room, 2 figures were wrapped in blankets, a woman in her mid-20s, possessing a decent appearance, and a small boy, no more than 3 or 4 years old. Clearly, this was Zhao Peng's wife and son. Upon seeing Cheng Hua, Zhao Peng's wife's eyes brightened, revealing a spark of excitement. Xiao Ran noticed her reaction and glanced at Zhao Peng's son, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Why am I so clever?" he mused. "Boss, let me tidy up." "We should leave quickly," Zhao Peng declared, intending to gather valuables such as gold and silver jewelry. In prosperous times, jewels. In chaotic times, gold, currency would surely be worthless now. But gold would undoubtedly remain a hard currency. "There's no need," Xiao Ran finally interjected. "I didn't come to take you away. I merely wished to confirm a suspicion of mine, and perhaps also settle some old scores." Zhao Peng was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Xiao Ran closely. A few seconds later, he exclaimed, "Xiao Ran." Chapter 139. The Dog Bites the Master. Additional update. Zhao Peng was utterly astonished in such tumultuous times. To have 3 high school classmates reunite in his home was nothing short of extraordinary. The most crucial point was that Xiao Ran had been the target of their bullying during their school days. Of course, it was primarily Cheng Hua's influence. He was merely a lackey, doing his master's bidding. But now, the master and the victim had arrived at his doorstep together, leaving him in disbelief. Am I truly in a cataclysmic world? How is it so easy to go out? He pondered. Then, his brow furrowed. Xiao Ran, what do you mean by that? His stature was imposing, taller than Xiao Ran, and in terms of physicality, he easily surpassed him. To engage in a physical confrontation? He could easily overpower Xiao Ran twofold. To fulfill his role as Cheng Hua's lackey, he had trained daily, aiming to enhance his own value. After all, he was not only obedient but also remarkably useful. This flattery had not gone unrewarded, as Cheng Hua had introduced him to a beautiful woman from the company, who eventually became his wife. Though he considered himself unworthy of her, they had married and even had a son. Hence, his loyalty to Cheng Hua had only deepened. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. That car outside is mine, and I can take whoever I please. But that's not my purpose here. Zhao Peng, your son bears no resemblance to you at all. Having suffered in his past life, he had become quite sensitive to such matters, and indeed, this was not a baseless claim. The moment he uttered those words, the expressions on Cheng Hua and Zhao Peng's wife shifted simultaneously. Albeit subtly, almost imperceptibly, yet, Xiao Ran noticed. His initial suspicion had transformed into certainty. The simultaneous change in their expressions was undeniable evidence. What do you mean, Xiao Ran? Zhao Peng thundered, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He even considered resorting to violence. His temper flared. Xiao Ran, however, remained unfazed, chuckling. I merely wish to remind you, don't raise another man's child. Do you know your son's blood type? Enough, Zhao Peng's wife shrieked. Honey, don't let him spout nonsense. Throw him out. Hua seized the opportunity to add, "Yes, let us subdue this bastard together and take his car keys. That vehicle is ours," with the master's command. Zhao Peng hesitated no longer. Even in this apocalyptic world, having served as Hua's lackey for so many years, he was accustomed to taking orders and acted on instinct without a second thought. He reached out toward Xiao Ran. Bang! He was met with a punch that sent him staggering back. Oofed. Xiao Ran glanced at Zhao Peng's wife and remarked, "That child is definitely Hua's. Isn't it?" What? This statement caused Hua and Zhao Peng's wife's expressions to shift dramatically, while the other two could hardly believe what they had just heard. This was an empty gun, but did it matter to Xiao Ran whether it had bullets? He could fire as many as he wished. An empty gun was only a concern if one feared an accidental discharge. Safety first, after all. The goal was to intimidate. Zhao Peng's wife turned pale. Momentarily at a loss for words, Xiao Ran remained composed, having achieved his objective for the day. The next step was to enjoy himself. "Now, tell me your name," he inquired. Chen Si," the woman replied, this time without hesitation. Xiao Ran nodded. "How did you meet Zhao Peng?" The woman hesitated, taking a few seconds before finally saying, "Zhao Peng and I work for the same company. Oh. So you've known Hua for quite some time?" Xiao Ran inquired with a smile. Si forced a smile in return, stating, "I worked as the receptionist at Cheng Xiao's company. How could I not know him? Did he seduce you into bed? Or was it your initiative?" Xiao Ran suddenly pressed, aiming the gun at Si and exclaiming, "If you dare lie, I'll blow your brains out." "It was me. It was me," Si blurted out, panic overwhelming her, her mind blank as the truth slipped from her lips. Silence enveloped the room. Xiao Ran glanced at Zhao Peng, then at Sun Jia, smiling as he said, "Now let me ask you once more. Is that child Hua's?" As soon as Sun Si spoke, regret washed over him, and he hastily shook his head. "I have never shared a bed with Sun Cheng. It was you who coerced me with a gun. I was so terrified that I spoke without thinking." Xiao Ran cleared his ears, aimed his gun at Hua, and then pointed at the child. "Everyone, take a good look. Do these two resemble each other?" Hua had a sharp face, while Zhao Peng possessed a square, sturdy visage. As for the boy, there was not a trace of Zhao Peng in him at all. Trembling all over, Zhao Peng scrutinized his son closely. "Do they look alike?" Truly not at all, however. He had never doubted this before. Now, the more he looked, the more he felt the child bore no resemblance to him but looked strikingly like Hua. A wave of confusion surged within him. Why would Si be interested in him? Although Si was merely a front desk staff, what did Zhao Peng have? Aside from being somewhat robust, he lacked both looks and wealth, so why would Si take a liking to him? Was it because Si was already carrying Hua's child and needed a surrogate? Hua often visited, and he had been flattered, but reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly absurd and pitiable. "Hua, you wretched scoundrel!" Zhao Peng bellowed, lunging at Hua, tears streaming down his face. The two men immediately began to grapple. Witnessing the former master and servant turn against each other, Xiao Ran could not help but smile. His anticipation had not been in vain. Si rushed in to mediate, primarily pulling Zhao Peng away. "Darling, you mustn't listen to their nonsense. My relationship with Cheng Xiao is entirely innocent." "Innocent? My foot!" Zhao Peng shouted, slapping Si's face, sending her sprawling. With one hand pressing down on Hua, he continued to rain blows upon him. "You bastard. See if I don't beat you to death." Chapter 140. A frenzy of murder. Enjoy the show. Xiao Ran refrained from intervening, merely watching the spectacle unfold. "Let go! Let go!" Hua cried out, as Zhao Peng had him by the throat. The slaps to his face were merely painful, but being choked could lead to suffocation. His face turned a deep shade of red, even tinged with purple. He felt as if he was on the brink of death. Si, witnessing this, shouted urgently to Sun Jia, "What are you standing there for? Do you want to watch your husband die?" With that, she dashed to the kitchen. Sun Jia was momentarily stunned but quickly ran towards Zhao Peng, grasping his hand that was choking Hua in an attempt to pry it away. However, Zhao Peng's strength was overwhelming, far beyond her capacity to resist. Fortunately, Zhao Peng had to divert some of his strength to contend with her, allowing Hua a brief moment to breathe and preventing him from being choked to death. With a kitchen knife in hand, seeing her husband focused on pummeling Hua, Si felt a surge of malice and thrust the knife forward. Thud! The blade plunged into Zhao Peng's back. Zhao Peng cried out in agony, instinctively loosening his grip and stumbling backward. He reached for the knife, but couldn't grasp it. Damn it, damn it, he cursed repeatedly. Turning to face Chen Si, his expression a bizarre mix of ferocity, anger, shock, despair, realization, and even a hint of relief. Die! Cheng Hua seized the opportunity to shove Zhao Peng away. Bang! Zhao Peng, drained of strength, was forcefully slammed against the wall, the fruit knife embedded in his back sinking deeper. This thrust was indeed precise, aimed directly at Zhao Peng's heart. However, Chen Si's lack of strength prevented it from piercing the heart initially. Yet, with Cheng Hua's push, the knife tip pierced into the heart. Zhao Peng, however, did not look at Cheng Hua but fixated on his wife, his mouth opening to utter something, only to spit blood repeatedly, unable to articulate a single word. His gaze gradually dimmed, and ultimately, with a reluctant tilt of his neck, he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his back. This woman is truly venomous. Nevertheless, it was quite the spectacle. His efforts had not been in vain. Xiao Ran clapped his hands in applause. Yet Sun Jie stared at Cheng Hua, questioning, "Is that child truly your son?" Cheng Hua could no longer deny it. Chen Si would rather kill her husband than let him go. How could there be no affair between them? Cheng Hua had no choice but to admit, "Yes, my dear wife, please let me explain. You know you cannot bear children, and I cannot allow the Cheng family to die out. So I had to resort to this drastic measure. My love is for you, and with her, it was merely a fleeting dalliance." However, these words did little to soothe Sun Jie. Instead, they infuriated Chen Si. "Cheng Hua, do you possess any humanity?" She shouted that I bore you a son, and to cover it up, I married Zhao Peng. Is this how you view me? Cheng Hua found himself at a loss for words. His face betraying hesitation. In terms of looks and figure, his own wife was undoubtedly superior. Yet Chen Si was the mother of his illegitimate child. He could not simply deny her existence. What to do? "Daddy, what is wrong?" At that moment, the little boy suddenly interjected. Chen Si quickly replied, "Sweetheart, this is not your father. He is." She pointed at Cheng Hua. The child, not understanding, shook his head repeatedly. "He is Uncle Cheng. This is Daddy." "Wah?" The child began to cry. "Daddy is bleeding. Daddy is bleeding." Chen Si, distressed by his cries, yanked the knife from Zhao Peng's back, and blood immediately gushed forth, splattering half her face now, with one side of her face stained with blood and the knife in her hand. She appeared quite fearsome as she approached Sun Jie. Startled by her appearance, Sun Jie instinctively recoiled. "What do you intend to do?" Cheng Hua, too, could not help but exclaim. Chen Si, put down the knife. Faced with her menacing demeanor, Cheng Hua was rendered speechless. His silence was an implicit consent. Sun Jie's face turned ashen, the blow too great to bear. She shook her head, addressing Chen Si. "Don't be foolish. What time is it now? The riches and glory in your eyes have long since turned to smoke. Cheng Hua is no longer a wealthy heir. Don't deceive yourself. He can't even afford a loaf of bread. And yet you still hold him dear." Her words struck Chen Si, causing her to pause. Indeed, what significance did past wealth hold now? She lowered her hands and began to sob uncontrollably. A surge of sympathy welled up in Sun Jie as she approached, saying, "Let us not mourn for a man unworthy of our tears." Yet before she could finish, her words were abruptly cut off as she looked down in disbelief at the knife plunged into her chest. The other end was gripped by Chen Si's hand, her blood-stained face twisted into a grimace. "Do not feign concern before me. Because of you, I became Cheng Hua's secret lover for years. Do you know how much I envied you? The envy of the past now transformed into hatred. Go die, wretched woman." With a forceful push of the knife, Sun Jie staggered back, her body pressed against the wall, her eyes beginning to fade. Finally, she bowed her head and collapsed. "Wife, wife!" Cheng Hua cried out, resembling a frightened mouse, for he could only call out, too terrified to rush forward and check on her. He feared the knife in Chen Si's hand. Xiao Ran shook his head. Chen Si had made a foolish decision. In this apocalyptic world, Zhao Peng's brute strength was evidently far more useful than Cheng Hua's pretty face. Would Cheng Hua be capable of searching for supplies and protecting his family? What a joke. Yet, Xiao Ran merely watched the drama unfold. Chen Si's sudden stabbing of Sun Jie indeed took him by surprise. but he felt no emotional upheaval. After all, to Xiao Ran, even women like Han Yun were merely temporary amusements. Did he harbor any feelings for Sun Jie? Today, he had brought this couple along to settle old scores. If they died, so be it. It would save him the trouble of taking action. Chauncey turned to face Xiao Ran, her expression fierce. If I kill him, the car will be ours, right? She asked Cheng Hua. Yes, Cheng Hua, taken aback, could only nod in agreement. Chauncey then slowly advanced towards Xiao Ran, step by step, her expression chilling, instilling fear in the little boy beside her, who held his breath in terror. Yet at that moment, no one noticed him. Chapter 141. Infighting with Chauncey leading the charge, Cheng Hua followed suit. Killing Xiao Ran and seizing the car would grant them a chance at survival. Onward. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, no longer concealing his abilities. Ouch! Both Cheng Hua and Chauncey simultaneously groaned in pain as they unexpectedly collided with a large stone. Collided with a stone? Inside a house, you claim to have bumped into a stone? Who would believe that? Cheng Hua and Chauncey stared in disbelief at the massive rock before them, their expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost. They even reached out to touch it. Cold and solid, it was indeed a stone. But how could this be? How could a large stone suddenly appear in the house? They exchanged incredulous glances, peering from the stone back at Xiao Ran. Their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. You? Is it you? Cheng Hua was the quicker of the two, tremblingly asking Xiao Ran. Indeed, it is I. With a mere touch, Xiao Ran made the stone vanish into thin air. He settled back leisurely, and before him, a table began to materialize, laden with snacks and a cup of warm milk. Oh, and a handgun as well. This left Cheng Hua and Chauncey utterly dumbfounded. Why you? How is this possible? Cheng Hua shrieked. It felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. This is called supernatural ability. You may refer to it as superpower or extraordinary skill, whichever pleases you. Xiao Ran clarified. Chauncey's eyes sparkled with excitement. You can conjure things out of thin air? Indeed. Xiao Ran nodded, not bothering to explain that these items had long been prepared. He was not a creator of goods, merely a transporter, but did it truly matter? Knowing his secret meant certain death. Those destined to die did not require such detailed understanding. Chauncey was unable to resist the stirrings of her heart and said, How about I follow you? Just take a look at me. I can certainly be considered a beauty, right? Furthermore, I am exceptionally skilled at my work. If you have any doubts, you may inquire with Cheng Hua. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hua's face instantly turned a shade of green. Why did this plot seem so familiar? Was he to be betrayed again? No, after all, Chauncey was not his wife, so what was there to be jealous about? However, she was the mother of his child. If she were to turn around and seek refuge in Xiao Ran's embrace, allowing their son to call Xiao Ran father, he would rather die than endure such a fate. That wretched woman, realizing that her wealthy second-generation partner was of no use to her, and seeing Xiao Ran's extraordinary abilities, she was ready to shift her affections immediately? How despicable! Cheng Hua glared at Chen Si with fiery eyes. Xiao Ran, observing the scene, stoked the flames by suggesting, Kill Cheng Hua, and I shall grant you an opportunity. It once. Chen Si turned around, her fierce gaze fixed upon Cheng Hua. Did she harbor feelings for him? Ha! If she aspired to ascend as Mrs. Cheng, that was certainly true, but to claim she had any genuine affection for Cheng Hua, that was utterly absurd. Could one expect a mistress to have feelings? What she coveted was undoubtedly the wealth of the Cheng family, for once she became Mrs. Cheng, she could frequent high-class gatherings and become the envy of all. The problem was, such aspirations were now unattainable in this apocalyptic world. Thus, possessing Cheng Hua was merely an obsession. After killing Sun Jie, this obsession would be released. Therefore, when Xiao Ran merely suggested it, Chauncey unhesitatingly aimed the gun at Cheng Hua. Of course, the handgun that Xiao Ran had placed on the table also served as a deterrent, its influence being at least 99 in modern times. Who does not fear a gun? Cheng Hua could not help but curse inwardly, yet Chauncey had truly lost her mind. First, she stabbed her husband, then she killed her own wife. Cruel and heartless. Even though he was a man and she a woman, he felt utterly powerless, a chill running down his spine. He dared not strike. What to do? He glanced at the little boy nearby, a flash of inspiration igniting within him. He swiftly stepped forward, scooping the child into his arms and tightening his grip around the boy's neck. loudly declaring, "Don't come any closer, or I will kill him." At this, Chun-Si's expression finally changed. "Let him go," she screamed. "Put down the knife," Chenghua echoed, for the boy's safety was now his lifeline. Chun-Si could hardly believe her ears. "Are you still human? He is your son. And what of it?" Chenghua retorted dismissively. "When it comes to my life, everything else pales in comparison. Hurry, drop the knife." Chen-Si's grip on the knife trembled, and a sudden wave of intense fear washed over her. "Quick, let go of my son. Something's not right with him. Chen-Si, stop trying to trick me. Put down the knife now." Chenghua remained unmoved. Clang! Chun-Si threw the knife aside. Chenghua released the boy, and Chun-Si immediately rushed forward, cradling the child as she sobbed and cried, "Son, my son?" Yet the boy lay limp, unresponsive. Chun-Si's wail pierced the air. Meanwhile, Chenghua stealthily approached the discarded knife, carefully retrieving it, and then quietly advanced towards Chun-Si, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps until he was directly behind her. Raising the knife high, Chun-Si remained oblivious, lost in her grief. Thud! The blade plunged down, blood splattering, and her cries abruptly ceased. Chun-Si turned her head, looking at Chenghua's contorted face, her eyes flashing with resentment. As she coughed up blood, she uttered, "You truly are a beast." With that, she collapsed to the ground, still clutching her son. Chenghua snatched the child from her, kicking her aside. "Return my son, you filthy wretch." However, upon taking the child, he was horrified to find him breathless, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple and black. At that moment, Xiao Ran spoke languidly. "When you held your son hostage and noticed something amiss, if you had performed CPR or revived him, he might still have had a chance." Chenghua stood frozen in place. "So, I have personally caused my son's death? No, it cannot be. I refuse to take the blame." "You? Yes, it is your fault. You knew something was wrong with my son all along. Why did you not warn me? It is you who has killed him." Xiao Ran chuckled lightly. "Your son is not mine. Why should I concern myself with him? By the way, class leader, you truly are something else. Others have killed your wife, and yet you sweet-talk your enemy while turning around to hold your son hostage, killing your lover in the process. Teske, you are indeed a model of a petty villain." Chenghua did not even blush as he retorted loudly, "Everything I have done is out of necessity, all to survive. This is a time of catastrophe. Is what I have done not what anyone would do?" Xiao Ran, do not make it sound so noble. If it were you, you would act just as I have, if not worse. Xiao Ran shook his head. If Zheng Jie were his own flesh and blood, he would be willing to sacrifice his life for his son. But a false son, that was inconsequential. Yet did he really need to argue with such a selfish and self-serving petty villain? "Class leader, thank you for playing along with me for a few days. Now it is time for you to depart this world." Chapter 142. You reap what you sow. Chenghua looked at Xiao Ran incredulously and blurted out, "Did you not just say that as long as Chen-Si and I kill each other, I could follow you?" Xiao Ran laughed. "Is it your ears or your brain that are malfunctioning? I clearly said that to your lover. When did you become included in that? Moreover, I merely said it offhandedly. I did not make a deal with your lover. He took it seriously, but I was just speaking casually. He is not beyond deceit." As Xiao Ran reached for the gun on the table, Chenghua suddenly erupted with astonishing strength, lunging at him. The instinct to survive ignited a formidable courage within him. Then, in an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving only a corpse in the alternate space. The next moment, Xiao Ran tossed Chenghua's lifeless body aside. This family of 5 being interred together seemed rather amusing. Xiao Ran smirked. "Well, after playing with someone else's wife and then killing them, that grievance has finally been avenged." He stepped outside. Yet, to be truthful, of this family of 5, only Chenghua truly met his end at Xiao Ran's hands. He merely fanned the flames. Chenghua and Chen-Si had indeed engaged in an affair and had produced a child. This was not mere fabrication. Was speaking the truth also a crime? However, this method of killing without force, relying solely on words, was rather exhilarating. It required much thought and the right circumstances. For instance, if Chenghua and Chen-Si had not had an affair, or even if they had but without an illegitimate child, the outcome would certainly not have been as it was now. Thus, resorting to cerebral murder was exhausting. Perhaps he should just embrace violence instead. Xiao Ran mused as he reached the base of the building. At that moment, a group of people blocked his path. Xiao Ran felt no surprise. After leaving Zhao Peng's home, he activated his spatial perception. Within a 10-meter radius, every detail was within his grasp. These were the residents of the neighborhood, clearly approaching with ill intent, each wielding weapons such as kitchen knives and hammers. "You must be the owner of that car outside," one man said, appearing to be in his 40s, looking rather refined while wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "And if I am," Xiao Ran countered, "if you are, I would kindly ask you to hand over the car keys." The bespectacled man smiled. "After all, we are civilized people and do not wish to resort to violence. However, if you are unwilling to act civilly, we shall assist you in that regard." In other words, robbery. Xiao Ran laughed. "You truly are a civilized individual, making robbery sound so quaint. However, that robbery requires strength." He surveyed the crowd and stated, "I am a man of principle. If you retreat now, I will spare your lives. But once hostilities begin, all who remain will perish." His final words were spoken with chilling intensity. Instantly, several individuals displayed signs of fear. They had approached to coerce Xiao Ran into surrendering the car keys, merely seeking to venture out for supplies. Their primary goal was survival. Therefore, if they were to lose their lives over a carjacking, what was the point? "What are you afraid of?" the bespectacled man scolded. "He is but one person. How many of us are there? Does he possess a gun? Indeed, without a gun, how could one man confront a multitude? Are you Master Yi or Master Huang? That cannot be guaranteed." Xiao Ran chuckled as he calmly drew a handgun. Instantly, everyone took a step back. "Who does not fear a gun?" The bespectacled man nearly slapped himself, cursing his own bad luck. "Am I cursed? Just as I say he has no gun, he pulls one out and slaps me in the face with it." Fear mingled with embarrassment. Yet, he quickly added, "One gun holds at most 9 bullets. How many of us are here? His bullets will soon run out. Moreover, ask yourselves how many more days your food supplies will last. If we do not take a gamble now, we will starve or thirst to death." With this, those who had hesitated regained some courage. Yet they were no longer inclined to flee. None wished to take that first step forward, fearing they would be the one to catch a bullet. "Come on, it's just one handgun. It's not like it's an assault rifle." The bespectacled man waved his hand, clearly not wishing to be the sacrificial lamb, but rather to incite the crowd to act together, hoping the bullets would not be aimed at him. Xiao Ran smiled. "Very well, you reap what you sow. You seek a melon, and you shall reap a melon. You seek a hammer, and you shall reap a hammer. You seek a machine gun, and you shall reap a machine gun." With that, an assault rifle appeared in Xiao Ran's hands. His strength has now reached a staggering 1,000 pounds, making it effortless for him to lift a machine gun with one hand while holding a long magazine with the other. Resembling the iconic pose of a Terminator, my goodness. The bespectacled man was left utterly dumbfounded. "Do you bear a grudge against me? I merely suggested you had nothing, yet here you are with such a display." But how did Xiao Ran manage this? After all, this is not a magic show where one can prepare props in advance. It is truly bizarre. Yet, more than anything, there is an overwhelming sense of fear. For that is a machine gun. While a handgun may claim the lives of but a few, and with our current heavy attire, it is unlikely to kill even one, the machine gun is a different beast altogether. A mere pull of the trigger unleashes a torrent of bullets, capable of mowing down a multitude. Everyone was paralyzed with shock, their minds blank, utterly incapable of contemplating how Xiao Ran conjured a machine gun from thin air. "Goodbye," Xiao Ran remarked nonchalantly. With that, the gun began to spit fire. Bullets rained down, and chaos erupted as the crowd desperately scrambled to escape. In the midst of this pandemonium, they failed to notice that the machine gun had scarcely hit anyone. Rather, those fleeing seemed to vanish into thin air. Ultimately, dozens were reduced to 7, kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. "Spare us. We did not attack you. Have mercy." These individuals could only plead for their lives. Xiao Ran shook his head. "I said those who left could live, but you did not depart. Although you did not strike, you clearly straddled the fence. If my keys were stolen, you too would relish in the spoils of victory." The faces of the 7 turned ashen, for they had thought just that. "Let us fight," one declared, charging toward Xiao Ran. Without a fight, Xiao Ran would not spare them. However, the moment he moved, he vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. This left the other 6, who were poised to act, utterly stunned. One even wet his pants. Xiao Ren chuckled. Come on, don't just stand there in a daze. But who dared to move? Shaking his head, Xiao Ran switched his weapon to a handgun and fired. Bang! One man's forehead burst open, and he collapsed on the spot. The remaining 5 panicked, scrambling to flee. In that instant, they too vanished. Utilizing his spatial perception, Xiao Ran confirmed that within a 10-meter radius, there were no living souls left. Those who dared to come for the car keys were destined for doom. Xiao Ran had offered them a chance, yet they failed to seize it. After witnessing him employ his spatial abilities, did they still dare to hope for survival? A pipe dream. Chapter 143. Dong Xiaoshan. A warm, comfortable home, most importantly, filled with a bevy of beauties. And a leopard. Xiao Ran rubbed the dog's head, while the leopard lay on the ground, exposing its belly, a testament to its utmost trust and loyalty. After indulging in some affectionate moments with the pooch, Xiao Ran proceeded to take a shower. Having spent a day outdoors, some dirt was inevitable. He would soon engage in training, so it was best to clean up now. After watching a drama with the women, they began to have dinner. The highlight, however, awaited them after the meal. Daily exercises ensure good health. After a night passed, following breakfast, Xiao Ran resembled the husband in a slice-of-life film heading to work, albeit with a rather large entourage of wives bidding him farewell. Every time Xiao Ran departed, Su Qingmei and the others felt a twinge of worry. Their fates were intricately entwined. If one perished, they all would. Xiao Ran started his car, following the predetermined route to collect fuel. He had 4 days left, enough to scour the urban gas stations of Su City. However, if he included rural areas, he would need an additional 40 days to complete the task. Nevertheless, after 4 more days, the fuel in the alternate dimension should suffice for a decade or two. This was still insufficient, but there was no need for haste. At the first gas station, he collected fuel. At the second, he collected fuel. At the third, he collected fuel. Wait, no fuel. Xiao Ran frowned, noticing signs of tampering in the fuel storage area. Thus, it appeared that this gas station had been looted post-apocalypse. Rather than running out of fuel before the disaster struck, another group of fuel thieves had emerged, perhaps from the Chang family or new personnel dispatched by the Hope Camp. If they sought warmth, they would inevitably require fuel for power generation. What could serve as an alternative, but where would one procure it? Fuel is simply more convenient. Continuing to the next gas station, Xiao Ran was dismayed to find it had also been stripped bare. Damn, who is competing with me for fuel? He pressed on, arriving at the 5th gas station. People. He immediately noticed a group bustling around the storage area. Upon detecting Xiao Ran's presence, they approached him. For who could miss the roaring sound of such an off-road vehicle? 3 individuals walked over. Xiao Ran stepped out of the car, the portal of space already ajar, watching the 3 with vigilance. Never underestimate anyone. Hey brother, nice vehicle you have there, said the man in the center, clearly the leader, as he was not engaged in the work like the others. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Nice, so what? Come on. No need to be so uptight, the central man continued to smile. I'm Dong Xiaoshan. What do they call you? Dong Xiaoshan. Xiao Ran's heart stirred, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What a small world. Dong Xiaoshan. Wasn't he the tutor who worked for the Yu family, nearly causing Su Xinran to lose her virtue? Oh, no, he should be referred to as a beast, for some merely appear human. Of course, it was also possible that they merely shared the same name. Xiao Ran inquired. I feel like I've heard that name before. You used to be a teacher, didn't you? Indeed, before the disaster. I ran a tutoring center, Dong Xiaoshan admitted without suspicion. Just as I suspected. A smile crept across Xiao Ran's lips as he scrutinized Dong Xiaoshan. He should be dead. Living would complicate matters. While Xiao Ran had no intention of specifically hunting down Dong Xiaoshan and Yujiaqing for the sake of the Su sisters, encountering him by chance was an opportunity not to be missed. Dong Xiaoshan was also sizing up Xiao Ran, contemplating his options, to forcibly seize or to recruit. Xiao Ran perceived the hesitation and malice in his eyes and chose silence. Pulling out his pistol and giving it a slight shake, Dong Xiaoshan immediately made his decision. Better to recruit him. Losing a few men over a car theft would be a significant loss. Conversely, if Xiao Ran joined him, he would be in control. You're quite brave, brother, daring to venture out alone at a time like this. I can only say that skill breeds courage, Dong Xiaoshan remarked, pretending not to notice Xiao Ran's gun. Are you interested in joining us? Don't be too hasty in refusing. We serve the Yu family. The Yu family? You mean the one from the Qinghong group? Xiao Ran inquired. Old Yu is in desperate need of talent. Especially now. Serving him guarantees you unprecedented pleasures. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. Before the catastrophe, Old Yu established a troupe, and only the most beautiful women could join. They were his personal entertainment or to entertain important clients. I tell you, those who made it into this troupe were stunning enough to be television stars. However, now Old Yu allows us hard workers to visit the troupe once a week as a reward. Brother, are you tempted? Damn, Yu Jiaqing truly knows how to indulge himself. He established a performance troupe for his own amusement and even sends this lackey to scout for female students. What a despicable creature. Xiao Ran's mind raced. Visiting could serve two purposes. First, he could eliminate Yu Jiaqing, and second, they must have accumulated a substantial amount of fuel, ripe for the taking. After all, he was out here to gather fuel. So what difference did it make whether it was a gas station or another location? Intrigued, Xiao Ran nodded, though his intrigue differed slightly from what Dong Xiaoshan assumed. Chapter 144. The hook is set. Dong Xiaoshan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Brother, you've made the right choice. You won't regret it." "I certainly won't, but you will," Xiao Ran smiled, feigning impatience. "Brother, could you tell me more about the troupe? It's so cold. How does Old Yu manage to support so many people?" "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated," Dong Xiaoshan chuckled. Ordinary families cannot cope with such terrible weather. However, within the Qinghong group, there exists a secret entertainment venue. You know how it goes. Such things must be kept under wraps. This secret place is equipped with saunas, KTV rooms, and a plethora of entertainment facilities you could and couldn't possibly imagine. For confidentiality, this venue is not connected to the company's power grid but relies on its own generator. Thus, even with the power outage, our group remains unaffected. Our need to gather fuel is solely to keep the generator operational. Xiao Ran responded with an "oh," realizing that further inquiry clarified everything. This also meant there was no rush to turn hostile. Dong Xiaoshan would naturally take him to the Qinghong Group's secret venue, saving him the trouble of searching. With both parties harboring their own intentions, they maintained a harmonious interaction. After securing the fuel, they proceeded to the next gas station. Such inefficiency, Xiao Ran mused, watching them laboriously transport barrels of oil. He directly transported the oil tank into the other dimension during the oil collection process, showcasing remarkable efficiency and brevity. The Qinghong Group is located within the Qinghong Tower, a 56-story edifice symbolizing the 56 ethnic groups of the nation. It is evident that Yu Jiaqing had the intention of currying favor with the authorities when he constructed this building, although his conscience is undoubtedly tainted. The vehicle parked in the underground garage as they ascended the stairs. The generator solely powered that secret location, unable to supply the entire building due to limitations. Xiao Ran followed Dong Xiaoshan and his entourage to the 18th floor. He could distinctly sense that Dong Xiaoshan's demeanor had cooled considerably since entering the Qinghong Tower. This was hardly surprising. Previously, Dong Xiaoshan had greeted him courteously solely to draw him in, but now that he was present, there was no need for such hospitality. They were after something, either the vehicle or perhaps both. Xiao Ran remained unfazed, elevating his vigilance. His spatial perception was fully operational and capable of continuous use for half an hour. Thus, he felt no qualms about indulging a little. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Dong Xiaoshan removed a large picture frame from the wall, revealing an electronic panel that required a password. He deliberately shielded Xiao Ran's view with his body as he entered 6 digits. 8, 1, 9, 2, 4, 7. Xiao Ran, however, could perceive everything clearly through his spatial awareness. Immediately, a concealed door in the wall opened silently. Inside, dim lights flickered, reminiscent of the atmosphere one encounters in a desolate alley at night. At this juncture, Xiao Ran had no choice but to comply and present the vehicle. Following Dong Xiaoshan into the passageway, he observed as Dong Xiaoshan pressed a button on the wall, causing the hidden door to close. Leaving no trace of its existence outside, as the group advanced, they traversed a lengthy corridor before entering a spacious area that resembled a hotel reception, brightly lit and remarkably expansive. "Wait here. I will fetch the old man," Dong Xiaoshan announced before departing. The others, however, remained behind, casting pitying glances at Xiao Ran. Their expressions and gazes were akin to those one might direct at a fool. A realization struck Xiao Ran. Despite possessing a firearm, Dong Xiaoshan dared to summon Yu Jiaqing, indicating something significant. It couldn't be body armor, as it wouldn't protect the head, leaving only one possibility: supernatural abilities. Could it be that Yu Jiaqing was an ability user? This notion baffled Xiao Ran, as the three ability users he had encountered were all quite young, himself included, and certainly not elderly. Now, a different scenario unfolded. Xiao Ran feigned ignorance and waited silently. After a while, a figure approached. Dong Xiaoshan led a man in his 50s towards him, whose sycophantic demeanor was reminiscent of a puppet. Xiao Ran, upon seeing our esteemed elder you dare remain seated? Dong Xiaoshan bellowed. Do you have no sense of decorum? With the principal now present, Xiao Ran felt no need for pretense. He drew his handgun, exuding an air of unassailable confidence, as if to convey that with a gun in hand, he was the unrivaled champion of the world. This was, of course, a ruse aimed at Yu Jiaqing. Why expend effort and risk when one could simply eliminate an opponent through stealth? Moreover, he was keenly observing Yu Jiaqing. Logically, this old man should be in his 50s, and regardless of meticulous upkeep, one cannot escape the decline of physical faculties. Yet, he appeared vigorous, even agile enough that Dong Xiaoshan had to jog to keep pace. If the old man possessed supernatural abilities, could they be of a physical enhancement nature? Much like that mutated husky? How fortuitous. This could serve a dual purpose. However, vigilance was paramount. Xiao Ran reminded himself never to underestimate any ability user. Even an ordinary person could pose a threat with a firearm. Thus, caution was essential. Though you may be eternally youthful, a single wave can sever the soul, he thought. Upon sighting the gun, Yu Jiaqing remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Young man, put away that weapon. It holds no power over me. I assure you, by the time you decide to pull the trigger, I will have already shattered your bones." This declaration suggested that the old man indeed possessed supernatural abilities, with a high likelihood of being proficient in physical combat. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had prepared an ample supply of kinetic steel bars, stones, and sniper bullets. Even if Yu Jiaqing was a physical abilities user, Xiao Ran was determined to obliterate him. Feigning hesitation, Xiao Ran declared, "You are the enemy of the Su sisters. I shall not spare you." Yu Jiaqing momentarily stunned, then his expression brightened. "You know those two wretches? Where are they now?" The death of his only son was attributed to the Su sisters, fueling his hatred for them. "Since you have killed my son, you should bear me 10 or 20 more." The trap was set. Xiao Ran adopted a righteous facade, shaking his head. "How could I disclose their whereabouts to you? Yu Jiaqing, you caused Su Qingmei to be imprisoned and threatened Su Xinran. I will never let you off the hook." With that, he swiftly aimed his gun. "Humph!" Yu Jiaqing sneered, his figure darting towards Xiao Ran with lightning speed. To an ordinary observer, he appeared like a bolt of lightning. By the time one's nerves registered the movement, he had already closed the distance. However, setting aside Xiao Ran's 4 physical enhancements, his eyesight and reflexes far exceeded those of an ordinary person, and he possessed spatial perception as well. The moment Yu Jiaqing moved, Xiao Ran's mind registered the trajectory of his movement with clarity, even in slow motion. After all, no matter how swift the speed, it could not surpass the rapidity of thought. At that moment, Yu Jiaqing halted abruptly, 3 meters away from Xiao Ran. This scene was utterly bizarre. To an onlooker, it appeared as if Yu Jiaqing had teleported, having been present one moment and in an entirely different location the next. Yet, the strangeness did not end there. Xiao Ran understood that ability users instinctively sensed impending danger, so he had not anticipated Yu Jiaqing would charge directly into the portal, easily dispatching his foe. Instead, every action Yu Jiaqing took was meticulously orchestrated to lead him to this very moment of sudden stop. Transitioning from rapid movement to a complete halt, how long would it take to regain acceleration? Certainly not as fast as his bullets. With a swish, dozens of bullets were silently discharged. True to his nature as an ability user, Yu Jiaqing, despite the bullets traveling at the speed of sound, untraceable by ordinary individuals, could see them. Not only did he perceive them, but he also managed to execute defensive maneuvers, positioning his hands to shield his face and chest while swiftly curling his body. This was to protect his abdomen and groin while preparing his legs to unleash a burst of speed at a moment's notice. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. Following that, dozens of steel bars and several stones were launched. This was merely the first wave, while the second and third waves consisted entirely of kinetic steel bars. With the portal's dimensions at 25 by 25 meters, the area covered by these attacks was substantial. The bullet struck Yu Jiaqing's arms, with only a few penetrating, and even then, failing to reach the bone, merely clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. However, this was merely a distraction. Before Yu Jiaqing could retaliate, the kinetic steel bars had already been unleashed. This was where the true power lay. While the speed of the steel bars could not rival that of bullets, their weight was substantial, and their destructive capability far surpassed that of a single bullet. Moreover, it was not just one bar, but a relentless barrage. He could prepare thousands of these in a single night. The kinetic steel bar struck Yu Jiaqing's arm with a significant impact. For an ordinary person, it would have likely shattered the arm. But Yu Jiaqing, an ability user, merely exhibited an odd dent in his arm without any breaks or gory dismemberment. His defensive capabilities were formidable. Xiao Ran couldn't help but admire him. Were he in Yu Jiaqing's position, that single steel bar would have undoubtedly rendered his arm useless. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With continued volleys, even though Yu Jiaqing was a physical abilities user, after several steel bars struck, both of his arms were brutally smashed and rendered unusable. Blood and flesh in disarray, Yu Jiaqing had no time to scream in pain, for more steel bars were relentlessly barreling toward him. With both arms incapacitated, how could he defend himself? Moreover, the surrounding stones whistled past his ears, accumulating and sealing off any escape route. Now he comprehended that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Xiao Ra, and, as he fell into the trap, he was destined to meet his demise. "Let us speak amicably. I will give you whatever you desire," the old man shouted. Despite his arms being shattered, leaving him in a state of utter disability, his legs remained intact. If only he could catch his breath. He could still eliminate a foe with a single kick. "You crippled my hands? I will take your life." However, Xiao Ran did not cease his assault, even dismissing Yu Jiaqing's pleas. "You speak of two mere women. I have plenty of beauties here. I can offer them all to you." Yu Jiaqing, unwilling to surrender, continued to struggle, yet he could no longer defend himself. A steel bar pierced through his chest, cleanly transfixing him. Fortunately, it missed his heart. Otherwise, even with his abilities, he would have met an untimely end. Upon enduring this harrowing blow, he could no longer restrain the breath he had been holding, and with a suffocating sound, the steel rebars relentlessly pierced into his body. The more rebars that penetrated, the more he found himself immobilized, unable to evade or escape. Death was inevitable. The old man was unwilling to accept his fate. Calamities of nature had not cast him from paradise into hell, for he possessed extraordinary abilities, still standing above the rest of humanity. Furthermore, with the absence of law, there was no need to consider morality. He could unleash the darkness within him without restraint, committing any vile acts without consequence. Who would dare to stop him? No one. Even if someone attempted, his immense power could easily crush them with a single punch or a swift kick. He was disdainful of all. Yet, just as he was beginning to relish his newfound freedom, he found himself facing death. He could not accept this. "No, no, no," he roared, his visage contorted in rage, his eyes ablaze with madness. Suddenly, a steel rebar pierced directly through his mouth, erupting from the back of his skull. Yu Jiaqing's cries abruptly ceased, his gaze quickly fading, pupils dilating. However, as a physical type ability user, his vitality was remarkably tenacious. He still clung to a faint breath, his limbs twitching, and even his severed arm quivered as if he yearned to grasp something. He did not wish to die. He truly did not want to die. For there was too much he cherished. Crucially, he was even ignorant of Xiao Ran's true identity. It was too unjust, too unacceptable. Would Xiao Ran leave behind a future threat? He hadn't even had the chance to gloat before two more bullets were fired. Thud, thud. They struck directly into Yu Jiaqing's eyes, penetrating deep into his brain. His body convulsed violently before finally coming to a halt. Only then did Xiao Ran approach, with a mere press of his hand. The obstacles before him vanished one by one, and then he pressed down on Yu Jiaqing's body. The warm current surged forth. It was done. Chapter 146. Spatial cutting, from Yu Jiaqing's strike to Xiao Ran's counterattack that obliterated him. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere span of seconds. Thus, Dong Xiaoshan and others stood in bewilderment. Their faces still bore cruel smiles, anticipating Xiao Ran's defeat at the hands of Yu Jiaqing, as if his arms and thighs could be effortlessly snapped like brittle cookies. Yet in the blink of an eye, Yu Jiaqing had transformed into a lifeless corpse. No, 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 it must be an illusion. If I close my eyes and then reopen them, surely it will be the same. Their expressions morphed into disbelief, for this was truly inconceivable. Xiao Ran was armed with nothing more than a pistol. How then did these steel rebars and stones come to be? Was this sorcery? An extraordinary ability user. Dong Xiaoshan finally grasped the situation, trembling as he gazed at Xiao Ran. Bang. He immediately knelt down. Xiao Yi is magnificent. Xiao Yi is imposing. I am willing to follow Xiao Yi, to become nothing more than a loyal dog. If Xiao Yi bids me to go east, I would not dare venture west. His forehead pressed firmly to the ground. His body drenched in cold sweat. Key figures: Su Qingmei, Su Xinran. He had a hand in the affairs of the Su sisters. Upon witnessing this, the others could not help but kneel as well. Their bodies quaking in fear in their eyes, Yu Jiaqing was akin to a battle god, capable of bending and breaking steel pipes with his bare hands. Yet, even such a formidable figure had been dispatched by Xiao Ran in mere seconds. What fighting spirit could they possibly muster? Little did they know, Xiao Ran had prepared extensively. Bullets, kinetic rebars, kinetic stones. Thus, Yu Jiaqing had been caught entirely off guard, unaware that Xiao Ran was also an ability user. Lured into striking first, trapped in a situation where he could only passively endure. Had even a single circumstance differed, Yu Jiaqing would not have perished so swiftly. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, bullets immediately pouring forth from thin air. He had locked onto everyone's positions with spatial perception, and thus, the spatial gate merely opened in 3 different directions, sending bullets flying at various angles, resulting in a cacophony of screams as each struck their foreheads, leaving death in their wake. The speed was astonishing. In less than 3 seconds, everyone in the hall lay dead, save for one. Dong Xiaoshan. Xiao Ran reveled in the transformations brought about by his newfound abilities. He turned to Dong Xiaoshan and said, "Please elaborate on this place." Yes, yes. Dong Xiaoshan hastily began his detailed introduction, fearing to displease Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran listened intently. The spatial gate expanded once more, reaching 30 by 30 meters, with the maximum release distance finally extending to 5 meters. Well, at last, there was some improvement, and the limit of spatial perception had increased to 11 meters. Most thrillingly, the sensation of a new ability beginning to awaken grew stronger. Suddenly, Xiao Ran produced an apple and gazed at it intently at first glance. Nothing seemed to change, yet a smile crept across his face. No, it was more akin to ecstasy, as he sliced the apple open. A bizarre sight unfolded. The core appeared to have been removed beforehand, not cut by the knife. Furthermore, even if the knife had touched it, the fact that the entire core had been extracted remained unchanged. This was due to Xiao Ran's newfound ability, allowing him to cause destruction within objects directly. Just like this apple, the exterior remained unscathed, yet the core had been severed from it. He then attempted this new ability on the table. However, it was ineffective. Was the limit merely the tender flesh of an apple? What use was this ability? It was useful, immensely so. For even physical-type ability users, with their tough skins and sinewy muscles, bullets struggled to penetrate. Sniper rounds could only inflict superficial wounds, failing to damage bones. How much more so for a power that could not even cut through wood? But what of a physical-type ability user's brain? Their blood vessels? Could they be equally resilient? Absolutely not. Thus, this ability would serve as a potent weapon against ability users. The crux was that the spatial gate functioned as a passive skill. When facing an ability user, the opponent would receive a warning of impending danger, making it nearly impossible to be caught unaware. Thus far, no ability user had perished by unwittingly colliding with the spatial realm. Within this alternate space, various bullets and kinetic rebars could indeed be unleashed, serving as Xiao Ran's formidable weapon. Yet, what of the future as the strength of ability users escalated? Particularly physical-type users, whose power, speed, and defenses would continue to grow. Would he still be able to strike true? And if so, could his attacks penetrate their defenses? These were pressing concerns. At last, he had arrived at a new ability. Spatial cutting, perhaps it could project up to 5 meters. Yet its power was limited to slicing through apple flesh. While ineffective against muscle or bone, what of blood vessels or the brain? That would be effortlessly achievable. Moreover, the the human brain is exceedingly fragile. Damage to any area poses grave danger, ranging from loss of consciousness to paralysis or even death. Splendid. At long last, I possess an active offensive skill. This could perfectly complement my spatial perception, enabling me to detect foes without turning. Even if the enemy hides behind a wall, I could effortlessly eliminate them. Of course, spatial cutting had its imperfections. First, its range was limited to 5 meters. When confronted with a powerful physical type ability user, he could very well be slain in an instant from a distance. Second, its power was still somewhat lacking. If ability users continued to grow stronger, might their brains and blood vessels also become fortified and more resilient? Thus, I must strive to enhance my abilities, amplifying the power of spatial cutting to ensure I can shatter an ability user's brain, killing them instantly. I wonder how the threat warning from ability users would respond to spatial cutting. Xiao Ran found himself intrigued. The activation of this ability required almost no preparation, taking no longer than 0.1 seconds. Thus, even if the opponent sensed it, how could they possibly defend against it? Regrettably, there were no ability users available for him to test this on. Additionally, the enhancement of his physical form would take 2 or 3 days to fully manifest, and for the time being, the effects would not be immediately apparent. Moreover, the more abilities he absorbed, the smaller the percentage of physical enhancement would become. After absorbing 100 abilities, each subsequent one would yield only a 1 improvement, which was minuscule. Fear not, death is not such a grave matter. I can act swiftly, and you will hardly feel any pain. Xiao Ran chuckled. Dong Xiaoshan wore a look of despair, as if to say, don't speak as if you have experienced death yourself. Chapter 147. Who can withstand it? Xiao Ran had extracted the information he required. And without hesitation, he smashed a stone into Dong Xiaoshan's legs. Dong Xiaoshan cast a glance back at Xiao Ran. Wasn't it supposed to hurt just a little? Oh, I take that back. Xiao Ran nodded. A person like you deserves to suffer and die. In truth, he had contemplated torturing the old scoundrel Yu Jiaqing, but as an ability user, he posed a continuous threat as long as he remained alive, necessitating immediate elimination. Safety first. Venturing forth was for the sake of becoming stronger. But that did not conflict with self-preservation. With Dong Xiaoshan's legs shattered and blood loss severe, without prompt medical attention, he would bleed to death. Thus, there was no need to concern himself. He would simply let him fend for himself. Naturally, he could not simply walk away but continued deeper into the premises. This secret location was vast, and he had only seen this one grand hall. Who knew how many more secrets lay hidden within? As he proceeded, he encountered rooms lining either side, reminiscent of hotel suites, yet much larger. To draw an analogy, these were akin to presidential suites or executive suites, immense in size. Xiao Ran meticulously inspected one of the rooms. In the bathroom, he discovered a peculiar chair, or perhaps it was a bed. What on earth was this? He was initially taken aback, but soon images from the news flashed through his mind. The scene of the police apprehending the suspect. Oh, he suddenly understood. So, Yu Jiaqing had invited his business partners over for leisure, and after selecting their favorites, they engaged in merriment here. TSK. A thought struck Xiao Ran, and he stored this watermill bed into the alternate space. Yes, he recalled what this was called. Has he never seen a pig run after having eaten pork? However, there was no one in these reception rooms, not a single soul. Xiao Ran did not even need to examine closely. Simply by opening the door and sensing the space, he could clearly discern whether anyone was present and where they might be. After traversing the long corridor, he reached 2 rooms at the end. Xiao Ran entered one of them first. It was a spacious office connected to a lounge. Finally, there was someone here. A middle-aged man, appearing quite refined, was comfortably listening to music through headphones, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Ran's entrance. Only when he saw him did he remove the headphones, his expression transforming into one of anger. How dare you intrude into the old master's office without decorum? Due to the headphones? He had completely missed the sounds from outside. Alternatively, the door might have been soundproofed effectively. Xiao Ran glanced at the door, noting that its edges were wrapped in leather, providing formidable sound insulation. He activated his spatial cutting ability, and the middle-aged man immediately let out a shriek, clutching his eye with his right hand, blood oozing through his fingers. One of his eyes was already destroyed. The man, both pained and horrified, quickly realized that this young individual before him was likely also an ability wielder, as he had been closely associated with Yu Jiaqing. Yes, please ask, Please ask, Xiaoran inquired. What is your name? He Yuhang, the middle-aged man replied succinctly, without any unnecessary words. Secretary? Xiaoran asked with a smile. Yes, indeed, He Yuhang nodded. As expected, a secretary must possess the ability to read the room, to curry favor with their superior, and this individual seemed quite adept. Otherwise, why would Yu Jiaqing retain him in this post during the apocalyptic times? You are aware of all the nefarious deeds that Yu Jiaqing has committed, are you not? Xiaoran questioned. He Yuhang hastily replied. I am fully aware. Before Xiaoran could pose another question, He Yuhang began recounting everything as if spilling beans. Listening intently, Xiaoran couldn't help but shake his head. It was no wonder Yu Jiaqing could thrive and expand his influence. It was also clear why he had established such a secretive venue. For he had installed hidden cameras in every room, capturing the compromising moments of those entertaining women. This could be wielded as a tool for coercion and blackmail. Thus, Yu Jiaqing's business continued to flourish. He Yuhang even produced a box full of hard drives, containing years of carefully curated, high-value videos. Xiaoran had no interest in such trivial films. With a mere thought, He Yuhang's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. His neural pathways had been rendered to mush by Xiaoran's ability. However, Xiaoran grimaced slightly. Utilizing this power was exceedingly draining. He estimated that with his current reservoir of abilities, he could use it no more than 10 times consecutively. Just 10 times? Exiting this office, which belonged to Yu Jiaqing, he found it rather unremarkable. In the last room, he pushed open a heavy door, though it presented no challenge for him, and felt as if he had entered the wrong chamber. Inside were 12 women, all clad in yoga attire, engaged in exercise. Xiaoran believed that 2 types of clothing best accentuated a woman's figure, the qipao and yoga wear. However, both required a commendable physique to truly shine. Otherwise, any shortcomings would be magnified. Yet, the 12 women before him exhibited not a single flaw. The noise from his entrance startled them, and they immediately formed a line, kneeling in unison. Welcome, Master. Who could withstand such a greeting? Before the apocalypse, these beauties were Yu Jiaqing's means of entertaining esteemed guests, both potential business partners and influential figures he sought to appease. Hence, these women were essentially high-end escorts. Their clientele comprised the most influential individuals in Sioux City and even beyond. He Yuhang mentioned that none of these beauties were over 25 years old, receiving monthly salaries of up to 100,000 yuan, in addition to frequent gifts of luxury items, yacht outings, and private jet trips, ensnaring them in a web of material desires from which they could not escape. Having become accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, they were now mere canaries in a gilded cage, serving Yu Jiaqing and even gathering intelligence. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, while Yu Jiaqing continued to provide for them, their clientele had dwindled to just him. Dong Xiaoshan's claim that they could still join a dance troupe was nothing but deceit. With Yu Jiaqing's current power, did he still need to win hearts? It was a matter of survival for the compliant and annihilation for the defiant. Xiaoran's gaze swept across the room. While all 12 women were undeniably beautiful, there were distinctions among them. The 2 at the center stood out as the most stunning, possessing the finest figures, the tallest among them. Even with Xiaoran's discerning eye, he had to concede they met the pinnacle of beauty standards, 90, perhaps even 91 points. They must be by Rue, the captain, and Yin Xin, the vice-captain of the dance troupe. A smile crept across Xiaoran's face, and he felt no need to hold back. Even so, Xiaoran decisively withdrew. Of course, he left behind a trove of supplies, including water and food. Not to mention, even Han Yun and Wang Lulu, who were not flawless, had fallen out of his favor. How long had they been locked in the basement before ascending? Enough of that. However, their skills could be imparted to Su Qingmei and the others for their improvement. Beneficial endeavors must be disseminated widely. The women, engrossed in their yoga practice, were completely unaware of the events outside, so he had no need to silence anyone. Upon returning to the hall, he found Dong Xiaoshan had bled out and perished. He stored the corpse in the alternate space, along with Yu Jiaqing's remains, before descending to leave. There were indeed numerous ability wielders outside. Perhaps others had discovered that they could absorb abilities to grow stronger. Hence, while he was continuously becoming more powerful, he must not become complacent. He needed to keep strengthening himself. Damn it, must they push me? How I long to recline, surrounded by beauty every day. Upon returning home, Su Qingmei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They finally had a pillar of support in such extreme weather and a brutal apocalypse. They truly needed someone to rely on. With Xiao Ran around, they felt a sense of security. Otherwise, they would be preoccupied with worries about tomorrow's food and drink, or where to venture next in search of supplies. But now, how leisurely their lives had become. All due to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran chuckled, producing a USB drive and tossing it to Han Yun. This is the learning material I prepared for you. Study it well and practice. There will be assessments. Han Yun received it, and the 9 women were filled with curiosity. Learning material? What would they be studying? They plugged the USB into the TV box, then turned on the television to watch a video. Instantly, their faces flushed. Good heavens, it could be done that way? The 9 women were left agape, even though they were not innocent maidens anymore. They still stared in disbelief. Xiao Ran laughed. From now on, I will establish a tiered system. Those who learn well will receive higher ranks and corresponding benefits. Those who perform poorly, well, if you fail 3 assessments in a row, you will have to leave. He was not raising princesses, but rather, they were akin to the modern-day equivalents found in KTVs. There are no free lunches in this world. The effort you invest is directly proportional to your rewards. History has shown us that communal living is unsustainable. More work yields more returns, less work yields less, and no work yields nothing. If you choose to be passive, I will merely ensure you are fed. Do not expect to be pampered. It is that simple. Xiao Ran needed to ignite everyone's enthusiasm, and introducing a tiered system would naturally kindle a sense of competition, breaking the habit of communal living, allowing him to reap the maximum benefits. This was also dreadfully dull. Otherwise, he would be perpetually preoccupied with work, children's education, and returning home exhausted as if he had been a dog. Even if his wife were as enchanting as Diao Chan, he doubted he would feel any impulse. The 9 women exhibited varying expressions. Some were troubled, some reluctant, but others were visibly enthusiastic. For instance, Lu Cha and Wang Lulu's eyes sparkled, clearly ignited by ambition. Xiao Ran cast a surprised glance at Su Qingmei. While it was not particularly astonishing that she could recognize Dong Xiaoshan, the fact that she could identify Yu Jiaqing, whose mouth and eyes were gruesomely mutilated, was remarkable. Indeed, the hatred ran deep to the bone. It seemed that the saying, even if reduced to ashes, one would still be recognized, was exaggerated, yet it held some truth. What? Su Xinran exclaimed, putting down her hands, suppressing her revulsion as she looked towards the 2 corpses. Yet, she could only recognize Dong Xiaoshan. That villain was someone she could never forget, for he had nearly ruined her sister's life, which was indeed obliterated. Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei turned to Xiao Ran, suddenly bowing in gratitude. Thank you. After finding her sister, her only wish was to see Yu Jiaqing and Dong Xiaoshan brought to justice, but she understood that given the current harsh conditions, it was destined to remain a mere wish. The only feasible outcome was that these 2 perished in the bitter cold. It was apparent that they had been slain by Xiao Ran. Su Xinran had not anticipated this. Her lips moved as she too expressed, "Thank you." The look in her eyes towards Xiao Ran was filled with surprise, gratitude, and an indescribable sentiment. Both women had been compelled by circumstances to submit to Xiao Ran, yet which woman did not harbor a flicker of fantasy? Now that Xiao Ran had brought forth their enemies, what did this signify for them? Xiao Ran had taken their plight to heart, deliberately venturing out to eliminate these 2 villains. What a considerate and heartwarming gesture. How could one not be moved? Women are creatures of sentiment, and with Xiao Ran being the first and only man in their lives, a special bond inherently existed. Now, this wave of goodwill washed over them, breaking down any defenses they had. Xiao Ran did not regard them as mere tools but cherished them. In that moment, both women were overwhelmed with emotion, filled with excitement. This was precisely the effect Xiao Ran desired. In truth, he had merely stumbled upon Dong Xiaoshan. He had not sought out these 2 individuals intentionally. Yet, why should he explain? Gaining their goodwill without any effort was a delightful outcome. Xiao Ran never considered himself a good man. He merely sought the gratitude of the Su sisters, wishing for them to be devoted to him wholeheartedly. He had succeeded. That evening, everyone showcased their learning progress, albeit with varying degrees of improvement. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied, for this was the spirit he sought. Very well, we shall continue our studies tomorrow and strive to enhance our skills, he remarked with a smile. I will give you half a month, and after that, I will conduct a ranking. Oh, not think I am jesting. Those who rank 4th will be assigned to rooms in the basement, Upon hearing this, the 9 women were visibly moved. Xiao Ran was not joking. "Do your best," he smiled. After experiencing the baptism of the song and dance troupe, he felt it was inappropriate to allow the women at home to languish idly now. It seemed the results were promising. Await the harvest. While not expecting to reach the level of the song and dance troupe entirely, at least an 80% proficiency should be attainable. As the night passed, the apocalypse entered its 36th day. In the morning, Xiao Ran brushed his teeth and washed his face, casually glancing out the window, only to be taken aback. It was snowing. To his astonishment, the snowfall was light, but due to the frigid temperatures, it remained unmelting, covering the ground in a blanket of white. Having long since lost his foresight, he was bewildered to witness the snow. Such extreme weather had actually changed. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. After breakfast, he proceeded as planned to collect fuel, preparing for the occupation of the Chang family manor. The day progressed smoothly, with no encounters with other fuel collection teams. However, 2 of the 11 fuel stations on the list were already empty, their supplies harvested by someone else. Xiao Ran was somewhat astonished. It appeared there were indeed many survivors. Moreover, what did collecting fuel imply? It indicated either the need for vehicles or home generators, as long as they did not provoke him. All would remain peaceful. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences, especially Su Xinran, a true scholar. She was dedicated to her studies. If one put in the effort, learning was certainly achievable. Nonetheless, that night, Xiao Ran did not indulge in frivolity but instead led everyone to the rooftop to replenish their supply of energy steel bars. Unfortunately, he lacked the time and energy to sharpen the ends of the steel bars, which would have significantly enhanced their lethality. In the morning, Xiao Ran awoke and gazed out the window. Snowflakes danced in the air. Chapter 150. The Boy on the Bicycle. Additional update 2. It was still snowing. Observing the ground, the snow had accumulated to a foot deep. Although yesterday's snow was light, the continuous snowfall without melting had compounded the layers. Was this snow water toxic? Xiao Ran found himself curious. Hail was indeed toxic, but after more than a month, had the cosmic rays, as previously noted by experts, finally retreated from Earth? Therefore, this snow water might be harmless. The implications of this were monumental. The toxic hail had contaminated all natural water sources. Even without low temperatures, the trees and plants outside would perish, and humanity, along with animals, would be left to seek pure water, risking poisoning and death. Thus, humanity's plight was not only one of hunger but also the grave dilemma of thirst. If the snow water was indeed safe to drink, then one significant obstacle to human survival would be resolved. Of course, in such frigid weather, how to melt the accumulated snow posed another challenge. Eating it directly, he was already on the verge of freezing to death. Why hasten the process? Xiao Ran collected some snow into his alternate space. He would not test it on himself but could use others as subjects. For instance, if someone attempted to rob him, he would force them to consume the snow and observe whether they would succumb to poisoning. The snowfall today was heavier than yesterday. Xiao Ran frowned. If this snow continued to fall, it could lead to problems. Never mind, I shall proceed with fuel collection. He drove away, noting that with the snow now a foot deep, the vehicle encountered significant resistance. Fortunately, this level of fuel consumption was manageable. After more than 20 minutes, Xiao Ran arrived at the first planned fuel station of the day. Time to get to work. The second, third, and fourth stations passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. Xiao Ran had his lunch in the car, rested for a moment, and resumed his tasks. The busyness of today was for the comfort of tomorrow. Thus, he could not afford to be lazy. He arrived at the penultimate station on his list for the day. He spotted a heavy truck. From the Chang family. The model was identical, easily recognizable. Had the Chang family come out to collect fuel again? Was this surprising? Anyone with a modicum of foresight would seize the opportunity while time was still on their side to gather fuel, rather than wait a few months. What would become of the stations then? They would all be empty. At that time, they might have to search the seas for ships specifically transporting oil or LNG vessels. Securing a ship could provide resources for years. Xiao Ran decisively parked and turned off the engine. Chang family members, they could not be spared. He opened the car door, and the cold rush flooded in, invigorating his mind. This state of clarity was excellent. At that moment, the Chang family members also noticed him and began to surround him. Abandoning their tasks, he can actually drive in such weather, one remarked, noting the modified tires. What a prize! It belongs to us. There were 6 of them, armed with hammers and wrenches, clearly intended for prying open fuel tanks. However, one of the truckers stepped down, brandishing a firearm. With a gun in hand, they felt emboldened. Oh, is there a show to watch here? A light laugh echoed, drawing everyone's attention, except for Xiao Rance, as he utilized his spatial awareness. The 7 members of the Chang family displayed expressions of disbelief. What did they see? A youth, riding a bicycle, approached leisurely. The key detail was that he wore only a short-sleeved shirt. Incredible, right? An ability user. Suddenly, all 7 from the Chang family exclaimed simultaneously. The second son of the Chang family was indeed an ability user himself. Even though they had never witnessed Chang Ingxiong wielding his powers, they had certainly heard tales of them. Thus, upon witnessing this unbelievable scene, their instinctive reaction was to conclude that this individual was undoubtedly an ability user. Xiao Ran observed the boy on the bicycle with keen perception. The youth appeared to be no older than 18, perhaps even as young as 16 or 17, yet his gaze emanated a feral intensity, ferocious, brutal, devoid of humanity. While the others merely noted that this boy could brave the cold on a bike, Xiao Ran discerned much more. The wheels of the bicycle did not sink into the snow. It was essential to recognize that the snow was not compacted. Even a person's weight would cause it to sink, let alone a brick. This was undeniably peculiar. Xiao Ran quickly deduced the reason. The boy had left behind a long, icy path as he rode over, clearly utilizing an ability to freeze the snow solidly, preventing the bicycle and his weight from compressing it. However, was it truly wise to employ one's abilities in such a showy manner? Xiao Ran shook his head internally, yet his murderous intent ignited. Oh, you know about ability users? The boy halted, remaining seated on his bike, one foot on the ground, as he smiled and asked, then you must have seen or heard about other ability users. Can you tell me where he is? He randomly pointed at one of them. You, speak. The man hesitated for a moment before responding. Too slow. I'm getting angry. The boy raised his hand, and an ice spear materialized from thin air, shooting towards the previous man, piercing his throat with a sickening sound. The man gasped, blood bubbling from his mouth, and fell to the ground, lifeless. Not slow, merely a second's hesitation. It was evident that this boy relished bloodshed, delighting in the act of killing. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Such a personality was profoundly antisocial and exceedingly dangerous, yet remarkably suited for this apocalyptic world. Regardless of the deluge, I shall act according to my whims, upon the man's demise. The 6 members of the Chang family were utterly taken aback, their expressions a mix of rage and, more predominantly, fear. Xiao Ran, in a moment of fitting irony, shivered slightly. The sole man wielding a firearm immediately aimed at the youth. I warn you. Do not act recklessly, the boy, with a mischievous grin, retorted. Come on, shoot. Aim right here. He pointed to his forehead, his smile exuding a deranged charm that sent chills down the spine. The armed man trembled, his voice quaking. What do you want? Realizing the youth was a fool, he resigned himself. Fine, you can die too. The boy's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling expression that instilled terror. The armed man, gripped by panic, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, a wall of ice materialized before the boy, deflecting all the bullets. Hee hee. The boy laughed again, but it sounded devilish. With a swift motion, he launched 3 ice spikes, piercing the armed man's wrists and abdomen. Blood splattered as the man dropped to his knees, clutching his wound, his face contorted in agony. The boy could have easily killed him but chose to inflict suffering instead. How cruel! How perverse! Chapter 151. Number 9. The boy erupted in laughter. Reveling in the suffering of others, as he spoke, he pointed at another individual. Our second young master is also an ability user. What is his ability? The boy inquired. I don't know. I truly don't. The man hastily explained. You don't know that? What good are you? The boy scoffed, sending another ice spike flying. Thud. The man gasped, blood erupting from his throat as he collapsed, dead. This boy had a capricious temperament, quick to kill yet sometimes relishing in torment, truly bizarre. What is this second young master's name? The boy pointed at the 4th person. Too slow, die, he said casually, launching another ice spike. Thud. The 4th person fell lifeless. The boy hummed a tune, oddly reminiscent of a nursery rhyme. Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa, He finally dismounted his bicycle and approached Xiao Ran and the others. Strangely, while their feet sank into the snow, he did not, making him appear quite tall despite his modest height of around 167 or 168 centimeters. Chang'ing Xiang, Xiao Ran replied. The boy was now 7 meters away, still a bit too far. He considered Xiao Ran and the Chang family as one group, which was unsurprising. However, the 3 members of the Chang family were taken aback upon hearing the name Xiao Ran uttered. How do you know that? Quite eerie. Luckily, the boy was questioning Xiao Ran, not them, which eased their minds slightly as the boy continued forward. A smile that was neither truly joyful nor entirely sinister graced his face, reflecting his unpredictable nature, ready to turn violent at any moment. Fire, Xiao Ran answered. The boy mused. He is fire, and I am ice. It seems we are destined adversaries. He took a couple of steps forward and asked, Where is Chang'er now? Just as Xiao Ran was about to respond, a thought crossed his mind, and the space-cutting ability activated for the first time against an ability user. Suddenly, the boy jerked his head, and one of his eyes appeared to be slashed, shattering and spilling blood. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, instead donning a grotesque smile. You are an ability user. So, you are also one of us. His excitement was palpable. Seemingly unconcerned about his lost eye, Xiao Ran sighed. The cursed crisis warning of ability users. He had blended in well with this ordinary group of 7, and the boy had not detected his anomaly, stepping right into his most favorable attack range. However, the space cutting still managed to inflict damage, albeit not entirely evading it, as it left the boy with a blinded left eye. Yet, Xiao Ran needed a swift kill. This boy was truly deranged. Even with an eye gone, he continued to laugh, to assert his sanity. Who would believe that? Meanwhile, the other 3 were left in shock. Another ability user, and this one seemed more formidable. Having injured the boy right off the bat, they were indeed the true victims here. They had previously contemplated seizing Xiao Ran's vehicle. Had the boy not appeared, would they have already become corpses? Facing 2 formidable foes, what fate awaited them? The crucial point was, they dared not move. Even if they were fully armed, exposed to such frigid conditions, their lungs would suffer irreversible damage in at most 15 minutes, leading to certain death. They typically would retreat to the truck after a short while. Caught in a dilemma, it seemed they were doomed regardless. Xiao Ran paid no heed to the 3, utilizing spatial perception. He could eliminate them at any moment. The boy, tilting his head thoughtfully, then grinned, blood still trickling down his face, a sight both chilling and disconcerting. I am number 9. From Hope Camp. Xiao Ran jolted in surprise. Hope Camp. At that moment, the boy suddenly swung his arms, sending forth a flurry of ice spikes. They flew with incredible speed, exuding a bone-chilling aura. However, as the spikes reached half a meter before Xiao Ran, they inexplicably vanished. What type of ability do you possess? He inquired, genuine curiosity lighting up his face. Guess, Xiao Ran replied with a smile, his mind racing. Hope Camp. He had known there were ability users there, but he never expected to encounter one so soon. This boy, wielding ice abilities, was significantly stronger than Song Hui. Could it be? Xiao Ran pondered. This fellow must have absorbed other abilities indeed. That was the only explanation. But what of the name number 9? He mentally scoffed at the absurdity. Wait, an underground research center. Was this boy perhaps a test subject? Otherwise, why would he go by such a designation? Number 9. Was he the 9th subject among all experiments? Or was he the 9th successful subject? If it were the latter, then this research center surely housed at least 8 other ability users. Quite astonishing, yet equally thrilling for Xiao Ran. If he could capture all the ability users from this research center, how much stronger would he become? Observing the boy revealed that those emerging from this research center, this Hope Camp, were likely as mad as they were powerful. Thus, he need not worry about mistakenly harming the innocent. No, in this society, regardless of whether one is good or evil, if I sense a threat, you shall perish. The boy, number 9, tilted his head at Xiao Ran, stating, Your attack left no trace, while mine inexplicably vanished. Can you control space? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, his face brimming with eagerness. Did I guess right? Did I? He appeared to crave affirmation as if expecting a reward. It was no wonder some claimed the line between genius and madness was razor-thin. This madman had made an astute deduction. Yet, even if he guessed my ability to manipulate space, Could he foresee the barrage of bullets, steel rods, and stones that would soon rain upon him? Chapter 152. The Madman. I guessed it right. I guessed it right. I'm so clever, Number 9 exclaimed. A maniacal grin plastered across his face, his eyes fixed on Xiao Ran, as if expecting praise. What an expression! Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, pondering what kind of research was conducted at that underground facility. And what had happened to this boy? His mind was undoubtedly not right. While the research center may not have been sinister, the very notion of it being underground reeked of illegality and inhumanity. Thus, this boy had likely been driven mad by experimentation. Madmen are the most detestable, unafraid of death or pain. Their logic is unfathomable. Xiao Ran mentally berated him while maintaining a smile. Indeed, you are quite clever. What reward do you desire? I want your life. Number 9 screeched, launching into action. He dashed across the snow, remarkably gliding forward. Upon closer inspection, a smooth ice path appeared beneath his feet, allowing him to gain momentum effortlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice spikes flew toward Xiao Ran from various directions. The boy circled around him, launching spikes from all angles. How could Xiao Ran counter this? With a thought, a pile of stones manifested behind him, forming a sturdy wall, while a portal to another space opened before him. And no matter how many ice spikes he sent my way, I shall absorb them all. This combat style was nothing short of magical. The 3 members of the Chang family watched in awe, their eyes nearly bulging out. This was a battle of gods, yet the true victims were they, as any miscalculated attack could spell doom for them. Humph! Xiao Ran would not merely endure. He finally unleashed the kinetic steel rods from the spatial realm, hurling them toward Number 9. Why not use bullets? Because the boy was not a melee fighter. Even while gliding on ice, his speed was only around 10 meters per second, whereas the kinetic rods soared at over 20 meters per second. Previously, he had battled Song Hui, who also wielded ice abilities and could deflect bullets with ice walls. Number 9 had demonstrated a similar capability. Thus, bullets lacked the kinetic energy necessary to breach his ice walls, necessitating the use of more powerful kinetic rods. Once the boy's ice barrier was destroyed, a single bullet would suffice to resolve this adversary. A cacophony of at least 100 steel bars suddenly materialized, hurtling towards the boy with alarming speed. The boy's pupils constricted in response. In that fleeting moment, the sight was nothing short of spectacular, yet there was no escape for him. Not so swiftly, however. A madman is indeed a madman. The boy inexplicably laughed, raising his hands to conjure a formidable wall of ice before him. As the steel bars struck, they shattered upon impact, sending shards of ice scattering in all directions. Over 100 bars collided simultaneously, reducing the wall to rubble in an instant. The boy retreated, reconstructing a second ice wall as he did so. Yet, under the relentless barrage of kinetic steel, this layer of defense crumbled just as swiftly. Xiao Ran wielded kinetic steel without expending his abilities. As long as he had a supply, he could unleash it with a mere thought. It was akin to having an arsenal at his disposal, where pressing a button would unleash destruction. The boy continued to retreat, and after his 19th ice wall was breached, a hint of anxiety finally flickered across his face. His abilities were depleting at an alarming rate, nearing exhaustion. He could only blame himself. Throughout his journey, he had chosen to show off, creating an icy path for his bicycle to navigate effortlessly, yet this had continuously drained his powers. Even a minute or two of consumption seemed trivial, but the cumulative toll was far from negligible. Had he not been engaged in a fierce battle with Xiaoran, facing another opponent might not have led to such a predicament. Yet, Xiaoran's onslaught was unrelenting and unreasonable, shattering his 19 ice walls and laying siege to him. With a sickening thud, a steel bar pierced the boy's body. A cry of anguish escaped his lips. Initially piercing and shrill, but as it lingered, it morphed into an almost pleasurable sound. Again, come at me, you bastard. Xiaoran shook his head. This underground research facility was undoubtedly conducting illicit human experiments. How else could it drive a mere boy to such madness? Though he thought this, his assault did not waver. The fallen abilities of the boy were precisely the kind he relished. He preferred them motionless, lying in serene stillness, with a flurry of bullets now unleashed. Their lethality would reach its zenith after breaching defenses. Damn it, you're being far too cautious. The boy, designated Number 9, cursed through gritted teeth, he still retained a sliver of strength. Even the steel bar piercing him was a deliberate act on his part. Though it appeared grievous, merely a puncture wound, he had evaded any life-threatening injury. For an ordinary person, such a wound in this context would be fatal, but for him, it was merely a common injury. He had intentionally endured this pain, hoping to trick Xiaoran into believing he had triumphed, prompting him to lower his guard and approach, allowing the boy to retaliate with an ice spear and turn the tide. However, Xiaoran was utterly devoid of such a mindset. What was there to boast about with a corpse? Better dead than alive. Faced with a barrage of bullets directed at his head, would the boy dare to simply endure? Thus, he was forced to utilize his powers once more, encasing his body in a layer of ice to deflect the incoming bullets. Impressive, Xiaoran mused. While a thick ice wall could withstand bullets, the layer the boy had conjured was surprisingly effective as well. This ice was more formidable than the materials used in bulletproof vests. With another volley of steel bars unleashed, he thought if bullets could not breach defenses, then steel bars would continue to rain down. A frenzied glint flashed in the boy's eyes as he suddenly bolted forward. He was not fleeing. Rather, he charged towards Xiaoran. This was evidently a final gambit. A slender boy, a steel bar still embedded in his body. Sprinting through the snow in a short-sleeved shirt, this scene resembled a cinematic spectacle. Truly insane. In the face of such dire circumstances, a rational person would either flee or plead for mercy, yet the boy was not so inclined. He charged at Xiaoran, intent on a desperate struggle that perfectly encapsulated his madness. Yet, Xiaoran was least afraid of such tactics. As the boy rushed forward, his mind was singularly focused on closing the distance to Xiaoran for a final assault. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he was indifferent. Come on, even if you turn me into a pincushion, I will reach you, embrace you, and unleash my final power to freeze you solid. Such a death would surely be exquisite. Ha ha ha. Chapter 153. A bountiful harvest. Boy number 9 lunged at Xiaoran, resembling a wild beast. However, as he approached within 3 meters of Xiaoran, he inexplicably vanished. He had entered an alternate space. Xiaoran's jaw dropped slightly. Was that it? That was shockingly easy. Don't ability users possess crisis alerts? How had he still collided with me? Perhaps it is because the boy had been so grievously wounded, and his powers were nearly depleted. Otherwise, he would never have resorted to such a reckless strategy. In this state, he likely could not heed any warning signs. Or perhaps those alerts had vanished altogether. If it were the latter, then Xiaoran had discovered yet another method to deal with ability users. A war of attrition. Depleting the opponent's powers would allow him to easily ensnare them within the gates of space. Speaking of attrition, who in this world could rival Xiaoran? Theoretically, if he could amass a sufficient supply of bullets and shells, he alone could contend with all other ability users. Of course, that was purely theoretical. Ability users would only grow stronger, while the potency of bullets and firearms would not. Thus, these weapons would gradually become less effective against ability users until they bore no impact whatsoever. For instance, in his previous encounters with Ice-type ability users, he had dispatched Song Hui with merely about 10 waves of attacks, yet, against boy number 9, dozens. Moreover, it was ultimately the boy who had voluntarily entered the gates of space that led to his demise. A thought crossed Xiaoran's mind as he discarded the boy's corpse. He pressed a button, and a warm current surged forth. Delightful. The maximum size of the space gate had expanded to 50 by 50 meters. Yet it still could only open within 5 meters. The latter's enhancement seemed particularly challenging, while spatial perception had extended to 15 meters, and spatial cutting had surged to a distance of 8 meters. It was worth noting that each time he absorbed an ability, the space gate had expanded by 5 meters. This time, it had expanded by 20 meters. What did this signify? Boy number 9 must have absorbed 3 abilities, in addition to his own, thus providing a total of 4 abilities, which accounted for the substantial increase in size of the space gate. This was easily calculable. Of course, both spatial perception and spatial cutting had also seen significant enhancements. Though Xiaoran had yet to fully grasp the proportional improvements of these 2 abilities, he merely recognized their substantial growth without being able to reverse engineer the calculations. Indeed, this boy had slain other ability users, likely absorbing 3 abilities in the process. But what of the others? Number 1, number 2, number 3, and so forth. A sense of urgency washed over Xiaoran, for if number 9 had absorbed 3 abilities, then were numbers 8 and 7 even stronger? What of number 1? This research facility, I must visit it promptly. As ability users grew stronger, the threat posed by bullets and similar weaponry diminished. Thus, it was imperative to act swiftly. Xiaoran turned to face the three members of the Chang family. They trembled in fear. Upon meeting Xiaoran's gaze, their legs gave way, and they fell to their knees. Xiaoran smiled faintly. Why kneel? The Qing dynasty has perished, and I am no devil. Nay, you are far more terrifying than any devil. The Chang family members dared not dispute Xiaoran, exchanging glances before rising to their feet. Their brows were now coated in icy shards, resembling white eyebrows. The Chang family was on the brink of freezing to death. Upon hearing Xiaoran's words, they nodded hastily. Therefore, they all boarded the truck. The vehicle had not been turned off, keeping the interior warm, yet the addition of 4 individuals rendered it exceedingly cramped. Xiaoran retrieved 3 cups of water, offering them to the 3-drink. The water in the cups had been melted from accumulated snow. Previously, while inside the truck, Xiaoran had placed the snow in the cups, and due to the warmth inside, the snow had naturally transformed into water. Would the Chang family dare to drink it? Who knew what it contained? However, if they refused, would Xiaoran spare them? With forlorn expressions, the 3 accepted the water and began to sip cautiously, praying that Xiaoran was indeed not a devil. Though they drank slowly, each cup was soon emptied. Xiaoran clicked his tongue. The previous hail had been toxic, and even melted, it emitted a pungent odor. Thus, to deceive someone into unwittingly consuming poisoned water, one would need to render their sense of smell and taste completely ineffective. However, this snowmelt bore no scent, as he could ascertain with a mere sniff. The fact that the 3 had consumed it indicated there was no discernible foul taste. Furthermore, previously, a mere touch from the toxic hail had caused excruciating pain, and a single sip would have cost them half their lives. Yet, starting from the first sip, the 3 exhibited no unusual reactions. Could it be that the subsequent snowfall was free from toxins? Humanity had finally gained a glimmer of hope. Water, the source of life. Xiaoran did not rush to a conclusion but chose to wait. However, absorbing boy number 9's abilities, which appeared to be 1 but quantitatively represented 4, had a profound impact on Xiaoran. He could distinctly feel his cells rapidly dividing, strengthening. His stamina surged, and the rapid growth brought about a sensation of muscle soreness and itchiness, compelling him to yearn for a confrontation. Additionally, a fiery desire surged within him, leaving him parched and restless. Ultimately, he could conduct further testing later. Moreover, he had prepared ample clean water. He was not compelled to rely on snowmelt. Therefore, whether the snowmelt was toxic or not held little consequence for him. With a mere thought, the 3 members of the Chang family fell lifeless to the ground. Spatial cutting had rendered their brains into a pulpy mass. It was effortless. Xiaoran noted that the previous cutting power was akin to slicing through an apple's flesh, yet now it had nearly doubled, making the task of turning them into mush significantly easier. He estimated he could perform this about 17 or 18 times, and he was quite satisfied with the outcome. Although this time only 1 youth was slain, the gains were astonishingly substantial. Thus, while eliminating formidable ability users poses great danger, the rewards are equally significant. This aligns with the principle of high risk yielding high returns. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Xiaoran proceeded to withdraw the heavy truck as well, intending to strip the Chang family of all means of transportation, confining them within their estate, thereby allowing him to capture them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, should a fish slip through the net, there would always be someone keeping an eye on you, which inevitably leads to a sense of unease. However, his current desires burned intensely, akin to being consumed by an inferno of longing. This time was truly overwhelming. Xiaoran entered his own car and swiftly made his way to the Qinghong building. He had no other reason. It was simply closer. After parking, he hastened to the 18th floor, effortlessly inputting the password, causing the concealed door to swing open. He stepped inside, closed the hidden door behind him, and proceeded directly to the waiting area where Yin Qin and the others were. Chapter 154. Snowfall. Xiaoran finally managed to calm himself. Absorbing the powers of the strong could indeed lead to meteoric rise. Yet the side effects were undeniably severe. He felt as though he were the protagonist of a martial arts novel who had unwittingly ingested a lethal potion. Without the aid of a woman to assist with the antidote, he would have perished. Just moments ago, he genuinely felt as if he might explode. His heart raced beyond 200 beats per minute, and if his blood pressure were measured, it would likely exceed even that figure. It was only due to his status as an ability user that he survived. A normal person experiencing such heart rate or blood pressure would either die or suffer a stroke. Who exactly are you? By Rue inquired. As the leader of the dance troupe, she possessed the highest beauty and the finest physique. Moreover, she was not merely a pretty face. She was talented in both singing and dancing, having undergone professional training rather than merely dabbling in it. Xiao Ran smiled slightly. What do you think? I suspect you, like the old master, are also an ability user, Bai Rue replied. After you left yesterday, we ventured out and discovered a multitude of corpses, with the old master notably absent. We surmised that you must have eliminated everyone. Even the old master couldn't withstand you. You truly are formidable. They were not fools. When mealtime arrived and no one came to summon them, they naturally sensed something was amiss. Upon venturing outside, they quickly grasped the situation. Xiao Ran was somewhat perplexed and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" For upon his arrival that day, the demeanor of the 12 women suggested they were awaiting his favor. Yan Qin interjected, "Of course we are afraid, but regardless of who controls this place, it bears no consequence for us. Men, after all, seek only a modicum of pleasure, and we happen to be able to provide that." This statement held considerable merit. One could observe the fall of a dynasty. With ministers undoubtedly perishing, yet would the brothel industry suffer? Yan Qin and her companions possessed a profound self-awareness, accurately assessing their position. Thus, they harbored no unrealistic aspirations, remaining optimistic that as long as the place was under the dominion of men, they could continue to lead lives free of want. Isn't it just that? Xiao Ran chuckled inwardly, thinking they were somewhat naive. Indeed, these 12 women were all stunning beauties, particularly by Rue and Yan Qin, who were truly exceptional. However, how many men had they served? While a brief dalliance might be acceptable, to take them home, at least he had no such intentions at present. He saw no reason to argue with these women. It was entirely unnecessary. In terms of comfort, this place was vastly superior to the villa, yet he had never considered relocating here. The design was fundamentally flawed. The construction prioritized secrecy, with no regard for insulation, leading to exorbitant fuel consumption to maintain warmth. Fuel was the only resource Xiao Ran had that was not particularly abundant, so he could not afford such extravagance. Furthermore, while this space was large, it was not significantly larger than the villa, and the layout was quite impractical, primarily consisting of beauty pageant areas and chambers of pleasure, rendering it unsuitable for habitation. Another critical flaw was its elevation on the 18th floor. A casual explosion below could result in devastation. Even if this 18-story structure were entirely metal, a fall from such a height would guarantee that everyone would be reduced to mere fragments. Xiao Ran would not place his hopes on others failing to discover this place. One's destiny must be grasped firmly in one's own hands. Resolutely, Xiao Ran decided to depart. Nevertheless, he left behind some supplies. Fair trade was a principle he adhered to, though he was becoming somewhat obsessed. In the apocalypse, peculiar habits were bound to arise. In less than a day, the accumulated snow had reached 2 feet deep. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. If the snowfall continued at this rate, future travel would become exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, the villa only stood 3 stories high. What if this relentless snow inundated the entire structure? Was such a scenario possible? Previously, Xiao Ran would have dismissed it as impossible, but given the current extreme weather, he began to entertain the notion that snow might indeed reach 3 stories high. Upon entering the villa, he first indulged in a hot bath to dispel the chill. By the time he emerged in a bathrobe, it was already 6 in the evening, a typical summer. The sky would still be bright at this hour, but post-apocalypse, everything had changed. The sun had long since vanished, and thick clouds shrouded the sky, rendering the evening exceedingly dim. However, it was evident that the snowfall had intensified. Standing at the window, Xiao Ran gazed outside. Despite the dense fog reducing visibility to less than a meter, he could see countless snowflakes drifting against the window, quickly covering the glass in a blanket of white. It was clear that tomorrow's snow accumulation would reach unprecedented heights. The women were also watching, their expressions equally somber. Truly, one wave had yet to settle before another arose. If this heavy snowfall persisted, would it bury the house entirely? Just imagining such a scenario was terrifying. Sleep. Xiao Ran resolved to cease pondering. After all, it was a futile endeavor. When it rains, one must marry off their daughter, he mused. Believing that worrying would not alter the situation, a night passed, and dawn broke with a hazy light. The first thing Xiao Ran did upon waking was to open the window. A frigid gust of wind rushed in, yet it did not affect him in the slightest. This was due to the spatial door he had affixed to the window, effectively absorbing the icy breeze. Thus, he remained entirely unbothered. The good news was that the snow had not yet reached the window. Still a layer and more below. The bad news was he was on the third floor, and in just one night, the snow had accumulated to a height equivalent to an entire floor. Wasn't he this life-threatening? The crucial issue was that the snowflakes fell like goose feathers, showing no signs of abating. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the second floor was submerged, and the third would follow suit. Damn it, this is a major problem. Xiao Ran's brow furrowed deeply. With the snow reaching such levels, not only was there a risk of the house being submerged, but he was also trapped. Driving out? Impossible, moreover. Before the snow solidified, skiing or using an airboat to escape was hardly practical. After breakfast, Xiao Ran and the women donned their winter gear. What for? To shovel snow. Clearing a path was essential. Even if the snow ultimately buried the villa, he could still escape through the cleared route. When Xiao Ran opened the door, a massive wave of snow surged inward, yet all was absorbed into the spatial realm. Let the work commence. Chapter 155. The Snow Ceases. Preparing to depart on this day, Xiao Ran and his family dedicated themselves to shoveling snow. Even the leopard joined in, using its paws to dig, sending snow flying in all directions. Thankfully, they only needed to clear the area at the entrance, forming a slope to exit. Even if the snow continued to fall and inundate this pathway, it would accumulate far less than elsewhere, allowing Xiao Ran to be among the first to venture out once the snowfall ceased. This villa would likely be abandoned. It had become a basement on the first floor, and with the incessant snowfall, the second floor was in jeopardy as well. The estate of the Chang family awaited. This estate was built on a hillside, granting it some elevation, so as long as the snowfall was not excessive, even if buried, he could simply use fire to melt the snow, allowing the runoff to flow downhill rather than becoming a solid block of ice. But could Xiao Ran afford to use fire to melt the ice now? Not to mention, if he melted the toxic ice hail at the bottom, it would lead to significant trouble. Everything would have to wait until after the snow ceased. Xiao Ran murmured to himself. The heavy snowfall had effectively sealed the city, preventing anyone from venturing out. Thus, Xiao Ran remained at home, not daring to go anywhere. He was confident that in such conditions, no one could venture outside. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Once the snow shoveling concluded, Xiao Ran and his family took showers to warm themselves. Regrettably, although there were 2 bathtubs, they could only accommodate 2 individuals at a time, necessitating a queue for a soak. Xiao Ran longed for a swimming pool, envisioning the beauty of the women gracefully gliding through the water. Surely, the Chang estate had a pool, with the energy he had amassed. Supplying a large estate with full power for a year or 2 would pose no problem. Thus, energy emerged as the primary issue. Did Sioux City possess an oil refinery? If he could directly procure oil from the refinery, efficiency would soar. However, upon consulting the map, he could not help but sigh. There was only a steel mill, no oil refinery. Yet, this heavy snowfall was not without its advantages. It concealed everything, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of retrieving oil, thereby significantly reducing his competition. The next person he encountered attempting to procure oil would undoubtedly be an ability user. Eliminate on sight. The family commenced their dinner, followed by recreational activities in the early morning. Xiao Ran once again pushed open the window, exclaiming in disbelief at the increased snow accumulation. The second floor was now entirely obscured from view. Therefore, today would be another day of snow shoveling. After clearing the snow, the time slipped into the afternoon, leaving them with little to do but play games. Xiao Ran felt a profound sense of lethargy. One could not indulge in hedonistic pleasures without striving for progress. Tomorrow, for sure, as night fell, the snow abruptly ceased its descent. However, the accumulation reached a height of 2.5 stories. Were it not for the dense fog enveloping the surroundings, the entire city would appear shrouded in a blanket of white. At last, the snowfall had come to a halt. Given the frigid temperatures, the snow would solidify overnight, rendering the conditions suitable for venturing out the following day. Where to? East Mountain. The villa was nearly submerged beneath the snow. Though it posed no immediate threat to him, but was Xiao Ran the type to contemplate an escape only when danger loomed? Absolutely not. He would set out tomorrow, first to scout the Chang family estate. That night, Xiaoran refrained from any activity and opted for a sound sleep. Even though his physique was formidable, engaging in physical exertion would not be detrimental. Nevertheless, he chose to exercise caution. A quick inspection of his alternate space revealed an impressive stockpile of over 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition, along with tens of thousands of kinetic steel bars and kinetic stones, in addition to several rockets. Furthermore, he possessed close to 100 ice spikes produced by Youth Number 9. These could serve to mislead other ability users. You think I wield ice powers? Heh, I'm afraid a mere misjudgment might cost you your life. Xiaoran had become quite adept at dealing with situations like that of old 6's shadowy presence. Surviving for a millennium in peace was the true path. Notions of righteousness seemed to stem from an overindulgence in martial arts films. As the night wore on, the outside world was blanketed in a haze of white. Preparations for departure were underway. Chapter 156. Far ahead, the snow at the villa's entrance had been cleared, revealing a slope wide enough for two individuals to walk side by side. While it was not particularly spacious, it sufficed for Xiaoran, who possessed an alternate space. Theoretically, as long as he could exit, he could take anything with him. He could even transport the entire villa, provided he excavated the foundation. The wind had calmed. The snow had ceased, yet the landscape remained a vast expanse of white. Even without the sun, the snow reflected a blinding light, and prolonged exposure would surely impair one's vision. Hence, Xiaoran donned protective goggles. He gazed around, noting that many buildings lay buried beneath the snow, while towering skyscrapers remained unaffected. However, the shops lining the streets had vanished entirely. The fences and gates of the residential community were nowhere to be seen. The view before him was one of unparalleled vastness, with the roads appearing more than twice their usual width. If it were not for the towering buildings, Xiaoran might have believed himself to be in a snowy wasteland. A solitary figure in a conical hat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Such profound solitude. Standing upon this snowy expanse, Xiaoran's first sensation was one of isolation, as though he were the last human in existence. He shook off the chill and deployed the hovercraft. Regrettably, the hovercraft had not been modified. Otherwise, he would have insisted on enhancing the durability of the bottom to prevent wear from prolonged contact with the snow. Nonetheless, the hovercraft should not be too fragile. Xiaoran recalled a film starring Jackie Chan, where a hovercraft was driven onto the road, even engaging in a chase on the streets. Although the snow could not compare in softness to a water surface, it should certainly be more forgiving than concrete or asphalt. After all, freshly fallen snow, even when frozen, should not be as sharp as a blade, and no worries. He still had 9 more hovercrafts at his disposal. Xiaoran boarded the hovercraft and began to maneuver it. Before long, the craft was wobbling along. Under normal circumstances, even if hovercrafts were permitted on the road, Xiaoran's driving skills would undoubtedly lead to numerous obstacles. However, the situation was different now. The roads were exceedingly wide, granting him ample time to correct any misdirection. Furthermore, after undergoing numerous enhancements, his neural reflexes far exceeded those of an average person, and his dexterity and coordination were at an exceptionally high level. Thus, after a few kilometers, the wobbling of the hovercraft diminished significantly, ultimately charting a straight course. Unlike cars, hovercrafts could provide excellent cushioning even in the event of a collision, allowing Xiaoran to boldly increase his speed to 30 miles per hour. While this may still be slower than most electric vehicles, what other mode of transportation could traverse the outside world at this time? Was there any? Moreover, wasn't he 30 miles per hour 50 faster than 20? Was that not sufficient? The straight-line distance from the villa to East Mountain was approximately 60 kilometers, with the actual travel distance exceeding 80 kilometers. However, with the lake frozen and lower buildings completely submerged in snow, Xiaoran could essentially travel in a straight line. His primary concern was not getting lost. The navigation system was no longer functional, so he had to rely solely on his eyesight for navigation, identifying landmarks and reading street signs. But how tall were those signs? With snow depths surpassing 7 meters, what street signs could still be visible? Consequently, determining his location relied entirely on landmarks. Under the dense cloud cover, the sun was obscured from view. Xiaoran drove with utmost caution. For a moment's lapse could lead him astray, perhaps even to West Mountain. This is the Yoshin Overpass. Wuzhong Yongwang. Reaching Taihu Lake, Xiaoran gazed ahead, observing a semicircle of residential buildings. Yet the path forward was entirely blanketed in snow, devoid of anything. This was where Taihu Lake once lay. There was still a small distance to cover. Xiaoran pressed onward. East Mountain resembled a leg extending into Taihu Lake from Sioux City. Flanked by water on both sides, a clear characteristic, as Xiaoran maneuvered the hovercraft onto Taihu Lake. He ensured to keep the land on his right to guarantee he remained on course. This must be it. Xiaoran retrieved his phone, exited the hovercraft, and sought a satellite signal in the sky. A connection was established. He sent a text message. To whom it was sent mattered little, for the Mate 60 satellite message included coordinates. After sending it, he could view the coordinates himself, allowing him to compare them with those of the Chang family estate to ascertain how far he had deviated from his destination. There was approximately a 3-kilometer deviation. Xiaoran tapped his phone, a smile spreading across his face. Far ahead, continuing onward, he piloted the hovercraft onto the island, slowing down to begin his search. The Chang family estate was vast, and he was unlikely to miss it. However, given the current snow depth, aside from the main building, all other areas would likely be covered, necessitating careful observation to avoid overlooking anything that, of course, Xiaoran was prepared to remain outside for 2 to 3 days. Having left a 10-day supply of food and water at the villa, the generator's fuel tank was also full, leaving him free of worries. Found it? Xiaoran halted the hovercraft and looked ahead. A massive sign was embedded in the mountainside, partially obscured by a layer of snow, yet still unmistakable. Most importantly, with the snow ceased, the fog had completely dissipated, and visibility was only limited by light. Qingfeng Garden. This was the largest and most luxurious commercial complex in the East Mountain region, with all residences being villas, each boasting at least a 200-square-meter garden. The entire complex housed nearly 80 families, and the Chang family's villa was the crowning jewel. Xiaoran even suspected that this development was constructed by the Chang family's Baolong group. Otherwise, the size of their villa was utterly extravagant, occupying at least 10 acres with an independent wall encircling it. This should be called an estate. How could a villa be so vast? Of course, Xiaoran had seen all of this from real-time maps. Now, the walls were completely buried in snow, rendering them invisible. Only the upper portions of buildings taller than 3 stories remained above the surface, and even so, these structures still stood at 2 stories high. Hence, these buildings must all be 4 stories or taller. Naturally, East Mountain was elevated, making it difficult to excavate basements, so it was more practical to construct additional stories above ground. Xiaoran stopped the hovercraft from a distance, donned his skis, leaped off the craft, and with the press of a button, the hovercraft vanished. Only about 500 meters remained. Not far. Off he went. He advanced with a degree of clumsiness. Even though he was a novice at skiing, his enhanced physical abilities made the task manageable, and despite the awkwardness of his movements, he steadily pressed forward. Before long, the imposing structure of the Chang family estate came into view. Chapter 157. Entering the Chang family estate, Xiaoran did not charge in recklessly. After all, they had firearms. Although his portal could devour anything, the moment he made a move, the portal would automatically close. While reopening it was merely a thought away. What if, at that precise moment, a bullet were to come flying his way? Though the odds were slim, why take the risk? Xiaoran was indeed capable of action, but he would surely do so under the cover of night. Not to mention the possibility of the fog returning. But even in darkness, he could approach unnoticed, right? The depths of night served as a natural cloak. Moreover, he could observe from a distance. Xiaoran set up a tent at his elevated position, white against the snow, making it virtually invisible. Inside the tent, a stove crackled with warmth, the floor lined with an electric blanket, and 3 heaters powered by batteries provided additional heat. Though this setup consumed considerable energy, what did it matter? Even with temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees, Xiaoran found himself sweating and had to reluctantly turn off 2 of the heaters. He took out his binoculars to survey the area. Within the Chang family estate, shadows flitted about. Yet, beyond that, he could discern little else. Could the Chang family's trucks still be operable? Could they even venture out on foot? That would be absurd. Only someone like Xiaoran, who once had an abundance of money, would purchase multiple hovercrafts. But were others also reincarnated beings? He chuckled at the thought of mass reincarnation, so it was clear that the Chang family was currently trapped and undoubtedly anxious. They supported a considerable number of people, and their daily consumption of food must be substantial. With no means to venture out for supplies, they would inevitably face dire circumstances. However, since they could not step outside, Xiaoran could gather no further intelligence from his observations. He adjusted his binoculars slightly. This was a residential community. He paused, astonished, for he could see not just one household with survivors. Figures occasionally appeared at the windows. How have you managed to survive? Xiaoran found the situation to be utterly astonishing. He was already aware of the circumstances surrounding the Chang family, but what about other households? Did every family possess a substantial stockpile of provisions? It seemed rather implausible. Xiaoran clicked his tongue in wonder. Yet he held no interest in delving deeper into the matter. His current objective was the Chang residence. The vast expanse of white snow reflected light, piercing his eyes with discomfort, even though his physical constitution had been enhanced. His eyes were still somewhat overwhelmed. He set aside the binoculars and retreated entirely into the tent. Being alone was rather dull. Had he known better, he would have chosen to bring a companion along. At least with two people, they could engage in some form of amusement. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoran shook his head. In preparation for today's operation, he had refrained from any activity the previous night. So was he really contemplating such matters now? He decided to rest for a while to rejuvenate his spirits, for there would be actions to undertake later that night. Xiaoran closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Time seemed to drag on, and he certainly couldn't fall asleep. After a brief respite, he took out his phone and began to watch a series. There was no fear of battery depletion. His power bank was more than sufficient. At last, the sky began to darken. Accompanying the night was a thick fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The dense mist had yet to truly dissipate. Xiaoran shook his head. The cloud cover was particularly heavy, and the night was engulfed in darkness. However, with a strong flashlight in hand, one could still venture outside. Yet, combined with such thick fog, even the brightest light would be rendered useless, obscuring all sight. Nonetheless, this provided Xiaoran with a natural cover. The crucial factor, although his vision was impaired, his spatial awareness remained unaffected. He had a firm grasp of everything within a 15-meter radius. Thus, amidst the fog, he felt almost godlike. It was time to move. Having already eaten, Xiaoran was not satiated. Overindulgence could lead to lethargy. A state of 5/10 fullness would suffice, allowing for maximum concentration. Despite the fog enveloping the ground, he had already determined his direction and proceeded forth. After gliding several hundred meters, his spatial awareness finally pinpointed the main structure of the Chang family estate. However, he found himself at a corner. Xiaoran couldn't help but silently commend his fortune. Even though he had locked onto his direction, he had still deviated slightly, and it was merely a matter of a few hundred meters. It illustrated just how challenging it was to maintain a straight path in such an environment. Had the deviation been greater, even his spatial awareness would have been unable to assist him in locating himself. Fortunately, his deviation was minimal. Xiaoran approached a window. Did he still wish to use the front door? Was he a groundhog digging a hole? Even in the stillness of the night, Xiaoran produced a specialized glass-cutting tool. A diamond bit, a few precise cuts, and a gentle push sent the glass tumbling down. Yet it did not crash to the ground. Instead, it was whisked away into the spatial portal. Perfect, he reached inside, gently nudged the window open, and slipped through, closing it silently behind him. He removed his skis and donned a motorcycle helmet, not to obscure his identity, but for added ballistic protection. After all, it served some purpose at such a moment. Xiaoran was more than willing to fortify himself. Even though most people were likely asleep by now, he believed his stealthy approach would go unnoticed. The interior was warm. Xiaoran even took out a thermometer to measure the temperature, 6 degrees. This was far from the comfort of a villa, but considering the size of the building, even a corner room maintaining 6 degrees was quite remarkable. Xiaoran pondered, if a family like the Changs could endure, what about the strength of the state? Surely, they could manage as well. Yet, the current weather was so harsh that the state's power could not be exerted. He couldn't help but feel a chill. He needed to remain low-key, for with his current capabilities, he was entirely incapable of contending with the state. How could Xiaoran defend against a missile strike? True, he could indeed absorb a missile into a different space, but could he remain atop a rooftop, waiting for the missile to arrive? Low-key, low-key. He sought to attain a long-lasting peace. He was not an ambitious person, merely wishing to safeguard his own little patch of land. Thus, how could he possibly stand opposed to the state? Xiaoran dismissed his musings, keeping his spatial awareness active. After absorbing the abilities of Youth No. 9. This power would sustain him for an hour. The room was astonishingly vast. Not a living space, but a gym, equipped with every conceivable exercise apparatus. He stepped out into the corridor, which was shrouded in darkness. Energy was limited and exceedingly precious. Xiao Ran first ventured to the ground floor. From bottom to top, he intended to eliminate all living threats here. To his surprise, every room was unlocked, easily yielding to a twist of the handle. Regardless of the reason, this was convenient for him. Had he forced entry, it would have certainly made noise. Empty, empty, empty. Someone, in the dimly lit room, the lights remained off, cloaked in darkness, yet this posed no issue for Xiao Ran. He observed that the room had evidently been modified, with all furniture removed, replaced instead by rows of beds, 9 in total. Each bed housed a man, and given their poor conditions, they were evidently the Chang family's hired muscle. Why were they all housed together? Clearly, there was a heating supply here, with the temperature hovering around 15 degrees. With a flicker of thought, 9 bullets were simultaneously discharged. Pft, pft, pft. 9 men succumbed to their slumber. Bewildered and unaware, Xiao Ran advanced, pressing a button, and all 9 bodies vanished. He intended to occupy this space, and naturally, he could not leave corpses scattered throughout the rooms. Thus, he planned to handle them all at once afterward. For this reason, he refrained from violently shattering the windows. Replacing a single pane was undoubtedly easier than replacing an entire window. Xiao Ran exited the room and continued his search. Empty, empty, empty. Someone. Here, there was still no furniture. Only more beds. A total of 8 men occupied this space. Without a shred of mercy, 8 bullets were sent forth, and the 8 men met their end in bewilderment. Well, at least it was painless. He pressed on. Xiao Ran discovered a third room with occupants. Here, there were again 8 men. Kill, without arousing any alarm, Xiao Ran had already dispatched 25 individuals. He thoroughly searched the entire ground floor, leaving no living souls behind. Good, now to the second floor. The rooms on the second floor were also all unlocked, with most remaining empty. However, unlike the first floor, the occupied rooms here contained only 1 occupant each, a man. Xiao Ran surmised that the first floor housed the Chang family's lowest-ranking members, thus receiving the worst accommodations, requiring 8 to 9 individuals to share 1 room, whereas the second floor consisted of the older brothers who once followed Chang Baolong, enjoying better conditions with private quarters. Private rooms implied a greater consumption of electricity, which corresponded to fuel usage. The previous individual, what was his name? Zhu something, never mind, that was irrelevant, had mentioned that the Chang family security force numbered 50. These individuals should all be residing on the first floor, so why had he only killed 25? Oh, the Chang family had dispatched them to gather fuel. Having eliminated 2 groups, there were likely others who perished outside or were trapped out there, leaving only 25 men remaining. Additionally, around 15 who had followed Chang Baolong should be on the second floor. Indeed, the men on the second floor appeared quite aged, most over 60 years old. Xiao Ran counted and found he had killed 14. Were there only 14, or had he exceeded that number, with others perhaps not being present on the second floor? Had they stepped out temporarily? This seemed unlikely. Either the second floor housed only 14 men, or if there were more, they must have been summoned upstairs by the Chang family. Continuing, this level was primarily dedicated to fitness. Besides the exercise equipment, there were rooms for table tennis, badminton, and bowling, but each was currently locked. Lights extinguished. Upon reaching the final room, he discovered a standard swimming pool, an indoor pool. How extravagant! He inspected it. The pool was indeed designed for temperature control, but it had evidently been turned off. The energy consumption would be staggering. Furthermore, how precious was water at present? Xiao Ran noted that the water level in the pool was nearly a meter lower than normal, indicating that the Chang family likely utilized it as drinking water. Truly, it was a case of misfortune begetting fortune. Xiao Ran couldn't help but marvel at how affluent families had ample reserves. Even in the face of natural disasters, they were far more fortunate than ordinary households, as they often found themselves unexpectedly prepared. Typically, ordinary families would stockpile food but not water. Even if they did, it would hardly be in large quantities. Yet, the Changs had a pool, an indoor one at that, effectively eliminating the risk of contamination, swiftly resolving their drinking water issues. Xiao Ran nodded. Fortunately, over the past few days, he had collected a significant amount of energy, enough to supply a swimming pool. Not a challenge. After all, Who could resist the thought of observing captivating women in swimsuits frolicking in the water? Men do have their simple pleasures. To the fourth floor he went. Upon entering the first room, he found a spacious media room. While it couldn't compare to a cinema, accommodating around 15 people was certainly feasible. The chairs were luxurious leather sofas, and the sound system was top-notch. After all, Xiao Ran had heard of the brand even as a layman. If even a novice was familiar with it, surely it was of superior quality? Yes, indeed. The conditions here were far superior to those of his own villa. Xiao Ran's standards for villa renovation were centered on safety, warmth, and durability. While the warmth and sturdiness of this place remained to be seen, from a comfort standpoint, it undoubtedly surpassed his own abode. He stepped back and continued his inspection. Upon entering the second room, he felt as though he had suddenly crossed into a secret locale reminiscent of the Qinghong building. The decor and ambience exuded an air of decadence. Except for one detail, there were no rows of beautiful women standing in formation. Naturally, residing in such a place, how could the Chang family not have a bevy of beauties at their service? All mind, well, this could be overlooked. As he continued his search, he discovered that the entire fourth floor was occupied solely by women. All sharing a common trait. They were youthful, beautiful, and possessed enviable figures. Clearly, they were the canaries nurtured by the Chang family, though there were only 4 of them. Xiao Ran refrained from taking action. If he were to absorb Chang Yingxiong's extraordinary abilities, he would still need to rely on these women to relieve his urges. After all, he could simply don a raincoat, just as he had done when alleviating such urges in the Qingqing building. This exemplified the distinction between cultivated flowers and wild blooms. Subsequently, Xiao Ran ascended to the 5th floor. The highest level of the building, it was entirely comprised of suites, each astonishingly spacious, with bathrooms exceeding 100 square meters, larger than many entire apartments. However, the doors were locked. Tio forced them open. After a moment's contemplation, he employed his spatial slicing ability. While this power was ineffective against metal, it still possessed a modicum of force. Moreover, Xiao Ran could discern the structure of the lock through spatial perception, allowing him to gently manipulate it and unlock the door. It was a traditional lock. Had it been electronic, he would have been compelled to resort to brute force. Upon entering, he swiftly identified 3 individuals in the bedroom. 1 man and 2 women, 1 older and 2 younger. Thus, the older man must undoubtedly be Chang Baolong, with the 2 younger women being the canaries. No wonder there were only 4 on the 4th floor. The others had been summoned for the night. Xiao Ran chose not to act but instead retreated silently. The 5th floor was likely home to Chang Baolong, his 2 sons, and grandchildren. With Chang Shuli having perished in the police station, there should be a total of 7 individuals. Chang Baolong, his 2 sons, along with 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. And there were also the wives of Chang Yingxiong and the others, adding 2 more to the count. And we mustn't forget the beautiful women summoned for the night. How many would that entail? It was difficult to ascertain. First, he must eliminate Chang Yingxiong. Chapter 159. A surprise attack on Chang Yingxiong now. All of Chang's henchmen had been dealt with by Xiao Ran, leaving only the female relatives and the immediate family of the Chang clan. The only true threat to Xiao Ran was Chang Yingxiong. Therefore, he needed to confront this vice president first. With Chang Yingxiong out of the way, the rest would be inconsequential. What did Vice President Chang look like? Xiao Ran vaguely recalled. As this individual had made the news, Tio say that Chang Baolong had 2 sons. The eldest should be in his 50s, while the second, Chang Yingxiong, was also around the same age. Making him relatively easy to find, he entered the second room, employing spatial slicing to open the door. Indeed, he was quite clever. Inside the room, he found 3 individuals asleep once more. 1 man and 2 women. The man, in his 50s, was likely Chang Baolong's eldest son, while one of the women appeared to be in her 50s as well, and the other in her 20s. Hence, the older woman was the first wife of the eldest son, while the young girl was likely summoned for the night. How scandalous to have the first wife and the mistress lying together. Such a situation was rather mind-boggling. Xiao Ran once again refrained from taking action and quietly retreated. Logically, the third room should belong to Chang Yingxiong. Following the same method, Xiao Ran opened the door and stealthily slipped inside. He didn't even need to enter the bedroom to ascertain that only one person occupied the bed, a man in his 40s. Chang Yingxiong. There was no mistaking it. This man was so disciplined. While his father and brother indulged in the company of women, he remained solitary. Wait. Xiao Ran noticed that Chang Yingxiong's heart rate, which had been steady, suddenly quickened. and he exuded an intense heat. He was awake. Extraordinary. The sensitivity of an ability user was remarkable. Xiao Ran had not emitted a single sound. No, it was more likely that Chang Yingxiong had awakened due to a crisis alert, though he was unaware of the circumstances, even of the intruder's presence. Thus, Xiao Ran could still lay in ambush. He paused, concealing himself behind the sofa, waiting for Chang Yingxiong to emerge. Sure enough, merely a second later, the lights flickered on. Through spatial perception, Xiao Ran, though unable to see Chang Yingxiong, could clearly discern his every movement. The other man emerged from the bedroom, draped in a bathrobe, as the second son of the Chang family and an ability user. He was, in fact, the cornerstone of the family's power. Therefore, his room was particularly well heated, maintaining a temperature of over 20 degrees. What did it matter if it consumed electricity? Such concerns were for those in lower positions to ponder. After the apocalypse, he had suddenly developed this peculiar sensitivity. He had tested it. Even when someone pointed a gun at him from behind, he could sense it. Despite not being able to see it, was as if he possessed a premonition. Thus, even though he was oblivious to the current situation, he remained cautious. Stepping out of the bedroom, he scanned the room. It was eerily quiet, not at all resembling a scene of chaos. Suddenly, 3 ice spikes shot toward him silently. The crisis alert saved his life once more. Chang Yingxiong let out a fierce shout, spun around, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed a fireball. The fireball's temperature was extraordinarily high. The 3 ice spikes melted instantly into water. And although some still struck Chang Yingxiong, they inflicted no harm, merely splattering him with water. Xiao Ran sighed inwardly. It was indeed challenging to eliminate an ability user. He needed to change his approach. The spatial portal could now open up to 5 meters away, allowing for any angle. So when Chang Yingxiong rapidly turned again, he released another fireball. With a resounding boom, the fireball traveled a few meters before dissipating, once more melting the 3 ice spikes. Damn it! Wasn't that boy number 9 supposed to have absorbed several abilities? Why were the ice spikes he launched so feeble? Chang Yingxiong surely hadn't he absorbed any abilities himself. Hence, the power of his ice spikes was woefully inadequate. Did that boy hold back during the initial attack? After all, he was not a fire user, so there was no need to pursue the coldness of the ice spikes. Instead, he likely treated them as piercing weapons, deliberately controlling their temperature to avoid exhausting too much of his ability. This showcased his formidable combat acumen, as no one possessed an endless reservoir of abilities. However, this also resulted in the inferior quality of the ice spikes Xiao Ran received. Who was it? Who was attacking me? Chang Yingxiong bellowed, his face betraying surprise and anxiety. He had believed himself to be the sole fortunate individual endowed with extraordinary powers. And now, strange ice spikes were shooting at him from various angles, yet the assailant remained unseen, leaving him bewildered, astonished, and terrified. But he quickly realized that another person with similar abilities had arrived. Was there ability ice? But why could he not see them? The latest attack was a combination of ice spikes and bullets. Having already unleashed 2 ice spike assaults, he believed he had conditioned Chang Yingxiong into thinking he was an ice ability user, prompting him to respond with his usual tactics, which would only lead to his demise. As expected, Chang Yingxiong retaliated with a fireball. But he immediately felt a surge of dread as he noticed black flames, resembling molten lava, flowing from his forehead, aimed directly at the fireball. Xiao Ran's vision could not capture the trajectory of the bullet, but his spatial perception clearly detected that the bullet melted upon contact with the black flames at an astonishing speed. What the hell? Bullets are made of metal, and their velocity is remarkable. How could he melt it so quickly? However, while Xiao Ran merely found it amusing, Chang Yingxiong was horrified. His fire ability had 2 offensive methods. The first was to launch fireballs with a temperature of several hundred degrees, capable of traveling up to 5 meters before extinguishing. The second was a fiery breath, effective only at a distance of half a meter, but reaching temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees. This ability operated automatically under extreme stress or excitement, which explained why he had no women around him. He had accidentally incinerated several in the past. This last ability was incredibly potent for self-preservation, capable of incinerating almost any attack, but it consumed an immense amount of energy. After just one use, he was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained. What terrified him most was that to this day, he had no inkling of where his assailant was. How could he retaliate when he didn't even know where the attack was coming from? Suddenly, a dozen steel rods appeared, silently shooting toward Chang Yingxiang. Chapter 160. The Chang family's misdeed steel rods were on the offensive. Though their speed was not comparable to bullets, they still traveled at approximately 20 meters per second, far too swift for Chang Yingxiang to evade. He was merely a physically enhanced individual. Even Xiao Ran, having acquired 9 abilities, could barely reach a maximum speed of 20 meters per second, unless the ability focused solely on physical enhancement. The mutant dog, even in its primal form, far exceeded that speed. What could he do? What could be done but to confront them head-on? Grinding his teeth, Chang Yingxiang relied on his crisis alert to dodge as much as possible. Then, he unleashed his black flame ability with all his might as the steel rods approached. Their tips visibly melted, transforming into molten iron that splattered down in a life-or-death situation. He exceeded his limits, manifesting 5 points of black flame simultaneously, melting 5 steel rods, while the rest fell harmlessly to the ground. Yet, one final rod breached Chang Yingxiang's defenses, piercing through his body in response to the crisis alert. The steel rod that struck him was relatively less harmful, merely puncturing his left shoulder without hitting any vital areas. Just then, the door was kicked open, and several individuals rushed in. Old and young, men and women. These were the other members of the Chang family, including several women summoned for the night. Second son, despite being over 70, Chang Baolong still retained a vigorous spirit, moving with surprising agility. Clearly, he had not neglected his fitness routine. After all, how else could he still have the energy to embrace 2 women at night? They were all taken aback, for in their eyes, Chang Yingxiang was an invincible being. Now, what about the present? He is truly unfortunate, having been brutally pierced by a steel rebar. Then, their gazes fixated on Xiao Ran. For from their vantage point, they could clearly see him hiding behind the sofa. Without hesitation, Chang Baolong raised the gun in his hand, aiming it at Xiao Ran. Why aren't you helping the second one? Shoot this bastard dead. They had rushed out in haste upon hearing the commotion, yet in these times, who isn't cautious, as if facing a formidable adversary? Hence, even the few accompanying beauties each wielded a firearm. Although somewhat hesitant, each of them raised their guns, all targeting Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran swiftly changed his position and adjusted the spatial door, effectively separating him from Chang Yingxiang, Chang Baolong, and the others. With the current size that the spatial door could open, as long as he wasn't attacked from both sides, he could completely shield himself. Being attacked from both sides was still perilous. After all, despite Xiao Ran's body being equivalent to 9 enhancements, it was still far from being able to withstand bullets. A strike from Chang Yingxiang's fireball would likely be quite a challenge. This was the drawback of being a spatial ability user. At least for now, he lacked formidable life-preserving capabilities. Humans, after all, are never easily satisfied. What is unattainable is often deemed the most desirable. With a flick of his thought, Xiao Ran's spatial perception had already captured everyone's locations in his mind. Whoosh, 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 bullets shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. Chang Baolong and the others didn't even utter a sound before all fell, struck in the forehead, meeting their untimely demise. This included several strikingly beautiful women. What of beauty? When one aims a gun at oneself and is prepared to pull the trigger, that person is an enemy. Show mercy to an enemy? Foolishness. Xiao Ran never denied his lasciviousness, but in such an apocalyptic world, life certainly takes precedence, with enjoyment coming afterward. Whoosh, 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 several more steel rebars flew out, targeting Chang Yingxiang. He had not forgotten his primary objective for this venture and would not grant the other party a moment's respite. Faced with this onslaught, Chang Yingxiang was already powerless to counter. His abilities had been completely exhausted. He wore a wretched smile, asking, "Who on earth are you?" "Why?" Biffed, biffed, biffed. He had been pierced by several steel rebars, yet he seemed oblivious, merely staring at Xiao Ran, refusing to close his eyes in death. Xiao Ran approached, pressed a hand down, and warmth surged forth. He knew his abilities had been acquired. Altering his standing, the maximum size of the spatial door increased by another 5 meters, although the casting range remained at 5 meters. His spatial perception extended by 1 meter, now fully encompassing a radius of 16 meters, while the limit for spatial cutting reached 9 meters. The aftereffects of absorbing abilities had yet to manifest. So he didn't rush to the 4th floor, but instead scoured the 5th floor thoroughly. No living souls were found. However, he did discover a pile of USB drives. Upon opening them, he found various types of content, including footage of the Chung family coercing demolition residents under the guise of land requisition, with the most egregious being a husband forced to witness his wife being abused, ultimately signing the agreement in humiliation. There were also recordings of bribery, offering money and women, as well as instances where the Chung family coerced women for their own pleasure. Lastly, there were videos of the Chung family executing their enemies in secret chambers, ruthlessly torturing them to death. This was done before the apocalypse. This family truly deserves condemnation. Every member's hands are drenched in blood, stained with countless lives lost. Xiao Ran felt regret. He should not have allowed them to die so swiftly. Yet at that moment, he had undoubtedly prioritized safety, every bullet striking precisely into the brains of those individuals. Who could have anticipated seeing these videos now? He understood that the rise of the nouveau riche would never be clean. Their hands stained with blood, especially for a family like the Changs, who had washed themselves clean and ascended. They must have committed heinous acts, but seeing these videos was still a shock to his worldview. It turns out, people can be so malevolent. What about after the apocalypse? The Chung family would have no qualms, their misdeeds magnified tenfold, 100-fold. However, within this community, the majority of the residents in other villas were still alive. Which was perplexing. Dio rabbits not eat the grass near their burrows. How could that be possible? So why didn't the Chung family take action against these individuals? Xiao Ran found it strange. But this doubt was fleeting. His body began to feel increasingly heated. The side effects had arrived. Xiao Ran proceeded to the 4th floor, awakening the remaining 4 beauties. He needn't say much. The 4 women eagerly approached him. Clearly accustomed to catering to men, much like Yin Qin and Bai Rui from Qinghong Building. Xiao Ran dressed and rose, surveying the vast building once more. This was both a precaution to avoid any overlooked threats and a means to familiarize himself with the architecture. For he intended to make some renovations. Unbeknownst to him, the long night had finally passed. Chapter 161. Moving, Extra 1. A new day dawned. Each time dawn broke, the thick fog dissipated like a retreating tide. And after the heavy snow, not a trace of mist was visible during the day, with visibility notably high. This marked the 42nd day of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran had been busy throughout the night but remained invigorated. After absorbing his abilities, he felt as if he had been rejuvenated, brimming with energy. Going a night without sleep was a trivial matter. He had fully grasped the layout of the estate, and the next step was to make adjustments. Certain aspects he found displeasing had to be removed, such as the beauty pageant hall. Was he that kind of person? From a defensive standpoint, this estate was far inferior to the villas, forget explosives. Even with a hammer, one could easily break a window and gain entry. However, the insulation was genuinely commendable. It had excellent thermal barriers, and with both air conditioning and underfloor heating, not to mention a fireplace. It was indeed impeccable for warmth. Moreover, there were ample entertainment and sports facilities. The only drawback was the insufficient security. Xiao Ran pondered. Given the current freezing temperatures and the estate's secluded location, the likelihood of someone approaching was minimal. Thus, a lack of strong defense was not entirely unacceptable. Was he afraid of Hope Base? First, he had his sights set on Hope Camp as well. It was much closer to the Western Mountain from here than from Jufu Community or Qinghong Building, which would take 2 to 3 hours. Second, would Hope Camp come here? There was a possibility, but they had already been searching throughout the city. Hadn't Xiao Ran encountered the likes of young Master No. 9 and Wamingli? This indicated that living far away still posed a chance of running into them. Moreover, both the Chung family and numerous residents from various communities were still alive, suggesting that Hope Camp had yet to pay attention to this area. Third, given the deep snow accumulation, cars were certainly out of the question. Thus, despite the direct distance to the Western Mountain being only about 10 kilometers, it wouldn't be easy to reach. The Taihu Lake area had no landmarks, making it easy to lose direction and become disoriented. Additionally, he could not reinforce the main structure of the houses, but there was still a vast estate available for renovation. For instance, he could deploy the landmines he had obtained from the military camp. Setting them around, anyone daring to sneak in would be blown to smithereens. Furthermore, he could install machine guns in various rooms. If he could link them with infrared detection for automatic aiming and shooting, wouldn't that effectively enhance security? Of course, how to integrate infrared monitoring with automatic shooting was beyond Xiao Ran's current expertise. He wasn't a specialist in automation or mechanics. Perhaps he should keep an eye out for relevant talents in the future. As for materials, he had plenty in his spatial realm. However, Xiao Ran glanced towards the nearby villas, perplexed as to why so many people were still alive. He was not anti-humanity, nor did he wish for others to perish. He was simply curious. How could the Chung family allow these individuals to exist? Previously, it could be overlooked, but in the apocalypse, why hadn't they looted or enslaved them? Could there be ability users among them? Xiao Ran speculated that perhaps ability users mutually deterred one another, causing everyone to refrain from recklessness. But that didn't seem right. Judging by Chang Yingxiong's reaction, he had clearly never encountered another ability user, believing himself to be the only one in existence. Therefore, his earlier assumption could not hold. What, then, could explain this? Xiao Ran racked his brain but could not conceive another possibility. Should he personally investigate? He tapped the table. Ultimately dismissing that idea, it would be prudent to observe for a few days. Moreover, as long as others did not provoke him, he had no intention of bothering with them. Look, there were thousands of neighbors in the community. Had any of them approached Xiao Ran before? He was actually quite reasonable. After a while, the 4 women from last night finally sensed something amiss and ventured out to search for people. Xiao Ran merely informed them that this place now belonged to him. You may leave. I won't stop you, he said lightly. Could the 4 women possibly leave? The snow outside was higher than 2 stories. And no matter how thickly they dressed, being outside for even a short while would result in death. Thus, no one would be that foolish. Furthermore, they had originally traded their bodies for a comfortable life. Did it really matter to whom they sold themselves? In comparison, Xiao Ran was not only young but also somewhat handsome, with a robust physique, as they had all experienced the previous night. Without hesitation, they decided to remain, as long as Xiao Ran was willing to support them. For the time being, Xiao Ran indeed planned to support them, but he had other intentions. Everything that transpired at the Chung family estate last night was done quietly, and given the weather, no one could venture outside. Therefore, even though this was technically a community, not a single household had noticed anything unusual. The Chung family estate had changed hands. Aside from the 4 women within the estate, they too were rather confused. How could so many members of the Chung family vanish all at once? However, in this freezing weather, no one came out. After a day of vigilance, Xiao Ran discovered nothing. So in the evening, Xiao Ran ascended the stairs alone to retire for the night. One must always be vigilant. Caution ensures a long-lasting journey. The following day, the fog dissipated, yet the sky remained overcast. Xiao Ran hurried outside to retrieve the hovercraft, bringing it back for the 4 women to board. He resolved to transform this estate into a new home, though it was evident that these 4 women were unworthy of residing here. Where could he take them instead? The Qingheng building. Did the 4 women have the right to refuse? In truth, they were reluctant to move. Having spent a considerable time in one place naturally fosters attachment. And moreover, this location was exceedingly comfortable with such splendid conditions. Why would they wish to leave? Yet, how could they oppose Xiao Ran? Setting aside the matter of food and water, without his provision, would they not face dire consequences? Let us depart. Fortunately, the hovercraft's cabin was sufficiently spacious, accommodating all 9 women without discomfort. Thus, Xiao Ran resumed his role as the driver, and after approximately 3 hours, they finally arrived at the Chung family mansion. Well, from this moment forth, it shall be known as the Xiao family mansion. Upon entering the estate and discovering that its conditions surpassed those of the villa, the women were filled with elation. Although the villa was pleasant, it was rather small, particularly for the leopard, who bounded joyfully through the rooms, exuberant beyond measure. Xiao Ran smiled. Ever since the underground garage had collapsed, the leopard had been confined at home for many days, nearly driven to despair, but now, with this newfound space, it was invigorated. Wow, there's even a private cinema, a badminton court, a yoga room, and a swimming pool. The women continuously exclaimed in excitement. Xiao Ran chuckled. From a perspective of enjoyment, this place was indeed vastly superior. The energy consumption was considerable. The villa was modest in size, but here, thankfully, heating could be managed with a wood-burning fireplace, a significant source of consumption, and Xiao Ran's stock of firewood was not ordinary. Therefore, the only necessities that required fuel were for lighting and some entertainment and fitness facilities, such as the private cinema and treadmill, which did not consume excessively. After a rough estimate, Xiao Ran concluded that the fuel in his possession could last at least 3 years, allowing him to address the fuel issue with ease. Does anyone here understand mechanical automation or electronic information? Xiao Ran inquired of the 9 women. Chapter 162. Proper arrangements. Han Yun and Yu Nuantong were both educators. Albeit in the humanities, that Su Qingmei was apprehended during her university studies, having pursued law, thus her education, even upon completion, would be of little assistance. Su Xinran and Zhou Junsu also favored the humanities. It seemed as though women had a particular affinity for liberal arts. Jiang Yuning was no exception, working in administration and public relations, far removed from mechanical automation or information engineering. Wang Lulu, apologies, she was supported financially from her freshman year and dropped out in her sophomore year. Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei were both science students. However, their fields did not align with Xiao Ran's requirements. Therefore, when Xiao Ran posed his question, all 9 women shook their heads. Xiao Ran, naturally disappointed, could only assign them a simple task, to reinforce the doors and windows. He had a fundamental expectation. Should anyone truly intrude upon their home, he would at least be alerted, rather than waiting until danger was upon him, relying solely on crisis awareness to react. He was accustomed to having everything under his control. He retrieved a substantial quantity of iron plates, screws, nails, and necessary tools, instructing the 9 women to get to work. They could not afford to languish idly every day. The women displayed no complaints, as they too resided here, and it was for their own safety. After a short while, dusk fell. Thus, they first had dinner. Following the meal, Xiao Ran proceeded to the swimming pool. He had filled and heated the pool before departing that morning, so now the water was pleasantly warm, perfect for swimming or soaking. A delightful prospect he had long anticipated. A night passed. Early the next morning, the 9 women resumed their task of fortifying the doors and windows, while Xiao Ran set off in the hovercraft. He had been unable to complete the task the previous day. Today, he needed to relocate the individuals from the Qinghang building to the villa. The villa, with its 4 stories, could comfortably accommodate 16 individuals, which did not constitute overcrowding. Xiao Ran did not wish to abandon the villa. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, it would serve as his fallback. A modest villa that housed merely 16 people was, of course, a trivial expense for Xiao Ran. Bai Rui and the others were initially resistant, but upon arriving at the villa, they found it vastly superior to the Qinghang building. Not only was the heating better, but there was also the luxury of bathing. Furthermore, it felt much cozier, evoking a sense of home that made them feel human. Once they were settled, Xiao Ran left behind a generous supply of food and water, sufficient for them to last half a month, and hastened to leave while there was still light. Should he tarry too long, he would have to spend the night on the hovercraft. Indeed, he reached the estate just half an hour before darkness fell, and dense fog arose from an unknown source, swiftly enveloping the entire world. Meanwhile, the Xiao family gathered warmly around the dinner table, enjoying a meal prepared by Wang Lulu, with the others assisting. After a day spent reinforcing doors and windows, each woman had expended considerable energy, thus they relished their meal, consuming copiously. Xiao Ran would never skimp on food. If they could eat, they should indulge. After dinner, Xiao Ran commenced his physical training. The equipment was of little use. He began with running, then moved on to practicing punches in an empty room. His spatial abilities encompassed more than just 3 capabilities. He hoped to acquire a 4th, a 5th, and even more. Chapter 163. A visit from new neighbors in the early morning. Xiao Ran stood by the window, observing the rapid dispersal of the fog. The fog dissipated by day and thickened at night, seemingly influenced by the sun, yet he was no astronomer. He could only speculate on the outcome. And understanding the reasons behind it eluded him. In truth, even if he were to comprehend it, what difference would it make? Could he alter extreme weather? His current curiosity lay with the new neighbors. How had they managed to survive? Why had the Chang family not targeted them? As he pondered, he noticed an individual emerging from a villa, approaching the estate in a rather peculiar manner. This was a person fully clad in heavy attire, rendering Xiao Ran incapable of discerning their gender. They were gliding across the ground in a canoe. Indeed, it was a canoe. Human ingenuity knows no bounds. The courtyard walls were buried beneath the snow, allowing the individual to navigate unhindered, and just yesterday, Xiao Ran had cleared the accumulated snow from the entrance to avoid the need to climb through windows each time he ventured out. The windows had been fortified and locked with iron plates, making them effectively inoperable. Thus, when the individual arrived at the entrance, they failed to notice the slope and the canoe slid directly down, colliding with the door with a resounding thud. Fortunately, The grand entrance of a distinguished family like the Changs was robust, substantial, and well-crafted, withstanding the impact without yielding or sustaining damage. The unfortunate individual aboard the canoe, however, was flung backward, landing heavily against the door. Thankfully, their ample clothing spared them from serious injury. Xiao Ran, intrigued by these new neighbors, made his way to the first floor. He opened the door to welcome the visitor. As the door swung wide, he immediately activated his spatial portal. Should any harm be intended, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Additionally, he employed spatial awareness to scrutinize the individual. Unlike the impenetrable walls, even tightly woven fabric possesses minute openings, invisible to the naked eye but detectable through spatial perception, allowing him to ascertain whether the person was armed, their physique, and their gender. After a brief scan, he deactivated his spatial awareness. "I apologize for my uninvited arrival," the individual spoke, revealing a deep, resonant male voice, quite appealing. "May I enter?" Xiao Ran gestured for him to proceed. The man first brushed the snow from his attire before stepping inside. Having fallen into the snow earlier, this simple action indicated that he was a meticulous individual. Xiao Ran promptly closed the door. The cold air was unwelcome, and despite his ample firewood, he preferred not to be wasteful. The man removed the layers of scarves and goggles that had concealed his face, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s, handsome and tall. A plethora of descriptors surged through Xiao Ran's mind. Silver fox? Kept man. Indeed, this man, despite being middle-aged, possessed an undeniable charisma, particularly appealing to mature women in a post-apocalyptic world. Why maintain such good looks? A negative critique crossed his mind, yet he maintained a neutral expression and asked, "What brings you here? In this weather, you say you're merely visiting? Ha, do you think I'm gullible?" The middle-aged gentleman smiled in response. "How rude of me. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Zhuang Juchen. A resident of this community, owner of Building 16. I was formerly the chairman of the Xinluan Group, but let's not dwell on past titles." Xiao Ran nodded. "I am Xiao Ran." Just that simply, he had no intention of cultivating a friendship. Xiao Ran offered a faint smile. "How did you know the Chang family had vanished? You seem rather suspicious." Zhuang Juchen's smile remained unchanged. "I observe this place daily. I used to see many people through the windows. But now they are all gone, replaced by you and a few lovely ladies, which prompted my inquiry." "You observe the Changs daily?" Xiao Ran shrugged. "The Changs sold this place to me, so naturally, they have vacated." This was evidently a flimsy excuse. Zhuang Juchen, however, did not exhibit signs of humiliation. On the contrary, he wore an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback. "When did they move out?" he inquired. "Last night," Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly. "So you didn't witness it? Could they have moved out amidst the dense fog of the night?" "No, that's quite a stretch for selling a house." Zhuang Juchen suddenly burst into laughter, and it took him a good 10 seconds to regain his composure before he remarked, "You truly are amusing, however. Since you are unwilling to elaborate, I shall not press you. I will simply state this. The Chang family is not to be trifled with. Their disappearance has brought joy to the residents of our community, and we warmly welcome Mr. Zhao's presence here." Xiao Ran nodded, finally voicing his curiosity. "It has been over 40 days since the natural disaster. How have you all managed to survive?" Chapter 164, Capable Individuals. Capable individuals? Superhumans? Xiao Ran felt a stir within him. He harbored such suspicions but had dismissed them. Yet now, Zhuang Juchen was claiming that there indeed existed a superhuman here, which left him quite astonished. "Please, do elaborate," he urged. With the conversation initiated, Zhuang Juchen felt no need to conceal further details, for this was the purpose of his visit. This remarkable individual is named Xia Lingsheng. Before his retirement, he held a very high-ranking position in the military. Noticing Xiao Ran's gaze upon him, he smiled and gestured to indicate that Xia's rank was even higher than one might imagine. He is a figure known throughout Sioux City, though the number of people who were aware of his existence has greatly increased in recent times. On the very day of the disaster, about an hour prior, he received a call from above, warning him of impending extreme weather. It was too late to evacuate him. The only course of action was to stockpile supplies and prepare for the calamity. However, having spent a lifetime in the military, he was not one to act solely for his own benefit. He utilized his influence to rally the entire community to gather supplies. By coincidence, there was a wedding taking place in our neighborhood. And even more fortuitously, a resort hotel nearby was hosting the event, which featured a staggering 500 banquet tables. Under Xia's leadership, we managed to distribute all the food from those tables. Sure enough, an hour later, the toxic hail descended. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. So, this capable individual was not a superhuman in the fantastical sense, but rather a person of significant power and influence. He had anticipated something grander. Thanks to the ample supplies of food and water, the residents of the entire community managed to endure the disaster for over 40 days. Suddenly, Xiao Ran was engulfed by a surge of anger. Why did the government fail to notify ordinary citizens to prepare supplies? Why were only a select few informed? Are the lives of common people not valuable? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Firstly, the government had only confirmed the occurrence of extreme weather an hour in advance. So even if they had issued an emergency news alert, what impact could it have had? Secondly, while only a minority perished directly from such disasters, it is the panic-induced crimes and malevolent events that constitute the true apocalypse. Thus, if the government had issued a warning, society would have descended into chaos. Just look at Xiao Ran's community. Initially, there were very few fatalities, with deaths occurring only later on. Thirdly, the government had no way of knowing the duration of this calamity. What if it were to last just 3 to 5 days or half a month? Issuing a public announcement could plunge society into disorder, leading to even greater calamities after the disaster subsided. Hence, while the government did issue warnings and notifications, they were limited to a select few to prevent widespread panic. However, no one anticipated that this disaster would endure for such an extended period. And given the current low temperatures, it might persist for a year or even longer. Xiao Ran fell into deep contemplation. Did the strength of the state truly still exist? The soldiers were indeed the most disciplined of forces. Yet as the disaster dragged on, food and water became pressing issues. While the water situation had mostly stabilized, what of the food? The daily consumption of a military force amounted to staggering figures. Furthermore, Xiao Ran inhaled deeply, pondering the existence of superhumans. Initially, superhumans could not contend with firearms and had to lie low, but as their powers grew stronger, would they remain so compliant, so obedient? Would they not consider seizing power for themselves? A sigh escaped Xiao Ran's heart. A great man once said that power emerges from the barrel of a gun, and in such an apocalyptic world, superhumans represented that very power. Mr. Xiao? Noticing that Xiao Ran had lapsed into thought, Zhuang Juqin gently called out. Xiao Ran nodded. He had maintained his spatial awareness, and even if his mind wandered, he would be the first to react should Zhuang Juqin exhibit any ill intent. He despised anyone more handsome than himself. So, what brings you here, if not boredom? Xiao Ran inquired. Zhuang Juqin chuckled. I am uncertain of what kind of person you are, Mr. Xiao, but I wish to discuss the agreement our community has reached with the Chang family. Ah? This piqued Xiao Ran's curiosity anew. Why did the Chang family not take advantage of their own territory? It was not as if they were concerned with maintaining relationships. This family had no genuine goodwill. Please, go on, Xiao Ran replied coolly. Zhuang Juqin continued. After the hail ceased, the Chang family utilized their convoy to escape, even procuring firearms from the police station. Initially, they even contemplated preying upon the community residents. Including US.IT was Xia Lingxing who intervened, issuing a warning. He possesses a satellite phone that allows him to communicate with higher authorities, making daily calls. Should there ever be a day without contact? Well, the Eastern Military District would swiftly target the Chang family mansion and reduce it to rubble with missiles. The Chang family immediately backed down, thereafter maintaining a policy of non-interference with us residents. Mr. Xiao, Zhuang Juqin regarded Xiao Ran earnestly. I am unaware of where the Chang family has gone or what has transpired, but since you are now residing here, I hope you can replace the Chang family and continue to uphold this agreement. Xiao Ran smiled. Non-interference, indeed. Zhuang Juqin nodded. Thus, this was the true purpose of his visit. The mysterious disappearance of the Chang family had left the entire community both astonished and fearful. The Chang family had possessed firearms, and a significant number at that. Yet, such a malevolent force had vanished as if evaporated from existence, making the newly arrived Xiao Ran family appear exceedingly suspicious and frightening. The residents were apprehensive that Xiao Ran might turn against them. Hence they needed to convey that should he choose to act against them, the repercussions would be severe. Missiles will obliterate the ground. Do you fear that? While others might utter such words to intimidate. They had a formidable figure within their community. Therefore, if they wished to avoid mutual destruction, it was best to adhere to the principle of non-interference, avoiding any transgressions. Xiao Ran chuckled, "Rest assured, I have always maintained excellent relations with my neighbors. Just ask the residents of Jufu community. Have I ever infringed upon anyone? Not a single person. My reputation precedes me." Zhuang Juchen could hardly believe it. A person likely responsible for the downfall of the Chang family? "I do not trust you in the slightest," he thought. Nevertheless, he believed Xiao Ran was not a fool. The stakes had been laid out clearly. He trusted Xiao Ran would not act foolishly. "Then I shall take my leave," Zhuang Juchen declared, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment." Chapter 165. A visit, Mr. Xiao. "Do you have further matters to discuss?" Zhuang Juchen inquired. Xiao Ran nodded, smiling. "I believe a visit to my neighbors would be permissible." Zhuang Juchen was momentarily taken aback. Given the frigid weather, he had only come to warn Xiao Ran, for who would venture out into such cold? After a moment's thought, he replied, "As long as Mr. Xiao adheres to the principle of non-interference, we would be quite welcoming of your visit." "Very well," Xiao Ran smiled. "Oh, I almost forgot." Zhuang Juchen slapped his forehead and retrieved a walkie-talkie from his thick clothing. With communication lines severed, this was the only means to stay in touch. After all, stepping outside was a hassle. Xiao Ran accepted the walkie-talkie, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Did you truly almost forget? Had I not mentioned visiting my neighbors, would you have brought out the walkie-talkie?" Now that he had a means of contact, was there still a necessity for him to socialize? After all, a person capable of making the entire Chang family, along with their sycophants, vanish could certainly be perceived as somewhat intimidating, and it was best to avoid unnecessary interactions. "I've adjusted the frequency. You just need to turn it on," Zhuang Juchen instructed. "Then I shall take my leave." "No need to see me off. Ha, I had no intention of doing so." Zhuang Juchen exited, still traveling by that single canoe. Xiao Ran found himself deep in thought, pondering the veracity of Zhuang Juchen's words. Would stirring the pot with Xia Lingqing truly result in missile strikes? If that were the case, regardless of circumstances, Xiao Ran would not remain there. The notion of his life being in someone else's hands was intolerable. Yet, the disaster had persisted for over 40 days. Did the Eastern Military District truly still exist? Or could it still function? Furthermore, was Xia Lingqing's satellite phone real or merely a fabrication? No, the very identity of this individual was shrouded in suspicion. Though Xiao Ran had never held an official position, his leisure activities had provided him with some insight. Thanks to his ex-wife withholding his allowance, he had resorted to reading free novels, particularly those revolving around political themes, which had granted him a modicum of understanding. Could someone who had risen to such prominence in the military possibly reside here? Such esteemed individuals undoubtedly require a substantial entourage of security personnel. The level of security is not merely the highest but rather a tier below that. Thus, to facilitate the implementation of security measures, it is improbable that the state would permit the elder gentleman to reside in such a modest community. However, if Xia Lingqing is not a prominent figure, how could he have foreseen the impending apocalypse? Yet, for Xiao Ran to believe that Xia Lingqing is a retired bigwig from above, he finds that rather unlikely. Why overthink? A straightforward visit for clarification would suffice. Xiao Ran chuckled to himself, realizing he had convoluted the matter unnecessarily. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If Xia Lingqing truly possessed the capability to summon missiles, he would certainly not linger here for even a day longer. Without delay, he decided to relocate. He picked up the intercom, powered it on, and said, "Hello, this is Xiao Ran from Building 8. May I inquire about the residence of Elder Xia Lingqing? I have matters to discuss in person." As his words echoed, all that greeted him was the static hum of the intercom. Simultaneously, many residents in the community tuned their intercoms to a different frequency. "He seeks the elder gentleman? For what purpose? Is he plotting something against him? Should they inform him?" Indeed, Lao Zhuang had already conveyed the stakes involved. It appeared he simply wished to confirm things in person. Yes, let him converse with the elder and ensure he remains entirely at ease. After a brief wait, a voice crackled through the intercom. "The elder resides in Building 3. Thank you," he replied, shutting off the device. Xiao Ran took a moment to prepare, dedicating nearly half an hour predominantly to researching. In the 3 months leading up to the catastrophe, he had downloaded an extensive array of documents, filling thousands of portable hard drives. With a bag slung over his shoulder, he stepped outside on his skis. The estate was vast. Xiao Ran glided beyond the confines of the walls and soon located Building 3. Others did not have the habit of clearing snow from their doorsteps. So he knocked on the window. the window on the third floor. Before long, the window opened, and Xiao Ran swiftly climbed inside. A wave of warmth enveloped him. It was indeed a true affluent neighborhood. Each household boasted a fireplace. Otherwise, the heating fuel would have long been depleted, and despite every home being equipped with generators, they would likely succumb to power outages. Yet, this was Dongshan, where trees flourished in abundance nearby, allowing for ample replenishment during the brief respite from hail and snowfall. Xiao Ran removed his skis and gazed ahead. The figure who had opened the window was before him, a beauty. Even though Xiao Ran had become somewhat jaded in his expectations, he could not help but be struck by her allure. The young woman appeared to be in her 20s, her beauty truly exceptional. Even compared to Su Xinran, she surpassed her slightly. While Su Xinran could score a 95, this lady would warrant a 98 or 99. Why not a perfect 100? Because there is no standard. Moreover, there may exist even more beautiful women beyond her. Thus, she could only settle for a 99. Her figure was elongated, particularly her long legs. Heavens, they were straight and elegant, surpassing Zhou Jun's by a notable margin. Of course, she had her shortcomings. Her bosom was not ample enough. No, perhaps Xiao Ran's standards were simply too high. As the women in his family typically began at a D cup, this woman, he estimated, was a C cup. Certainly not insignificant, merely not meeting his expectations. Her hair flowed like clouds, her skin was as white as jade, her lips a delicate pink, and her bright eyes sparkled like pearls. Her neck resembled that of a swan. Dressed in casual attire due to the comfortable warmth of the house, her nearly perfect curves were still discernible. If only her bosom were fuller. Xiao Ran sighed inwardly, questioning his fixation on breast size. Your grandfather is waiting for you in the living room, the beauty stated coolly, tossing her hair as she moved toward the exterior. Xiao Ran glanced around. The room's decor exuded a distinctly youthful charm. Although the overall hue leaned toward sky blue rather than pink, the two pink plush toys on the bed revealed it to be the young woman's private sanctuary. No wonder she was so eager to usher him out. Who would want someone else's dirty shoes trampling on their bedroom floor? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. He had not intended to be rude. If a front door was available, who would choose the side entrance? Wait, did that sound ambiguous? Ugh, I am a man who walks the straight path. Chapter 166. Confirming suspicions, bonus update, following the beauty. Xiao Ran descended to the first floor. The villa comprised just 3 levels. Some villas reach 4 stories, and the Chang family mansion even boasts 5, being the tallest structure in the entire community. In the living room on the first floor, an elderly gentleman was indeed seated, wearing reading glasses and perusing the newspaper. This man was impressive. Xiao Ran shook his head discreetly. How many days had it been since the apocalypse began? And yet he was still reading the newspaper? The very posture of engrossing oneself in the news evoked the image of a steadfast old cadre. However, too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. Xiao Ran's suspicions deepened as he seated himself directly opposite the elder. Only then did the old man set down his newspaper, scrutinizing Xiao Ran before speaking. Young man, you wish to see me? Well, now that you have, speak your mind. The elder's demeanor exuded authority. Xiao Ran smiled, saying, Elder, you are indeed a soldier. Your vitality is truly commendable. The old man appeared to be in his 70s, yet he sat upright. His posture straight as an arrow, with facial features marked by resilience and eyes that sparkled with life. An imposing presence capable of intimidating even the most unruly of youth. The elder, of course, was Xia Lingqing, who let out a hearty laugh. After decades of military service, despite the injuries I bear, the habits and demeanor from my time in the army remain intact. Xiao Ran gave a thumbs up. Elder, you have bled and been wounded for the nation. I hold immense respect for you. This was a sincere truth. Xiao Ran had always honored soldiers, especially the older generation, who had endured much when the country was not yet strong. Confronting countless buffoons eager to challenge us, engaging in fierce battles that ultimately secured decades of peace. However, the sacrifices made by the elder generation were indeed monumental, particularly during the tumultuous early days of nation-building. A period that could only be described as harrowing. Xia Lingqing maintained a calm expression and remarked, Young man, you did not come to see me merely to pay compliments, did you? His directness and lack of circumlocution further confirmed his military background. Xiao Ran responded with a smile, I harbor some doubts. Speak. Xia Lingqing gestured invitingly. Firstly, I have no doubts regarding your identity as a soldier, Nor do I lack respect for your contributions, Xiaoran began. That is a given, and I ask you to trust that I hold no ill intentions towards you. His words were delivered with utmost sincerity, as he inherently respected military personnel. However, there was one point he needed to clarify. As he wished not to live under the shadow of potential missile strikes. Xiaoran continued, however, before your retirement, were you truly a part of the military? He adopted a posture of inquiry. Is there any room for doubt? Unexpectedly, the beauty standing behind Xia Lingqing interjected, appearing affronted. Without the information my grandfather received from the state, it is no exaggeration to say that at least half the people here would have starved or perished of thirst. Yet you dare to question him? Xia Lingqing shot her a disapproving glance, saying, you are indeed domineering, not even allowing others to harbor doubts. Unmoved, Xiaoran replied, I have my reasons. Firstly, for someone as high-ranking as you, it is peculiar that there are no security personnel at home. The beauty immediately retorted, grandfather prefers tranquility, and besides, do we need to worry about security issues in our country? She scoffed, your suspicions are utterly unfounded. If grandfather did not possess a high status, how could he possibly be privy to national secrets? And therein lies the intrigue, Xiaoran replied with a smile. The Xia family duo regarded him, and he too scrutinized them, even crossing his legs. Just wait. The beauty, visibly irritated, stormed up to the third floor. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed as she returned, clutching a notebook and flipping it open. Presenting the screen to Xiaoran. Read for yourself, she said, casting a disdainful glance at him. What should I call you? Xiaoran asked, maintaining his gaze on her rather than the screen, projecting an air of stubbornness. With no choice but to relent, she said, I am Xiaochuchio. Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle. That name is quite amusing. However, if it were Xiamo Chuchio, it would be even more entertaining. This earned him a roll of her eyes. Only then did he direct his attention to the screen. It was a page from a certain Baidu encyclopedia. However, with the internet down, it was available offline. Yet, it clearly detailed Xia Lingqing's identity. TSK. Indeed a significant figure within the military, nearly reaching the pinnacle of prominence. Upon seeing this, Xiaoran let out a long sigh of relief. So, what do you have to say now? Xiaochuchio inquired. Xiaoran glanced at her, replying coolly, what can a Baidu encyclopedia prove? Do you think I am an internet novice unaware that entries can be fabricated? Ah. Xiaochuchio appeared slightly taken aback, for most people held a misguided perception of online encyclopedias, believing them to be official introductions. In reality, that was far from the truth. One could easily concoct an entry and weave a fanciful tale. Authority? Nonsense. A smile crept across Xiaoran's lips. Xiaochuchio's insistence on presenting the encyclopedia had inadvertently validated his suspicions. Because he had conducted research prior to his arrival, albeit through offline downloads that were undoubtedly incomplete, there was no entry for Xia Lingqing in the information he accessed. However, this does not serve as conclusive evidence. Some prominent figures prefer to maintain a low profile, especially those engaged in clandestine scientific endeavors. It would indeed be remarkable if one could find such information online. Nevertheless, Xiaochuchio chose to present a certain Baidu encyclopedia to him. While it appeared to substantiate his claims, it was riddled with inconsistencies. Thus, it is true that the old gentleman is a soldier, but he is certainly not a high-ranking official. Xiaoran chuckled, and without waiting for the grandfather and grandson to refute his statement, he waved his hand dismissively. I merely mentioned it in passing. There is no need for you to rush to deny it. Moreover, I have always held soldiers in the highest regard, irrespective of their rank. This is my heartfelt sentiment, an expression of respect and admiration for the military. I kindly ask the old gentleman to accept it. Leave now, no need to see me off, he added, placing the backpack he had brought down, which contained some fruits. You may stock up on food, but what about fruits? Everyone must be in dire need of vitamin replenishment at this time. He rose to depart but, after taking a couple of steps, suddenly slapped his forehead and turned back towards the staircase. It's still possible to use the front door? He queried, and although he had said not to see him off, Xiaochuchio could not help but insist on doing so. The presence of a stranger in her private space instilled a sense of shame, as if all her secrets were laid bare. Who exactly are you? She whispered as they ascended the stairs.